Chapter 1. The emergence of the second pirate king in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle era, a time of great turbulence unfolded this year witnessed the obliteration of O'Hara from the maps by the world government's decree of extermination Port Gasti. Rouge, after exerting every ounce of her strength to give birth to Ace, departed from this world at Golden Lion successfully escaped from the infamous underwater prison, known as the Impenetrable Fortress. A naval officer named Trevor, during the course of his duties, fortuitously stumbled upon a young child and named the boy Kane, hoping that he would possess boundless potential akin to the vastness of the sea. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle era, at the enlistment office of the naval headquarters, the commanding officer of the new recruits pondered before articulating his thoughts. Trevor, the logistics department of the Navy also requires civilian personnel. Perhaps we could cultivate Kane in that direction. Caneus not particularly suited for frontline combat. Trevor responded, the words of his colleague striking him like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hope within him. He had long suspected that Kane's talents were not extraordinary. Yet, as a father, he had always harbored aspirations until this moment when he was forced to confront the harsh reality with a forced smile. Trevor said, Kane, didn't you always tell me you want to be a writer? Starting tomorrow, you can put pen to paper. These past years, I've been nurturing you towards becoming a soldier, but now it seems. Besides, it's all right to fail for the time being after all. My salary can comfortably sustain, you don't worry. Dad, even without strength, I can still live quite well. Besides, who could predict what the future holds? Perhaps one day, it'll stumble upon a natural-type devil fruit while out and about. Haha. In that case, you should venture out more often, lest someone else beats you to it. Indeed, Kane is a transmigrator. Perhaps due to his soul not belonging to this world, no matter how hard he trained, he could not break through his limits. At the age of 5, Kane's combat prowess was so feeble it could not be measured, and by the age of 8, he had barely reached a power level of approximately 0.2. Trevor even suspected that the slight increase in Kane's ability was merely a result of natural bodily development rather than the fruits of training. In stark contrast to the main characters, 2 years later, Sanji could withstand a slash from Queen without a scratch, while being struck by the Seraphim felt like mere tickling. During a battle with the Gorosei, a single side kick caused Ismbaron Vinajuro, one of the Gorosei, to vomit blood. 2 years on, Zoro faced the combined might of Kaido and Big Mom's attacks, performing a sit-up as if nothing had happened. In his encounters with the Gorosei, he held his ground against Ismbaron Vinajuro, wielding the original Enma, without faltering. The protagonist, Luffy, set sail at the age of 17 and, by 19, had toppled the alliance of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. However, it is now 2024, and who among them does not possess an advantage? Indeed, Kane possesses his own unique advantage, albeit one that can only be activated upon reaching the age of 18. His system is known as the King of Lies system. In essence, as long as enough people believe Kane's fabrications, he can accumulate points based on his deceit. The essence of grand aspirations can be exchanged for any ability. Within the native realm, should one possess a sufficient amount of aspiration points to elevate the system, the acquired items and abilities would no longer be confined to this world. Perhaps it is simply a child's lesson against deceit. Yet merely a decade has passed. All that is required is to endure patiently. Kane resolved to remain steadfast and not venture a step beyond Marin Vondo. In the year 1517 of the Oceanic era, Kane turned 18. Throughout these 10 years, he has published bestsellers such as The Legend of Harry Boda and The Eyes of the Five Villages Brawl, amassing wealth ample enough to ensure a life of leisure. In his later years system, activate. It seems we are following the familiar old trope. A novice gift package awaits. Let us wash our hands. First 5 opportunities, then I shall unlock them all. Gazing at the presence of 1 gray and 3 white options, Kane began to doubt his own choices. After another wash of his hands, he clicked on the last question. A flash of golden light illuminated the space, revealing a unique card before Kane. To think such an item could be drawn. A fleeting moment of luck brings momentary joy. Perpetual fortune brings enduring delight. White item. Delivery, blind box. PS. Who has pilfered my takeaway? Regrettably, it can only be claimed thrice each day. Gray item. Customizable great sword. PS. Even the mightiest blade can be replicated 1 turn. Of course, this is predicated on not engaging in combat with others. White item. Customizable doll. PS. You may create any human-like avatar with a rating no higher than 5. Completely under your control. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. The doll lacks such attributes. White item. Captain's hat of the fearsome pirate king Roger. PS. It shall never bear blemishes, and upon damage, it will restore itself. Automatically. I intend to dye this green. Golden item. Customizable doll. PS. You may create any human-like avatar with a rating no higher than 50, completely under your control. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. The doll lacks such attributes. Beholding the unique card, Kane immediately conceived a strategy for maximizing benefits. First, he would utilize the customizable doll, modeling its appearance after the youthful form of Pirate King Roger. After all, Roger stands as the pinnacle of popularity in this world. The attention he garners is something to be capitalized upon. Furthermore, one's identity is self-assigned when abroad through the system. Kane has gleaned the scoring mechanism. A doll rated 50 is undeniably formidable, while the infamous Green Bull, shamed by the admirals, hold a rating of 45. Though the rating does not reflect direct combat prowess, it suffices for a rudimentary assessment of strength for the great sword. He would adopt the design of Roger's blade. Ace, while it may merely be a facsimile, bolstered by the power of hockey, it should withstand the test of time. As for the white doll, Kane had an idea in mind. It shall be none other than the illustrious Buggy. He selected the deployment location, the Beast Island of Luscana. After all, he must familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. It would be quite the folly to possess great power, yet be unable to wield it effectively. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the depths of the jungle of Luscana Island. The air was suffused with the earthy scent of soil and fresh leaves, occasionally intermingled with the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore roar. A deafening roar shattered the tranquility, reverberating through the forest like thunder, shaking every leaf in its wake. This sound emanated from the depths of the woods, the furious growl of the king of beasts, warning every creature daring enough to trespass into its domain that this was its kingdom, its territory. Kane inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as his body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This tiger was not merely a wild beast, it was the sovereign of this forest, a symbol of might. He opened his eyes, extending his hand to gently touch the hilt of Ace at his waist, slowly drawing forth the sword with fluid elegance, its tip pointing skyward, the blade reflecting light like a flash of lightning. Ace's appearance was indeed impressive. It was time to test its power. Kane focused his mind, channeling the aura within him, feeling everything around him: the trees' respiration, the wind's caress, even the distant heartbeat of the colossal tiger. With a mere flick of his wrist, an invisible slash erupted from his very being. The air was rent asunder, producing a sharp whistling sound as trees along the path fell like dominoes, their severed edges smooth as glass. The aftershock of the slash surged deep into the forest, its target aimed squarely at the towering 5-meter tiger. Swish. With a soft sound, a line of crimson blossomed along the tiger's flank, reminiscent of a rose in full bloom. The tiger's roar abruptly ceased, its massive form cleaved in twain, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, the essence of life dissipating in an instant. Such power is merely 50 points? What greater vistas await beyond? Chapter 2. The Remnants of an Era. The curtain falls on the Golden Lion. Year 1517 of the Marine Circle. On the island of Ruskai, a colossal sea creature was suddenly hurled from the tumultuous waves, crashing heavily upon the shore with a thunderous thud. Its immense bulk, even in half, exceeded 1,000 meters. Its arrival sent tremors along the entire coastline. The sea was stained deep red, the creature's blood mingling with the water, releasing a potent, briny aroma. Subsequently, a figure darted through the water like a fish, its speed almost impossible to perceive. The figure leaped from the ocean, landing gracefully on the shore. Kane retrieved a knife from his cooking kit at his lower back and began to prepare the carcass of the sea creature. After a hearty meal, Kane pondered while picking his teeth. Indeed, the system would not allow him to exploit any loopholes. No matter how much he trained, his strength would not increase even by a fraction yet. Such power was sufficient. His plans could now commence. Kane concentrated his thoughts. System, expend a significant amount of points to transport me to Velmu on this day. Ace set sail from Windmill Village, embarking on an adventurous journey fraught with unknown challenges. Unbeknownst to him, a monumental battle poised to shock the world was about to unfold high above him. An altitude of 10,000 meters, Velmayu, an island teeming with ferocious beasts, is home to a unique flora capable of extracting a substance known as IQ. The already menacing creatures on this island become even more bloodthirsty and formidable after being injected with IQ. This incarnation is dubbed GOLD William, and today, let this name resonate across the vast seas. D. William first sets up a video snail produced by the system, then with a flick of his wrist, draws forth a one-tune replica of Ace. His gaze, intense as a flame, fixates on the distant, towering palace, and he holds his breath. Ordinary sword. A slashing strike, seemingly capable of rending the heavens and earth, erupts instantaneously, crushing all obstacles in its path with the force of tidal wave, racing towards the palace like a lightning wave slash. In that fleeting moment, Two razor-sharp slashes shoot forth from the depths of the palace like meteors, colliding heat-in with William's formidable assault. Boom! In the deafening roar, the residual sword energy surges forth like a tempest, wreaking havoc wherever it touches. Everything in its wake across half the island is mercilessly swept away, leaving behind a harrowing wasteland. Then, a voice brimming with wildness and authority reverberates through the ruins like thunder. Ha 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 ha. Uninvited guest. I shall personally Roger. This incarnation is a flawless one-tune replica of a youthful pirate King Roger, and given the general face blindness in the world of One Piece, it is understandable that the Golden Lion would mistake him. D. William smiles faintly and speaks. Golden Lion, my name is Gold William. The Golden Lion, continuing his monologue, declares, Roger, become my right arm. With my biological weaponry and the ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world that you know the whereabouts of, combined with my meticulously crafted perfect plan, we shall immediately dominate this world. Indeed, the helm has clouded his judgment, however. One must commit fully to the act. Gold William addresses the video snail, stating, I've already told you, my name is Gold William, and furthermore, I have no interest in domination. The Golden Lion, with a dark demeanor, retorts, Oh? So your answer is for me to kill you here, is it? What I mean is I will crush you here. I have come today merely to settle a score. Surely you haven't forgotten the Marineford War, which was interrupted by an unprecedented storm. William adjusts his captain's hat and declares solemnly, I am here today to complete that battle. The Golden Lion has indeed been severely affected by the helm. His strength significantly diminished, though his previous attack appeared fierce. It was merely a slash devoid of hockey, and the Golden Lion required 2 strikes to barely withstand it. In light of this, boom, an invincible aura, disdainful of all, erupts like a volcanic eruption. This strike, imbued with Conqueror's hockey, is something the current Golden Lion cannot hope to withstand. Divine avoidance. The Golden Lion felt an urgent alarm ringing within, instantly entering a state of heightened vigilance, every cell in his body refusing to relent for even a moment, unleashing the mightiest strike he could muster at that moment. Lion's Kaitaragoya. Boom! The Golden Lion was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, gliding all the way to the edge of the island. Beneath him, an abyss of 10,000 meters. Lowering his gaze to the horrific wound that nearly bisected him, he spat out the cigar in his mouth and murmured, It has been far too long. I have nearly forgotten that I am a pirate, unable to withstand such a strike. At this moment, his heart surged like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. He recalled his glorious past, when he was spirited and unrestrained, reigning over the seas as a formidable sovereign, a ruler of the ocean from the skies above. Yet now, he found himself cornered by a fledgling newcomer. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Consumed by anger, his emotions spiraled into madness and irrationality. But simultaneously, his aura grew increasingly domineering, sharp, and unstoppable. With both hands firmly gripping the helm above his head, he exerted tremendous force, pulling the helm, which was fused seamlessly to his head, free. He then bent down, struggling to untie the renowned swords, Kuroki and Sakura, that served as his legs, licking the blood that trickled down from his head. A wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted from him, potent enough to sweep across the entire island. The Golden Lion finally called out his opponent's name with solemnity. Gold William, I acknowledge you. The unfinished battle with Roger. You're qualified to take his place. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, his voice resonated throughout the island. I'm the man who rules this ocean from the skies. Lion's might, earthquake. The very ground trembled beneath the Golden Lion's power, as the soil morphed into towering lion heads, surging towards William. Gold William understood that the most challenging moment had arrived. The Golden Lion was now at the end of his strength, yet the power ignited in the final throes of life rivaled that of his prime. As he gazed at the overwhelming and relentless onslaught of lion heads, Gold William realized this was merely an appetizer to the true battle. His observation hockey remained vigilant, fully alert to any potential follow-up attack from the Golden Lion. Suddenly, his senses went into overdrive, detecting an almost imperceptible figure whirling toward him like a specter. Without hesitation, Gold William swung his sword to parry. Clang! Both combatants intensified their efforts, striving to overpower one another. Gold William grinned and remarked, Quite a powerful strike, however, I can take it. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion increased his force even further. Oh, then brace yourself for the next strike. In an instant, the Golden Lion unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks akin to a torrential storm, as if seeking to inundate the entire world. Clang! 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 The cacophony of clashing blades resonated like an irate swarm of bees, powerful sound waves dispersing through the air, visibly distorting its very fabric. After an indeterminate period, the fierce confrontation between the two sides momentarily subsided. William glanced at Ace, noting several notches adorning the blade. Such inferior craftsmanship, even with the enhancement of hockey, cannot rival the esteemed swords engaging the Golden Lion in a heating clash, was no longer viable. He could not endure much longer. It was sufficient to merely prolong the encounter. Though this approach may lack honor in the world of pirates, the stakes were too high. Should Ace be severed by the Golden Lion, the consequences would be dire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of soaring slashes shot forth like meteors, sealing off every possible escape route for the Golden Lion. With a grin, the Golden Lion scoffed. Such trivial tricks are not worth showcasing, little brat. He effortlessly parried all incoming assaults with his blade. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? The Golden Lion's expression turned grave as he beheld the number of flying slashes double before his eyes. He swung his sword repeatedly to block while attempting to counterattack. Gold. William was resolute in his determination to wear down the Golden Lion, launching an unrelenting offensive that clung to him, leaving no avenue for escape. The two battled from day to dusk, and as the sun began to set, the Golden Lion, panting heavily, thought to himself, "Is my body giving out? Then it's time to resort to that technique. Lion's thousand cuts." A multitude of powerful slashes, capable of cleaving an island, surged towards Gold. William like a rain of arrows. Each strike was laced with the terrifying aura of conqueror's haki, emanating an overwhelming sense of dread. William dared not underestimate the threat. He poured all of his conqueror's haki into his blade, preparing for a decisive confrontation with the Golden Lion. Goddess avoidance. Boom. The blade's energy rampaged uncontrollably. And after a thunderous explosion, the Golden Lion crashed to the ground, muttering, "William, you hail from the East Blue, don't you?" "Yes," William replied. "Am I to be thwarted once again by a man from the East Blue?" As his consciousness began to waver, the Golden Lion continued to murmur. Roger, the floating island beneath them began to tremble, losing the control of the Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit, and plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters. Chapter 3. The Dual Fruit User. Buggy picking up the twin swords from the ground. Gold. William scrutinized his spoils. The Kubo and Sakura 10, these two blades were of a quality rivaling those esteemed swords among the 12 great blades. The ranking of swords is contingent upon their wielder. Had the Golden Lion not vanished for so many years, he would likely have enjoyed a commendable rank. A figure cloaked in black with a hood approached. Carrying an unconscious individual, it was none other than Dr. Indigo, a scientist under the Golden Lion's command. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the edge of the hood, revealing none other than our deity, Buggy. Gold. William spoke. "Buggy, if Dr. Indigo is no longer combat capable, let him be." Buggy discarded Dr. Indigo and remarked, "Such matters are inconsequential. He is merely a pitiable weakling." Black smoke began to emanate from Buggy's form as he slowly declared, "The float fruit is now mine." As the black smoke dissipated, a round fruit adorned with gray-black swirling patterns rested in Buggy's palm. At this moment, William exclaimed, "It is truly astonishing, Buggy." With a proud grin, Buggy replied, "This is the most fearsome of the devil fruits. The strongest of the natural types, the power of the dark fruit, William." William marveled once more. "You truly are remarkable, Buggy, having shattered the ironclad rule that one cannot consume a second devil fruit." A mysterious smile played at the corners of Buggy's mouth as he responded, "William, the capabilities of the devil fruit surpass your imagination." William seemed to ponder for a moment. "If I am not mistaken, it is indeed the split fruit? That is the reason you can consume multiple devil fruits." Buggy winked. "That is a secret." He then held out the fruit to William and inquired, "William, would you like to eat it?" Of course, William could not consume it. First, he was a puppet, and second, this was merely a facade, yielding no true abilities. Moreover, the black smoke surrounding Buggy was not the result of the dark fruit, but merely a trick of the eye. With a serious demeanor, William stated, "No, I would be quite troubled if I couldn't swim. After all, I am a pirate." Buggy tossed the fruit to William, declaring, "The float fruit possesses formidable powers. Consider it a gift for your journey." William, perplexed, asked, "Wait, aren't you coming with me?" Buggy shook his head, saying, "Captain Roger's final command was to protect you, nurture you, and prepare you to shoulder the next era. My mission is complete. I am a pirate too, and I have my own dreams to pursue. Let us part ways here." William accepted the fruit with a nod, saying, Then let us celebrate our reunion with a grand feast the next time we meet. The two leapt into the air, utilizing one of the Navy S-6 techniques, the moonwalk, to depart from the descending island. Upon safely landing, Buggy's puppet transformed into a peculiar white form. The informant, Absolute, was online. Absolute took out a snail phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a sharp voice emerged. Moshi Moshi, this is Morgans. Absolute began to introduce himself. Morgans, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Absolute. The devil fruit I consumed is the Zoan type, bug fruit, snail form, and I have a network of video snail phones spread across the land. You possess the bird fruit, albatross form, with your news reporting seagulls dotting the skies. We are the perfect partners crafted by fate. Morgan's bird-like face revealed no emotion. Before Morgans could respond, Absolute continued, today, my snail phone has captured an extraordinary event, one that will send shockwaves throughout the world. The keen eyes of Morgans glimmered with excitement. A major scoop, indeed. But what is the cost? As one of the sovereigns of the Underworld, Morgans rightfully held the title of the King of Intelligence. His network of informants was spread across the globe, and he spared no expense to acquire various pieces of information. Thus, no matter how concealed the corners or perilous the battlegrounds, there would always be fearless individuals willing to relay intelligence to Morgans for a handsome profit. Consider this our inaugural collaboration. I shall treat this information as a complimentary gift, he stated generously. Now, procure a recording bug. I shall utilize my abilities to transmit the data to you. Upon receiving the video and photographs, Morgans refrained from immediate scrutiny and instead issued a command. From today forth, no recording bugs are permitted within the headquarters. Moreover, at least 3 shielding bugs must be activated during their use. Understood, President. The sensation of potentially being monitored was indeed unsettling. However, it was the government officials who should feel the most restless. After reviewing the footage and images, Morgans could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming with exuberance, Joie. I adore you. A sensational revelation. Even the Sky Islands cannot evade your watchful gaze, Joie. Nevertheless, in the realm of intelligence, one like me suffices. Morgans retrieved an anti-eavesdropping recording bug and entered a number. Moses, please relay this message. I possess crucial intelligence to communicate with the Gorosei. He conveyed Joie's abilities in the intelligence received to the Gorosei. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end finally spoke. I understand. I shall instruct the CP department to handle this matter. Furthermore, we have decided to classify this as top secret, prohibiting any reports. With a snap, Morgans observed the disconnected recording bug and chuckled, still so self-assured. I see. It appears relocation is in order. Shortly thereafter, several preliminary newspaper layouts adorned Morgans's desk at his lair. The Golden Lion's defeat. The rise of the Pirate King 2. Buggy, the first double fruit user in 800 years. The countdown to the collapse of world order. A legendary new chapter begins, sending shivers down the spines of the Emperors of the Sea. Buggy, the most fearsome user of abilities, as the world devolves into his playground of terror. President, which version shall we adopt? All of them. I want the entire world ablaze with excitement. Yes, in the new world, aboard the Red Force. Oh, the new seagull is still out at this late hour. It seems something astonishing has transpired. On the watchtower, the sniper Jesus waved to the newspaper-delivering seagull, beckoning it closer, and produced 100 berries to hand over. The seagull's head bobbed like a rattle, its small wings flapping in joyous exuberance, fluttering about in delight. What is going on? Has the price increased? Although Jesus grumbled, he swiftly extracted another 300 berries and stuffed them into the seagull's pouch. Satisfied, the seagull dropped 4 newspapers and soared into the sky. Before long, gasps of astonishment erupted. What? This is truly astounding news. Captain, everyone, come quickly. Shanks, unfazed, leisurely set down his wine glass and reached for the newspaper. What met his gaze was a young man wielding an ace. Shanks paused momentarily, memory stirred within him. This was the man who had conquered the vast seas. His own captain, the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance. Morgans must have been truthful this time. Shanks swiftly scanned the densely packed text. And as he encountered the earth-shattering revelation that could shake the world, a glint of sharpness flickered in his profound gaze. It appeared that the tides of this sea were on the brink of a monumental upheaval. Without hesitation, he retrieved his din mushy and dialed a familiar number. On the other end, the device projected an image of a man with graying hair and beard. Immediately, a voice as steady as a mountain resonated like a tolling bell. Shanks, I presume this call concerns the uproar surrounding the newspaper? Indeed, Mr. Rayleigh, Shanks replied, nodding slightly. A trace of reverence gracing his expression. Although the situation was indeed unexpected, upon reflection, it bore the hallmark of something that Roger would have orchestrated, prompting a hearty laugh from Rayleigh that lightened the atmosphere like a refreshing breeze. Gold. William, Shanks murmured the name softly, his thoughts drifting to a former companion. Shanks, it has been 20 years since you last saw Buggy, hasn't it? Rayleigh inquired, as if perceiving Shanks' contemplations. Yes, time flies. After parting ways in Logtown, I have not heard a whisper of his whereabouts. Under such circumstances, the current perplexing situation begins to make a semblance of sense, Shanks sighed, his breath laden with the weight of nostalgia and longing for his old friend. Hasn't he, that boy, set sail? As long as he roams these seas. There will come a day when your paths cross again. Rayleigh's words brimmed with hopeful anticipation for the future. Indeed, I too look forward to that day, and I shall host a grand celebration when it arrives. The sparkle of expectation illuminated Shanks' eyes, as if he envisioned an extravagant revelry. After concluding the call, Shanks resumed his previous demeanor, embodying the carefree and audacious spirit he was known for. He raised his arm with fervor, exclaiming, "To celebrate the captain's child setting sail, and to honor the enduring spirit of my dear friend, who still thrives in some corner of this world. Let the feast commence, my comrades." The crew, ignited by Shanks' passion, erupted into jubilant cheers. Chapter 4. Bounties and Demon Slayer orders on Onigashima. Kaido loomed like a silent behemoth, ensnared in a profound contemplation reminiscent of an abyss after perusing the newspaper. After a lengthy pause, his formidable hand slowly retrieved a transponder snail, dialing a number. His voice resonating with a thunderous gravitas. "Old hag, let us meet." "Humph. Such an impudent little brat, yet I shall graciously acquiesce to your request," came the somewhat displeased yet assertive response from the other end of the line. Jack the Drought, having listened to the exchange between Kaido and Big Mom, revealed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The boss intends to meet with Big Mom for discussions. It seems a significant upheaval is on the horizon. Whether it be that brat or Buggy, anyone who dares obstruct the path of the beast pirates shall be trampled underfoot. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gently set the newspaper aside and raised his glass. Before Marco could utter a word, he interjected, "Foolish son, this is a healing elixir." Yet, within Whitebeard's heart lingered memories of the once mighty pirate admiral. Shiki, farewell. He slowly surveyed his sons around him, then drank the wine in one gulp, exclaiming boldly, "Cheers. The banquet has begun." The old man with a white beard understood that he could not falter until his sons were adequately prepared to carry forth the next generation. It seemed he truly needed to bid farewell, albeit temporarily, to the fine wine that had accompanied him for many years. In a shadowy, unnoticed corner, a burly man, as stout as a small hill, stared intensely at the image on the newspaper, his eyes wide as saucers, his mind tormented as if cursed by a demon. Repeating to himself, "It cannot be mistaken, that fruit, the fruit I have long coveted. How infuriating! Has heaven not favored me? No, I refuse to accept this. I will never give up." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the current Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was as grim as a frostbitten eggplant. Enraged, he hung up the phone and bellowed, "Call an emergency meeting at once." Yes, the trained Marines sprang into action, their footsteps echoing through the corridor like the beating of war drums. In the conference room, Sengoku furrowed his brow, his demeanor as serious as a statue. The world government had issued a mandate. The infamous bloodline of Pirate King Gold. Roger must be completely eradicated from this world, leaving not a trace behind. All branches and bases must report any sightings immediately, and the Marine headquarters would initiate the extermination order. Sengoku's tone was resolute. The Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, clasped her hands under her chin, her gaze calm as a still lake, and spoke coolly, "Just report any sightings. Do not act rashly and attempt to apprehend him. He is a particularly formidable adversary, having defeated the Golden Lion." Admiral Kizaru displayed his signature smirk and casually remarked, "Oh dear. The bloodline of the Pirate King is indeed a significant nuisance." He recalled the Golden Lion's devil fruit, the float fruit. With such mobility, if the opponent wished to flee, the navies of the East Blue, including that of the Paradise, would never be able to detain him. Admiral Akina clenched his fists, vehemently declaring, "I will spare none of these rascals wreaking havoc upon the seas." Meanwhile, Captain Garp feigned indifference, snoring thunderously. Yet within, his heart surged like a tempestuous ocean, tumultuous and restless. He thought to himself, "Roger, you scoundrel, how could you be so fickle? Did you not say you had only one child?" If Ace knew he had another brother, he would surely be overjoyed. Perhaps if Ace had received this news, he wouldn't be so eager to set sail as a pirate. Wait, Ace seems to have departed this month. This is not good. Kapu, with a sudden jolt, immediately rose and resolutely declared, Sengoku, leave this little brat to me. I shall personally ensure he is captured and brought to impel down. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that this usually lethargic individual would ever volunteer. However, upon reflecting that the boy was, after all, the offspring of Roger, the situation began to make a semblance of sense. Very well, it shall be entrusted to you. To ensure absolute certainty, let Kazan accompany you, Sengoku stated. No, I am more than sufficient on my own, Kapu decisively refused. After a brief contemplation, Sengoku nodded. All right then. It is settled. Kapu, where are you off to? Sengoku, although your sentence remains unfinished, I have already grasped your intent. Kapu exclaimed as he swiftly made his way toward the door. Watching Kapu depart, Sengoku could not help but sigh, resigning himself to the situation. Let the meeting proceed. We must initiate the extermination order, and we now require a general to assume command of the fleet. Kizaru, seemingly indifferent, remarked. If the scientific unit has no further need of me, I could take on that role. Sakazuki, you must remain stationed at the G1 branch. Any disturbances from those Sea Emperors in the New World could pose significant trouble, Sengoku interjected before Akainu or Kazan could respond. The remnants of Roger's crew are now in your hands, Kazan. Kazan nodded slightly, choosing silence. During the meeting, Rear Admiral Brand-New displayed several freshly printed bounty notices above the conference room, stating, GOLD, William, the son of the devil, has been preliminarily assigned a bounty of 3,054,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Gazing at the bounty poster featuring the young man adorned with the same striking hat as the Pirate King Roger. Wielding a sword in one hand, Kazan stretched lazily and inquired with a hint of confusion, Isn't the son of the devil that remnant from O'Hara? Admiral Kazan. This is a directive issued by the world government, Brand-New clarified. Kazan furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to comment further. Brand-New continued to elaborate on the bounty details. Buggy the Clown, suspected of possessing dual devil fruit abilities, was once an intern aboard Roger's pirate crew alongside the Emperor Shanks. His original bounty was 15,000,000 berries. The current bounty stands at 2,515,000,000 berries, with capture only allowed alive. The assembled crowd perceived no issues with the two bounties. In fact, they considered them somewhat modest. It is essential to understand that the value of a bounty is not solely determined by an individual's strength, but rather by the perceived threat they pose to the world government. Although GOLD, William has committed no crimes, the mere fact that he is the son of Roger warrants such a bounty. Furthermore, the notorious Buggy is allegedly suspected of possessing an unheard-of dual devil fruit ability. Should this intelligence prove accurate, his bounty is likely to rise significantly. The celestial dragons, who have ruled the world for 800 years, possess an unknown quantity of devil fruits, with estimations from several underworld sovereigns suggesting a figure exceeding 4 digits. If this technology were to fall into the hands of the world government, it could easily lead to the mass production of formidable combatants. It is well known that the synergy of devil fruits can produce results greater than the sum of their parts. During the meeting, King Brand-New continued his presentation. Beast Tamer Machi, vice captain of the Buggy Pirates, previously had a bounty of 0, now stands at 277 million berries. Acrobat Kabeji, an officer of the Buggy Pirates, previously had a bounty of 0, now stands at 132 million berries. Fleet Admiral Sengoku acknowledged this information and gestured for King Brand-New to take his seat, then spoke. Our primary target is GOLD, William. However, we currently lack knowledge of his whereabouts. We must intensify our intelligence-gathering efforts, utilizing all available resources to locate this dangerous individual swiftly. Simultaneously, every branch and base must remain on high alert, ready to respond to any potential developments. We must exert every effort to ensure the unwavering execution of the world government's directives. Understood. As Sengoku gazed at the bounty poster of Buggy, his brow furrowed with concern. Buggy had concealed his identity for 2 decades, and it was unclear what world-altering schemes he was concocting. It was evident that he could not be allowed to continue unchecked. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku declared, Our first course of action shall be to confront the Buggy Pirates. The East Blue Branch 126 has just reported that the Buggy Pirates are currently in Orange Town. Mousetrap, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stallo Berry. You shall form the Demon Slayer fleet, with Kazan leading the charge. Sengoku surveyed the group with a serious expression, awaiting their response. The several vice admirals wore grave expressions, fully aware of the daunting nature of the task at hand. Mousetrap stepped forward first, saluting with military precision. At your command. We shall give our utmost effort. Fire Mountain nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with determination. Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stallo Berry similarly pledged their unwavering commitment to the mission, observing no dissent among the ranks. Sengoku continued, if there are no further questions, we shall adjourn. Chapter 5. The initiation of the Demon Slayer Order with a decisive command from the warring states. The colossal war machine of the Navy began to operate with remarkable swiftness. The individuals gathered in the conference room dispersed, each immersing themselves in the urgent preparations ahead. Simultaneously, the 7 warlords of the sea received directives from the government to capture Gold, William, and the clown Buggy. Each of the 7 warlords harbored their own thoughts. Some weighed the pros and cons, while others schemed to exploit this opportunity for greater personal gain. In Alabasta, Crocodile. After viewing a video transponder snail valued at 100 million berries from the Underworld, fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to himself about the whereabouts of ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world. However, upon reflecting on the balance of power between the two sides, the fleeting thought evaporated entirely. He is acutely aware that the moment is not yet ripe. He retrieves his phone and dials, Miss All Sunday, expedite the plan. First, secure the Pluto. Once we possess Pluto, we shall plot to obtain the remaining kings of heaven and sea. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo lounges in his opulent palace, legs crossed and adorned with his signature sly grin. Fu. The world grows increasingly chaotic. The bloodline of Roger resurfaces, and Buggy has acquired such formidable power. The Navy is bound to be overwhelmed. This presents a splendid opportunity for me to expand my influence and procure greater gains. I must strategize meticulously to exploit this turmoil for the utmost benefit, perhaps drawing me one step closer to that pinnacle. On the island of Kuraikana, my hawk gazes at a newspaper featuring William, who wields ace, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. Gold. William, I yearn for a clash with you, my hawk murmurs, gripping his black sword, Yoru, tightly. After swiftly packing his belongings, my hawk boards his coffin ship, releases the world's finest sword, and gently propels it into the water. The coffin ship surges forth from the shores of Kuraikana, slicing through the waves for over 1,000 meters. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon scrutinizes the newspaper reports delivered by his informants, his expression grave. This may be an opportunity to shake the very foundations of the world government's rule. It is also a prime moment for us to promote the ideals of freedom and unite more oppressed souls to resist the world government. Sabo inquires, shall we take action? No, let the winds blow a while longer. Ace, having just arrived at the first island, gazes at the newspaper in his hands, trembling with rage. The news regarding William fills him with indignation and resentment. You scoundrel! You wretch! Unforgivable! What do you take my mother and me for? Ace learns that the William on the paper has been nurtured as a crew member of the Pirate King, inheriting the supreme blade, the 12 work of aces. And what of himself? He feels perpetually overlooked, his bitterness towards the father he has never met deepening further. Ace's resolve to become the Pirate King solidifies. He aims to prove to that irresponsible scoundrel that he is no less than anyone else. Within an obscure tavern in the East Blue, a certain green-haired individual fixates on the latest bounty, his gaze locked on the man adorned with a pink captain's hat, eyes brimming with desire and challenge. Gold. William, I long to face you in battle. A man like you has perhaps already glimpsed the highest vistas. Meanwhile, an orange-haired young woman's attention is ensnared by a devil fruit valued at 100 million berries. A cunning glint sparkles in her eyes as she muses. If I were to steal it, I could redeem my village at once. On board the Bikadopu, Buggy gazed at his bounty notice, incredulously counting it time and again. His heart raged in a tempest. Morgans, you accursed fiend. How dare you slander me? I am wronged. Buggy could not fathom how he had suddenly been assigned such an exorbitant bounty, burdened with a litany of unfathomable charges. The first bounty exceeding 100 million caused Machi and Kabaji to exchange glances. In unison, they commenced their performance. One began to ride a bicycle along a tightrope, while the other tamed a beast, both shouting, Captain Buggy, let us contribute to your dreams. The surrounding pirates, tears streaming down their faces, fervently cried out, Lord Buggy, we shall follow you forever. Captain Buggy, we shall follow you eternally. Oh, How deeply hidden Lord Buggy must have been. Indeed, for the sake of the captain's son. He had concealed his identity for 20 years in the weakest sea, the East Blue. Surely, Captain Buggy yearns for the vistas of the Grand Line. The crew's antics left Buggy somewhat helpless. He had no idea how to explain any of this. However, for the moment, he could only distract these rascals. Clearing his throat. The pirates aboard the Buggy ceased their activities, waiting in silence for a command from their captain. Listen up, my comrades, though we have lain low for 20 years. The time is not yet ripe. I trust you all will accompany me in another 20 years of obscurity. Yes? Oh, Captain Buggy, we shall follow you forever. Then let us continue our concealment. At your command, Captain Buggy. Though Buggy himself was uncertain how to continue this charade. Knowing full well that the government and the Navy would undoubtedly take action, he could only utter these words for now. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane sipped his coffee, watching the rapidly escalating bounty points with immense satisfaction. Let the sea become even more tumultuous. Soon, the news of the demon-slaying order reached the East Blue. This was also a result of the world government's deliberate propaganda, aiming to showcase its might to the world. In the captain's quarters, Buggy trembled uncontrollably. Curse you, Morgans. How could the foolish world government and Navy truly believe it? The speed of the Buggy is no match for the Navy's warships, and should they come under fire, a single encounter could spell disaster. And because of that scoundrel Shanks, I cannot swim, nor can I even leap into the sea to escape. How vexing. The dilemma lies in the fact that no matter where one goes, it is impossible to shake off these foolish crew members. The plan to escape secretly on one's own is utterly unfeasible. Meanwhile, a warship adorned with a colossal dog head has traversed the doldrums, reaching the beginning and end of the East China Sea, the island of Rogue Town. Within a restaurant in Rogue Town, a bare-chested boy has abruptly become the center of attention, having consumed a meal equivalent to that of 10 individuals. The cowboy hat adorned with contrasting motifs of tears and laughter upon his head seemed to silently narrate the wild spirit of its owner. At this moment, the boy suddenly collapsed face first into a mound of food that resembled a small hill. It's poisonous. A voice pierced the air, shrill and frantic. Much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of chaos. Quick! Induce vomiting! Someone in the crowd shouted in a state of panic. The entire restaurant descended into utter disarray. Amidst the frantic turmoil, the boy, however, straightened himself up, casually feeding the remnants of food clinging to his face into his mouth. He surveyed his surroundings with a befuddled expression and inquired, "What is poisonous? What on earth? Was I asleep?" In an instant, the restaurant erupted like a powder keg, filled with a cacophony of curses, furious roars, and bemused murmurs. "Ace, I wonder how you've honed this remarkable ability to fall asleep at any moment," laughed Deuce, the first mate of the Spade pirates and the ship's doctor, his laughter echoing throughout the establishment. The chef, Banshee, chimed in, "Indeed. You certainly have a knack for startling people." Yet, amidst this uproar, a squad of Marines abruptly materialized, swiftly surrounding the restaurant. The soldiers stood in perfect formation. Their weapons raised, their movements precise and efficient, akin to a well-drilled war machine. Chapter 6. The Spade Pirates annihilated upon witnessing this. Ace and his crew showed no signs of retreat, resolutely preparing for battle. They either gripped their weapons tightly or assumed defensive stances. The air thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder as battle loomed imminent. At this critical juncture, a voice as thunderous as a storm erupted like a clap of thunder. "Pordasti, Ace, you are under arrest. The Navy? To capture me. They're a century too early." "What?" Ace's previously arrogant words abruptly ceased as he recognized the newcomer, replaced by sheer terror etched across his face. Cold sweat beading on his brow. At that moment, a chill surged from his feet to his heart, and he cried out hoarsely, "Everyone, flee. The enemy is beyond our capabilities. I will cover your retreat." The figure before him was none other than the legendary Marine hero, known throughout the Navy as the mythic Marine, Admiral Garp. Garp's imposing physique stood steadfast, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his right fist to his lips, exaggeratedly exhaling, then bellowed, "Iron Fist of Love." In an instant, a tremendous roar echoed, and a figure soared like a meteor, crashing through the surrounding structures before tumbling heavily to the ground. At that moment, Ace lay in peaceful slumber. "Ace. Damn it." The crew's cries resonated with despair and defiance. "You little brats, let me wake you up." Garp showed no mercy. With each punch he threw, another adversary fell lifeless to the ground like a severed kite. Moments later, the Spade pirates lay utterly defeated. "Admiral Garp, you've caused widespread destruction again." Garp sheepishly scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. I might have exerted a bit too much force. Haha. You should help with the repairs. Huh. Do I have to? Who do you think caused all this damage? Time passed swiftly, and a vast fleet composed of an admiral, 5 elite vice admirals, 10 warships, and over 10,000 marines traversed the doldrums, arriving in the East Blue. This news swept across the East Blue like a hurricane, causing all pirates to vanish without a trace. Lying on the deck, basking in the sea breeze, Akiji received a report from his aide, detailing several islands where the clown Buggy was most likely to appear. Akiji casually pointed to one. This one. Yes. Just as he was about to lower his eye patch for an afternoon nap, Akiji suddenly stood up and declared moments later, hard left. Full speed ahead. Yes. On board the Keto DOP ship, the lookout rubbed his eyes in disbelief before shouting, Everyone, it's the Navy. Oh. Captain Buggy, let us engage the Navy in a grand battle. Captain Buggy, give the order. Baki, suppressing his trembling body, emerged from the captain's cabin to gaze at the distant warships. He seemed to enter a peculiar state as he sneered, It's merely a trifling demon-slaying order. Prepare for battle, my crew. Oh. Captain Baki. Long live Captain Baki. We shall follow you forever. Yet within, Baki's heart screamed. Ah, this time, I'm doomed. Morgans, I shall never let you live. On the Admiral's ship. Akiji stood at the bow, flanked by his 5 vice admirals, Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stolo Berry. Breaking the silence, Ghost Spider remarked, So? They have chosen to confront us rather than flee? Fire Mountain took a deep puff from his cigar before exhaling. After all, they are crew members of the Pirate King. At that moment, the transponder snail in Stolo Berry's palm chimed in. This is Sengoku. I declare the demon-slaying order to commence. Prepare the cannons. Aye. Cannons ready. Target. The Bikadop. Fire. Boom. 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 Whoosh. Whoosh. The pirates aboard the Bikadop stood frozen, staring at the barrage of cannonballs raining down upon them. Turning to the composed Baki, they yelled in unison, Captain Baki, please give us the command. One pirate suddenly noticed a large wet patch on Baki's back and curiously asked, Captain Baki, huh? Why are you trembling? Fool. This must be Captain Baki's excitement for battle. Is that so? Truly worthy of Captain Baki. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Baki declared. Crew, use the Baki bombs. Oh. The cannon fire from the Bikadop paled in comparison to that of the 10 warships. Soon, a few scattered cannonballs splashed into the sea near the Bikadop. Damn, there are too many. No worries. Captain Baki will take action. Long live Captain Baki. As Baki stood at the bow, watching the ceaseless barrage of cannonballs about to strike the Bikadop, he closed his eyes. It seems my journey has reached its end. The East Blue. It would serve as a fine resting place. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into an abyss of endless black. In an instant, thick, inky black smoke surged forth from the Bikadop, coiling around the ship like a massive serpent. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the cannonballs that had been descending like raindrops vanished entirely, as if devoured by that merciless abyss. Could this be the hidden super technique of Captain Baki? Incredible. Long live Captain Buggy. The crew erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with reverence and admiration for their captain. Akiji and several vice admirals standing beside him bore witness to the spectacle, their expressions remaining impassive. If Buggy cannot handle such a situation, how can he claim to be worthy of his experiences aboard the Pirate King's ship? Is this truly the legendary dark fruit? The intelligence provided by the government describes it as a nightmare for those with abilities. Indeed, it is a formidable power. However, we are not users of such powers. Let us take the lead. Akiji nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with the battle plan. Ice Age. Akiji radiated an intense chill, sweeping his arms. In an instant, the vast ocean appeared to be frozen in time, a thick layer of solid ice spreading outward at an astonishing pace. The biting cold surged like a roaring tide toward the Bikadop, instantly encasing all living beings aboard in ice sculptures. Everyone, stay alert. The vice admirals shouted in unison. Leaping gracefully off the warship and racing toward the Bikadop, Akiji followed leisurely behind, his form gliding as if he were strolling upon the ice. Far away in Marineford, Kane frowned slightly, murmuring, Let us make this quick. I cannot afford to waste my bravado. If all goes as expected, the battle should conclude in a second. At that moment, a powerful aura, reverberating across the seas, erupted from the Bikadop, as if it aimed to trample the entire world beneath its feet. Thud. Thud. Suddenly, this expanse of ocean fell into a deathly silence, with only Akiji and the 5 demon-slaying vice admirals remaining conscious. Akiji stood firmly upon the ice, hands clasped tightly. Poised for action, softly uttering, it seems that sheer numbers do not guarantee victory. Shatter. What? Akiji's observation haki blared like a sensitive alarm, echoing with urgency. His body tensed instantaneously, akin to a cheetah halting mid-sprint, firmly anchoring itself in place. In an ephemeral moment, the 5 Demon Slayer commanders disintegrated like shattered porcelain, scattering into countless fragments upon the frigid ice, resembling a bizarre puzzle. The chill emanating from Akiji intensified, as if it could freeze the very air surrounding him. The jester Buggy, with a cunning smile adorning his face, leisurely remarked, "Admiral Kazan, there is no need to be so agitated. You see, they are unscathed. Not a drop of blood spilt. However, should you dare to take another step forward, I cannot assure you what intriguing events may unfold." At this moment, Akiji's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, ensnared in a dilemma. He pondered silently. If the weasel and his companions were to truly sacrifice themselves, he would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end alongside Buggy. Yet, the current predicament rendered him indecisive. Kane devised this plan precisely because the operation was led by Akiji. Had it been the hot-headed Akainu, he would have recklessly charged ahead without a second thought. Although Akiji appeared indifferent, he was deeply loyal and would never abandon his comrades lightly. Buggy, what are your terms? Speak up swiftly. Before Buggy could respond, a warship adorned with a colossal dog head broke through the distant ice, advancing slowly like a behemoth. It seems Carp has caught up. A figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, landing squarely in the midst of the battlefield. The sea floor descends. Crack. Was that an onslaught imbued with Conqueror's haki? The sheer force of his punch threatened to shatter the entire expanse of hardened ice, a truly formidable display. Akiji seized the moment, darting towards Buggy with ghostly swiftness. However, his intention was not to ensnare Buggy, but rather to protect the safety of his comrades. Fragmented. Boom. Crack. The overwhelming shockwaves from their collision surged outward like tumultuous ocean waves, causing the entire ice surface to tremble violently. As the ice layer neared its breaking point, Akiji hastily employed his powers to reinforce the ice, stabilizing the situation. Upon landing, Carp stretched his wrists and grinned widely. "You little red-nosed rascal. I have much to discuss with you. You old coot, your fists are still as hard as ever," Buggy replied with a resigned shake of his head. Before Carp could strike again, Akiji quickly intervened. Vice Admiral Carp, the weasel and his companions. Carp turned to see the weasel and others reduced to mere fragments, his expression shifting to one of gravity. "It seems this operation is not going smoothly," he remarked solemnly. "If you wish to continue the fight, I will accompany you to the end. However, I am also quite curious about what will happen to the weasel and his companions next." A flicker of concern crossed Akiji's eyes before he decisively stated, "Buggy, reveal your conditions." Buggy raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How about trading 5 devil fruits for these 5 admirals? Quite a lucrative deal, wouldn't you say?" "Don't be ridiculous. That is utterly impossible," Akiji countered. He elaborated. "In the Navy, aside from those who consumed fruits before enlisting, all others must be reported to the headquarters and approved by the world government to obtain them. This is not a decision within our purview." Buggy, upon hearing this, grasped the intricacies of the situation. He understood that although the world government possessed an abundance of devil fruits, they would never part with them merely to barter for a few vice-admirals. After all, those self-important celestial dragons had never truly regarded the Navy personnel with any respect. Was it truly the case that they would return empty-handed this time? Suddenly, Buggy discerned an intriguing notion, a sly smile creeping across his face. "How about this? Let us exchange these 5 vice-admirals for the entire crew of the Spade pirates." Before Garp could voice his opinion, Akiji nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept this condition." Although he was unaware of the origins of this Spade pirates crew, Akiji harbored complete confidence in his ability to deal with such an obscure group. The entire crew of the Spade pirates was currently aboard Garp's warship. So let the exchange commence. Akiji glanced at his mentor, Garp, seemingly pondering something, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "What exactly is the situation with the Spade pirates?" Garp scratched his head awkwardly, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha. They are merely a fledgling pirate crew that has recently set sail. I happened upon them while passing through Logue Town and captured them on a whim, intending to send them to impel down." Buggy narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "Perhaps among them lies a super rookie of untold potential, just waiting for me to discover." "Aha." Akiji directly nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed with the exchange." Considering that Buggy would likely not harm Ace, Garp ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Soon, the exchange of hostages was successfully completed. Buggy stood at the bow of the ship, exclaiming triumphantly, "I shall take my leave now. My abilities will dissipate in 30 minutes. So be sure to piece them back together properly. If they end up missing limbs, do not blame me." Buggy leaped onto the deck of the Bicadop, and in an instant, a thick black smoke surged from every corner of the ship. The smoke seemed to possess a life of its own, curling and clawing as it swiftly enveloped the entire vessel. Moments later, this black mist receded like a retreating tide. However, the crew aboard the Bicadop remained ensnared by an icy chill that felt as if it could penetrate their very souls. They shivered uncontrollably, their teeth chattering, as panic and confusion filled their eyes. What on earth is happening? The crew exchanged fearful glances. Buggy, manipulated by Kane, explained, "Those bothersome Navy men have been thoroughly routed by me." Adjusting his captain's hat, Buggy proclaimed, "Set sail, my comrades. Now, hoist the sails. Hooray! Long live Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy, we shall steadfastly follow you to the ends of the earth. Even if the seas run dry and the mountains crumble, we shall not retreat an inch." The crew was immediately ignited by Buggy's words, filled with fervor and ambition, their cheers resonating throughout the Bicadop. At that moment, a trembling crew member approached, his face etched with confusion, and asked, "Captain, what extraordinary skill have you employed to send the Navy fleeing in disarray?" Kane, manipulating Buggy, proudly raised his chin and proclaimed, "Humph, the prowess of this captain is beyond your comprehension. When you achieve greatness akin to mine, I shall divulge my secrets to you. Ha ha." Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters in Marineford, Kane observed that the situation in the East Sea was settled and released his control over Buggy. He contemplated, "It seems necessary to divert the attention of the world government. If they continue their relentless pursuit of Buggy, my grandiose claims will soon be rendered empty." High above, Morgans was ecstatic, as if he had discovered a legendary treasure capable of bestowing untold wealth. Gaga, what a sensational story. What a sensational story. He gripped the high-definition ultra-wide-angle camera phone tightly, his eyes wide as brass bells, fervently pressing the shutter. Subsequently, he meticulously crafted a series of reports that would leave the world astir with awe. The demon-slaying order has been utterly annihilated. That man single-handedly turned the tide of battle, leading to the defeat of the world government's supreme military might, Admiral Akiji, and the humiliation of the vice-admirals. The legendary Marine's unprecedented defeat at the hands of an admiral. A new maritime overlord has emerged in the era of Buggy, with Morgans extolling Buggy in the newspapers as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. In an instant, Buggy's name swept across the globe, becoming the focal point of conversation in every street corner, tavern, and inn. On a mysterious island in the New World, Shanks held the newspaper, his gaze sweeping over the report. He paused for a moment, then erupted into a hearty and exuberant laughter. "Boys, to celebrate Buggy's victory over the Navy, let us feast." The crew members nearby were soon swept up in his mirth, laughing along. Ben Beckman furrowed his brow slightly. Buggy has now become the center of attention in this tumultuous world. He may bring unexpected changes to these chaotic seas. Shanks nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Indeed, I look forward to our reunion." On Onigashima, Kaido's colossal eyes caught sight of the report, and he could not help but furrow his brow, emitting a low rumble akin to distant thunder. "Buggy? This once inconspicuous fellow possesses such prowess?" Beside him, King interjected, "Captain, Buggy's rising fame may profoundly impact the existing power dynamics. We must remain vigilant." Kaido's gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of dominance. "No matter. If he dares to step into my territory, I shall make him aware of the consequences of opposing me." At Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin sat comfortably at a table overflowing with delicacies, her plump fingers clutching the newspaper. Upon seeing the report and photograph of Buggy, she was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh, the sound causing the dishes around her to rattle. "Isn't this the same Buggy who once made a fool of himself on my turf? Now he has transformed into a figure of immense popularity on the seas. How intriguing, truly fascinating. If he could join my family, it would certainly bolster my strength in the struggle for supremacy in this new world." Her diverse offspring reacted differently. Some wore expressions of flattery and quickly agreed, while others displayed jealousy and disdain. Only a few unmarried daughters furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo lounged on a chair adorned with velvet and jewels, a signature sly and playful smile gracing his face. "Fufufu, Buggy is about to stir up a tempest on this world stage. This chaotic situation presents an excellent opportunity for me." As Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, cast her stunning gaze upon the extravagant praises for Buggy in the report, She could not help but let out a disdainful huff, her voice as frigid as ice. What merit does this oddly faced man possess to warrant such accolades? It is merely a fleeting farce of public opinion. With that, she cast the newspaper aside, unwilling to spare it another glance. On the Moby Dick, the formidable Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, erupted in hearty laughter upon reading the newspaper. Gururara, the once little brat aboard Roger's ship, has managed to stir such a commotion. He has truly come into his own. Whitebeard was reminded of the man, Marshal D. Teach, who had left a scar on red-haired Shanks. And he pondered inwardly, it seems the little brats from Roger's crew have all risen to prominence. Marco is still too immature. Could you truly be the one Roger is waiting for, Teach? Beside him, Marco remarked, Father, while this report may be somewhat exaggerated, we cannot underestimate Buggy's current strength. His rise may very well disrupt the balance of power in the New World. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Foolish son, I am Whitebeard. In a familiar corner, Blackbeard Teach glared intensely at the newspaper featuring Buggy, murmuring, Indeed, that is the fruit. The world did not choose me. Chapter 8. I am the true Buggy at the sacred Mary Geos. Within the mysterious and imposing office of the Five Elders, the formidable justice warlord, Topman Walchully, was currently glaring with wide eyes, fixated on the newspaper in his hands, as if his gaze could pierce through it entirely. He slammed the newspaper onto the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Morgan's audacity knows no bounds. He dares to repeatedly flout the government's will. I propose we immediately dispatch CP0 to ensure that scoundrel is silenced forever. The agricultural war god, Shepherd Sia Pate Shing, nodded gently in agreement, clearly in favor of this suggestion. The scientific defense war god, J. Galucia Satan, lightly tapped his cane on the ground, producing a crisp sound, and slowly remarked, Morgan's reports merely serve to deceive the ignorant rabble. He has not committed any substantial act of betrayal, akin to a mischievous puppy that still knows its way home. The financial war god, Izambalin V. Nazareo Shing, concurred, stating Morgan is well aware of the stakes. Did he not obediently keep silent regarding the incident in God's Valley? Over the years, Morgan has only occasionally overstepped his bounds. After all, as a master of public opinion, he is also one of the government's mouthpieces. Until a suitable replacement is found, it is prudent to spare his life for the time being. The legal war god, Topman Vachali Shong, interjected. We cannot indulge him too much. Let CP0 issue a warning, while simultaneously accelerating our infiltration of the world economic news. Agreed. Agreed. Then it is settled. The scientific defense war god, J. Galucia Satan, moved on to the next agenda item. The urgent matter at hand is the clown Buggy. Kazan has submitted a detailed report on the battle. The financial war god, Izambalin V. Nazareo Shong, retorted fiercely, if Kazan and Karp join forces, they should have a high chance of capturing him. Indeed, with such formidable power as Kazan and Karp, it is utterly foolish to have allowed the clown Buggy to escape. For the sake of a few rear admirals, they have disregarded the dignity of the government, bringing shame upon it, an act of utmost folly. Merely a few rear admirals. Yet they squandered such a golden opportunity. Let the Navy continue their efforts to capture him. CP must not slacken either, but rather exert full force in searching for Buggy's whereabouts in the East Sea. Agreed. Then let it be decided thus. Regarding the bounty on Buggy's crew, Kazan's report has already addressed this. Apart from Buggy himself, the members of his crew are inconsequential. With a commanding gesture, the financial war god, Izambalin V. Nazareo Sheng, declared firmly, in terms of their heinous deeds, the government has no reason not to raise the bounty. Agreed. Agreed. Soon, the bounty notice for the notorious Buggy pirates spread across the world once again, carried by the messenger seagulls. Buggy the Clown was offered a bounty of 4,539,000 berries, alive only. The beast tamer Moji, the vice-captain of the Buggy pirates, was now valued at 364,000 berries, with no regard for his life or death. The performer Kabeji, a member of the Buggy pirates, was currently set at a bounty of 212,000 berries, indifferent to his fate. Where am I? Ace groggily opened his eyes, confusion evident in his gaze as he stared at the unfamiliar room before him, whispering in bewilderment. His companions, who had been pacing back and forth in the room, immediately rushed over upon hearing Ace's stirring. Dias, seeing Ace awake, stepped forward with concern etched in his eyes, eagerly inquiring, "How do you feel?" Ace's stomach audibly grumbled at an inopportune moment, and he nonchalantly scratched his head, grinning childishly, "I'm really hungry. I only remember we were in Logtown. This is the biscuit dough, the ship of the clown Buggy, Dias gently reminded him, akin to a thoughtful tour guide. A bounty of 4,539,000,000 for the notorious pirate, the most fearsome devil fruit user in history. The only person to possess 2 devil fruit abilities in 800 years. Ace furrowed his brow tightly, seemingly struggling to unearth something from the recesses of his memory. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His companions continued to prompt. He raised and nurtured the orphan of the Pirate King. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, Ace lifted his head, a flicker of defiance and anger igniting in his eyes. He exclaimed, "Gold, Roger." Then, adjusting his slightly askew cowboy hat, he flashed a brilliant yet rebellious smile, saying, "Well, it seems I owe my escape from my grandfather's clutches to him. I must personally express my gratitude." "Yes, that is only proper." Buggy defeated. Dias began but was abruptly halted, as if something had lodged in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "What did you say?" "Grandfather. Did I not mention it?" "Garp is my grandfather," Ace replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. "How could we possibly have known that?" His companions erupted like a series of firecrackers, shouting in astonishment. One impulsive companion could not help but exclaim, "Ace, how could you keep something so significant from us? I thought you all knew. What's the big deal? The grandson of the hero of the Navy has become a pirate." This is indeed a piece of news that could reverberate throughout the entire world. Meanwhile, Buggy, basking in the flattery of his subordinates, proudly lifted a glass of rum and gulped down a hearty swig. The liquid dribbled down the corners of his mouth, yet he paid it no mind, continuing to prance about, animatedly boasting. It was merely a joint effort between a vice admiral and a naval hero, and at that moment, I executed a splendid slide. Can you guess what happened? That scoundrel Akiji fell to the ground, and that old coot Garp attempted to ambush me, but I performed another slide. Buggy exaggerated his movements as he spoke, his facial expressions comically exaggerated, as if he were performing in an uproarious farce. "Remarkable. Truly, Captain Buggy," one sycophantic subordinate exclaimed, his voice raised in admiration, eyes gleaming with reverence. "Oh, Captain Buggy, you are magnificent," another subordinate cried, tears of joy welling up in his eyes, rolling down like pearls that had slipped from a broken string, as though Buggy had just saved the world. As Buggy reveled in the moment, his thoughts suddenly drifted back to the bizarre scene before he regained consciousness. Damn it. Move, body. In that moment, he was fully aware of everything occurring in the external world, yet his body felt as though it had been ensnared by a paralyzing curse. Unable to move even a single finger. What kind of ability is this? How dare they toy with the great Buggy's body? I shall not let you escape. Buggy seethed with fury in his heart. "Oh, is that so?" A mysterious voice echoed within his depths, laced with a hint of mockery and derision. "Who are you?" Buggy's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a furious beast, as he bellowed in rage. Upon recognizing the figure slowly emerging from the depths of his being, Buggy stood frozen, mouth agape, speechless. "I am you, or rather, I am the true Buggy, while you are merely a worthless impostor," the enigmatic figure stated coldly, exuding an air of undeniable arrogance. You, Buggy stammered, feeling as if his spine had been wrenched away, rendered incapable of articulating coherent thoughts. "Have you forgotten why you set sail? You worthless fool?" The mysterious figure pressed on relentlessly, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "That arrogant Shanks has ascended to become the sovereign of the New World, while you still play at pirate games in the East Blue. I. Buggy felt his mind entangled in a chaotic web, unable to clarify his thoughts, reduced to emitting a feeble sound akin to a helpless child. At this moment, Kane, portraying Buggy, made a dazzling entrance. He clenched his fists. His left hand transformed into an abyss of darkness capable of consuming all, while his right hand flickered with an ethereal, fragmented light. "Allow me to enlighten you. The splitting fruit is not to be employed in such a ludicrous manner as you have done. You are but a fragment of my own division. It was my own weakness that I partitioned, resulting in your existence." "You're talking nonsense." Buggy stammered in anger. "I am the genuine article." Yet, despite his vehement words, he could not help but question his own authenticity. Was it possible that he was merely an incomplete imitation? Chapter 9. Buggy. I believe Buggy recalled those bewildering, exhausting mornings. His head felt as heavy as lead, and his muscles ached as though trampled by a herd of rampaging elephants. "Damn it, I did absolutely nothing last night." Buggy pondered, filled with confusion, and involuntarily shivered as a ridiculous thought surged in his mind. Could it be that while I slumbered, this creature stealthily commandeered my body and engaged in reckless antics? If Kane could glimpse Bucky's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder and teasing, "Stop overthinking. You simply suffered from a hangover. And your twisted sleeping posture has left your muscles in protest, hence the soreness." Seizing this opportune moment, Kane was not one to let it slip away easily. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. He employed grandiose rhetoric, amplifying his insinuations, and continued to gently coax, "Though you are, in essence, a worthless being, you are nonetheless a part of me. If anything were to happen to you, it would certainly cause me a great deal of trouble." He narrowed his eyes slightly, deliberately slowing his speech, infusing his tone with a warmth that could melt the heart of anyone who listened. "For all these years, you have miraculously escaped death time and again. Do you not feel that heaven has shown you particular favor?" "Humph. Let me tell you the truth. It is not divine providence at work, but rather my quiet interventions behind the scenes." Kane crossed his arms, his chin raised ever so slightly, a smug expression adorning his face. Could it be? Could there truly be someone who believes themselves to be the cherished darling of the world, the chosen one? Kane smacked his lips, his face contorted in disbelief, deliberately elongating his words as if to jab at Buggy's pride. Upon hearing this, Buggy's mind flickered like an old film reel, racing through those perilous moments from the past. Indeed, each time had been a harrowing beginning with a safe conclusion. Could it be that this fellow had been secretly saving him all along, enabling him to transform calamities into miraculous escapes? Previously kept in the dark due to the timing not being right, now it was time for him to uncover the truth. Kane cleared his throat, lowering his voice to cultivate an air of mystery. Kane, portraying Buggy, arched an eyebrow and shouted in a commanding tone, "Hey, you useless fool. Are you ready?" "What?" Buggy blinked, his eyes filled with confusion. What else could it be but the fulfillment of our dream from when we set sail? Kane, as Buggy, rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming with a tone of disappointment, "A dream? How could I possibly forget such a thing?" Buggy, puffing out his chest with pride, echoed in unison with Kane's portrayal, "To seize all the treasures of the world." Kane, embodying Buggy, grinned widely, his smile increasingly audacious. "Heh. While I feel somewhat sorry for that arrogant Shanks, I shall splendidly claim one piece for myself." Upon uttering those words, a vivid and exhilarating scene materialized in Buggy's mind. Shanks with his head hung low, resembling a defeated soldier. With a thud, he knelt on both knees, trembling hands presenting a treasure map, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Pirate King Buggy, considering we were once comrades on the same ship, please have mercy and forgive me. Pirate King Buggy, allow me to follow you. This is my lifelong request. I beg you." Merely thinking about it brought Buggy immense joy, a grin stretching almost to his ears. Observing Buggy's delight, Kane felt a surge of satisfaction, akin to a fox that has pilfered a plump chicken. A mischievous smile playing on his lips as he continued, "Peace. What?" Buggy jolted, suddenly returning from his daydream. "My name. This time, due to Carp and that fellow Akaino. I must fall into slumber for a while. Listen closely, unless it is a matter of life and death. Do not awaken me, understood? Well, rest assured. I am fully aware, so you may sleep soundly." Buggy stood leisurely at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze caressing him, causing his distinctive red nose to take on a slight rosy hue. He leisurely raised his wine glass, squinting his eyes and tilting his head slightly. With a satisfying gulp, he downed the exquisite wine in one go, smacking his lips in sheer ecstasy. Soon after, Buggy plunged headfirst into a bizarre realm of fantasies. He sat majestically upon a lofty throne, surveying the throngs of people below with an air of superiority. The crowd brandished treasure maps, their eyes brimming with fervor and longing, shouting hoarsely, "Pirate King Buggy, behold, this map details the treasures of the ancient kingdom. Please, do accept it. Pirate King Buggy, I too possess a treasure map. I implore your generosity to accept it." The cries rose and fell in a crescendo, each wave louder than the last. Buggy's grin widened, bending down repeatedly to receive the treasure maps, and with a grand wave of his hand, he boisterously declared, "No problem. I shall accept all these treasures." At that moment, Machi hurriedly approached Buggy, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Captain, the leader of the Spade Pirates has awakened and wishes to see you." Buggy, lost in his fantastical reverie, was oblivious, a silly smile lingering on his lips. "Heh heh." Witnessing this, Machi shook his head helplessly, gesturing for Ace to return and rest. "Hey, the red-nosed fellow." This exclamation was like a thunderclap, abruptly shattering the raucous atmosphere aboard the Baikadopu. The once lively deck fell into an eerie silence, as if cast under a spell. Everyone froze, not daring to breathe, caught in an unsettling stillness that sent chills down their spines. One pirate widened his eyes in disbelief, poking his companion and whispering, "Brother, did you hear that? That man just said that, right?" That word another pirate gaped in astonishment, stammering, "We didn't team us here, did we?" If my ears are not deceiving me, a third pirate swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "This is dire." Gulp. One pirate, seemingly stunned, swallowed hard and nervously tugged at his companion, asking, "You heard it too, right? There is no mistaking it. That's an absolute taboo on our ship." The crowd exchanged anxious glances, the air thick with tension. "Who?" Buggy roared, his voice echoing with fury. "Which fool dared to speak of my red nose?" His gaze burned like fire, threatening to incinerate anyone who dared to offend him. "It was I, Pordasti, Ace. I sincerely thank you for saving me and my companions." After Ace finished speaking, he gracefully removed his hat, placed his right hand on his chest, and slightly bowed, executing a deep and elegant bow that showcased both nonchalance and politeness. It was only then that Buggy snapped back to reality, scratching his head and generously waving his hand. "Oh, it's nothing, just a trivial matter, merely a small effort, so please don't be so formal." However, before he could catch his breath, he seemed to have been struck by a jolt of electricity as he abruptly sprang up from his seat. Buggy's eyes widened like saucers, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Ace, exclaiming loudly, "No way. It was you who just called me a red-nosed clown." Ace feigned innocence, tilting his head in confusion. "Yes, so what about being a red-nosed clown? You are truly infuriating." Buggy's face flushed crimson, steam almost billowing from his head, resembling an overworked steam engine. It seemed today was a fortunate day for the shark. An extra meal was on the horizon. "Hey kid, do you know what it means to call someone a red-nosed clown aboard this ship, the Kudup? It is absolutely forbidden." Machi stepped forward with his hands on his hips, reproaching him fiercely. Ace shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "It's just a nose. What is the big deal?" "Humph, you truly are unaware of your own insignificance," Kabaji remarked, crossing his arms with a smirk, mocking him in a sarcastic tone. Just then, Doze rushed forward anxiously, arms outstretched in an attempt to mediate. "Captain Buggy, calm down. Ace didn't mean it." Chapter 10, Captain Buggy falls into the sea. Ace, unfazed, donned his cowboy hat, the brim pulled low, with only his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. "Do you wish to fight? Then come at me. I fear you not. That scoundrel's crew is also my target, and I intend to defeat you here." Ace was acutely aware that Buggy was the strongest opponent he had encountered since setting sail. Compared to the foes he had faced before, this man was on an entirely different level. Thus, he did not dare to let down his guard, quietly gathering his strength, muscles taut and ready for any impending assault. Splintered clowns flying daggers. Buggy's eyes bulged with fury, his expression transforming into one of ferocity, as if by magic. Two gleaming daggers shot forth from his wrists. In the blink of an eye, the blades, shimmering with cold light, were firmly grasped in his hands. The sunlight cascaded down, reflecting off the dagger's edges with a chilling brilliance, as if they could pierce through steel. "Go!" Buggy let out a fierce shout, channeling immense strength through his hands as the flying knives shot forth like two bolts of lightning, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed directly at Ace's heart and throat. Their velocity rendered them mere phantoms to the eye. Buggy fixed his gaze upon the trajectory of the blades, a smug smile curling upon his lips, as if he could already envision Ace's disheveled form pierced by the knives. However, in the next heartbeat, his self-satisfaction froze upon his visage. One must possess a limit to their disdain, he thought. Ace roared, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, reminiscent of a lion completely roused to fury. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of flames erupted from his being. The orange-red flames leapt skyward, igniting the surrounding air as if it were doused in gasoline, erupting into a fiery blaze. "Flame fist," Ace bellowed, raising his right fist high before thrusting it forward. Instantly, a massive inferno erupted from his fist, resembling a fierce beast breaking free from its cage, roaring as it lunged at Buggy. Wherever the flames traversed, the air crackled with a sizzling sound, and the ship's deck began to char slightly. "What?" Buggy exclaimed in terror, his eyes widening, the arrogance on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by sheer astonishment and dread. He gazed at the surging heat wave, silently exclaiming in dismay, "This is disastrous. It's an elemental attack." There was no time to evade. With a thunderous roar, flames collided with Buggy, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that violently rocked the deck, leaving the surrounding pirates staggering in disarray. Bang! Accompanied by this deafening sound, Buggy was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through the railing of the Bikadop. He was seen hurtling uncontrollably into the open sea. "The captain has fallen overboard." The crew of pirates shouted in panic. Rushing to the edge of the railing, their eyes fixed anxiously on the surface of the water, their faces etched with concern and fear. Kane had just lifted his teacup, savoring a sip in anticipation of enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared unexpectedly in his mind. The preset warning had been triggered. His brows tightened momentarily, and the contentment on his face dissipated in an instant. With a sense of resignation, he raised his hand to his forehead and commanded the system within his mind. System, take control of Buggy's body. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed through the air, the distinctive noise of the Navy's sixth style, the moonwalk, being unleashed. Buggy's body seemed to vanish like a specter, instantaneously reappearing on the deck of the Baikudaupu. Ace's expression grew grave, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption, radiating an intense and fervent battle spirit. He fixed his gaze intently on Buggy, his eyes glimmering slightly, and his voice icy. Indeed, it seems that did not work. Then let us try this. Before the words faded, Ace abruptly pivoted, his hands moving with the grace of agile dragons, swiftly dancing through the air. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere appeared to be drawn towards him by an invisible force, converging into the palms of his hands. Great flame ring, Ace intoned, his voice deep and commanding. In a heartbeat, a massive fireball began to coalesce wildly between his hands, with orange-red flames leaping vigorously, the searing heat bearing down upon him. The air around them seemed to warp and twist, akin to a plastic film being scorched, rippling with waves of heat visible to the naked eye. Witnessing this, Buggy, portrayed by Kane, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly shouted, "I acknowledge you. Let us consider our battle a draw." However, Ace was like a lion thoroughly provoked, his eyes ablaze, furiously retorting, "I do not seek your pity. Show me your true skills, you scoundrel." He clenched his fists tightly, fixating on Buggy with an intensity that suggested he would not relent until his opponent was utterly vanquished. Buggy, portrayed by Kane, wore a look of helplessness as he spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, exclaiming, "This is all my strength. Stop deceiving me." Ace remained unmoved, gritting his teeth as he focused intently on preparing his assault, the flames between his hands surging with increasing ferocity. Alas, it seemed that this precious opportunity for grandiose words would be squandered here. Buggy's expression turned steely as he unleashed his conqueror's haki, a force that surged forth like a raging tide, sweeping directly toward Ace. He aimed to teach this stubborn hardhead a lesson. Thud. Unprepared, Ace found himself pinned to the deck by the overwhelming pressure, his limbs feeling as if bound by heavy iron chains, rendering him unable to rise despite his desperate struggles. "Damn it. Move, body." Ace writhed like a caged beast, his visage twisted with rage as he fervently contorted his form in an attempt to break free from the invisible shackles. Just as a king of the jungle might roar in response to a challenge, Ace's innate regal aura began to erupt forth. He clenched his teeth, trembling hands straining as he fought valiantly to straighten his body. "Frog at the bottom of the well," Buggy uttered coldly. Thud. Ace was once again pressed to the deck. Yet this time, he resolutely braced himself against the ground, his knuckles whitening from exertion, defiantly resisting. "Ace, you are far too weak. Your strength is utterly insufficient to navigate these vast seas. Are you truly prepared to lose everything?" Buggy, portrayed by Kane, continued to exude an overwhelming aura of dominance, the ensuing conversation unfit for the ears of others. Thud. Thud. The only individuals aboard the Baikudaupu who remained conscious were Buggy and Ace. Before Ace could speak, Kane's Buggy carried on. "Captain Roger confided everything to me when he entrusted William to my care. I observed you secretly since you were a child. You simply do not measure up. William defeated a bounty of 500 million at the age of 8. What were you doing at 8? Playing in Galbo Mountain." Kane's Buggy gazed at Ace, whose face was flushed, and continued mercilessly, "You wish to claim you were not playing, that you trained earnestly every day? That was merely child's play, Ace. Do you know how hard William has worked? While you were playing, he was training. While you were sleeping soundly, he was still training. He has exerted efforts exceeding yours by over 200 times to reach this point. And do you comprehend the battles William has faced these years? Each one a fight where a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. At your current level, you might as well return to Galbo Mountain and continue your childish games." Ace felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly deflated, devoid of fighting spirit, murmuring to himself, "Yes, that guy is infuriating. What have I been doing all these years? Am I truly just a fluke?" Drip. A tear silently fell, soaking the ground. Chapter 11. I will become the Pirate King. Kane's Buggy slowly raised his head, the distinctive red nose glinting in the sunlight as he fixed a serious gaze upon Ace, articulating each word. Ace, you should not set sail. At that moment, Ace gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat trickling down his face. Yet, Ace remained silent, his defiant eyes fixed on Buggy, as if trying to push back against the weight of his words with mere glare. Observing this, Kane's Buggy let out a slight sigh and continued, Captain Roger entrusted you to Garp because he wished for you to become a Marine. As soon as the words left his lips, the latent conqueror's haki within Ace erupted with fervor, akin to a newly emerged, roaring tiger. The surging conqueror's haki surged towards Buggy, causing the air to ripple as if being torn apart by this formidable force. He suddenly stood upright, his body trembling slightly with rage, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. He bellowed, "What on earth are you talking about?" As Ace spoke with increasing fury, his face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, the veins on his neck bulging prominently. With wide, furious eyes, he shouted, "You will not interfere with my life. You are all confounding individuals. My existence requires no one to dictate it. I aspire to be a pirate, to fight endlessly and conquer all. That is the testament of my life." The Buggy controlled by Kane momentarily froze, his eyelids fluttering rapidly as he inwardly scoffed, "What a sudden breakthrough. These fellows seem to be on a roll." However, he quickly regained his composure, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips as he declared, "Then let me show you just how vast the world is, Ace." In an instant, the Buggy controlled by Kane sprang into action. His right arm tensed, the muscles coiling like a spring, and his fist, imbued with haki, shot forth like a bullet, moving so swiftly it left an afterimage in the air. Before Ace could react, a resounding thud echoed as the punch struck Ace's abdomen with ferocity. Ace felt a searing pain surge through him, as if a heavy hammer had struck him, causing his body to involuntarily arch, his hands instinctively clutching his stomach. He resembled a cooked shrimp, arched and contorted, his face etched with anguish. "What can you do with such strength?" The Buggy controlled by Kane pressed the advantage, his tone icy. "If it weren't for my intervention today, you would have already been captured by Garp. He might grant you a sliver of mercy. But can you truly face your comrades to whom you entrusted your life and dreams?" These words struck Ace like daggers, piercing deep into his heart. He felt as though his spine had been wrenched from him, his body trembling slightly, his eyes reddening in an instant, tears welling up and eventually cascading down his cheeks. Seeing that he had made his point, the Buggy controlled by Kane chose not to further provoke Ace, but instead waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "Once your comrades awaken, you can lead them to their demise. Akiji and Garp are still in the East Blue, but this time, no one will come to your rescue." Ace swayed unsteadily, his legs giving way, and with a thud, he fell to his knees before Buggy, his forehead striking the ground heavily, stirring up a small cloud of dust. His eyes shimmered with tears, yet radiated an unwavering determination as he implored loudly, "Buggy, please teach me the art of cultivation. I would willingly sacrifice my life for it. I shall not evade anyone, nor do I wish to be bested again. I am to make my name resound across these vast seas. Let the entire world bear witness to my existence." Ace's voice soared, resonating like a mighty bell, seemingly proclaiming his resolve to the universe. Immediately, the conqueror's haki around him surged once more, the intangible force rippling outward, causing the furniture to tremble slightly. Buggy, under Kane's control, was momentarily taken aback, internally lamenting, "The conqueror's haki has once again broken through at a critical moment. Could it be that I truly possess the potential to be a great mentor? I have no time to babysit this headstrong novice. Perhaps I should entrust Ace to Rayleigh? No, that old fool is notorious for leading students astray. Alas, Ace wields a Logia type. If he were a Zoan, it would be fitting to send him to Ghost Island for training under Teacher Kai." Kane pondered, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He mused that although Buggy's strength was not of the highest caliber, he had roamed the world for many years. Guiding a fledgling like Ace should be well within Buggy's capabilities. "Buggy, did you hear that?" "Ah, I heard it," Buggy replied. "Buggy, it is time for you to prove yourself. I shall share a secret." Shanks entrusted Ace's brother with his straw hat and arm. "What say you? Do you possess the confidence to triumph in this duel?" Upon hearing Shanks' name, Buggy's spirit soared, his eyes widened in fervor, and he declared with fiery ambition, "Ah, that arrogant fellow Shanks will soon be weeping and acknowledging his defeat to me. This battle is as good as won. Now you shall train on Ty's Island." "Are you referring to that terrifying ancient island? Is there truly a second island named Ty's in the East Sea? The one that requires traversing endless thunderstorms to reach? What a daunting voyage it shall be." Yet, I shall not falter. By the way, peace, you will lend your assistance, correct? Kane sternly admonished. You better not disturb my slumber frivolously. He was acutely aware of Buggy's propensity for trouble and felt compelled to issue a preemptive warning, lest this individual cause a significant debacle. If Buggy were to obstinately pursue his own demise, then they would have no choice but to relinquish him. Breaking news. What a revelation. Morgans gazed at the photographs emitted by the phone buck, his excitement palpable as he gesticulated wildly, his eyes gleaming as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Soon, a fresh report titled A Super Rookie Set Sail from the East Sea emerged. In this article, Morgans exuberantly proclaimed, Portgas D. Ace, the super rookie following in the footsteps of Gold, Roger, has emerged, a user of the Mara Mara no Mi. He engaged in a fierce battle with the clown Buggy for 3 days and nights, establishing himself as a formidable contender for the title of Pirate King. In Mariewa, the epicenter of power, the 5 elders perused the newspaper, their initial expressions one of disdain, before casually discarding it. They had witnessed Carp's apprehension of the entire Spade Pirates crew in Logetown and deemed Morgan's antics mere theatrics. After all, he was just a fortunate boy who had acquired the Mara Mara no Mi. There was no need for concern. Merely a newcomer, he posed no significant threat. Yet, caution was warranted, given the lineage he belonged to. The D, perhaps? Let Kazan and Carp deal with the troubles they had created for themselves. Speaking of Kazan and Carp, what exactly were they up to? Did they think they were on a leisurely outing? It was time to issue another reminder. Agreed. Agreed. Within the Marine headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku had just hung up the phone, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, his expression grave. He commanded the relay of orders to closely monitor the movements of the Spade Pirates, insisting that Carp and Kazan ensure their capture. Simultaneously, he decreed the issuance of the bounty drafted by the world government. Yes, responded the messenger with a salute. Sengoku paused momentarily, curiosity piqued as he inquired, by the way, what is the preliminary bounty amount? Report, Marshal, it is set at 577 million berries. Had it not been for the incessant bluster of Morgans and the newspapers regarding Ace's alleged crimes and the purported threat he posed to the world, the bounty on Ace would never have soared to such staggering heights. As long as the world government seeks to maintain control over Morgans and his influential media empire, they must begrudgingly accept the fabrications of this old crow. A mere 500 million is but a trifle to the financially robust world government, who remain indifferent to such sums. Sengoku nodded, signaling the messenger to withdraw, and subsequently cast this matter aside, immersing himself once more in the affairs of state. Chapter 12. Gold. William, let us engage in battle on an island in the New World. Sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. After scanning the content of the newspaper, Shanks allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, a reflection of his satisfaction, before bellowing with exuberance. My comrades, to commemorate the stalemate between Buggy and the newcomer, let us host a grand feast. Oh, upon hearing his words, the crew erupted into jubilant cheers, instantly enveloping the entire island in a vibrant and festive atmosphere, with laughter and shouts intertwining harmoniously. The Moby Dick Whitebeard gazed at the same newspaper, initially taken aback, only to burst into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth seemingly capable of piercing through the waves. He exclaimed with delight, it seems there are increasingly amusing little brats emerging. Gula-la-la. Alabasta amidst the vast desert, Crocodile stood atop a sand dune, the wind sweeping fine grains of sand past him. He cast a cold, indifferent glance over the newspaper, a flicker of disdain momentarily flashing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle arc. In his heart, he pondered, once I possess the power of the Underworld King, even if it is a mere white-bearded man, the entire world shall tremble beneath my feet. At that time, no one shall stand against me. In the East Sea, the flagship of the demon-slaying fleet floated serenely upon the surface of the water. Carp and Akiji reclined comfortably in their deck chairs, basking in the warm sunlight, both exhibiting an air of relaxation as if the world's turmoil were of no concern to them. At that moment, a soldier approached from behind, holding a newspaper with a brisk yet respectful gait. With a sharp salute, he proclaimed, Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Kazan. Today's edition of the newspaper. Akiji, initially enjoying the rare tranquility with his eyes closed, was startled by the interruption. He slowly lifted his eye mask and sleepily responded, just place it on the table. However, upon catching a glimpse of the striking red nose on the front page out of the corner of his eye, he instantly became more alert and quickly amended his request. Actually, hand it to me. Akiji reached out to take the newspaper, swiftly scanning through the inconsequential content before discarding it carelessly. He then pulled down his eye mask once more, preparing to return to his afternoon slumber while muttering, "Ah." The captain of the Spade Pirates, Port St. Ace, has made remarkable progress since our exchange with Buggy. Noticing that Carp remained fast asleep, showing no signs of waking, Akiji chose to remain silent and resumed his own repose, though Carp's snores echoed loudly, suggesting a deep slumber. He was secretly scheming to seize Ace at the right moment and guide him back onto the righteous path, refusing to allow the young man to stray further into the world of piracy. The already obscure Tess Island had become even more concealed following Kane's use of grandiose tactics. If the Navy wished to seek out Buggy and Ace in the East Sea, it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, essential precautionary measures could not be neglected, for the world harbored the perilous consequences of devil fruits. Thus, it was best for Buggy and Ace to temporarily withdraw from the scene. Next, it was time for Gold William to take the stage. Kane contemplated that this time he must create a tremendous upheaval, otherwise he would not halt his progress. After all, the grand scheme he envisioned required a considerable amount of resources, and he needed to exert himself in accumulating them. At the port of Suarez Island in the East Sea, the water lay tranquil as a mirror when suddenly a shadow surged forth like an arrow from the depths, racing towards the shore. With a resounding crash, the figure burst from the water, landing firmly on land and splashing water in all directions. This individual was none other than Kane's avatar, Gold William. He first swiftly shed his shirt, vigorously wringing out the moisture, but upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that the once bustling port was now enveloped in an eerie silence. Filled with perplexity, William furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" A gulp echoed in the stillness, the sound of someone in the corner nervously swallowing, resonating sharply in the quiet atmosphere. William donned his wrung-out shirt and gradually approached an elderly man, a courteous smile gracing his face as he softly asked, "How peculiar." "Dear sir, could you enlighten me about what has occurred?" The old man, his face paling in fright, trembled visibly, and in a state of utter terror, he exclaimed, "The pirates have arrived. Flee at once. There is no mistake. That hat belongs to the devil-esque child, with a bounty of 30,540,000,000 berries." As he observed the panicked crowd dispersing in all directions, William instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He slightly turned his head, glancing at the most conspicuous part of the harbor's notice board, and as expected, there it was, a bounty poster featuring himself alongside Buggy, adorned with an extensive list of accusations bestowed upon him by the world government. William, undisturbed and composed, draped a coat over his shoulders, carefully stowing away his signature rugged captain's hat into the system's storage. In a world where facial recognition was a rarity, he mused that such a disguise should suffice to elude detection. Inside a tavern on Suarez Island, the air was thick with the rich scent of alcohol, and the cacophony of voices surged like a tide. In a corner sat a rugged man, his golden tooth glinting and a menacing scar slicing across his cheek. As he lifted his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, as the liquid dribbled down his chin, he carelessly wiped his mouth and bellowed, "Hey, did you really see him? The devil's son with a bounty of 3,540,000,000 berries." With that, the man rose to his full height of 3 meters, his imposing figure resembling a small mountain, instantly drawing the attention of those around him, coupled with his distinctive scar and golden tooth. The quintessential narrator of the pirate world eagerly unveiled his identity. There was no mistake. He was the formidable character who had captured numerous bounty criminals, each with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. He was none other than the pinnacle of bounty hunters in the East Blue, Golden Tooth Crest. At that moment, a man, panting heavily and hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow, stammered, "I saw it with my own eyes, the distinctive black hair, and that pink captain's hat. There can be no doubt. It's the one with a bounty of 3,540,000,000 berries, Gold William." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flickered in Cress's eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. He strode resolutely with heavy steps towards the entrance of the tavern. Thud, thud, thud. His footsteps echoed on the worn wooden floor, each step resonating with a dull thud that heightened the tension within the tavern. Cress gently pushed aside the breathless man and turned to the patrons, flashing a grin. His distinctive golden tooth glimmered in the dimly lit tavern as he boisterously declared, 3,540,000,000 is mine." Several bounty hunters, observing this spectacle, thought it unwise to let Cress monopolize such a substantial prize and rose defiantly. They seized their weapons, unwilling to miss this golden opportunity. A man with green hair and 3 blades at his waist also rose slowly, his step steady and imbued with a unique rhythm as he made his way out of the tavern. William stood at the port, gazing at his bounty notice, his eyes scanning the long list of offenses below, secretly muttering to himself, "Indeed, Morgan's is unreliable, scribbling nonsense. But once I gather enough tall tales, this old bird will be in for a rude awakening." A throng of bounty hunters, brandishing an array of weapons, marched to the port but found no sign of William. They exchanged bewildered glances and then asked, "Where is he? Where's the son of the devil?" "Perhaps he's fled in fear," suggested one hunter, holding up William's bounty notice as he approached the direction William was believed to be. He called out gruffly, "Hey, that fellow over there, have you seen this man?" William wore an innocent smile and replied with a grin, "I haven't seen him. Perhaps he slinked away, knowing so many bounty hunters are on the island." Upon hearing this, the hunter nodded sagely, affirming, "Indeed, after all, this place has attracted most of the bounty hunters from the East Sea." Another chimed in, "Haha, he's just a coward. Come on, let us return to our drinks." The green-haired man, with 3 blades at his waist, approached William and skillfully unwrapped the scarf tied around his arm, placing it on his head. With a sharp sound, he drew his sword, the blade reflecting a fierce glint in the sunlight. Fire ignited in his eyes as he challenged, "Gold, William, let us have a duel." Chapter 13. What's the matter? Looking for directions? The onlookers scanned the area, yet they could not find William, leading to a commotion. "Who dares to mock me? Where is he?" William, intrigued by the challenge posed by Roronoa Zoro, couldn't help but inquire, "How did you recognize me?" Zoro's forehead bulged with veins as he angrily shouted, "Do you take everyone for a fool? You've merely taken off your hat and changed your clothes. If one cannot even recognize this, how can they aspire to be a bounty hunter?" William, upon hearing this, calmly nodded in response, "It seems my disguise requires further refinement. Ah, by the way, my friend, it appears your words have incited the wrath of the crowd." Zoro turned to glance back and saw the group of bounty hunters glaring at him with malevolent expressions. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What is it? Do you wish to ask for directions?" One among them, his face contorted with fury, swiftly drew a long blade from his waist, the edge glinting ominously in the sunlight. He glared fiercely at Zoro, gritting his teeth as he said, "Did you just imply that we are fools?" "Indeed, I heard you." Beside him, another individual echoed his sentiment, equally indignant, gripping his weapon tightly, poised to charge at any moment. "What an impudent brat. Such words cannot simply be ignored," he added, raising his voice. The crowd's gaze converged on Zoro, the atmosphere thickening to a tension akin to a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Yet William appeared unfazed, a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his lips, imbued with a hint of cunning. He stoked the flames further, tauntingly remarking, "With so many of you here, yet only one of me, how shall we divide this? It truly troubles me on your behalf." As soon as he uttered those words, it was akin to throwing a ladle of water into a pot of hot oil, instantly causing an eruption. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot shattered the already taut atmosphere. A bullet hole appeared on the forehead of a bounty hunter, blood gushing forth. Then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, raising a small cloud of dust. Cress, brandishing his still-smoking pistol with its muzzle slightly elevated, coldly declared, "You need not worry at all, for your bounty shall be entirely mine." His voice was akin to the chilling wind, imbued with an undeniable resolve, while his gaze brimmed with greed and ferocity. Yet, William appeared utterly indifferent, leisurely seated with his legs crossed on the ground, propping his chin on one hand, his eyes half closed as he languidly remarked, "Very well. Let the last man standing come forth to claim my head." His demeanor was so relaxed, it was as if he were discussing a trivial matter. A bounty hunter, poised to draw his blade and charge forward, suddenly sensed a howling sound approaching from behind, a sound reminiscent of the footsteps of death, striking him with profound terror. He widened his eyes in terror and turned his head, only to be met by the sight of a wolf's tooth club slicing through the air with a chilling sound. Bang! Immediately thereafter, a bone-chilling thud echoed, and the bounty hunter's head burst open like a fragile watermelon, brain matter mingling with blood, splattering in all directions. The gruesome scene caused many onlookers to feel a wave of nausea. William, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise on his face, reflecting inwardly, "I had always believed that in the world of pirates, a wolf's tooth club could not kill, yet it seems it can indeed bring death. How infuriating. You shall not monopolize the bounty. Prepare to meet your end, you green-haired fool." The sudden turn of events incited the crowd, who, disregarding any notions of alliances, plunged into a chaotic melee. The shouts of battle and the clash of weapons intertwined instantaneously, plunging the entire port into disarray. Meanwhile, William remained unfazed, leisurely retrieving a takeout blind box from the system space. Ah, a popcorn and cola movie package. How fitting for the current atmosphere of chaos and merriment. He leisurely retrieved a handful of popcorn and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of his chewing resonated amidst the cacophony, standing out starkly as if it were the unique soundtrack to this chaotic melee. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. Zoro bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, instantly drowning out the surrounding clamor. In an instant, his dual blades danced with the swiftness of lightning, stirring up a powerful gust that caused the edges of those nearby to flutter wildly. Cress, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to behold the stripes of wounds across his chest, reminiscent of a tiger's markings, as blood surged uncontrollably up his throat. He fought to swallow the surge of blood rising in his throat and, with great difficulty, managed to utter, "Who on earth are you?" Rorinoa Zoro. Zoro's gaze burned fiercely as he fixed his eyes upon Cress, responding coldly. Cress, summoning his last reserves of strength, struggled to discern the visage of the man who had inflicted such grievous wounds upon him. Yet, his vision grew increasingly blurred, allowing him only a vague glimpse of green hair before he could no longer sustain himself. Crack, crack, thud. Cress's massive form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The combatants surrounding them paused momentarily in shock, but soon resumed their fierce struggle. Crack, crack. Zoro turned, glaring fiercely at William, who remained nonchalantly munching on popcorn. Veins bulged on his forehead as he shouted in rage, "You scoundrel! There must be a limit to your contempt for others. Since earlier, you have been incessantly eating popcorn. Crack, crack. Are you truly unafraid of death?" As he spoke, he advanced a few steps towards William, the knife in his hand still dripping with blood, radiating an intense fury. William, having finished the last handful of popcorn, calmly dusted off his hands before responding to Zoro's inquiry. "Ah, I value my life quite dearly. However, you might want to concern yourself with your own well-being first." Green-haired lad. His tone was laced with a hint of mockery, as if he were utterly indifferent to the chaos unfolding before him and Zoro's fury. "You scoundrel!" Zoro seethed, trembling with rage. Just as he was about to strike William with his blade, he suddenly pivoted, parrying a spiked club that had come from behind. His gaze resolute as he declared, "A scar on one's back is the disgrace of a swordsman." In that fleeting moment, his aura shifted dramatically, resembling a lion that had been thoroughly enraged, fully prepared to confront the assault from behind. Meanwhile, William, like a mere spectator, nonchalantly peeled open a can of cola. With a crisp sound that sliced through the tense atmosphere, he watched the cola foam threaten to overflow. Quickly bringing it to his lips, he savored a sip, a look of sheer contentment spreading across his face. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bounty hunter holding a firearm, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed with glee, "I've hit the jackpot." His eyes glimmered with greed and anticipation, as if he could already see the substantial bounty beckoning him. What? At that moment, Zoro astonishingly blocked the bullet with his sword, the projectile grazing the blade and sparking a dazzling array of light, particularly striking under the sunlight. The bounty hunter's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring in astonishment, "Is this a trick? Can a human truly achieve such a feat?" Gulping down cola, William felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, there is nothing like taking hearty swigs of cola. His demeanor infuriated Zoro beyond measure. Gazing at the seemingly unfazed William, the veins on Zoro's forehead throbbed once more, and he bellowed fiercely, "Three-sword-style secret technique, 3,000 worlds." In an instant, the two swords in his hands whirled like a windmill, spinning faster and faster, generating a powerful gust that swept across the entire port. The force left everyone unsteady on their feet, while the sand and stones on the ground were swept into the air, exacerbating the chaos. Thud, thud. As bounty hunters continued to fall, the only one remaining standing in the port was Noro Zoro. The scattered debris bore witness to the ferocity of this tumultuous clash. William finished his last sip of cola, contentedly belching with satisfaction. Burp. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid performance indeed." The air of nonchalance he exuded was enough to infuriate Zoro beyond measure. Chapter 14. Apologies, but I have no smaller blade than this. Zoro fumed. "What do you take this battle for? Am I truly so uninteresting to you? From the very beginning, you have been munching on popcorn. Having finished the popcorn, you have now turned to sipping cola. Is there anything else you wish to consume? Go ahead. Stuff yourself to the brim before you depart." He strode towards William while roaring in fury, the knife in his hand glinting ominously under the moonlight, clearly driven to the brink of rage. William rose leisurely, brushing off the dust from his attire as if the furious Zoro posed no threat to him. He replied, "I have consumed all the food on my person. Draw your sword, and remember my name, Norowa Zoro. Even in the afterlife, do not forget my name." Zoro clenched his teeth, articulating each word with precision. Amidst this tense standoff, William raised an eyebrow, a hint of wicked amusement flickering in his gaze. With an air of nonchalance, he reached behind his waist, retrieving an unassuming culinary pouch. His slender fingers delicately rested upon it, from which he slowly extracted the shortest of paring knives. The blade reflected a faint chill in the sunlight, resembling a child's toy, utterly incongruous with the charged atmosphere of confrontation. He clutched a small knife, shaking his head slightly, his face deliberately adopting an expression of feigned regret. With a tone that lingered, imbued with a hint of mockery, he lamented, "I'm afraid I possess no knife smaller than this." The intonation was drawn out, carrying a sense of derision while brazenly challenging Zoro. It was as if he were proclaiming, "This little knife is more than sufficient to contend with you." Upon witnessing this, Zoro felt the smoldering anger within him ignite explosively. Akin to a powder keg suddenly ignited, erupting in an instant. He trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, "You'd better not regret it if you die." Each word squeezed through his clenched teeth seemed to spark with fury, as if he wished to incinerate William before him in an instant. Yet William remained utterly unfazed by Zoro's wrath. Instead, he flashed a confident and slightly mocking smile. Under the sun's brilliance, that smile appeared particularly blinding, radiating an undeniable aura of power that was impossible to overlook. Zoro gripped his twin swords tightly, the hilts clasped in his hands with immense force. The veins on the backs of his hands bulged slightly, resembling serpents winding their way across his skin, a testament to the fury and intensity surging within him at that moment. He took a deep breath, then slung his twin blades across his back. In an instant, an invisible and formidable aura surged from him like a mighty tide. This presence enveloped the surroundings, resembling an unseen net that ensnared William, rendering the air thick and suffocating. The overwhelming pressure was nearly suffocating. "Free sword style, tiger hunt," Zoro bellowed, his voice resonating like a colossal bell, echoing throughout the port. This technique was his pride and joy. In countless battles, he had vanquished numerous self-proclaimed swordsmen with it. Each strike had sent his opponents retreating in defeat, thus he possessed unwavering confidence in this move. At this moment, he poured all his strength into it, determined to make this dismissive individual pay dearly. Zoro's gaze was as intense as a blazing torch, fixated on William, who stood motionless. A sense of triumph swelled within him as he thought, "I've got him." It seems the world is not quite as indifferent as it appears. His exhilaration was palpable, as if the scales of victory had tipped in his favor, making triumph feel within his grasp. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clash pierced the air, startling him. The sound was jarring, akin to a thunderclap or a heavy blow upon his heart, causing it to constrict. "What?" Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to witnessing the most incredulous and illogical event, his mouth agape. He beheld William casually using a diminutive knife, seemingly like a toy, to deftly intercept the convergence of his three swords. That small blade seemed to come alive at his fingertips, unwavering and resilient, impervious to Zoro's forceful attempts. As if it were anchored in place, Zoro felt as though his blade had struck an unyielding boulder. No matter how vigorously he exerted himself, the edge of his sword could not penetrate. It was as if he were a trapped beast in a quagmire, brimming with strength, yet rendered powerless. His arms trembled slightly from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Each droplet fell rhythmically upon the ground, creating tiny craters in the earth. "Curse be it, move." Zoro's forehead was etched with bulging veins, his heart raging in a furious outcry, as the tumultuous emotions of frustration and anger surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. How was this possible? No one could see through this technique. Such a thing could not exist. It should not vary so greatly. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Zoro's mind was engulfed in chaos and turmoil, the once unyielding conviction in his swordsmanship now beginning to teeter precariously. He incessantly questioned the swordsmanship he had long held dear, harboring profound doubts about his own strength and understanding. It was as if he were ensnared in a shroud of mist, unable to discern a path. William discerned that Zoro had begun to doubt the very essence of his existence and secretly chuckled to himself, finding it rather amusing. He took a step back, retracting the small knife, and gestured for Zoro to continue. His demeanor was so relaxed, akin to teasing a child, that he seemed utterly unconcerned with the gravity of this life-and-death struggle. Zoro's eyes gleamed with a fiery intensity akin to two blazing flames. As he descended into a state bordering on madness, recklessly swinging his blade with abandon, his silhouette darted swiftly under the illumination of the sun. Dual blades carving through the air with a piercing glimmer, as if weaving a silvery web of light. The whoosh of the blades sliced through the air, seemingly intent on severing everything in their vicinity. Yet, in a disheartening twist of fate, his relentless onslaught could not breach the defenses of that mere plaything, a toy knife. Each clash of the blade against the tiny knife resonated like a stone sinking into the ocean, stirring not a ripple, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Only the sharp, resonant sounds of impact reverberated through the air, mercilessly mocking his impotence and futile endeavors. Gradually, Zoro felt his eyes moisten with unshed tears, a tumult of anger, resentment, and defeat intertwining within him. The overwhelming sense of failure surged like relentless waves, crashing over him, nearly suffocating him. The once proud confidence he had harbored lay shattered, scattered like beautiful bubbles that had burst, leaving only the remnants of his wounds. Had he already begun to swing wildly? Then let me awaken you. Without warning, William's fist struck Zoro's abdomen with tremendous force, causing his body to arch backward like a cooked shrimp. Zoro's form buckled uncontrollably, his back arching high. Pain etched across his face. He crumpled to the ground, the sword clattering beside him, stirring a small cloud of dust. Struggling on the ground, Zoro pushed himself up, gritting his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to bellow. The world should not be this distant. It shouldn't be this far. Chapter 15. Never did I imagine I would lose. Zoro's heart brimmed with anguish and defiance. Yet he rose once more, defiantly swinging his sword at William. Even as his body teetered on the brink of exhaustion, as if he might collapse at any moment, the indomitable spirit within him blazed like an eternal flame, fervently burning in his chest. Ding, ding. His grip, strained and weary, had begun to falter. Yet his strikes grew increasingly fierce, each swing imbued with a desperate resolve. Like a beast caught in a desperate plight, he fought with a tenacity that seemed to swell, demanding respect. I did not wield my sword merely to be toyed with by such trifles. I wield my sword to win. Within Zoro's heart, a tempest of fervent cries and roars reverberated, embodying his insatiable thirst for victory and an unwavering vow to uphold the dignity of the sword, even when ensnared in despair. He resolutely refused to yield, determined to fight until the last vestige of strength was expended, striving to carve out a definitive outcome. In an instant, a memory flickered through his mind, the night illuminated by the moonlight, casting its glow upon two diminutive figures, their tender hands clasped tightly. Pledging a solemn vow, one among us shall undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman. Immediately following, he recalled the tear-streaked visage of a young child, cradling the cherished relic of a dear friend, standing resolutely before his mentor, articulating that indelible promise with conviction, bearing Kuina's dream upon my shoulders. I shall ensure my name resonates throughout the heavens, achieving the title of the world's foremost swordsman. As these treasured recollections surged forth like an unstoppable tide, the already blazing flame of resolve within him intensified, as if doused with a bucket of gasoline, igniting a fiercer blaze. This rekindled spirit breathed new life into his nearly extinguished fighting will, empowering him with formidable strength. Zoro's aura surged dramatically, akin to a rocket ascending, as the very air around him swirled in response to his potent presence, forming small vortices. These whirlwinds danced around him, lifting dust and fallen leaves into a frenzied flight. In that moment, Zoro appeared as though a hellish warrior had descended upon the arena, emanating an aura that instilled fear. William, sensing Zoro's sudden breakthrough, felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. Zoro abruptly retreated several paces, creating distance, and then, like a spinning top, he rapidly whirled his twin swords. The speed was such that only fleeting afterimages could be discerned, while his body spun through the air in a whirlwind, generating a tempest. The howling winds whipped around him, lifting debris and sand into the air, resembling a miniature sandstorm that made it nearly impossible to see. Three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Zoro bellowed, expending every ounce of his strength, his voice a raw declaration. This technique harnessed the entirety of his current power and conviction, wielding astonishing might. It felt as though it would obliterate all before him, an unstoppable force akin to a raging flood. William, already aware of Zoro's stubborn and unyielding nature, instinctively recoiled. Sensing the imminent threat, his mind racing with trepidation. With a sudden, sharp sound, it all began. A dull yet distinct sound resonated, the sound of a dagger piercing flesh. In this cacophonous and chaotic environment, it stood out as particularly jarring, causing one's heart to tighten in response. William felt a surge of alarm within. He understood that even 2 years hence, Zoro could withstand a combined assault from Kaido and Big Mom. Yet, given the current circumstances, had he not held back just moments ago, a punctured heart would surely have meant Zoro's immediate demise. At this moment, observing the man before him who, despite being in dire straits, continued to fight with unwavering resolve, William found himself filled with a newfound respect for Zoro. In his mind, Zoro transformed from a mere caricature of a character into a tangible being, one with flesh and blood, embodying an indomitable spirit. A true swordsman who would rather face death than retreat a single step. Even knowing the answer, William could not help but inquire, "Why do you not evade? Do you truly wish for me to pierce your heart?" His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet it was predominantly filled with genuine admiration for Zoro's courage. With his gaze fixed intently on Zoro, his eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions, awaiting his response. Zoro, slightly out of breath, his chest heaving dramatically, appeared remarkably composed as he slowly articulated, "Well, I am uncertain about this. I merely sense that if I take a step back here, the vows and promises I have always cherished will vanish like bubbles. I would no longer be able to return to this place and reclaim my convictions." His gaze emanated a profound conviction, as if he had long since transcended the fear of life and death. In this moment, the sole concern occupying his heart was the preservation of the belief and promise he held dear, even if it meant sacrificing his very existence. William continued to inquire, "Are you not afraid of death? Once you perish, those vows and commitments will vanish along with your life." He found it utterly perplexing to comprehend why Zoro remained so resolute, refusing to retreat even in the face of death's looming threat. This unwavering dedication to his convictions left him both astonished and intrigued. Death, in its inevitability, seemed almost a release. Zoro's response was succinct yet resolute, devoid of any hesitation. His calm acceptance of mortality pierced William's heart like a sharp blade. It was a poignant moment that deepened his awareness of the extraordinary nature of the man before him. After a brief silence, William slowly sheathed his small knife, his expression turning grave as he drew ace. The motion carried a unique solemnity, akin to a sacred ritual. And he spoke with a weighty tone. "I shall remember you, Roronoa Zoro. I will honor the code of swordsmen and give my utmost to ensure your life meets its end here." At this moment, he had already regarded Zoro as a worthy opponent deserving of his utmost effort, intending to conclude this battle in the most respectful manner. Upon hearing this, Zoro displayed a hint of determination on his face and responded without hesitation, "I could not ask for more." He swallowed the surge of blood that welled up within him, the metallic taste pervading his mouth, yet he remained unfazed, softly murmuring, "Is this the final strike? If I fail, I shall lose my life. I cannot fall here." Zoro's spirit surged once more, akin to a volcano erupting with fervor. His formidable aura seemed poised to pierce the heavens, causing the very air around him to distort under the weight of his immense power. William gazed at Zoro, who had once again pushed his limits, inwardly scoffing, "Another breakthrough? Why is everyone so exaggerated? Three-sword style, demon slash." Zoro bellowed, exerting the last vestige of his strength as he delivered this resolute blow towards William. The clash of their blades resonated with a thunderous roar, instantly igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. Then came a sharp, jarring crack, a sound that pierced the air like a swift arrow, compelling all to cover their ears. Following this, a cacophony of metallic clinks and clatters echoed through the air, the remnants of shattered metal scattering chaotically, colliding and grinding against one another as Zoro's sword emitted its final lament. "I have lost. My skills are inferior." Never had he imagined defeat would befall him. Is this the chasm that exists between myself and the world's pinnacle warriors? A hint of desolation and reluctance tinged Zoro's voice. His once proud gaze now dulled, as if all brilliance had been extinguished. He slowly sheathed Inma with a weighty reluctance, then turned to face William, raising his hands and smiling. "The scars on my back are a swordsman's disgrace." His face bore a unique serenity, a steadfastness that upheld the dignity of a swordsman even in defeat. That was his last vestige of pride. Even as life slipped away, he would not allow this dignity to be tarnished. Although William could not fully comprehend the profound significance of Zoro's actions, he chose to respect his wishes nonetheless. Clang! A streak of crimson erupted from Zoro's chest, the blood glistening under the sun, flowing slowly and staining his garments a deep red. Thud! Just before losing consciousness, a fleeting image of a graceful figure flickered through Zoro's mind, someone he had cherished and held dear in his heart. Am I to die? How truly regrettable. Zoro collapsed, His body sprawled on the ground like a fallen mountain. Though defeated, he remained a figure of honor. His indomitable posture seemed to narrate tales of his perseverance and determination. Even in his downfall, he radiated an aura of respect. Chapter 16. Zoro. Our encounter is the guiding hand of fate on a tranquil, uninhabited island in the East Sea. The night was as dark as ink, save for a single bonfire blazing brightly by the shore. The flames danced joyfully, licking the pieces of marine beast meat skewered above, causing them to sizzle and release droplets of fat that fell like pearls onto the fire. A crackling sound emerged, creating a unique melody that resonated through the darkness. Gradually, a rich and alluring aroma began to waft through the air, its essence weaving through the sea breeze like invisible threads. As if drawn by this enticing scent, Zoro, wrapped like a mummy in bandages, felt his once closed eyes flutter slightly. Moments later, he began to awaken slowly. His gaze was somewhat hazy, with a lingering innocence reminiscent of just awakening. He stared at the twinkling stars in the night sky and murmured, "Is this heaven? I am sorry, Quina. I have failed you." A hint of loneliness and reluctance permeated his voice, gently echoing in the tranquil night. It felt as though he was confiding his regrets to a distant friend, or perhaps sighing helplessly at the unknown realm surrounding him. "Newly departed soul, state your name." A voice abruptly pierced the stillness of the island, resonating with an unusual clarity that shattered the tranquility of the night and jolted Zoro from his daze. "The Grim Reaper? My name is." Zoro instinctively responded, but as he blinked and focused on the man before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Gold. William." He never anticipated that upon awakening after his demise, he would encounter this individual. His eyes brimming with astonishment and perplexity. His body involuntarily tensed, a wave of vigilance surging within him. However, William appeared utterly unfazed, offering Zoro a substantial chunk of meat while cheerfully proclaiming, "I am Rorano Zoro, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." His words were laced with a hint of mockery, seemingly teasing Zoro intentionally. "What sort of cold jest is this?" Zoro retorted, annoyance evident in his furrowed brow, his gaze still rife with caution, refusing to lower his guard despite William's seemingly casual demeanor. After all, the two had previously engaged in a life-and-death struggle. He would not easily cast aside his defenses. The firelight flickered, casting shadows on William's face as he cleared his throat, his deep, resonant voice breaking the silence. "Zoro, our meeting is a guided destiny." His words echoed in the night sky, imbued with a mysterious aura, as if they contained an indescribable power. Destiny? Zoro furrowed his brow slightly. He held his own interpretations and convictions regarding this term. To him, while destiny was undoubtedly significant, the essence lay in his beliefs and the sword in his hand. A path forged through his own steadfast journey rather than being swayed by the so-called fate. "Shall we turn the world upside down together?" William's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, fervent and dazzling. "Huh? The world?" Zoro's eyes widened in confusion. Why would I engage in such a thing? He truly could not comprehend William's sudden notion. Within his understanding, he possessed a clear objective. That was to become the world's foremost swordsman, without any intention of turning the entire world upside down. After all, they were speaking of the world. William raised his voice, striving to convey the fervor and determination embedded in his words. As he spoke, he gesticulated animatedly, resembling a child painting grand dreams. Zoro stared intently at William, and after a moment of silence, resolutely uttered 3 words. "I refuse." His attitude was resolute, devoid of any hesitation, and his tone exuded an undeniable determination. Zoro had firmly established the path he intended to follow, unwilling to be swayed by the opinions of others. William pondered silently. Roger had said the same when inviting Rayleigh aboard, yet Zoro appeared utterly unmoved. It seemed he would have to employ a more drastic measure. "Very well. I had originally intended to show you greater vistas," William remarked with feigned regret, his expression convincingly portraying that Zoro had indeed missed a remarkable opportunity. "Speaking of which, I am a swordsman of the one-sword style, and my prized weapon, the Kuramaki, poses a dilemma regarding how to handle the cherry blossom blade." William's gaze fell upon the 2 swords nearby, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He was scheming in his mind, hoping to pique Zoro's interest with these 2 blades, to see if he could alter his perspective. "Farewell then, Zoro." William rose to his feet and slowly departed from the campfire, silently counting down 5, 4, 3. He was gambling, wagering on Zoro's attachment to these 2 renowned swords, questioning whether he would reconsider his stance. Suddenly, Zoro's voice pierced the brief silence, laden with urgency, evidently the result of an inner turmoil. "What is it, Zoro?" William inquired, halting his steps and turning with a faint smile, though inwardly he reveled in delight. "If you dare to obstruct my ambitions, I shall not hesitate to sever you." Zoro clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. He refused to allow anyone to impede his path to achieving his dreams. Even in the presence of these two irresistibly alluring swords, his determination remained unshaken, though parting with them proved an arduous challenge. "I bear a promise that I must fulfill, even at the cost of my life." Zoro gritted his teeth, reiterating his conviction, his words resonating with a fervent dedication to his aspirations. William grinned, remarking, "The bravado of a frog in a well is indeed quite impressive." Then, his demeanor shifted, adopting a solemn tone as he continued, "However, I eagerly await that day." As he spoke, he unfastened the withered wood, Sakura 10, and gently tossed it to Zoro, an act imbued with trust and a sense of entrustment. In the days when Mihawk was but a novice, the master of these swords was a man capable of ascending to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. William gazed at Zoro, slowly articulating, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of expectation and faith, as if bestowing upon Zoro a significant mission. In unison, Zoro and William seemed to share an unspoken understanding, declaring, "Captain of the flying pirate crew, Captain Shiki." Following this proclamation, they exchanged a knowing glance, a momentary bond of mutual comprehension flowing between them. William's gaze held a flicker of hope and trust. "I trust you will not betray them," he spoke solemnly, internally acknowledging Zoro's unwavering dedication and resolve, and he hoped that these two swords would shine with a unique brilliance in Zoro's hands. Zoro caressed the two blades with an affectionate tenderness, his gaze akin to that of someone beholding their most cherished treasure, filled with admiration and fondness. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Let me wield them and ascend to the throne of the world's strongest." His voice, though not loud, resonated with immense power, as if the entire world could hear his vow. That vow, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, was resplendent and dazzling, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. As if sensing Zoro's surging sword intent, the withered wood and Sakura 10 responded with a gentle chime, their sound ringing particularly crisp and melodious in the night air. It seemed to partake in this solemn pact with Zoro, akin to offering encouragement, rendering the atmosphere of the evening all the more mysterious and potent. William observed this scene, gritting his teeth in silence. What a wretched blade! Why did it not react at all when I wielded it? He could not help but douse Zoro with a bucket of cold water, saying, "You are nothing more than a frog in a well, lacking even the mastery of hockey. The journey of ascent is fraught with mire. Can you truly endure it, Zoro?" Although his words carried a hint of discouragement, they were also intended to gauge Zoro's attitude in the face of skepticism and to further ascertain the steadfastness of his resolve. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, responding with formidable bravado. "The journey to the summit may be arduous, but the view from the peak is undoubtedly worth it." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the night sky, a testament to his unwavering conviction. Anyone could discern the indomitable spirit that lay within him. Chapter 17. Where is our ship? It dawned on Zoro that he had not seen their vessel. He surveyed the surroundings, only to behold the vast ocean and the tranquil island, with nary a trace of their ship in sight. I neglected to mention that my first companion is Baldwin Van Cleef, a user of the float fruit, and we typically navigate via floating islands. However, due to Van Cleef's other commitments, I have been swimming during this period, William remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor as relaxed as if swimming to their destination were the most ordinary affair, hardly worthy of alarm. "The float fruit has yet to be gathered, so swimming is our only option for now. Am I still able to retract my decision?" Zoro's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated relying on swimming, and the thought of the endless expanse of water filled him with trepidation. "Well, this can be considered a form of training," William reassured him, attempting to help Zoro accept this reality. "If so, I shall not be defeated by you." Zoro clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. Since he could not evade this challenge, he would face it head-on, eager to compete with William in the process. William added, "The following morning, sunlight bathed the island, enveloping it in a golden glow, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility." William gazed at Zoro's already scabbed wounds and marveled, "Truly, you possess a physique akin to that of a magical beast. At this rate, your wounds will surely heal within a few days." His eyes were filled with astonishment, for he had not anticipated that Zoro's recovery ability was so formidable. Such physical prowess was indeed admirable. Zoro took a hearty bite of the roasted meat and muttered, "Such an injury is merely a trifling matter for me." His tone carried a hint of pride. After all, as a swordsman who had endured countless battles, such a wound was indeed trivial to him, serving rather as a testament to his journey of growth. It was decided, once you have healed, we shall set forth. William gazed at Zoro, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to embark on their forthcoming adventure. There is no need for that. We can depart right now. However, Zoro was unfazed. He had no intention of delaying their journey over such a minor injury. The fervent desire to press onward and grow stronger burned intensely within him. If your wound becomes infected, it could lead to dire consequences. You wouldn't want to perish from an infection, would you? William urged. Though he too wished to set off swiftly, he did not want to witness Zoro suffer an unfortunate fate due to his stubbornness. Then let us rest for a few more days. However, even during this respite, I shall not cease my training. Zoro contemplated this, acknowledging the validity of William's words, and eventually relented. Yet, he would not squander this time of rest. He was determined to continue honing his swordsmanship. Perfect. I am rather bored. Allow me to be your sparring partner, William said with a smile, eager to witness Zoro's progress over the next few days while simultaneously exercising his own skills. 3 days later, under the brilliant sunshine, warm rays enveloped the two. William observed the faint scars on Zoro's body and marveled, "Truly, your physique is monstrous." Even though I was mentally prepared, witnessing it firsthand is still impressive. Those scars, akin to medals, bore witness to Zoro's resilience and tenacity, evoking admiration from all who beheld them. Let us set forth. Our destination is the floating restaurant, Baratai. Excitement sparkled in William's eyes, his heart brimming with anticipation for the place they were soon to reach. Splash, splash. With 2 splashes of water, the two swam forth, one after the other, towards the horizon. Their figures appeared resolute upon the sunlit sea, embarking on a new journey, courageously pursuing their goal. On Swear's Island, Akiji, lounging on a deck chair aboard the warship, lazily remarked, "Once supplies are complete, we shall depart. The son of the devil is not on this island." "Yes," the soldiers responded in unison. Akiji understood well. Joel D. William lacked a ship and was all alone, making pursuit rather troublesome, and a hint of helplessness crossed his face. On the open sea, William's forehead throbbed with veins as he furiously shouted, "Zoro, you directionally challenged fool. You've swum the wrong way again." He gazed in frustration at the direction Zoro had strayed, a familiar irritation rising within him. This was not the first time. Each instance of Zoro losing his way had cost them precious time. "Enough of your rambling," Zoro retorted defiantly, even as he acknowledged his apparent misdirection, unwilling to concede verbally. Thus, the two continued their journey amidst their bickering. It took the entirety of a day to reach the nearest island, with a significant portion of that time squandered in the pursuit of Zoro, the epitome of a navigational disaster. William, exasperated, resolved to abandon the plan of swimming to Baratai and opted for a boat instead, contemplating that this would facilitate a smoother arrival at their destination. Hoping not to be delayed further by Zoro's navigational ineptitude, upon reaching the shore, William stripped off his damp clothing, wringing out the excess water, and sternly warned, "Do not, under any circumstances, stray from my sight. Do you understand, you hopeless navigator?" "Enough already," Zoro replied, his brow furrowed in annoyance. The duo, reminiscent of sworn enemies, continued their banter as they confidently strode towards the town. Their demeanor conveyed a palpable tension, yet there was an undeniable, peculiar camaraderie between them. Before long, they arrived at the town's tavern. As William pushed open the somewhat dilapidated door, an overwhelming amalgamation of alcoholic and sweaty odors assaulted his senses, creating an unsettling yet distinctive aroma. Inside, a myriad of characters mingled, some loudly engaging in drinking games, while others, flushed with drink, argued vehemently, painting a lively yet chaotic scene. Once they found a seat, William wasted no time in ordering an abundant feast. Soon, the table overflowed with an array of roasted meats, bread, and fruits, piled high like a small mountain, accompanied by several crates of beer. Zoro, already famished, beheld the bounty of food with gleaming eyes and immediately began to indulge with great enthusiasm. His cheeks were puffed out like a gluttonous hamster, munching away while mumbling indistinctly, "Do you have any money?" "No, I do not," William replied with remarkable brevity, not even blinking, as if the question were utterly inconsequential, continuing to indulge in his meal. Upon hearing this, Zoro ignited like a firecracker, instantly aflame with indignation. Transforming into a figure with sharp teeth and a fierce glare, he exclaimed furiously. "How dare you order so many dishes without any money?" His anger suggested that he might leap forward to confront William at any moment. Yet, William remained unfazed, leisurely eating while responding, "Well, someone will pay for us shortly." His demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance, only served to further infuriate Zoro. Upon hearing this, Zoro managed to regain a semblance of calm, yet his face still bore an expression of skepticism as he pressed, "Do you know anyone here?" William shook his head while munching, replying no. This casual dismissal reignited Zoro's ire, as he pondered how this fellow could be so unreliable. Transforming once more into a figure of sharp words and fierce temper, he raised his voice in indignation. "Then where on earth is the money for the bill supposed to come from?" Chapter 18. The thieving cat. Nami. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed, akin to thunder on a clear day, as the tavern door was violently kicked open. Splinters flew in all directions, creating a rather terrifying spectacle, as a towering figure over 4 meters tall appeared at the entrance. His massive frame resembled a small mountain, blocking out a significant portion of the light that streamed through the doorway. His head gleamed under the light, seemingly capable of reflecting brilliance, making him remarkably conspicuous. He wore a vertically striped shirt, though several buttons were haphazardly fastened, revealing the grotesque scars that marred his chest. These scars crisscrossed one another, as if narrating the tale of his past encounters and brutal battles, emanating an aura of chilling ferocity. He casually pulled over a stool and sat down. The stool emitted a painful creak beneath his considerable weight, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the tavern, plunging the atmosphere into a notable silence. Soon after, a peculiar group of henchmen began to file into the establishment. These individuals varied greatly in appearance, each possessing their own distinct eccentricities. Some were tall and lanky as reeds, their eyes darting mischievously, clearly possessing a clever mind. Others were short and stout like winter melons, swaying as they walked, their faces jiggling with excess flesh, exuding an air of intimidation. "Hey, innkeeper, bring me 200 servings of food," bellowed the bald, muscular man, his voice resonating like a great bell. The windows of the tavern vibrated with the force of his voice, and the glasses on the tables trembled slightly in response. This guest, the innkeeper stammered, trembling like a leaf in the wind, his face etched with fear. He thought to himself that this was indeed troublesome. How could he possibly provide such an immense quantity of food? Noticing the innkeeper's distress, the bald man chuckled menacingly. "What? Are you defying my orders, Captain Spike?" His tone dripped with menace, sending chills down the spine. The innkeeper replied hesitantly, "The food. The food has already been taken by those 2 guests." He gestured towards the direction of William and Zoro, implying that it was not his fault, as they had claimed all the food first. "Hey, you over there. Yes, you. Stop eating. You're making a racket." William, disturbed by the uproar, found his once pleasant dining experience thoroughly disrupted. He furrowed his brow and shook his neck, and in an instant, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki surged through the tavern like a tumultuous wave. Thud, thud. All present were suddenly rendered motionless, as though their souls had been siphoned away, collapsing to the ground. Those who had been chattering boisterously fell silent in an instant. The tavern was engulfed in a profound stillness, broken only by the sound of bodies hitting the floor, a scene of utter disarray. Zoro gazed at this spectacle, his eyes filled with awe. He downed his drink in one gulp, his gaze brimming with desire and determination, murmuring to himself, "Is this what haki is? I shall master it one day." His tightly clenched fist exemplified his unwavering resolve to grow stronger and to seize the power of haki. The owner, witnessing the disheveled patrons sprawled across the floor, paled as if drained of color, trembling in place as he stammered, "Gentlemen, gentlemen." William belched contentedly, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and flashed a radiant smile, reassuring the owner, "Well, my good man, it appears you have quite a few wanted criminals here. Simply notify the Navy, and you can collect the bounty, consider it payment for our meals." "That's far too much," the owner stuttered, still shaken, his tongue tripping over his words as he surveyed the chaotic scene, anxious about the potential for greater trouble. William nonchalantly replied, "The excess can be considered a tip." His demeanor suggested that he was entirely in control of the situation, unperturbed by any subsequent repercussions. After leaving the tavern, the two returned to the port, where the sea breeze whipped at them, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, sending their garments fluttering. Zoro surveyed the docked vessels, a smirk of pride gracing his lips as he remarked to William, "You call me directionally challenged, yet the merchant ships are over there. All of these are pirate ships." William turned back, a look of confusion on his face, as if to say, What on earth are you talking about? He then countered, do you have any money? Do you intend to take a merchant ship? Zoro was momentarily taken aback by this question, standing there in a daze until realization dawned upon him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Yet he stubbornly continued to argue, can you even steer? Do you understand what sailing entails? He pondered that even if they were to seize a ship, one must possess some navigational skills. One cannot simply commandeer a vessel and recklessly sail about. William, with a devilish grin and brimming with confidence, declared, I am a pirate, and I wield a blade. His words seemed to suggest that as long as one possessed a sword, any predicament could be surmounted, rendering navigational concerns utterly trivial. Upon hearing this, Zoro instantly grasped William's intentions and concurred, indeed, they can only blame their misfortune for crossing paths with us. Resolving to proceed down this path, they decided to seize a ship first and foremost. Before them lay a variety of vessels, each differing in size and shape. With enthusiasm, William inquired, what do you think? Which one do you fancy? His demeanor resembled that of a child selecting a cherished toy, filled with anticipation. I could be satisfied with any, Zoro replied nonchalantly. His mind solely focused on departing swiftly to pursue their goals, indifferent to the ship's appearance or dimensions. William activated his observation hotkey, concentrating intently as he searched for a vessel with crew aboard. After all, the endeavor of commandeering a ship necessitated a suitable target. It was no simple feat to set a ship in motion. Suddenly, he appeared to stumble upon something exceedingly intriguing, a smile creeping onto his lips, revealing both surprise and delight. He murmured to himself, how amusing to encounter this here. As he beheld the striking figure within his hotkey, he internally named her, Nami, the cunning thief. This shall be the one, he declared, striding purposefully toward the ship where Nami resided, his steps light and tinged with urgency, as if he could hardly wait to reunite with this familiar acquaintance. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Nami exclaimed, a bountiful harvest. A bountiful harvest. Like a nimble fox, she moved gracefully, weaving through the various quarters as if dancing. Her short, orange hair shimmered in the dimly lit cabin, resembling a flickering flame. In this somewhat dreary environment, she stood out strikingly, infusing the entire hold with a vibrant hue. With her innate perceptiveness, she seemed to possess a treasure-finding radar, effortlessly locating the hidden riches of the pirates. At that moment, she was burdened with a hefty bag brimming with gold and jewels, her face radiant with joy from her fruitful endeavors as she prepared to depart this opulent locale. However, at that instant, her keen ears detected the sound of footsteps on the deck. The footfalls resonated distinctly in the hushed cabin, akin to a drumbeat against her heart, causing her pulse to quicken. This was a predicament. Nami's heart sank as an ominous realization washed over her, her brows furrowed in dismay. How can I be so unfortunate? She lamented internally, feeling the weight of her predicament as someone returned just as she was about to disembark. The sense of urgency began to swell within her. Do not be afraid. Do not panic. Perhaps they have merely returned to retrieve something. She endeavored to compose herself, offering silent encouragement, attempting to reassure her troubled mind that this was merely a minor interruption. Perhaps they would take what they needed and depart. Hide, yes, hide, she thought, scanning her surroundings swiftly for a suitable place to conceal herself. Her gaze was imbued with tension and urgency, yet the cramped quarters of the ship offered no obvious refuge. As she listened to the increasingly proximate footsteps, she silently prayed, her heart racing in a rhythm that echoed through the stillness of the cabin, each beat a testament to her mounting anxiety. Stop, stop. Do not come closer, she silently pleaded, her eyes tightly shut, yearning for a miracle that would halt the advancing footsteps and send them away. Unfortunately, the footsteps did not heed her unspoken wish. They grew ever nearer, each thud reverberating through her nerves, heightening her panic. What to do? What to do? In a moment of desperation, a plan flickered to life in her mind. I've got it. A gamble might ensure my safe escape. Determined, she resolved that if it came to it, she would abandon her treasures and leap into the sea, after all. Preserving her life was paramount. Before the footsteps could close the distance, Nami strained to drag a hefty bag brimming with riches into the corridor, inhaling deeply to feign calm. She mustered a semblance of haughtiness, lifting her chin defiantly as she called out, Hey, you there? Yes, you. Come lend me a hand. In an attempt to project an air of authority, she hoped to deceive the intruder into believing she was one of their own. This is Captain Spike's command, she asserted, invoking a so-called ally in hopes of lending her words more weight. William chuckled, the sound ringing with a carefree, teasing quality that echoed through the narrow passageway. Captain Spike, you say? Well, his journey has reached its conclusion, he replied with a hint of mockery. The meaning behind his words is unmistakably clear. Do not think to use this to intimidate others. Name, upon recognizing the visitor, found herself trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively wrapping her arms around her chest, as if seeking a modicum of security. With a quivering voice, she uttered, "The demon's son, Gold, William." Fear laced her words, for William was a notorious pirate, and merely hearing his name incited trepidation. William, appearing bewildered, scratched his head in a childlike manner, reminiscent of an innocent youth grappling with an incomprehensible situation, and inquired, "Didn't I change my clothes? How could you still recognize me?" He was rather perplexed, believing that with his change of attire, he ought to be difficult to recognize. Before Nami could speak, Zoro, resembling an enraged lion, roared, "Why do you harbor the delusion that changing your clothes would render you unrecognizable?" His eyes widened in anger, his face contorted with a look of frustration, contemplating how this individual could possess such juvenile notions. Yet, he pondered, I had always disguised myself in this manner before, and never once was I unmasked. William innocently defended himself, resembling a wronged child, feeling quite aggrieved. He mused that this tactic had proven effective in the past. Why, then, had it failed him this time? Zoro found himself at a loss for words, rendered both amused and exasperated by William's absurd justification, and could only retort angrily, "That is because the individuals you encountered were all fools." William then turned to Nami with a request, his face once again adorned with a hint of a smile, saying, "Well, it matters not, dear lady, could you assist us in reaching the Bounties restaurant? As compensation, all the treasures you hold will belong to you. What say you?" He pondered the idea of captivating Nami with treasures, hoping she would assist them on their journey, thus allowing everyone to fulfill their desires. Nami felt a stir in her heart as the loathsome visage of the dragon flashed momentarily in her mind. The mere thought of the heinous acts the dragon had committed against her hometown, Cocoa Village, ignited a spark of resolve in her eyes. She mused, "This is truly a rare and opportune moment. William is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3,054,000,000 berries. The dragon's bounty of merely 20,000,000 pales in comparison to William's. If I could leverage them to deal with the dragon, Cocoa Village could once again bask in tranquility." Despite her body trembling with fear, Nami feigned composure and replied, "Assisting you to reach Bounties? That is no trivial matter. Why should I aid you?" She deliberately adopted a reluctant demeanor, realizing she must not acquiesce too readily, but rather maintain a strategic advantage. "Moreover, these treasures are mine, not your spoils." She was careful to assert her claim over the riches, attempting to position herself more favorably in this negotiation. William raised an eyebrow, recognizing her ploy of feigned reluctance. Nevertheless, he was unfazed and decided to go along with the flow, smiling as he said, "Are there any bounty criminals nearby? I could take care of them, and the bounty would belong to you." He contemplated using this to further entice Nami, ensuring her complete agreement to assist him. "Deal." Nami responded without hesitation, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. She thought to herself that this was splendid. Not only could she obtain the bounty, but it also held the potential to resolve the matter of the dragon, making this venture exceedingly advantageous. Zoro regarded William with a puzzled expression, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood well that in the world of pirates, daily conduct may vary, but the captain's orders are absolute. A crew member who cannot adhere to the captain's commands is better off not being part of the crew at all, since William had made his decision. Zoro's role was merely to obey unconditionally. Nami stood resolutely by the helm, the sea breeze howling as it tousled her iconic orange short hair, akin to an everlasting flame, wild and vibrant. Her slender yet powerful hands gripped the helm with the tenacity of a vice. The synergy between her and the ship was seamless, each subtle maneuver executed with flawless precision, showcasing her exceptional skills as a navigator. At that moment, her lively eyes occasionally flickered with complex emotions, a tapestry of worry and anticipation intertwined. How to deftly lead William and Zoro towards the dragon's gang had been a matter she had been quietly contemplating throughout their journey. Casting a glance at the two who were sipping rum and enjoying the sea breeze, she spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, betraying the tension that lay beneath. "The nearest bounty criminal here was the dragon, with a bounty of 20 million berries." Zoro seemed to recall something and, setting down his cup, scratched his head as he remarked, "I had heard of this fellow's name back when I was still a bounty hunter." He continued to inform William, "The dragon's bounty is the highest in the East Blue. Even the East Blue tyrant, Kuro, commanding 5,000 men and 50 warships, has a bounty of only 17 million berries. At this point, Nami felt a twinge of regret, her expression darkening as she continued. It is said that the dragon once battled Admiral Kizaru for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to a single blow. Upon hearing this, William erupted in laughter, spraying his drink as he doubled over in mirth. The rumors in the world of One Piece are indeed formidable. The dragon had clearly been dispatched in an instant by Kizaru, only escaping from the underwater prison thanks to Jinbe's intercession. How did it reach Nami's ears that it was a 3-day battle with Kizaru? After a considerable time, William finally regained his composure. A nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he slightly raised his chin, exuding an air of carefree confidence. "Miss Nami, be sure not to blink. The battle will be over in less than a minute." At his words, Zoro retrieved some oil to maintain his beloved sword. Sunlight cascaded down, reflecting a chilling gleam off the blade, reminiscent of the glint in a ravenous wolf's eye, eager to rend its prey's throat. "Just the right moment to test my new sword," Zoro muttered under his breath, his deep voice laced with an uncontrollable excitement and a readiness for battle, revealing the inherent combative nature of a swordsman. Chapter 20, Is this your last words? The ship slowly approached the waters surrounding Cocoa Village, not yet fully docked. A potent air of decay and oppression surged forth like a black tide infused with the essence of death, overwhelming and suffocating. On the shore, the once magnificent buildings adorned with intricate carvings now lay in ruins, their splendor reduced to mere remnants scattered across the ground. In the fields, weary villagers trudged with heavy steps, laboring with numbed expressions. Their hollow, lifeless eyes resembled parched wells, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Nami beheld this familiar, yet strikingly alien landscape of her village. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, pain radiating throughout her body. Her eyes welling with unshed tears. Clenching her teeth, she let out a furious roar through gritted teeth. "This is all the wicked doing of the dragon crew and the navy. They reign unchecked here, trampling on the dignity of the villagers and taking innocent lives, while I can only stand by helplessly, unable to do anything." Tears swirled in her eyes, yet she resolutely held them back, her defiance and desire for vengeance intensifying. William squinted, keenly sensing Nami's tumultuous anger and sorrow. Much like detecting the undercurrents of a restless sea, he strode forward decisively, firmly patting Nami's shoulder, the warmth of his palm transferring to her. His voice was deep yet resolute. "With me here, all of this will come to an end." William mischievously winked. "Let's stretch a bit first. But do try not to blink." At that moment, the sea beast Moo Moo, raised by the dragon pirates, seemed to sense something amiss. Slowly emerging from the depths of the ocean, its massive head peeking above the surface. Upon recognizing Nami accompanied by 2 unfamiliar individuals, it intended to plunge back into the sea to relay the news. However, before it could make another move, a brilliant slash akin to a silver lightning bolt struck. Accompanied by a piercing hum capable of shattering eardrums, it sliced through the air in a flash, cleaving the creature's vast body in two. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the waters crimson. Witnessing this, Nami clamped her mouth shut, striving to stifle her cries. Yet her sorrowful tears flowed uncontrollably like a bursting dam. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, countless nightmares flooding her mind at that moment, and deep within, she silently questioned, would all this suffering and torment finally come to an end today? As the ship gradually approached the shore, William was the first to leap into action. His figure resembling a streak of black lightning, exuding a formidable aura as he landed with a thud. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, as if proclaiming his powerful arrival to the surroundings. Zoro followed closely behind, his movements light and agile, like a shadow concealed in darkness, landing silently. The chilling aura radiating from him instantly dropped the temperature in the vicinity, just as William and Zoro appeared at the village entrance. A group of ruffians from the dragon pirates brandished their weapons and encircled them. Who are you? This is the territory of the dragon pirates. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly if you don't want to die. The henchmen shouted hoarsely, their neck veins bulging, embodying the vile visage of street thugs. Upon hearing this, William's lips curled slightly, revealing a chillingly cold smirk. The laughter seemed to carry shards of ice, echoing from the depths of a sinister abyss, instantly sending shivers down the spines of those around him. With a rabble like you, you are merely courting your own demise. Before his words could fade, he suddenly moved, as swift as a bolt of black lightning cleaving through the night sky, manifesting in the midst of the henchmen like a wraith. The crowd barely registered the fleeting vision before they could react. William, wielding the blade known as Ace, executed a graceful flourish, reminiscent of a noble dancing elegantly at a grand ball, yet concealed within was a deadly strike. A chilling sword aura sliced through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe, swiftly severing the weapons in the henchman's hands, which shattered like brittle twigs with a series of sharp cracks. The sheer force sent them hurtling backward, their anguished cries echoing amidst the swirling dust, creating a scene of utter chaos. Simultaneously, Zoro had already gripped his twin swords tightly, launching forward with the speed of a cheetah in pursuit of prey. His blades gleaming like the blazing sun, erupting in dazzling brilliance among the crowd. To him, dispatching this band of ruffians was merely a warm-up. His gaze quickly locked onto the formidable figure of the fishman, Hachi, a key member of the dragon pirates. Hachi, possessing a lithe physique, was endowed with strength and agility far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Moreover, wielding 6 blades and having developed his own unique six-sword style, he presented a formidable challenge for Zoro. With a swift motion, Zoro initiated his assault, resembling a dark tempest surging towards Hachi. Unyielding, Hachi unsheathed his 6 blades in an instant, the cold gleam of steel reflecting like lethal stars. The two clashed together, the sound of metal ringing out incessantly as sparks flew, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. Zoro crossed his blades, forcefully parrying Hachi's fierce onslaught, the tremendous impact numbing his arms. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield an inch, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Impressive, Zoro grunted, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. In a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed, two-sword style, Rashomon. His twin blades surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, slicing through the air with a howling wind, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword auras that formed an invisible net ensnaring Hachi. The fishman quickly descended, employing his agile movements honed in the water, skimming along the ground to narrowly evade the onslaught. "Don't think this little skill can overpower me," Hachi roared, his 6 blades spinning rapidly in the air, conjuring a swirling black tempest that counterattacked Zoro. Unfazed, Zoro prepared to meet the challenge. 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt. In an instant, 3 blades transformed into lethal weapons, striking with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Shaba, eyes wide with determination, exerted every ounce of strength to fend them off with 6 knives. Each collision reverberated painfully through his hands, causing them to crack and bleed profusely. The battle intensified, the surrounding air seeming to ignite with fervor and heat. Zoro, sensing his advantage, unleashed his ultimate technique, 3-sword style, ultimate secret, 3,000 worlds. The 3 blades spun at high speed, enveloped in cataclysmic power, and descended upon Xiao Ba with ferocity. With no avenue for escape, he braced himself, raising his knife in defiance. A thunderous crack echoed as 2 of his blades shattered in an instant. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. Xiao Ba's chest and abdomen were mangled by the sword's aura, and despite his desperate attempts to rise, he only exacerbated his wounds, leading to a significant loss of blood. Before long, his breath ceased entirely. Within the chamber, the dragon heard the earth-shattering commotion outside and his expression darkened. Accompanied by several trusted subordinates, he strode out with a menacing air. "Who dares to provoke my dragon pirate crew?" he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon William's countenance, dread gripped his heart, as if ensnared by an unseen force, causing him to halt involuntarily. "How could a man like you?" His eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling uncontrollably, fear evident upon his face. William cast a scornful glance at the astonished dragon, mercilessly interrupting his stammering. "You are the dragon? TSK, you are truly hideous. Is this your final utterance?" The dragon's face flushed with indignation, although fear churned within him, urging him to flee from this infernal arena. The sight of his grievously injured comrades ignited the remnants of his pride and spirit. He took a deep breath, and his figure suddenly swelled, his skin taking on an eerie hue of ashen blue. His shark-like, razor-sharp teeth glistened menacingly, and a low growl emanated from his throat. It was as if a demon from the depths of the ocean had awakened, brandishing a colossal, serrated blade and charging madly towards William. The blade shimmered ominously in the sunlight, seemingly capable of rending apart any obstacle in its path. Yet, William remained unfazed, an aura of formidable power enveloped him, intertwining with the blade, and in an instant, the weapon radiated an aura of chilling dominance. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he charged boldly towards the onslaught of the malevolent dragon. Nami stood to the side, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment, her knuckles pale and her palms thoroughly drenched in sweat, as if she were about to wring water from the fabric. Her gaze was fixed intently on the battlefield, filled with both anxiety and hope, her lips trembling slightly as she silently prayed for William. with a deafening clang that resonated like a tolling bell, followed by a sharp crack that pierced the air. The crowd turned to witness the dragon's serrated blade shatter into countless fragments. His face was a canvas of disbelief as he slowly bowed his head, gazing at the gaping wound at his waist from which crimson blood gushed forth like an uncontrollable fountain. Just as his thoughts lingered, his upper body abruptly collapsed, falling in a dull thud that stirred up clouds of dust. Chapter 21. A beautiful tattoo before long. Zoro, drenched in blood, strode purposefully towards William. His garments stained with the evidence of battle, he showed not a trace of fatigue. Rather, his eyes sparkled with the exhilaration and satisfaction of combat. This battle had a certain allure. Zoro flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Was the savior of Rayleigh to perish beneath Zoro's sword? Merely a trivial character, he mused inwardly, though his expression remained inscrutable. As the commotion subsided, the villagers of Cocoa West cautiously peered out from their dilapidated homes. Upon witnessing the demise of the dragon, terror was swiftly replaced by joy and jubilant cheers. "We are saved. Thank the heavens. Thank you, brave warriors." The chorus of exultation intertwined to form a triumphant anthem that echoed across the scarred land. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears, glistening like radiant crystals in the sunlight. She hurried to William and Zoro, her voice choked with emotion as she exclaimed, "Thank you, truly, thank you." William gently patted her shoulder, affirming, "A man's promise must be fulfilled, even at the cost of his life." He then turned to the side, stating, "As per our agreement, the dragon's head belongs to you, along with the treasures he has plundered from the villagers over the years." Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes welled up once more, and she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Just then, Nojiko stepped forward with a smile, suggesting, "Why not host a feast to celebrate?" William surveyed the jubilant faces of the villagers, warmth flooding his heart, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time for a grand celebration, a commemoration of rebirth. At the feast, the aroma of wine permeated the air, mingling with laughter and merriment. Holding a goblet, William scanned the gathering and queried, "Where is Nami? She cannot be absent from this celebration." Nojiko smirked and replied softly, "Ah, she has gone to get a brand new tattoo." No sooner had the words left her lips than Nami gracefully approached the bonfire, proudly showcasing the new tattoo on her arm. It was the familiar motif of an orange in a windmill. The orange symbolized her longing for her mother, Belmere, who had lovingly tended to an orange grove, while the windmill represented her hometown of Cocoa West, embodying her deepest affections. What a beautiful tattoo! One could not help but admire. William expressed his heartfelt admiration. The bonfire blazed brightly, radiating warmth. Noki quietly whispered something to Nami, provoking her to arch her brows and feign a chase after him. The sisters' laughter, like silver bells, rose and fell in harmonious succession, infusing the feast with a delightful vibrancy, as if all past hardships had evaporated in that singular moment. The revelry of the banquet continued until the deep hours of the night. The villagers of Cocoa West, filled with the joy of newfound life and dreams of tranquil days ahead, gradually dispersed, each returning to their homes. William and Zoro, though slightly weary, felt a sense of fulfillment as they made their way back to the ship to rest. The following morning, the warm sun emerged like a gentle artist, delicately sketching the shimmering waves upon the sea with golden strokes. William rose early, standing at the bow of the ship, stretching luxuriously, as the sea breeze caressed his face like a tender hand, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. He gently closed his eyes, allowing the observation haki to quietly emanate, sensing the movements around him. Moments later, a subtle smile graced his lips as he called out loudly, "Zoro, it's time for morning training." Responding to the call, Zoro stepped out of the cabin with a steady gait, his posture erect, resembling a sharp spear. Upon standing still, he deftly unsheathed the sword at his waist, the blade glinting coldly in the light. Noticing that William had not drawn his weapon, he raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Isn't this morning training?" William wore a mysterious smile as he leisurely pointed towards the distant, vast sea. "Your opponent is over there." Zoro gazed in the indicated direction but saw only the horizon where sea met sky, an expanse of clarity devoid of any anomalies. Confused, he remarked, "There's clearly nothing there." However, in an instant, he recalled William's mastery of observation haki. The dormant flames of battle within him ignited fiercely, his eyes glimmering with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting the very sea. "Is it an enemy?" William maintained a calm demeanor, his tone serene as he replied, "It's the Navy, a bunch of insignificant lackeys that failed to pique my interest. Yet for you, they serve as an excellent opportunity for morning practice, to refine your swordsmanship." Before long, a naval warship surged through the tranquil waters, cutting through the waves with an imposing presence, resembling a ferocious steel beast. At the bow stood Colonel Mouse, his expression dark and stormy, akin to the ominous clouds before a tempest, his anger and resentment over the demise of the dragon pirates palpable. He had initially hoped to exploit the dragon crew's presence in the area to amass wealth, but with those plans thwarted, he was compelled to investigate and reclaim his standing. William turned without a backward glance, retreating into the cabin while casually offering a light, yet undeniable caution, "Don't take too long." Zoro confidently responded, "I will settle this swiftly." As he spoke, the naval vessel had just docked. With a few agile leaps, he ascended onto the ship with the grace and swiftness of a swallow. Colonel Mouse, witnessing the unexpected arrival of Zoro, shouted hoarsely, "Who are you? If you don't wish to be wanted, you better scram." Zoro, fully aware that Colonel Mouse was a shield for the dragon pirates, did not conceal his disdain, scoffing coldly, "You, as a member of the Navy, shamelessly collude with pirates. It's a disgrace to the Navy and sullies that uniform of justice." Colonel Mouse, infuriated by Zoro's words, erupted with rage, his face reddening like a ripe tomato as he bellowed, "You arrogant pirate, cease your nonsense. Seize him." Upon hearing the command, the naval soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, swiftly brandishing their weapons, long rifles and short cannons glinting ominously, encircling Zoro in a concerted effort to ensnare him with their sheer numbers. A derisive smile curled at the corners of Zoro's lips as he moved like a gust of wind. In an instant, he became a specter amidst the throng of soldiers, his three renowned swords shimmering with an icy brilliance under the sun, resembling lethal celestial bodies. With both hands wielding his blades, he executed a flurry of rapid, precise movements. The flashes of his swords were relentless, forming an impenetrable wall of death, akin to a finely tuned machine of slaughter. The soldiers' weapons shattered upon contact with his blades, fragments scattering like confetti, the clanging sounds echoing relentlessly. Zoro's voice resonated deeply and menacingly, akin to the tolling of a great bell. "If you wish to defeat me, you might as well return and train for another 100 years. Colonel Mouse, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Yet he feigned composure as he hastily drew his sidearm. Trembling fiercely, he attempted to aim at Zoro, but Zoro would not grant him the opportunity to fire. With a swift stride, he advanced like a flash of lightning, his three blades striking toward Colonel Mouse with a ferocity that was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, a cold gleam flashed, and Colonel Mouse's head fell with a resounding thud, his wide eyes still reflecting shock and disbelief, unable to comprehend his fate until the very end. The surrounding naval soldiers were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably as they discarded their weapons, kneeling in desperate pleas for mercy. Their bodies quaking like leaves in a storm, the air filled with cries and supplications. Zoro, steadfast in his code of the samurai, would never draw his blade against those who bore no weapons. He gazed at the kneeling Navy soldiers, his face a mask of disdain as he uttered, "Utterly pointless. Be gone." With that, he sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Suddenly, a dazzling slash erupted like a silver lightning bolt, accompanied by a piercing hum that could rend eardrums, slicing through the warship with astonishing speed. The very air seemed to tear apart, producing crackling sounds akin to the festive firecrackers of the new year. In the wake of this, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The entire vessel appeared to be grasped by invisible giant hands, gently splitting along the trajectory of the strike, cleaving it in two. The forward section of the ship, propelled by inertia, lifted dramatically at the bow before gradually tilting. The sea surged in like a ravenous beast, mercilessly consuming everything in its path, emitting a gurgling sound. The soldiers aboard were thrown into a frenzy, their terrified cries echoing chaotically. Some soldiers widened their eyes in despair, screaming helplessly like lambs destined for slaughter. Others desperately clawed towards the areas still above water, grasping at anything that might save them, while some collapsed onto the deck, their faces pale as parchment, continuously pleading for mercy from the heavens. William, with graceful fluidity, sheathed his sword and strode into the cabin, contemplating, "Next, it is time to head to the floating restaurant." Images of Sanji's extraordinary potential flickered through his mind, rivaling even Zoro's prowess. In 2 years, Sanji would shine even brighter, his lineage awakened, impervious to Quinn's strikes. The creations of Vegapunk, the attacks of the Seraphim were but a tickle to Sanji, akin to a mere steel balloon wielded by an elderly woman. Such a talent, possessing both culinary artistry and strength, was not to be overlooked. Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ship does require someone capable of crafting delectable dishes. Chapter 22. The floating restaurant Baratai. The ship set sail slowly towards the Baratai. On the deck, Zoro's eyes were completely covered by a black cloth, his hands gripping his sword, poised as if facing a formidable adversary. Sweat trickled down his cheek, soaking his attire. Nami, witnessing William draw ace, paled instantly, exclaiming, "Surely you cannot be thinking?" William met her with a gentle smile, calmly responding, "This is a form of training. If that guy Zoro were to perish, it would merely indicate his inadequacy." Nami's face was etched with worry, her eyes reddened as she stomped her feet in agitation. "This is far too reckless." Yet Zoro resolutely countered, "Bring it on. As you said, a swordsman who has yet to master haki cannot even be deemed third-rate. I will not tolerate such weakness within myself." Zoro held his breath, concentrating intently as he endeavored to perceive William's attack trajectory. His ears perked to catch even the faintest sound of slicing air. Suddenly, a searing pain struck him. He realized he had been wounded, the blade having pierced his chest. Blood swiftly seeping through his garments. He hastily summoned every ounce of his concentration, keenly attuned to the razor-sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air. To the left? No. Swish. Once again, it was the same spot. Despite his attempts to block and evade, he was still struck. Would it be the chest this time? No. I heard it. It's the left arm. Clang. Witnessing Zoro deftly deflect his attack, William's face broke into a look of admiration. Remarkable. The ensuing difficulty shall be doubled. An opportunity not to be missed. Zoro gritted his teeth, unwavering. Swish. Another fierce slash followed. Splatter. Blood gushed forth from Zoro's chest like a fountain, prompting Nami to scream, "Stop it. This is madness." Zoro, clenching his joy resolutely, replied, "It's fine. Continue." Swish. The onslaught continued unabated. Thud. Ultimately, having lost too much blood, Zoro collapsed onto the deck, unconscious. William turned to Nami, his expression grave. Zoro harbors his own ambitions. A dream he is willing to bet his life upon. Days later, that unique maritime restaurant finally came into view. Its shape resembled a colossal ship, with fish-shaped prows at both ends, so lifelike it seemed poised to leap into the sea at any moment. It floated serenely on the water's surface, while waves relentlessly crashed against the restaurant's outer walls, sending up layers of white spray. Docking alongside the restaurant, the three stepped into this culinary paradise. As soon as they crossed the threshold of the Bounties restaurant, an exquisite and tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, dancing like a lively spirit, penetrating their nostrils. Instantly, it awakened their appetites, their stomachs rumbling in unison, as if orchestrating a symphony of eager anticipation. Inside the restaurant, a bustling atmosphere enveloped them, with patrons mingling, their voices raised in animated conversation, sharing tales of their nautical adventures, or dining alone, absorbed in the delights of their dishes, their expressions filled with bliss. Lost in the culinary world they inhabited, William had made ample preparations this time. With a pair of non-prescription glasses carefully selected from old John's optical shop in Marineford now resting securely on his nose. Back in Cocoa Village, he had tested the effectiveness of this disguise, and those villagers passed him by without recognizing him. His gaze swept through the crowd like a searchlight, quickly honing in on a particular figure, a man with striking golden hair and distinctive curly eyebrows, clad in a sharply tailored black suit. Complemented by a strikingly vibrant red tie, he exuded elegance with every gesture. At that moment, he deftly maneuvered between the tables, his face adorned with a perfectly timed smile. Attentively serving the diners, William and his companions, familiar with the surroundings, found vacant seats and had yet to adjust their postures. Suddenly, a figure appeared with an astonishing speed that even the keen-eyed swordsman Zoro could scarcely perceive, materializing beside the dining table like a specter. Zoro inwardly marveled, his pupils narrowing slightly. Is this the crew member to be recruited? In terms of speed, I nearly failed to react. However, I shall not be outdone. My future training must be intensified. Meanwhile, Sanji seemed as if he had been struck mute, his entire being frozen in place, his gaze fixated on Nami, murmuring to himself as if enchanted, "Oh, my heavens! Such a beautiful angel has descended before me." As he spoke, he conjured a stunning rose, its petals glistening with dew. From seemingly nowhere, leaning forward with utmost courtesy to present it to Nami, a beaming smile plastered across his face. "Dear lady, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Nami, amused, covered her mouth with a light laugh, accepting the rose and teasingly replied, "Nami." Before Sanji could respond, a rolling pin, propelled by a gust of wind, shot toward him like an arrow. It struck the back of his head with precision, sending him crashing to the ground. The assailant was none other than Patty. "Sanji, you rascal, are you harassing the guests again?" Patty then turned to William and his companions, a sinister grin stretching across his face as he said, "Welcome to the Bounties. Esteemed gentleman and lady, would you like to order?" In an instant, the smile vanished, his tone rising sharply. "This establishment does not cater to the destitute." William flashed a toothy grin, unperturbed, and replied, "Let us start with food for 100. Upon hearing this, Sanji's brow furrowed, glaring at William. "I will not tolerate wastefulness. Should you dare to squander?" Before Sanji could finish, Patty, flustered, interjected, "Very well, sir, please hold on." At that moment, Patty's sole focus was on business. He could not afford to lose a valuable customer due to Sanji's principles. Meanwhile, a diner quietly rose from his seat, his expression hurried as he retrieved a snail phone. Trembling fingers dialing frantically, voice urgent and exhilarated. "It cannot be mistaken. I saw it with my own eyes, the supreme sword technique of the 12 supreme blades." However, before he could finish, his consciousness plummeted into an abyss of darkness, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly senseless. The telephone bug slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. The person on the other end, filled with confusion, repeatedly inquired, "Hello? What happened? Hello?" Yet, all that responded was a suffocating silence. Before long, Sanji approached with 3 meticulously plated steaks, their sizzling surfaces exuding an irresistible aroma. The dual assault on one's visual and olfactory senses was enough to make anyone's mouth water and awaken their taste buds. William was the first to seize his fork, boldly piercing through an entire steak and bringing it straight to his mouth. In that instant, a symphony of rich and diverse flavors erupted on his tongue like a dazzling firework display, intertwining the essence of meat and spices. A flicker of surprise danced in William's eyes as he sincerely exclaimed, "Delicious. This culinary skill is indeed as renowned as rumored." Zoro, not to be outdone, indulged heartily, his cheeks bulging as he mumbled through his feast, "Not bad." Nami, embodying grace, sat elegantly, wielding her knife to delicately slice her steak, savoring each bite with refined pleasure. Sanji observed William devour a steak the size of a watermelon in mere moments, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a solemn expression, as if having made a profound resolution, he declared, "It seems we have a remarkable guest. Wagering my honor as a chef, I shall not be bested by you." After a whirlwind of consumption, Patty, whose hands trembled from prolonged stirring, finally saw William and Zoro set down their utensils. With a deep sigh of relief, he stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen, the total comes to 2 million berries. Which of you will settle the bill?" Upon hearing this, Nami gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Why not just rob the place? This is far too expensive." Patty's expression darkened, his eyes flaring with anger as he retorted, "Do you wish to dine and dash?" Nami rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had not brought such a sum of money. Moreover, as a renowned restaurant in the East Blue, Barity's prices were justifiably high. Sanji then appeared beside Nami with ghostly speed, bowing slightly with earnestness. "Miss Nami, of course. Your meal is complimentary." Overjoyed, Nami blew Sanji a kiss, saying, "Thank you." Sanji, as if struck by Medusa's gaze, stood frozen in place, murmuring to himself, Miss Nami's kiss. Hiki." Suddenly, he turned to William and Zoro with a serious demeanor. "Of course, you two will have to pay." Subsequently, he fell into a petrified state. William was, in fact, affluent. During his time sailing in the East Sea, he had encountered numerous pirates. Producing a stack of banknotes valued at 10,000 each, William smiled at Patty and remarked, "The food is exquisite, and as for Nami's portion, Before he could finish, the money in William's hand had instantaneously found its way in Nami's grasp. As she counted it, she began to negotiate with Patty. "Subtract 1 steak. And for the wine, you can only charge 2/3 since I had some as well. Additionally, the service fee should be reduced." Patty, drenched in sweat and staring at the 1.6 million berries in his hand, stood there in a daze before hastily fleeing with the money. He worried that if he lingered any longer, the cost of Nami and her companion's meal might lead to a loss for his own restaurant. William couldn't help but inwardly marvel. "Now, I truly believe in Nami's ability to procure items for free in the original story." After enjoying their meal and dessert, William observed the increasing number of patrons at Baratai. His intention to wait for a less crowded moment to invite Sanji had been thwarted. Chapter 23, Sanji. "Don't catch a cold." William gently set down his wine glass, and in an instant, the conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire oceanic restaurant without warning. Thud. Thud. The diners present instantly appeared as if their souls had been extracted, their bodies slumping limply to the ground. Patty emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, only to find the once vibrant restaurant now eerily silent. Everyone sprawled on the floor in shock, exclaiming, "What just happened? Hey, are you all right?" Zeph, hearing the commotion, stepped out of the kitchen with arms crossed, his gaze fixed on William, his expression grave as he explained. This ability cannot be learned through mere effort. It is a power that manifests in only one among millions, reserved for those born as kings, conquerors. Hockey. William removed his glasses and nodded slightly at Zeph, apologetically stating, I sincerely apologize. After all, exposing my whereabouts could lead to serious complications. Patty, incredulous, rubbed his eyes and stammered while pointing at William. You. Ah, my name is Gold. William. This is my companion, Zoro. And this lady is our hired navigator, Nami. William introduced himself with a calm demeanor. A man like you wouldn't appear here without reason. What is your purpose? Zeph's gaze was sharp, piercing to the core. My ship is in need of a chef, Sanji. Join my crew, William stated directly, getting straight to the point. Sanji, with his hands in his pockets, scrutinized William and Zoro before raising an eyebrow, the son of the Pirate King? However, I'm quite content here at this oceanic restaurant. Why would I want to join you? William's lips curled into a smile as he continued to intensify the allure. Sanji, the East Blue is far too small. The Grand Line harbors an abundance of extraordinary ingredients you have yet to encounter. Pausing for effect, his voice grew increasingly enticing as a chef. Do you not long for that legendary realm where all the world's ingredients converge, the dreamland of all chefs, all blue? Sanji's eyes sparkled with excitement, instinctively. He retrieved a lighter and ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze became somewhat dazed, brimming with longing. All blue. That has been the fantastical paradise I have heard of since childhood. Countless times, I have traversed that wondrous sea in my dreams, with every uncharted ingredient beckoning to me. His voice trembled slightly, betraying an undeniable yearning. Zeph timely interjected, clearing his throat and adopting a faint seriousness. Sanji, you are dismissed. There is no place for you in the floating restaurant. Internally, Zeph sighed, pondering that remaining in the restaurant would forever preclude the possibility of reaching all blue. Pudding. Holding back tears, chimed in, indeed, hurry and pack your things and leave. You lecherous boy, do not linger here any longer. The other chefs aboard the ship, with reddened eyes, echoed in unison. Yes, you lascivious scoundrel, your incessant harassment of the guests has worn us thin. If you continue to stay, the restaurant will surely perish because of you. Yet the choked emotions and reluctance in their voices could not be easily concealed. Moments later, as Sanji emerged with his luggage, he gazed at William, his lips quivering as he slowly spoke. Allow me to accompany you. I shall take the role of chef on your ship. As Sanji stepped away from Bartai, the gentle sea breeze tousled his golden hair, and he cast a lingering, affectionate glance back at the restaurant that had been his home for so long, the familiar doors and windows, the corners filled with memories. William softly inquired, Are you not going to say goodbye? Ah, no need, Sanji replied, his voice tinged with a facade of strength. However, just as he turned to leave, Zeph, with reddened eyes and arms crossed, fought to suppress the tremors of his body. With his back turned to Sanji, Zeph spoke in a barely audible yet profoundly heartfelt tone. Sanji, do not catch a cold. This simple utterance pierced Sanji's heart like a sharp blade, striking the softest part of his being. His tears gushed forth in an uncontrollable flood, overwhelming him in an instant. He turned around, his legs weakened, and fell heavily to his knees, his forehead striking the deck with force. Captain Zepp, I have long been indebted to your kindness. Your great benevolence will forever remain etched in my memory. Sanji rose, vigorously wiping away the tears from his face, taking a deep breath before resolutely stepping onto William's ship. The vessel slowly departed, and Sanji gazed at the receding sea restaurant until it vanished beyond the horizon. At that moment, his eyes remained moist, filled with a tumult of emotions, both a reluctance for the past and a yearning for the future. Days later, the ship anchored steadily at the port of Cocoa West, the sea breeze gently brushing against them, carrying a tinge of parting melancholy. William and a few others stood at the dock with Nami, bidding a poignant farewell, their luggage already stowed aboard. The sails flapped vigorously, as if urging everyone to set sail immediately into the vast, perilous unknown of the sea. In the midst of this heavy atmosphere, suddenly, several dark figures streaked across the sky, slicing through the clear blue expanse. They were a flock of messenger seagulls, soaring high, akin to precise couriers, dropping several wanted posters. The papers fluttered down, and William reacted swiftly, catching one securely in his hand. Instinctively, his gaze fell upon the bold black letters on the poster, and even he, usually composed, could not help but pause in surprise. It read, Demon's Son, Gold, William, Bounty, 3054 000 000 berries. Member of the William Pirates, Roranoa Zoro, Bounty, 177,000,000 berries. Chef of the William Pirates, Sanji, Bounty, 143,000,000 berries. Navigator of the William Pirates, Nami, Bounty, 111,000,000 berries. Upon reading these words, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. How could I, merely having been a temporary navigator for William, suddenly possess a bounty of over 100 million? William pondered internally, is it due to Roger's involvement? It seems he truly discovered something extraordinary. Nami, upon glimpsing the details of her bounty, stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Moments later, she let out a sharp cry, her face filled with terror. No. To her, it seemed outrageous that merely assisting William for a few days had led to such a staggering bounty. The days ahead would surely have her living under the constant shadow of capture. At that moment, Nojiko approached with a serious demeanor, standing tall. Her gaze sincere as if she could see into the depths of one's heart. She looked directly at William, her tone grave as she asked, Captain William, may I entrust Nami's dream to you? She has always longed to chart the seas of the world. In her gaze, there lingered an amalgamation of hope and worry, entrusting her sister's future entirely to these sparse words. Meanwhile, Akane, who had silently protected Nokigo and Nami for many years, wore a solemn expression, his brow furrowed deeply, the creases on his forehead appearing more pronounced, as he ominously threatened, listen closely, young man. If you dare to let Nami shed even a single tear of sorrow, even if it costs me my life, I will not spare you. His words were imbued with a fierce determination to protect. William, equally serious, responded with unwavering resolve. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure that Nami remains unharmed. Each word resonated with undeniable conviction, akin to a solemn vow. Nami, stifling her tears, felt the warmth in her eyes, forcing a smile as she approached the villagers, bidding each farewell with heartfelt embraces. Upon reaching Akane, she gently grasped his hand, saying, Akane, all these years, I am grateful for your care of me and Nokigo. Tears welled in Akane's eyes, and he could only nod emphatically. His throat constricted as if choked by unuttered words. As the sisters bid farewell to Nokigo, they embraced tightly, as if trying to merge their very beings. Nokigo whispered softly in her ear, Nami, pursue your dreams and return safely. Nami's tears finally cascaded down her cheeks as she choked out, I will. And you must take care of yourself. With that, Nami gradually made her way toward William's ship. Each step felt as though she were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Her gait somewhat unsteady, her form appearing fragile. Yet, her eyes radiated an unwavering determination, embodying the courage of one who was resolutely pursuing her dreams. As she stepped onto the ship's deck, she cast a final glance back at Cocoa West Village, watching the familiar homes and beloved faces recede into the distance, silently vowing, farewell, everyone. I shall return with the world's navigational charts. Chapter 24. My dream is the transparent fruit. Sanji rummaged through the chaotic kitchen, examining the few meager and dilapidated cooking utensils. His brow knitted into a frown, he complained, the kitchen on this ship is dreadful. The equipment is incomplete, and we can't even gather the most basic seasonings. Zoro, equally dissatisfied, strode out from the cramped training room, still clutching a training barbell, grumbling. The equipment in this training room is utterly pathetic. The space is so confined that I can barely execute any extensive moves. Nami, following suit, expressed her concerns with a furrowed brow, anxiously stating, moreover, the ship's propulsion system is far too outdated. Its speed is agonizingly slow. In the face of an emergency, our ability to respond swiftly is severely hampered. Moreover, we lack even a pirate flag. This is unacceptable, for the pirate flag is the emblem of a pirate's identity. Overhearing the chorus of complaints from the crowd, William sheepishly scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, as he explained, after all, this was merely a pirate ship I casually commandeered. However, there is no need for concern regarding the ship. It was a farewell gift from Buggy, which should have been reported in the newspapers. Nami, quick to react, chimed in as if she were a contestant in a quiz competition. It's a devil fruit worth over 100 million. William chuckled and shook his head, correcting her. No, the world government once placed a bounty of 50 million on the surgery fruit, which pales in comparison to the float fruit in my estimation. Sanji, hailing from a distinguished lineage and possessing the blood of a scientist, began to think swiftly. He connected the dots, realizing that if the float fruit were deployed on the battlefield, it would confer an almost invincible advantage in air superiority. He nodded emphatically in agreement. Indeed, If we can master this fruit, we will firmly secure the airspace, undoubtedly gaining a significant advantage in combat. I almost forgot to mention that we have another member. The first mate of this ship, Baldwin Van Cleef, a wielder of the float fruit. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, William continued at a measured pace. Therefore, we will primarily navigate using the floating island. Upon hearing this, Nami felt a jolt of apprehension, as if doused with icy water. She immediately recalled her pride in her navigational skills. Would her compass still be reliable on a floating island? Would her abilities become a hindrance to the crew? A tide of anxiety washed over her, extinguishing the excitement that had just ignited within. William, with keen perception, seemed to see through Nami's inner turmoil and hastily clarified, "You must have heard of that pivotal naval battle that altered the course of history." He looked up at the crowd as he spoke. Sanji lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a plume of smoke, which swirled around him as he calmly remarked, "The Battle of 8 Wall, right? Indeed, the abilities of the float fruit do have their limitations. Storms are its nemesis." William gazed at Nami, his eyes filled with trust and encouragement. "Nami, no one in the East Blue understands meteorology better than you. Furthermore, your innate sensitivity to weather will ensure our safe arrival at our destination. On the Grand Line, storms can strike unexpectedly, but with your early warnings and adept maneuvering, we can navigate through danger time and again." Hearing William's unwavering faith in her, Nami felt a warm surge within her, dispelling her fears and rekindling her confidence. Clenching her fists, she resolutely declared, "Leave it all to me." The gift bestowed upon Van Cleef was the float fruit, while Zoro received a withered branch. William turned to Sanji and Nami, his eyes brimming with inquiry. "Sanji, is there any gift you desire?" Upon hearing the word gift, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the symbol of berries materialized before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, "William, I would prefer my gift to be berries. More is always better." Her eagerness made her resemble a little miser who had stumbled into a treasure trove. William shot her a sidelong glance, exasperated, and replied, "No, you are far too vulnerable. What you truly need is a Logia-type devil fruit to bolster your self-defense capabilities." As he spoke, he placed a reassuring hand on Nami's shoulder and continued with earnest intent. "The powers of the Logia type are akin to those of the Marine Admirals, the pinnacle of the world government's might. To put it simply, consuming such a fruit would instantly grant you strength surpassing that of Zoro and Sanji, enabling you to stand your ground in times of peril." Nami felt a wave of emotion swell within her at William's words. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded gently. Sanji, upon hearing this, seemed to connect the dots, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is it the dark fruit?" "Indeed, it can siphon the abilities of other users. Notorious as the most fearsome of all devil fruits," William affirmed. A glimmer of longing appeared on Sanji's face as he gravely addressed William. "Beyond my quest for the all-blue, I have another dream. The allure of the transparent fruit is no less captivating than that of the all-blue." His eyes shone with anticipation, as if he could already envision himself stealthily entering a women's bathhouse. Zoro, perplexed, scratched his head and remarked, "That doesn't sound like a particularly formidable ability." "Ah, you fool, you could never comprehend it. With that power, I could boldly enter a women's bathhouse." Sanji smirked, raising an eyebrow playfully. Zoro, initially taken aback, soon grasped the implication and transformed into a figure of indignation, exclaiming, "You lecherous pervert. How can you speak so nonchalantly about such things?" Nami clutched her chest in horror, silently vowing to ensure that every crack in the bathroom was sealed tightly to prevent any breaches. William chuckled, "Since it is the dream of a comrade, allow me to lend you my support. Long live the captain." The crew cheered. At Marineford, Kane grimaced as he communicated with the system. "Teleport the float fruit to my vicinity." Watching his boastful points plummet rapidly, Kane took a deep breath, picked up the float fruit from the table, and handed it to his new white clone, Baldwin Van Cleef. "System, teleport the clone codename Van Cleef to Cocoa West Village." William retrieved the telephone bug. "I am positioned approximately 100 nautical miles southwest of Cocoa Village with my new companion." "Understood. I shall arrive shortly," came Van Cleef's steady voice from the other end. Before long, a colossal floating island, akin to a mobile behemoth, surged towards them with the swiftness of a gale, accompanied by the roar of wind. The silhouette of the island gradually became distinct under the sun's radiant glow, emanating an enigmatic luminescence as if it were a miraculous apparition descending from the realm of myth. Nami, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in sheer astonishment, pondering to herself, is it truly possible for navigation to encompass such extraordinary methods? This revelation utterly dismantled her preconceived notions of seafaring. suggesting that the voyage ahead would be filled with surprises and challenges. Sanji and Zoro, too, were witnessing this breathtaking scene for the first time. Unable to restrain their awe as they exclaimed, "It appears we have truly boarded an extraordinary vessel." The floating island began its gradual descent, its immense form nearing the surface of the sea. With a thunderous crash, the island collided violently with the water, sending a spray of seawater soaring into the air. The tumultuous waves radiated outward, instigating a minor tsunami, showcasing its magnificent might amidst the roaring tempest. "Let us proceed, everyone," William said, casting a confident smile at his companions before lifting Nami effortlessly in a princess carry. His form moved like lightning, and with a few graceful leaps, he ascended to the floating island as elegantly as a swallow in flight. Sanji glanced at Zoro, a spark of challenge flickering in his eyes, and jested, "Make sure not to lose your way, algae head." With that, he leaped into the sea. The tumultuous waters seemed to yield before him, not hindering his remarkable speed. "Should the waves sweep you away, I shan't rescue you, Color Kappa," Zoro retorted defiantly, plunging into the sea right behind him. He possessed a robust and graceful physique, seemingly on the verge of catching up to Sanji. Observing this, Sanji felt a surge of competitive spirit within him, propelling him to exert more effort and accelerate his pace. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited chase through the azure waters, akin to two mighty dragons frolicking. And before long, they reached the shore. Van Cleef had already prepared a roaring bonfire, its flames dancing exuberantly like fervent heralds, welcoming all to their gathering. Beside the fire lay a mound of ingredients and beverages, exuding an irresistible aroma. William, surveying the crowd, beamed with joy and exuberance, rising to declare, "Let us celebrate our gathering with a grand feast." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers and excitement. In an instant, the air was filled with laughter and merriment, intertwining with the resounding waves, composing a harmonious symphony of joy. At the banquet, everyone indulged in the exquisite cuisine and fine wines. Chapter 25, The Pirate King is Within My Grasp. William carefully unfurled the meticulously crafted pirate flag from the system, its deep, knight-like base exuding an air of solemnity and authority in profound black. At its center, a white skull grinned broadly, adorned with a pink captain's hat symbolizing William. A bold and unique color scheme. The crowd gathered around, their gazes lingering on the pirate flag, filled with wonder and admiration. A few shared knowing smiles, seamlessly taking hold of the flag and hoisting it high upon the flagpole with deft movements. The sea breeze swept through, causing the pirate flag to ripple fiercely, as though eagerly proclaiming the arrival of William's pirate crew. With high spirits, William retrieved a sturdy barrel of wine and positioned it in the center of the gathering. Stepping atop it first, standing tall and proud, he embodied the majestic stance of a king poised for conquest, ready to command the world. With a grand flourish, he raised his goblet, the liquid shimmering under the sunlight, casting prismatic reflections. His voice resonated like thunder as he proclaimed, to upheave the world. His words brimmed with a resolute determination to shatter conventions and overturn the old order, exuding an indomitable spirit. Following closely was Van Cleef, standing tall, his gaze unwavering and radiant like a blazing torch, his voice booming, causing the very air to quiver. "The captain's dream is my dream." In his unembellished declaration lay an unwavering allegiance and trust in Captain William. Zoro also rose, the three blades at his waist gently swaying, producing a crisp sound. He slightly raised his head, his gaze infused with an indomitable determination and a longing for the future, and solemnly declared, "To become the world's foremost swordsman." That unwavering conviction suggested that nothing in this world could hinder his relentless pursuit of his dream. Sanji elegantly produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette with a crisp flick, inhaling deeply before exhaling swirling rings of smoke, which danced in the air around him. A confident smile adorned his face as he lightly tapped his fingers, which clasped a cigarette, and spoke languidly, in pursuit of the all-blue. The mention of this dreamland illuminated his eyes with longing, as if he had already glimpsed the wondrous sea teeming with a myriad of ingredients. Nami's eyes sparkled with fervor, a testament to her unwavering dedication to her aspirations. Her fists clenched with resolve as she declared, to chart the seas of the entire world. Her gaze exuded an unshakable determination, a strength bestowed upon her by years of yearning. "Very well, I hereby declare the William pirate crew to set sail." William downed his cup of wine in one gulp, then raised his arm in a triumphant gesture, his muscles taut with exuberance. "Oh!" The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating through the sky, soaring towards the boundless horizon. The following morning, the gentle warmth of the sun bathed the floating island, draping it in a delicate veil. Nami, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and yawned, lazily making her way to the kitchen. "Good morning, everyone," she murmured, her voice laced with lingering sleepiness. Sanji, resembling an elegant gentleman, had risen early, presenting a meticulously prepared breakfast with one hand. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Nami, his enchanting smile gracing his face as he slightly bowed, offering her the meal. "Good morning, Nami-san. Please enjoy this special beauty-enhancing dish I prepared just for you." "Thank you, Sanji-kun," Nami replied, her lips curling into a faint smile. Meanwhile, before William lay a mountain of food, and he devoured it with abandon, his hands moving deftly as he consumed the delicacies at an astonishing pace, his cheeks bulging with delight. Van Cleef was equally unrestrained, seizing a large piece of meat with the bone still attached, effortlessly crushing it with 2 bites before swallowing it whole. His hearty appetite was nothing short of astonishing, embodying a rugged spirit. Zoro, too, was engaged in a frenzied feast, as if locked in a fierce battle with his food, his cheeks working diligently and his focus unwavering. The plate rapidly emptied. At the Sea Restaurant Bar Thai, Carp sat at the table, unabashedly indulging in his meal, entirely oblivious to his appearance. His mouth was stuffed full, and he mumbled indistinctly, "After all, I have acquired Shiki's abilities. It's only natural that I can't catch up." Akiji, sitting nearby, rubbed his temples in exasperation, his expression one of resignation. Admiral Sengoku is incessantly calling for updates. Carp swallowed his food and waved dismissively, "Let that fellow Sengoku worry." Days later, William stood at the edge of the floating island, gazing down at the town of Rogue with a glint of audacity and excitement in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he enthusiastically proposed, "How about we go skydiving?" Upon hearing this, Nami's face turned pale, her lips trembling as she stammered, "You can't possibly mean to jump from here, right?" William burst into hearty laughter, his voice ringing out as he scooped Nami up around the waist, proclaiming, "Correct." Without further ado, he leaped off the floating island, Nami in his arms, their clothes billowing dramatically in the wind. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow suit. In the air, the two attempted the moonwalk for the first time, their movements awkward as they struggled to adjust their direction, their expressions tense, as Zoro and Sanji faltered from anxiety. Nearly plummeting, Frankie acted swiftly, catching them with a wooden board. William turned back, shouting, "Frankie will catch you. Don't worry. From now on, you'll train like this every day." Nami clung tightly to William, terrified, and screamed, "William, I want to ride the board with Frankie." "I don't want to be with you." William teased her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "What? Too slow? All right, I'm going to speed up." "No, please," Nami cried out in distress. The board gradually came to a halt near the waters off Rogue Town. William observed the trembling group, laughing heartily. "It seems future training will be even more rigorous." Nami was merely frightened, while Zoro and Sanji, exhausted, sat slumped on the board, gasping for breath. Nami formed an X with her hands, her face serious, declaring, "I refuse such training." William shrugged, patiently explaining, "Nami, you must acclimate to heights. For the devil fruits I've chosen for you are meant for aerial combat." As they regained their composure and strength, Frankie skillfully piloted the board safely to the shores of Rogue Town. The moment William set foot on the sands of Rogue Town, a spark of excitement and wildness ignited in his eyes, as if he could sense the thrill of adventure and challenge in the air. He flashed a grin, one imbued with an air of dominance. "Let us greet the world." Boom. The dark crimson aura of his conqueror's spirit surged forth like a tempest, sweeping through the entire town with an overwhelming force. The bricks of the buildings near William crumbled and fell, raising a cloud of dust. The tiles on the rooftops were tossed about as if manipulated by an invisible hand, spiraling through the air while emitting a sharp whistle. The tallest building closest to William appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, its walls cracking ominously. Nami, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The once bustling town now seemed to be frozen in time, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The streets, previously alive with activity, now lay silent, devoid of any creature capable of standing. All beings were rendered incapacitated by William's overwhelming conqueror's spirit, collapsed upon the ground. Zoro stood nearby, observing the scene before him, murmuring, "No matter how many times I see it, it remains astonishing." Sanji elegantly retrieved a lighter, igniting a cigarette with a crisp snap, inhaling deeply before releasing circles of smoke. The smoke spiraled upward in the still air as Sanji slowly remarked, "Only a man like this is worthy of being our captain. Wouldn't you agree?" Within the naval base, Smoker witnessed soldiers collapsing around him, suddenly struck by a realization, his expression shifting dramatically. As he extracted the phone bug, Before he could take any further action, his consciousness plunged into an abyss of unending darkness, and he instantaneously lost all awareness. The phone bug slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. William gazed at the execution platform before him, as if he were traversing through the currents of time. And the resonant voice of the man who once conquered the vast seas echoed in his ears. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, boldly proclaimed to the world, "Do you seek my treasure? Go and find it. I have hidden all my treasures here." Thud, thud, thud. William's footsteps echoed on the decrepit steps, each stride producing a deep, resonant sound, akin to the war drums reverberating in the heart of the world. He slowly approached the place where Roger was being executed, then sat cross-legged, his posture reminiscent of a king poised to usher in a new era. William lifted his head, his gaze piercing, directed towards the horizon, as if his eyes could penetrate the endless sea of clouds and glimpse the edge of the world. He proclaimed loudly, "My name is Gold, William. Now, I declare it to the world." His voice rose, akin to a resounding thunderclap, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. "I shall become the Pirate King." This declaration echoed through the heavens and the earth, stirring the distant sea into tumultuous waves. Chapter 26, Whitebeard. Teach from this moment forth. You shall be the captain of the 2nd Division. Morgans, upon receiving another call from this enigmatic individual, felt a flicker of excitement in his cunning eyes. He activated 3 high-power shielding phone bugs before connecting the call. "Moshi Moshi, my dear, I have missed you dearly," came the teasing voice of Morgans. On the other end, Kane could not help but retort, "You must be wishing for my demise, you peculiar fellow. Let me linger a few more days," yet he responded with warmth, "Ah, Morgans, I too long for your presence. Any significant news?" Morgan's voice carried a hint of curiosity and caution. "Gold, William has gathered a formidable group of individuals." Kane seemed to foresee the headlines of tomorrow's newspaper. "Gaga, this is monumental news," Morgans exclaimed with excitement. "And what is the price?" "A devil fruit with any power." Kane replied, "That alone is insufficient. Furthermore, they made a remarkable speech in Locktown. I possess first-hand information." Kane dropped a bombshell. Morgans felt a jolt of surprise, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Kane directly provided the answer, just as he suspected. "Gaga, monumental news. I am in agreement." Morgans shrieked with exhilaration, envisioning the scene of his newspaper flying off the shelves. "How shall we conduct the transaction?" "There is a black snail at your door. Simply feed it the devil fruit." After hanging up, Morgan stared intently at the working phone bug, his gaze penetrating as if attempting to discern the visage of his dear friend from within. He pondered silently. It seems he must reduce his reliance on the phone worms. The sensation of being under constant surveillance is quite discomforting. Morgans bent down to retrieve an exquisite box, opening it to unveil the demon fruit adorned with peculiar vine patterns. This zoan type, the fish fruit, koi form, was initially intended to ensnare a gullible fool for a hefty sum, but it would serve as an appropriate reward for this individual. After feeding the demon fruit to the black snail at the entrance, he watched as it slowly sank into the ground, marveling at its newfound ability to burrow. "Ah, it seems the office floor will soon require a layer of concrete, at least 1 meter deep. No, 3 meters. Immediately, the transmission phone worm beside Morgan sprang into action. Photographs began to emerge from its mouth, capturing the various exploits of William and his companions. These images appeared to be the spark that would ignite worldwide unrest. Morgans took up his pen to compose a report that would shake the world. The son of the Pirate King is poised to conquer the Grand Line. In a small tavern by the street, people gathered, their eyes drawn to the headline on the newspaper, engaging in lively discussion. An elderly man spoke with concern. "Regardless, it feels as though a tempest is brewing upon the seas. I cannot fathom what the future holds." Meanwhile, a group of impassioned youths glimmered with excitement. "That unprecedented One Piece is calling to me. It's decided. Tomorrow, we set sail on a pirate ship." The bounty of 97 million berries was held aloft by Steel Knife Vero, who gazed at the eye-catching headline, bursting into loud laughter. His mirth resonated like thunder across the ocean. "Roger's son? This will indeed be an entertaining rival. However, the One Piece is destined to be mine." The crew aboard the ship raised their arms in unison, proclaiming, "Captain, we believe in you. You will surely lead us to dominate these waters." At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat behind his desk, gripping the freshly obtained newspaper tightly, his brow furrowed in deep concern. His gaze was intense, as if he could burn a hole through the paper, his voice heavy with indignation. "This demon spawn is determined to disturb the peace of these seas." Standing beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru maintained a rigid posture, carefully perusing the newspaper. After a moment, she frowned slightly, her expression grave as she murmured, "We must remain vigilant." Sengoku then turned to his flustered intelligence chief, Toronto, whose face was awash with panic. His eyes widened in fury, resembling an enraged lion, as he bellowed, "Toronto, what is your intelligence department even doing? Every year, so much funding is wasted. Has it all gone to waste? The Navy has expended vast resources in pursuit of him. Yet what is the outcome? Have you truly been unable to uncover any trace of the adversary during this extended period?" With that, he forcefully slammed the newspaper onto the table, producing a resounding crack. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the clown, Buggy, remain utterly elusive. The son of the devil has silently gathered such a multitude of nefarious individuals, and we are still left in utter bewilderment. Where has your intelligence network been all this time? Is it possible that the information from your department is merely regurgitated from Morgan's newspapers? Huh. The reprimanded Toronto, drenched in humiliation, turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, while beads of perspiration rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar. He trembled, hastily bowing deeply, his waist bending at a 90-degree angle, apologizing with genuine trepidation. "I am deeply sorry, Marshal Sengoku. It is my dereliction of duty. I shall reflect profoundly upon this and ensure that I exercise greater caution in the future, never to repeat such an error. I earnestly beseech you for another chance." Sengoku contemplated dismissing Toronto with a wave of his hand, wishing to banish him from the Navy entirely, preferring to avoid the sight of him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the image of Toronto's father holding a prominent position in the government flashed through his mind, forcing him to suppress his furious indignation. He could only rub his temples wearily and gesture for him to leave, depart. Yes, Toronto, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly retreated, his steps hurried, eager to vanish from the gaze of those around him. Beside him, Akina clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his jaw taut, his eyes ablaze with a fierce fury. As though ready to erupt at any moment, he scoffed, stating, "Pirates who seek to disrupt the world's order must be eradicated without hesitation. They cannot be allowed to roam freely across these seas." Sengoku slowly retrieved his transponder snail, inhaling deeply to regain some composure, and dialed Kazan's number. "Kazan, return. The adversary's mobility has rendered the demon-slaying order a failure. Prolonging this pursuit is futile. Return to headquarters, and we shall deliberate on our next course of action." After hanging up, Sengoku again rubbed his temples, his expression one of resignation, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Let Borisolino take charge of the pursuit. His Pika Pika Nomi grants him a speed advantage. Perhaps he can counterbalance the opponent." On an island in the New World, Big Mom, robust in stature, sat firmly at a massive dining table, imposing as a mountain. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, yet she was wholly disinterested in dining. Her gaze fixed intently on a newspaper, her expression revealing a hint of vigilance as she spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Have those little brats made their voices heard to the world? What do you think, you little scoundrel?" Her words were laced with scrutiny towards the younger generation. Across from her, Kaido tilted his head back, downing a generous gulp of alcohol, a rivulet of liquor trickling down his chin, before bursting into raucous laughter. His voice booming. "This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. A bunch of Na'vi brats dare to make such grand proclamations. I'm eager to see just how capable they truly are, lest they only possess the gift of gab." On the Red Force, Shanks sat at the prow, embracing the sea breeze, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. He gazed at the newspaper, momentarily taken aback as if reminiscing about past amusements. Then a knowing smile graced his lips. Rising to his feet, he raised his arms and proclaimed, "My dear crew, in celebration of William and his companions, let us feast." The sailors erupted in unison, enthusiasm ignited as they busied themselves with preparations, some pouring drinks, others grilling meat, transforming the ship into a vibrant celebration. On the Moby Dick, the imposing figure of Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat in his colossal chair, his hearty laughter resonating through the vessel, causing the deck to tremble slightly. Is this the voice of the new generation reaching out to the world? His gaze pierced through the ship's railing, surveying the vast, boundless ocean, revealing a blend of emotions, nostalgia for bygone days, and contemplation of the rise of a new era of pirates. In these waters, fresh pirate factions sprouted like mushrooms after rain, each bearing their own dreams and ambitions, striving to carve out their own domain amidst the waves. Whitebeard understood well that the wheels of time were inexorably turning, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. As he observed the emerging young talents on the sea, a pivotal resolution crystallized within him, igniting a fierce flame that dispelled all doubt and hesitation. "My sons, the captain commands." His powerful voice reverberated throughout the Moby Dick, imbued with undeniable authority and strength. Upon hearing this call, the crew abandoned their tasks, gathering swiftly on the spacious deck like a rising tide, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence, awaiting the orders of their beloved captain. They understood that whenever their captain spoke in such a grave tone, it signified a momentous announcement was at hand. And as members of the Whitebeard pirates, they would unfailingly execute his orders. In a secluded corner of the deck stood Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, his visage adorned with a faintly sinister smile that appeared particularly eerie under the sun's glare. At that moment, Blackbeard's inner aspirations had quietly shifted. Ever since Buggy inadvertently acquired the dark fruit, his heart had been filled with resentment and fury, yet it also fortified his resolve towards another ambition. He gazed at the increasingly frail figure of Whitebeard, his eyes betraying a mix of avarice and cunning. To him, the immense power and abundant resources of the Whitebeard pirates resembled a colossal cake, exuding an irresistible aroma that made his mouth water. What a grand sight it would be to inherit Whitebeard's legacy. Commanding hundreds of nations, the tributes they paid annually would suffice to render any individual fabulously wealthy. Alongside the affiliated pirate crews, a formidable force of 50,000 men, once grasped in his hands, would provide the substantial capital necessary to dominate these seas. In Blackbeard's heart, he believed that acquiring all of this would bring him significantly closer to the coveted One Piece. Whitebeard's voice interrupted his reverie, causing him to momentarily falter before swiftly adjusting his expression, restoring the facade of harmlessness. He ambled to the back of the crowd, inwardly speculating on what command the old man was about to issue. A flicker of tension and anticipation emanated from his gaze. Despite harboring certain notions within, he was compelled at this pivotal moment to meticulously conceal his true intentions, ensuring that no one could discern the ambitions lurking deep within his soul. The gaze of the Whitebeard gradually swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Blackbeard, imbued with an ineffable depth of meaning. "Teach, step forward." Whitebeard's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, rendering it impossible to resist. "Very well, father," Blackbeard replied, outwardly displaying an air of calmness, while tumultuous waves surged within his heart. As he walked forward, he pondered internally, "Has father already discerned my intentions?" However, judging by father's demeanor, there seemed to be no malice in his gaze. "No, my scheme has indeed succeeded." The thoughts raced through Blackbeard's mind as he endeavored to unravel the true motives behind Whitebeard's actions. Whitebeard's gaze was fixed on Blackbeard, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of his soul. After a moment, Whitebeard glanced at his loyal sons beside him and slowly declared, "Teach, from this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the 2nd Division." Whitebeard's voice was resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. This decision had been made after careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's heart surged with elation, and he thought to himself, "Indeed, father has taken note of my recent conduct and actions. While my behavior may have been somewhat contrived, it appears to have yielded the desired effect. As long as I proceed with caution, I shall undoubtedly realize my ambitions." Yet on the surface, Blackbeard feigned astonishment and trepidation, promptly exclaiming, "Oh, father, you know me, I harbor no such ambitions. I merely wish to serve you faithfully aboard the ship and contribute to our collective efforts." Blackbeard's performance was nothing short of masterful. His voice quivered slightly, and his eyes betrayed a hint of sincerity and unease, rendering it difficult for anyone to discern his faade. Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating through the ship's decks. "Teach, your qualifications and abilities are commendable, and furthermore, this is the captain's command." Whitebeard trusted his judgment and believed that Blackbeard was capable of fulfilling the significant role of 2nd Division captain. Blackbeard intended to continue his charade of refusal, aiming to make his performance more convincing. However, at that moment, Sachi from the 4th Division approached, seizing his hand and raising it high, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, let us cheer for our new 2nd Division captain, Captain Teach." Sachi's face radiated genuine joy for Blackbeard's promotion, entirely oblivious to the treachery lurking within Blackbeard's heart. "Oh," the crew responded in unison, and cheers echoed throughout the Moby Dick. "Teach, teach, teach." The crew's jubilant shouts surged like mighty waves, each crest expressing their blessings and support for Blackbeard. In their eyes, Blackbeard was their brother, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and they felt a profound sense of pride and honor in his ascent. Whitebeard, too, smiled as he proclaimed, "Guru are my sons. Let us commence the feast." The countenance of Whitebeard radiated with joy and contentment as he gazed upon his sons, his heart swelling with warmth and satisfaction. To him, each crew member was akin to family, and he aspired that this banquet would foster greater unity and tighter bonds among them, enabling them to collectively confront the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, too, had immersed himself in the jubilant atmosphere. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes betrayed a subtle, imperceptible coldness and avarice. Chapter 27. The veil rises at the epicenter of supreme authority. Mariewa stood as a symbol of power. Within this realm, the 5 elders convened, their countenances grave as they perused a newspaper that resembled a storm warning, disrupting their usual composure. The first to break the silence was the scientific defense deity, Jaegor Lucia Satan, who cleared his throat, his voice resonating through the vast chamber. The proposal from Sengoku is to withdraw Kazan and Garp, assigning Borsalino the task of pursuit. Kazan's methods are unpredictable, and Garp has always been unrestrained. By deploying Borsalino with the mobility afforded by his light fruit, he may well be able to apprehend the William pirates. Following this, the financial deity, Izambaron V. Nazashiro, spoke with piercing clarity and resolve. The float fruit indeed presents a formidable challenge. Let us deploy the dove. The dove, possessing the Zoan-type bird fruit in the form of a soaring eagle, is perfectly suited to counteract the mobility of the float fruit. Environmental deity, Marcus Maz, nodded slightly, adding, such maneuverability is sufficient. Borsalino's light fruit also boasts excellent aerial combat capabilities. I believe this operational plan is feasible. The remaining members echoed their agreement. Agreed. Agreed. The chorus of assent solidified the decision. Amidst the collective agreement, the financial deity, Izambaron V. Nazashiro, continued. The bounty on the William pirates also necessitates a reassessment. Here is the preliminary proposal. He paused momentarily, articulating each word with precision. Son of the Devil, GOLD, William, bounty, 3,678,000,000 berries. Red Scarf, Baldwin Van Cleef, bounty, 1,032,000,000 berries. Pirate Hunter, Rorno Zoro, bounty, 357,000,000 berries. Black Leg, Sanji, bounty, 251,000,000 berries. Cat Burglar, Nami, bounty, 192,000,000 berries. Scientific Defense Warrior, Jaegor Lucia Satan waved his hand dismissively, stating with nonchalance, bounties are merely trivial matters, let it be decided thus. Agreed. Agreed. Sitting at the counter, Kane of Marineford caressed the devil fruit he had acquired from Morgan's. The fruit appeared plump, with peculiar patterns, yet Kane harbored doubts within. It was likely a mere trinket. Nevertheless, it warranted appraisal. After all, Morgan's could very well have been mistaken. He muttered to himself, staring in astonishment at the words presented by the system. The attributes of the animal type, fish fruit, and carp form left him visibly disheartened. It was utterly inferior. A fruit of such utter uselessness that it was even more disappointing than the human fruit consumed by Chopper. He shook his head with a soft sigh. Detection of the fantasy polymer. Should it be absorbed? The system's prompt tone suddenly echoed. Kane pondered deeply within, recognizing that this devil fruit was, according to Oda's design, a manifestation of humanity's innermost desires. Wasn't his miraculous system also thriving by absorbing the profound beliefs harbored within people's hearts? Thus, without hesitation, he silently commanded, absorb. Before his eyes, the once plump and vibrant devil fruit, exuding an aura of mystery, rapidly shriveled and withered at a visibly accelerated pace. Kane understood that the fruit's abilities had vanished, and whether it would be reborn remained a subject for further experimentation. As he observed the newly added functions in the system, Kane couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, marveling inwardly, isn't this akin to the celestial canopy depicted in online novels of my past life? Although it could only last for a mere 3 minutes, its potential was undeniably formidable, possessing the capacity to influence the entire world. While it merely provided illusory imagery, there was no stipulation against utilizing it to convey authentic information. Though usable only once a month, perhaps absorbing more devil fruits could shorten this interval. Contemplating this, Kane realized he must endeavor to collect more devil fruits. Given the limited 3 minutes, he needed to strategize on maximizing the benefits. After a moment of reflection, his eyes brightened as a plan began to form in his mind. at the headquarters of the Navy, symbolizing the cause of justice. A Marine reported with a slight tremor in his voice, swallowing hard, disbelief etched across his face. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Reports have come in from both the Grand Line and the Four Seas. The black veil in the sky covers the entirety of the world. Sengoku's already furrowed brow deepened further, the lines on his forehead seemingly etched into permanence as he sighed heavily. Alas, it truly is a time of troubles. Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes slightly, calmly suggesting another possibility. We cannot rule out the influence of technology. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was naturally aware of the technological wonders of that colossal kingdom, now relegated to the annals of history. Such immense technological prowess, even after 800 years, still possessed the terrifying capability to alter the world. Borsellino hurriedly returned to the conference room, shedding his usual nonchalant demeanor, his expression grave as he stated, "No matter the form of attack, it seems ineffective against that black veil. It may also be that I lack the capacity to inflict any substantial impact upon it. The shimmering fruit is not merely a simple light-based attack. It is accompanied by searing heat capable of instantly melting steel and explosive effects of astonishing power. Even formidable beings like Kaido and Big Mom would not dare to claim they could withstand Admiral Kazuru's assault unscathed." At the Marine headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp, with a cigarette in his mouth and eyes narrowed, inquired, "What does the government say?" The Com-Chief of Staff, Admiral Tsuru, replied to Garp's question. "The government is equally perplexed, entirely at a loss. In the holy land of Mariehua, within the city of Pangu, the celestial dragons, who have ruled these seas for centuries, found themselves kneeling before the five elders, a symbol of the highest authority of the world government. The supreme commander of the divine knights, composed solely of celestial dragons, Fegalanda, also knelt beside them. Their foreheads pressed firmly against the ground, their bodies trembled slightly, unable to meet the piercing gaze that burned like a torch, fixating their eyes on the ground beneath them. The room was engulfed in a terrifying silence, interrupted only by the barely audible breaths of the kneeling figures. In the depths shrouded in shadow, one figure sat upon the empty throne symbolizing the king of the world. Enveloped by an endless darkness, only the eyes, resembling the circles of reincarnation, glimmered with a chilling light. At last, a cold voice sliced through the oppressive silence like an arrow. "No matter, that fruit is of paramount importance." "Yes, Lord M. We shall exert every effort to uncover its whereabouts," the others responded in unison. M's malevolent gaze swept over Fegalanda, ultimately attributing the predicament to Shank's actions. Fegalanda, sweating profusely, pledged an oath of military resolve. "The flame of Joy Boy will once again be extinguished from this world." Upon hearing this, the five elders, noting that Fegalanda bore the brunt of the misfortune, collectively exhaled in relief. The scientific defense deity, Jagrasata, seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Lord M, that fruit has been missing from this world for 17 years. Our government will spare no effort in tracing its whereabouts." M, seated upon the throne, recalled that it had been 17 years since Shanks had acquired the fruit. The incompetence of these individuals was infuriating. With this thought, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Im, surging forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly pinning the others to the ground. Time passed, and Im slowly rose, the icy voice resonating once more. "Do not let me down again, or else." The five elders and Fegalanda understood the unspoken threat behind M's words and promptly bowed their heads fervently, repeatedly murmuring, "We will certainly find it." Chapter 28. Forgive me. Ace on an island in the New World, Kaido lay drunkenly on the ground, deep in slumber. Suddenly, as if roused by some unseen force, he jolted upright, gazing at the bizarre sky above with bleary eyes, and inquired, "Old hag, is this some post-meal entertainment?" Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, stood up and, with a grave expression, turned her gaze towards the heavens, stating, "No, it appears to be an unknown power user." Upon hearing this, Kaido became alert, transforming into a colossal azure dragon, and let out a thunderous roar while unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Dragon Flame Torch. The azure dragon was engulfed in flames capable of melting steel in an instant, and then, a gargantuan, ferocious fire dragon surged forth like an arrow shot from a bow, hurtling towards the celestial canvas above. However, to everyone's astonishment, the fire dragon pierced through the sky, yet the canvas remained unscathed. Kaido, taken aback by the intact sky, hesitated for a moment before resolving to unleash his most formidable technique, Rising Dragon, Flame Bagua. He entwined the head of the dragon flame torch with Conqueror's Haki, and with a force akin to a tidal wave, he struck the sky once more with tremendous impact. Turning to observe the unharmed canvas, Kaido's lingering intoxication vanished entirely in that instant. He stood there in a daze, his mind swirling with countless thoughts, oblivious to the nature of his musings. The formidable Big Mom observed Kaido's attack dissipate into nothingness, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, utterly ineffective. She gracefully soared to Kaido's side atop Zeus, her demeanor shifting from her usual playful banter to a tone of grave seriousness. Kaido, unleash that technique. Understood, Lin, Kaido replied, transforming back into his human form as he brandished the formidable kanabo known as the Oni's spike. Dark crimson lightning spiraled around the weapon, amplifying Kaido's already immense aura to unprecedented heights. Big Mom, too, remained relentless, imbuing her sword Napoleon with the powerful haki of the conqueror. As their energies reached a zenith, they synchronously unleashed an attack capable of obliterating an entire island. Sea dominance. A circular shockwave, enveloped in dark red lightning, surged forth like an uncontrollable meteor, piercing the heavens with unwavering force. The thunderous explosion echoed through the air, and the previously overcast sky transformed into a clear expanse. The ever-enthusiastic narrators of the pirate world eagerly anticipated the revelation. The sky has split apart. Gulping nervously, one narrator continued, yet the heavens remain unscathed. What manner of power could withstand such an onslaught? The 7 warlords, the sovereigns of the Underworld, and the Revolutionary Army have all commenced their respective endeavors, employing a myriad of methods to uncover the enigma of the Celestial Veil. However, the ultimate conclusion left all in a state of profound shock. This vast canopy that spans the globe is akin to a mirage, impervious to any form of assault, incapable of sustaining even the slightest harm. Initially, this magnificent veil appeared in the sky without warning, as if a mysterious curtain from another realm had thunderously descended. In an instant, panic surged like a tumultuous tide, engulfing every inch of the pirate world. People gazed upward, their eyes filled with awe and dread, in the streets, taverns, and docks. The singular topic of fervent discussion was this inexplicable phenomenon that had seemingly materialized from thin air. Yet, as time quietly flowed by, the populace gradually acclimatized to its presence. This colossal screen hung silently in the lofty heights, resembling a mute observer, neither bestowing calamity nor exhibiting any peculiar movements. It merely appeared punctually each day in the horizon, becoming a distinctive spectacle in the sky, without disturbing or influencing the affairs of the world below in the slightest. Meanwhile, in the distant east blue, there lies a mysterious and eerie island known as Ty's Island, perpetually shrouded in enigmatic mists, its sinister atmosphere palpable. Just approaching the island sends chills down one's spine. At this moment, an intensely rigorous training regimen is fervently underway. Ace, a young man burdened with an extraordinary lineage, finds his hands shackled tightly by heavy sea prism stone cuffs. The stone, in constant contact with his skin, relentlessly saps his strength, leaving him utterly fatigued. His once robust physique, as strong as a bear, trembled under the relentless cascade of the waterfall, yet he remained indomitable. With every ounce of strength, he hoisted a colossal boulder, reminiscent of a small mountain. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with the splashing spray, thoroughly soaking his garments. Buggy relentlessly hurled stones, his technique refined and precise, striking various parts of Ace's body with accuracy. In an instant, Ace's once muscular form was marred by a tapestry of bruises and swelling, leaving scarcely a patch of unscathed skin. "You are too inexperienced, far too inexperienced," Buggy bellowed, his voice laden with scorn, before forcefully launching a sharp throwing knife. The blade glinted with a deadly sheen under the sun, resembling a lethal meteor, and swiftly sliced through Ace's calf, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. Taken by surprise, Ace stumbled, his balance faltering. In that moment, a sense of resolve flickered in his mind, fully aware that if he were to succumb and fall, the weighty stone would undoubtedly crash down upon him mercilessly. Even if he could narrowly escape death, it was likely that every bone in his body would be shattered. "Do not underestimate me," Ace roared like a provoked lion, his veins bulging on his arms like sinuous dragons. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength within him. And miraculously, his precarious form steadied once more. He stood like a resilient pine tree, firmly rooted upon the precipice, impervious to the ravages of fierce winds and torrential rains. A profound smile graced Buggy's lips as he deftly produced 2 flying knives, stating, "If you cannot persevere, then relinquish your efforts." After a brief pause, he added, "You truly might perish." Ace roared in response, "Come." This grueling training persisted from dawn until dusk. The sun's dying rays bathed the island in a warm golden hue, when suddenly a magnificent floating island emerged in the distant sky. It resembled a celestial castle from a myth, radiating an enigmatic glow, ultimately hovering steadily above Bonet Island. William and his companions descended upon a platform made of earth, gradually alighting. As the platform touched down, it stirred up a cloud of dust, revealing their figures. Witnessing this, Buggy called out, "Ace, today's training can conclude." Upon hearing this, Ace abruptly hurled a massive boulder aside, causing the ground to tremble with a resounding crash. He then strode forth from the rushing waters, his gaze intently fixed on his half-brother. Within Ace's heart, a tumult of emotion swirled, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned. Within his heart, a fierce flame of jealousy burned for William, who had earned Roger's recognition and been entrusted with the weighty responsibilities of the era. Simultaneously, a faint whisper of resentment quietly took root. Had it not been for William's presence, perhaps his own mother could have, like him, received the protection of the Pirate King's crew and escaped that harrowing great manhunt. Yet, deep within the recesses of his soul, a voice echoed, this individual before him was his own blood brother. How could the grievances and entanglements of the previous generation unjustly ensnare their own? Ace gazed intently at William, his lips trembling slightly as he uttered barely audible words. "I am poor Dasti, Ace." His voice carried a complex blend of emotions, defiance, uncertainty, and an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Upon witnessing this, Buggy hastily mocked, "Ace, are you a coward?" Hearing this, Ace's pride ignited in an instant, and he bellowed, "My name is Porcasti Ace." His voice surged, as if to pierce the heavens. "One Piece is my ambition as well." With that, he stepped forward, radiating an intense fighting spirit. "William, you are one of the foes I must defeat." William narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he calmly positioned himself before Ace. Standing tall like a pine, his garments fluttered with the wind, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of strength. In that moment, Ace hesitated no longer. He instantly entered a state of combat readiness. He resembled a detonated bomb, his ability to ignite fruits erupting in an instant. With fervent flames surging forth from his being like tumultuous waves, the temperature of those flames soared to such heights that it scorched the surrounding air, warping and distorting it. As if one were ensconced within an ethereal mirage, William merely extended a single finger, delicately touching Ace's forehead like a dragonfly alighting upon water. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to an unstoppable tide, sending Ace hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. His body resembled a cannonball, hurtling through the air at breakneck speed, shattering countless towering ancient trees along the way, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, Ace vaguely perceived William's voice faintly whispering in his ear, "Forgive me, Ace." The tone carried a hint of indulgence and helplessness, akin to the tolerance of an elder brother for a wayward sibling. Chapter 29. Whoever has the money takes it. Nami, witnessing this heart-stopping scene, turned pale with fright. Unable to suppress a scream. Will they die? This is too chaotic. Instinctively, she covered her eyes with her hands, her body trembling slightly. Seeing Nami in such a state of panic, Van Cleef hurriedly stepped forward to reassure her. "Do not worry, Nami. Both Ace and William have inherited the bloodline of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, and are natural rulers. For them, such injuries are merely trifles." "Oh, so he is like William." Nami momentarily froze, then as if a realization struck her, she suddenly turned to stare incredulously at Van Cleef. "What? William?" Observing Nami's astonishment, chuckled and remarked, "Well, Ace and I are half-brothers." Aside from a few who were already aware, the rest gasped in collective shock. "How is that possible?" one exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, it is almost unimaginable. The world government launched an unprecedented manhunt, capturing any pregnant woman who could possibly be Roger's wife," another echoed, their tone filled with awe. "I know of this matter. It is said that in the South Blue, only 5 children were born within a year, illustrating just how stringent the search was," another added, as the crowd buzzed with astonishment and confusion. After all, William's survival was attributed to the protection of the clown Buggy, who then had raised Ace. The members of the Spade Pirates, privy to the truth, exchanged glances, none daring to reveal Ace's secret, for it was a matter that would send shockwaves throughout the world. Standing aside, William wore a mysterious smile as he slowly spoke. "Well, my late father was quite the roguish scoundrel." He tilted his head slightly, as if reminiscing. "Perhaps in some corner of the world, I have other brothers and sisters living quietly." As he spoke, the image of Roger entrusting Garp with the boy flickered in his mind, the boy named Ace and the girl named, and William contemplated quietly, pondering that this role might indeed be worthy of further consideration. With a face flushed crimson from the effects of alcohol, Buggy abruptly interrupted the conversation, raising his arm in exuberance, proclaiming, "Lads, to celebrate the arrival of the William pirates, let us commence the feast." His voice rang out, high and clear, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. Oh! The people cheered in unison, their voices rising and falling like a great tide, merging into a formidable force that resonated throughout the island, echoing in the valleys for an extended time. William, shedding his usual composure, resembled a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, tearing off a hefty chunk of meat, his cheeks bulging as he muttered, "Buggy, I wish to enlist your help in acquiring the powers of 2 devil fruits." At that moment, Buggy, thoroughly entranced by Kane's persuasive rhetoric, was utterly convinced of his own dual devil fruit capabilities. With a grand flourish of his hand, he exuded confidence, responding without hesitation, "No problem." His face radiated a self-assured smile, as if this task were but a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crew members widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes sparkling with fervent desire, all fixated on Buggy. It was as if they silently expressed their yearning. "We want in too." Their eyes brimmed with anticipation, resembling a flock of eager chicks awaiting nourishment. Buggy, buoyed by the fervent stares of his crew, stood tall beneath the flag of the Buggy pirates, raising his voice once more, "Lads, you shall all partake." His tone was impassioned and spirited, brimming with ambition, as if he were about to lead them into an assuredly victorious treasure heist. "Woohoo! Captain Buggy, we shall follow you to the ends of the earth." "Captain Buggy, you are my lifelong benefactor." His crew members shouted in fervent adoration, their voices hoarse from loyalty, their eyes glistening with emotion, their chests pounding thunderously. Their loyalty and gratitude were palpable, as if they would willingly brave any peril for Buggy without hesitation. William casually discarded the bone in his hand, which struck the ground and stirred up a small cloud of dust. With nonchalance, he replied, "Very well, we shall set sail tomorrow." Buggy's eyes flickered with curiosity and anticipation as he leaned forward, inquiring, "What is our target?" William raised his glass, taking a delicate sip, the liquor cascading down his throat, leaving a fiery trail. With a grin, he teased, "That will depend on which unfortunate soul our navigator has taken a fancy to." Having said that, she playfully winked at Nami. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant, the bonfire crackling and casting a warm glow upon the faces of the revelers. The pirates joyfully clinked their cups, indulging in hearty feasts, their laughter, singing, and dancing intertwining in a raucous symphony. It seemed as if they aimed to cast aside all worries and sorrows, merging into the embrace of the night. On the following day, as the morning light gently broke and the sea breeze whispered softly, William and his companions bid a solemn farewell to Buggy and Ace, their camaraderie flowing through shared glances and waves. They then boarded the floating island, which slowly ascended, steadfastly heading toward the Grand Line, resembling a colossal beast awakening and slicing through the clouds. Within the headquarters, Nami furrowed her brow as she pored over navigational charts, offering her insights. "William, we still require a ship. According to the data, the weather on the Grand Line is unpredictable." She paused, her expression grave. "If we were to encounter a storm unexpectedly, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, this small boat on the island is utterly unreliable." Sanji, with keen ears, immediately bent his body into an exaggerated S-shape. His face flushed and softly declared, "If it's for Nami-san, I would brave any tempest on her behalf." His affection and loyalty brimmed in his eyes, wishing fervently to sacrifice anything for her. Seeing this, Zoro's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes wide with fury as he barked, "You lecherous frog, shut your mouth." Upon hearing this, Sanji straightened up, resembling an enraged bull as he glared fiercely at Zoro, grinding his teeth. "You clueless green-haired idiot, do you want to fight? Who is afraid of whom?" Zoro, unwilling to back down, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. William quickly interjected to ease the tension. "Then our next destination shall be to construct a ship." Frankie proposed, "I could easily seize a warship, even if it is a military vessel." His words dripped with confidence, as if a warship were merely a toy within his grasp. Newspapers had dubbed Frankie the devil among devils, and upon their first meeting, Nami had felt a twinge of fear. However, as they spent more time together, she discovered that Dorian was actually a kind-hearted and gentle soul. At that moment, hearing Frankie's assertion, Nami could not help but retort loudly, "You fool. We are only 5 people. How can we possibly operate a warship?" Frankie sheepishly scratched his head, resembling a child caught misbehaving, and murmured, "Miss Nami, I take back what I just said." Contemplating William's shipbuilding plans, Nami silently calculated their finances. Indeed, William had amassed quite a sum in the East Blue, but it had all been allocated for the reconstruction and revitalization of Kokoyashi village. With a soft sigh, she reminded him, "William, our savings stand at a mere zero. Moreover, you previously mentioned that the Grand Line necessitates a tool for recording pointers to guide us, which also constitutes an expenditure." The tone was laden with helplessness, expressing concern for the future economic situation. Sanji interjected, stating that although the island is abundant in various ingredients, thereby alleviating the cost of food procurement, he still requires the purchase of kitchenware and seasonings. Only then can he prepare more delectable dishes for everyone. Zoro concurred, expressing his need for fitness equipment to enhance his training. William nodded persistently, arriving at a conclusion in his mind. It appears that acquiring funds has indeed become imperative. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled, teasingly remarking, "We are pirates, after all. With a mere heist, we could possess everything we desire. Tell me, who in this world is the wealthiest?" Without waiting for a response, he revealed the answer himself. The celestial dragons, who have ruled the world for 8 centuries, are unimaginably rich. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. As Nami contemplated declaring war against the world government, fear coursed through her veins, causing her body to tremble slightly. Yet, she recalled that William was deemed a primary enemy by the world government. Even if they did nothing, he would not escape their wrath. Sanji, having heard whispers of the celestial dragons, wore a grave expression as he solemnly stated, "What if they threaten our homeland?" He was indifferent to the fate of the German kingdom, but if Bartai were to suffer because of him, he felt he could never atone. In response, Frankie pounded his chest reassuringly, declaring, "If the world government dares to involve innocent lives, I shall cease all my endeavors. I will hurl 10 or 8 islands at Mariawa daily. I refuse to believe they will emerge unscathed every time." His words exuded both authority and resolve, as if issuing a stern warning to the world government. William, with a serious demeanor, added, "Rest assured, the self-important celestial dragons are loath to sacrifice their own lives for those so-called commoners." Turning to Zoro, he provocatively inquired, "Zoro, where is your hometown?" Zoro's thoughts drifted back to the dojo of his youth. Memories of his dear friend Kuina's south resting place emerging in his mind as he slowly uttered a few names. Emergence village. Just in case, William continued, "Frankie, please prepare coordinates and leave a transponder snail for Bartai, Coco village, and Emergence village. We must be ready to take to the skies at a moment's notice if crisis strikes." He organized the arrangements with methodical precision. Understood. Van Cleef readily accepted the challenge. Chapter 30. The Unveiling of Identity. Marin Van Du lay languidly on the recliner, resembling a contented cat, his eyes half closed, basking in the sunlight. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the vast sky above. At that moment, he pondered quietly, let this splendid cinematic spectacle commence. In the fleeting instant that this thought crossed his mind, the once tranquil heavens appeared to ignite, radiating brilliance. Upon the long silent canvas of light, indistinct images began to materialize, akin to a mysterious scroll unfurling gradually. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly possessed a potent allure, capturing the attention of every soul across the globe. Whether navigating the tumultuous seas, battling the tempestuous waves, pirates engaged in their perilous endeavors, or soldiers stationed at naval bases, ever vigilant. Whether ordinary citizens hustling through the bustling metropolis or indigenous peoples secluded on remote islands, living in isolation from the world, all paused their activities as if ensnared by an enchantment, gazing skyward with eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. As the images gradually sharpened, a singular figure emerged before the crowd, the first thing to catch their eyes being the striking red nose. The man grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his voice booming like a bell as he proclaimed, "Greetings to all from 20 years ago. Allow me to introduce myself." He paused briefly, raising his voice. "My name is Buggy." The mere utterance of this name caused the crowd to widen their eyes in disbelief, as if they had just heard the news of a bombshell explosion, exclaiming in astonishment at the spectacle before them. "What? The clown Buggy? The very same Buggy with a bounty of 4,539,000,000 berries. What about 20 years ago? Could it be?" The crowd buzzed with chatter, filled with confusion and shock, eager to discover what would unfold next. Amidst the astonishment, a man, whose skin exhibited an eerie black on one side and white on the other, slowly approached Buggy. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, I am Zetsu. The fruit I have consumed is known as the zoan-type caterpillar fruit in its snail form. Upon hearing this, images of the myriad of telephone bugs, which proliferate across the globe, flooded the minds of the onlookers. Curiosity intensified as they speculated the connection between the two. Thanks to Lord Buggy, I have acquired a second ability, Zetsu remarked, slightly lifting his head, a smug smile gracing his face, exuding an unmistakable pride. The Paramecia type, time fruit. Zetsu elaborated. The time fruit possesses formidable powers, enabling oneself or a designated individual to traverse through time and space. Upon receiving this astonishing revelation, the crowd erupted in disbelief. It was as if a tranquil lake had been disturbed by a colossal stone, sending waves crashing forth as they gazed skyward with incredulous shouts. Is this a ruse? How could such a feat be possible? Some individuals expressed skepticism, their eyes wide with disbelief, deeming the claim nothing short of a fantasy. However, there were others, staunch believers in the powers of the devil fruits, who murmured amongst themselves, "No, the abilities of the devil fruits are beyond imagination." Could it be that the clown Buggy has truly mastered the technique to grant multiple powers? Nevertheless, I have devised a new application, Zetsu continued, his smile growing ever more radiant, as if he were a child proudly showcasing a treasured possession. As you can see, this cross-temporal dialogue is my masterpiece, hee. Finally, he added, 20 years ago, I believe your career was just beginning, so allow me to lend you a helping hand. A glint of mischief sparkled in Zetsu's eyes as he cryptically stated, nothing that has occurred in this world escapes my notice. Remember my phone number, 9527. I can provide any information you seek. He paused intentionally, elongating his tone as he concluded, even regarding One Piece. Subsequently, Buggy slowly stepped aside, allowing him to re-enter the center of the scene. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, he now held several newspapers in his hands. He raised the topmost newspaper high, presenting it for all to see. As the crowd focused their attention, they discovered it was the World Economic News published by Morgans, bearing a date that was a month hence. This peculiar temporal anomaly piqued their curiosity even further. The bold, uppercase headline was particularly striking, proclaiming, "The disrupted world order, the unstoppable spade pirates." Buggy cleared his throat and recited the contents audibly. The 7 warlords of the sea, king of lizards and Abza, has suffered a crushing defeat against the spade pirates. He has fallen into the sea, his fate unknown. The crowd gasped in unison, stunned by this unexpected turn of events, exchanging incredulous glances filled with disbelief. However, Buggy did not pause. He picked up another newspaper and continued to recite, "In the Devil's Triangle, a great battle is imminent. The terrifying 3-masted pirate crew versus the spade pirates." Skipping the intermediary details, he directly announced the outcome, the 7 warlords of the sea. Captain Moonlight Moria of the terrifying 3-masted pirate crew has perished. The cadre member Absalom has fallen. The cadre member Hogback has succumbed. The cadre member Perona is missing. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, each wave of astonishment surpassing the last. They could hardly believe their ears. Could it be that the world's dynamics were about to undergo a monumental shift due to the battles between these pirates? Who exactly were the spade pirates? Doubts swelled within the hearts of the onlookers like a snowball rolling downhill. Buggy showed no sign of stopping. He picked up the last newspaper and read aloud. Is there still a necessity to uphold the system of the 7 warlords of the sea? He then continued reciting the contents. The warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, has lost everything. The William pirates engaged in a fierce battle with the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa. Buggy bluntly announced the outcome. Except for the officer Baby 5, who has been captured and imprisoned, all other members of the family, including Don Quixote Doflamingo, a total of 13, have perished in battle. He affixed the newspaper clippings onto a board adorned with photographs of William and Ace, and then grinned widely, exclaiming, "These two have remarkable backgrounds, indeed. Now, allow me to proclaim their lineage to the world. Gold, William, born in the East Blue, the eldest son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Portgasti. Ace, born in the South Blue, the younger son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger." With a gulp, an elderly man swallowed hard, gazing at the brothers on the screen, murmuring, "Are they still alive after such a manhunt?" In Buggy's eyes, a glimmer shone forth, as if imbued with the power to transcend the barriers of time and space. He chuckled. As for William, I need not elaborate further. His name will surely echo across the seas. Buggy's tone shifted to one of gravity and reverence. Ace's mother, Portgasti, Rouge was an admirable and great woman. At this juncture, Buggy's demeanor turned solemn, as if recounting a sacred tale. To guard the secret of Ace's lineage as the son of the pirate King Roger, she, with her frail body, relentlessly delayed Ace's birth against all odds. What an embodiment of resilience and determination she exhibited, battling fiercely against fate, exhausting all her energy and life. Ultimately, after Ace's birth, she flickered out like a lamp drained of oil, succumbing to exhaustion. Buggy removed his captain's hat and bowed deeply in profound respect to this great mother. The crowd fell silent, as if time itself paused in reverence to her greatness. After a long moment, Buggy straightened, donned his captain's hat once more, and resumed his mischievous grin, continuing, "Now, a question arises. How did Ace, still an infant at the time, traverse the treacherous seas from the distant South Blue to reach the East Blue, specifically the Kingdom of Goa, where he would eventually grow up?" Buggy deliberately created an air of mystery, his gaze cunning as he scanned the room, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing the heavens to behold the multitude of humanity. This sparked an overwhelming curiosity among the crowd, prompting a flurry of speculation. Chapter 31. Reactions from all sides in the bar of the Shambadi archipelago. Trafalgar's face was etched with confusion, his eyes fixated on the elderly man before him, as if silently questioning, "Was it you?" Rayleigh took a measured sip from his drink, his demeanor unfazed, and slowly replied, "No, neither Jabba nor Kalokas, including Shanks, are aware of this matter." He furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head, pondering Buck's words, which piqued his curiosity. "Ha. How amusing it is that Buck has such a knack for tantalizing others." Rayleigh took another sip of his drink, chuckling as he reflected. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's brow was deeply furrowed as he turned to glare at Garp, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if seeking to uncover hidden truths within Garp's heart. Garp feigned composure, pretending all was well, and said, "Sengoku, why do you look at me like that?" Garp, I sincerely hope you are not the one behind this." Sengoku retorted with a cold snort, his tone brimming with suspicion and admonition. Buck then revealed the answer. Indeed, Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, made an astonishing decision in the final moments of his life. He deliberately paused, creating an atmosphere of tension, as he entrusted Ace to his lifelong rival, the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, known to the world as the hero of the Navy, Garp. Garp did not betray Roger's trust. He returned to his hometown, the Kingdom of Goa, with the still infant Ace, and raised him to adulthood. At the Spade archipelago, in Shaki's bar, Rayleigh downed his drink in one gulp and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You never fail to astonish, Roger, always capable of performing acts that leave one utterly dumbfounded." His words were imbued with admiration and nostalgia for his old friend. Just as Buggy was about to continue his monologue, a figure rushed forward, interrupting him. "Lord Buggy, time is running short." Buggy, however, remained unfazed, his face adorned with a sly grin, and shouted, "Hey, 20 years ago, I firmly believed that in this ever-changing world, you two would overcome numerous obstacles and ultimately be crowned king." Buggy seemed to feel there was more to say, but the urgency of time compelled him to wave his hand begrudgingly and state, "Well, let us pause here for today. Until we meet again, goodbye." As the astonishing content displayed on the sky curtain came to a close, it was as if the entire world had been struck by a heavy bomb, with reactions from all corners surging like a tidal wave, sweeping through every nook and cranny. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters in Baltigo, Sabo was engrossed with his comrades in the shocking news unfolding on the sky curtain. The moment Buggy revealed Ace's true lineage, a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through Sabo's mind, as memories from the past flooded back like a relentless tide. He stood there, initially engulfed in a haze of confusion and bewilderment, which was gradually supplanted by a profound sense of shock and anguish. The memories of his childhood spent alongside Ace and Luffy emerged vividly in his mind. Their playful antics amidst the mountains and forests, filled with dreams and fantasies of becoming pirates, pierced his heart like sharp blades. "Ace, however, I have forgotten the bond we shared. After all these years," Sabo murmured, tears welling in his eyes, his body trembling slightly, overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. His comrades nearby watched him with concern, unsure of how to console him. They could only stand in silent companionship, allowing the heavy atmosphere to linger. In the East Blue, in the Goa Kingdom, at Windmill Village, Luffy lay on the grass, gazing up at the sky. As the scene faded into darkness, he rose to his feet, his hands clenched into tight fists. His eyes shone with unwavering determination, as if he had sworn an unbreakable oath, and he shouted loudly, "Ace, I will not be defeated by you." I shall become the Pirate King." His voice echoed over the village, carrying an undeniable resolve and courage. On the Grand Line, King Lizard Hanavzes stood on the bridge of his pirate ship. The spacious bridge felt cramped and oppressive due to the panic of his crew. A group of subordinates, who usually followed their captain with bravado, now wore expressions of fear, afraid to even breathe. When Hanavzes saw the clear image on the sky depicting his devastating defeat against the Spade pirates, plunging into the sea with his fate uncertain, a wave of dread washed over him. His face, once brimming with arrogance and self-assurance, contorted instantaneously as if gripped by an invisible hand, mercilessly kneading it. His eyes widened in disbelief, the orbs seeming on the verge of bursting from their sockets, filled with shock and incredulity. Veins on his forehead throbbed, as though they sought to pierce through his skin. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, first with his fingers twitching involuntarily, and then spreading throughout his entire being. As if he were a sieve, an overwhelming surge of anger and indignation welled up within him, akin to boiling magma churning inside, eager to erupt. How could this be? How could I suffer such a devastating defeat? This must be a conspiracy, a slander. He roared, his voice reverberating like thunder within the bridge, causing an agonizing resonance in the eardrums of all present. With a forceful slap of his hands against the ship's railing, a tremendous sound erupted, and the railing itself noticeably dinted, a testament to the immense power behind it. His crew exchanged glances, rendered speechless, not daring to utter a sound. They had never witnessed the captain in such a state of disarray. The once formidable and imperious figure had now vanished without a trace. All that remained was the sight of a man, shrouded in anger and fear, spiraling out of control. Hanavza paced anxiously back and forth on the ship. His footsteps hurried and chaotic, resembling an ant on a hot skillet. At times, he scratched his head, and at others, he pounded his chest, endeavoring to unearth the reasons behind his failures from the chaotic whirlpool of thoughts. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more his mind became entangled, as a plethora of dreadful notions sprouted like weeds, obliterating the once formidable authority he possessed. Now, only an endless tide of anxiety and trepidation remained, akin to a drowning soul desperately flailing yet unable to grasp a lifeline. The eerie and foreboding Bermuda Triangle, perpetually shrouded in enigmatic mists, resembled a mysterious forbidden realm, isolated from the world. Moonlight Moria reclined languidly upon the throne of his colossal and terrifying three-masted vessel. The surrounding strange fog seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing languorously and occasionally coalescing into bizarre shapes. Upon hearing the news of his demise, conveyed by Buggy, he was momentarily taken aback, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis, standing there in astonishment. Then, as if he had just encountered the most ludicrous of jokes, he erupted into laughter, his guffaws echoing through the cavernous ship's hold, rendering the atmosphere distinctly jarring. "Ha ha ha, I am to die? This is nothing short of a fantastical absurdity. I am Moonlight Moria, a terrifying entity commanding a formidable army of zombies." He laughed heartily, his hands rhythmically striking the armrests of the throne, his body trembling in unison. Although Moria appeared to revel in his mirth, a barely perceptible thread of fear lurked behind that maniacal laughter. This fear slithered up his spine like a cold serpent, infusing his laughter with a subtle tremor. Within the opulent yet sinister palace of Dressrosa, the resplendent decorations shimmered with extravagant light, yet could scarcely conceal the darkness and decay that lay beneath. The nightmarish Don Quixote da Flamingo sat upon his luxurious throne, a magnificent seat adorned with gold and precious gems, epitomizing nobility. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of leisure, as he gently swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, the liquid releasing a rich and intoxicating aroma. However, upon hearing the announcement from the heavens declaring that he had lost everything, and that nearly all of his family members had perished in battle, his movements abruptly froze. The glass nearly slipped from his grasp, but his reflexes were swift. He tightened his fingers just in time to steady it. Yet, a few drops of wine splattered onto the luxurious carpet, resembling stains of blood. His countenance darkened severely, resembling the ominous clouds that gather before a tempest, with veins protruding on his forehead. Damn it! How could this possibly happen? Everything I meticulously orchestrated has been so easily shattered. He abruptly rose to his feet, his sudden movement stirring a gust of air that sent various objects tumbling from the nearby table, creating a cacophony of sound. He forcefully hurled the glass of red wine to the ground, and with a resounding crash, it shattered instantly, sending crimson liquid splattering, the sound of its destruction reverberating through the stillness of the palace. He began to pace frantically within the palace, his footsteps quickening, the soles of his shoes creating a rhythmic clatter against the floor, echoing throughout the vast hall with a disordered resonance. His heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness towards fate, as the glories of the past flickered through his mind like a series of disjointed slides. All the sacrifices he had made for power, the intricate plots, the overt and covert struggles, now threatened to dissolve into mere illusions. The enormity of this disparity drove him to the brink of madness, his gaze filled with a wild desperation. Meanwhile, on a solitary island in the East Sea, the wind howled fiercely, and the waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending sprays of white foam into the air. My hawk, with the keen eyes of an eagle, stood silently, his stature as upright as a pine, his garments billowing in the wind. He gazed at the astonishing news displayed across the firmament, his stern countenance remaining utterly unperturbed, akin to an iceberg, impervious to the external world. He gently raised the enormous black blade, night, in his hand. The obsidian edge glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight, its icy gleam resonating as if in dialogue with the scenes unfolding in the heavens above. A faint smile graced the corners of his lips, a fleeting expression imbued with a glimmer of anticipation. For him, William undoubtedly represented a formidable adversary, one capable of engaging him in a truly exhilarating battle. This was the yearning of a strong man seeking another strong man, a desire to engage in the ultimate swordsmanship exchange. The windless zone, Amazon Lily, a realm reminiscent of a paradise, was adorned with vibrant blossoms and uniquely designed architecture. Empress Boa Hancock sat regally within her opulent palace, where every detail reflected the grace and nobility of femininity. As she beheld the dismal fates of the other 7 warlords unfolding in the heavens, a shadow of concern crossed her exquisite visage, her delicate brows knitting together in worry. She understood all too well that the shifting tides of the world could herald unforeseen perils for Amazon Lily. Despite her breathtaking beauty and formidable strength, she dared not underestimate the tumultuous upheaval surrounding her. In her heart, she contemplated the best means to safeguard her people in this sacred land. Beneath the depths of 10,000 meters in Fishman Island, shrouded by the profound and tranquil sea, the atmosphere was steeped in mystery. Jibei furrowed his brow, his broad forehead etched with deep lines, and his gaze reflected a weighty seriousness and contemplation. He pondered over strategies, arms crossed, weighing the pros and cons within. He wished to prevent Fishman Island from descending into chaos, yet understood that amidst this formidable wave of transformation, the island could scarcely remain unscathed. Chapter 32. Enough. I am the Marshal. You see, the ancient island of Ty's Island. All eyes converged on Buggy, who, without a hint of restraint, placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "This is the extent of my abilities, and I shall splendidly claim one piece. Long live Captain Buggy. We shall follow you to the ends of the world." Cheers erupted from his followers, and Buggy, brimming with arrogance, lifted his chin in pride. In the grand yet oppressive hall of Mariehua, within the city of Pangu, the 5 elders convened in a lavish yet stifling meeting room. As the astonishing display of Buggy and the mysterious figure concluded, the expressions of the 5 elders soured drastically. The scientific warrior, Jagor Lucia Satan, was the first to shatter the silence, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding thud, his voice laced with fury. "This is nothing short of an open provocation. What do the clown Buggy and that enigmatic figure intend to achieve? To so brazenly expose the lineage of Roger's son and attempt to undermine the warlords of the sea?" The financial warrior, Izambalin V. Nejru, furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting deep concern. If the powers of that fruit are indeed as they claim, it would deliver a staggering blow to our intelligence control and the governance of the entire world. The order we have previously established may face unprecedented upheaval amidst this undercurrent. The environmental warrior, Marcus Maz, darkened his expression and remarked, "That name, Absol, has never crossed my ears before. Where does he hail from? And why has he allied with Buggy? The so-called ability to traverse time and space must be thoroughly investigated. We cannot allow such instability to proliferate unchecked in the world." The agricultural warrior, Shepherd X, Peter, shook his head with a resigned sigh. The revelation of William and Ace's lineage will undoubtedly amplify Roger's influence once more. Those pirates with nefarious intentions will likely view them as new leaders, eager to emulate them. The might of piracy will grow more rampant, and our burdens will multiply. The legal warrior, Topman Vachali, wore a grave expression, his tone icy. "This matter cannot be tolerated. We must employ all means to eradicate Buggy, Absol, and the William pirates, as well as the Spade pirates from this world." Have Pigeon and Pausalino yet to uncover the whereabouts of the William pirates? With countless sky islands, The chances of success in such a needle-in-a-haystack search are already slim. A voice whispered in response. Then let us set a trap to ensnare them. Topman Vachely Saint declared fiercely. What do you mean? Someone asked, puzzled. Indeed, if they do not surrender to the government by the deadline, anyone involved will find their hometown erased without a trace. Names like Ace and William slipped from Topman Vachely Saint's lips, his voice trailing off as he realized he was becoming too agitated. To obliterate Ace's hometown, the kingdom of Goa, would be tantamount to pushing Kapu into opposition. While Kapu alone may not pose a significant threat, his deep-rooted connections within the Navy, forged over many years, could unleash a torrent of repercussions. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. If matters escalated, the Navy's strength would likely be halved. Furthermore, the origins and residences of William and Buggy remained unknown, rendering any talk of annihilation utterly inconceivable. Shepard the agricultural warrior, Shepard X, proposed, "Shall we consult Lord M?" However, the thought of waking Lord M from her slumber due to such grim tidings sent shivers down their spines. The mere image of Lord M's fearsome visage led them to a consensus. It was best to handle the matter themselves and keep Lord M in the dark. "Isn't that guy claiming to be in the intelligence business?" suggested financial warrior Izambalin V. Nasher Saint, mimicking a beheading gesture with his right hand. "Yes, we can lure him out under the guise of a transaction, and then—" Agreed. The five elders exchanged words, all too aware that this turmoil sparked by the celestial canopy could very well herald the onset of a monumental crisis that might engulf the entire world. If not addressed with prudence, the foundations of the world government's centuries-old dominion would be gravely threatened. Within the hallowed halls of the Marine headquarters at Marineford, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could crush a man. Admiral Sengoku was seething with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging like serpents coiling in fury. He slammed his fist, imbued with boundless fury, onto the table, producing a thunderous sound that sent the document scattering into the air. "Baki, this is outrageous," he exclaimed, incredulous that these two individuals dared to act with such impunity, brazenly disrupting the established order of the world. This was a blatant provocation against the authority of the Navy. Sengoku's roar reverberated throughout the conference room, each word seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Beside him, Akainu's face contorted in anger. His teeth clenched with such intensity that it appeared he might shatter them. In his eyes burned a fierce and tumultuous rage, fixated intently on the ashen-faced and silent Garp. "Garp, how dare you shelter the illegitimate offspring of Roger? Where is the justice you claim to uphold?" Akainu's voice resonated with anger and accusation, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through Garp. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Kazan felt a surge of fury erupt within him, akin to a volcano in full eruption. He abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on Akainu like a ravenous wolf, and coldly declared, "The infant in swaddling clothes is innocent. How can you so heartlessly treat a defenseless life? Kazan, have you forgotten the duty of a soldier? Our mission is to uphold justice and order in the world, and we cannot allow any blemish upon it." Unyielding, Akainu vehemently retorted, his chest heaving as if he were an enraged bull. Upon hearing this, Akiji's agitation intensified, and he stepped forward, his demeanor fierce as he exclaimed, "You are far too extreme, Sakazuki. How many innocent lives were lost at O'Hara all those years ago? Swallowed by the sea? Do those lives merely represent sacrifices for your so-called justice in your eyes?" Akiji's gaze was filled with disappointment and reproach towards Akainu. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Akainu, unrelenting, shot back with equal fervor, "Kazan, you are far too weak. Necessary sacrifices are justified. Only through stringent measures can we truly safeguard justice. Your misguided compassion will only plunge the world into greater chaos." At this moment, the tension in the conference room was palpable, a thick atmosphere of hostility enveloping the space, as the other commanders exchanged glances, too afraid to utter a word. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, on the brink of eruption, Sengoku suddenly stood up once more. His heavy fist, imbued with boundless authority and fury, struck the table with a resounding thud. "Enough. I am the marshal. Silence, all of you." Sengoku's voice reverberated through the conference room like thunder, his formidable presence instantly quelling the ire of Akainu and Akiji. Although Akainu felt a swell of discontent at Sengoku's outburst, he could only huff in annoyance and reluctantly return to his seat. The chief of staff, Zoro, recognized that allowing this tense atmosphere to persist would inevitably lead to a schism within the Navy. She cleared her throat softly, endeavoring to alleviate the tension in the room, The immediate priority is to ensure that the troublesome powers of the Ashiashi Nomi do not fall into the hands of the clown Buggy. Otherwise, the order of the world will collapse. Suru's voice was steady and composed, akin to a bucket of cold water, attempting to extinguish the raging flames of fury. Sengoku, known for his sagacity, immediately recalled Buggy's proclamation of crowning as king upon Suru's reminder. He furrowed his brow, a splitting headache overwhelming him. As if he were witnessing the terrifying spectacle of the world descending into chaos. He commanded Toronto to mobilize its intelligence department, sparing no effort to prevent Buggy from acquiring that fruit. Sengoku wearily waved his hand, calling the meeting to a close. Chapter 33, The Intentions of Don Quixote Doflamingo in the New World. Aboard the Redforth, Shanks stood at the prow of his ship, gazing at the sky, his eyes slightly squinted, a knowing smile playing on his lips. That scoundrel Buggy always manages to conjure the unexpected. However, there is likely a more profound scheme lurking behind this. With the revelation of William and Ace's true identities, the world's dynamics are destined to undergo a monumental upheaval. The crew members beside him exchanged glances. Some appeared utterly astonished, while others were enveloped in apprehension. "Captain, is this a blessing or a curse for us?" someone murmured. Shanks smiled gently, regardless of what the future holds. "Let us celebrate today." A chorus of cheers erupted among the crew, instantly filling the ship with a vibrant atmosphere. At Spade Archipelago, in the bar known as the Tonkatsu, an unkempt elder with grizzled hair and beard swayed his drink. If people from a bygone era were to behold him, they would undoubtedly exclaim in surprise. For this elderly figure was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, renowned as the right arm of the Pirate King and the Dark King. "Shall we not communicate with Shanks and the others? That rascal Buggy is truly mischievous," spoke the former emperor of Amazon Lily, the previous captain of the Kuja pirates, and now a recluse alongside Rayleigh in Sabaody, Boa Hancock. Rayleigh took a hearty swig of his drink and chuckled. "No, our adventures are behind us. It is now the era of Shanks and Buggy and their youthful comrades." On board the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, let out a booming laugh. "Roger's sons are proving to be quite remarkable. It seems the world is destined to become even more lively." The captains under his command began to murmur amongst themselves. Marco pondered thoughtfully. "The emergence of William and Ace may alter the existing balance of power. We must prepare in advance for potential upheavals." Blackbeard Teef's eyes gleamed with greed and ambition as he muttered under his breath, "Roger's treasure seems to be drawing closer, if I can seize the opportunity amidst this chaos." At Cake Island, Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, roared in fury. "That scoundrel Buggy dares to make such grand declarations under this canopy. Does he think he can easily reshape the world? I shall annihilate him and his cohorts." Katakuri calmly assessed the situation, regardless of the truth behind Buggy's claims. "The rise of William and Ace already poses a latent threat to us. We cannot afford to be complacent." On Onigashima, Kaido downed a hefty gulp of liquor and scoffed. "What are Roger's sons to me but mere ants? However, should they dare to disrupt the new world, I will show them what true despair entails." The Calamities nodded in agreement. After all, their leader was hailed as the strongest creature in the world. On various ordinary pirate ships, some pirates gazed at the sky with elation, as if witnessing newfound hope and idols. "William and Ace, they're the true pirates. We shall follow them." Others, however, wore expressions of concern. "This world is on the brink of chaos. How shall we survive in such tumultuous times?" Among the ordinary populace around the globe, a tremendous uproar has ensued. Some express outrage at the actions of Baki and Ju, deeming them as instigators of panic. Others are filled with curiosity and sympathy towards the backgrounds of William and Ace, while still others begin to fret about their future, fearing that war may encroach upon their lives. Even the inhabitants of Sky Island are left astonished, their mouths agape at the spectacle displayed in the heavens. They began to realize that the world beneath this sky was far more intricate and perilous than they had ever imagined. In the various underground trading hubs, the black market merchants astutely sensed the burgeoning opportunities. They began stockpiling resources, preparing to amass wealth in the impending chaos. Meanwhile, some information brokers were scouring for more news about William and Ace, hoping to reap substantial profits from the intelligence trade. In the vast and unpredictable seas of the pirate world, the question of who is the busiest person in the world loomed like an unsolvable riddle, sparking endless debate among many. Some were steadfast in their belief that it must be the Five Elders, while another faction rallied in support of the Marine Admiral. However, the wheels of fate turned silently, and under Kane's schemes, a figure once shrouded in obscurity emerged like a dark horse. becoming the undeniably busiest entity in the world, an information broker known as Ju. The specially crafted Din Din Mushi, seemingly possessed by a demon, rang incessantly, day and night, with its crisp chimes. At that moment, Ju had just acquired a devil fruit from the world government and was filled with delight, eagerly planning to examine his newfound treasure. Yet, before he could lean in closer, the Din Din Mushi beside him screamed again. Looking up, he saw the extravagant, glaringly pink sunglasses and feathered coat of the talking snail. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and he immediately understood. The caller could only be the infamous Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who ruled the underworld with an iron fist. Ho ho ho, Ju, you truly are a busy man, came Doflamingo's iconic deep voice, laced with amusement from the other end of the line. Joker, you know well that in these tumultuous times, I am undoubtedly the busiest of them all. Ju sighed in resignation, yet an unmistakable pride seeped through his words, as if it were about to overflow. Ho ho ho, that is understandable. After all, you and Buggy have been toying with the entire world for the past 20 years. Doflamingo's words carried both a lamentation for the current state of affairs and a profound anxiety for the unpredictable future. Well, who can say what lies ahead? However, Buggy's recent display was indeed quite entertaining, haha. Ju chuckled softly, his laughter concealing a multitude of secrets swirling beneath the surface. Enough of the small talk, Joker. Let us not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Ju's smile faded, his tone abruptly shifting to one of seriousness, as if he had transformed into a negotiation expert. I wish to know the information regarding One Piece. Doflamingo dove straight in, with no hesitation, his deep-set eyes gleaming with fervent desire, almost scorching the microphone. Ah, it seems One Piece has captured quite the attention. People all over the world are eagerly waiting for news. Ju Weiwei paused briefly, gently shaking her head, and continued at a leisurely pace. Joker, whether it be you or those self-proclaimed underworld emperors before you, this price is beyond your reach. Dare you presume I cannot afford it? Do you not wish to hear my offer? Doflamingo retorted, brimming with confidence, his tone slightly elevated, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. As a warlord of the sea and king of Dressrosa, he held the lucrative trades of slaves and arms in the underground world firmly in his grasp. In his perception, there were few instances in this world when he found himself unable to muster the necessary funds. For this transaction, he had invested significantly, preparing several devil fruits, including an exceptionally rare Logia type. Joker, do not overestimate your own significance. In these vast seas, the truly formidable individuals could effortlessly uproot your amassed wealth with but a mere flick of their fingers. Compared to them, your capabilities are utterly inconsequential. Ju delivered her words mercilessly, each syllable cutting sharply at Doflamingo's pride. Chapter 34, Bloodline Factor on the other end of the line. Doflamingo felt the veins on his forehead bulge, akin to irate serpents writhing. Fury surged within him, igniting a flame of indignation as he silently cursed Ju for her extreme arrogance in underestimating him. However, Doflamingo was no fool. His mind was a labyrinth of calculations, more intricate than anyone else's. In his heart, he was as clear as a mirror, acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay between him and those formidable elites. No matter how vigorously he struggled, he could not bridge that divide, particularly after the breathtaking confrontation in the heavens, which publicly exposed his helplessness against William. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, with a tidal wave of crisis completely engulfing him. Since that moment, he had begun to meticulously strategize, yearning for a miraculous reversal from his dire circumstances. The line fruit had been honed by him day and night, now cultivated to the point of awakening. Yet, he tragically realized that an invisible wall loomed ahead, firmly obstructing his path to further advancement. Countless nights, in the solitude of his dimly lit chamber, Doflamingo found himself replaying the battle with William in his mind. However, each simulation ended like a bucket of cold water dousing the flickering flame of hope deep within him. He was acutely aware that against William, he stood no chance whatsoever. The members of his family, when compared to those monstrous experts, were merely pawns to be manipulated at will. Occasionally, in moments of leisure, Doflamingo would find himself lost in thought, pondering, had he consumed a natural-type devil fruit? Or perhaps one of those extraordinary superhuman types, or the enigmatic mythical Zoan? Would the current situation be vastly different? Perhaps he would be the one reigning over the seas now. If Kane were present at that moment, he would surely scoff, pat Doflamingo on the shoulder, and earnestly remind him, to borrow a phrase from teacher Kane, it is only through dominance that one transcends all. The conqueror's hockey of Joy Boy. having endured the test of 800 years, remains formidable. A mere glimpse of it could render the lofty and trembling in fear. Do you not comprehend its power? Moreover, the development of devil fruits relies on the profound power of thought. Take Luffy, for instance, who only awakened his Nika form after enduring a thunderous strike from Kaido, whereas Bonnie, through her boundless imagination, can effortlessly transform into the Nika form. Who could she possibly reason with about this? Doflamingo quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Let us pose a different question. Has Buggy, in this present time, mastered the technique to grant others a multitude of abilities? Upon hearing this, Zetsu immediately perked up, his voice rising a notch. One devil fruit, unlimited abilities, and the information belongs to you. Very well, a deal is struck. How do we proceed? Without hesitation, Doflamingo agreed. You simply need to step out of the room. A black snail will be waiting at the door. Feed the devil fruit to it, and the transaction will be complete. Zetsu spoke with such nonchalance, as if this were merely an everyday occurrence. Following his instructions, Doflamingo stepped outside, his gaze instantly captivated by the black snail that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He secretly marveled, increasingly convinced of this fellow's unfathomable intelligence-gathering abilities. Although it may not be entirely true that he could perceive all the world's secrets as boasted by the heavens, with such a silent and all-pervasive method of surveillance, uncovering hidden truths in the future would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Don Quixote Doflamingo fed a devil fruit to a snail, which gradually sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace, as if it had melded into the depths of the earth. Doflamingo, unwilling to relent, immediately activated his observation haki in an attempt to capture even the faintest breath of the snail. Yet, despite his wide-eyed scrutiny of every nook and cranny around him, he found nothing, as if the snail had never existed in this world. The indomitable spirit within Doflamingo was ignited in an instant. With a swift motion of his hands, threads erupted like a writhing mass of serpents, slicing the ground beneath him into countless fragments, mud and water splattering everywhere. Yet the snail remained elusive. Had it burrowed too deep? Or had it fled too far? Once more, Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his actions growing increasingly ruthless. Moments later, gazing into the unfathomable pit beneath him, from which groundwater began to seep, he couldn't help but murmur. Could it have mastered abilities related to teleportation or spatial manipulation? Joker, listening as the commotion on the other end of the phone gradually subsided, finally spoke at a leisurely pace. Buggy has only just begun to grasp this technology. The human trials have not been particularly successful, resulting in numerous complications. It may take 20 years before it is safe for individuals to acquire various abilities. If you are not afraid of risking your life, I could act as a middleman. However, the service fee cannot be trifled with. Doflamingo was not the type to gamble with his life, and he shook his head in resignation. Perhaps not. Yet he remained undeterred, promptly inquiring, is there a safe and swift method to enhance one's strength? Joker, your insatiable greed is quite remarkable. However, I do admire your tenacity, Joker teased, his tone lighthearted. A natural type fruit combined with any devil fruit or a mythical beast type, and the information is yours. Deal. Doflamingo did not even blink as he swiftly retrieved a prepared devil fruit, feeding it to the black snail, which had reappeared unbeknownst to him. The snail once again sank into the ground, and this time, Doflamingo refrained from probing further. Speaking of those who master this technology, you are acquainted with one. Joker deliberately lowered his voice, exuding an air of mystery. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, mentally reviewing everyone he knew, yet came up empty, feeling a twinge of irritation. Joker, stop toying with my curiosity. As a king of a nation allied with the world government, you must have some recollection of the Vinsmoke family, who once unified the North Sea by force, right? After a brief pause, he slowly uttered the name. Vinsmoke Judge, the king of the Germa kingdom, known as the Strange Bird, is the one who possesses this technology. A wave of astonishment washed over Doflamingo as memories of past tales surged into his mind. Vegapunk, Vinsmoke Judge, and Queen, the prominent figure of the Beast Pirates, once collaborated on a scientific project. The funding came from the notorious king of loan sharks in the Underworld, Don Quixote Doflamingo. At that time, this matter stirred a significant uproar in the Underworld, as many anticipated groundbreaking results, yet it ultimately faded into obscurity. In his recollection, Vinsmoke Judge and his children, while somewhat capable, were merely third-rate players amidst the multitude of formidable individuals in the New World. Could Judge truly have developed such remarkable technology? Hey, are you certain you're not jesting with me? Doflamingo's face was filled with skepticism, his voice rising in pitch. Absolutely, he replied with unwavering certainty. Doflamingo understood that he would never be trifled with, so he patiently awaited further elaboration. The chef of the William Pirates, Sanji, whose full name is Vinsmoke Sanji, was articulated by his companion with deliberate clarity. Doflamingo seemed to grasp something, his heart racing. Upon receiving news from the heavens, Doflamingo promptly searched for the bounty notices of Sanji's crew. The distinctive curls of Sanji's eyebrows had already hinted to him of an undeniable connection to the Vinsmoke family. Indeed, Sanji is the pinnacle creation of Vinsmoke Judge, crafted through the lineage factor technology. Before the age of 8, this child was indistinguishable from ordinary children, exhibiting no superhuman abilities. Judge deemed the transformation a failure and discarded him into the East Blue. Who could have anticipated that, left to his own devices without specialized training, Sanji would now possess strength capable of contending with Navy commanders and captains? The lineage factor within Sanji is astonishingly vast, which explains his dormant abilities in childhood. Trust me, Joker, give Sanji 2 more years, and he will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the elite, brushing against the edges of those monstrous beings. This is the terrifying power of the lineage factor. Fufurfu, quite intriguing. Indeed, this is something to anticipate, Doflamingo declared as he ended the call. He immediately summoned his secretary, Monet, his eyes gleaming with fervent intensity, commanding, gather every piece of information on Vinsmoke Judge at once, monitor his every move. Any hint of change must be reported immediately. The lineage factor is a treasure I must possess. At this moment, Doflamingo envisioned the magnificent scene of his power surging and reigning supreme over the seas. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, forming a satisfied smile. Chapter 35. Zoan type, mythical beasts, unadorned form. Just as he concluded a conversation, Absolute was preparing to take a brief respite when he was taken aback to witness the phone bug swiftly morph into a figure adorned with horns and cloaked in ebony fur. Absolute paused momentarily, then a playful smile graced his lips as he elegantly raised a slender finger to answer the call. Kaido, greetings. It is Absolute. His voice conveyed a hint of languor and nonchalance. Absolute, would you care to join my ship? Kaido's deep, rugged voice boomed like thunder, carrying an undeniable invitation. Absolute scoffed lightly, responding with a leisurely tone. Well, I appreciate the kind offer, but I am accustomed to my solitary ways. Humph, you are quite ungrateful. Kaido retorted with an irritated grunt, yet seemed to suppress his anger, speaking in a low tone. I can provide you with the whereabouts of that fruit. Surely. That is a substantial bargaining chip. A flicker of derision crossed Absolute's gaze as he raised an eyebrow, his tone resolute. In these waters, nothing escapes my notice, Kaido. You might as well abandon your little schemes. With that, he gently pressed his tongue against his teeth and slowly uttered a name, Kazuki Oden. On the other end, Kaido's body jolted as he instinctively tightened his grip on the phone bug, pondering to himself. This Absolute indeed possesses some insight. The tales told in the heavens appear to hold a kernel of truth. He tempered his impatience and spoke in a low voice. You should be aware that Charlotte Lingling and I have formed an alliance. Your previous encounter was notorious. A matter of public knowledge, impossible to ignore. Ju retorted with a tone laced with mockery. Enough of your prattle. Kaido growled, his voice deepening with a menacing pressure. You are well aware of our objective. One Piece. Without a moment's hesitation, the words escaped his lips, resonating like pebbles dropped into a deep pool, stirring unseen currents. Very well. Since you are informed, hasten to reveal the method to reach Laugh Tale. Kaido urged, his dominance palpable. Ju chuckled softly, his laughter akin to a haunting specter. Kaido, the price for that information is beyond your means. A single, airy remark extinguished Kaido's fervor as if dousing him with icy water. Humph. It seems the heavens have inflated your ego, but you are merely an illusion. Kaido roared in frustration, ready to terminate the call. Now, do not be hasty, Ju's voice floated in smoothly. Consider this a complimentary piece of information. There are 2 ways to reach Laugh Tale. First, gather the 4 red poneglyphs that record the location. Second, you cannot afford the price, and thus, I remained silent. Kaido paused at this revelation, then burst into a hearty laugh. Ju, name your price. Or perhaps I can share one piece with you. His tone exuded authority and determination, as if he had made a momentous decision. Ju replied leisurely. Though my own strength prevents me from acquiring the coordinates to Laugh Tale, you must have heard of the 3 ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world. Their whereabouts are indeed chronicled in Laugh Tale. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever claims One Piece can immediately contest the world government for dominion over the world. Moreover, Kaido, I do not place my faith in promises or oaths, those ethereal concepts. My life's motto is simple: cash for goods. After a prolonged silence, Kaido finally uttered, I want the location of the red poneglyph. At this, Ju's smile widened, his eyes sparkling with the anticipation of a lucrative deal. 2 nature-type fruits, plus 1 zoan type, in exchange for the location of a poneglyph. A fair trade, I assure you. Upon hearing this, Kaido furrowed his brow. It is well known that the devil fruits are regarded as rare treasures of the sea, often deemed fortuitous yet elusive. Most individuals, once in possession of such a fruit, would consume it without hesitation, even if they are unaware of its abilities. Only a select few would consider exchanging it for monetary gain. Even for a sea emperor like Kaido, he has managed to acquire only 1 mythical zoan fruit over the years, which is the animal-type mythical zoan fruit, the great god of the mouth, devoured by Yamato. The animal-type mythical zoan fruit he possesses, the azure dragon form, was obtained only through a significant debt to Charlotte Linlin. Finally, it seemed Kaido had resolved himself to a decision, gritting his teeth as he declared, I will handle the devil fruit. Furthermore, should you dare to deceive me, I shall hunt you down to the ends of the earth. After hanging up, he wasted no time in contacting Kane. I have just secured an opportunity from the world government. They have invited me for a face-to-face transaction, and I have accepted. A sly smile danced across Kane's face. Upon hearing this, Kane couldn't help but chuckle. A free fruit, splendid. How could they possibly know that my ability is not the animal-type insect fruit, snail form, but rather the animal-type mythical zoan fruit, the insightful beast form? The insightful beast, rooted in ancient Japanese mythology, is a formidable creature residing in the mountains, capable of human speech and able to reveal the names and origins of those it encounters. While the insightful beast cannot provide the cooling aura akin to Yamato or the azure flames of Marco, it possesses the ability to perceive the hearts of others. Much like the aloof Red Baroque, Raidfield. Grasping the devil fruit transmitted by Kane, Kane seized it without hesitation, allowing the system to absorb it. The world government would not engage in unprofitable ventures, and there was no need to waste precious points on identification to ascertain that it was surely a worthless fruit. His recently filled wallet had been emptied by Kane. He resolved that in the future, he would block the calls of those impoverished souls. For only the affluent like Don Quixote Doflamingo would be worthy clients. As he gazed at the 2 fruits given to him by Doflamingo, Kane decided to identify them. Recognizing that even among the natural types, there are distinctions in hierarchy. One was the animal-type alpaca fruit. The other, a natural-type fruit, was sizable like a melon, adorned with cloud-like vine patterns. Kane intoned the system's identification result, natural-type cloud fruit. Kane pondered inwardly, the ability that would best complement Nami would undoubtedly be the manipulation of celestial phenomena, thunder, clouds, rain, and wind. In Kane's estimation, the value of the cloud fruit even surpasses that of the thunder fruit. This is because clouds are formed from clusters of tiny water droplets and ice crystals that float in the atmosphere, resulting from convective processes, and are fundamentally linked to water. In the pirate world, the ocean is rich in a substance known as pyrobroin. This keratinous particle is propelled into the sky during volcanic eruptions and, when it condenses with moisture, generates 2 types of sky island clouds of different densities. The less dense variety is termed sea clouds, while the denser form is referred to as island clouds. Given her exceptional talent, Nami would find it effortless to develop abilities akin to sea clouds. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to seek Nami's opinion. Chapter 36. The golden sky on the floating island named Alexand. Suspended amidst the sea of clouds, sunlight poured down unreservedly, warmly enveloping the courtyard. Taking advantage of this splendid moment, William and his companions leisurely gathered in the courtyard, relishing the delightful afternoon tea. Zoro had just concluded an intense physical training session, hurling the incredibly heavy barbell to the ground with a loud clang that caused the earth to tremble slightly. He extended his hand to receive the towel offered by Van Cleef, murmuring a deep, guttural thank you. With a casual flourish, he wiped his sweat-drenched face with the towel, exhibiting a carefree and bold demeanor. Striding confidently to the table, he pulled out a chair and plopped down, reaching for the drinks on the surface. Green algae head. Sanji erupted in fury, his eyes ablaze with disdain and anger, delivering a swift kick that sent Zoro tumbling into the pool. As he fell, Sanji berated him vehemently. You imbecile! Do you have nothing but muscle in that head of yours? Don't you even know the basic courtesy of washing your hands before eating? Nami, just emerging from the pool with her hands still dripping, was poised to quench her thirst with a drink when the sudden commotion left her frozen in midair. Observing her, Sanji's expression underwent a remarkable transformation. One moment he was a fierce demon, the next he wore a broad, obsequious smile, nearly servile in his demeanor. He hurriedly approached, offering the drink to Nami with both hands, mumbling earnestly, "Nami-san, please don't let this fool ruin your mood. If it were you, it wouldn't matter if you didn't wash your hands." Nami, witnessing Sanji's comical display as his nose bled uncontrollably, stifled a laugh and teasingly pouted, "Am I beautiful?" After uttering this, she gracefully twirled, showcasing her perfectly sculpted figure accentuated by her swimsuit. Thud, thud, thud. Sanji's heart raced uncontrollably, transforming bizarrely into a heart-shaped flutter, as if it might burst forth from his chest at any moment. Van Cleef, eyes wide with shock, called out, "Hey Sanji, are you alright?" Sanji paid no mind to anyone around him, his gaze fixated on Nami, murmuring, "Such indescribable beauty. Could this possibly be heaven?" Nami, infuriated by his shameless infatuation, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Clenching her fist, she delivered a powerful punch that sent Sanji flying. "Die, you perverted creep," he cried as he soared through the air. Still lost in his fantasies, murmuring, "Nami-san's fist feels so silky." Zoro, having just climbed out of the pool, shook the water droplets from his hair and strode purposefully toward the sword rack, drawing the Wado Ikemanji with a mischievous grin. "You colorblind pervert. How about I perform a little operation to cure you of your disgraceful habits?" Intrigued, Van Cleef leaned closer, blinking in curiosity as he asked, "What kind of operation?" Zoro grinned menacingly, letting out a chilling laugh, "An operation to turn him into a woman, so he won't embarrass himself every day." Van Cleef's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped in astonishment. "Are you saying?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zoro unsheathed his sword, the gleam of cold steel seemingly affirming the unspoken question lingering in the air. Upon hearing this, Sanji instantly regained his composure, a fierce fire igniting around him, a manifestation of his utmost fury. He gritted his teeth and remarked, "Humph. How about I first assist you in ameliorating your navigational shortcomings? 1,000 vigorous kicks to your algae-like head should yield significant results." William rubbed his eyes, his face a portrait of shock, murmuring to himself, "This isn't an illusion. It truly is fire." Poor Ace. Ignoring the customary banter between Zoro and Sanji, William turned his gaze towards Nami, his eyes imbued with curiosity. "Nami, if the wind fruit, rain fruit, thunder fruit, and cloud fruit were presented before you for selection, which would you choose?" As he spoke, William meticulously detailed the characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of each fruit. Nami blinked her expressive, sparkling eyes, pondering for a moment, then flashed a sweet smile and answered cheerfully, "I choose the cloud fruit." William raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why?" "The capabilities of the thunder fruit are exceedingly powerful, and its applications are far more extensive, are they not?" With her hands clasped behind her back, Nami tilted her head and explained matter-of-factly, "Because if I encounter danger, I can transform into a cloud and stealthily lead everyone to safety." Upon hearing this, Sanji seemed invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, swiftly dashing to Nami's side. Out of nowhere, he conjured a stunning bouquet of roses, kneeling on one knee, his face overflowing with passion as he proclaimed, "Nami-san, you must be an angel descended from heaven to save me. Please marry me. This is my unwavering request for this lifetime." "Absolutely not," Nami replied without hesitation, her refusal resolute, not even a wrinkle marring her brow. Zoro, sword in hand, relentlessly pursued, bellowing, "Hey, perverted Kappa, don't run. Come here for your operation." William shook his head in resignation, retrieving his transponder snail and dialing a number. A voice soon emerged from the other end. "Moshi Moshi, this is Absalom." "I am Gold. William," he replied. "I've almost memorized your name by now, William," Absalom jested. "Well, it seems I have quite the presence," William quipped back. "Hee, indeed. Your level of popularity exceeds your expectations," Absalom responded with laughter. "Absalom, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the cloud fruit." William transitioned to the main topic. "Hee, that fruit happens to be one of my prized possessions." "Oh, what must I do to acquire it from you?" "Hee, in a month. The treasure ship laden with gold from the kingdom of Vale Vizzy in the North Sea will set sail, and the Navy's flying squirrels will be in charge of its escort. In the heavens, there exists a tome of golden significance, to be exchanged for something of equal worth." "Very well," William responded succinctly, his gaze imbued with a hint of resolute determination. The month-long period slipped by like a meteor traversing the night sky, fleeting and ephemeral, as the appointed moment silently approached. At this juncture, the port of the kingdom of Velvizi resembled a colossal beehive. where cacophony and fervor intertwined to create a symphony of clamor. The Navy's transport vessels loomed on the horizon like magnificent sea beasts forged of steel. Securely moored at the dock's edge, their hulls deeply immersed in the water, a testament to the substantial cargo they bore. Navy soldiers scurried about like a cadre of industrious worker ants, traversing the distance between the ships and the dock, beads of perspiration adorning their foreheads. These valiant sailors toiled diligently, loading precious crates that bore the weight of the world's government's authority, the golden tome of the heavens, aboard the vessels. Above, the masts of the ships displayed the flags emblazoned with the distinctive emblem of the world government, fluttering in the wind with a resonant crackle, as if proclaiming from on high the inviolable power of the world government over all existence. Admiral Glaucomes, clad in a sharply tailored Navy uniform, stood at the bow of the ship, his imposing figure akin to a venerable pine, steadfast and unwavering. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, missing not a single subtle shift in his surroundings. Within his heart, he understood more than anyone the gravity of this escort mission. The treasure from the heavens was no ordinary asset, but the economic lifeblood sustaining the operations of the world government and a crucial testament to its authority. Thus, he remained taut with vigilance, daring not to relax even slightly. Just as this seemingly tranquil moment unfolded, calamity struck. What was that? A naval soldier, as if witnessing a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, widened his eyes in horror and shouted hoarsely. The others instinctively looked up, and in an instant, gasps of astonishment rang out. A floating island descended ominously, blotting out the sun, its colossal form resembling an ancient behemoth. In a heartbeat, it devoured the radiant sunlight, shrouding the port in darkness, the shadows creeping like thick ink. Chapter 37. The treasure from the heavens. Upon the floating island, William stood proudly, his posture regal as if he were a king commanding the universe. Casting a dominating gaze upon the transport ship below, his presence suffocatingly powerful. Beside him, his comrades were equally poised, each showcasing their unique prowess. Zoro appeared as a grim reaper, clad in black, his long blade gleaming coldly, as if capable of slicing through the very fabric of reality. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuded an air of elegance intertwined with rebellion, his eyes flickering with uncontainable battle fervor, as if on the brink of a grand revelry. Frankie stood steadfast like an unyielding rock, silently assuming the role of protector, shielding Nami behind him. "Prepare for battle," roared Vice Admiral Squirrel, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. The naval soldiers, well-trained, instantly raised their weapons in unison. The dark muzzles of their guns aligned meticulously towards the floating island, their movements sharp and devoid of hesitation. A fleeting smirk graced William's lips, a fleeting expression of defiance, before he vanished from sight. Like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, he descended from the floating island with overwhelming momentum, hurtling towards the transport ship with a fierce roar. Zoro and Sanji followed closely, their silhouettes carving sharp arcs through the air, akin to blades slicing the wind. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Squirrel did not hesitate to signal the naval soldiers to open fire. In an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets erupted, raining down upon William and his companions like a frenzied storm. Yet, this deluge of firepower seemed as trivial as a child's throw before the trio. William moved with an ethereal grace, evading the bullets with ease, landing firmly on the transport ship. Boom. Within William surged a tempestuous sea of fury, his conqueror's hockey sweeping across the entire port. This invisible force struck like a heavy hammer, crashing down upon all present. Thud, thud. The naval soldiers, as if ensnared by an invisible hand, collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, consciousness fading away. Clang. A soldier, fallen to the ground, inadvertently dropped a celestial golden box, causing exquisite golden ornaments to scatter across the earth. Under the radiant sunlight, they sparkled brilliantly, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. William, mindful of the demands of battle, refrained from unleashing his full might, allowing some soldiers to muster the strength to remain alert. In his eyes, these soldiers served merely as experience for Zoro and Sanji to hone their skills. Zoro and Sanji surged forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountains, charging into the enemy ranks, where Navy soldiers fell like fragile wheat stalks, collapsing in swathes. The duo wielded their blades with precision and executed powerful kicks, causing the enemy to retreat in disarray. Admiral Mongoose furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He understood the terrifying prowess of William, yet as a member of the Navy, he bore the weight of justice and duty that did not permit him a moment's hesitation. "Son of the devil, how dare you covet the celestial gold? This is a blatant provocation against the world government," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. William, however, appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, throwing back his head in laughter. Admiral Mongoose, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. From the moment I revealed myself, I have been provoking the world government. His laughter ceased abruptly, his voice turning as cold as ice. Spare me the grandiloquent rhetoric. Have you prepared your last words? Slowly, Admiral Mongoose drew his sword, the blade gleaming ominously, reflecting his resolute demeanor as he bellowed, "Justice shall prevail." He then lunged at William like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. William, with a faint smile, replied, "A serious strike." Just as consciousness faded, Mongoose faintly perceived William's taunt. "Do you fancy yourself as Galen, proclaiming justice will triumph?" Sanji's kicking technique was sublime, each strike infused with tremendous force. Like cannonballs fired from a barrel, enemies struck by his blows flew away, akin to kites severed from their strings, tumbling helplessly. As his onslaught intensified, the number of Navy soldiers still standing at the port dwindled. Zoro faced off against Admiral Mongoose's aide, Brigadier Gakizan. Gakizan, a master of swordsmanship wielding dual-colored haki, was a formidable opponent for Zoro at this moment. Just as Sanji dispatched the last soldier besieging him and was about to assist Zoro, William interjected, "Sanji, that is Zoro's battle. I believe he yearns for a fierce and fulfilling duel." Clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing resonated as Zoro blocked Gakizan's fierce assault, his hands trembling slightly. Yet he gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. "Yes, colorful Kappa, do not interfere." Gakizan seized the moment of Zoro's distraction, shifting his assault abruptly, the blade striking forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. Thud! The blade pierced straight through Zoro's abdomen, its tip emerging from his back. Zoro faltered for a moment, yet seemed oblivious to the pain as he continued to swing his sword wildly, his eyes alight with an indomitable flame. Seeing his strike succeed, Gakizan sought to capitalize on his advantage and cleave Zoro in two, but in shock, he lowered his gaze to witness a blade piercing through his own heart, blood gushing forth. With the last vestiges of his strength, Gakizan hissed, "Let us perish together." With a swift motion, the sword Wado Ikamanji was brandished, and Gakizan's head fell. In his final moments, he found satisfaction in the knowledge that his attack had landed, closing his eyes contentedly. Thud! Zoro's knee struck the ground heavily. And as the adrenaline faded, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him. His body could no longer bear the weight, leaving him to half-kneel, propped up by his sword. Although Sanji and Zoro often bickered and refused to yield to one another, deep down, he had long accepted Zoro as a comrade. In the instant the battle concluded, he dashed forward, supporting Zoro with urgency in his voice. "Hey, green algae head, are you all right?" William's observation haki had long since enveloped the scene like an invisible net, accurately capturing the severity of Zoro's grievous wounds. The gaping hole in his abdomen, a testament to Gakizan's dying counterattack, was horrific. The wound was ghastly, with half of Zoro's torso brutally sliced open, intestines and parts of his innards exposed, blood still seeping from the gash. Such an injury would have surely claimed the life of an ordinary individual, yet for Zoro, it was merely a trifling fatal wound. Nami reacted swiftly, darting into the Navy's quarters to rummage through supplies. Shortly thereafter, she returned, clutching a medical kit. With practiced ease, she retrieved the miraculous healing artifact of the pirate world, the Supreme Bandage, known for its flexibility and remarkable hemostatic properties. Nami deftly wound the bandage around Zoro's injury, which quickly became soaked and stained crimson, but thankfully, the bleeding gradually began to subside. Just as Zoro was stabilized, Van Cleef employed his unique abilities. He raised his hands slowly in the air. Chests filled with heavenly gold seemed to be supported by an unseen force, ascending steadily and being methodically arranged within the courtyard of Alexander. Nami and Sanji stood vigil by Zoro's side, their eyes fixed intently upon him. It was not until Zoro's breathing steadied, and his once pale complexion regained some color that they exhaled in relief and moved towards the courtyard to examine their hard-won spoils. As Nami stepped into the courtyard, her eyes widened in astonishment, the symbols of berries flickering wildly within her gaze. Unable to contain her excitement, she raised her arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "These are all mine." She resembled a treasure seeker who had just stumbled upon a trove. William was the first to approach the chests, and with a dramatic motion, he opened one, causing gold and jewels to cascade forth without a blink of his eye. Let the treasures scatter all around. Soon after, upon opening another box, a cat unexpectedly leaped out. William was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. In the sky of riches, alongside priceless jewels, one could certainly find peculiar items for the enjoyment of the celestial dragons. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the cat was a vibrant blue, with only its belly, paws, and the base of its tail being a pristine white, as if it had been adorned with white gloves. This was a standard British shorthair with blue and white markings. Yet it seemed increasingly familiar. "Isn't this Tom?" William exclaimed. Nami, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward and cradled the cat in her arms, affectionately rubbing her cheek against the fluffy head of the kitten, utterly delighted. "So adorable. Let us keep it." "As long as you're happy," William replied gently, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Nami lifted the kitten high, examining it with excitement. "It's a boy, William. Let us give him a name. How about Tom?" Chapter 38, The Don Quixote Family versus the Vinsmoke Family. Nami took a deep breath, inhaling the cat's fur, and playfully murmured, "Tom, Tom. From this moment on, you are our new member." However, Tom seemed unable to endure such enthusiasm, scrambling with his paws and desperately trying to escape Nami's embrace. Sanji, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of jealousy as blood trickled from his nose, gritting his teeth in frustration. "You wretched cat. How dare you try to flee from Nami-san's arms? Truly, it is unforgivable." Taking advantage of the distraction, William discreetly pulled out a book titled The Legend of the Eyes of the Five Villages, deftly tossing it into the treasure chest. The treasures of the Vinsmoke family were soon organized, and Nami, seemingly conjuring an abacus from thin air, began to deftly manipulate the beads, producing a cacophony of sounds. Within moments, she focused intently on the abacus and announced cheerfully, "Excluding Tom and this book, the treasures of the Vinsmoke kingdom are valued at approximately 100,000 berries." William furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Why is it so little?" "Well, never mind. We can always seize more once we spin this." Yet Nami was too engrossed to heed William's grumbling, her gaze fixated on the legend of the Eyes of the Five Villages. She examined it meticulously, turning it over in the sunlight, attempting to uncover any hidden layers. Bringing the book to her nose, the scent of freshly printed ink wafted up, confirming it to be a recently published work. Reciting the title aloud, she read, "The Legend of the Eyes of the Five Villages," authored by Kane. Flipping it to the back cover, she noted, "Published by the World Economic News, suggested retail price, 10,000 berries." Sanji took the book, scrutinizing it before speculating. Could it possibly be some sort of coded message? William waved his hand, interrupting the conjectures of the two, regardless of what news is recorded above. "It bears no relevance to us." After a brief pause, he emphasized with conviction, "Was it not decided long ago? We shall trade it for that elusive fruit." Upon hearing this, Sanji nodded silently, yet Nami remained unconvinced, muttering, "Let me take another look. Surely a book that can exchange for a Logia-type devil fruit conceals some significant secrets. If we could unravel it, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits." Days later, the gentle warmth of the sun bathed the courtyard of Alexander, as a soft breeze swept through, causing the flowers and grass to sway gracefully, creating ripples of delicate waves. Clad in a refreshing summer outfit, Nami's eyes sparkled with uncontainable curiosity, and in the next moment, an extraordinary sight unfolded. Her upper body retained its human form, with skin as smooth as silk and hair dancing in the wind. However, from the waist down, it appeared as if enchanted, gradually transforming into a billowy, soft, and ethereal cloud. The cloud cradled her, floating effortlessly to William's side, where she eagerly inquired, "What is our latest bounty?" William clutched the newspaper tightly, his gaze swiftly scanning its surface. Noticing that all was calm above, with no mention of them, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, imbued with a sense of profound meaning. "Well, there is not a single word about us in the newspaper." Yet, in his heart, he discerned with clarity and began to ponder quietly. It seems that the members of the world government are not entirely the inept fools they appear to be. The audacious act of brazenly seizing the heavenly gold, a truly earth-shattering event, has been shrouded in secrecy, with not a whisper escaping. William narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cunning flashing beneath the surface as he contemplated. Undoubtedly, the world government harbors apprehensions, fearing that should this affair come to light, those ambitious and restless souls upon the seas would take notice, emulating such audacity and igniting one wave of plunder after another for the heavenly gold. At that point, the authority of the world government would indeed be in tatters. However, William was not one to easily acquiesce to the desires of others. He slightly raised his chin, the brilliance in his eyes growing ever sharper, and whispered, I will not let you have your way. Having said that, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly plotting his next move. In Beihai, Don Quixote Doflamingo led his Don Quixote family like a surging black tide, fiercely sweeping towards the location of Germa 66. It is essential to note that Germa 66 lacks a fixed territory. The nation is established upon gigantic snails that can shift at any moment, and Doflamingo has experienced several failures in his attempts. In his gaze burned a fervent fire of madness and greed, and within his heart, he was resolute. This time, he was determined to seize the lineage factor technology from the hands of Vinsmoke Judge. Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze howling past his iconic pink feather coat. His knuckles cracked ominously as he flexed his fingers, a signature smirk of both cunning and menace gracing his visage. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the territory of Germa 66. At that moment, within the fortress of Germa 66, the shrill wail of alarms pierced the once tranquil air, akin to a sharp arrow slicing through silence. Vinsmoke Judge's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the malevolent intentions harbored by Don Quixote Doflamingo, yet there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Humph, Doflamingo, how dare you provoke us? Today, you shall learn the formidable strength of Germa 66. He swiftly commanded his clone soldiers to prepare for battle. The clash erupted instantaneously, akin to shells detonating upon the surface of the sea. The cadre of Doflamingo's family surged forward like ravenous wolves descending upon their prey, targeting the Germa 66 forces. Diamante brandished his exquisite rapier, each stroke summoning a chilling gust of wind, the blade glinting with a frigid luminescence, repelling all adversaries who dared to approach him. Ha ha. The worthless members of Germa 66, today marks your demise. He laughed boisterously, his mirth laced with disdain. Treble, resembling a sticky morass, barreled through the battlefield with his colossal frame. Wherever he went, foes found themselves ensnared by his repugnant slime, rendered immobile. Yield to me, he commanded as he ensnared a group of Germa 60 SXS clone soldiers, who struggled desperately yet sank deeper into the mire. An elderly bald man, veins bulging in his forehead, charged into the enemy ranks like an armored tank, sending adversaries sprawling in disarray. Subsequently, he gestured with his hands to form the letter G. Meanwhile, the clone soldiers of Germa 66 were equally unyielding. Clad in high-tech combat suits, they unleashed powerful beams of laser light, which crisscrossed the battlefield like searing flames. The incessant crackling sound was the result of the lasers slicing through the air. Some pirates from the Don Quixote family were struck by the beams, their bodies pierced, blood spurting forth as they emitted agonizing screams. The trio of Vinsmoke brothers, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, moved with the grace of three fierce leopards, nimbly navigating the chaos of the battlefield. They exhibited the distinctive combat skills of Germa 66, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the members of the Don Quixote family. A cold glint flickered in Ichi's eyes as he moved with ghostly swiftness to position himself behind Diamante. Humph, your arrogance ends here. His voice was deep and imbued with lethal intent. Yet, like a creature with eyes in the back of its head, Diamante abruptly turned and parried Ichi's assault with his rapier. Is that all you've got? The clash of the two ignited a flurry of sparks. Meanwhile, Niji found himself locked in a fierce struggle with Torpol. Niji deftly evaded Torpol's viscous attacks, all the while seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. You repugnant wretch. Watch how I deal with you. He let out a fierce roar and suddenly leaped into the air, his legs kicking towards Torpol with the ferocity of a whirlwind. However, Torpol's massive frame evaded the attack with surprising agility, causing Niji's strike to miss and crash heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the fierce battle against Sei or Peak, Yongji relied on his robust physique and indomitable will, engaging in a fierce struggle that left neither side with the upper hand. His fists descended upon Sei or Pink like a relentless downpour, each strike imbued with formidable strength. Bring me down, Yuza shouted fervently. Yet, Sei or Pink remained silent, enduring Yuza's onslaught, before suddenly retaliating with a forceful punch that sent Yuza staggering backward. Doflamingo stood at the rear of the battlefield, his hands gracefully weaving through the air, manipulating countless strands of thread. The thread slithered across the battlefield like a swarm of agile serpents, ensnaring the clone soldiers of Germa 66, compelling them to unwittingly turn against their comrades. A cruel smile emerged on his face. Chapter 39, Vinsmoke Judge captured. Vinsmoke Judge, perched high within the castle, calmly orchestrated the battle. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinizing every detail on the battlefield. Reinforce the left flank. Do not allow them to breach our defenses. He issued commands with a commanding voice, steady and powerful. As the battle raged on, both sides found themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle, the battlefield shrouded in smoke, and the air resonating with the cacophony of cries and clashes. The sea was stained crimson with blood, and a pungent scent of gore permeated the atmosphere. Just as the defenses appeared on the brink of collapse, Vinsmoke Sanji charged into the fray like a fearsome lion. He donned a specially crafted battle armor, which shimmered with a metallic luster, emanating a formidable aura. He wielded a colossal energy sword, its blade shimmering with pulsating blue arcs of electricity, each swing accompanied by a resonant hum of current. Gaji's gaze was firmly fixed on Doflamingo, fully aware that vanquishing this nefarious mastermind would be the key to resolving the impending crisis. He charged towards Don Quixote Doflamingo like a bolt of lightning, his speed so remarkable that the ground beneath him bore the imprint of shallow footprints. Doflamingo, today marks the end of your days. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, imbued with fury and determination. Upon witnessing Gaji charging towards him, Doflamingo's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of contemptuous amusement. With a gentle wave of his hand, countless threads shot toward Vinsmoke Sanji like a delicate spider's web. The threads shimmered with a silvery luster under the sunlight, reminiscent of harbingers of death. However, Sanji remained unfazed, with a swift motion of his energy sword. A powerful current erupted from the blade, forming a colossal electric sphere. This sphere, radiant like a brilliant sun, incinerated all incoming threads. Your little tricks are futile against me, Sanji bellowed, charging forward towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Indeed, it was merely this level of challenge. Doflamingo resolved to hold nothing back, manipulating the threads to dart towards Vinsmoke Sanji with the swiftness of lightning. A successful strike. His voice was imbued with a sense of triumph. Vinsmoke Judge sensed the impending danger, yet it was too late for him to evade it. Vinsmoke Judge found himself ensnared by Don Quixote Doflamingo's threads, rendered immobile in an instant. His eyes widened in fury as he struggled in vain against his restraints. The tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of the Don Quixote family. As the clone soldiers of Germa 66 began to retreat in disarray, Vinsmoke Judge let out a desperate cry, "Save me!" The three brothers, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, upon witnessing this, attempted to rescue their father, only to be firmly obstructed by the cadre of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo approached the bound judge with a victorious grin upon his face. "Vinsmoke Judge, everything you possess shall belong to me." Vinsmoke Judge lowered his head and forced a smile. "Doflamingo, do not presume that victory is yours." Judge, confident in his own resources, had already discerned Doflamingo's intentions long before the latter gathered intelligence on him. Although they had never clashed directly, Doflamingo's motives were evident. He coveted the scientific advancements that Judge commanded. Thus, Judge was acutely aware that his life would remain secure until Doflamingo achieved his aims. Moreover, at the onset of the battle, Judge had instructed Reiju to escape via a secret passage aboard a submarine. Should he fall into enemy hands, she was to seek out Sanji and implore him to come to his rescue. If Sanji refused, he would meet his end before her. For that failure owed Reiju an immense debt of gratitude. Doflamingo, with a sly grin, retorted, "Fufufu. Your reliance hinges solely on the support of Germa D. William. Do you truly believe I would be unprepared?" Ultimately, apart from Reiju's mysterious disappearance, the entire Vinsmoke family was captured. Morgans, like a shark sensing the blood of a sensational story, swiftly disseminated this shocking news across the seas. Meanwhile, Sanji was blissfully enjoying a rare moment of tranquility with his companions on Aelcandor. Nami, clutching a freshly acquired newspaper, began to read aloud. The battle between the Don Quixote family and the Vinsmoke family culminates in an unprecedented defeat for the Vinsmoke family. "May I take a look, Nami-san?" Sanji's voice bore a slight rasp. Nami gazed at Sanji's appearance and compared it with the distinctive curled eyebrows of the Vinsmoke family as depicted in the newspaper. A realization struck her, causing her delicate face to pale. Sanji, expressionless, accepted the newspaper, and upon reading the news of the Vinsmoke family's devastating defeat and capture, his eyes momentarily exhibited disbelief before being enveloped by a tumult of complex emotions. Memories of the others in his family, those who had inflicted endless pain and torment upon him, surged forth, and the hatred in his heart was not easily quelled. Yet, in that instant, Reiju's visage emerged in his thoughts like a gentle beam of light. In that family, cold as frost and devoid of warmth, only his sister had bestowed upon him the precious gifts of comfort and solace. How could it be my sister? Sanji's body trembled slightly, as if buffeted by a biting gale. His voice bore a barely perceptible tremor, laden with profound concern and affection. He inhaled deeply, as though striving to suppress the chaotic emotions roiling within him. Endeavoring to regain his composure, "I only worry about my sister. As for the others in the family, that is their own misfortune. But Reiju is different. I cannot disregard her." Zoro fixed his gaze upon Sanji, sincerity and determination evident in his eyes. As he solemnly declared, "Sanji, we are comrades. Your troubles are our troubles. We shall search for your sister together." Sanji slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over William and the other companions, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "Thank you all, but I do not wish to endanger everyone because of me." Nami stepped forward, gently grasping Sanji's arm. "Sanji, what nonsense are you speaking? We are crewmates on the same ship. How can we stand idly by while your sister suffers?" "But," Sanji attempted to interject. William interjected earnestly. "What danger do you think we could encounter? Doflamingo? The Navy? Or the world government?" He adjusted the distinctive, flamboyant captain's hat atop his head and added, "Hey, Sanji, you underestimate your captain far too much." After a prolonged silence, Sanji eventually nodded. "All right. Then I shall rely on everyone." At that moment, Sanji had gradually regained his former calm, his brow furrowed in thought. After a brief pause, he articulated the most pressing matter at hand. "According to the newspaper, my sister is missing, not captured. Either Morgans has not revealed the truth, or my sister has managed to escape and is currently hiding in some concealed location." Zoro inclined his head slightly before posing a crucial question. "Where is your sister most likely to appear?" Upon hearing this, Sanji furrowed his brows even tighter. "My sister's life has been entirely manipulated by that scoundrel. Though she still retains her emotions, she is powerless to defy his commands and the order that he is most likely to issue." At that moment, before being utterly captivated by the beauty before him, Sanji's intellect was undeniably sharp. A moment of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly recalled the myriad of information displayed upon the heavens. In an instant, all doubts within his mind were dispelled. Vinsmoke Sanji recognized that although that fellow, Vinsmoke Judge, outwardly extolled the virtues of strength, he was, in essence, a cowardly and inept individual, certain to howl for assistance like a lost dog when faced with peril. At this moment, Sanji's heart, which had been in turmoil, gradually found solace. He retrieved a lighter from his pocket, ignited a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then released a cloud of smoke. The order received by Reiju must have been a plea for my assistance. After all, William's astounding combat prowess had already been the talk of Morgans and the heavens alike. Sanji's thoughts then drifted to the most dire of scenarios. Should Reiju tragically fall into the hands of the world government, his brow furrowed tightly, his face etched with concern as he spoke apprehensively. If Reiju is indeed captured by the world government, they will undoubtedly weave an intricate web, waiting for us to walk willingly into their trap. However, William is not like Whitebeard, foolishly charging into a snare. William bore a dangerous smile, should such a situation arise. "We shall attempt to negotiate with the world government, demanding her release. Otherwise," Van Cleef seamlessly continued, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, "all member nations of the world government, including the lofty Mariehua, should brace themselves for the oncoming tsunami." Van Cleef then elaborated on the principle. "After a violent tremor, shockwaves will ripple across the sea like ever-expanding concentric circles, reaching astonishing distances, akin to the ripples caused by a pebble tossed into a shallow pond. Although I may not summon a tsunami with the same ease as Whitebeard, with adequate preparation, I can easily incite a breathtaking tidal wave. Though Aokiji possesses the ability to effortlessly neutralize a tsunami, how could he possibly arrive in time every single time?" Van Cleef asserted with confidence. A slight smile graced William's lips, his eyes reflecting a spirit of fearlessness and grandeur. "I am eager to see whether the world government can maintain their composure at that moment." Nami, upon hearing of the plan to annihilate an entire nation, felt a pang of reluctance, hesitating several times to voice her thoughts. Having navigated these treacherous and challenging seas alone for years, she had long ceased to be an innocent flower. Beneath her exterior lay shadows. On this vessel, the only individual who could truly be deemed a good person was Sanji. In past battles, Sanji had merely incapacitated his foes without taking lives. After a prolonged silence, Sanji again produced his lighter, igniting another cigarette. After inhaling deeply, he spoke slowly. "This is merely the worst-case scenario. Our immediate priority must be to locate Reiju's whereabouts as swiftly as possible." Deep within Sanji's heart, a resolute decision had already formed. Should Reiju truly fall into the hands of the government, he would stealthily venture forth alone to rescue her. Sanji could not bear the thought of Reiju encountering any misfortune, nor could he allow an entire nation to be brought to ruin because of his own circumstances. Chapter 40, Katakuri. I beseech you, spare me. A luxurious and imposing warship, the Flamingo, surged through the waves. Its proprietor was none other than the renowned and fearsome warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Inside the cabin, Katakuri was bound tightly. Resembling a wild beast stripped of its liberty, glaring furiously at Da Flamingo before him. Da Flamingo stood tall and authoritative, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, forming a smile that was chilling in its cruelty. He leaned slightly toward Katakuri and spoke slowly. Surrender the lineage factor technology. For you, at this moment, it is undoubtedly the wisest choice. He paused momentarily before continuing. Judge, what you have longed for is the hope of securing a vast expanse of land, sufficient to establish the German kingdom firmly, is it not? At this juncture, Don Quixote da Flamingo deliberately slowed his speech. If you agree to collaborate with me, I can grant you your heart's desire, allowing you to ascend as the sovereign of this bountiful land of Dressrosa. Da Flamingo's words were laden with temptation, akin to a devil's whisper in one's ear, rendering it nearly irresistible. Yet, in the face of such alluring terms, Judge felt a stir within, tempered by a profound sense of caution. He was acutely aware of the nature of Don Quixote da Flamingo, recognizing that his promises were nothing more than hollow assurances. Should he naively relinquish the lineage factor technology, he would not only gain nothing in return but might also jeopardize his own life. Contemplating this, Gaji's eyes widened, and he glared fiercely at Da Flamingo, exclaiming, "You shall not have it, even if it costs me my life. I will never divulge the lineage factor technology to a despicable wretch like you." Upon hearing these words, a glint of coldness flashed in Da Flamingo's eyes. He raised his hand, and an invisible force coalesced at his fingertips. In an instant, a slender yet razor-sharp thread shot forth from his hand, piercing through one of Gaji's fingers at lightning speed. In that moment, an excruciating pain surged through Gaji's body like an electric shock. The agony, felt in every finger, compelled him to emit a heart-wrenching wail that echoed throughout the entire cabin. Yet, Gaji clenched his lips tightly, refusing to yield to Da Flamingo's oppressive might. Seeing Gaji's unwavering defiance, a chilling smile crept across Da Flamingo's lips. Slowly, he extended his index finger, the sharp tip pointed menacingly at Gaji's remaining fingers. His deep, frigid voice pierced the air like a chilling wind. This time, it is not merely one, but two. No sooner had the words left his lips than two delicate, yet exceedingly sharp, threads shot forth from his palm. In a flash, these threads accurately penetrated the other two fingers of Gaji. An excruciating pain surged over him like a relentless tide. Gaji felt as though his entire being was on the verge of being torn apart. The agony was beyond the realm of description. He writhed in agony, his entire body convulsing, his complexion as pale as parchment, with beads of sweat the size of beans cascading down his forehead. He instinctively yearned to roll on the ground, hoping to alleviate some of his pain. However, the heavy iron chains binding him tightly rendered him utterly immobile, preventing even the slightest movement. As his rapid breaths gradually steadied, he trembled and lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with terror as they fell upon Da Flamingo across from him. There stood Da Flamingo, his expression as cold as ice. Yet a chilling smile lingered at the corner of his lips. He slowly extended his right hand, the 5 fingers curving in an exceedingly eerie arc, resembling claws from the depths of hell. The once nearly invisible fine threads had now become vividly discernible. These threads glimmered with a chilling light, poised to strike like a venomous serpent. Da Flamingo slightly lowered his head and chuckled in a tone laced with mockery. "Fufufu, Gaji, prepare to bid farewell to your legs. However, do not fret too much. I am known for my mercy. I shall invite the finest craftsmen to meticulously fashion a splendid prosthetic for you." Deliberately slowing his movements, Da Flamingo gently laid the fine threads upon Gaji's legs. Gaji felt the threads tightening slowly around his legs, and in that instant, his last line of defense crumbled, leading him to scream in a voice filled with despair and terror, "I will cooperate. I agree to cooperate. Please spare me." Da Flamingo, upon hearing this, threw his head back and laughed heartily, his laughter sharp and piercing like an owl's call in the night. "Fufufu, Gaji, I must say, you have made quite a wise choice." After a brief pause, Da Flamingo feigned an apology. "I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness, if you would be so kind." Meanwhile, Gaji, despite the seething rage and indignation within, dared not reveal the slightest hint of his true feelings. He clenched his jaw tightly, striving to force a smile that was even more grotesque than tears, and managed to utter, It's fine, Joker." After uttering these words, Gaji felt as though his heart was about to explode with rage. Yet, he found himself powerless, silently cursing the detestable figure before him. Doflamingo approached Gaji with an air of elegance, gently unfastening the chains that bound his hands and feet. He then turned towards the door and called out loudly, "Quickly summon the ship's doctor to tend to our esteemed guest's injuries." Before long, an experienced physician hurried in, diligently attending to Gaji's wounds. The doctor skillfully treated Gaji's injuries with remarkable speed, expertly wrapping them with bandages. Following this, Doflamingo, with a beaming smile, affectionately draped an arm over Gaji's shoulder, leading him towards the study. Upon entering the study, Doflamingo unceremoniously demanded that Gaji immediately document the technical details regarding the lineage factor. However, at that moment, Gaji was acutely aware of his complete subjugation to Doflamingo. He inwardly resolved to fabricate some content to appease him. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, Doflamingo interjected, "This is one of my family members, Violet, who possesses the power of the Doka Doka no Mi." With that, a sly smile crept across Doflamingo's lips. "Violet?" The woman in question glided forward. She was tall and gracefully poised, though her skin bore a slightly darker hue, and her lips were fuller than average. At that moment, Violet formed her hands into a shape reminiscent of glasses, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Gaji. Doflamingo continued, "Violet can effortlessly discern the thoughts of others, so, Mr. Gaji, I hope there will be no unpleasant occurrences, as long as you obediently provide me with the technical details of the lineage factor once I obtain it. You shall be free to leave here unscathed." Upon hearing this, Gaji's heart sank. The notion of merely going through the motions evaporated in an instant. Faced with such a predicament, he let out a resigned sigh, slowly seated himself, and picked up the pen to begin writing fervently. Chapter 41. The hero Sora will shatter the conspiracy of Germa 66. Nami propped her chin on one hand, her delicate brows furrowing as she suddenly inquired, "Sanji, do you and Reiju share any secret code known only to the two of you, or any matters of significant importance that others would be oblivious to?" Given the pressing circumstances, such knowledge could prove invaluable. Upon hearing these words, Sanji was momentarily taken aback, before plunging into profound contemplation. Scenes from the past flickered through his mind like a series of slides, whispered conversations with Reiju in dim corridors, and the secret sharing of snacks in hidden corners. After a brief moment, his eyes brightened, and a look of determination graced his face as he proclaimed, "Let me think. If it's this, Reiju will undoubtedly know." Vancryf, who had been intently observing the two, saw Sanji's epiphany and eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Then let us relay this information to Reiju without delay. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly." Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Kabra, the afternoon buzzed with life. Bustling streets echoed with the calls of vendors, and children laughed as they chased one another. It was a scene of vibrant harmony, but in an instant, calamity struck. The actions of the people froze as if time itself had been suspended. They gazed upward, mouths agape in disbelief. A multitude of floating islands loomed overhead, obscuring the sky like a phalanx of prehistoric beasts, rushing ominously into the distance. "This cannot be real," an elderly man exclaimed, his murky eyes wide with incredulity as he nearly lost grip of his cane. "Is this the end of the world?" A young woman clutched her child close. Terror etched across her face, her voice trembling with despair. "Who will save us?" The crowd erupted with cries of hopelessness. As panic enveloped the masses, Sanji's voice rang through the broadcast device like thunder, resonating across the entirety of the kingdom of Kabra. "Hero Sora will shatter the conspiracy of Germa 66. His voice was steadfast and powerful, echoing across every inch of the realm. Once the floating islands vanished, the crowd appeared to awaken from a nightmare, exchanging bewildered looks and murmuring among themselves. "Isn't Hero Sora a character from the serialized comic in the World Economic Journal?" A young man scratched his head in confusion. "No, Germa 66 is very much a reality." An elder, privy to the truth, shook his head gravely. A few astute individuals, accustomed to uncovering intelligence, began to dissect Sanji's broadcast, their eyes glinting with curiosity and contemplation. "Sanji, the chef from the William crew, hails from Germa 66, someone whispered, awakening realization among the listeners. "Oh, so this is some sort of code?" As the realization dawned upon the crowd, the intelligence brokers of Beihai sprang into action like sharks sensing blood in the water. They swiftly mobilized their resources, racking their brains in an effort to decipher the concealed critical information. The former stronghold of Germa 66 now lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments of its former glory. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, howled through the desolate landscape, stirring up dust and withered grass, evoking an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Yet, in Sanji's eyes, every brick and every corner held the invaluable memories of his cherished childhood with Reiju. The hero, Sora, was not merely a fictional character from a comic book, but the beloved mother of both him and Reiju, Vinsmoke Sora. At that time, Reiju, as the eldest daughter of Germa 66, was ensnared by the family's stringent rules and heavy constraints, yet she always harbored a gentle and kind heart, striving with all her might to protect a flicker of warmth within her, quietly bestowing upon Sanji comfort and hope, helping him endure countless dark days and nights. Sanji stood still, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if transcending mountains and seas, catching a glimpse of Reiju's silhouette. He clasped his hands together before his chest, silently praying, "Sister, you must hear me." The soft murmur was carried away by the sea breeze, drifting toward the unknown horizon. Shortly after Sanji signaled, a uniquely designed vessel, understated yet imbued with a sense of technology, slowly emerged in a secluded bay of the North Sea. At the bow stood Reiju, clad in her signature battle attire, her posture erect and her expression grave. Just having escaped a perilous encounter, her hair was slightly disheveled, with a few damp strands clinging to her cheeks. Yet this did not diminish her cold and resilient demeanor. The hero Sora would shatter the conspiracy of Germa 66. Sanji's voice echoed incessantly in her mind, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears and warmth to swell within her heart. She swiftly adjusted her course, racing toward the former stronghold of Germa. Days later, the fates of Reiju and the William pirates intertwined quietly, resulting in a successful rendezvous. Upon seeing Reiju unharmed, Sanji was overwhelmed with joy. Yet before he could articulate his elation, he witnessed Reiju draw a pistol and aim it at her own temple, as if compelled by an invisible force. With deliberate clarity, she proclaimed, "Sanji, if you do not immediately set out to rescue father, I shall end my life here." Sanji, struck as if by a thunderbolt, stood frozen, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. Despite being aware of the underlying truth, William still inquired, "Sanji, what on earth is happening?" Sanji, like a powder keg ignited, turned crimson with fury, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "That bastard! Even before we were born, he crazily subjected us to surgery for modification." As Reiju's finger tightened on the trigger, life and death hanging by a thread, William acted swiftly, snatching the pistol from her grasp. He turned to look at Lei Jio and spoke with resolute conviction, "As Sanji's captain, I shall make this decision on his behalf. We accept your request." Upon hearing these words, Lei Jio's gaze towards Sanji was entangled with feelings of guilt, helplessness, and complexity as she softly uttered, "I am sorry, Sanji." In response, Sanji retorted fiercely, "There is no need for you to apologize, Lei Jio. I will ensure that scoundrel pays dearly. A man who casually manipulates the lives of his offspring and deprives them of their emotions is a wretched father whom I shall never forgive." Zoro furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Is it possible for Lei Jio to break free from your father's control through another surgery?" Sanji shook his head in resignation. "I cannot say for certain." William, meanwhile, pondered discreetly. "Once we rescue the old fool, we shall coerce him into lifting his control over Lei Jio. Given his cowardly nature, he will undoubtedly comply if threatened with his life." With the plan set, William elegantly adjusted his flamboyant pink captain's hat, his gaze piercing and resolute as he surveyed the group, proclaiming, "Then let us confront the illustrious Ten-Night Demon." Chapter 42. Doflamingo in action as Gaji, filled with despair, fervently scribbled away. Doflamingo stood leisurely nearby, his expression betraying no hint of modesty. Thus, the unfortunate Gaji remained confined by Doflamingo in the study, penning his thoughts without respite throughout the night. It was not until the dawn of the following day, as the sky began to blush with the first light, that Gaji finally ceased his writing. He gently massaged his aching hands, which had endured prolonged labor, before slowly rising. After meticulously organizing the mountain of documents that cluttered the desk, he turned to Doflamingo and said, "Joker, here are all the materials concerning the lineage factor." Standing beside him, Violet nodded slightly, affirming that Gaji had not resorted to any trickery. Doflamingo perused the thick stack of documents with a delicate touch. Each word on the pages was familiar to him, yet when assembled together, they transformed into an enigma that even this astute and sagacious warlord of the sea found somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Doflamingo's elation. for he was acutely aware that his objective had been successfully achieved. Though possessing technical documentation and mastering the technology are two entirely different matters. How could Doflamingo ever entrust Gaji with the task of transforming him? After all, the human heart is inscrutable. Who can say whether Doflamingo might resort to underhanded tactics? At this moment, the only challenge at hand was to locate a sufficiently astute scientist, one capable of comprehensively grasping and mastering the precious information. With this thought, a subtle smile, tinged with confidence and a hint of cunning, graced Doflamingo's lips. He then meticulously placed the invaluable documents into a specially designed safe. Upon completing this task, Doflamingo slowly lifted his gaze to meet the anxious eyes of Kizaru, who stood beside him, watching intently. Observing Kizaru's tense demeanor, Doflamingo let out a deep, rumbling chuckle. Fear not, Kizaru. As I previously stated, as long as you obediently relinquish the lineage factor technology, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. I am a man of my word. Hearing Doflamingo's assurance, Kizaru's long-held anxiety began to ease. Thank you, Joker. Subsequently, Doflamingo gestured for him to disembark at the island ahead. You may now take some time to rest. Relieved by this permission, Kizaru followed Violet's lead into a beautifully appointed guest room. It wasn't long before the weary Kizaru succumbed to a deep slumber, entering a realm of sweet dreams. Meanwhile, Violet stood alone on the deck, the sea breeze brushing against her face. Through her ability to perceive Kizaru's thoughts, she learned that his eldest daughter, Reiju, had set out to seek the assistance of the William pirates to rescue him. At that moment, Violet found herself in a tumultuous inner conflict. Should she continue to align herself with Doflamingo, or seize this chaotic opportunity to break free from his devilish grasp? After all, her feelings towards this once beloved man, now a source of disdain, were fraught with contradictions and turmoil. She resembled a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web, yearning for liberation, yet fearful of the unknown perils that lay ahead. Doflamingo, sensing Violet's solitary contemplation in the sea breeze through his observation haki, quickly devised a plan in his mind. He possessed a profound understanding of Violet, acutely aware of the softness and hesitation inherent in her character, compounded by the recent disappearance of Reiju. It was not difficult to deduce that the support upon which Katakuri relied was none other than Sanji and the formidable William pirates backing him. Consequently, Doflamingo retrieved a listening device from his drawer, skillfully dialing the number. At the holy land of Mary Geos, in the mysterious and imposing office of the Five Elders, a high-ranking government official approached the door with a grave expression, moving slowly and cautiously as he rapped gently on the door. The gaze of the scientific defense deity, Jagaruja Satan, was piercing, fixated intently upon the documents in his hands. Without even a slight turn of his head, he coldly uttered a single word: enter. The visitor, trembling with trepidation, pushed the door open and immediately prostrated himself before the Five Elders, paying his respects with utmost reverence. Once the formalities were observed, he spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. Esteemed elders, Doflamingo wishes to converse with you. Jagaruja Satan slowly set down the documents, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the visitor, inquiring, the young scion of the Don Quixote family, has he mentioned the nature of his business? Satan, the visitor replied. Doflamingo merely indicated that he has devised a plan capable of annihilating the William pirates in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, the financial deity, Izambalin V. Najuro, lifted his head, curiosity evident in his eyes. Oh, are there additional details? The visitor claimed that such particulars would only be divulged in a conversation with the esteemed Five Elders. Jagaruja Satan spoke again, his voice firm. Bring it forth. Yes. Gazing at the listening device before him, Jagaruja Satan remarked, young scion of the Don Quixote family, it is because of you that we have allocated our precious time to converse. I hope you do not disappoint us. On the other end of the line, Doflamingo cryptically stated, Vinsmoke Sanji is in my grasp. The agricultural deity, Shepherd X. Peter impatiently interrupted, we have been aware of this matter for quite some time. Jagaruja Satan's eyes lit up as he immediately connected the dots regarding Sanji, exclaiming, the William pirates are coming, are they not? Doflamingo continued, through interrogating Vinsmoke Sanji, I learned that his brother, Vinsmoke Sanji, has already led the William crew in a mission to rescue him. Izambalin V. Najuro's tone rose in intensity. Is it truly so? Absolutely, came the assured reply. Very well. I shall dispatch Kizaru and CP0 to rendezvous with you post-haste. Furthermore, this is a compulsory summons. As a warlord of the sea, you must cooperate with Kizaru and CP0. employing any means necessary to ensure the complete capture of the William pirates. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo reclined with his legs crossed, a signature cunning smile adorning his face. He was acutely aware that this confrontation with the William pirate crew would be a thrilling contest. Nevertheless, he brimmed with confidence in his strategy, particularly bolstered by the support of the world government. "Gold, William, this time, I shall not be defeated by you again." He chuckled coldly under his breath. Chapter 43. Ace, focus your mind. We must not lose any points. Through the system interface, Kane observed the actions of the world government with clarity. He fell into deep contemplation, his mind flooded with images of the formidable beings who roamed the vast seas. The admirals and the four emperors, these titans standing at the pinnacle of the pirate world, had their scores within the system largely ranging from 45 to 50 points. He murmured to himself, a mere glance from Akiji could effortlessly freeze Don Quixote Doflamingo. Big Mom's punch could render Queen unconscious in an instant, before Luffy awakened Nika. He could not withstand even a single blow from Kaido. Shanks' sword could easily dispatch Kid 2 years hence. The disparity in strength between the 7 warlords, the admirals, and ordinary vice-admirals is akin to an insurmountable chasm. The sole exception appears to be Marco. Kane slightly narrowed his eyes, the graceful figure of Marco materializing in his mind. With the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him by the beast type, phantom beast, and phoenix form, he is capable of momentarily fending off the assaults of the admirals and the 4 emperors. Kizaru and the White Dove, both renowned for their swiftness, strike like bolts of lightning, leaving one defenseless. In a one-on-one confrontation, William would not be intimidated by either of them. However, faced with their combined onslaught, he could at most thwart one. Van Cleef and Nami rely primarily on their devil fruit powers, the float fruit and cloud fruit. While possessing formidable control and extensive area damage capabilities, struggle to exert their full potential against agile opponents like Kizaru and the White Dove. As for Zoro, Sanji, and Reiju, they have yet to master haki. Confronted by a formidable adversary such as the White Dove, they would likely falter even in a brief encounter, finding themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, Ace has nearly perfected his haki, and now it is time for you, Buggy, to take the stage. On the sun-drenched training ground of the East Blue, Tis Island, Ace, with his eyes veiled, stands like a steadfast mountain, quietly rooted in place. Opposite him, a cadre of pirates armed with flintlock pistols and cannons stands ready. Buggy, standing to the side, wears an expression of anticipation and concern, calling out loudly, "Ace, please don't lose focus. It could be fatal." A slight smile of confidence graces Ace's lips as he resolutely replies, "Bring it on." His voice resonated with a calm and formidable strength, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Echoing through the air, fire. As the pirate minions united in their fervent shout, bullets erupted from the gun barrels like a torrential downpour, while cannonballs streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling toward Ace with a menacing roar. Instantly, the training ground was enveloped in a haze of gunpowder, the acrid scent permeating the atmosphere. Yet Ace moved like a graceful sprite amidst the hail of gunfire, his body twisting and dodging with remarkable agility. Each movement executed with impeccable precision. Bullets and cannonballs whizzed past him, failing to inflict even the slightest harm. He moved like an invisible gust of wind, weaving through the chasms of death, rendering the enemy's attacks utterly futile. When faced with bullets or shells that were truly unavoidable, a surge of black radiance erupted from Ace's being. The armament haki coiled around him like a formidable armor. Bullets and shells struck against this haki, igniting sparks. Yet they could not penetrate this impenetrable defense, falling helplessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the pirate's ammunition was expended, while Ace remained unscathed, standing resolutely in his place. His breath was steady, and there was not a trace of fatigue on his face. Buggy looked at Ace, his eyes filled with admiration, and exclaimed, "Well done, Ace. Mastering 3 forms of haki grants you the foundation to establish yourself upon these vast seas. The conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated. It only strengthens when the wielder's spirit is elevated. Therefore, you are ready to set forth, thanks to the solid foundation laid by Garp over the years." Buggy's role in Ace's awakening of haki was merely to help him channel the immense power lying dormant within. Now, Ace had emerged from his chrysalis, poised to embark on his magnificent journey across these grand seas. Ace slowly removed his eye mask and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Buggy, I truly appreciate it." Buggy waved his hand dismissively and casually replied, "No need for pleasantries. However, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, With a grin revealing his pearly white teeth, he chuckled. When we next meet, repay me with treasure maps. More is better. Heh. Ace, with a serious demeanor, nodded earnestly and replied, very well, I shall gather some treasure maps along my journey as a gift for you. A smile of eager anticipation adorned his face, as if he had already glimpsed the delightful scenes of the future. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, when the time comes, you mustn't be left in awe. Buggy, intrigued, gazed at Ace, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, and inquired, it seems you have not relinquished your dreams? Indeed, I shall never give up, Ace replied, his voice resolute and powerful as though declaring his determination to the entire world. Buggy, inspired by Ace's steadfastness, gave a thumbs up and boisterously declared, a true man must be like this, regardless of the time or place. One must never abandon their dreams. Go forth and pursue your aspirations with unwavering resolve. Ace's face radiated with a sense of grandeur as he exclaimed, first, I must earn the sea's recognition of my strength. Buggy, just wait and see the headlines. A knowing smile crept across Buggy's lips as he curiously asked, how do you intend to accomplish that? By defeating the man deemed the strongest in the world, Ace replied. His eyes ignited with fierce ambition. Instantly, Buggy's mind conjured the image of a figure as imposing as a towering mountain, and he instinctively murmured, you mean to take the head of Whitebeard? He scrutinized Ace carefully, contrasting his rapid progress with the cataclysmic might of Whitebeard, pondering internally that despite Ace's swift advancement, an immense chasm still lay between them. However, he ultimately refrained from undermining Ace's enthusiasm. At that moment, a voice echoed in Buggy's mind, let me take over. I wish to bid farewell to Ace as well. Piss, you're awake? Buggy thought, feeling a stir within. Buggy's upper body slowly lifted, and he called out to the crowd, let us hold a grand feast to send off Ace and his companions as they embark on their journey anew. The following morning, Buggy, maneuvered by Kane, stood at the shoreline, vigorously waving goodbye to Ace while shouting, Ace, keep your spirits high. We mustn't falter. Ace, leading the Spade pirates, gradually departed the harbor aboard a raft. The raft, propelled by the waves, drifted further away, and Ace's figure, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared extraordinarily resolute. Chapter 44. Imminent confrontation on an aerial island high above. A dense plume of black smoke began to rise, gradually morphing into a humanoid form. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld a figure, Buggy the Clown, with a bounty of 539 billion berries. Buggy, Reiju murmured in astonishment. Buggy, manipulated by Kane, responded with a whimsical gesture, indeed, it is I. William's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward to embrace Buggy warmly, exclaiming, Buggy, what brings you here? I learned from the Absolute that you were in trouble, so I came, Buggy replied. William, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired, what trouble? Binsmoke Sanji is currently under the watch of Admiral Kizaru and CP0, codenamed Dove. Additionally, the Warlord of the Sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, is involved, William stated confidently. Thank you, Buggy. Buggy, maintaining his playful demeanor, proclaimed, let us make a grand spectacle. William, let the world government witness our prowess. William adjusted his captain's hat and addressed the group, outlining their mission. Frankie and Nami, you will remain at the base to secure our retreat. Once we succeed, we will withdraw immediately. They nodded in agreement, and William continued. Zoro, Sanji, and Reiju, your task is to rescue Sanji, who is being guarded by the world government's CP agents. Kizaru, CP0, and Doflamingo will be confronted by Buggy and me. The group nodded in concordance. William smiled broadly, then let us create chaos. In the vast expanse of the sea lies the uninhabited island of Barbarossa, a place that has long existed in quiet obscurity. However, this seemingly tranquil isle is on the precipice of becoming a focal point of global attention. A cataclysmic war, poised to reverberate throughout the world, is about to unfold here. As Gaji and his 3 sons disembark, they behold 2 imposing figures approaching with a stately demeanor. The man in the lead dons a striking yellow-striped suit, his nose adorned with orange-tinted sunglasses, and draped over him is a coat that symbolizes naval honor and authority. This individual is none other than Admiral Borisolino, codenamed Kizaru, one of the most formidable forces of the world government. Accompanying Kizaru is another man, clad in a pristine white suit, similarly cloaked in a white coat. His face was concealed by a mask adorned with a pattern of white doves, shrouding his features completely, leaving only a pair of eyes as deep and mysterious as a tranquil pond. Gaji gazed at the 2 unexpected figures before him. A wave of astonishment surged within him, and he could not help but exclaim, the yellow monkey, and CP0. He instinctively turned his head, casting a glance at the behind him, where Doflamingo reemerged with a cunning smile, emitting a low, sinister chuckle. Fu, Vince Smoke Judge, I did mention I would grant you a path to survival. However, whether the world government will extend the same mercy to you and your sons is beyond my influence. A chilling voice cut through the air. Vince Smoke Judge, come with us willingly. Upon hearing these words, Judge forced a semblance of a conciliatory smile, although beads of sweat had already begun to trickle down his forehead. He stammered, is there some misunderstanding in this matter? I am the king of a sovereign nation within the world government. You cannot treat me this way. However, in response to Gaji's protestations, the two remained impassive. Witnessing this scene, Gaji's heart grew increasingly anxious, yet he was still unwilling to be taken away so easily. He widened his eyes and raised his voice, declaring, I demand to speak with the 5 Elder Stars. I have rendered service to the world government. Suddenly, the figure of the white dove flickered, moving with a swiftness akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, leaving no time to discern its actions. In the blink of an eye, several muffled thuds echoed, and Gaji along with his 3 sons collapsed to the ground like lifeless clay, utterly unconscious. The white dove coldly surveyed the 4 motionless bodies below, uttering words imbued with extreme frostiness. Take them away and ensure they are kept under strict surveillance. No mistakes are to be tolerated. No sooner had the words left his lips than several government agents, clad in black suits and wearing sunglasses, swiftly approached. They were exceptionally trained, their movements synchronized, binding the 4 members of the Gaji family tightly with remarkably resilient ropes. Subsequently, these agents effortlessly lifted Gaji and his companions as if they were mere chicks, striding away without a backward glance. Doflamingo, observing his family members, commanded in an undeniable tone, you must leave this place by boat at once. This battle is beyond your capacity to engage. The family members displayed expressions of concern, yet they were acutely aware of the inviolability of Doflamingo's decisions, and thus, they boarded the vessels, setting sail. Doflamingo remained stationary, casting a glance at the departing ships, silently reflecting, I cannot allow them to perish in vain. This level of conflict is not one they can withstand. Meanwhile, Kizaru appeared strikingly leisurely. At some point, he had procured an exquisite tea set, seated serenely upon a large rock, preparing tea with ease. As hot water was gradually poured into the teapot, the tea leaves swirled and unfurled in the water, releasing a delightful aroma. Kizaru skillfully lifted the teacup, gently inhaling the fragrance, a look of rapture gracing his face. Moments later, a steaming cup of fragrant tea was ready. Kizaru carefully raised the teacup to his lips, savoring a sip, as a rich flavor spread across his palate. However, just as he was about to indulge in the exquisite tea, he suddenly sensed an anomaly through his formidable observation haki. Frowning slightly, Kizaru set down his teacup and rose leisurely to his feet. He first tilted his head towards the sky, seemingly observing something, then lowered his gaze to the distant sea, where a flicker of barely perceptible wariness danced in his eyes. Without a hint of concern, he casually lifted his teacup and downed the remaining tea in one gulp. Then curled his lip and remarked in a sardonic tone, how terrifying, the William pirate crew. Hardly had his words left his lips when a blinding radiance erupted from Kizaru's form. In an instant, he shot upwards with astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Doflamingo, witnessing Kizaru's actions, though uncertain of what had transpired, could easily surmise the answer. GOLD. William was approaching. With a flourish of his hands, countless sturdy threads extended from his fingertips, swiftly intertwining like a spider weaving its silk, forming an enormous rope. Subsequently, Doflamingo forcefully cast this rope into the sky, securing it flawlessly to a cloud as pristine as freshly fallen snow. In an instant, Doflamingo leapt lightly, and his entire being ascended rapidly along the rope, reaching the cloud's summit in the blink of an eye. He stood firmly atop the clouds, his expression solemn as he gazed intently at the distant sea. The white dove was not slow to respond. A strange radiance enveloped its form, and in a dazzling display, it transformed into a magnificent and imposing eagle. The eagle's wingspan exceeded 10 feet, each feather shimmering with a metallic luster, exuding an aura of invincibility. It released a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, then spread its wings wide, harnessing the power of the updrafts to soar into the sky. Chapter 45, The Yellow Ape. My ability to flee is also top-notch. Above the clouds, the yellow ape hovered in the air, a halo of light swirling around him, radiant and resplendent, as his gaze drifted leisurely toward the distant floating island. His signature sardonic smile adorned his face, Oh dear, the William pirates are truly fearsome. Even the clown Buggy has made an appearance? The yellow ape spoke leisurely, his voice tinged with mockery and amusement. With that, he slowly extended his arms. And from his palms, golden light surged forth like a tumultuous torrent, continuously pouring out. In an instant, the radiance coalesced, dazzling and resplendent. Yada no Kagami. The yellow ape shouted, as countless luminous orbs cascaded down towards the floating island like shooting stars racing to the moon. It resembled a deluge of light, dense as the stars and irresistible in its force. However, moments later, the yellow ape's previously nonchalant demeanor gradually shifted to one of gravity. He furrowed his brow and murmured softly, could it be ineffective? At this moment, under Kane's control, Buggy stepped forward with composure. Instantly, a billowing black smoke enveloped him, shrouding the entire floating island. The luminous projectiles launched by the yellow ape, upon touching the black smoke, were as if they had plunged into an endless abyss, swiftly consumed and vanishing without a trace. Proceed as planned, William bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Upon hearing the command, the others sprang into action, stepping onto the platform prepared by Van Cleef. Van Cleef immediately activated the powers of the float fruit. In that moment, the platform seemed to be imbued with life and vigor, propelling the group forward like arrows released from a bow. The dove transformed into a hawk soared high above, its keen, falcon-like eyes acting as precise radar, monitoring every movement below. Observing the group's actions, it suddenly folded its wings and dove down like a streak of black lightning. Its talons, sharp as hooks, glimmered menacingly in the sunlight as they aimed straight for William. Upon seeing the dove hurtling towards him, William couldn't help but ponder. How much does CP0 look down upon me? Do they truly believe they can defeat me? In the system's evaluations, the dove ranked even lower than Jin. Could it be that CP0 exudes such audacity daily? However, recalling how Rob Lucci, upon joining CP0, dared to confront Admiral Akainu, William felt a sense of resignation. Thus resolved, he no longer hesitated, drawing ace, with Conqueror's hockey swirling around it. Got a void. What followed was a blinding crimson streak erupting from the dove-turned hawk. Immediately, the dove lost consciousness, plummeting towards the sea like a kite severed from its string. At the edge of the battlefield, Doflamingo witnessed the dove's fate with uncertainty. And upon realizing Buggy was also present, a sense of retreat began to stir within him. He remained composed, akin to a silent breeze, quietly distancing himself from the battlefield. William, perceiving through the observation hockey that Doflamingo intended to flee, harbored no plans to intervene. After all, Doflamingo was one of his significant clients. As long as he did not act recklessly, William had no intention of taking his life. At that moment, Kizaru also contemplated retreat. However, before he could act, Buggy's feet were firmly rooted to the floating island, his entire being launching forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Kizaru. Dense, thick black smoke enveloped Buggy. As he extended his arm, palm directed at Kizaru, and shouted, "Dark water." Kizaru suddenly felt an inexplicable force surge towards him, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, he distinctly sensed his body uncontrollably accelerating towards Buggy, as if Buggy had transformed into a potent magnet, with himself as a piece of iron drawn irresistibly towards it. He pondered silently within, could this be a power akin to gravity? If so, then I shall grant your wish. With a swift shift of thought, Kizaru relinquished his resistance, fully embracing the capabilities of the Pika Pika no Mi, accelerating towards Buggy like a streak of golden lightning. Just as he was on the verge of making contact with Buggy's palm, a mischievous grin re-emerged on Kizaru's face, and he jested, "Speed is power. Have you ever been struck by the speed of light?" With that, he raised his right leg high, and in an instant, the full might of the Pika Pika no Mi unleashed, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. With a powerful kick, he seemingly shattered Buggy into countless fragments, scattering them in all directions. However, the yellow ape soon realized that the situation was dire, and he hurriedly attempted to activate his abilities to retreat. To his horror, he discovered that he was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering his powers ineffective. Stripped of the support of his abilities, his body began to plummet towards the sea like a kite with severed strings. Alarmed, the yellow ape quickly employed the moonwalk technique, barely managing to halt his descent. He pondered in astonishment. Was it not said that Buggy's Bara Baranomi required physical contact to take effect? Could it be that the recent kick was the cause? At that moment, the scattered fragments around him seemed to be drawn together by a mysterious force, swiftly reassembling, and in the blink of an eye, Buggy returned to his original form. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he remarked, Indeed, it is precisely as you surmise, Kizaru. What will be your next course of action? Kizaru contemplated inwardly, recognizing that this deprived ability must surely possess a time constraint. If he could endure until the moment his power returned, he would emerge unscathed. With this thought, his signature teasing grin reappeared on his face as he murmured, "I am quite adept at the art of escape, you know." With that, Kizaru's form flickered, and with a few agile leaps in the air, he began to dash into the distance. Observing this, Buggy had no desire to pursue. After all, his grandiose boasts were not easily squandered. The clash in the skies lasted but a fleeting few minutes. As Zoro and Sanji touched down, they were taken aback to discover that the white dove had plummeted into the sea, its fate uncertain. Don Quixote da Flamingo had remained elusive throughout, while Kizaru had long since vanished from sight, leaving only a vague silhouette against the horizon. Zoro and Sanji had previously resolved to risk their lives in this encounter. But in this moment, they came to realize how naive their understanding of William and Buggy's formidable strength had been. Thus, we must not lag behind. Exchanging a glance, Zoro and Sanji discerned unwavering determination reflected in each other's eyes. They no longer hesitated, following the guidance of the life card. Dashing towards the place where Gaji was imprisoned like two frenzied cheetahs, Zoro was the first to strike, drawing 3 gleaming blades that shimmered with cold light. With a powerful shout, he unleashed 3-sword style, ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of sword energy surged forth, akin to a raging tsunami, sweeping towards the guarding agents. The agents, upon witnessing this, panicked and scrambled to evade, yet many were still struck by the fierce sword energy, their cries of agony echoing. Sanji, not to be outdone, leapt high into the air, his legs igniting in blazing flames, resembling 2 scorching suns. Demon Wind Leg, the final touch. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a powerful kick, instantly propelling several agents away and clearing a wide path for Zoro. Reiju was equally proactive, with a graceful lift of her arm. A barrage of formidable poisonous spikes erupted forth, resembling a verdant rain of arrows that compelled the surrounding foes to retreat. With a cold expression, she uttered, "Do not dare to impede us." Having landed, William utilized his observation haki to assess the agent's strength, quickly dismissing them as mere underlings. Even the so-called most talented CP agent in 800 years, Rob Lucci, posed no threat. Against the combined might of Zoro, Sanji, and Reiju, he stood no chance. In a flash, William darted forward like a black dragon, plunging into the sea with the intention of retrieving the dove, hoping to negotiate a lucrative deal with the world government. Chapter 46. I am a reporter before long. Kizaru distinctly sensed that his powers had returned. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence and promptly activated the power of the shining fruit. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling radiance, akin to a golden meteor, hurtling towards a distant island. Upon landing, the yellow ape slightly raised his wrist, where the telephone bug was writhing restlessly. This time, he was not careless enough to dial the wrong number, as he had in the past. At this moment, within the office of the marshal at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku had just concluded the review of a mountain of documents. He let out a deep sigh, preparing to brew a steaming cup of fragrant tea to alleviate his taut nerves. Just then, the phone on the table emitted a jarring and urgent sound. Jean-Guo raised his gaze and instantly recognized the lecherous face of the phone along with its signature orange sunglasses. Surely it was poor Celino. One could only hope for good news. Jean-Guo inwardly lamented, for in recent days, he had been besieged by an overwhelming barrage of disheartening tidings, the weight of which threatened to crush his very being. He slowly extended his hand, grasping the microphone, and after connecting the call, he spoke with a steady voice, "Borsellino. What has happened?" On the other end, the languid yet slightly exasperated voice of Admiral Kizaru responded, "Mr. Sengoku, the operation has failed." "Oh. It turns out the operation has failed," Sengoku instinctively replied. However, just a moment later, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his tone rising several notches. "Wait. What did you say?" Kizaru, with a slight smirk, maintained his characteristic playful tone and replied slowly, "Mr. Sengoku, I said the operation has failed. How could that be? With such formidable combat power, there should be no reason for failure." Sengoku exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, his brows furrowed tightly. "Mr. Sengoku." The Joker Buggy also appeared on the battlefield, Kizaru added. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a jolt of shock, yet he bore no ill towards Kizaru. After all, he understood well that if William and Buggy joined forces, their combined combat power would be nothing short of terrifying. Even someone as strong as Kizaru could find himself in peril against such adversaries. Nevertheless, Sengoku clung to a glimmer of hope and, unwilling to concede, inquired, "Did Doflamingo and CP0 manage to reduce the numbers of the William pirates?" Deep down, he still calculated that perhaps William and Buggy might be difficult to confront. But characters he perceived as relatively weaker, like Zoro, Sanji, and Nami, should certainly be manageable. Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Kizaru's expression shifted to one of complexity. And he replied slowly, "Doflamingo has not shown himself at all, and CP0 was cut down by William and cast into the sea, their fate unknown." At this, Sengoku's brows knitted tighter. He remained silent for a long time before letting out a resigned sigh. "I understand. Return for now. I shall report to the Gorosei." In the enigmatic and imposing sanctum of Mariehua, where the Gorosei held court, the atmosphere was charged with authority. Upon receiving Sengoku's report, the formidable figure of the warlord of agriculture, Shepherd, erupted with fury like a lit powder keg. "Sengoku, what is your navy doing? Why was there no meticulous preparation in advance? This is utterly ridiculous." Sengoku stood there, silent, yet inwardly he cursed. "Isn't this mess the result of your stubbornness? You old geezers?" Carp, possessing such immense power, was callously sidelined and dispatched back to the East Blue. "I had advised caution and proposed to include Kazan, who was stationed to guard Mariehua, in the operation. But you stubborn old men insisted that the Holy Land could not be left without an admiral's protection. Had you heeded my counsel sooner, aligning Akiji with Kizaru, along with CP0 and Don Quixote Doflamingo, the downfall of the William pirates would have been assured by now." The environmental war god, Marcus Mazane, still possessed a flicker of conscience. Observing the dire situation, he spoke to absolve Sengoku. "It is of no use to dwell on this now. Sengoku, you may return." Sengoku turned silently, departing with a heavy heart. Once he had left, Marcus Mazane took the initiative. "Our immediate priority must be to contain this information." The others understood that should such a devastating defeat be widely publicized, it would undoubtedly undermine the very foundation of the world government's authority. Thus, they all nodded in agreement. The scientific defense war god, Jagor Lucius Satan, then remarked, "CP has successfully infiltrated Morgan's World Economic News. I shall issue an order to warn Morgans immediately." The headquarters of the World Economic News resembled a colossal hot air balloon, typically soaring through the vast sky, tethered by countless albatrosses. It only descended to the ground when resupplying. An employee hurriedly approached Morgans, presenting an envelope with urgency. "President, this is a letter from the world government." Morgans, intrigued, opened the envelope and was met first by a check. He merely cast a casual glance at the astonishing figure on the check, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he remarked, "What an astonishing sum indeed." Subsequently, he picked up the letter from the envelope and, upon reading it carefully, discovered it was a directive from the world government announcing a blockade. Morgans, with his astute mind, instantly connected this to the intelligence that had just been relayed. The Yellow Monkey, in conjunction with CP0, alongside Don Quixote Doflamingo, had been decisively defeated by the William pirates and Buggy in the North Sea. Morgans let out a cold chuckle, pondering inwardly, "How could I possibly acquiesce to your demands?" Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to the employee beside him and said, "Return these to the world government." However, he was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. The employee suddenly tore off a human skin mask, revealing a stern and unfamiliar visage. In a swift motion, he drew a handgun, aiming it directly at Morgans, and menacingly declared, "You had better comply with our demands, Morgans. The orders of the world government are indisputable and cannot be refused." Morgans felt a jolt of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He slowly raised his hands in a feigned gesture of surrender, while nonchalantly responding, "While it is true that I am a miser who values wealth above all, before that, I am, first and foremost, a journalist." As soon as the words left his lips, Morgans made a sudden move. His sharp claws, concealed beneath his robe, suddenly sprang forth, piercing the body of the CP agent with the swiftness of a lightning strike. The agent's eyes widened in terror and disbelief before he slowly collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing this, Morgans immediately shouted, "My comrades, this place is no longer safe. We must hasten our relocation." A chorus of responses arose from the gathered employees. A multitude of albatrosses vigorously flapped their powerful wings, hoisting the ropes connected to the hot air balloon as the headquarters of World Economic News began to gradually shift. soaring into the depths of the unknown sky. Chapter 47. No price is too great to pay in the North Sea. Barbarossa. William abruptly drew ace. The sharp blade poised against Kaji's neck, his gaze cold and piercing. Release your hold on Reiju, or face death. Kaji, calculating in his mind, surmised that William would not easily resort to lethal force. After all, his son, whom William deemed a failure, held considerable weight in his heart. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "Such a task is impossible." Sanji, witnessing this, widened his eyes in fury and admonished, "William, kill him. Reiju can likewise break free from his control." At this, a subtle smile graced William's lips, revealing a hint of meaning. "A splendid idea, Sanji. I shall proceed." With that, he deftly slid ace, and in an instant, a crimson line appeared across Kaji's neck. Realizing that William's actions were not mere bluster, Kaji's heart sank in fear. And he hastily pleaded for mercy. "It is not that I wish to refuse. The genetic factors are deeply rooted in genetic modification. After such a lengthy period, they have become inseparable from Reiju's body." William paused, contemplating Kaji's words. He sensed that Kaji was not lying. His scientific prowess was worlds apart from that of Vegapunk, rendering him almost inconsequential. Perhaps only Vegapunk, or rather, another individual in the North Sea, could accomplish such a feat. The surgery fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate even the soul. Perhaps it could resolve the genetic issue as well. Sanji's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes cold with murderous intent. "Then you shall perish. Your death yields the same outcome. William, eliminate this scoundrel." Kaji, now utterly terrified, continued to plead, "No, no, no. I can issue orders for Reiju to live freely upon this ocean." William, seeing this, wore a slight smile as he gently tapped Kaji's face with the back of the blade, jesting, "Look at you. Had you said this sooner, all would have been well. If I were to learn that you intend to manipulate Reiju's life once again in the future, then you may as well await your demise." "No, no, I assure you. I shall grant her freedom." Kaji nodded repeatedly like a head of garlic being crushed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead incessantly. A report titled "The Shocking Confrontation Between the William Pirate Crew and the World Government" was disseminated worldwide by the news-seeking seagulls. On board the Moby Dick, Marco gazed at the report, his brows furrowed in contemplation. The William Pirate Crew possesses such formidable strength, capable of opposing both the Navy and CP0. However, as long as they do not encroach upon Father S territory, there is little cause for excessive concern. The 2nd Division Captain, Marshal D. Teach, maintained his amiable demeanor. Scratching his head with a grin, "Father, should we take action?" Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. "Gururara, the Navy, and the world government have certainly learned a lesson this time. It suffices for us to protect our territory." Upon hearing this, Teach quickly assumed a compliant posture, responding with a foolish grin, "Of course, Father. I will diligently safeguard our territory." Aboard the Red Force, Shanks gently set down the newspaper, a hint of gravity in his gaze. "That fellow Buggy is becoming increasingly unpredictable. The William Pirate Crew should not be underestimated. This emerging force may alter many things. However, the ensuing situation will undoubtedly become more complex." On Onigashima, Kaido beamed with laughter upon reading the report. "The William Pirate Crew possesses some skill, but should they dare to wreak havoc on my territory, I shall ensure they never return." He contemplated whether to seek an opportunity to engage with the William Pirates, considering the potential advantages of incorporating them into his ranks to bolster the strength of the Beast Pirates. Standing quietly beside him, Jean remarked, "That Buggy, who possesses the ability to counter Devil Fruit powers, must be approached with caution should we encounter him in the future." At Cake Island, Big Mom merely glanced at the newspaper report with indifference before dismissing it entirely, for she and Kaido had more pressing matters to attend to. She turned slightly, her gaze fixated on Katakuri, her tone tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Still no news?" Katakuri responded calmly, "Mother, Joker has mobilized all his connections and is tirelessly searching for devil fruits worldwide. However, the numbers of Paramecia and Zoan-type devil fruits are exceedingly scarce." Before the onset of her hunger pangs, Big Mom's mind was as sharp as an eagle's. She understood the myriad difficulties Joker faced during his search. Could they truly proceed as Kaido had previously suggested? Her thoughts drifted back to that day when she had met with Kaido. He had solemnly proposed 2 Paramecia and 1 Zoan type in exchange for a piece of the road poneglyph. "We still require 2 more, which amounts to 4 Paramecia and 2 Zoan types. Such quantities are unattainable by anyone save for the celestial dragons." At that time, Big Mom's expression had been grave, revealing a flicker of hesitation and trepidation, wasn't Captain Rox. A figure of immense power and awe, ultimately defeated by the world government? To act in such a manner is exceedingly perilous, Kaido. Lin. If we lack the resolve to risk everything, we might as well disband and end it now. Kaido's voice was imbued with a sense of determination and urgency. Allow me to ponder this, Kaido, Big Mom replied, her tone somewhat subdued. In that moment, she resolutely retrieved a transponder snail and dialed Kaido's number. How goes it? Lin. Kaido's voice emerged from the snail. Big Mom tilted her head back and let out a hearty laugh. The sea is vast and boundless. It can accommodate the dreams and failures of all. Before it, both dreams and failures appear insignificant. If we wish to conquer it entirely, no sacrifice will be deemed excessive. Therefore, Kaido, I concur with your proposal. Uoro. Kaido's laughter resonated with relief and excitement. This is the Charlotte Lin I know. Big Mom laughed heartily once more. For my ambitions, I am willing to fight until my last breath, without a trace of regret. Subsequently, the matron, with her thunderous voice, boldly articulated her dream for which she would willingly sacrifice everything, to establish a magnificent realm where all races and beings coexist harmoniously, devoid of distinctions in status or worth. Kaido, upon hearing this, felt his blood surge with fervor as he responded passionately, to drag those born into privilege, who wallow in complacency. To this brutal battlefield and forge an anarchic pirate empire. Both Lin and Kaido, almost in unison, exclaimed, "Let us embark on a grand endeavor." At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baltigo, Dragon gazed intently at the meticulously delivered newspaper reports from his intelligence personnel, his expression grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Sabo, unable to contain his excitement, spoke first. This may be an extraordinary opportunity to profoundly shake the foundations of the world government's rule. It is also a prime moment for us to vigorously promote the ideals of freedom and unite more oppressed souls to rise against the world government. However, Dragon slowly shook his head, his tone solemn yet resolute. No, let the winds blow a while longer. P.S. Does anyone else share my belief that Yamato is the offspring of Big Mom? After all, in Oda's revealed memories, the chemistry between Kaido and Big Mom is palpable. The original text describes, at the age of 11, Kaido was already the mightiest warrior of the Vodka Kingdom. Yet one day he was sold by the Vodka King to the world government in exchange for the kingdom's eligibility to participate in the World Conference. Kaido broke free from the chains and escaped from the Navy, but at 11, he possessed no survival skills apart from combat. Thus, when hunger struck, Kaido deliberately allowed himself to be captured by the Navy, feasting before escaping once more, which accounts for the 18 times he was apprehended. At 15, Kaido wandered to Honeycomb Island and joined the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 48, Don Quixote da Flamingo. I endure. Suddenly, William recalled the matter of Sanji's battle suit and quickly added, additionally, the battle suit designed for Sanji has been completed. Consider it a token of our gratitude for saving your life. Do you understand? Without hesitation, Sanji interrupted, William, I will never rely on such malevolent scientific advancements to gain power. William, with a mischievous grin, retorted, if I recall correctly, the codename for the number 3 battle suit is Invisible Black, isn't it? Gaji, upon hearing this, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Reiju, with a somewhat complex expression, looked at Sanji and softly explained, both invisibility and exoskeleton are universal abilities among Germa modifications. Niji has already achieved invisibility without wearing the battle suit. However, this form of invisibility is achieved through the refraction of distorted light, rather than altering one's structure like the transparent fruit. Niji's electric shocks, my toxins, and Sanji's flames. These are the unique abilities that belong solely to us. The function of our battle attire is to enhance these capabilities. At this moment, Sanji found himself in a tumultuous inner conflict. The women's bathhouse. Indeed, the women's bathhouse. How should he decide? It was infuriating. No, Niji can become invisible. I, too, can surely manage that. With determination, Sanji slowly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and resolutely declared, I have made up my mind to sever all ties with the past. I have no need for Germa's vile technology. Witnessing Sanji's unwavering resolve, William turned to Judge and said, all right, you may now take your 3 sons and leave, but do not forget my words. Yes. Judge replied as he and his sons leaped into the sea without a backward glance, swiftly disappearing from sight. William then addressed Reiju. If you find yourself without a suitable destination, You are welcome to sail with us for the time being. However, do keep in mind that associating with me may lead to a bounty from the world government. Reiju blinked and smiled in response. Captain William, I look forward to your guidance. After tallying their spoils, Nami transformed into a billowing white cloud and floated to William's side, her face marred with displeasure as she complained. Do world government agents really venture out without money? These fellows are simply destitute. It's utterly disgraceful. Van Cleef and Zoro approached, laden with an array of firearms and blades. Upon hearing Nami's grievances, Van Cleef quickly offered solace. The craftsmanship of these weapons is quite exquisite, and their quality is commendable. They should fetch a decent price. William gestured toward the dove's location and remarked, that creature should be worth a fair sum. As for the exact amount, let me make a call to inquire. The secrecy surrounding the five elders' communication was formidable, yet for William, it posed no challenge. He produced a transponder snail and began dialing the number. In the holy land of Mary Geos, within the mysterious and imposing office of the five elders, a high-ranking government official approached the door with a grave expression, moving with careful deliberation. The gaze of the scientific defense god, Jagurushi Satan, was fixed intently upon the document in his hand. Without even turning his head, he coldly uttered a single word, enter. The individual approached with trepidation, cautiously pushing open the door to the room. Immediately, he bowed deeply before the five elders, performing the customary act of reverence. Once the formalities were duly observed, he spoke in a voice barely audible, akin to a whisper. Esteemed elders, the son of the devil has somehow acquired your contact information. He called to express his intentions. He wishes to. The agricultural martial god, Shepherd 10, furrowed his brow slightly and raised his gaze. What does he intend to do? He claims to have the white dove in his possession and seeks to extort a ransom, the messenger replied. Upon hearing this, Jaguar Lucius Satan chuckled, the absurdity of the situation eliciting laughter from him. Meanwhile, the financial martial god, Isan Baron V. Nejuru, spoke with a fierce tone. Tell him to clean his neck and await his demise. The fate of that worthless white dove matters not. Yes, yes. The high-ranking official replied hastily before exiting the room to relay the message. Once he received the response, William was not at all surprised by the world government's decision. Although CP0 is proclaimed as the shield of the celestial dragons, their actual strength is rather mediocre. Their losses would hardly cause the world government any distress. The true source of concern for them lies in the might of the marine admirals and the formidable power of the Knights of God. After a moment of contemplation, William envisioned an excellent buyer, a sly smile creeping upon his face as he dialed Don Quixote Doflamingo's number. Just a minute prior, Doflamingo had returned to the Flamingo ship, preparing to delve once more into the mysteries of lineage factor technology. At that moment, the telephone snail on his desk erupted with its shrill and urgent ring. Doflamingo glanced up and instantly recognized the phone's signature pink captain's hat. Resolutely maintaining his composure, he steadied his nerves and grasped the receiver, declaring, Fufufu, Goral D. William. To what do I owe the pleasure? Doflamingo, I do not intend to pursue the matter of your capture of Gaji. Instead, I have a lucrative proposition for you. At this, Doflamingo felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as there was room for negotiation, he could bear any expenses. What business do you propose? He inquired. I have heard you monopolize 80 of the underground slave trade. I currently possess an exceptional slave I wish to sell to you. Doflamingo's mind immediately conjured the image of the white dove, lost at sea with an uncertain fate. It's the white dove, isn't it? Astute as ever. What price are you willing to offer? After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo proposed, how does 500 million berries sound? Surely you jest. I am aware that even a common fishman can fetch a price of 500 million at your auction. Upon hearing those words, Doflamingo inwardly cursed. Only a colossal fool like Charlos could propose such a ludicrous price. Not all celestial dragons are dim-witted. Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo mused that it's merely money, nothing but a material possession. 1 billion berries. Now, that seems reasonable. Before William could utter the word deal, Nami abruptly covered his mouth, seizing the din-din mushi and declared, no, we demand 3 billion. Upon hearing a melodious voice from the other end of the din-din mushi, Doflamingo could not help but once again make an outrageous offer. Though irritation stirred within him, he comforted himself. It's just money. I can endure. Very well, it's a deal. Nami, infuriated, pounded William furiously, exclaiming, our asking price was far too low. This is all your fault. While William leisurely enjoyed Nami's small fist massaging him, he replied at a relaxed pace, it seems you lack the courage to negotiate face-to-face with me. How about this? We invite Doflamingo to act as the intermediary, and he will oversee the transaction. Agreed. The thought of having to pay that unscrupulous Doflamingo a commission made Doflamingo take several deep breaths, silently repeating, I can endure. Chapter 49. Carp. Ace, I will not allow you to stray further down this misguided path. After Doflamingo made his intentions clear, a glimmer of delight flickered in the narrow eyes of Doflamingo. Shortly thereafter, a hearty laugh erupted from his lips. Joker, you've come to the right person. Haha, rest assured. I will offer you a special rate of 150 million berries. Considering he had already incurred a loss of 3 billion berries that day, Doflamingo did not mind the 150 million and promptly stated, no problem. I will contact you once I have the funds ready. After hanging up, Doflamingo resumed his meticulous examination of the genetic factor research notes penned by Judge. In truth, he could recite the contents of these notes verbatim. However, he was utterly perplexed by the material, uncertain of how to proceed. In his helplessness, Doflamingo decided to abandon the notion of self-modification and instead reached for the Den Den Mushi to call his partner. Governor Kaido, I have 2 exceedingly precious gifts to present to you. Doflamingo had already formulated a plan in his mind, intending to secure a retreat for himself. As reliance on the world government had become tenuous, Kaido's robust and rugged voice emanated from the Den Den Mushi, laced with curiosity and anticipation. Oh? What gifts? The Zoan type, Falcon form white dove, and the genetic factor technology meticulously researched by Vince Moke Judge. Doflamingo responded in a composed manner. Upon hearing this, Kaido erupted into a thunderous laughter. Uoro. Joker, I am quite fond of both these gifts. Now speak up, what is it that you desire? I wish for Quinn to transform me. Utilizing the technology of Vince Smoke Judge, Doflamingo articulated his request without hesitation. Very well, I shall grant this request. Kaido readily acquiesced. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Kane gazed at the 3 devil fruits before him, all of which were lackluster Zoan types. Let the system absorb them, he decided. Observing the countdown timer shift from 3 minutes to 10, Kane nodded in satisfaction. The next episode was prepared. All he needed now was to patiently await the refresh of time. In the East Blue, in the Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, Luffy slowly extended his hand. Adjusting the iconic straw hat perched atop his head, his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as he declared resolutely, Grandpa, I refuse to become a Marine. I want to be a pirate like Shanks. Carp's face instantly flushed crimson. His eyes widened in fury as he roared. That scoundrel red-haired has poisoned your mind with his twisted rhetoric. Humph, watch how I correct you. With that, Carp raised his fist, bulky as a sandbag, to his mouth and took a deep breath. Observing this, Luffy, quick-witted as ever, bolted away like a startled rabbit. He glanced back, playfully sticking out his tongue at Carp. Grinning as he exclaimed, Hee, Grandpa, I won't be foolish enough to just stand here and let you hit me. However, Carp was not enraged. Instead, a slight smile crept across his lips. In a flash, he darted forward, appearing silently behind Luffy. Iron Fist of Love, Carp bellowed, his fist imbued with boundless power. Surged forward like a cannonball towards Luffy. Grandpa's punches hurt the most. Luffy cried out, his body soaring forward like a kite severed from its string. Humph, Luffy. You fool. Do you still dare to claim you want to be a pirate? Carp asked, arms crossed, exuding authority. I will surely become the Pirate King. Luffy, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted back, his unwavering belief undaunted by Carp's blow. Iron Fist of Love. Kapu let out a soft grunt and swung his fist once more. Moments later, he gazed down at the unconscious Luffy lying on the ground, shaking his head in resignation. He slowly crouched down, gently lifted Luffy onto his back, and strode purposefully towards home. At that moment, the golden rays of the setting sun cascaded softly like a delicate veil upon Kapu's broad, slightly stooped back. This man, once a formidable figure on the Grand Line, who had once driven the Pirate King to the brink of despair, now bore the subtle marks of time upon his frame. His back slightly bent as if silently recounting tales of past glory and hardship. As he walked, Kapu murmured to himself, Luffy, you must truly despise having such a fearsome grandfather. Alas, the reason for my demeanor is that I wish to steer you away from the wrong path. This is now the sole wish of your grandfather. Upon reaching home, Kapu carefully placed Luffy on the bed, tenderly covering him with a blanket. He then slowly made his way outside, gazing up at the vast, starry night sky. His thoughts, like leaves caught in an invisible breeze, drifted towards another beloved grandson, stirring his heart with worry. Ace, are you well? I wonder if you are eating properly. What a troublesome little rascal you are. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a snail phone shattered the tranquility of the night. Kapu paused momentarily, then reached into his pocket to retrieve the phone. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of the phone snail and realizing it was his aide Bogut, he answered with a loud voice, "Bogut, has the late-night snack time arrived?" On the other end, Bogut's expression remained stern and his demeanor calm as he replied in a measured tone, "News has come from Branch 72. They have discovered traces of the Spade pirates, which has just been reported to me. According to the intelligence, the Spade pirates are currently aboard a rudimentary wooden raft, seemingly heading towards Nova Island to construct a ship of their own." Kapu understood that Bogut had been dispatched to the intelligence department. Fully aware that this was all a consequence of his own actions, he felt a pang of guilt, scratching his head awkwardly, and spoke with a hint of regret. "I apologize, Bogart, for my matters." On the other end of the line, Bogart interjected, "I must report to the warlord of the era. Furthermore, Rear Admiral, you have done nothing wrong." A crisp click resonated through the tranquil night as the call was abruptly terminated. Gazing at the myriad stars above, Garp softly murmured, "I too am lost, pondering what is right and what is wrong. This answer has eluded me throughout my life." The figures of Dragon and Akiji involuntarily surfaced in Garp's mind, each having chosen divergent paths. Gradually, Garp's gaze shifted indoors, landing upon the serene figure of Luffy, deep in slumber. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Let the youth explore this question. I am merely an old man awaiting retirement." Rising slowly, Garp brushed the dirt from his clothes and fixed his determined gaze upon the vast, enigmatic sea in the distance. "Ace, I shall not allow you to stray further down the wrong path." With that, Garp inhaled deeply and dashed toward the shore, leaping into the tumultuous waves like a cannonball, swimming fiercely toward Nova Island. Chapter 50, Dias, good. Well done. Ace's eyes sparkled like stars as he intently focused on the blueprints handed to him by the designer. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Wow. Amazing. It's decided. Our ship will be crafted according to this design." Dias, observing the exuberant Ace, sighed in resignation, "Ace, do not forget, our funds are rather limited." Upon hearing Dias mention the lack of money, the designer's expression darkened. Without a word, he snatched the blueprints back from Ace's hands, muttering indignantly, "Humph, after all this, it turns out to be a bunch of paupers. And yet, you audaciously claim you wish to craft the finest ship. You might as well continue sailing on your rickety raft." Dias, incensed by this, was about to erupt, but Ace deftly restrained him. With a sincere expression, Ace bowed deeply to the designer and spoke gently, "I sincerely apologize. Might you inform us how much it would cost to construct such a vessel?" The designer scrutinized the group of masked figures before him, feeling a twinge of displeasure, but ultimately stated the price, 100 million berries. "Very well, we shall endeavor to gather this amount. We truly appreciate your patience in this matter." Ace replied earnestly, "No trouble at all." The designer was also moved by Ace's attitude and nodded slightly. Upon exiting the shipyard, Ace was about to lift his hood for some fresh air when Dias firmly grasped his arm. With a tense expression, Dias remarked, "Ace, have you forgotten Buggy's numerous admonitions?" Ace paused momentarily, the stern visage of Buggy and his earnest counsel flashing through his mind. "Ace, you must conceal your whereabouts. Your grandfather, Garp, is currently stationed in the East Blue. If you are exposed, it could lead to significant trouble." At this moment, Ace, having undergone rigorous training, had achieved a qualitative leap in his strength and felt no fear towards Garp. However, he had no desire to confront his grandfather in battle. So he adhered to Buggy's advice, covering himself and his companions thoroughly during their travels. Slightly embarrassed, Ace scratched his head and offered Dias an apologetic smile. "I apologize, Dias. I am still unaccustomed to this covert manner of operation. By the way, where shall we go next to gather the necessary funds?" Dias furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "I have heard that the East Blue's overlord, Captain Krieg, once led his fleet to decimate a small nation and plunder its riches. In my opinion, he must possess a considerable fortune. We might as well pay him a visit." Upon hearing this, a fierce determination ignited in Ace's eyes. He clenched his right fist and struck his left palm with vigor, exclaiming passionately, "All right. It's settled. William has defeated the most notorious dragon in the East Blue. Now, I shall vanquish the most formidable force, Krieg." Days later, a shocking piece of news spread across the East Blue like a bombshell. The notorious East Blue Admiral Krieg, with a bounty of 17 million berries and a fleet of 5,000 men, was overwhelmed by a group of masked individuals. It was said that the leading masked figure employed some mysterious sorcery, causing the massive fleet to fall in an instant. Even the World Economic News reported this in a discreet corner. Ace and his companions returned to Nova Island, filled with laughter and exuberance. On Ace's back rested a backpack, towering like a small mountain. The bag swayed slightly with his steps, occasionally producing a delightful jingling sound. If Nami were present, with her acute intuition for treasure, she would undoubtedly assert without hesitation that the riches contained within the backpack were worth at least 400 million berries. Ace's face radiated joy as he turned to Dias beside him and cheerfully declared, "This is fantastic. We can finally have a ship that truly belongs to us. Dias, and everyone, let us put our heads together and come up with a splendid name." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a deep and resonant voice gradually emerged. "How about naming it the Navy Horn?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ace responded loudly, without turning back. "What? That name is anything but cool. Absolutely not." However, the instant the words left his mouth, Ace immediately sensed something amiss. He pondered to himself, wondering if any of his companions possessed such a uniquely distinctive voice. As this thought crossed his mind, he abruptly turned his head, and upon recognizing the figure approaching, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock as he exclaimed, "Grandfather?" Kapu slightly shifted his fist, which resembled a sandbag in size. A cold smirk gracing his lips, his gaze exuding an undeniable authority. "Ace, your journey ends here. Return with me to serve as a Marine." Without hesitation, Ace cast aside his heavy backpack. He firmly planted his feet, clenched his fists, and swiftly adopted a battle-ready stance, responding loudly, "I will never return with you, grandfather. And you must understand, I am no longer the person I once was." "Is that so? Then today, I shall witness what progress you have made." Kappa bellowed. Iron Fist of Love. His massive fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, shot toward Ace like a cannonball. With unwavering composure, Ace calmly enveloped his hand in armament hockey, extending his palm to precisely intercept Kapu's formidable punch. The moment he caught the fist, a hint of pride flickered across Ace's face as he lifted his chin and declared, "I told you, grandfather, I am not who I used to be. I do not wish to fight you. Please leave." The ship's doctor, Deus, cheered for Ace. "Well done, Ace. Great job." The sniper, Mihal, chuckled. "Let's see how he responds." The cook, Bungshi, added, "Old man, we have all undergone transformations." Upon witnessing this, Kapu burst into laughter, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. "Ah, so you've learned a few trivial tricks with that hockey." However, his expression quickly turned grave, his eyes radiating immense pressure. "That level of skill is merely scratching the surface for me." Galaxy impact. With a thunderous roar, Kapu unleashed a punch that carried the weight of a mountain, an overwhelming force that surged forth with relentless pressure. A resounding boom echoed as the powerful shockwave roared through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. The members of the Spade Pirates watched in horror as Ace, overwhelmed by the sheer force, was sent flying like a puppet with cut strings. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling his eyes back as he lost consciousness. In unison, they gasped Ace. Kapu slightly rotated his neck, producing a series of crisp joint sounds, and then sneered coldly once more. "And you fools, today I shall thoroughly rectify your erroneous notions." With that, Kapu's form flickered like a wraith, his speed reaching such extremes that his figure was nearly imperceptible. He moved seamlessly through the crowd, each punch accompanied by a resonant thud. In mere moments, the members of the Spade Pirates succumbed one after another beneath the force of Kapu's iron fists. The Spade Pirates faced utter annihilation once more. Chapter 51. Buggy's Treasure Hunt. East Sea, Windmill Village. At 5 a.m., the tranquil village remained shrouded in darkness when Kapu forcefully kicked open the dormitory door, the resounding crash shattering the stillness of the night. Immediately, he reached out a massive hand, unceremoniously dragging Ace, Luffy, and their companions from their slumber as though they were mere chicks. Naturally, during this process, they could not escape a few affectionate blows from his iron fists, the pain jolting them into immediate awareness. Ace and Luffy stood at the forefront, with Ace's comrades arranged neatly behind them. They stood in formation like well-trained soldiers, impeccably organized. If one were to overlook the bruises marring their faces, they might indeed exude the gallant demeanor of military personnel. Carp slightly shifted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds from his joints, and then, with a grave expression, he solemnly declared, "From this day forth, I shall rigorously train you inept fools, shaping you into competent Marines." Now, everyone, however, before Carp could finish his proclamation, Luffy unabashedly interrupted. No, I want to become the Pirate King. Ace, not to be outdone. Enthusiastically shouted. Who wants to be a Marine? Don't presume to make decisions for us. Upon hearing this, Carp's lips curled into a faint smirk, followed by a thunderous shout. The Iron Fist of Love. Grandfather's punches hurt the most. Luffy clutched his head tightly, tears brimming in his eyes, on the verge of breaking down. At that moment, although Ace felt an excruciating headache, as if his skull might split apart, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. The spirit of determination within Ace was ignited. He contemplated. Is this the strength that has driven that scoundrel to the brink on several occasions? Even though I have mastered hockey, I still stand no chance against Grandfather. Yet, if I can manage to defeat him, perhaps I would truly earn the recognition of my strength across the seas. Carp bit down to pick up the sea stone handcuffs from the ground and deftly secured them around Ace and Luffy, continuing, Now, everyone, run 500 laps around the village. Those who cannot finish shall go hungry today. Having grown accustomed to wearing sea stone handcuffs during his training with Buggy, Ace promptly began to run, and his companions quickly followed suit. Only Luffy, who lay helpless on the ground, remained behind, gazing at the retreating figures with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. With great difficulty, Luffy began to inch forward, much like a sluggish snail, moving slowly but surely. By the time the sun had fully risen, Luffy's body could barely manage to bend. He hunched his body, taking tiny, deliberate steps forward, unwavering despite the sluggish pace. As the sun approached the horizon, Luffy's strides noticeably quickened. He was now able to walk briskly, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat that trickled down his cheeks, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. When the moon ascended, Luffy's silhouette appeared like a streak of black lightning beneath its luminous glow. He has become capable of running at great speed, the whistling wind rushing past his ears as if cheering him on. At this moment, the only thing in Luffy's eyes, having concluded his training, is the food prepared for him by Garp. He resembled a frenzied young lion, dashing towards the food with fervor, seizing it with both hands and unceremoniously stuffing it into his mouth. Before long, the satiated Luffy succumbed to an overwhelming fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane was momentarily taken aback upon learning through the system that Ace had been captured by Garp and returned to Fasha village. However, he soon erupted into hearty laughter. It seemed that this unfortunate boy Ace would not be setting sail for at least a year or two. Garp's actions were, indeed, born from a sense of helplessness. In his eyes, even though Ace had already mastered the 3 types of hockey, his strength remained too immature. Such power would render him akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers in the perilous and challenging seas. Furthermore, the world government would undoubtedly exert every effort to eliminate Ace, for his existence posed a significant threat to their authority. Garp believed that the likes of Gecko Moria and the Weasel had long been left in Ace's wake. Yet, Ace's current strength merely brushed against the edge of the Marine headquarters Vice Admiral, Tashigi. Had Kane heard Garp's words, he would have undoubtedly countered without hesitation. Tashigi lacks Ace's capacity for sudden breakthroughs. If Tashigi and Ace were to face off, my faith would lean more towards Ace. On a deserted island in the East Sea, a group of peculiar masked individuals stealthily landed, accompanied by a similarly masked lion, enveloped in an aura of mystery. At the forefront, Buggy clutched a precious treasure map tightly, his palms drenched in sweat, causing the map to become slightly damp. His eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated unwaveringly on the intricate and perplexing markings of the treasure map, his lips moving in a whispered incantation, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety. It must be here. I am certain the treasure lies on this very island. The others cautiously trailed behind Buggy, the surrounding silence oppressive, broken only by the soft patter of their footsteps and the weighty sound of their breaths. The sea breeze held past, rustling the wild grass of the island, resembling whispers of hidden phantoms lurking in the shadows, sending shivers down their spines. Navigating through the dense underbrush, they struggled against the grasp of dry twigs and fallen leaves, as if the island itself sought to deter these unwelcome guests. At last, they arrived at their destination. It was a seemingly ordinary yet distinctly eerie clearing, the soil beneath slightly raised, hinting at concealed secrets buried below. Buggy took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, yet his trembling legs betrayed the turmoil within. He raised his hand high, his voice somewhat hoarse. This is the spot. My young ones, dig for me. I, Captain Buggy. The crowd responded in unison, though their voices betrayed a hint of unease. They swiftly retrieved their tools and commenced their arduous excavation. With each thrust of the shovel, The palpable tension of anxious hearts resonated in the air. As the digging progressed, the pit gradually expanded, yet aside from some weathered stones and foul-smelling earth, no trace of treasure could be found. Time slipped away, the sun ascended higher, mercilessly scorching them with its relentless rays. Sweat soaked their garments, cascading down their cheeks and evaporating upon contact with the parched ground. Buggy's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of anxiety and doubt igniting in his gaze. It cannot be. The treasure must be here. We simply haven't excavated deeply enough. Just as fatigue and despair began to settle over the group, a sudden clank resounded as one of his subordinates' shovel struck a hard object, producing a clear, ringing sound. This sound reverberated across the silent island like thunder, instantly revitalizing everyone's spirits. Buggy dashed forward, pushing aside the subordinate, and knelt down, his trembling hands meticulously clearing the surrounding dirt. As the earth was gently brushed away, a magnificent metal chest gradually revealed itself. The surface of the chest was adorned with strange symbols and patterns, glimmering with an enigmatic radiance under the sunlight. Buggy's face flushed with excitement, his breath quickened. We have found it. We have unearthed the treasure. His voice, sharpened by excitement, exclaimed, "Continue digging. There must be more." Yes. Captain Buggy. After a long day of toil, Buggy gazed at the neatly arranged colossal metal boxes before him, exclaiming, "Let me see what treasures lie within." However, as he eagerly opened one, he was disheartened to find no precious treasures, only a collection of rusty, worthless weapons, tarnished by time. Unwilling to accept defeat, Buggy opened another box, only to discover the same disheartening sight. Still not ready to concede, he urged his crew, "Everyone, open them all." Yes, Captain Buggy. Faced with the mountain of scrap metal before him, Buggy could only console himself. The treasure is real. Alas, I have arrived too late. How infuriating. Kane speculated that perhaps Buggy relished the thrill and anticipation of the treasure hunt itself, which is why he had gifted Buggy the treasure map. After all, Buggy had been thoroughly duped by him, and a small taste of sweetness was warranted. Chapter 52. It seems, Joker, that you too are a man devoid of insight. High above the clouds, on a floating island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the sun shone brightly as William and his companions leisurely indulged in a delightful afternoon tea. Nami gently set down her newspaper, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, joyfully proclaiming, "Fantastic. Our bounty has not increased." William, engrossed in a novel, replied without looking up, "The world government is not entirely composed of inept individuals. Aside from organs, an uncontrollable variable, they are certainly exerting every effort to suppress any news detrimental to their interests." Raja chimed in softly, "After all, you first seized the gold from the heavens, and then defeated an admiral and CP0. The world government has faced consecutive setbacks, undoubtedly signaling to the world that their grip on these seas is waning." Zoro downed the last of his drink, rose to stretch, and resumed his training. As he walked, he declared, "Such matters are inconsequential. I yearn only to encounter formidable opponents who will elevate my swordsmanship." William slightly lifted his head in response. "Our destination is Water 7, where several government agents with somewhat adequate strength await. They should provide a decent challenge for you and Sanji." Zoro, while swinging a massive barbell, eagerly replied, "I can hardly wait." Meanwhile, Sanji muttered incessantly, "Invisible. Invisible. Darn it. Why haven't I become a transparent man?" Upon witnessing the scene, Reiju could not help but cover her mouth and smile, remarking, "Sanji, your aimless mutterings are futile. You must exert yourself in training, much like Zoro, to fully awaken the latent genetic traits within you." Sanji scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "I have no desire to become a brainless musclehead like that green-haired fool." "What did you say, you imbecile?" Zoro's eyes widened in fury at Sanji's words. "I said brainless musclehead." Sanji retorted defiantly. "Do you wish to fight?" Zoro tightened his grip on the barbell. "Bring it on." Sanji assumed a combative stance as well. Observing the two engaged in their playful scuffle, Reiju chuckled softly. "Have they always shared such a bond?" Frankie, shaking his head in resignation, replied, I cannot quite comprehend it either, but it is indeed the case." Meanwhile, Nami, brandishing the latest fashion magazine, floated over to Reiju with enthusiasm, inquiring, "Reiju, what do you think of this new bag from Sumo Panda?" "It's lovely, though I prefer lighter shades," Reiju remarked, scrutinizing the handbag in the magazine. "Look at this one." Nami pointed to another design. Thus, the two women were swiftly enveloped in the world of fashion, embarking on a delightful shopping spree. On Onigashima, Queen stood as a stringent connoisseur, clutching the technical documentation on genetic traits pinned by Vinsmoke Judge. His gaze wandered repeatedly over the paper, occasionally nodding slightly, as if acknowledging certain exquisite points, while at other times shaking his head gently, as if detecting some unsatisfactory flaws. After a moment, he slowly returned the documents to Doflamingo and spoke. That fellow, Buggy, is ultimately nothing more than a simpleton, akin to a block of wood. The core objective of the genetic factor technology he is researching is to cultivate superhuman biological weapons. This implies that the transformation process must commence while the subject is still in the embryonic stage. I must admit, the concept behind this technology is indeed a fascinating idea. However, Joker, it holds no relevance for you at this juncture. If you wish to enhance your strength, in my opinion, you would be better off emulating my approach. As he spoke, Quinn's neck elongated strangely like a peculiar spring, and from his once ordinary mouth, there suddenly sprouted gleaming mechanical fangs, glistening with a cold light. A sight both fearsome and chilling. Yet, the astounding transformation did not cease there. In a further shocking display, a meticulously constructed machine gun slowly emerged from his mouth, exuding a cold metallic sheen. With a series of sharp, piercing whistles, the machine gun unleashed a barrage of dazzling laser beams, accurately targeting a distant boulder. Under the powerful impact of the lasers, the boulder disintegrated as if it were mere tofu, shattering into countless tiny fragments that scattered in all directions. Witnessing his creation, Quinn could not help but display a proud expression, exclaiming loudly, "I am a transformed being that even Begabank cannot hope to rival." No sooner had the words left his lips than Quinn underwent another astonishing metamorphosis, instantly transforming into a majestic dinosaur form. His robust and powerful tail resembled a colossal whip, imbued with boundless destructive force. As it danced through the air at an astonishing speed, it was enveloped by crackling currents and dazzling sparks. Then, with an overwhelming momentum, it crashed down upon the ground. A thunderous sound reverberated, as if the earth itself could not withstand the impact, instantly forming a bottomless pit, while the surrounding terrain trembled violently like ripples in water. The research of that inconsequential fellow, Kaji, had long been surpassed by me. Whether it be sparks, electric shocks, winches, or invisibility, I can flawlessly replicate them all. How does that make you feel? Quinn, while maintaining his dinosaur form, turned to face Doflamingo, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Doflamingo, witnessing this astonishing spectacle before him, stood in a daze, his heart heavy with bitterness and helplessness. He never anticipated that the so-called precious technology, acquired at the expense of 2 devil fruits, would prove utterly useless to him. Nevertheless, Doflamingo, a formidable figure commanding respect across these vast seas, quickly regained his composure, drawing upon his formidable psychological resilience to quell the tumult within his heart. To be candid, Doflamingo did not underestimate Quinn's abilities. Rather, he perceived that the transformative techniques displayed by Quinn, while ostensibly impressive, were ultimately inconsequential. With his own capabilities and unwavering confidence, he firmly believed that his strength was not inferior to Quinn's. Such techniques held no necessity for one like him, who pursued ultimate power and a distinct path. Thus, Doflamingo inclined slightly, a courteous yet aloof smile gracing his face as he politely declined, "No, Quinn, I remain far more enamored with my own physique." Upon hearing this, Quinn let out a soft snort, tinged with dissatisfaction and disdain, retorting, "It appears, Joker, that you are indeed a man blind to the obvious. However, I am magnanimous. Should you ever change your mind and wish to undergo transformation, do not hesitate to seek me out." Ho ho ho. Thank you, Quinn. Your scientific prowess is indeed as captivating and unique as your physique, Doflamingo remarked, fully aware of Quinn's almost obsessive admiration for his own muscles, thus choosing to flatter him. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing these words, Quinn's spirit soared, the gloom on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile. He was so exhilarated that he couldn't contain himself, suddenly breaking into a comically absurd dance, his exaggerated movements and peculiar postures seemingly lightening the very air around him. Chapter 53. Gottfried Brian Kane reclined lazily in a lounge chair, resembling a contented cat, his eyes partially closed as he basked in the sunlight. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the celestial canopy above. In that moment, he mused quietly to himself, "Let this splendid film commence in earnest." As this thought flickered across his mind, the once tranquil sky appeared to ignite, radiating brilliance. Upon the long-dormant screen, blurred images began to materialize, akin to a mysterious tapestry unfurling slowly. This extraordinary spectacle instantaneously wielded a potent allure, capturing the attention of the entire world. Whether it was the pirates battling tumultuous waves upon the stormy sea, or the soldiers stationed at naval bases, ever vigilant. Whether it was the ordinary citizens hustling through the bustling cityscape, or the indigenous peoples living in isolation on remote islands, all paused in their endeavors, as if ensnared by a spell, gazing skyward with expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Is this the beginning? One cannot help but wonder what shocking and jaw-dropping announcement that rascal Buggy will make this time. The anticipation is indeed palpable. As the images gradually sharpened, a distinctive figure emerged before the crowd, the first thing that caught their eye being his conspicuous red nose. The man grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and boomed in a resounding voice, "Did you all miss me? Haha." This time, Buggy held no newspaper in hand. Instead, he mysteriously produced a small, exquisite video snail. And then, with a deliberate tone, he began, "What I bring you today is earth-shattering news. Even I was taken aback when I learned of this. Well, I know you all can hardly wait, so let us begin." Buggy deftly manipulated the video snail, preparing the playback. Soon, people around the globe were astonished to see a man appear on the screen. He stands tall and statuesque, his physique exuding vigor, adorned with a mane of fiery red hair that dances in the wind, revealing his untamed spirit. His visage is both handsome and resolute, with sharply defined features. His arched brows and bright eyes convey a sense of determination and courage, often shimmering with a passionate light that seems capable of igniting the flames of hope in those around him. Draped in a long black trench coat adorned with intricate golden patterns, complemented by a striking red tie, he emanated an aura of leadership. A broad belt cinched at his waist held a long sword, its hilt embedded with a sapphire that radiated an enigmatic glow. His ensemble was completed with black trousers and knee-high boots, exuding both charm and gravitas. Clearing his throat, Buggy commenced the formal introduction of Gottfried Bryan. Born in the South Seas, he would join the Navy in 1519. By 1520, Gottfried Bryan, having attained the rank of major, was granted the opportunity to further his studies at the naval headquarters. During his tenure there, he exhibited remarkable potential and talent, surpassing even the notorious figures known as Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, who were hailed as monsters among men. Thus, he was taken under the wing of instructor Zephyr as a protege, receiving diligent mentorship that would forge him into a rising star within the Navy. In 1521, Gottfried Bryan was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, tasked with guarding the Spade archipelago. It was here that he bore witness to the abhorrent atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, who were far from the noble beings portrayed by the world government. Instead, they represented the epitome of evil, a malignant force lurking in the shadows. During his time on the archipelago, Gottfried Bryan observed the relentless torment inflicted upon innocent civilians, their lifeless bodies callously discarded into the frigid sea. Such harrowing scenes pierced the very core of his righteous heart. At last, on a moonless night fraught with tempestuous winds, Gottfried Bryan could no longer endure the anguish and fury bubbling within. With unwavering resolve, he stormed the celestial dragon stronghold, Mariewa, single-handedly liberating all enslaved captives and ruthlessly eliminating every celestial dragon he encountered. Despite the world government's fervent attempts to suppress the news, the truth could not be concealed indefinitely and eventually came to light. At this juncture, the screen revealed a striking figure, smiling as he slowly produced several photographs. The images starkly depicted a group of celestial dragons clad in space suits, their faces obscured by bubble helmets, meeting a gruesome fate. These photographs served as a silent indictment, unveiling the malevolence of the celestial dragons in the valorous deeds of Gottfried Bryan. Buggy continued, noting that the admiral responsible for guarding Mariewa at that time was none other than Aokiji. A fierce battle ensued between Aokiji and Gottfried Bryan, a struggle for survival that would decide their fates. At last, Gottfried Bryan plunged into the vast expanse of the ocean, his fate uncertain, vanishing from the public eye. Buggy paused momentarily, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, "However, I must reveal an obscure secret to everyone. In this battle, Aokiji intentionally allowed Gottfried Bryan to escape. When the world would next catch sight of Gottfried Bryan upon the sea, a month would have passed. This time, however, his destiny underwent a dramatic transformation, for he had acquired the fated devil fruit that belonged to him." Buggy continued, "The Zoan type, mythical beast, Tanuki form. The Tanuki, a wondrous mythical creature, possesses an extraordinary shape-shifting ability, capable of transforming any inscription upon leaves into tangible objects within the world." Buggy activated the snail phone in his hand, revealing an image of a group of ragged, emaciated civilians, their faces worn and their eyes brimming with helplessness and despair. At that moment, Godfrey Blaine strode forward, gently casting 2 leaves. Instantly, accompanied by bizarre and dazzling flashes of light, the leaves seemed to be swept into a mysterious vortex of time and space, vanishing into thin air. Then, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. A mountain of food and new clothing piled up upon the ground. The civilians, witnessing this spectacle, first stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, before radiant smiles spread across their faces, and they erupted in joyous cheers. In the scene, Godfrey Blaine laughed heartily alongside the civilians, reveling in this rare festive gathering, the warm tableau resembling a beautiful painting, forever etched in the hearts of those present. Chapter 54. Zoan type, Inu fruit, mythical beast. Tanuki form. Buggy paused again, his tone becoming gravely serious, stating, "The true power of this devil fruit extends far beyond what you have seen. Even more astonishing is the fact that it can transform humans as well. This means that Godfrey Blaine, leveraging the fruit's abilities, possesses the terrifying might of an army within a single individual." The scene shifted to reveal a desolate, rocky island, devoid of life. At the heart of this island, Admiral Akainu and Godfrey Blaine stood face to face, the tension between them palpable, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of their confrontation. Godfrey Blaine was the first to speak. "Admiral Sakazuki, I am well aware that you are a soldier who upholds the ideals of justice. In this present age, the world is shrouded in darkness, and the Navy has become a mere instrument for the celestial dragons to uphold their decaying rule. With the noble aspiration of eradicating all malevolent entities from the globe, I have established the Neo Navy. In our eyes, whether they be the lofty and tyrannical world aristocrats or the ruthless pirates, bandits, and gangs who oppress the common folk, all these wicked factions fall within the purview of the Neo Navy's retribution. Our pursuit is true justice, aimed at restoring this world to a path of light and peace. Sakazuki, my esteemed predecessor, join me in this endeavor as we strive towards this noble goal." After a prolonged silence, Akainu's resolute visage bore no trace of emotion as he coldly declared, "I am a soldier. Obedience to orders is the soldier's duty. Currently, you have been branded a traitor by the Navy, and as a vice admiral, it is my obligation to execute you here today to uphold the Navy's honor and justice." Godfrey Bryan, upon hearing this, gave a resigned smile and responded, "If that is the case, allow me to awaken you." With a gentle flick of his hand, he cast forth a handful of leaves. In an instant, accompanied by a peculiar luminescence, the leaves appeared to be imbued with life, vanishing into the ether. Subsequently, several familiar figures materialized before Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and even his own likeness. Observing this, Akainu scoffed derisively, "Humph, merely a trifling trick to deceive." With that, he raised his arm and bellowed, "Hellhound." A searing magma fist surged forward with a torrential heat wave, akin to a blazing meteor. Meanwhile, those doppelgangers conjured from the leaves were equally resolute. One of the Akainus unleashed his own Hellhound, and the 2 magma fists collided midair with astonishing force, resulting in an improbable stalemate. The tremendous shockwave reverberated through the air, stirring a tempest that sent sand and debris swirling into the sky. Godfrey Bryan, witnessing the spectacle, smiled and elucidated, "Predecessor Sakazuki, do not underestimate these doppelgangers. They are special manifestations created through my devil fruit powers. They are not mere illusions, but entities capable of inheriting a portion of the original's abilities and battle consciousness." Akainu snorted dismissively, his expression one of disdain, as he retorted, "They are nothing but counterfeit imitations, utterly feeble." With that, he shouted once more, "Canine by Crimson Lotus." The entire figure surged forward like a blazing cannonball, delivering a ferocious punch that reduced the unique stand before him to mere rubble. The formidable force created a massive crater in the ground, sending shards flying. Godfrey Bryan, witnessing this, allowed a slight smile to curve his lips as he remarked, "It appears, Senior Sakazuki, that you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In that case, I shall have to get serious." Before Sakazuki could respond, Kizaru suddenly blinked, appearing behind him with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, his face adorned with that signature mischievous grin. "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" he declared, swiftly raising his leg. A golden flash erupted as his foot struck Sakazuki's back with tremendous force. Sakazuki stumbled back a few paces, his body swaying slightly, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Before he could regain his footing, Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, his immense form casting a shadow over the battlefield. resembling a towering mountain. He raised his hand, infused with immense strength, and brought it crashing down upon Sakazuki. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently beneath the impact. Dust swirling as a massive handprint was indented into the earth. Sakazuki, caught off guard, rolled away from Sengoku's attack, only to realize that Kazan had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Kazan activated his powers, encasing Sakazuki within a giant sphere of ice. Determined, Sakazuki unleashed his abilities, the searing magma melting the ice that bound him. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Carp's colossal fist descending through the air, cutting through the wind like a freight train. Aimed directly at his head. In a sudden collision, Sakazuki was sent staggering back, his body swaying once more. Before he could catch his breath, Kizaru again blinked, appearing behind him with astonishing speed. He suddenly lifted his leg, and a golden light flashed as he delivered a powerful kick to Akainu's back, sending him flying through the air. The scene abruptly faded to black, and Buggy's voice emerged from the transponder snail, explaining that the shockwaves from the battle were so immense that they caused the device to malfunction and cut off the transmission. Fortunately, Morgans happened to be nearby and managed to capture the final moments on film. As Buggy's words concluded, the image reappeared, revealing a shocking sight. The entire deserted island was blanketed in solid ice, shimmering under the sunlight like a colossal ice sculpture. Had it not been for the ice fortifying the island, there was no doubt that it would have sunk into the depths of the sea, vanishing without a trace amidst the tumult of battle. Amidst this frozen landscape stood Gottfried Bryan, seemingly unscathed, not a speck of dust on his garments, as if the fierce conflict had never touched him. In stark contrast, the unconscious Akainu lay bloodied on the ground. Buggy continued, stating that Gottfried Bryan chose not to take Akainu's life. Chapter 55, Neo Navy soon. Those who harbored a sense of justice and were dissatisfied with the corrupt rule of the world government rallied around Gottfried Bryan's call. They united in their struggle for a singular cause, to overthrow the decaying regime of the world government and to establish a truly fair, just, and peaceful world. One might wonder if this ideology resembles that of the Revolutionary Army. However, there is a distinction. The two once walked a similar path but ultimately diverged, a matter I shall elucidate later. The Neo Navy, under Gottfried Bryan's leadership, truly began to stand against the world government in 1521. That year, a shocking event unfolded, one that reverberated throughout the world. Edward Weevil, who had slaughtered over 100 trainee sailors and severed Zephyr's arm, was summoned by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This meant that all of his crimes would be pardoned, allowing him to roam freely, unrestrained. This incident became the last straw, leading Zephyr and a significant number of his former disciples to lose all faith in the Navy. They resolutely defected, joining the Neo Navy and infusing it with formidable strength. As the scene shifts, a magnificent and robust fortress emerges before the eyes of the onlookers. The towering walls of the fortress reach towards the heavens, adorned with various defensive structures that exude an air of majesty and solemnity. At the pinnacle of the fortress, Gottfried Bryan stands atop a lofty platform, his stature as upright as a pine tree, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, as if surveying the entire world and contemplating the path ahead. Beneath him lie 3 splendid and imposing thrones, each occupied by a distinguished admiral of the Neo Navy. Buggy gestures towards the scene and introduces, "This is Admiral Gottfried Bryan of the Neo Navy, renowned for his exceptional leadership and formidable strength, guiding the Neo Navy towards continuous growth and expansion." This individual is Admiral Kazan, formerly known as Akiji. He wields the power of the ice fruit from the natural type, with the ability to freeze entire oceans. The next is Admiral Zephyr, who, in the present day, possesses the powers of the ancient Zoan type, the giant salamander, known as Black Arm. He is invincible on the battlefield, thanks to his remarkable physical prowess and the capabilities granted by his devil fruit. Lastly, we have Admiral Isho, also known as Fujitora, who wields the power of the gravity fruit from the superhuman type. He can manipulate gravity at will, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a mere gesture, possessing the power to bring about cataclysmic change. At the lowest tier, a group of indistinct senior generals stood tall, exuding a formidable presence, arranged neatly like an impenetrable fortress of steel. In the fortress square, a staggering 100,000 soldiers were meticulously aligned, clad in uniform black attire, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes brimming with determination and fighting spirit. Zhu produced a compact telephone bug from his pocket and handed it to Buggy. Understanding the unspoken cue, Buggy took the device and deftly manipulated it, projecting a series of harrowing battle scenes onto the lens of the telephone bug. Within these frames, a band of ruthless, ferocious pirates launched a relentless assault on a tranquil, idyllic town. Homes ignited in flames under their destructive rampage, while the terrified screams of the residents echoed incessantly. At that critical juncture, a bone-chilling wave of cold rushed in like a surging tide. Aokiji appeared on the scene with athletic grace, his gaze emanating a chilling ruthlessness and resolve. With a gentle sweep of his hands, an overwhelming force of freezing energy radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, the entire island was blanketed in a thick layer of ice, leaving the pirates no time to react as they were mercilessly encased in various forms of ice sculptures, forever frozen in that moment of wickedness. In stark contrast, the civilians of the town remained miraculously unharmed, their eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing spectacle before them. A mixture of relief at their survival and awed Aokiji's immense power. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing a battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos. Zephyr's tall, striking figure stood out amidst the turmoil, yet he found himself embroiled in a fierce and brutal confrontation. The identity of his adversaries remained obscured, but relentless attacks surged towards him. Suddenly, a lethal strike struck Zephyr's chest, creating a ghastly wound, and shortly thereafter, a powerful force severed his arm entirely. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, painting a grim tableau. Astonishingly, Zephyr did not succumb. Instead, a resolute smile emerged on his weathered face. In that fleeting moment, a miraculous event unfolded. The gaping wound in his chest and the severed arm began to mend before the eyes of the onlookers, healing at an astonishing rate. The newly formed skin and bone appeared almost sentient, rapidly regenerating, making it hard to believe he had just endured such grievous injuries. This spectacle not only showcased Zephyr's indomitable vitality and unwavering spirit, but also ignited profound curiosity and awe regarding the mysterious powers he possessed. The scene transitioned once more, revealing a vast expanse of ocean where a ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger of the Beast Pirates, sailed through the waves, its flag fluttering in the wind, seemingly flaunting their misdeeds and audacious arrogance. However, their triumph was short-lived. At that moment, Fujitori's imposing figure emerged on the horizon. With swift precision, he drew his sword, brandished it towards the heavens, and then slowly sheathed it. Suddenly, the sky was filled with countless colossal meteors, enveloped in a torrential heatwave, soaring like burning stars towards the pirate vessel. Amidst thunderous roars, the meteors mercilessly struck the ship, obliterating it in an instant, while the remnants of the wreckage were gradually consumed by the sea, disappearing without a trace. This scene profoundly illustrated Fujitori's cataclysmic power and the unwavering resolve of the Enyo Navy to combat piracy and uphold justice. Chapter 56. The movements of the world government. Buggy once again flashed a mischievous grin and said, "Goodbye, everyone." At this moment, within the power center of Mariawa, the five elders convened in a dimly lit conference room, the atmosphere stiflingly oppressive. This Buggy had dared to disclose such information. It was imperative to dispatch operatives immediately to apprehend him and prevent the proliferation of such incendiary messages. The environmental warlord Marcus Moss, his eyes wide with fury, struck the ancient yet resilient conference table with a clenched fist, causing the documents atop it to tremble slightly. The agricultural warlord Shepherd X, Peter, furrowing his brow, interlaced his fingers and, after a prolonged pause for contemplation, spoke slowly. Our immediate priority must be to stabilize the internal situation within the Navy and the world government. The ideology of the Enyo Navy is akin to a perilous seed. Once it takes root in the hearts of the populace, the consequences could be dire. Marcus Moss scoffed, a flicker of resentment igniting in his gaze, and pressed, "Are we to so easily allow Kazan and Zephyr to escape unscathed? Their defection is a grave affront to the dignity of the Navy. In this critical juncture, we have no choice but to proceed cautiously. Our own ranks are already in disarray. Should we take extreme measures against them now, it may precipitate even greater schism." Shepherd X, Peter replied, shaking his head with a weary expression. The other elders exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Simultaneously, we must intensify surveillance across all regions. The budget for the CP department must be augmented. We cannot permit any latent threats to elude our scrutiny, stated the financial warlord Izambalin V. Nejuro, adjusting his glasses, his gaze steely. "Agreed," the assembly responded in unison. "I would add that we must immediately deploy elite forces such as CP0 and CP9 to discreetly track down Gottfried Bryan. He is the linchpin of this crisis. Upon locating him, we must not hesitate to eliminate him at all costs, eradicating any potential future threat." The legal warlord Topman Vacheli asserted gravely. Agreed, came the chorus of voices. Furthermore, we need to forge close ties with certain underground factions, leveraging their discretion and adaptability to gather intelligence and execute sensitive operations. This includes disrupting any recruitment endeavors by Gottfried Bryan and severing his supply lines. Ensuring he faces insurmountable challenges at the nascent stage, added the scientific defense warlord Jagor Lucia Satan. Agreed, echoed the assembly once more. Marcus Maz nodded slightly and continued. In light of the recent attack on the Celestial Dragons by Gottfried Bryan, we must urgently bolster the security measures for the Celestial Dragons, significantly augmenting the protective forces stationed at their residences and during their travels. Elite naval soldiers and top-tier agents will be deployed to ensure uninterrupted vigilance around the clock. Concurrently, a more robust defense infrastructure and advanced early warning systems will be established in the vicinity of Mary Geos to safeguard the Celestial Dragons. Furthermore, it is imperative to impose appropriate constraints and education upon the Celestial Dragons, urging them to temper their habitual transgressions and avert the instigation of further instability that could jeopardize our foundational rule. Agreement resonated among the assembly. The financial martial god Isambran v. Najram Sikh then articulated, for nations that may harbor potential connections to Gottfried Bryan, we must decisively employ diplomatic pressure. They must be unequivocally informed that failure to collaborate closely with the world government will result in severe economic sanctions and formidable military repercussions. Simultaneously, we shall actively expand our diplomatic channels, contemplating alliances with other potential powers, engaging in clandestine discussions with certain relatively neutral kingdoms and influential maritime trading conglomerates. We will explore the possibilities of united opposition against Gottfried Bryan. Agreement was reiterated. I would add that, in the current complex circumstances, certain pirates could also serve as instruments for our advantage. After all, the rise of the Neo Navy represents a crisis for them as well. We might consider enticing some of the more powerful and avaricious pirates to serve our interests, thereby bolstering our capacity for resistance. The Justice Martial god Topman Voturi's eyes gleamed with cunning. Agreement was once more expressed. Within a resplendent edifice bordering on opulence, the Celestial Dragons found themselves engulfed in panic. How could this be? How dare anyone conspire against us, the noble progeny of divine creators? The world government must act with utmost urgency to obliterate these detestable rebels without exception. One Celestial Dragon, face flushed with rage, screamed hysterically, the piercing tone seemingly capable of shattering eardrums. In contrast, another Celestial Dragon turned pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably, and exclaimed in a state of sheer panic, "What shall we do about our safety? Will those base slaves seize this opportunity to revolt? Quickly, summon our guards." Meanwhile, the once indifferent slaves, resembling mere automatons, now harbored a flicker of ineffable meaning in their eyes. Perhaps it was a glimmer of long-hidden hope, or perhaps an anticipation of the impending transformation of their future. In Wano country, Kaido and Big Mom were seated at a vast dining table, resembling a miniature battlefield, laden with towering heaps of delectable cuisine. They indulged with unrestrained delight, their eyes captivated by the spectacle unfolding in the heavens above. Kaido guzzled a generous mouthful of liquor, which trickled down the corners of his mouth, dampening the fabric of his shirt. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, the sound reverberating so powerfully that dust fell from the ceiling. This world is becoming ever more intriguing. Let these so-called champions of justice and the Navy engage in a deadly struggle. Once they are mutually weakened, the world shall naturally fall into the hands of us pirates. The imposing figure of Big Mom joined in with a boisterous laugh, resonating like a great bell. Ma 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 ma. Let them shoulder the pressure from the world government on our behalf. At that moment, we shall reap the benefits and claim this vast sea as our own. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat like a towering mountain in his enormous chair, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness. Whatever the Neo Navy is, should they dare to encroach upon my territory or harm my family, I will not stand idly by. His voice was deep and powerful, echoing like thunder within the cabin. However, the world government's rule has indeed fostered long-standing grievances among many, and this may merely be the beginning. The future situation appears increasingly enigmatic. And a slight furrow creased Whitebeard's brow, worry flickering in his eyes. Standing beside him, Blackbeard wore a smirk, his eyes glinting with cunning as he silently chuckled. Heh, the more chaotic the world becomes, the greater the opportunities for me. Perhaps I can seize the coveted treasures amidst the conflict between this Neo Navy and the world government, and then the entire world will be under my control. Yet, his expression swiftly transformed into one of feigned innocence as he asked, "Father, Is this ultimately a good or bad thing for us? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his voice brimming with confidence. Foolish son, what bad could possibly happen? I am Whitebeard. Gula-la-la. His laughter was filled with assurance and grandeur, as though all the world's turmoil were inconsequential. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Dragon wore a grave expression, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Sabo clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning white from the strain. It is time to bring down those lofty celestial dragons, Chief. Moreover, it is crucial to closely monitor the revealed members of the Neo Navy, seeking points of cooperation that align with our ideals to collectively oppose the world government. No, let the winds blow a while longer. The situation is still unclear. We must not act rashly. We need to await the right opportunity. Chapter 57. The Navy of Facade and Deception at Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. The Admiral and high-ranking officers convened an urgent meeting, the atmosphere within the room tense. Sengoku's cold gaze swept over the assembly as he stated, in the future depicted by this sky, Gottfried Bryan possesses immense potential and poses a significant threat. From this moment forth, a comprehensive investigation into the ideological dynamics within the Navy shall be conducted, with intensified monitoring and education for those exhibiting tendencies of instability. We must avert the recurrence of similar incidents and ensure that the so-called Neo Navy is not allowed to take root. Sengoku, with a complex expression, cast a glance at Zifa and Akiji, inhaling deeply before announcing the decision of the world government. Kazan and Zifa, from this day forth, you are both tasked with safeguarding the Navy headquarters. You are not permitted to leave without prior authorization. This is not a punishment, but rather a measure to maintain the stability and unity of the Navy. Zifa, already stirred by the visions of the future within the heavens, felt an inner yearning to immerse himself in the transformative atmosphere of the Neo Navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a slight smirk of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. What is this? House arrest? Sengoku sighed in exasperation and patiently clarified, it is not house arrest. The current situation is dire, and we must ensure internal stability within the Navy. Should you find it necessary to go out, simply submit a request according to the regulations, and you may proceed upon approval. That is all. Akiji rose silently, turning his back and striding towards the conference room door. Zifa, along with several moderate Navy officers, also departed the meeting room, harboring feelings of discontent. Sengoku surveyed the half-empty conference room, his heart a tumult of emotions, and raised a hand to his forehead, stating, the meeting shall continue. Kazara took a gentle sip of hot tea, the steam rising before him and blurring his vision. He set down his teacup and solemnly remarked, is division truly unavoidable? The Navy represents the belief we have steadfastly upheld for many years. General Crane crossed his arms, his gaze resolute as he responded, once a thought takes root in the human mind, it cannot be easily confined. In this current situation, we can only do our utmost and proceed step by step. Akainu, with a grim expression, sat in silence, his tightly clenched fist trembling slightly. No one could fathom the turmoil within his thoughts. Sengoku cleared his throat, steeling himself, and began to relay the orders from the world government. We must gather comprehensive intelligence on Gottfried Bryan, including his family background, interpersonal relationships, daily movements, combat style, and potential supporters. This task is entrusted to you, Toronto. Ensure that no detail is overlooked and leave no possible lead unexamined. Understood, Admiral Sengoku, Toronto replied, rising with a serious demeanor and saluting. Next, we must focus on internal restructuring and ideological education, given the discontent some in the Navy harbor towards the world government. We need to enhance ideological training, emphasizing the Navy's duties and mission, and promoting the just principles of the world government to stabilize morale. Concurrently, we shall improve the welfare of Navy personnel, fostering their sense of belonging and loyalty. Crane, can you manage this task? General Crane gazed at the ceiling, contemplating in silence before responding slowly, I can only do my best. In this climate of unease, reversing the tide is no simple feat. Sengoku paused before continuing. Utilize the media channels controlled by the Navy to disseminate negative information about Gottfried Bryan, portraying him as a dangerous defector and an enemy of the Navy, in an attempt to sway public opinion and diminish any support or sympathy he may receive. Simultaneously, we must bolster the promotion of the Navy's positive image, showcasing our determination and strength in maintaining world peace and order. That concludes our agenda. Let it be etched in your minds. Each of you must perform your duties without the slightest negligence. Meeting adjourned. In the now desolate conference room, Sengoku sat alone, gazing at the empty seats. his heart heavy with worry and helplessness. He let out a deep sigh, then gradually rose to his feet, dragging his heavy steps as he leisurely exited the conference room. A young naval sailor named Evan recalled the matters concerning Gottfried Bryan that loomed in the sky, as memories of the truths obscured by the world government flooded his mind. A flicker of doubt arose within him. What, indeed, is the justice that the Navy seeks? Evan's inquiry echoed the concerns of sailors worldwide, regardless of their rank. Each pondering this very question. In the Grand Line, in a tranquil fishing village, the fishermen had just concluded a day's toil, gathering by the dock to mend their nets. Upon the appearance of the images in the sky, their movements abruptly ceased, faces etched with astonishment and fear. What is happening in this world? The Navy and pirates have long been at odds, and now a Neo Navy has emerged. How are we, the common folk, to survive? An elderly fisherman, his hair a testament to time, voiced his anxieties, the net slipping helplessly from his grasp. What of this Gottfried Bryan, hero or villain? He has slain the celestial dragons yet stands in opposition to the Navy. A young fisherman, his countenance filled with confusion, gazed with eyes brimming with uncertainty. In a bustling town near the entrance to the Grand Line, citizens gathered in the square, discussing the celestial display above. Street vendors, too anxious to conduct business, found their stalls deserted. I fear this world is on the brink of chaos. Every outing will be fraught with anxiety, for one never knows when calamity may strike. A fruit vendor, her expression frantic, shook her head in despair. Perhaps this is a turning point? The celestial dragons have wielded their power for far too long. If someone can rise to resist them, perhaps our lives will improve. A young man spoke with a glimmer of hope, albeit tinged with uncertainty. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World long plagued by pirates, the residents had grown accustomed to living in fear. Yet, as they beheld the images in the sky, a spark of hope ignited within their eyes. If this Neo Navy can indeed vanquish all evildoers as promised, could salvation be at hand? They might no longer have to live in constant dread. A child clutched his mother's hand tightly, his eyes gleaming with innocent longing. The mother gently stroked his head, whispering, "Let us hope so, my child. These dark days must surely come to an end." In Dressrosa, Doflamingo lounged in his opulent palace, legs crossed, observing the images in the sky with a sardonic smile. These so-called champions of justice are merely vying for power and profit. Having spoken, he lifted his wine glass and took a delicate sip of the red wine. On Egghead Island, Bear gazed upward at the sky, a fleeting and subtle complexity flickering in his eyes. What transformations might the Neo Navy bring to the world? In his mind, memories of former companions and the days spent striving for justice surfaced as he pondered his own stance and mission. Crocodile from Alabasta cast a sinister gaze. Neither the Navy nor the Neo Navy shall impede my quest for the king of the underworld. In the East Blue, deep within an uncharted jungle, Buggy leaped with exuberance, exclaiming, this is becoming ever more thrilling. The Navy is in for a colossal predicament. Chapter 58. Arrival at Water 7 on a floating island high above. Sanji meticulously blended spices while deftly preparing a variety of ingredients. Soon, the grand dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Sanji removed his apron and strode confidently to the door, calling out with enthusiasm, "Everyone, dinner is served." William, engaged in a game of chess with Reiju, instantly brightened, hastily discarding his piece as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, dinner is ready." Reiju, observing William's playful antics, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Her smile radiant like flowers blooming in spring as she softly remarked, "Let us resume our game after the meal." William scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. "After dinner, I'll be ready. We should prepare for disembarkation. As for chess, let us call it a draw this time." Nami emerged from her designated mapping room, making her way towards the kitchen along a familiar path, her voice ringing out, "Zoro, dinner is ready." Meanwhile, Zoro was engaged in rigorous training in the gym. His upper body was bare, the solid contours of his muscles gleaming like steel under the radiant sunlight. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground where they were instantly evaporated by the scorching sun, leaving no trace behind. He gripped the barbell, resembling a small mountain, with both hands, his veins protruding prominently on his arms as he lifted it up and down repeatedly. Upon hearing the words, he gently placed the barbell on the ground, the sound of its impact resonating deeply and powerfully. He picked up the towel from the ground and hastily wiped his face and body before swiftly donning his clothes, walking towards the kitchen alongside Nami. After breakfast, the group gathered in the conference room. William stood up and spoke, We will soon arrive at Water 7. Our primary objective this time is shipbuilding. He paused momentarily and continued. Does anyone have any specific requirements for our new vessel? Zoro scratched his head in confusion and inquired, isn't our flying island quite sufficient? Sanji cast a scornful glance at Zoro, retorting, if we encounter extreme weather, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Nami confidently puffed out her chest and proclaimed, with me around, such situations will never arise. Upon witnessing Nami's adorably confident demeanor, Sanji appeared utterly disarmed, as if his very bones had been extracted. His body contorting like a noodle. His eyes transformed into pink hearts, and he wore an expression of infatuation bordering on foolishness, repeatedly murmuring, Nami-san looks so serious. She is simply enchanting. He even exaggeratedly swallowed, his behavior rather embarrassing. Seeing Sanji's ludicrous display, Reija could only shake her head with a wry smile, saying, Nami-san, my hopeless brother has likely caused you no small amount of trouble. I sincerely apologize. Nami merely waved her hand with a gentle smile, replying, not at all. Sanji-kun is a wonderful man, and his cooking is absolutely delightful. Upon hearing this, Sanji felt as if he had been showered with the most melodious of compliments. Hey, Nami-san thinks I'm a good man. Could this be the legendary romance? Shortly thereafter, he inexplicably produced a bouquet of luscious roses, kneeling on one knee, and with earnest fervor declared, Nami-san, please marry me. Absolutely not. Nami responded without hesitation. Our destination lies just ahead. Let us first proceed to the shipyard to construct a new vessel that aligns with the style and needs of our pirate crew. After that, everyone will have the freedom to act as they please. Oh, the group cheered in unison. William continued. To ensure our enjoyment is not interrupted by those pesky CP agents and the Navy, I have prepared some disguise tools for everyone. Nami, filled with curiosity, could not help but ask, is it makeup? Are we using makeup to alter our appearances? Reija followed suit with a question. Or perhaps something akin to facial masks that can directly change our faces. William's lips curled into a mysterious smile, though he did not immediately respond. He swiftly turned and exited the conference room, shortly thereafter returning with a colossal box slung over his shoulder. With a gentle motion, William placed the box upon the conference table and, under the expectant gaze of the onlookers, slowly opened it. The first layer revealed an array of hats, while the second layer showcased various spectacles. The third layer was neatly arranged with scarves, and the bottom layer contained an assortment of accessories. The crowd gazed at these adornments in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Nami was the first to regain her composure. She furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes as she inquired, William, are you certain these props are truly effective? They appear to be mere decorations. Can they really serve the purpose of disguise? Rest assured, they are absolutely useful, William replied confidently, patting his chest. In an instant, Zoro recalled the time when William had been in the East Blue. Back then, William had merely changed his attire and discarded his iconic hat, and not a single bounty hunter in the East Blue had been able to recognize him. Zoro stepped forward, selecting a pair of glasses, and upon donning them remarked, perhaps they do possess some extraordinary effect. Before long, everyone had chosen their preferred accessories. As they gradually approached Water 7, the unique city began to unveil its full splendor. The crisscrossing canals resembled ribbons of blue satin, dividing the city into numerous islands, with an array of ships of various shapes navigating the waters. Along the banks, distinctive buildings were artfully arranged, their red roofs and white walls shimmering under the sunlight's enchanting glow. The chimes of the clock tower resonated through the air, as if recounting the city's rich history and prosperity to distant visitors. The streets of Water 7 bustled with life, teeming with a vibrant crowd. Soon, they arrived at the shipyard of Iceberg. The structure was grand, with immense docks housing vessels either under construction or undergoing repairs. Workers busily moved about, the sounds of hammers striking and saws cutting weaving together to create a unique industrial symphony. Who are you? What brings you here? A worker approached them, eyeing them warily. William stepped forward with a smile, stating, we wish to find Mr. Iceberg, as we hope he can craft a brand new vessel for us. The worker scrutinized them for a moment before responding, very well, please hold on. In a short while, a tall, resolute man emerged. He was none other than Iceberg himself. His gaze swept across William and the others before finally settling on William. He spoke, I have a general understanding of your intentions, but I am currently occupied with numerous tasks and may not have much time to spare. William replied with a smile, Mr. Iceberg, we are aware that you are the most exceptional shipwright in Water 7. We are willing to wait and will offer generous compensation. Iceberg furrowed his brow slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Very well, but I need to first understand your requirements, as every vessel should be unique and tailored to the owner's style and needs." Thus, the group followed Iceberg into the shipyard's office. Chapter 59. The Deceived Five Elders. A woman clad in a black professional suit, with a golden ponytail and a statuesque figure, entered the office carrying coffee. Upon seeing William and the others, her movements paused momentarily before she discreetly placed the coffee cups on the table before them. "Please, enjoy," Iceberg invited. "This is my secretary, Miss Khalifa. The coffee she brews is top-notch." Khalifa offered a slight bow. "Mayor, I will take my leave now." Khalifa exited the office with a deliberate pace in her high heels. Once outside, her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a grave expression. She moved to a secluded corner, retrieved a transponder snail, and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Khalifa. The William pirates have arrived in Water 7, and they are seeking Iceberg's shipbuilding services." On the other end, Spandam leaped from his seat in excitement, quickly responding, "Do not act recklessly. Closely monitor their every move. It is imperative to keep them under surveillance. I will report to the higher-ups and await further instructions." "Understood, sir." William took a sip of the coffee, finding it quite delightful, and pondered to himself, "It seems the CP9 agent has recognized me, but at this juncture, the world government lacks the capacity to deal with me. Unless the five elders personally intervene, which, according to Kane's estimates, those 5 old men rarely leave the Holy Land. Should they mobilize, it would inadvertently align with Kane's intentions, providing an opportunity to test his capabilities in Mariewa." Finishing his cup of coffee, William elaborated to Iceberg on their specifications for the new ship regarding size, performance, functionality, and design. Iceberg listened attentively while diligently taking notes, occasionally offering professional suggestions. "Based on your requirements, crafting such a vessel will require considerable time and meticulous selection of materials." Iceberg remarked, "No problem. We can remain in Water 7 for a while, awaiting the birth of our new ship." William replied, after exiting the shipyard. He said, "Now we can act freely. If there's anything, contact me via the phone book. I am off for a couple of drinks. Would you care to join me?" He looked at them with a smile. Zoro, the seasoned drinker, readily agreed. "It's the perfect opportunity to sample the local brews of Water 7. I've heard they possess a unique flavor." "Let us go," he added. Sanji then interjected, "I'll catch up with you later. I wish to explore the ingredients and spices of Water 7 that I have yet to encounter." Nami, linking arms with Robin, chimed in, "We ladies are off for a shopping spree." "In that case, let us disperse," William declared. Zoro, William, and Frankie found themselves in a bustling tavern, where the air was thick with the heady scent of alcohol and the mingling sounds of laughter and raucous chatter filled the atmosphere. They found an empty seat and sat down, while William beckoned the proprietor to bring forth several fine bottles of wine. Upon recognizing William, a flicker of surprise crossed the proprietor's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure and promptly fetched the wine. "Have you heard? The Navy has launched a massive manhunt for Gottfried Bryan in the South China Sea," one pirate remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of gossip-laden excitement. "Of course. Who doesn't know about such a significant event?" Another pirate retorted. "A friend of mine is with the Becker Trading Company. He informed me that anyone named Bryan in the South China Sea has hastily changed their name, fearing repercussions," a sailor said, shaking his head as if resigned to the absurdity of the situation. "Is that so?" someone inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. Just ask around in the South China Sea and you'll find out," the sailor confidently replied. "What are the charges?" A drunkard mumbled. "There are over 100. But the most notable is the conspiracy to overthrow the world government. That's a serious accusation. It seems the world government is determined to apprehend him," another person responded, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. "Haha, it appears the world government can no longer remain idle," a pirate chuckled. "Who knows, this world is becoming increasingly chaotic. However, as long as it doesn't interfere with our drinking, it's all good," a drunkard mumbled. Meanwhile, the highest officer of CP9, Spandam, was elated upon receiving the report from Khalifa and Bruno. He eagerly dialed the phone to his father Spandane, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Father! Father! Tremendous news! The William pirates are currently in Water 7. Spandam's excited voice seemed to resonate through the receiver. Upon hearing this, Spandane was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Excellent! Truly, my son. Well done. I shall report this good news to the Gorosei immediately." In the Gorosei's office, Spandane reported with great enthusiasm. The Justice Warlord, Topman Walchuli, initially brightened, but then furrowed his brow and said, "All right, We are aware. You may leave now. Yes, Spandane replied, bowing deeply, nearly parallel to the ground, and then retreated towards the door with an almost comical speed. The agriculture warlord, Shepherd X, remarked, currently, the government's efforts are focused on the South Blue searching for Gottfried Bryan. Still no news? The household registration of the member countries of the world government is in disarray. And the non-member countries are even more chaotic, resembling a tangled mess. Issue a directive urging them to expedite their progress. Agreed, responded the environment warlord, Marcus Mass. He stood up and declared, we cannot allow the William pirates to continue unchecked. Let me take care of this. Marcus Maz is a Zoan-type user with the ability to transform into the mythological creature known as Izanami, depicted in Japanese folklore as a monstrous bird with a human face, bird wings, and a serpent body. Thus, he is among the few in the pirate world possessing the ability to fly. The scientific defense warlord, J. Galugius Satan, shook his head and said, no, the situation has not yet deteriorated to the point where we must intervene personally. Agriculture warlord Shepherd X concurred. If we were to act solely due to the presence of the William pirates, the seas would be in chaos. Those restless individuals would emerge one after another. They would surely believe that our world government is at its wit's end. How then would our authority be upheld? How could our governance remain stable? Indeed, a considerable portion of the Navy is currently acting in defiance of the world government. Although the Revolutionary Army has been relatively quiet for several years, we must not let our guard down. The Knights of God are required to guard the Holy Land. With Akina stationed in the New World and Kazara hunting down Trafalgar D. Water law in the South Sea, Akiji and Zephyr have been placed under house arrest due to dangerous ideologies, while Garp has been dispatched back to his retirement in the East Sea. The world government finds itself in a quandary, unable to muster forces to apprehend the William pirates, much to the chagrin of the five elders. Chapter 60, Buggy, thank you. Piss at this moment, the agricultural martial deity, Shepherd D. Peter Saint, suddenly recalled Moria, whose location is quite close to Water 7. Is it still impossible to establish contact with that fellow? Ever since the revelation of his defeat, he has vanished with his crew from the fearsome three-masted ship. The last sighting by CP was in the land of Wano. Humph, that good-for-nothing must be rummaging through the tombs of formidable foes once again. Strip him of his warlord status and reactivate the bounty on him. Such a person must not be allowed to continue enjoying the privileges of a warlord. Agreed. This scoundrel reaps the benefits of the government, only to vanish without a trace when his assistance is required. We cannot let him slip through our fingers so easily. Moreover, that little brat from the Don Quixote family, relying on his knowledge of certain secrets, has been blatantly ignoring the directives of the world government. Such audacity is intolerable. He even gifted a powerhouse like Pigeon to Kaido. Absurd. What is his true intent? Intelligence from the beast pirates indicates that Pigeon has succumbed to Kaido's tyranny and has now become the fourth calamity of the beast pirates, a most ridiculous turn of events. Humph. What nonsense is this wind disaster? Let them frolic for a few days. Our most pressing task is to swiftly capture Trafalgar D. Water law and resolve this critical threat. Jagor Lucia Satan calmly analyzed, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. Let them have their fun for now. The urgent matter remains Trafalgar D. Water law. Agreed. The other five elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the situation. Bryan had openly challenged the world government, seeking to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. Such an act was nothing short of treasonous, its threat far surpassing that of pirates merely pursuing the title of Pirate King. Moreover, the four-road poneglyphs served as the crucial keys to the final island, Laugh Tale. The most pivotal of these was securely housed in Mariawa, heavily guarded by the world government. In the eyes of the five elders, these pirates could never breach the sanctum's formidable defenses to locate the poneglyph, let alone reach Laugh Tale. Thus, despite feeling somewhat troubled by the emergence of the William pirates, they did not genuinely perceive them as a significant threat. At Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, Kane gazed at the deep purple devil fruit resting in his palm, emanating an enigmatic and enticing aura. This was the notorious dark fruit. With its powers, he could hunt down other devil fruit users, accelerating the enhancement of his own abilities. After all, there was the abyss of the Enyo Navy awaiting his attention. In the East Blue, within a certain cave, Buggy sat with his crew around a roaring bonfire, its flickering flames casting shadows that danced across their faces. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Buggy's mind. Buggy, I have good news for you. What good news? Have you not always been troubled by your inability to swim? I can now use the dark fruit's powers to split the chop fruit. That's fantastic, Buggy exclaimed, leaping up with excitement. The Grand Line was littered with countless sunken ships, undoubtedly hiding immense treasures. If it weren't for that bastard Shanks causing me to lose my swimming ability, I would have already become the richest pirate on these seas. Now, you can safely salvage treasures from the sunken ships in the East Blue. I will handle anyone who might pose a threat to you, ensuring your safety. Just revel in the thrill of treasure hunting. Piss's voice carried a hint of indulgence. Thank you, Piss, Buggy said, tears of gratitude glimmering in his eyes. Soon, he witnessed a dark shadow slowly emerge from his body, resembling a ghost born from the abyss. Buggy's crew stared in wide-eyed shock and fear, as if witnessing the most incredible phenomenon. Two Captain Buggies. With a smug grin, Buggy explained, "This is part of my ability. This fellow is a fragment of me. Impressive, isn't it?" As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips, seemingly reveling in his unique abilities, basking in the adoration of his subordinates. Impressive. Captain Buggy. Long live Captain Buggy. The echoes of their cheers filled the cavern, imbued with reverence and admiration for Buggy, as if he were a deity in their hearts. Omnipotent and invincible. Kane, controlling Buggy, stepped forward and gently removed Buggy's red nose, patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, you can treasure hunt without anyone recognizing you. Buggy, covering his mouth and nose, mumbled indistinctly, "Piss, why are you?" Kane's Buggy smiled and replied, "This is for your safety, after all. Garp is stationed in the East Sea." Buggy nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. He was indeed a greedy coward, unlikely to venture into the Grand Line before he had plundered the sunken treasures of the East Sea. Let him scavenge the wrecks there, while I take care of the troublemaking. The powers of the chop-chop fruit had been squandered by Buggy. It was time for me to showcase his potential. System enhance. As the boasting points swiftly diminished, Buggy's puppet surged in the system's ratings to a terrifying score of 60. Physical strength, 3 types of hockey, devil fruit. Martial arts, none of these were weaknesses. Only with such formidable combat prowess could he inherit the once feared title of Rox D. Buggy. The captain was now in place. The next step was to assemble a formidable crew. Captain of Ship 1, Edward Williams, the second Whitebeard. Captain of Ship 2, Shiki the Golden Lion 2, Schmidt. Captain of Ship 3, Kaido 2, Fenrir. Captain of Ship 4, Big Mom 2, Abigail. Of course, these so-called twos were merely hollow facades. Their actual combat prowess even inferior to that of the 7-rated dragon. However, they were meticulously crafted puppets, designed to resemble their youthful counterparts in every detail. As long as they stood alongside Buggy, their imposing presence would lead anyone to perceive them as formidable forces, wholly unaware that they were merely ornamental cushions. Morgan sat at his expansive desk, holding a din-din mushie with an expression of anticipation and curiosity. "Zeph, what monumental news have you captured this time? This is an unprecedented super scoop." Zeph's voice resonated from the din-din mushie. Oh, Morgan's curiosity was piqued. A nature type, absolutely worth its weight in gold. Zeph's voice rose with excitement. "Humph, you've certainly stolen quite a bit of my business. If this does not meet my expectations, do not think you will receive another penny from me in the future," Morgan said, his expression tinged with irritation. After all, in the fiercely competitive world of journalism, every story is his lifeline. Chapter 61. Lox D. Buggy. Is the name Lox D. Buggy truly worth a natural type gem? The resounding voice echoed through the communicator, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves within Morgan's heart. This unexpected bombshell caused Morgan's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Are you suggesting?" Morgan's voice trembled slightly, imbued with a complex mixture of anticipation and trepidation. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, as if he had already begun to grasp the imminent revelation of a profound secret. Yet, he instinctively resisted the urge to accept this astonishing news, as though it were a forbidden truth that could shatter his entire perception of reality upon contact. The voice of Ju grew cold and resolute, akin to that of a serious transaction. Morgan slowly set down the receiver, his hands trembling slightly, betraying the turmoil within his heart. He rose to his feet, his steps somewhat hurried as he made his way towards the safe, each stride seemingly burdened by an overwhelming weight. Upon reaching the safe, he took a deep breath and extended his hand, pausing momentarily in the air before slowly unlocking the mechanism. Retrieving a dark box from within, Morgan's movements appeared somewhat sluggish, as if the box bore the weight of his intricate emotions. As he opened the box, a fruit of the mud variety lay quietly inside, speckled with earth, emanating a mysterious and somewhat somber aura. This fruit was one of 2 precious natural types that Morgan's had painstakingly collected. The mud fruit, a subordinate to the swamp fruit, shared certain similarities, yet possessed vastly different abilities. The wielder of the swamp fruit could effortlessly absorb all items, including living beings, into an endless internal space, much like a true swamp. In contrast, the mud fruit seemed relatively feeble, granting only the ability to manipulate mud. In terms of enhancing combat prowess, it paled in comparison to many ordinary Zoan and Paramecia fruits, rendering it somewhat superfluous among the array of formidable abilities. However, in Morgan's heart at that moment, this seemingly trivial natural fruit was perfectly suited for a trade with that fellow, Absolute. Upon glimpsing the photograph emitted by the snail, Morgan's was instantly frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his body quivering slightly. Then, as if roused from his astonishment, he shouted, "Are you certain you are not jesting with me? How can this be possible?" His voice was imbued with doubt and skepticism, while his gaze betrayed an urgent yearning to uncover the truth. He gazed intently at the photograph, his eyes unblinking, striving to uncover a subtle flaw within the seemingly tranquil scene, a hint that could validate his suspicion that this was merely an intricately crafted deception. For he simply could not reconcile the reality of what he beheld. Could it not be some trivial act of disguise? Or perhaps an extraordinary ability akin to that of a shapeshifter? Morgan's continued to probe further. His mind raced, endeavoring to extract a plausible explanation from his vast reservoir of experiences to refute the astonishing scene before him. He replied with deliberate calmness that comes at a different price. If you truly wish to uncover the truth, then be prepared to part with your funds. There was a hint of jest and enigma in his voice, as if he deliberately toyed with Morgan's curiosity, compelling him to grapple with intrigue and hesitation. 1 billion berries. Morgan's clenched his teeth, a grimace of pain flitting across his face. This was no trifling sum, yet his insatiable thirst for the news and unwavering pursuit of the truth ultimately steered him to a resolute decision. Deal. A note of satisfaction laced his voice. The full name of Buggy is Roxty. Buggy, he pronounced slowly, imbuing his words with a solemn and mysterious aura. Once this secret is unveiled, it shall undoubtedly unleash a tempest upon these vast, tumultuous seas. As for the crew, Morgans, you must be familiar with the one known as Edward Weevil, famously dubbed the Second Whitebeard, correct? He continued, his words acting as a key, guiding Morgan step by step to unravel this enigma. Are you referring to the lineage factor technology? Morgans, a veteran of the news industry, well-versed and experienced, inquired. With his keen insight and extensive reservoir of knowledge, he swiftly discerned the meaning of absolute. To his surprise, you are aware of this. It will certainly make it easier for me to explain. A hint of admiration tinged Absolute's voice. That fellow Buggy has recruited an extraordinary scientist. Coupled with the bloodline factor left to him by Rox, he has forged this formidable legion. However, regrettably, my telephone bug has never captured a clear image of that scientist's face, only some indistinct photographs. A note of regret permeated Absolute's tone. These are the only photographs available. As he spoke, Absolute transmitted the images through the telephone bug. Morgan's fixated intently on the photographs in his hands, his eyes wide with anticipation, as if fearing to miss any detail that might conceal crucial information. The images depicted a tall and slender man clad in the typical dust-free suit of a scientist, his attire appearing somewhat eerie against the dim backdrop. He wore a mask that obscured his entire visage, yet his striking golden vertical pupils stood out, exuding an unsettling aura reminiscent of a colossal python. In the second photograph, the man's elongated neck was adorned with a multitude of scales, which shimmered with a chilling luster under the faint light, evoking a sense of dread. The third image revealed a massive white serpent gliding slowly through the depths of the jungle, its enormous form partially concealed amidst the dense foliage, delivering an intense visual impact and profound psychological reverberation. Morgans inhaled deeply and posed his inquiry. Is he a wielder of serpentine abilities? His voice resonated with a hint of tension and anticipation as he endeavored to extract more information about this enigmatic man from Absolute, seeking to satiate his curiosity-filled heart. Indeed, I have yet to ascertain his name. All I know is that the fruit he consumed takes the form of a serpent. There was a note of uncertainty in Absolute's tone. Based on my deductions, it should be the Zoan type, snake fruit, ancient model, white-scaled great serpent form, Absolute added. Extra! Extra! Breaking news! Morgans exclaimed with exuberance, his face alight with excitement, as though he could already envision his newspaper soaring to international acclaim due to this sensational revelation. I can already picture the tumultuous waves of this sea. I must commence my article. Farewell, Absolute. Morgans decisively hung up the phone, his gaze fixed intently on the photograph in his hand. Within moments, he seized a pen and began to fervently inscribe the world-shattering news onto the paper. His eyes shimmered with fervor and concentration, as if the entire world had dwindled to just him in the impending revelation of monumental news. Chapter 62. The name of Rocks resurfaces. The identity of Buggy exposed. As the report pinned by Morgans regarding Buggy and his crew detonated upon the world like a massive cannonball, the entire realm of pirates was instantly ignited, plunging into a tumultuous uproar. In a serene town within the East Blue, the residents led their mundane lives, subsisting through fishing and trade. On this particular day, a merchant vessel docked at the harbor, delivering the latest edition of the World Economic News. A young fisherman held the newspaper aloft, reading aloud for those gathered around him. Upon hearing the name Rocks D. Buggy, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Rocks? Is that not the legendary pirate capable of altering the very colors of the heavens and causing the seas to tremble? How could his name possibly be associated with Buggy? This is utterly astonishing. An elder's eyes widened, his face etched with shock and bewilderment. Who is Rocks? A curious young fisherman inquired, glancing at the elder. After a lengthy pause of contemplation, the elder slowly replied, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Charlotte Lin Lin, Wang Ji, Captain John. These legendary pirates were once subordinates of Rocks. The young fisherman swallowed hard in disbelief, exclaiming, Is this truly the case? The elder gazed skyward, softly uttering, The world is on the brink of chaos. A middle-aged man spoke with concern. Could it be that he intends to inherit Rocks' legacy and unleash another wave of piracy? However, at that moment, no one was inclined to respond. The faces of the crowd were suffused with trepidation for what the future might hold. Deep within the Grand Line, in a pirate stronghold, various pirates of all kinds mingled in a chaotic assembly. They were either boasting about their illustrious exploits or plotting their next audacious heist. A band of pirates sat encircled around a roaring bonfire, voraciously consuming strong spirits. They bellowed tales of their perilous adventures, each recounting harrowing experiences that brushed against death. Laughter and raucous shouts intertwined, creating a cacophony of revelry. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed pirate, brandishing a newspaper, came rushing from a distance like a madman. His voice piercing through the din as he shouted, Big news about Buggy. The previously boisterous scene fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes turning toward the newspaper. Their expressions illuminated by a spectrum of emotions, surprise, curiosity, and avarice. Huh! Who would have thought Buggy harbored such a colossal secret? Exclaimed a towering pirate chief, his laughter echoing through the stronghold. Yet, as his mirth waned, a flicker of subtle wariness glinted in his eyes, reminiscent of a beast in the shadows sensing impending danger, quietly calculating its next move. Let it be. As long as he does not provoke us, we shall continue to relish our carefree existence, remarked a lanky pirate with a grin, though his gaze betrayed a glimmer of greed, as if contemplating the luxuries he might acquire from Buggy's downfall. In his mind, a vivid image emerged, depicting a mountain of treasures surrounded by enchanting beauties. In Mary Geos, that towering edifice of authority, the five elders sat upright upon the throne that symbolized absolute power, the entire space enveloped in a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. Their expressions were ominously dark, reminiscent of a sky beset by an impending storm, thick with clouds that sent shivers down one's spine. How audacious of Buggy to brazenly act under the banner of Rocks, utterly disregarding the law. The agricultural war god, Shepherd X, spoke with an undeniable authority, his voice laced with righteous fury. Immediately send someone to investigate that enigmatic scientist and those so-called successors surrounding Buggy. We must monitor their every move and extinguish them in their cradle before they truly develop. We cannot allow them to pose a threat to our dominion. The scientific defense war god, Jagaruja Satan, coldly declared, his eyes betraying a ruthless intent. The environmental war god, Marcus Mass, slowly shook his head, his expression grave as he remarked, The pressing concern remains Gottfried Bryan. While Buggy's transgressions are significant, the priority lies with Gottfried Bryan. We must not lose sight of the larger picture. The legal war god, Topman Vacheli, added his perspective, his tone infused with indignation and discontent. Morgan must not be allowed to continue his reckless proclamations. Last time, he had the audacity to strike against CP. Such brazen defiance is intolerable. Agreed, the other five elders echoed in unison. Let us eliminate his existence as soon as we have the opportunity. The agricultural war god, Shepherd X, spoke coldly, devoid of hesitation or compassion. We must monitor their every move and crush them in their cradle. The scientific defense war god, Jagaruja Satan, reiterated with icy resolve, his gaze reflecting a merciless intent. The financial war god, Izambaron v. Nejiru picked up the preliminary bounty drafted by the Navy and announced, Captain of the new Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Buggy, bounty increased to 5,039,000,000 berries. New Rocks Pirates, Scientist, name unknown, codename Snake Eye, bounty 3,067,000,000 berries. First Ship Captain, Edward Williams, the Second Whitebeard, bounty 1,554,000,000 berries. Second Ship Captain, Schmidt, the Second Golden Lion, bounty 1,434,000,000 berries. Third Ship Captain, Kaido the Second Finrer, bounty 1,345,000,000 berries. Fourth Ship Captain, Charlotte Abigail, the Second Big Mom, bounty 1,327,000,000 berries. Beast Tamer Machi, bounty 464,000,000 berries. Performing Artist Kabaji, bounty 212,000,000 berries. The Agricultural War God, Shepherd X, with a complex expression, remarked, Buggy, with the dark fruit and the split fruit, is indeed a formidable adversary. Now, with the advent of bloodline factor technology, the notorious Joker Buggy has expanded right under our very noses. Presently, the cumulative bounty on his crew has surpassed a staggering 10 billion berries, a feat that even the legendary Roger pirates never achieved. The financial warlord Izambaron v. Nejiru-san explained, however, due to inflation over the years, if we account for purchasing power, this 10 billion is approximately equivalent to 6 billion from 2 decades ago. The legal warlord Topman Vachli Sant remarked with a complex expression, such trivial wealth is insignificant. Even 100 billion could easily be produced by the government. The real concern is, if Lordum awakens, we. The scientific defense warlord Jagor Lucia Satan, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and declared, we must prioritize the elimination of Gottfried Bryant. If there is no progress within a month, we shall turn our attention to the Joker Buggy. The financial warlord Izambaron v. Nejiru Sant drew the original Demon Slayer, his expression dark and menacing as he stated, to ensure absolute certainty, I shall venture to the South Sea. We must resolve these two matters before Lordum awakens. Agreed, the other 5 elders echoed in unison. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk. His face ashen as he ended a phone call. He turned to the waiting messenger and instructed, notify all involved, the meeting is cancelled. Yes. The messenger saluted and swiftly departed. Sengoku suddenly slammed his fist down heavily onto the desk, the force seeming capable of shattering it, sending a gust of wind that scattered the documents across the surface, causing them to flutter through the air. He seethed inwardly, cursing, is the bloodline of Rocks not worth more than that of a Gottfried Bryan? Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous emotions, he bent down to organize the scattered documents, murmuring to himself, am I truly growing old? Should I retire like that scoundrel Carp? The world has become increasingly incomprehensible. In the new world, aboard the Red Force, Shanks leisurely sat at the bow, relishing the caress of the sea breeze. Upon catching sight of the newspaper, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. That rascal Buggy always manages to conjure up the unexpected. He truly knows how to keep one on their toes. Despite his jovial laughter, a hint of complex emotions for his old friend flickered in Shanks' gaze. Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, quietly smoked his cigarette. His brow slightly furrowed as he looked at Shanks and inquired, Rocks? Is that true? Shanks, this is no jest. Shanks scratched his head, revealing a somewhat naive smile as he replied, well, I honestly don't know. You know I was only 1 year old at the time. Haha, but speaking of Buggy, he too was aboard Captain Rogers' ship at a very young age. Perhaps there is indeed a story we are unaware of. The cook, Lockie, jested, Captain. You truly are a fool. Such matters you could easily consult with Mr. Rayleigh. He might know something. Shanks chuckled. It seems I've become as foolish as Luffy, huh? Truly. Captain, you're such a loser. The crew erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing across the waves. Chapter 63. We are willing to offer our hearts for father. At the Sabaody archipelago, in the bar of Shakey's, Rayleigh sat in a corner, sipping his drink. When he heard Shanks' query, he scratched his head, reminiscing before responding. All we know is that Roger retrieved 2 infants from God Valley, you and Buggy. However, considering Buggy's creation of the second-generation army, it seems likely that is indeed the case. This world is becoming ever more intriguing. Shaki interjected, the former emperor of Amazon Lily, the flame flower granny. was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. According to her, Rocks was quite the philanderer, so it's no surprise he left behind descendants. Rayleigh chuckled. Carp raised Roger's son, and Roger raised Rock's son, such is the camaraderie of men of the sea. Even mortal enemies, in the throes of life and death, can entrust everything to one another. That is the romance of our vast ocean. Shanks nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. After concluding the call, he gazed out at the distant sea, lost in contemplation, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. In the New World, the colossal ship, the Moby Dick, sailed steadily across the tumultuous waters. Upon seeing the newspaper, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates gathered on the spacious deck, engaged in animated discussions. Marco, the captain of the First Division, held the newspaper, his gaze shifting back and forth between the photograph of Whitebeard II and the old man nearby. After much hesitation, he finally approached and inquired, "Father, Morgan's claims in the newspaper that Buggy is the son of Rocks. Did Rocks truly leave a legacy in this world?" Whitebeard pondered for a long while before responding. Captain Rocks harbored ambitions of acquiring all the treasures in the world, but eventually, his aspirations grew to a desire to become the king of the world. This was the very reason for his downfall. The younger pirates, their faces etched with fear, trembled as they questioned, "Father, despite your alliance with Kaido, Big Mom, and numerous other formidable figures, were you still defeated by the world government? What manner of terrifying entity is the world government?" Hearing this, Marco dismissively waved his hand, interrupting the young pirates. "Humph, that is simply not the case. You must understand. The Rocks pirates were fundamentally different from our Whitebeard pirates." His gaze betrayed a hint of disdain as he continued, "Within the Rocks pirates, the act of slaying one's own comrades is as commonplace as the rising sun. Such trivial matters hardly warrant mention. The entire crew is rife with betrayal and intrigue, with scarcely anyone genuinely willing to serve Rocks. Yet, we, the Whitebeard pirates, are entirely different." At this juncture, Marco paused momentarily before suddenly adopting a grave demeanor. He raised his right hand high and proclaimed with fervor, "All of us willingly offer our hearts to Father." As his words resonated, the other crew members echoed in unison, raising their arms in fervent agreement. "Indeed, we are prepared to give our hearts for Father, regardless of the arduous path that lies ahead. We shall steadfastly follow Father to the very end of this world." In that instant, their impassioned cries reverberated through the heavens, as though they sought to pierce the very sky. Whitebeard threw back his head and laughed heartily, his booming laughter resonating with an exuberance that seemed capable of shattering the clouds above. "Gururara, what a bunch of foolish sons. I am Whitebeard." He surveyed his sons with a serious expression and declared, "Is there a father in this world who demands his sons to give their hearts?" Rising to his feet, he struck his iconic pose. His right arm bulged with muscular might, enveloped in a white glow emblematic of the tremor fruit. "Ha!" As Whitebeard delivered a mighty punch, the crowd heard the sound of air being violently shattered. Crack! Some newcomers, witnessing Whitebeard's display for the first time, looked up in terror, whispering in disbelief, the sky has been shattered by Father's power." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "I am not old yet. You foolish sons, do not utter such nonsense again." The Second Division captain, Marshal D. Teach, maintained his facade of an affable, harmless individual, scratching his head with a grin. "Father, your prowess remains undiminished." However, Teach privately pondered, it seems Father has indeed aged during his prime. Such a feat would require no build-up of strength. Teach, scratching his head innocently, asked, "Father, the newspapers claim that Edward Williams has perfectly inherited your strength from your prime. Surely, that must be Morgan's exaggeration?" The Fourth Division captain, Sachi, playfully embraced Teach, jesting, "Do you really think such technology could reach that level? It sounds utterly fantastical." Teach chuckled in response, "Well, it appears Morgan's is once again spinning tales. Heh. Yet, within him, a whisper of speculation began to take root. Could it be the bloodline factor? Recently, Don Quixote Doflamingo took action against Vinsmoke Sanji, and it seems this is the reason behind it. Edward Weevil, a creation of technology, possesses such immense power that he could sever Zephyr's arm. I cannot let such a remarkable opportunity slip away. I must devise a plan to seize it." In Wano, within a grand palace, Charlotte Lin sat comfortably at a table laden with exquisite delicacies. With her plump fingers, she grasped a newspaper and upon reading the report, erupted into a harsh, raucous laughter that echoed throughout the palace. The likes of Rocks still have descendants? How intriguing. I wonder what capabilities this Buggy possesses, daring to traverse these seas under the banner of Rocks. Kaido, seated nearby, took a hearty swig of alcohol and retorted, "Didn't T. Roger also leave behind a legacy? I suspect Rox entrusted that red-nosed brat Buggy to Roger. Charlotte Linlin, piqued with curiosity, inquired, Kaido, which red-nosed fellow do you think Buggy's mother is? Kaido, gulping down another drink, replied, Captain Rox was a roguish charmer, just like you. It's not surprising he fell for a woman with a red nose. Mama, you little rascal, I call it generosity, not infidelity. Charlotte Linlin retorted, her jowls quivering with indignation. Charlotte Katakuri then solemnly remarked, Mother, the newspaper states that this impostor has inherited your powers from your youth. Should we take action? Linlin dismissively snorted, what is this about being Rox's heir? He is merely a buffoon. Let him come and challenge me. We shall see if he has the qualifications to stand in these waters. A greedy smile crept across Kaido's face. Rox's treasure? If Buggy possesses anything of value, we cannot afford to overlook it. Linlin. It may elevate our strength to unprecedented heights. Linlin, upon hearing this, also bore a greedy grin. Mama. The lineage factor technology in Buggy's hands, along with the ability to consume multiple devil fruits, has left me unable to savor my delicious desserts. Kaido suggested, Linlin, while Buggy is our rival, currently, his enemies are the same as ours, the world government. We can wait until he and the world government are mutually weakened before we strike, reaping the benefits. Linlin viciously devoured a large piece of cake and mumbled. Then let this little brat frolic for a few more days. However, should he dare provoke me, I will show him no mercy. Chapter 64, Crocus. I must take Laboon to meet Brook. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo reclined upon an opulent chair adorned with velvet and jewels, his face illuminated by that signature sly and playful smile. As he perused the newspaper article regarding Buggy, excitement twinkled in his eyes. Fu, Buggy. You truly are a restless soul. Yet, this chaotic situation is precisely what I anticipated. It is only amidst turmoil that I can uncover greater opportunities to fulfill my ambitions. He was already contemplating how to exploit this information to further his own interests and expand his influence within the shadowy realm. In the Calm Belt, the Empress Boa Hancock sat within her palace, perusing the newspaper in her hands. Upon reading the report about Buggy, a look of disgust crossed her face, as if she had encountered a repulsive insect. This hideous man, should he dare approach Amazon Lily, I shall ensure he understands my formidable power. She felt scornful of Buggy's appearance, while simultaneously fearing that his presence could pose a threat to her nation and her people. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Bartholomew D. Dragon gazed at the newspaper report delivered by his intelligence officers, his expression grave, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Sabo clenched his fists, fury flickering in his eyes, and then gritted his teeth. Chief, please give the order. The relentless emergence of pirates is fundamentally due to the oppression of the populace by the world government. Many are not inherently malevolent. They turn to piracy only when left with no other options. I have heard too many cries from the people, Chief. Dragon pondered for a long moment before slowly replying. No, let the winds blow a while longer. Across the globe, whether among the ordinary citizens toiling daily for survival, the pirates gallivanting across the seas in pursuit of dreams and riches, or the Navy tasked with upholding justice and order, all were deeply captivated by Morgan's report. They were either astonished by Buggy's enigmatic origins and rise to prominence, or intrigued by his potential future and strength. Some were wary of the threats he might pose, while others greedily coveted the treasures and powers he might possess, all closely monitoring Buggy's every move. It was akin to awaiting the further developments of a tempest poised to unleash tumultuous waves upon the sea. Each individual silently speculated what transformations and upheavals this storm would bring to the fantastical and adventurous world of pirates. At Twin Cape, the sea breeze carried a salty tang as Crocus stood at the shore, his gaze tinged with surprise and curiosity as he scrutinized Buggy and his eclectic band of companions, unable to suppress a low whistle of admiration. Buggy, you certainly have stirred quite the sensational news. It seems that no one upon these waters is unaware of your name now. Crocus shook his head slightly, yet a smile graced his lips, reflecting both astonishment and a hint of admiration for Buggy's remarkable feats. Buggy tilted his head back and let forth a raucous laugh, the sound echoing along the desolate coastline as if to rattle the very air around him. Mr. Crocus, I shall not be outdone by that pompous Shanks. The man destined to become the Pirate King is none other than I. Haha, you two have always been fiercely competitive since childhood, and even after all these years, little has changed. Yet, therein lies your endearing charm, Crocus reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes as he envisioned the mischievous youngsters aboard Roger's ship. Curiously, Crocus inquired, with so many ships and sailors, you haven't possibly gathered all the pirates of the East Blue under your command, have you? Haha, something like that, Mr. Crocus. Buggy seized a nearby bottle of liquor, took a hearty swig, allowing the alcohol to trickle down the side of his mouth, which he carelessly wiped away with his sleeve before continuing. Mr. Crocus, I know you have long been concerned about the whereabouts of the Rumbar pirates, and I have news to share. Buggy's expression grew serious, shedding his usual nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Crocus, whose face had been adorned with a smile, suddenly flashed with surprise, stepping forward eagerly to ask, Really? Buggy, you're not jesting with this old man, are you? His voice trembled slightly, his hands unconsciously clenched, revealing the turmoil within him. Buggy nodded solemnly, his expression grave as he stated, I have learned of the circumstances surrounding the Lumba pirate crew through that remarkably powerful individual. He paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, for the forthcoming news might weigh heavily upon Crocus. Crocus fixed his gaze intently on Buggy, his eyes unblinking, as if fearful of missing a single word. When Buggy announced that the Rumbar pirates had perished due to a certain illness, Crocus's body jolted, and the smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by an expression of profound sorrow and despair. However, Buggy swiftly shifted his tone and raised his voice, revealing that one person had survived. His name was Brook. He had consumed the Yomi Yomi Nomi, which granted him resurrection. Crocus's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and hope, his voice trembling with excitement. Where is he? Buggy, please tell me. His body trembled slightly, and his breath grew rapid as he awaited Buggy's response. The terrifying three-masted ship. Buggy replied succinctly, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. However, Mr. Crocus, Brook's shadow has been seized by Moria. He cannot depart from that sea. Crocus abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes betraying a resolute determination. He grasped the sharp harpoon at hand and gave his neck a vigorous shake, producing a series of cracking sounds that seemed to proclaim to the world that his old bones had not yet succumbed to complete decay and still possessed the vigor for battle. These old bones remain resilient, he declared. I shall seek him out immediately, come what may. I must bring Brook back and ensure he does not suffer alone in that place. Observing this, Buggy swiftly reached out to pull Crocus back down, urging him to sit once more on the ground. That mediocre fellow Moria is certainly no match for you, Mr. Crocus, he counseled. Buggy straightened his posture, his expression turning grave as he remarked, that rascal mentioned that Moria vanished from sight in an instant. Crocus's countenance also grew serious, after a moment of contemplation. He spoke slowly. Could it be the power of the shadow fruit, or perhaps an unknown ability? His eyes betrayed a hint of vigilance, and he began to contemplate a strategy. It was hard to say. After all, that fellow had managed to escape from Kaido's clutches. Buggy responded affirmatively, then drained the remaining contents of the bottle in one go, slamming the empty vessel down onto the ground with conviction. Moria has been disqualified from the Seven Warlords. No one knows where he is hiding. However, it is certain that he is still alive. Crocus pondered silently for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, his mirth tinged with a sense of resignation and openness. It's all right. I can assist Labu in relocating. We shall reside on the Thriller bark and first seek out Brook. Moreover, I believe Moria will eventually show himself, and at that time, I shall reclaim Brook's shadow. Crocus's eyes radiated unwavering determination, as if he had already resolved his course of action. Chapter 65, Crocus. Rayleigh, I wish to trouble you with a matter. Buggy nodded in agreement. Indeed. Moria will certainly make an appearance. Mr. Crocus, do you require my assistance? My crew can be quite useful in critical moments. Buggy glanced back at his jovial companions, eager to offer help to Crocus. Crocus shook his head, a look of contentment gracing his features. Buggy, our time as old-timers has passed. The world now belongs to your generation. Crocus's gaze was filled with anticipation and trust in Buggy, as if he could envision Buggy's future brilliance. Buggy left his transponder snail behind, rising to pat Crocus on the shoulder. Then, Mr. Crocus, we shall take our leave. If you need anything, do reach out via the transponder snail. I will check the newspapers daily. Good luck, Buggy. With that, Buggy and his companions turned and made their way toward their pirate ship. Crocus looked at the jubilant Labu, exclaiming helplessly, Labu, the Grand Line is home to countless sea kings, some of which are far larger than you. If anything were to happen to you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Let us wait a few more days. I will call for some assistants to join us. Crocus produced the transponder snail and deftly dialed the number, connecting the call. Rayleigh, I wish to trouble you with a matter. The New Rocks pirates' fleet sailed majestically across the ocean, the vessels all seized by Buggy from the East Blue. Hence, their designs varied greatly, appearing somewhat disordered. Yet they exuded a unique and formidable presence. Their ambition is to ascend the inverted mountain and venture into the Grand Line. This magnificent scene was sharply captured by Morgan's, who circled at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he foresaw the birth of a world-shattering headline. Soon, a newspaper titled "The New Rocks Pirates Charge Towards the Grand Line" was freshly printed, instantly causing a sensation across the globe. People eagerly discussed Buggy's new developments, speculating on the tumult he might unleash in the Grand Line. Buggy's destination for this journey is Alabasta. He had long harbored intentions. Crocodile's Baroque studio boasted no fewer than 8 capable individuals. In Buggy's eyes, these individuals were mere insignificant players, perfectly suited for him to gather devil fruits and augment his own power. Should the sand crocodile be wise, he might offer Buggy the position of captain of the 5th ship. Otherwise, he would eliminate him and seize his sand fruit. Moreover, he needed to keep Nico Robin close. For although history is but a canvas easily manipulated, having an archaeologist of her caliber as a supporter would undoubtedly enhance his credibility. In Alabasta, amidst a rain banquet, Crocodile spoke gravely. "Is the intelligence accurate, Miss All Sunday?" Robin, on the other end of the line, responded with a wry smile. "It is news from Miss Monday, stationed at Whiskey Peak. Many have witnessed Buggy's fleet. It is said to be vast and seemingly endless." Crocodile pondered this for a considerable time before slowly replying, "Ah, I see." He gazed into the boundless desert ahead, contemplating, is this aimed at me, or is it merely a passing occurrence? Based on the clues he possessed, the historical text detailing the whereabouts of the Pluto must indeed lie within Alabasta. Furthermore, the desert was his domain. Should Buggy harbor designs against him, they would engage in a confrontation where the victor remained uncertain. In the Grand Line, within a bustling casino on a vibrant island, voices clamored and smoke swirled. A middle-aged gentleman clad in a sharply tailored suit was surrounded by a group of gamblers at the table, his face flushed as he exuberantly shouted, "Big, big, big." His eyes brimmed with anticipation and excitement, as though he could already envision himself amassing a fortune in chips. The dealer wore a faint smile, skillfully lifting the dice cup, and announced, "What a pity, 123, 6 points, small." A collective sigh erupted from the surrounding gamblers. Some despondently pounded the table, while others shook their heads in resignation. Alas, another small outcome. The middle-aged gentleman furrowed his brow, gazing at the pitifully few chips before him, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction swell within. The dealer raised the dice cup once more, shaking it vigorously, and proclaimed loudly, "Bets are closed." This time, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and pushed all his chips into the circle marked for large, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I shall bet on large. This time, I must prevail." However, fate seemed to turn a blind eye to him, as the dealer unveiled the dice again. 224, 8 points, small. The middle-aged man deflated like a punctured balloon, losing everything in an instant. He helplessly leaned on his cane, reluctantly departing from the gambling table, muttering incessantly, "Today, my luck is truly abysmal." A young man, sharing a similar fate, approached him, lamenting, "Sir, have you lost everything just like me?" Winning money in this casino is no easy feat. The young man, with a dejected expression, gazed at his empty wallet, filled with regret. "Haha. Today is simply not my day." The middle-aged man chuckled, attempting to mask his own disappointment. "By the way, you're clearly not blind. Why are you using a cane?" "Sir?" The young man curiously observed the cane in the middle-aged man's hand, puzzled. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then slightly unsheathed a blade before returning it to its scabbard, explaining, "This is a weapon I prepared for self-defense. The world is far from peaceful. Having a weapon nearby offers a sense of security." "Oh, I see." The young man nodded, seemingly convinced by the middle-aged man's explanation. "By the way, you bear a slight resemblance to that Tengu from the Neo Navy, although he is blind, and you aren't wearing a purple kimono," the young man casually remarked, his eyes reflecting curiosity. "Haha, there are many who resemble one another in this world. I am also troubled by this matter," the middle-aged man responded with a smile, though a flicker of surprise stirred within him, as he hadn't anticipated someone mentioning his identity here. "Indeed, my cousin no longer dares to utter the name Brian." Fearing repercussions, the young man sighed, a hint of concern crossing his features. Chapter 66. The Tengu's smile. "Oh, could you enlighten me on this matter, young man?" The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with interest as he feigned nonchalance, eager to extract more information from the young man. "I'm from the South Sea and an employee of the Dada Chamber of Commerce." "You must promise me, sir, Not to disclose this to anyone, the young man said. Casting wary glances around before whispering, the world government is aggressively capturing anyone who might be connected to Admiral Gottfried Bryan of the NEO Navy. Is that so? The middle-aged man feigned astonishment, though he had already begun to form suspicions. Certainly, the young man nodded, continuing. Consider this. A person who has lived this long must have relatives, friends, and neighbors, right? However, the issue lies in the fact that there has been no news of Gottfried Bryan. His birthplace, relationships, and upbringing remain a complete void, with only a name. Thus, the world government suspects that someone is deliberately concealing his whereabouts, leading to such extreme measures. Oh, so that's how it is. But how can one ascertain this? Inquired the middle-aged man, his eyes revealing a hint of indignation towards the actions of the world government. Better to wrongly condemn 1,000 than to let one slip away. The young man could only shake his head in resignation, a flicker of fear crossing his visage. Anyone even remotely associated with the name Bryan could potentially be apprehended. My cousin has been investigated several times, leaving him too frightened to venture outside. The middle-aged man halted in his tracks, the smile on his face vanishing, replaced by a serious demeanor. Is it truly the case? His voice was deep and solemn, with a flicker of fury in his eyes, and a profound anger towards the atrocities committed by the world government simmered within him. The young man was taken aback by the elder's imposing demeanor and retorted, somewhat irately. Many people from the South China Sea are aware of this matter. Humph, believe it or not. With that, the young man turned and walked away, leaving the middle-aged man standing alone in place. After lingering for a considerable time, the elder murmured to himself, "It appears that I must journey to the South China Sea." His gaze emanated a resolute determination. Were there officials from the government SCP department present? They would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that this gentleman was indeed one of the individuals they had been desperately pursuing, Admiral Fujitora. Clutching his cane firmly, Fujitora seemed to be gathering strength, poised to confront the imminent challenges ahead. His silhouette appeared particularly imposing under the bright lights of the casino. Though clad in an unremarkable suit, he emanated an undeniable air of authority. With a smile, he strode briskly towards his residence. Amidst the clamor and chaos of the casino, a somewhat anxious gambler glanced furtively around, ensuring no one was watching, before hastily exiting the establishment. He ventured into a dimly lit and secluded alley, cautiously retrieving a small phone bug from his pocket. With practiced ease, he dialed the number. The distinctive buzzing of the device resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the surroundings. "Report, sir." The gambler lowered his voice, striving to ensure that his words remained unheard by those nearby. "I have uncovered the whereabouts of the elusive figure known as Ishio." A flicker of excitement and tension danced in his eyes, as if he were both exhilarated by the monumental achievement that lay before him and apprehensive about the potential unforeseen circumstances. "Who is it?" A voice, laced with ignorance and a hint of languor, emanated from the other end of the line, causing the gambler's lips to twitch slightly as he inwardly cursed his inept superior. The agent, suppressing his dissatisfaction, took a deep breath and patiently elucidated to his foolish superior, "It is Admiral Fujitora of the NEO Navy, codenamed One Smile. How could you possibly forget such a significant figure? He is precisely the target we have been relentlessly pursuing." There was an edge of urgency and exasperation in the agent's tone, as he grappled with the absurdity of having such an unreliable superior. "Really?" The superior's voice still bore skepticism, seemingly unable to fathom that his subordinate could so effortlessly uncover the whereabouts of this enigmatic admiral. "Absolutely." The agent raised his voice, his conviction intensifying. "I saw him with my own eyes, and I can unmistakably identify that blade. It is the Supreme Blade, the infamous Black Line of the 12th Division. The signature weapon of Fujitora One Smile." A glimmer of confidence shone in the agent's gaze as he firmly believed in his assessment. "Splendid." The superior's voice finally revealed a tinge of excitement, as if envisioning the promotion and accolades that awaited him due to this impending triumph. "You must find a way to keep up with him. Do not let him escape. I shall report to the elders immediately. This time we shall achieve a monumental success." The superior's voice brimmed with pride and avarice. After hanging up the phone, the agent adjusted his collar and cautiously emerged from the shadows, his gaze scanning the crowd in search of Fujitora's figure. He carefully rubbed his eyes and discovered, to his astonishment, that there was no sign of Fujihara among the crowd. It is worth noting that Fujihara stands at an imposing height of 270 centimeters, making him exceptionally conspicuous in a throng of people. How could this be? Just moments ago, he was right there. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression looming behind him, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. He swallowed hard, the sound resonating with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the atmosphere. He slowly turned his head, each movement appearing excruciatingly arduous. When he finally discerned the imposing figure behind him, the color drained from his face, and his lips quivered as he incredulously uttered the name of the newcomer, Ishiao. His voice was faint, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. The agent, struck with terror, stammered incoherently. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Ishiao swiftly struck, delivering a precise blow to the agent's neck. The agent's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, soon devoid of breath. Ishiao glanced down at the fallen agent, contemplating silently. It seems I must leave this island promptly. I cannot allow the innocent residents here to suffer because of me. With this resolve, a glimmer of determination shone in Ishiao's gaze as he hastened into a nearby alley, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Shortly thereafter, having donned a disguise, Ishiao successfully blended in with a merchant ship poised to set sail as it gradually departed the port. Only the world government agent remained, lying cold on the ground, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 67. I am the Supreme Commander of CP9. Within the hallowed halls of the Five Elders' office, an atmosphere of solemnity pervaded, instilling an invisible pressure. Spandane, like a humble servant, hurriedly reported the situation to the Five Elders. The Justice God, Topman Vachali, spoke with an impassive expression. Very well, we are aware. You may leave. Understood, Spandane replied, bowing deeply, his face adorned with obsequious smiles. Before retreating towards the door with an almost comical haste, the agriculture god, Shepherd Ten Pit, interjected. The closest to Ishiao is CP9, stationed in Water 7. The environment god, Marcus Maz, continued without raising his gaze. Rob Lucci and his team, I presume? Indeed, Shepherd Ten Pit nodded. The science defense god, J. Galugia Satan, shook his head, his expression grave. With Ishiao's level of combat prowess, without the intervention of CP0 or an admiral, we stand no chance. We must not underestimate this adversary. The consequences could be dire. A glimmer of concern flickered in his gaze, acutely aware that the formidable prowess of Ishiao posed a significant threat to the world government. The agricultural martial god, Shepherd Siapit, concurred. Indeed, Ishiao's combat capabilities are more than sufficient to qualify for the rank of admiral within the current navy. We must exercise utmost caution and cannot afford the slightest negligence. He emphasized the gravity of the situation. The environmental warrior, Marcus Matz, proposed. Let Rob Lucci and his team take action. There is no need for capture. We merely need to keep them in sight from a distance. Once we are able to free up our hands, we can then proceed with the apprehension. This way, we can monitor Ishiao's movements while minimizing unnecessary losses. A glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his gaze. The agricultural martial god, Shepherd Ten Pite Saint, concurred, stating that Rob Lucci and his compatriots are the most elite agents of CP9. For them, the prospect of failure in mere remote surveillance is non-existent. I am in agreement with this proposal, he asserted. Agreed. Agreed. Shepherd Ten Pite Saint further remarked that the vessels of the William Pirates would require at least another fortnight for their construction, during which time the agents of CP8 should monitor their activities. Indeed, even if the William Pirates depart, they will undoubtedly return for their new ship. The agents of CP8 merely need to keep a vigilant watch over the shipyard. This sentiment was echoed by the other Five Elders, who unanimously supported the proposal. Upon receiving his father's directive, Spandam nodded repeatedly like a metronome, fervently declaring his commitment to keep a close eye on Ichiji, ensuring that he would not slip away from his watchful gaze. After concluding the call, Spandam summoned Rob Lucci and his associates, a self-satisfied arrogance illuminating his countenance as he spoke. Rob Lucci, seize all current tasks at once. The world government has a new mission for you, one of paramount importance concerning global safety. You must devote yourselves entirely to this endeavor. His voice carried an undeniable tone of authority. Karifa adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and, with a hint of exasperation, explained to her incompetent superior, Sir, based on the clues at our disposal, it is most likely that Tom's two apprentices, Iceberg and Frankie, possess vital information regarding the blueprints of Pluto. We have invested considerable time and effort into this matter. Abandoning it now would render our previous endeavors futile. A flicker of anxiety and reluctance shone in her eyes, unwilling to forfeit the lead she had diligently pursued. Bruno interjected from the side. From the information we have gathered, it is evident that Frankie is indeed Carter Flam. Frankie has not departed from Water 7. He has established the Frankie family there, specializing in ship dismantling while also engaging in bounty hunting. We are nearing the truth and cannot afford to relent at this juncture. His voice carried a hint of determination as he endeavored to persuade Spandam to reconsider. Rob Lucci stepped forward, exuding an aura of icy intensity, and coldly remarked, "Do you wish to render our years of effort futile?" A flicker of anger and discontent shone in his eyes as he expressed profound dissatisfaction with Spandam's decision. Deeming it exceedingly foolish, Kaku stepped forward to alleviate the tense atmosphere, adding, "Chief, the William Pirates are currently in Water 7, and we are severely understaffed. Could we possibly reassign agents from other departments to undertake this mission?" Initially, Spandam was rendered speechless by the imposing presence of Rob Lucci, his arrogance vanishing in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. Subsequently, in a bid to mask his fear, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to carry out my duties? I am the Supreme Commander of CP9. You are to obey my orders unconditionally. Do not presume yourselves to be of any significance. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying my commands?" His voice was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of an enraged mad dog desperately howling. The relatively mild-tempered Kaku promptly clarified, "That is not what Lucy meant. Lucy implies that we should at least retain a portion of our personnel. Khalifa is currently the Secretary of the Ice Mountain, a position she has painstakingly earned. To abandon it recklessly would indeed be a tremendous loss." His gaze revealed a hint of helplessness and compromise, as he sought to find a balance between Lucci and Spandam. "Do you wish to defy orders? To oppose the world government?" Spandam unsheathed his sword, brandishing it with fervor. His voice rising in a cacophony of rage, his facial muscles contorted in a grotesque display of anger. Rob Lucci clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain. His eyes ablaze with the fire of indignation. Yet, he soon relaxed his grip, inhaling deeply before coldly inquiring, "What is the new assignment?" His voice bore a hint of resignation and concession. Though his heart brimmed with discontent, he understood that the repercussions of defying orders were beyond his capacity to endure. Spandam let out a derisive snort, a smirk of triumph gracing his features as he declared, "Your task is to monitor the one Navy Admiral, codenamed Fujitora. This mission has been personally mandated by the 5 elders, and should you dare to falter, brace yourselves for the retribution of the world government." His voice was laced with menace, attempting to convey to Rob Lucci and others the gravity of the situation. Rob Lucci remained silent, turning to depart with his companions. His gaze revealed a flicker of determination and resolve. Having accepted the task, he would devote himself entirely, regardless of his inner reluctance. Chapter 68, A Bountiful Harvest. 5 Devil Fruits. Although Spandam was a fool, his father Spandane had imparted to him the art of leadership, and he understood the principle of balancing discipline with reward. Thus, Spandam proclaimed loudly, "Wait." He bent down, retrieved 2 devil fruits from the drawer, and placed them on the table, wearing an expression of magnanimity. "Khalifa and Kaku, since you are not devil fruit users, consider these 2 fruits a reward for your years of service. Choose one each and consume it. This is a rare opportunity that will elevate your strength and enable you to contribute even more significantly to the world government." His voice was laced with a hint of temptation, attempting to win over Khalifa and Kaku with the promise of the devil fruit. Kaku and Khalifa exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a flicker of surprise and hesitation. Ultimately, under Spandam's watchful gaze, each of them took a fruit and consumed it. "How does it feel? What powers do you possess?" Spandam inquired with curiosity. As Kaku felt an exhilarating surge of power within him, a broad smile illuminated his face as he proclaimed, "Zoan type. Bull fruit, giraffe form. I can sense an immense strength coursing through my body. It is truly extraordinary." His voice carried a hint of excitement and pride, as he felt immense satisfaction with the abilities he had acquired. Khalifa, somewhat disappointed, remarked, "Superhuman type, bubble fruit." Her tone reflected a sense of disillusionment regarding her own abilities. Spandam encouraged them, saying, "As long as you remain wholeheartedly loyal to me, and of course, to the world government, the benefits that await you will be plentiful." He continued, "Now, proceed to the mission office to collect the detailed intelligence. We shall embark tonight. Do not let me down, for you are well aware of the consequences should you fail. Furthermore, the matters concerning the Dark King and the William Pirates will be managed by CP8. I shall not permit them to usurp the credit that rightfully belongs to us, CP9. His voice carried a subtle blend of menace and temptation, cunningly intertwining himself with Rob Lucci and the others. Upon witnessing Spandam's capitulation, Rob Lucci and his companions responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." They then turned to depart from Spandam's office, preparing to undertake their new assignment. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Kane fixated intently on the system interface before him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Gate fruit, a spatial-type devil fruit, had been utterly squandered by Bruno. Why not simply remain as an undercover agent in Water 7? Instead, he chose to court disaster, and even Fujitora dared to meddle, completely derailing my plans. It seems I must allow Crocodile to enjoy his freedom for a few more days. If Bruno were to be killed by Fujitora, and the fruit were to reincarnate, I would incur further losses, Kane lamented with a pained expression. System. Teleport the avatar codenamed Buggy to Water 7. Just as Rob Lucci and the others finished packing their belongings and boarded the small vessel, Bruno, poised to unfurl the sail and set sail, suddenly froze in place, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Bruno, what's wrong? Kaku, stepping onto the ship, immediately sensed Bruno's unusual demeanor, a wave of foreboding washing over him. He followed Bruno's gaze, and his expression instantly turned grave as he solemnly uttered the name of the approaching figure, Rox D. Zebek. At that moment, a rush of wind swept through, and a shadow darted towards Zebek with remarkable speed. It was the leopard-shaped Lucci. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Lucci's eyes as he secretly reveled in his success. I've got him. He was brimming with confidence in his speed and strength, convinced that even if this strike did not defeat Buggy, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage upon him. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, and a massive splash erupted, reminiscent of a bomb detonating upon the water's surface. Witnessing this scene unfold before them, Kaku, Khalifa, and others could hardly contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, Nanny. Their eyes widened in astonishment, their faces etched with shock and fear. The owl, visibly shaken, exclaimed, how is it possible that Rob Lucci, possessing a power level of 4,000, was defeated in a single blow? The tremor in the owl's voice revealed an inability to accept the unfolding events. Gabra, without a glance back, began to flee, urging his companions, everyone, scatter. Before he could finish his warning, several of them collapsed to the ground as if their very souls had been extracted. Buggy dragged the fallen into the cabin, intent on seizing the devil fruit. Meanwhile, William's figure stealthily emerged at the harbor, plunging into the sea to retrieve Rob Lucci. Though the cat fruit, leopard form, may not rival the ancient and mythical varieties, it certainly ranks among the finest of the ordinary Zoan fruits. With Rob Lucci in tow, William entered the cabin, exchanging a knowing smile with Buggy, both declaring in unison, today, fortune favors us. With a dagger, Buggy ended Bruno's life, a thick plume of black smoke emanating from him. As the smoke dissipated, Buggy scrutinized the paramecia-type door fruit in his hand and remarked, the user of this fruit can create a door on any object, granting access to a parallel dimension. Even intangible entities, flames, and air can be transformed into a portal. William, fixated on the fruit, added, we are merely avatars. I have seen the Pirate King. You need not explain. Moreover, this fruit's abilities are reminiscent of Uchiha Obito's Kamui. If one cannot win, one can simply retreat into another dimension, rivaling even the natural and mythical types in its prowess. It is truly a supreme ability. Buggy continues to strip away the powers of the devil fruits. Rob Lucci's cat fruit in leopard form, Kaku's ox fruit in giraffe form, Gabra's dog fruit in wolf form, and Khalifa's paramecia-type bubble fruit, altogether amounting to 5 devil fruits. Kane gazes intently at the devil fruits before him, deciding to absorb the giraffe form. As for the bubble fruit, Kane perceives considerable untapped potential within it. The world's largest red mangrove, the Alkaman mangrove, has its roots persistently exposed above the water's surface, giving rise to the Shabandi archipelago. The roots of the Alkaman mangrove secrete a unique natural resin through respiration, which expands in the air to form bubbles. These bubbles can withstand the immense pressure of 10,000 meters underwater without bursting, and they can even carry individuals soaring into the sky. As for the wolf and leopard forms, selling them to Teacher Kai would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Kane, of course, has no interest in worthless scraps like Bailey. Sea prism stone is a prized specialty of Wano country, and its value is exceedingly high. Kane communicates through the system to send the puppet codenamed Buggy back to Alabasta. Chapter 69, The Hero Crocodile. We revere you, O Tooth of the Sea. Beneath the blazing sun, Buggy's grand fleet resembles a dark cloud, slowly advancing towards the shores of Alabasta. Buggy stands at the bow of the ship, his iconic red nose particularly striking in the sunlight, while his captain's cloak billows in the wind. With his hands firmly placed on his hips, he gazed out at the boundless expanse of the desert kingdom before him, an enigmatic glimmer dancing in his eyes. My comrades, we have arrived. This is Alabasta. and today we shall make it known to its inhabitants who truly reign supreme over these waters," barked Buggy, his voice resonating across the desolate sea, startling a flock of seabirds into flight, enveloped in an aura of formidable authority, as if announcing his arrival to the realm. The crew, instantly ignited with fervor, responded with a cacophony of boisterous shouts, their voices crashing like tumultuous waves, seemingly intent on engulfing the very shoreline. Whitebeard, too, Edward Williams, hefted his massive Japanese naginata, striding with heavy steps towards the bow of the ship. His towering and robust physique resembled a small mountain, muscles taut as if poised to unleash astonishing strength at any moment. "Ha ha, I can hardly contain my eagerness to see that crocodile brought to his knees, begging for mercy." Edward Williams erupted in a thunderous laugh, his voice resonating like a tempest, causing the sails to tremble slightly. Standing at the edge of the ship, Gold Lion 2 Schmidt surveyed the surroundings with a keen and composed gaze. His golden locks danced in the wind, imparting an air of untamed charisma. Kaido 2 Finner crouched upon the deck, his eyes flickering with a crimson glow, reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Seizing the massive wolf Fong club from the ground, his fur bristling, exuding a feral power that sent shivers down one's spine. Big Mom2 Abigail stood at the stern, her gaze cold and indifferent as she clutched a colossal cutlass. As the vessel inched closer to the shore, the scenery along the coastline became increasingly vivid to all. The sandy beach shimmered with golden grains, resembling a mist of gold, while the distant town was shrouded in a dim and muted hue. Occasionally, the mournful cries of camels echoed, accompanied by the frantic shouts of the populace. Once the ship had firmly anchored at the shore, the members of the New Rocks pirates surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, eagerly leaping onto the scorching land. The sand beneath their feet burned like a furnace, yet they remained utterly unconcerned. At that moment, the sun blazed overhead, and the temperature in the desert was alarmingly high, as if the very air had ignited. A gust of hot wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust and rendering visibility hazy. The citizens of Alabasta, upon witnessing this formidable band of pirates land, were instantly overcome with terror. Their faces were etched with terror. Some women clutched their children tightly, turning to flee, their headscarves billowing wildly in the wind. Elderly individuals were paralyzed by fear, mumbling incoherently as despair clouded their murky eyes. Strong young men abandoned their tasks, recklessly rushing deeper into the town, their silhouettes barely discernible amidst the swirling dust, leaving behind a trail of frantic footprints. In an instant, the beach was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust, the cacophony of cries and footsteps intertwining chaotically with the howling wind and the blistering sands, creating a tableau of despair and tumult. "Let us seek that scoundrel crocodile," Buggy boldly declared, striding towards the town, quickly vanishing into the haze. The crew followed closely, their shadows stretching long under the sun, resembling a cadre of emissaries from hell, poised to unleash a tempest upon this land. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, Crocodile held the neck of the steel knife pirate captain with a grip as unyielding as a vice, a cruel and menacing expression plastered on his face as he growled, "Those who destroy this nation meet but one fate, death." As he unleashed the power of the sand fruit, the surrounding sands rose like a swarm of ravenous phantoms, swirling and dancing frantically. The body of Steel Knife withered at a visible rate, ultimately reduced to a grotesque husk. Crocodile disdainfully discarded it onto the ground, revealing a morbid collection of similar fates at his feet, resembling a forest of death. These were members of the Steel Knife pirate crew, whose bounties totaled a staggering 45 million, now perished, mere sacrifices to Crocodile's twisted sense of justice. "Hero, you have once again saved this nation. Long live Lord Crocodile. Hero Crocodile, we revere you." The surrounding populace erupted like fervent devotees, their deafening cheers resonating with adoration and veneration for Crocodile, as if he were a savior descended from the heavens. Crocodile tilted his head slightly, reveling in the accolades and adoration of the crowd, a satisfied smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a breathless boy burst into the throng, panic etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Lord Crocodile! Pirates! Pirates!" Crocodile, embodying the demeanor of a benevolent elder, leisurely unfastened his water flask, bending down with a warm and gentle smile, offering it to the boy as he softly urged, "Child, here, take a sip of water. There's no rush, speak slowly. Is there news of a pirate invasion?" The boy seemed to grasp a lifeline, hurriedly taking the water pouch and gulping down several mouthfuls. After wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he pointed in the direction where Buggy had landed, his voice trembling as he uttered, It's right over there. Crocodile, resembling a caring father. Gently ruffled the boy's hair before standing tall, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. He proclaimed loudly, "Fear not, for I shall protect you all. I will never allow those pirates to harm anyone." The surrounding crowd appeared to have received the most steadfast assurance, erupting into cheers that surged like a tidal wave. Resounding repeatedly, "Hero Crocodile, we believe you will once again safeguard this nation. Hero Crocodile, long live. Hero Crocodile, we revere you." Crocodile invoked the powers of the sand fruit, transforming his body into a whirlwind of golden sand, vanishing in an instant. With his keen observation haki, Buggy distinctly sensed that Crocodile was rapidly approaching him. A mischievous grin suddenly adorned his face, reminiscent of a playful child poised to witness an exquisite prank. He then communicated telepathically with Kane, instructing him to elevate Edward Williams' score to 40 points. Understood. At this moment, Crocodile's score within the system stood at 30 points. However, over the years, he had become akin to a caged beast stripped of its fighting spirit, his strength waning rather than advancing. Presently, possessing a score of 30 was entirely reliant on the sand fruit, which had bestowed upon him a semblance of brilliance. Chapter 70. Edward Williams vs. Crocodile. Edward Williams gripped the massive Naginata firmly, locking onto Crocodile's position. Like a streak of black lightning, he surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Each stride kicked up a cloud of dust, resembling a miniature sandstorm, as if intent on crushing everything that dared to obstruct his path. Meanwhile, Buggy nonchalantly retrieved a petite transponder snail from his pocket, preparing to meticulously document the impending clash. From a distance, Crocodile caught sight of a shadow racing towards him like a bolt of lightning. He slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of disdain and vigilance, and then, as if a delicate feather, he slowly descended from the air. As Crocodile's feet touched the ground, he was about to open his mouth to utter a few harsh words to assert his heroic persona, showcasing his fearlessness and strength. However, in the next moment, he stood frozen in place, his mouth agape. The cigar in his mouth inadvertently slipped from the corner, falling to the ground and stirring up a small cloud of dust. He fixed his gaze intensely upon Edward Williams, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most astonishing sight in the world, murmuring, "Whitebeard." Subsequently, as though emerging from his stupor, a thought crossed his mind, and he snorted derisively, his expression tinged with disdain and fury, exclaiming, "Is this a counterfeit concocted by that clown Buggy? Humph. Let me see just how formidable you truly are." Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Crocodile instantaneously enlarged his arm, transforming it into a crescent-shaped blade of sand, imbued with a razor-sharp edge and an insatiable thirst for blood, ruthlessly cleaving towards Williams. The sand blade sliced through the air like a bolt of golden lightning, seemingly intent on severing all in its path. Observing Williams standing resolutely, unflinching and immobile, Crocodile could not suppress a sense of triumph, musings swirling in his mind. "Humph, a mere impostor, utterly oblivious to my might. You should know that should my sand blade strike, he would be drained of every drop of moisture, reduced to a desiccated mummy at my mercy." Crocodile resembled a victorious general, envisioning the tragic tableau of Williams transformed into a moisture-deprived mummy, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next heartbeat, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Williams, enveloped in an inky black aura of armament, resembled an impenetrable suit of armor as he surged through that seemingly indestructible sand blade. Williams propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Crocodile. He raised the colossal Naginata high above his head, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper brandishing a scythe that symbolizes death, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Crocodile's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, filled with sheer terror. How could this be possible? As he witnessed Williams' Naginata descending upon him like Mount Tai, Crocodile gritted his teeth and, in a desperate gamble, lifted the glinting golden hook, attempting to parry Williams' lethal strike. Crocodile possessed unwavering confidence in his strength, boasting, "Morgans claimed that you have perfectly inherited the power of that old man, Whitebeard. That is merely because Morgans has yet to witness the true extent of that old man's power. Do not mistake me for a feeble weakling." Williams, observing Crocodile's refusal to utilize his elemental transformation to evade and instead opting to contest strength with him, scoffed disdainfully and replied, "Do not regret your demise." With a thunderous roar akin to the collapse of the heavens, Williams' slash was unstoppable, effortlessly severing Crocodile's golden hook as if it were mere tofu. The sharp Naginata followed through mercilessly, cleaving through his entire arm. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the scorching desert. where it was quickly devoured by the sand, leaving only a trail of crimson stains. Ultimately, the heavy naginata crashed onto the desert floor, resembling a meteorite's descent, creating an unfathomably deep crater, while the surrounding sand scattered like startled sheep. As the winds and sands gradually settled, Crocodile stood at a distance. His right hand pressed firmly against the wound of his severed left arm, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the ground, forming small pools of crimson. He clenched his teeth, a visage of anguish and fury etched upon his face, glaring menacingly at Williams. Internally, a tempest raged within him. As he contemplated, not only had he mastered the art of dominance, but his strength was also on par with that of the old man Whitebeard. If I do not tend to my wounds swiftly, I may succumb to blood loss and perish. My ambitions remain unfulfilled. I have yet to claim the title of the Underworld King, and I cannot meet my end here. Fortunately, this is the desert, my domain. As long as I wish to leave, even the clown Buggy cannot hinder me. Crocodile observed Williams charging towards him once more and promptly activated the powers of the sand fruit. His body instantaneously transformed into a swirling cloud of yellow sand, akin to an invisible breeze that concealed itself within the desert, vanishing without a trace, leaving only an expanse of desolate sand, deep within the heart of the desert. Crocodile raced forward, as if being stalked by a ferocious beast, every pore on his body emitting a warning of imminent danger, each bristle standing on end. He hastily halted his movements, resembling a frightened mouse, retreating wildly. At this critical moment, a thunderous crash echoed as William's colossal naginata struck the very spot he had just vacated, akin to a bolt of lightning infused with the essence of death. The immense force unleashed a tempest of sand, surging like tumultuous waves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Cold sweat cascaded down Crocodile's brow. As if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, his heart gripped by terror. Had he been struck by that blow, survival would have been a distant hope. William, embodying the essence of a hunter toying with his prey, flashed a grin that revealed a mouthful of teeth as white as snow, his smile taking on a sinister quality beneath the sun's glare. Ha ha ha, quite the adept dodger, he taunted. No sooner had the words left his lips than he tightened his grip on the naginata, his haki enveloping the weapon like a surging tide, transforming it into a dark dragon, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. With a resounding roar, a colossal sword aura shot forth like a blazing meteor, imbued with the power to annihilate all in its path, targeting Crocodile. Wherever it passed, the sand erupted as though ignited by gunpowder. Crocodile, acutely aware of the danger, wasted no time in activating his abilities, morphing into a cloud of yellow sand that scattered like a flock of startled birds, leaving only a tumultuous haze in its wake. The sword aura ravaged the desert, leaving it unrecognizable, pockmarked, and in utter disarray. Crocodile lowered his gaze to the horrifying wound on his abdomen, blood seeping continuously, staining his garments crimson. He secretly rejoiced, relieved that no vital organs had been harmed. Chapter 71. The Shasha Fruit Acquired. At that moment, Buggy appeared on the battlefield like a phantom, silently emerging. He extended an invitation to Crocodile. Hey, Sand Crocodile, would you like to become my subordinate? Follow me, and you shall witness the birth of the true Pirate King. Crocodile regarded the culprit before him, akin to an enraged lion, glaring fiercely at Buggy, and through gritted teeth, he spat out a few words. Clown Buggy, you wretch. Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Buggy's expression abruptly turned frigid, and he murmured in a chilling tone. If you do not submit, you shall die. Desert Greatsword. Transforming his arm into a blade of sand, Crocodile surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, racing toward Buggy with astonishing speed, the sand blade glinting ominously. Swish. Buggy's body appeared to be effortlessly cleaved by the sharp edge, bisected in an instant. However, there was no trace of elation on Crocodile's face. On the contrary, his brow furrowed tightly, his gaze betraying a hint of confusion and unease. At the moment of contact with the sand blade, Buggy's body voluntarily split into two, rendering Crocodile's attack as ineffective as striking cotton, causing no substantive harm. Sand Crocodile, do you have any final words? Buggy's voice echoed once more, like a chilling wind sweeping through the scorching desert, sending shivers down the spine. What? Crocodile suddenly realized that Williams had seemingly appeared behind him like a specter. Before he could react, Williams descended upon him like a grim reaper wielding a scythe, brandishing a massive sickle with ferocity. Crocodile glanced down at his severed lower half, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding sands crimson. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood that dispersed in the air like shattered dreams. Yet, unexpectedly, a smile of liberation graced his visage. This smile was imbued with self-mockery and a profound resignation to fate. He chuckled, saying, "I am so feeble. Before true strength, I am but an insignificant ant. To die so casually is indeed disheartening. I still have ambitions unfulfilled. I have yet to find the king of the underworld." He laboriously turned his head towards Buggy, only to find him clad in the customary wind and sand protective garb of desert travelers. The fabric billowing gently in the breeze like a solitary banner. The swirling dust obscured his features, leaving only his distinctive red nose, which stood out strikingly in the sunlight. Crocodile squinted, his eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of defiance and reluctance. He yearned to discern the visage of Buggy, as if by clarifying Buggy's features, he could unveil the answers to his own failures. Yet, upon finally perceiving Buggy's countenance, he erupted into laughter, a sound that reverberated through the desolate expanse of the desert. Imbued with a profound sense of melancholy and helplessness, it seemed to narrate the tale of his tumultuous yet regret-laden existence. In Crocodile's mind, it was as if a projector played scenes from his life. At the age of 20, he engaged in a fierce battle with Douglas Barrett of the Roger Pirates. A clash that raged throughout the day, resulting in a stalemate that would etch his name into the annals of history. In those days, he was brimming with youthful exuberance. Akin to a newly risen star, radiant and full of promise, gazing towards the future with boundless aspirations and confidence, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet, awaiting his conquest. However, at the same age, fueled by fervor and pride, he dared to challenge Whitebeard. That encounter, however, turned into a nightmarish ordeal, leaving him utterly defeated. Battered by Whitebeard's overwhelming might, that battle became an indelible source of anguish within him, a deep scar etched into his very soul, marking the beginning of fissures in his self-assurance and casting a shadow over his once illustrious ambition. From that moment forth, his grand aspiration of seeking the One Piece lay buried deep within the recesses of his heart, forgotten. He embarked on a relentless quest to uncover the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton, a pursuit that spanned 2 decades. Throughout these protracted years, he resembled a mere shell of a man, driven by obsession. Crocodile continued to chuckle, stating, I actually perished 20 years ago. From the moment I was defeated by Whitebeard, I lost my true self, merely existing as a lifeless entity, struggling endlessly for an unattainable goal, never pausing to contemplate what I truly desired." Crocodile, akin to a candle nearing its end, summoned his final reserves of strength and shouted, "Hey, you red-nosed fool, by what right do you believe you can find One Piece?" Buggy, with a gleeful grin, responded with words Crocodile would utter 2 years later to Luffy. "So-called weakness is a sin. Dreams are the realm of the strong, and you lack the requisite merit." Haha, you are indeed correct. Crocodile's breath gradually waned. Akin to a leaf gently descending from a tree, he lost his indomitable spirit over the years, only to reclaim it in the final moments of his life. Such is the nature of battles among pirates. The victor takes all, while the vanquished lose everything: wealth, reputation, and even their dreams. After extracting the sand fruit, Buggy addressed his crew, "Listen up, my comrades. Our next destination is Rainbase. It is time for us to collect our spoils." With that, Buggy led the newly formed Rocks pirates toward Crocodile's lair. The news of Crocodile's demise swiftly swept across Alabasta, sending the populace into a frenzy akin to a startled flock of birds engulfed in relentless terror. They began to flee in all directions, transforming the streets into a chaotic uproar, where cries and wails intertwined as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amidst this turmoil and fear, King Cobra of Alabasta stepped forward. He stood tall, yet could not conceal the weariness and hardships etched upon his face. His steadfast gaze fixed upon the panicked crowd before him. He proclaimed with a voice that resonated like a beacon piercing through the darkness, penetrating the clamor of the masses, causing their frantic movements to gradually subside as they turned their eyes toward him. "Let us take up arms to protect this land upon which our very existence depends. This land bears the glory and sweat of our ancestors. How can we so easily relinquish it?" His voice grew increasingly fervent, akin to a blazing flame, striving to rekindle the long-extinguished zeal within the hearts of the people. "Regardless of who our adversaries may be, we must not retreat, for we are the children of Alabastan." His words resonated powerfully, echoing through the air. Yet, the faces of the populace remained etched with fear and confusion, standing frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. Behind him stood Princess Vivi and her guards. Princess Vivi resembled a delicate flower that stands resilient against a tempest, her gaze betraying an unwavering courage and determination. The guards, with their athletic builds and steely expressions, formed an unyielding line, akin to a solid wall of shields, standing vigilant in defense of the king and princess, ever ready to confront the impending storm. The crowd ceased their frantic escape, rooted to the spot as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Chapter 72. I am not a competent king. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the throng, piercing the brief silence like a chilling wind. Enough of your empty rhetoric. A disheveled middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage, pointed accusingly at Cobra, his eyes aflame with indignation. You inept fool. The kingdom of Alabasta has not seen rain in a year. His voice, rendered hoarse by excitement, echoed with fervor. All of this transpires because you have utilized dancing powder to seize the rain that rightfully belongs to us. You pursue your throne without regard for the lives of your subjects. Indeed, this declaration sparked a chorus of agreement among the crowd, as their anger surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing all in its path. Their gazes brimmed with accusations and resentment towards the king, as if Cobra were the very source of their suffering. Princess Vivi, witnessing the turmoil, stepped forward urgently, brandishing a stack of documents. Everyone, listen to me, she implored, her voice quivering with urgency. This is all part of Crocodile's insidious plot. Herein lies evidence of his years of procuring dancing powder. His aim is to plunge our nation into chaos, thereby seizing power for himself. As she spoke, she lifted the documents high, striving to illuminate their contents for the crowd. Yet, a burly man, his face contorted with rage, retorted fiercely, "Stop your deceit. Lord Crocodile is the hero who has safeguarded this land. He drove away the pirates and brought us peace." His gaze was filled with admiration and defense for Crocodile. "I will not permit you to slander him." A chorus of supportive voices erupted from the crowd, their emotions becoming increasingly intricate and fervent, spiraling the situation further into chaos. At that moment, the leader of the rebels, Kusha, arrived with his army. He stands tall and imposing, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. He proclaimed loudly, "Vivi is absolutely right." His voice resounded like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the crowd. "I was once blinded by Crocodile's deceit, but now I have discerned his true nature. He is nothing but a fiend intent on obliterating our nation." As he spoke, he drew forth the long blade from his waist, its edge glimmering with a chilling light under the sun, as if foretelling the impending brutality of battle. The leader of the Kusha. People gazed at Kusha, their eyes brimming with astonishment and uncertainty, unsure of whom to trust. Kubla knelt upon the ground, striking his forehead with great force, the sound akin to a heart shattering, eliciting profound sorrow. He proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, I am not a worthy king." His voice was laden with remorse and regret. "I apologize to everyone. My inadequacy has caused you all suffering." Tears streamed from his eyes, plummeting onto the parched earth, disappearing in an instant. "Today, allow this unworthy king to fight once more for Alabastan." He slowly lifted his head, his gaze imbued with a sense of resoluteness and tragic grandeur. "Flee now, everyone. I shall buy you the time to escape." Kosha resembled a true leader, laughing heartily towards the heavens, his laughter echoing like a valiant war song. "I shall not depart from here. This is Alabastan. It is my homeland. I will fight for this land, for our kin, until the very last moment. Yes, our leader. We shall go nowhere." The soldiers responded in unison, raising their weapons, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and fearlessness, akin to a band of warriors poised to march into battle. A portion of the populace, seemingly ignited by fervor, seized nearby weapons, preparing to embrace the impending conflict. Though their gazes still held a semblance of fear, they were predominantly infused with a profound sense of guardianship for their homeland. Nevertheless, the majority of the populace quietly gathered their belongings, their faces etched with resignation and sorrow. As they departed from this place, with his keen perception, sharpened by the power of observation hockey, Buggy swiftly ascended into the sky. He squinted his eyes, fixating intently on the distant speck that appeared as minuscule as a sesame seed, his gaze revealing a subtle yet piercing brilliance. Silently, he whispered the name of that figure, Nico Robin. Buggy, like a gentle breeze, rushed toward Nico Robin. The officers, led by the Golden Lion, who remained on the shore, were merely a facade, lacking both substance and utility. The crew aboard the ship was even more feeble, most of them captured pirates from the East Blue, resembling frightened mice, devoid of any combat capability. With her enigmatic devil fruit powers, Robin could, if she truly unleashed her potential, undoubtedly leave them in utter disarray, which would surely provide quite the spectacle. Nico Robin is an extraordinarily astute woman, akin to a wise sprite, capable of discerning the intricacies of this chaotic world. While Crocodile has long proclaimed himself the king of the desert, exuding arrogance, Robin has discerned through comparison that he pales in comparison to Aokiji. Thus, she is convinced that Crocodile is no match for Buggy. After all, even Aokiji, in alliance with Carp, failed to capture Buggy. A testament to Buggy's prowess surpassing that of Aokiji. Upon receiving the news that Crocodile chose to confront the clown Buggy directly, Robin swiftly and methodically packed her belongings, preparing to depart from the impending turmoil of Alabasta. In hindsight, this indeed proved to be a remarkably astute decision. Almost divinely inspired, Robin intended to take a small boat she had prepared in advance to leave this place. However, when she arrived at the shore, she was met with an overwhelming sight. The coastline was densely populated with various pirate ships, which loomed like ferocious iron beasts, imposing in their stance. Their masts were adorned with pirate flags that blazed as vividly as flames, emblazoned with the emblem of the New Rocks Pirates, a symbol of chaos and strength. Robin, akin to a calm chess player ensnared in a predicament, contemplated to herself, since venturing out to sea from here is impossible, I must resort to taking the UU to set sail, hoping not to encounter a fierce storm. Otherwise, it would indeed be adding insult to injury. Robin swiftly turned her head and dashed toward the other side. Before long, she appeared like a gentle breeze, quietly arriving at the shore. UU was a colossal tortoise, its massive form resembling a moving hill, and often Robin would traverse the vast ocean upon its back. Hearing Robin's call, UU approached slowly from afar, its movements stirring up rippling waves, reminiscent of a loyal guardian. Chapter 73. The truth often lies in the hands of the powerful. Just as Robin was preparing to leave this tumultuous place aboard UU, an icy chill suddenly gripped her heart, startling her as she became aware of a dark shadow looming behind her, an unseen presence that had emerged unbeknownst to her. This shadow resembled a specter rising from the depths of darkness, exuding an aura both mysterious and perilous. Buggy, like a mischievous child reveling in a prank, chuckled and said, "Planning to leave without a word, Miss Robin?" His voice was akin to a chilling breeze wafting from behind, sending shivers down her spine. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Robin smiled brightly and replied, "It's simply unavoidable. My boss has fallen, and I cannot remain idle. Naturally, I must seek new opportunities." Her smile blossomed like a flower, beautiful yet tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of resignation. Buggy responded with a grin. "What do you think of me? Join me, and you shall witness the birth of the true pirate king. You will become a part of this grand history." Robin assessed Buggy for a moment before resignedly saying, "Hello, new boss." Though her tone carried a trace of reluctance, it also bore the weight of acceptance of her reality. Buggy, of course, was aware that Robin could not so easily pledge her loyalty. He needed not her heart but merely her presence, to him. Robin was a tool of immense value, sufficient as long as she served his purposes. "I have a task for you," he instructed. "Please go ahead," she replied. "Contact Crocodile's subordinates and summon them to Rain Base." "Understood, boss," Robin answered succinctly, then proceeded to follow Buggy's orders. Buggy did not take along the unruly subordinates for the journey to Rain Base, as their sluggishness would only hinder progress. He brought only Williams and Robin with him. Before departing, Buggy addressed his henchmen. "You are free to act as you wish for the time being." His voice resounded like a decree, sparking a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the subordinates. Though Buggy did not shy away from plunder, targeting the weak was beneath him. Furthermore, the impoverished populace was hardly worth the effort. Buggy never contemplated extorting the destitute. He believed in profiting from those who possessed wealth. Thus, he added with a grin, "You may do as you please." But he paused for a moment and solemnly stated, "This is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Only the strong can endure. If you are slain, it is your own doing, so do not expect me to come to your rescue." His gaze revealed a hint of indifference and ruthlessness, conveying to the foot soldiers that their fates rested solely in their own hands. "At your command, Captain Buggy." Unlike these foot soldiers, who were driven to the sea by desperation, most pirates embarked on their journeys in pursuit of dreams. A portion of them, however, were coerced and compelled into piracy. Pirates like Crocodile, who would rather perish than submit, are but a rare breed. The prevailing norm in these waters is one of cowardice towards the strong and cruelty towards the weak. They are currently following Buggy, enjoying food and drink. Should they venture out to commit robbery, they risk being met with violent retaliation. Thus, they wisely chose to remain aboard the pirate ship. A small faction has discreetly detached from the group, no longer wishing to embrace a life of piracy. Buggy, however, pays them no mind. Such insignificant minions are abundant, and their departure or retention is of little consequence to him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Buggy arrived at Crocodile's Lair, the infamous casino known as Rain Banquet. Once a vibrant hub of activity, akin to a city that never sleeps, it now resembled an abandoned ghost town. Nevertheless, Buggy sensed through his observation hockey that someone awaited him within. Robin, observing Buggy's hesitation to enter the casino, stepped forward to softly explain. The other staff are scattered across different islands, hastily making their way back. Only 2 remain stationed in Alabasta, Daz Bones, codenamed Mr. One, and Sarah, codenamed Miss Double Finger. She paused briefly. Both are capable fighters. Buggy waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Robin. In the future, such inconsequential figures need not be introduced. In my eyes, only the strong and those who can be of use to me merit attention. These small fry are beneath my notice. Yes, boss, Robin replied, lowering her head slightly. Des Bones, akin to a vigilant cheetah, perked up at the sound of the heavy casino door creaking open, as if triggered by a sensitive nerve. Rising to discern the identity of the newcomer. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that, in the next moment, his brain would feel as if struck by a massive iron hammer. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, lifeless like a marionette with severed strings. From Buggy emanated a thick, swirling black smoke, resembling luxurious satin. This smoke, as though imbued with life, rapidly spread, shrouding the entire casino in a veil of darkness, consuming all in its abyss. Williams unsheathed his razor-sharp dagger, dispatching the 2 with swift efficiency. His movements were fluid and lethal, devoid of any hesitation. The black smoke enveloping Buggy seemed to be swept away by a mysterious breeze, gradually dissipating, revealing in his hands 2 devil fruits radiating an enigmatic aura. One was the Paramecia-type quick-slash-fruit, resembling a black gem imbued with boundless cutting power. The other was the Paramecia-type thorn fruit, akin to a red gem bristling with dangerous spikes. This was Robin's first encounter with such a terrifying scene at such close quarters. Although Morgans had already elaborated in exaggerated and striking terms in the newspapers about why Buggy's powers were deemed the most fearsome in history, witnessing this gruesome and arcane display firsthand engulfed her in a tide of fear that overwhelmed her senses. She instinctively took a few steps back. Like a frightened rabbit desperate to escape this dreadful place, Buggy turned to Robin, a smile gracing his face. Miss Robin, fear not. I have always been generous to my useful subordinates. As long as you obediently serve me, I shall protect you from all harm in this world and fulfill your desires. Have you not always yearned for the true history? That is also my ambition. However, I do not require your assistance in translation. History has always been encapsulated in 4 words. Buggy articulated each word deliberately, his voice echoing in the dim casino. Success. Kings. Failure. Bandits. When it comes to the essence of history, I dictate what it is. Your only task is to craft my fabrications into something plausible. After all, in the realm of deciphering ancient texts, I cannot fathom anyone superior to you. In this world, truth is predominantly held by the powerful, and I am that power. A frenzied glint sparkled in Buggy's eyes. Chapter 74. Desperation. Morgans, what is the price of your life? Robin instinctively retorted, You. How dare you fabricate history out of thin air? History is a precious legacy from those who came before us. It harbors countless stories and wisdom. We ought to respect it rather than alter it at will. Her voice trembled slightly with agitation. Buggy, akin to a madman who had just heard the most absurd joke, responded not with anger but with uproarious laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the casino. How can a few unrecognizable stones transform into a precious legacy in your mouth? This world has always been governed by the might of the fist. So-called historical records are merely stones. As long as I possess sufficient power, I can forge history and compel everyone to believe in the tales I conjure. Robin fell silent. From the perspective of a historian, Buggy's actions were nothing short of sacrilege against history, an unforgivable transgression that trampled upon the wisdom and efforts of those who came before. Yet, Robin found herself uncertain, was the content recorded in the annals of history indeed the truth of that era? After all, behind those ancient texts and enigmatic symbols lay an abundance of unknowns and mysteries. Nevertheless, Robin thought of her mother, of Dr. Clover, and of the O'Hara family. The images of those who had sacrificed their lives in pursuit of historical truth continually emerged in her mind. History, in essence, was of little consequence. What mattered was to carry forth their unwavering dedication and belief, to press onward resolutely. By aligning herself with Buggy, this ambitious individual, she might indeed gather the entirety of historical records. Moreover, her safety would be safeguarded, should any misfortune befall her, who would voice Buggy's absurd claims. In this chaotic and perilous world, survival was paramount. With her resolve firmly in place, Robin let out a deep sigh and declared, "As you wish. I shall speak these falsehoods on your behalf." Yet, deep within her gaze flickered an almost imperceptible sense of relief. In this dark world, she had discovered her faint glimmer of light, even if it emanated from a devilish figure. At the headquarters of the World Economic News, within an office that was somewhat disheveled yet brimming with a bustling atmosphere, Morgan sat before his desk, cluttered with documents and newspapers, perusing the news material captured that day. Upon noticing the caller ID displaying absolute time, he felt as though a surge of adrenaline had coursed through him. His previously weary eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. With an almost theatrical swiftness, he seized the phone. Moses, this is Morgan's." His voice was high-pitched, tinged with an unmistakable sense of anticipation, as if he were awaiting a grand celebration. "However, if you wish to speak of Crocodile's defeat, then there is no need to utter a word." He slightly raised his chin, a hint of pride gracing his countenance, as if proclaiming that he had long since mastered all the intelligence of the world. "My ability to gather information surpasses your imagination. In this battlefield of information, I am the undisputed king, and nothing escapes my scrutiny." On the other end of the line, the recipient momentarily faltered, as if momentarily disrupted by Morgan's sudden surge of confidence. But it was merely a fleeting pause before he resumed his measured tone. "The value of photographs and first-hand footage is worlds apart. You must understand that a vivid piece of visual documentation is far more enticing than static images. It can immerse the reader in the experience, allowing them to feel every detail and the tense atmosphere of the event. This holds immeasurable significance in enhancing the newspaper's sales and influence." Upon hearing this, Morgan's appeared like a shrewd businessman weighing the pros and cons, lost in prolonged contemplation. His fingers incessantly tapped upon the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound, as if each strike was meticulously calculating gains and losses. After a considerable time, he declined the transaction. Crocodile held no newsworthy value. Such matters were of little necessity to me. He was merely one among the myriad of failures in this vast ocean, incapable of stirring significant waves, and the reader's interest in him would soon wane. Regretfully taken aback, he seemed unprepared for Morgan's resolute refusal. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to employ his negotiation skills. "I will offer you a discount. You must understand, such opportunities are seldom encountered. Should you let this slip away, you may find yourself laden with regret." His voice carried a hint of seduction. Morgan's lips curled into a triumphant smirk, reminiscent of a cunning fox that had just secured a prize. Yet, he feigned disinterest as he remarked, "Well, perhaps not. I have no desire to engage in a losing venture. Although discounts may sound enticing, I must weigh the balance between cost and benefits." "Absolutely. One possesses an acute insight into the human psyche. How could Morgan's trivial machinations ensnare such a discerning mind?" He pondered inwardly. "This birdman is clearly attempting to drive a hard bargain, thinking I am oblivious to his intentions." With a decisive tone, he declared, "Very well, then farewell. I had presumed you to be a connoisseur, but it appears I have overestimated you." "Just a moment." Morgan's could not restrain himself, his face contorted in a pained expression, as though a piece of his very heart had been severed. "You are well aware that I am a miser, yet you persistently take a toll on me. Truly, you are a rogue." As he lamented, he swiftly calculated in his mind that 200 million Bailey was the utmost he could offer. Any lower, and he would truly incur a loss. Morgan's had determined his psychological price at 200 million Bailey, for he already possessed the photograph, and the video would undoubtedly fetch a lower price. Nevertheless, he still wished to exhibit his reluctance before the final decision. "Deal." Ju responded without hesitation. Just as Morgan's was about to hang up the phone with a sense of satisfaction, he suddenly heard Ju's voice emanating from the receiver. "Morgan's, my dear partner, tell me, what is the worth of your life?" The voice pierced through the silence like a cold arrow shot from the shadows, sending a chill down Morgan's spine. With a quick glance, he resembled a sage seeking a glimmer of hope amidst a crisis, and then a thought struck him. "Has someone been inquiring about my whereabouts?" His voice carried a hint of vigilance and unease, akin to a rabbit that has sensed the presence of danger. "On the first day of the pirate server's opening, I blissfully entered the dueling arena, only to find myself confronted by an opponent initiating with a zero-frame head pat. I knew then that a retreat to the village was inevitable. Indeed, after 2 days of dueling, it became apparent that 9 out of 10 opponents were villagers, relentlessly pummeling me. My rank hovered around elite crew, oscillating between victory and defeat, refusing to ascend further. By the way, the elite crew is analogous to the Chunin in Naruto. In light of this, I wish to declare, Let the renegade ninjas venture out to claim a tailed beast bomb for themselves, and let the windmill village also come forth to receive too. Chapter 75. Shank's resolution, who knows? My inquiry is, what value does your life hold in your heart? Absolute's voice remained calm, yet enigmatic. Morgan's responded with a hearty laugh, his mirth resembling a fierce gust of wind, attempting to disperse the fear within. Absolute is indeed a figure worthy of trust. I have never heard of him disseminating false information. It appears that someone has set their sights on me. He swiftly contemplated strategies in his mind while speculating on the intentions of Jew. After a brief moment, Morgan's replied, "My life holds no value to me. Yet it is also priceless. Should I have the opportunity to capture an unprecedented scoop, I would willingly embrace death. To me, news is my very essence. In pursuit of world-shattering truths, I am prepared to sacrifice everything. However, until I unveil every significant story to the world, I must admit I cherish my life. After all, there are countless tales yet to unearth and numerous truths to reveal." Jew, having discerned Morgan's thoughts, smiled and remarked, "One natural gem will ensure your survival." How does that deal sound? With my intelligence, you can evade peril at critical moments and continue your journalistic endeavors. Morgan's, his face contorted in pain, responded, "Jew. You wretched soul, how did you know I possessed a natural gem? Are you spying on me?" His voice brimmed with astonishment and discontent. "Just say whether to proceed or not." The tone was resolute and left no room for doubt. "Deal." Morgan's clenched his teeth, ultimately acquiescing. After the transaction, Morgan's gazed at the images playing on the video phone worm, which depicted the meeting of the 5 elders amidst the corridors of power. The solemn and enigmatic scene caused his heart to race instantaneously. He heard that the 5 elders intended to eradicate him, and cold sweat cascaded from his forehead like raindrops, his complexion turning as pale as snow in an instant. Subsequently, he resembled a startled bird, immediately rising to command his subordinates, "Quickly. We must relocate. We must leave this place at once, or we shall all be in peril." "Yes, President," his subordinates responded in unison, akin to a battalion of well-trained soldiers. Swiftly springing into action, a dense swarm of albatrosses took to the sky, their wings thrumming against the air, producing a tremendous sound as they ascended. Morgan's returned to his office, repeatedly watching the footage, his gaze filled with astonishment and dread. He could not help but be astounded by the intelligence capabilities of Absolute. Quietly pondering in his heart, is even the heavily guarded sacred land of Mariehua under your watchful gaze? What exactly is your purpose, Absolute? What schemes are you orchestrating? Had Kane overheard Morgan's disparagement, he would surely have retorted, "Surveillance? Nonsense. I acquired this information with great effort. The notion of a bug fruit in snail form was merely a ruse." Soon, news of the demise of the Desert King and the unstoppable rise of the New Rocks pirates spread like wildfire across the seas, delivered by the ever-watchful seagulls. In every corner of the Grand Line, the tidings surged forth like tumultuous waves. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat at his desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. Brows furrowed in deep contemplation. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the recent scene where he reported to the 5 elders. The impatient demeanor and sharp words of the legal martial god, Topman Vacheli, still seemed to echo in his ears. These scum of the sea each harbored the delusion of becoming the next Roger, oblivious to the truth. Cough. Sengoku, rest assured. There shall never be another Roger born upon these waters. The One Navy poses the true threat to the world government. They have openly declared their intent to overthrow the world government. Topman Vacheli brusquely interrupted Sengoku's report, his tone rife with disdain and conviction. "Sengoku, your Navy need only devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the battlefield, obediently following orders, and striving to vanquish the enemy. However, the matters we must consider within the world government are manifold." Sengoku slowly rose, his steps heavy as he approached the window, gazing out at the expansive plaza of Marineford. Below, the Navy personnel diligently fulfilled their duties, busily engaged in a harmonious bustle, with the sounds of training and shouts intertwining to create a vivid tableau. Yet, Sengoku's heart was shrouded in gloom, and he released a long, heavy sigh. Division was ultimately inevitable. What schemes does the world government truly harbor? Alas, he murmured to himself, his voice laden with boundless resignation and sorrow. Upon hearing the news, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World erupted into hearty laughter, vividly recalling the lesson Whitebeard had imparted to Crocodile in years gone by. Witnessing his current misfortune, they could only perceive it as poetic justice. However, 1st Division Commander Marco furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Father, this Buggy is advancing with great vigor. It is likely only a matter of time before the existing order in the New World is disrupted. Should we not prepare for the impending storm? Whitebeard threw back his head and let out a resounding, boisterous laugh, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the air. Gwa, I am Whitebeard. If this red-nosed brat dares to wreak havoc on my territory, I shall not let him go unchallenged. Standing nearby, 2nd Division Commander Marshal D. Teach silently recalled the harrowing battle between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates over 3 decades ago. Back then, Buggy was merely a child. Yet he had fixed his gaze on Teach for 3 days and nights. Had the royal bloodline inherited from Rox D. Zebek already begun to manifest its potential at such a tender age? A fleeting shadow of obscurity and the flicker of ambition flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, the Whitebeard Pirates would eventually become mine. Buggy, should you dare to obstruct my aspirations, I shall ensure that you endure an indelible memory. Akin to what I did to red-haired Shanks. Inwardly contemplating, Teach maintained a facade of nonchalance, scratching his head with a goofy grin as he proclaimed loudly, "Fear not. Father, I shall exert every effort to safeguard our territory." On board the Red Force, Shanks set aside the newspaper, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. His voice brimming with anticipation and delight. It won't be long before Buggy steps into the New World. I can hardly contain my excitement. I eagerly await our meeting. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Shanks's eyes as an exquisite idea struck him, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "It's settled. I must host an extravagant banquet to celebrate our reunion." Meanwhile, the chef, Lucky Roo, while voraciously tearing into a chunk of meat, mumbled, "Captain, what kind of person is Buggy?" Shanks gazed into the vast, majestic sea. His thoughts seemingly traversing time, drifting back to the adventurous and exhilarating days spent aboard the Roger Pirates many years ago. His face radiated a nostalgic and warm smile as he addressed Riki Lu, saying he is quite an intriguing character. Shanks slowly turned his head, his expression becoming unusually solemn as he faced his companions, articulating with deliberate emphasis, "Everyone, it is about time we took hold of that." He paused slightly, his eyes shimmering with a resolute and fervent light, and once again articulated those 2 words with clarity and strength, "One Piece." The sharpshooter Jesus burst forth with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. As he unfastened the sniper rifle that had accompanied him for many years and fervently exclaimed, "Captain, you cannot allow yourself to be outdone by Buggy. Let us all unite and lend you our strength." Instantly, Shanks's companions were ignited with fervor, erupting into enthusiastic cheers, their resounding voices seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. P.S. Shanks declared in Chapter 1054 of the manga his intention to compete for One Piece. This is not my reinterpretation, but a statement made by Oda. Chapter 76, Doflamingo. This secret I shall carry for a lifetime. Some smaller pirate crews began to reconsider their navigational strategies, fearing an inadvertent encounter with Buggy's forces. Those crews that had once entangled themselves in dealings with Crocodile now found their hearts awash with mixed emotions. They lament the loss of a partner while harboring trepidation towards the formidable strength displayed by Buggy. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo reclined on a seat adorned with velvet and gemstones, his face illuminated by a signature smirk that radiated cunning and amusement. "Fufufu, poor Crocodile, you truly are a most unfortunate fellow." At that moment, Doflamingo felt immensely grateful for his earlier decision in the North Sea. Had he not chosen to flee at the first opportunity, he might very well have found himself making headlines instead. Suddenly, Doflamingo's expression grew serious as he turned sharply to his secretary, Monet, and inquired urgently, "Has Crocodile's final payment arrived?" Monet's countenance darkened, and she hesitantly replied, "Master, that individual still owes us a staggering 3 billion berries, and the payment remains unsettled." In an instant, the once brazen smile on Doflamingo's face was as if snatched away by an unseen hand, leaving only a suffocating gloom in its wake. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing a few words through the gaps. "It's merely a trifling 3 billion. I can still afford the loss." After a brief pause, a glint of malevolence flickered in his gaze, and he turned to Monet with an authoritative command. "However, Monet, in our future transactions, we must not permit those buyers to pay upon delivery ever again. We must secure the funds in advance." Monet's expression reflected deep concern, and he cautiously ventured, "Young master, if we proceed in this manner, our business may." Doflamingo impatiently waved his hand, his face a portrait of helplessness and frustration. He was acutely aware that, despite wielding control over the lucrative realms of slave and arms trading within the shadowy underworld, akin to possessing 2 towering mountains of gold, he had recently encountered a series of misfortunes. Not long ago, he had been cunningly deceived by the treacherous and insidious Jew, resulting in the loss of 2 invaluable devil fruits. Subsequently, that detestable fellow, William, had extorted a considerable sum from him. Now, the wretched sand crocodile had proven to be exceedingly vile, meeting his demise before the payment was even settled. In light of these successive blows, his liquid assets had become severely depleted, leaving him in a precarious predicament. Reflecting on the bloodline factor technology acquired at the cost of 2 devil fruits, Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration. He could undoubtedly sell it to the world government. He seized the telephone bug from his desk and dialed the 5 elders. In the enigmatic and imposing office of the 5 elders, situated in the holy land of Mariehua, the morning light gently filtered through the grand windows, casting a soft glow upon the opulent chamber. Neatly arranged on the intricately carved walnut table were freshly arrived newspapers, exuding a faint scent of ink. The 5 elders cast a cursory glance at the extensive coverage of the clown Buggy in the newspapers, carelessly discarding them aside. Humph. Let that clown Buggy revel in his arrogance for a few more days. Once we have the opportunity, we shall ensure he pays a grievous price for his hubris. The agricultural combat god, Shepherd 10, clasped his hands before him, a flicker of disdain and coldness flashing in his deep-set eyes. As he broke the brief silence in the room, after a moment of quietude, the scientific defense combat god, Jagarasartan, slightly lifted his gaze. His eyes revealing a sense of determination and decisiveness, promptly responding, with the removal of Moria and Crocodile, there are now 2 vacancies in the Shichibukai. In my opinion, we should immediately instruct the Navy to select 2 suitable candidates from among those pirates to maintain the FAA of balance at sea. Agricultural combat god Shepherd 10 added. Let that Edward Weevil be excluded for now. Agreed. The other elders nodded in unison. Then, the environmental combat god, Marcus Mass, cleared his throat and slowly shifted the discourse to the developments in the South Sea. Nazshuro has just arrived in the South Sea, with him there to command. Those beneath him will undoubtedly execute their tasks with increased diligence. Moreover, our search radius has successfully narrowed down to the final few islands. It won't be long before the so-called one Marine Admiral is entirely erased from this world, never to disrupt our plans again. Haha, indeed. The information revealed by Clown Buggy, though somewhat bothersome, has, from another perspective, allowed us to remove a thorn from our side. The legal warrior, Topman Vachli Saint, narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he jested. However, at that moment, the exquisitely designed snail phone on the table suddenly emitted a crisp ringing sound. Topman Vachli Saint's gaze immediately shifted to the snail phone, the uniquely styled pink sunglasses it wore revealing the identity of the caller. Humph, the little rascal from the Don Quixote family. You better have something of utmost importance. Otherwise, do not presume you can casually dial this number. Topman Vachli Saint's voice was laced with evident dissatisfaction and a warning, his eyes shimmering with a fierce glint. Indeed. Do not presume that knowing certain secrets of the celestial dragons grants you the audacity to act so recklessly. Should you fail to restrain yourself further, believe that we can render you permanently mute. The other 5 elders echoed in unison, their tones brimming with threats and oppression, as if they intended to utterly subdue Doflamingo on the other end of the line with their formidable presence. Once the call connected, Doflamingo's trademark laughter resonated through the receiver. Fufufu, esteemed sirs, why the agitation? We are all intelligent individuals here. Harmony brings prosperity, does it not? The irascible legal warrior, Topman Vachli Saint, could scarcely contain his fury, threatening vehemently. You arrogant little brat. Last time in the North Sea, you fled without a fight. Not only that, but you audaciously gifted a white dove to Kaido. Do you even regard the world government? Your actions are simply outrageous. In the face of the elder's wrath, Doflamingo remained remarkably unperturbed, responding, Fufufu, esteemed sirs, this secret is mine for a lifetime. With that, he erupted into boisterous laughter, filled with abandon and arrogance, as if he paid no heed to the threats of the elders. Just as Topman Vachli Saint prepared to unleash another tirade, the environmental warrior, Marcus Maz Saint, swiftly seized the snail phone. Marcus Maz Saint's expression darkened, and he sternly declared, Enough. Speak plainly. What is the purpose of your call? Doflamingo, well aware of the need for restraint, refrained from further provoking the ire of the elders. He slowly articulated his intentions, skillfully embellishing the descriptions of Germa's genetic engineering technology, while emphasizing the successful cases of Sanji. His words were laced with allure and temptation. In conclusion, he highlighted that this information was obtained through absolute means, guaranteeing its authenticity. In Chapter 77, The Navy's Arrival, the scientific defense warrior Jagor Lucius Satan had previously held a rather dismissive view of Germa's so-called scientific advancements, considering them mere trivial tricks. However, upon hearing the prospect of mass-producing such formidable combat power, a glimmer of unmistakable excitement flickered in his eyes as he fervently warned. You should be fully aware of the consequences of deceiving us. Such actions will undoubtedly condemn you to spend the rest of your days in prison, with no hope of redemption. Fufufu, esteemed gentlemen, I assure you of its absolute authenticity, Don Quixote da Flamingo responded with a smile. Very well. We shall arrange for CP0 to handle the transfer with you. As for the price, rest assured, it will be to your satisfaction. Ultimately, Satan was swayed by this information and made his decision. Fufufu, thank you very much. After ending the call, da Flamingo leisurely rose from his opulent chair, humming a cheerful tune. Clearly in high spirits, he turned to the secretary standing beside him, a confident smile gracing his face. Let us proceed with cash on delivery for future transactions. Yes. Young master, Monet replied respectfully, inclining slightly. Marin Vander Kane stood silently at the table, his gaze intensely fixed upon a row of devil fruits, each exuding an enigmatic aura. Zoantite, cat fruit, leopard form. Zoantite, dog fruit, wolf form. Parameciatite, bubble fruit. Parameciatite, door fruit. Parameciatite, quick slice fruit. Parameciatite, thorn fruit. Logiatite, sand fruit. Additionally, the recently acquired Logiatite, frost fruit from Morgan's. While both the frost fruit and the snow fruit fall under the category of freezing fruits, the former possesses distinct advantages over the latter. Frost typically presents a more uniform shape, often appearing as a thin layer that cloaks surfaces in a white powdery veil. Unlike snow, which showcases a plethora of forms, frost primarily forms on surfaces without accumulating into thick layers. Snow, in contrast, is diverse in its manifestations, commonly seen in flake, column, and needle shapes. During its descent, snowflakes adhere to one another, creating a variety of intriguing shapes, and upon reaching the ground, they accumulate. Frost is inherently harder and colder than snow. In terms of offensive capabilities, weapons forged from frost are sharper and more resilient, offering superior defense as well. Moreover, the conditions for frost formation are relatively lenient compared to those of snow, allowing it to develop even in slightly warmer environments. As he contemplated the potential of several devil fruits, Kane swiftly arrived at a conclusion. System, absorb the quick slice fruit and thorn fruit. These abilities are rather trivial, classified as inferior fruits. Glancing at the insufficient amount of points displayed on the system interface, Kane gritted his teeth and declared, I shall also forego the cat fruit and dog fruit. In pursuit of his meticulously crafted plans, he was prepared to relinquish even the sha fruit. Through the system interface, Kane was able to discern the maneuvers of various factions with exceptional clarity, akin to a chess master orchestrating a grand strategy. At this moment, the world government found itself ensnared in the web of its own deceitful fabrications. The Navy, led by Admiral Kazuru, and CP0 agents from the world government swarmed the South Sea like a relentless tide, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Most notably, one of the Gorosei, the financial war god Izambaron V. Nejiro, had personally arrived in the South Sea to oversee operations, intent on suffocating the One Navy in its infancy. Previously, in his quest to establish Buggy's new rocks pirates, Kane had exhausted his resources. He had recently amassed a significant amount of influence, only to invest it in the hands of Edward Williams, the second Whitebeard. The South Sea had now captured the attention of the entire world. If the pitfall of the One Navy was not addressed, the revelation of the lies would severely undermine Buggy's credibility, jeopardizing Kane's plans. Kane recalled the original narrative, depicting how promising celestial dragons were absorbed into the Knights of God, participating in the triannual human hunting competition, where victors were bestowed with formidable devil fruits to enhance their powers. The most distinguished members of the Knights would ascend to become the new Gorosei following the missteps of their predecessors. Upon attaining this esteemed status, they would be subjected to a unique ability from Emu, which could be perceived as both a reward and a curse, effectively freezing their lives at a designated moment. This phenomenon likely explained why Satan had survived for over 2 centuries, for upon the moment of Emu's withdrawal of this ability, he would inevitably succumb to death. The mortal remains of Satan confirmed his humanity beyond doubt. This elucidated why the ruling Gorosei exhibited such trepidation and humility in the presence of Emu. Kane found his deductions to be exceedingly plausible. The truth must indeed align with this reasoning. Presently, Izambaron v. Nejiro, in his Zoan type, mythical beast form, wielded the supreme great blade, the original Onigiri, crafted with 12 techniques, reflecting on the indomitable nature of the Gorosei as depicted in the original text. Kane felt an exhilarating urge to test whether they truly were invulnerable. However, he was aware that Satan possessed the ability to teleport the other Gorosei to his vicinity, leaving uncertain whether this was a unique skill or one shared among all Gorosei. Meanwhile, Fujitora was en route to the South Sea, and with the extraordinary mobility granted by the Zushi no Mi, William and Buggy could swiftly make their way there. Furthermore, the seasoned performer Kazara might deliver a compelling portrayal of Izambaron v. Nejiro. Even in the event of failure, the loss would amount to merely a few puppets, rendering this endeavor a lucrative venture. The blue puppet was exchanged and named Gottfried Bryan, exchanging for the white doll, named Khadgar. In an instant, two ethereal yet tangible figures materialized within the study. Queed Ackman approached the table and, without hesitation, swallowed the door fruit whole. Shortly thereafter, he gently closed his eyes to concentrate, and then suddenly unleashed his power, causing a mysterious door to an alternate realm to gradually emerge, shimmering with an eerie green luminescence. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped boldly through the unknown door, his figure instantly vanishing into the boundless darkness. Brian followed suit without any delay. Meanwhile, Kane slowly turned, sauntering out of the study and settling into a lounge chair in the courtyard to indulge in an afternoon nap. The warm sunlight gently cascaded upon him. He slightly tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and savored this fleeting moment of tranquility and warmth. The essence of his being remained constant, while his avatars could engage incessantly in external affairs. However, he, as the original, had numerous considerations weighing upon him. Chapter 78. The Yellow Ape. I have not visited the South Sea today, Oak Island. As the slender figure of the yellow ape touched the soil of this island, he discreetly activated his formidable observation hotkey. Like an invisible net, it silently expanded outward, meticulously sensing every corner of the island and the essence of every living being. In that fleeting moment, a barely perceptible look of surprise flickered across his eyes. Nevertheless, his signature sunglasses elegantly concealed this fleeting emotion, rendering his true thoughts imperceptible to others. He maintained his leisurely and nonchalant demeanor, turning his head slightly to speak softly to the burly warlord beside him. I have meticulously searched. Gottfried Bryan is not present on this island. Upon hearing this, Warlord instinctively scratched his short hair with his sturdy fingers, a hint of confusion flickering across his face as he muttered, "Old man, I think the next island is." However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure clad in a white suit and wearing a white mask interrupted coldly from behind Kizu. Even the slightest possibility must not be overlooked. Turn this island upside down. This individual was a CP0 member codenamed Wasabi, and his voice, filtered through the mask, sounded particularly frigid and harsh. Upon hearing these words, Warlord's expression darkened instantly. With a fierce glare directed at Wasabi, he bellowed, "Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to give orders here?" Unfazed, Wasabi stepped forward, straightening his back to meet Warlord's gaze, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. "This is the command of Izambaron v. Nejiro. What? Can't the Gorosei command your navy?" Kizaru, seemingly indifferent to their quarrel, continued to stroll leisurely towards the nearby town, his signature sardonic tone resonating as he remarked, "How frightening. CP0, I shall take my afternoon tea now, and you can handle this search mission entirely." With that, he ambled away at a relaxed pace. Warlord shot a fierce glare at Wasabi and snorted coldly before hastily following Kizaru, his demeanor suggesting that he had no interest in squabbling with someone like Wasabi. Left alone in place, Wasabi seethed with rage at the antics of Kizaru and Warlord, his chest heaving violently. He clenched his teeth and hastily retrieved a small communicator from his pocket, his fingers trembling slightly with anger as he dialed the number. He intended to call Izambaron v. Nejiro, fiercely reporting the grievances against Kizaru and Sabaody, to make it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Upon receiving Wasabi's embellished account, Izambaron v. Nejiro erupted in fury, shouting into the phone, "Wasabi, who do you think you are? What weight does your face carry? Considering you are a recent addition to CP0 and lack understanding of the rules, I shall overlook this incident this time. However, should it happen again, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he hung up decisively, leaving Wasabi in a state of shock and indignation. The current navy subtly exhibited signs of division. Although Kizaru often appeared unreliable and somewhat erratic in his conduct, he remained fundamentally loyal to the world government when it truly mattered. In such a critical moment, how could he fault such a formidable force over a trivial matter? After all, mishandling the situation could potentially incite greater turmoil within the Navy. Wasabi never anticipated such an outcome, his heart brimming with fury and resentment. Yet, he recognized the unquestionable and unassailable authority of the five elders, rendering him unable to harbor even the slightest ill will towards them. Helpless, he could only silently curse Sabaody and Kizaru for the humiliation he felt, those venomous thoughts swirling within him as if they might quell his inner fury. Kizaru and Sabaody sauntered into an antiquated tea house, where the proprietor, upon seeing their imposing demeanor, trembled in fear, hardly daring to breathe. However, Kizaru seemed oblivious, completely disregarding the owner's trepidation as he sought a relatively comfortable spot to sit leisurely. No sooner had he settled down than Kizaru appeared to recall some important matter, his expression shifting to one of mild chagrin. Turning to Sabaody, he remarked, "Sabaody, I just remembered that my exquisite new tea is still aboard the warship. It would be rather insipid without tea." With that, he stood up, stating, "I shall be right back. Please wait here for a moment." Before he finished speaking, a brilliant light enveloped him, signaling the activation of his Pika Pika no Mi powers. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling flash, vanishing without a trace, leaving Sabaody sitting there in helplessness. However, Kizaru did not return to the warship as he claimed. Instead, guided by his observation haki, he headed directly to the entrance of a hidden cave. He stood at the cave's entrance, still speaking in that peculiar tone, lazily calling into the depths, "Godfrey Bryan, you are under arrest." Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the cave. The foremost among them was a young man, tall and upright, his gaze imbued with determination and resolve. He was none other than Admiral Godfrey Bryan, the elusive figure sought after by the world government. Bryan looked at Kizaru, a gentle smile gracing his face as he sincerely addressed him. "Mr. Borsalino, look around. This world is utterly decayed, rife with injustice and malevolence. Would you consider joining me in dismantling this old world to forge a new one, brimming with fairness and righteousness?" Kizaru, usually bearing a somewhat lascivious demeanor, suddenly adopted a grave expression. He furrowed his brow, speaking with a serious tone laced with caution. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Are you aware of the terrifying power wielded by the world government? It is not something a mere youth like you can easily contend with." A flash of anguish and indignation crossed Bryan's eyes. "Mr. Borsalino, you must be aware of the celestial dragon's triennial human hunting events, right? Such cruel, bloody, and inhumane atrocities." The more he spoke, the more fervent his tone became, culminating in a fierce roar. "Reflect on the past deeds of the celestial dragons, the countless evils, the endless suffering. They are the architects of such horrors. Must we continue to allow them to perpetrate their wickedness? Should we not rise up to overthrow their arrogant and tyrannical rule?" His voice resonated before the cave, imbued with grief and fervor. "The malevolent acts of the celestial dragons have left countless souls weeping in this world at every moment. Mr. Borsalino, can you truly bear witness to this continued suffering?" The yellow ape listened intently to Bryan's impassioned speech, remaining silent for a significant duration. Eventually, he merely adjusted his glasses and uttered an ambiguous remark, "I was never here today." With that, he activated the powers of the glitter fruit, transforming into a flash of light and swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 79. Two young men attempt to ambush an elderly man. As Bryan watched the direction in which the yellow ape departed, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He reflected quietly, "It seems there are indeed individuals within the Navy who still harbor the fundamental notions of good and evil deep within their hearts, and who could potentially be swayed to my side. There is no immediate need for them to declare their allegiance. Merely achieving a mutual non-interference would suffice. After all, in this harsh and unforgiving world, it has always been the case that those in power will receive support from the masses. This has become an unspoken rule of survival." At that moment, Khadgar stepped forward, concentrating his energy to activate the powers of the door fruit. A door emanating a ghostly green light slowly materialized before them. They exchanged a knowing glance, understanding one another, and stepped one after the other through that mysterious and profound portal. The moonlight spilled over the ocean, casting a shimmering reflection upon the waves. On a floating island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, William quietly grasped the ace by his bedside and stepped into the ethereal green doorway. Alabasta, once the office of Crocodile Buggy and Williams exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them. Buggy strode purposefully towards the door, glowing with an eerie green light. Marineford Kane gazed at the system interface, murmuring, "Then, let us begin with you. Izambalan v. Nejuro." South Sea, the palace of a certain nation Izambalan v. Nejuro sat majestically within the opulent structure, surrounded by lavish decorations that shimmered brilliantly under the illumination. He was fully engrossed in processing the myriad of complex clues gathered from various sources. Suddenly, he seemed to sense an unusual presence, akin to a sharp needle gently pricking at his keen instincts. He rose immediately, his movements precise and unhesitating. Reaching for the original gueche, a blade exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura, which he gripped tightly, as if it had become an extension of himself. Subsequently, he advanced with measured and powerful strides, striding purposefully out of the room. The corridor lay in profound silence, devoid of any presence, with only the sound of his footsteps reverberating through the vast space, echoing with remarkable clarity. Nevertheless, his heart remained unwavering, and within his deep-set eyes shone a steadfast conviction. He firmly believed that his sixth sense would never lead him astray, a keen intuition honed through countless tempests and tempered by the passage of time. He continued along the corridor, his steps unwavering, until he reached the expansive courtyard. Standing at the center of the courtyard, he gently closed his eyes and summoned his observation haki with all his might. That intangible awareness spread out like delicate spider silk in every direction, striving to capture any hint of suspicious activity. Yet, despite his relentless efforts and meticulous probing, everything around him remained tranquil and unperturbed, as if the unsettling sensation that had stirred his vigilance was merely a fleeting illusion. He pondered inwardly, could it be that I am merely overthinking? Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it, resolutely affirming to himself, no, my perception of murderous intent is exceedingly acute. Although that recent sensation was faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible, it was undoubtedly a manifestation of lethal intent. How could I possibly be mistaken? Meanwhile, in that enigmatic and unfathomable alternate space, William and Buggy were locked in a gaze, their eyes reflecting a complex interplay of caution and anticipation. This old fellow has lived for who knows how many years. It is only natural for him to possess heightened awareness. Buggy furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a hushed tone, his iconic red nose standing out starkly in the dimly lit space. Indeed, let us wait for him to let his guard down before we strike. After all, even a tiger has moments of slumber, and seizing that opportunity is all that matters. We have ample time at our disposal. William nodded gently in agreement, a glimmer of ferocity dancing in his eyes, clearly prepared for action. Yes, we must find a decisive moment to catch him off guard. If we strike together, we might be able to end it in a single blow. A sly smile crept across Bucky's lips, revealing a hint of cunning. Indeed, the two of them had disregarded the lofty notions of respect among the powerful. They had resolutely decided upon a strategy of ambush. Though it may seem somewhat unsporting for two young men to launch a surprise attack on an elder. In this world rife with conflict and competition, the victor is deemed righteous. Only those who survive and triumph have the right to discuss anything else. Izambalan v. Nasher Siegen stood in the courtyard for quite some time, unable to once again detect that elusive murderous intent, though doubts lingered in his mind. The tautness of his nerves eased somewhat. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The previously tranquil air seemed to be stirred by an unseen hand, rippling gently, as if the very fabric of space was being torn asunder. A dark fissure abruptly appeared, and from it surged forth two figures, William and Buggy. They surged forth like cannonballs, infused with a fierce momentum, charging directly at the unsuspecting Izambalan v. Nejuro. Have you finally been unable to resist revealing yourself? Izambalan v. Nejuro scoffed. In an instant, the first generation Onitetsu was drawn from its sheath. A cold gleam flashed, and a sword aura, as tangible as reality itself, swept horizontally toward the two adversaries. Its speed was so astonishing that it left a faint white shadow in the air, as if it were to cleave space itself in twain. Buggy lifted his gaze to behold the oncoming sword aura, and a shiver ran through him, his eyes momentarily flickering with a sense of alertness and gravity. Drawing a deep breath, the mysterious power of the dark fruit surged within him like an undercurrent. Without hesitation, he activated the ability of the shatter fruit. In an instant, his body shattered like fragile glass, transforming into countless uniquely shaped fragments, enveloped by the eerie power of the dark fruit. These fragments seemed veiled in a shroud of black mist, becoming increasingly elusive, exuding a chilling aura as they swept towards Izambalan v. Nejuro. William, witnessing Bucky's movement, acted without delay. His gaze was resolute, glimmering with a fearless light as he stepped forward, his long blade held horizontally, bracing against the oncoming sword aura. With a resounding clang, akin to a mighty bell tolling, the impact reverberated in the air, sending sparks flying like dazzling fireworks. The immense force cascaded outward like surging waves, devastating the flora and fauna of the courtyard, leaving destruction in its wake. The once elegant and refined courtyard was now unrecognizable, a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 80. Speculation on M's abilities. Dark Water. Buggy shouted, as the previously scattered fragments swiftly coalesced in midair, forming a hand in an instant, pushing the power of the dark fruit to its zenith. Izambaron v. Nejuru felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped the power within him, trapping him in a quagmire, rendering him immobile. The sensation of his power being sealed was profoundly unsettling, igniting within him a surge of intense anxiety and resistance. He struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from this controlling force that clung to him like a parasite. However, how could William allow this fleeting opportunity for victory to slip away? He appeared as a fleeting shadow, elusive as a specter, his agile steps propelling him forward in relentless pursuit. In his grasp, the long blade known as Ace seemed to possess a life of its own, slicing through the air with fervor, enveloping Izambaron v. Nejuru in a whirlwind of glimmering steel. Each arc of the blade radiated with a lethal force potent enough to rend the heavens, and amidst the flickering light, an oppressive chill permeated the atmosphere, forcing Izambaron v. Nejuru into a desperate dance of evasion. His former composure and authority utterly vanished, replaced by a visage of terror and disarray. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, the other hand of Buggy silently reassembled from the chaos of fragmented shards, materializing behind Izambaron v. Nejuru like a phantom. In an instant, it pressed firmly against his leg with a swiftness that defied perception. The gloved hand emanated an eerie white glow, the terrifying power of the splitting fruit awakened, capable of disassembling all existence. Sensing an anomaly in his leg, Izambaron v. Nejuru's heart sank, a foreboding dread washing over him. Yet, before he could respond, Buggy's icy voice resonated in his ear, split apart. At this command, Izambaron v. Nejuru let out a piercing scream as his left leg, below the thigh, was seemingly torn asunder by invisible hands, transforming into irregular shards, blood gushing forth like a fountain, rapidly staining his once immaculate attire a shocking crimson. Witnessing this grim spectacle, Buggy unhesitatingly activated his dark hole ability, and in an instant, a small black void materialized before him, akin to a monstrous beast poised to devour. The black hole exuded a potent and mysterious allure, gradually drawing in all the fragmented pieces of Izambaron v. Nejuru's leg, whereupon an unseen force within compressed and obliterated them, erasing all traces from existence. You two wretched imps shall pay dearly for this. Izambaron v. Nejuru, utterly incensed, contorted his face in agony, his eyes wide and ablaze with rage, as if he sought to consume Buggy and William entirely. He paid no heed to the gaping wound on his leg from which blood flowed profusely. With a fierce motion, he plunged the original goetai into the ground, his hands moving swiftly to conjure intricate and enigmatic seals in the air, chanting incantations under his breath. Subsequently, a series of black runes surged forth as if emerging from the fissures of hell, gradually ascending from the earth. These runes shimmered with an eerie luminescence, exuding an unsettling aura. Buggy and William exchanged a glance, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Without hesitation, they turned on their heels, channeling their strength into an explosive retreat akin to arrows released from a bow. At that moment, Khadgar appeared behind them like a wraith, his gaze intense and his expression grave, unflinchingly activating the powers of the door fruit. A portal radiating a ghostly green light materialized, resembling a gateway to another realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy and William swiftly darted into the portal. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty expanse as if they had never been there at all. Izambaron v. Nejuru's holy eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his adversary's escape right before him, his hand momentarily faltering in the formation of seals. Enraged, he yanked the original goetai from the ground and swung it fiercely, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of energy towards the direction where they had vanished, cleaving the nearby wall in two with a resounding crash, sending bricks flying and echoing a thunderous roar. His chest heaved violently, the fury and resentment within him surging like tumultuous tides, crashing against the shores of his soul in relentless waves. He silently vowed that, regardless of how far those two little imps fled, he would undoubtedly track them down and make them pay a harrowing price for their actions today. Marinvondo Kane gradually shifted his gaze away from the system interface, a contemplative glimmer flickering in his eyes as he softly murmured, It seems that the ability to teleport is not an exclusive domain of Satan. Thus, to completely eradicate the five elders, one must possess the means to restrict their teleportation capabilities. Indeed, the world government, having ruled for 8 centuries, is profoundly entrenched. He paused slightly, his mind racing to devise a battle strategy. When Izambaron v. Nejiro summoned the other 5 elders, it seemed that a seal and incantation were necessary to activate their powers. As he contemplated this, images of Pain's 6 paths involuntarily surfaced in Kane's mind, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. This situation indeed bore a striking resemblance to the summoning technique employed next door. Could it be that the 5 elders, much like Pain, were merely puppets under the control of another? This audacious conjecture quickened his heartbeat, for if that were the case, the mastermind orchestrating these events would be all too evident. Subsequently, Kane recalled the exasperatingly immortal and indestructible abilities of the 5 elders, tightening his brow further as he murmured to himself, "For now, let us observe whether Izambaron v. Nejiro's left leg can indeed regenerate. After all, after the awakening of Buggy's chop-chop fruit, he possesses the terrifying capacity to affect atomic structures. If, under such an assault, his left leg were to remain unscathed, then one could reasonably conclude that him is likely akin to an entity of the Hell Path, wielding dominion over life and death. If that were the case, addressing the problem would necessitate a direct assault on the heart of Mariewa. After a moment of silence, Kane continued his analysis. However, one fact is now certain. The 5 elders are undoubtedly individuals with formidable abilities. In the previous battle, Buggy's dark fruit indeed proved effective, without question. As for their apparent invulnerability to seawater, it may stem from a peculiar membrane enveloping their bodies, effectively repelling the corrosive nature of the sea. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that this effect is achieved through some advanced technological means, for the power of technology in these waters cannot be underestimated. No, we cannot rule out the potential for instantaneous teleportation. Let us investigate further. P.S. While Oda has not clarified whether the 5 elders are indeed ability users, the flame clouds enveloping them are indistinguishable from those of awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users. Yet, it remains puzzling why they are unaffected by seawater, enduring their transformation. The narration did not specify them as mythical beasts, only mentioning the names of monsters. Thus, I have categorized them as awakened mythical Zoan-type devil fruit users. Chapter 81. My Underworld Mastery Exceeds Yours. Izambaron v. Nejiro's left leg, which had been shattered by Buggy, astonishingly began to mend at an observable pace. As if imbued with a vitality of its own, the newly formed flesh and bone rapidly grew and healed, making it hard to believe he had just endured such grievous injuries, save for the still fresh stains of blood and tattered garments adorning his form. Kane, witnessing this extraordinary scene through the system interface, murmured to himself, "So, this is how it plays out?" A knowing smile crept onto his lips. "However, my realm of the underworld surpasses yours." At this moment, Izambaron v. Nejiro had come to realize that Buggy and William had vanished without a trace, courtesy of Khadgar's power, allowing his taut nerves to finally ease somewhat. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously tranquil air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, sending ripples through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. Suddenly, a black rift appeared, from which emerged 2 figures in a rush, none other than William and Buggy. They surged forth like cannonballs, enveloped in an intense momentum, charging directly at the unsuspecting Izambaron v. Nejiro. "You 2 scoundrels!" Upon witnessing this, Izambaron v. Nejiro's eyes widened in shock and fury. Although taken aback by this sudden assault, he reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing upon past experiences to decisively unleash his powers without hesitation. Immediately, a strange and dazzling radiance began to emanate from his entire being, heralding a remarkable transformation. His limbs gradually thickened, bones protruded outward, and a layer of glimmering metallic horse armor enveloped his skin. His head morphed into that of a majestic horse, and a long horse's tail sprouted from behind, fully manifesting his beastly form. In response to this spectacle, Buggy unhesitatingly activated the dual abilities of the split fruit and the dark fruit. In an instant, his body shattered into countless tiny fragments, resembling dust. Under the eerie black power of the dark fruit, these particles, shrouded in wisps of shadowy smoke, surged towards Izambaron v. Nejiro like phantoms. With a thunderous roar, Izambaron v. Nejiro raised his hooves and forcefully stomped the ground, unleashing a tremendous power that caused the earth to crack violently, fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. He waved his forehooves, as resilient as steel, to fend off the fragments surging towards him like a black tide. Meanwhile, his hands were equally occupied, firmly parrying William's powerful strike, the clang of metal resonating all around, sparks flying in every direction. Observing his fragmentary assault being thwarted by Izambaron v. Nasujiro, Buggy smirked slyly, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. In an instant, his form reverted to human shape, his hands bracing against Izambaron v. Nasujiro's forehooves, the brilliance of his grin intensifying. "How long has it been since you experienced a true battle, old man? To be so foolish as to face my attack head-on." With a sudden glint in his eyes, he bellowed, "Shatter into pieces." In that very moment, his hands erupted in a dazzling white light, seemingly imbued with boundless destructive power. What followed was astonishing. Under the radiance, Izambaron v. Nasujiro's forehooves were mercilessly shattered into countless fragments, littering the ground. "Ah, I shall slay the both of you wretched brats." Izambaron v. Nasujiro roared at the pair. Then, a sense of dread washed over him. It became evident that William had seized the moment of his distraction, suddenly exerting tremendous force, his long sword cleaving towards him with an overwhelming momentum. Caught off guard, Izambaron v. Nasujiro staggered back several steps, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Excitement and resolve flashed in the eyes of both William and Buggy. They understood that such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. "Divine evasion," William shouted, enveloped in black lightning, charging towards Izambaron v. Nasujiro with an unstoppable vigor. "Dark cavern." Buggy retorted fiercely, swiftly invoking the powers of the dark fruit, conjuring a small black hole before him, emanating a mysterious and formidable gravitational pull, as if to consume all in its path. This time, Buggy aimed to draw Izambaron v. Nasujiro entirely into the abyss. He was eager to witness if, amidst such unending darkness and overwhelming gravity, resurrection was even possible. Realizing the peril, Izambaron v. Nasujiro attempted to retreat, evading Buggy's onslaught. However, William's strike was already upon him, its velocity rendering escape futile. In this critical moment, he clenched his teeth, resolutely deciding to endure William's blow. With a crisp sound slicing through the air, William's strike collided with Izambaron v. Nasujiro, cleaving him in two in an instant. His lower body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Buggy seized the opportunity without hesitation, unleashing the full potential of the dark fruit's powers, swiftly drawing the lower half of Izambaron v. Nasujiro's saint into a small black hole. A powerful suction emanated from within the black hole, crushing his lower body completely. However, in a shocking turn of events, even after being bisected by William and bleeding profusely, Izambaron v. Nasujiro's saint defiantly exclaimed, "Futile! Futile! You two little brats have no idea what you are up against." Before their eyes, his lower body, which had been consumed by the black hole, began to regenerate at a visible pace, as if guided by a mysterious and formidable force that sent shivers down one's spine. P.S. A review of the institutions currently presented by the world government includes the Navy, CP0, the Knights of God, and the Five Elders. Moreover, the Supreme Commander of the three armies, Steel Bone Kong, cannot merely lead the Navy alone. This implies the existence of two other unknown forces, possessing weaponry capable of annihilating islands from a distance, suspected to be the Heavenly Kings, and exhibiting unrestricted long-range teleportation abilities. Oda has indeed buried a masterful enigma. Chapter 82. Resurrection once more. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination as they prepared to launch their next assault. They could never fathom that such a miraculous ability could be wielded without limitation. William's gaze sharpened as he took a deep breath, concentrating all his strength into a singular point. Divine evasion. With a thunderous roar, Ace unleashed a palpable aura of Conqueror's haki that coiled around him, transforming into a razor-sharp, sword-like shadow. It surged forth with an astonishing velocity towards Izambaron v. Nasujiro. Izambaron v. Nasujiro sensed an unprecedented peril, but before he could react, Ace plunged his weapon into his chest with tremendous force. The power erupted instantly, propelling his body violently against a nearby stone pillar, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Unbeknownst to him, Buggy had appeared behind, his hands radiating a brilliant white light in an instant. In a moment of chaos, Izambaron v. Nasujiro's form was shattered into minute particles, disintegrating into the air under Buggy's ability. Both Buggy and William wreaked havoc upon their surroundings. ensuring that he had no chance to activate his teleportation skill. Time seemed to blur as their relentless assault nearly sank the entire island. William exchanged a knowing glance with Buggy, and without hesitation, they turned and propelled themselves backward like arrows released from a bow. Just then, Khadgar manifested behind them like a specter, his gaze intense and solemn as he activated the power of the door fruit. A portal emanating a ghostly green luminescence gradually materialized, resembling a passage to another realm. Without a moment's pause, Buggy and William swiftly darted into the space beyond the portal. In an instant, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty expanse as if they had never existed in that place at all. In the most secretive and profound depths of Mariewa, where silence reigned like death, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, seemingly veiling the boundless secrets concealed within. Suddenly, the ground ignited without warning, engulfed in eerie black flames that flickered and writhed as though alive, slowly coalescing into a human silhouette. Moments later, the flames extinguished, revealing the form of Izambaron V. Nasajiro, who had narrowly escaped the battlefield. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming chill that struck him like a tangible force. His gaze instinctively rose to meet a pair of eyes that seemed to emerge from the abyss, those of him, glimmering with a chilling light that appeared capable of piercing his very soul. In that heartbeat, Izambaron V. Nasajiro felt his heart constrict violently, as if the blood in his veins had solidified. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he trembled uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground. Immediately, he began to prostrate himself fervently, his forehead striking the cold, hard earth with a dull thud, while he anxiously pleaded, "Lordum, please grant me another chance." However, before he could finish his words, Izambaron V. Nasu Longsheng keenly sensed the increasingly menacing gaze of him, which pierced through him like two sharp daggers. A shiver ran through him, and he dared not continue to plead for mercy. Instead, he hurriedly lowered his head even more forcefully to the ground, raising his rear high in a posture of utter humility and submission, hoping to quell Im's wrath, if only to slightly alleviate the suffocating tension in the air. Just as he believed his life was nearing its end, Im's voice, cold and piercing like a winter wind, slowly echoed through the silence. "Do tell me, you worthless beings, what troubles have you caused during my slumber?" There was not a hint of warmth in his tone, only an overwhelming chill and authority. Izambaron V. Nasajiro felt a wave of relief wash over him, for despite knowing that his forthcoming words might still provoke Im's ire, the mere fact that he could momentarily preserve his life was a fortunate reprieve amidst his misfortunes. He dared not harbor the slightest concealment and hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail, from his initial confrontations with Buggy, William, and others, to the subsequent setbacks he endured. He elaborated on the crucial lead regarding the significant fruit, ensuring no detail was overlooked. His voice trembled slightly with anxiety, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, pooling into a small puddle on the floor. Im listened intently, uttering not a word throughout, yet his cold gaze deepened, shrouded in inscrutability. After a lengthy silence, Im finally raised his hand slightly, dismissively waving as if shooing away a trivial mosquito, and coldly remarked, "They are but insignificant ants, unworthy of discussion. The paramount concern is that fruit." At this juncture, Im's voice rose slightly, revealing an unmistakable urgency in his eyes. "You worthless fools, why are you not hastening to search for it? Should there be no substantial progress within 2 years, you may as well prepare for death." Izambaron V. Nasajiro felt a shiver run through him, hastily nodding in fervent agreement, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "Yes, yes, Lordum, we shall exert every effort, even at the cost of our lives, to ensure we do not disappoint you." His demeanor was one of abject fear, resembling a small dog pleading for its master's favor, entirely devoid of the dignity and pride befitting one of the elders. Under Im's oppressive gaze, Izambaron V. Nasajiro gradually rose, bowing his head as he cautiously retreated. Only upon exiting the floral chamber did he dare to lift his gaze, his eyes filled with the trepidation of surviving a calamity and profound concern for the future. He was acutely aware that the ensuing 2 years would constitute a harrowing race against time, a battle for survival not just for himself, but for the other 5 elders as well. The enigmatic fruit concealed an extraordinary power, one capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Yet he could only speculate in silence, daring not to exhibit even a hint of complacency, for he understood that his own life, and perhaps the fate of the entire world, might hinge upon this singular fruit. As a postscript, I am curious to see how Oda will address this narrative gap. The 5 elders have renamed the Nika fruit to the rubber fruit, embarking on a quest for centuries. Meanwhile, Luffy has journeyed from East Blue to the New World, proclaiming himself as the wielder of the rubber fruit's power, while the world government remains inexplicably inert, seemingly dulled by the aura of the Child of Destiny. Accompanied by the latest snapshot from Chapter 1134, wherein Shank's brother, Stussy, teleports directly from Mary Geos to Elbaf, we delve into Chapter 83, the movements of the Five Elders. Kane stood quietly in the dimly lit room, his gaze firmly fixed on the imagery presented by the system interface. The crimson eyes of glimmered with a mysterious and perilous light. Kane furrowed his brow, a mix of resignation and gravity etched upon his face. He slowly raised his hand, gently tapping his forehead, murmuring to himself, "This truly is an exceedingly troublesome ability. It seems prudent to temper my approach until that crucial fruit is within my grasp, to avoid unnecessary entanglements." As this thought lingered, fleeting images from the original narrative surfaced in his mind, leading him to ponder. The power of the Five Elders was hardly formidable. In the original tale, despite their combined efforts, they failed to subdue the Straw Hat Pirates. Take Izambaron v. Nazashiru, for instance. He was nothing more than a facade of strength. His audacity stemmed solely from that infuriatingly immortal ability, allowing him to cling to life in this world. For reasons unknown, Kane's thoughts drifted to a certain fifth-generation Hokage next door, whose resemblance was striking. Amused by this association, he chuckled softly, disrupting the chaotic images in his mind. Kane continued to analyze. As for William, should he confront Izambaron v. Nazashiru alone, victory would be comfortably assured. However, alas, all efforts would be in vain. Even if he were to be slain, he would resurrect swiftly, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Furthermore, even if there were a chance to vanquish him, could simply teleport him back to Mary Geos. Taking a deep breath, Kane contemplated his next course of action. With heavy, weary steps, Izambaron v. Nazashiru entered the chamber that symbolized the pinnacle of global authority, the atmosphere within thick and oppressive, as if the very air had congealed. He stood at the center of the room, his expression somber as he conveyed Imu's unequivocal commands to the others, word for word. For a moment, the atmosphere of power fell into a profound silence. The other members of the Gorosei exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions, some astonished, others anxious, and some lost in contemplation. After a prolonged pause, the agriculture warlord, Shepherd 10, finally shattered the stifling silence. Clearing his throat, his voice tinged with hesitation and concern. He stated, "Of course, I do not suggest defying Lord Imu's orders, but if we allow the Enyo Navy to grow unchecked, the very foundation of the world government's hard-won dominion could be at risk." At that moment, Nasu SHR, who had narrowly escaped the brink of death and was already in a foul mood, interrupted angrily upon hearing Shepherd 10's words. "Humph. Then you should go speak to Lord Imu yourself. Let us see if Lord Imu will spare you." Shepherd 10's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of anger and indignation crossing his face. Just as he was about to retort, he was abruptly interrupted by the environment warlord, Marcus Mass, who stood up with a fierce growl. "In this vast ocean, the victors reign supreme, as long as Lord Imu remains. Those wretches dreaming of overthrowing our rule are mere fools." The Justice Warlord, Topman Vucheli, with wide eyes that revealed both urgency and authority, bellowed, "Lord Imu's commands are absolute. We must obey unconditionally. Have you all forgotten your duties and missions?" The Agriculture Warlord, Shepherd 10, slowly replied, "I concur." "I concur," echoed the other members of the Gorosei, their voices laced with reluctance yet acknowledging the gravity of the situation, realizing there was no alternative. Seeing that everyone had expressed their stance, Marcus Maz nodded slightly and continued, "From this moment on, let us set aside the likes of Gold, William, Rox D, Buggy, and that so-called Enyo Navy. We must employ all the resources of the world government and spare no effort in our search for the location of that fruit. This is our most critical task, one that pertains to our very survival." "Agreed," the others responded in unison, their voices resonating through the spacious yet silent chamber of power, as though heralding the commencement of an imminent and thrilling search. In the South Sea, aboard a returning warship, the gentle sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, while sunlight cascaded through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the deck. Kizaru reclined comfortably in a chair, relishing the delightful afternoon tea. Before him lay a delicate small table, elegantly adorned with a splendid tea set, atop which a steaming pot of fragrant tea released its enticing aroma. Huang Yuan extended his hand, gracefully lifting the teacup and bringing it to his lips. At that moment, his seemingly languid expression subtly transformed. as a fleeting glimmer of acute awareness flickered in his profound gaze, as if he had sensed an unusual presence. However, his iconic sunglasses perfectly concealed this transient change in demeanor. Unperturbed, Huang Yuan maintained his air of nonchalance, leisurely sipping the warm tea once more. The soothing liquid cascaded down his throat, instilling a sense of contentment within him. He then turned to his robust companion, Zhang Tuan, exclaiming, "Indeed, the tea from my homeland is the most exquisite." Zhang Tuan, lacking Huang Yuan's refined palate, raised his cup and downed the tea in one swift motion. Smacking his lips in bewilderment, he candidly remarked, "Old man, this tea is nothing but bitter. Where lies its deliciousness?" Huang Yuan chuckled softly, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he replied, "Such is life, Zhang Tuan. It is in the bitterness that one discovers true flavor." Not far off, Wasabi stood quietly, observing the interaction between Huang Yuan and Zhang Tuan, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration, his heart brimming with indignation. In his eyes, Huang Yuan, the seasoned trickster, paid the edicts of the world government no heed, treating the recent search operation in the South China Sea with apathy and indifference, as if merely idling away his time. Wasabi even harbored doubts that Gottfried Bryan might have been intentionally let go by Huang Yuan. Chapter 84, Wasabi versus Fujitora. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Wasabi stepped forward, raising his voice, "Huang Yuan, although the world government has just commanded us to return, that rogue has made an appearance. Moreover, he audaciously attacked the escorting warship, freeing those suspects. I implore you to prioritize the greater good. He cannot have gone far with those miscreants. Surely he is still nearby. What I mean is, let us not hastily return. We should continue our pursuit." However, before Wasabi could finish his thoughts, Zhang Tuan impatiently interrupted him. Glaring at Wasabi with evident irritation, bellowing, "The order to return comes directly from the 5 elders. What? Do you intend to defy their command? You should consider your own limitations." Upon the sudden roar of Zhang Tamaru, Wasabi trembled, yet the indignation within him spurred a desire to engage in a spirited debate. Just as he was about to retort, he became acutely aware of the yellow ape's silent presence behind him, the intangible pressure causing a chill to run down his spine. Forcing the words that had surged to his lips back down, the yellow ape gently patted Wasabi on the shoulder, his enigmatic smile still adorning his face. And in his characteristic sardonic tone remarked, "Ah, the youth exudes such vigor. However, being an elder, my energy has waned considerably. This formidable task of apprehending a smile is entrusted entirely to you. I shall take a nap, for I have not enjoyed a good rest in days due to this mission." With that, the yellow ape leisurely turned, making his way toward the ship's cabin, while Zhang Tamaru disdainfully huffed and departed the deck, leaving Wasabi alone, a visage of fury mixed with helplessness. Above the warship, amidst the clouds, a colossal stone floated silently, reminiscent of an extraordinary cloud forgotten in the heavens. Yishao stood resolutely at the forefront of the stone, his posture upright and steadfast, his profound gaze fixed upon the warship below. Behind him, a group of civilians huddled together for warmth against the biting cold, their faces reflecting the relief and gratitude of having survived calamity. Though they had expressed their thanks countless times along the way, they could not suppress their heartfelt appreciation, continuously offering their gratitude to Yishao. "Thank you, Mr. Yishao. If it weren't for you, we truly would not know what to do. Thank you, Admiral Fujitora. You are a benefactor to our entire family." Fujitora, with a gentle demeanor and a faint smile, patiently responded to the civilians' gratitude time and again, saying, "It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for concern." Yet, at that moment, a sense of foreboding flickered within Fujitora's tranquil heart. A gentle breeze swept through, parting the clouds that had concealed the figures beneath, akin to a mysterious veil being subtly lifted. Soon, a sharp-eyed government agent noticed the anomalous stone hovering above and gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is that up there?" Hearing the shout, Wasabi quickly looked up, his face flushing with excitement upon realizing that Yishao stood upon the stone. He shouted fervently, "It's Yishao! His gravity fruit allows rocks to float weightlessly. Quickly, shoot!" The agents aboard the warship swiftly seized their weapons, unhesitatingly firing upwards. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, as bullets rained down upon the individuals perched upon the rocks. Observing this, some of the naval soldiers joined the fray, yet the majority exchanged glances, their faces betraying hesitation and confusion, clearly lacking enthusiasm for this shooting endeavor. Upon hearing the sound of gunfire from the government agents, the populace was plunged into a state of sheer panic. Their faces, once illuminated with the relief of having survived a catastrophe and a glimmer of hope for the future, were instantaneously overshadowed by terror. The women screamed in panic, clutching their children tightly, as if their embrace could shield them from all perils. The men, with eyes wide in fear, displayed a visage of sheer helplessness, instinctively placing the women and children behind them, attempting to forge a fragile barrier with their own trembling bodies, quaking from the dread that engulfed them. The children, startled by the sudden gunfire, burst into inconsolable tears, their innocent cries echoing through the air, tugging at the heartstrings. Some elderly individuals, weakened by age, collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way under the extreme fright, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Amidst this chaos, a figure remained composed, his expression calm and resolute. He gently closed his eyes, concentrating to harness the powers of his gravity fruit. In an instant, a mysterious purple glow enveloped the stones around him, and the bullets that had been hurtling towards them appeared to succumb to an invisible force, veering off course and ascending towards the heavens. Subsequently, Fujitora's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly relinquished his abilities. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the bullets that had been launched skyward suddenly seemed animated, returning with deadly precision to their rightful owners. In an instant, the agents aboard the warship were thrown into disarray, frantically dodging the very projectiles they had once commanded. Yet, their efforts proved futile as the bullets mercilessly pierced through their foreheads. Kawasaki's gaze remained fixated on Fujitora above, and with a low growl, he began to undergo a transformation, his form gradually expanding into a colossal and powerful figure, ultimately taking on the visage of a beast with a human body. A thick, impenetrable layer of skin rapidly emerged upon him, while his nose transformed into a sharp, pointed horn, embodying the Zoan-type bull fruit in its rhinoceros form. The bullets, fired in rapid succession, struck his body, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Yet they inflicted no tangible harm, merely grazing his formidable exterior. With a thunderous roar, Yamakawa exerted immense force through his legs, leaping high into the air and executing a series of moon steps, harnessing their momentum to propel himself towards Ichika like a cannonball, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, clearly intent on subduing Ichika in one decisive blow. In the air, Yamakawa moved with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly closing the distance between himself and the stone, crashing violently into Ichika. Ichika, brandishing his staff sword, positioned it horizontally. The dense, profound coating of armed color enveloped the blade like black satin, enhancing its already lethal sharpness with a commanding and heavy aura. The clash of Yamakawa's powerful frame against Ichika's staff sword resonated with a thunderous impact. Chapter 85, Kazara vs. Fujitora. Fujitora stood firmly atop the stone, his feet rooted as if he were an ancient tree, unyielding despite the collision. In an instant, he swung his staff sword with ferocious might, unleashing a slicing strike imbued with immense gravitational force, akin to a roaring black dragon surging towards Yamakawa, bellowing, "Gravity blade! Fierce tiger!" Yamakawa's eyes widened in terror as he sensed the deadly threat emanating from the overwhelming force barreling towards him. In that critical moment, he instinctively curled his body, attempting to shield himself with his horn, as hard as steel, and his robust exterior against the gravitational assault. However, Fujitora's strike was far from easily resisted. The blade's energy sliced through his arm as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from the wound, splattering onto the stone in a glaring display. With a pained cry, Yamakawa's voice was filled with rage and defiance. Soon after, he felt as if an invisible mountain had descended upon him, an unimaginable weight pressing down, compelling his feet to plunge toward the sea below. He struggled desperately, summoning every ounce of strength within his body in an attempt to resist the overwhelming gravity exerted upon him by a smile. Yet, in the face of such absolute force, all efforts proved futile. With a piercing scream, his body was violently propelled by this gravitational power, tracing an arc through the air as it plummeted towards the surging sea below. With a thunderous splash, a massive plume of water erupted on the surface, sending cascading waves of white foam spiraling outward. In an instant, he was engulfed by the ocean, leaving only ripples in his wake, a testament to his previous descent. After being cast into the sea, the battlefield fell into a temporary silence, broken only by the howling sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness. However, this stillness did not last long. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, akin to a falling star racing towards Fujitora. Fujitora's expression shifted, for he recognized the approach of Kazara. That iconic golden glow and formidable aura were unmistakable. Taking a deep breath, Fujitora gripped his kanabo tightly. Enhancing his command over gravity to its utmost, his muscles taut and ready for the impending confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru appeared overhead. Still clad in his white admiral's cloak, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. "Mr. Smile, you have certainly caused quite a stir for the Navy this time," Kizaru quipped. Fujitora scoffed. "Kizaru, you should be well aware of my reasons for acting thus. The innocent civilians are undeserving of this plight, and the world government's actions are undeniably biased." Kizaru shook his head slightly, sighing, "Nonetheless, since there are orders from above, I cannot simply stand by." With that, Kizaru vanished in a flash, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot towards Fujitora with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Relying on his observation haki, Fujitora accurately pinpointed Kizaru's location. With a resounding roar, he unsheathed the black pathfire line and swung it forcefully towards Kizaru, unleashing a formidable gravitational slash that glimmered with a dark radiance, akin to a streak of black lightning aimed directly at Kizaru. The latter, wary of the impending threat, leapt back several feet, creating a considerable distance between himself and Fujitora. He gently shook his slightly numb arm, a cryptic, languid smile adorning his face as he teased, "How terrifying. The power of Mr. Smile is so overwhelming that it nearly suffocates me with its invisible gravity." Fujitora remained silent, standing resolutely in place. He would not retreat an inch. For behind him stood the innocent populace. After a brief standoff, Kizaru launched his attack once more. His body flickered rapidly, continuously darting around Fujitora, while his right index finger incessantly unleashed lasers in an attempt to disrupt Fujitora's defensive rhythm. Fujitora, however, remained utterly focused on sensing the trajectory of Kizaru's attacks. The black line of his weapon danced in his hand, deflecting the laser beams aimed at him or diverting them from their original path with the force of gravity. Amidst the intense exchange of offense and defense, Fujitora suddenly detected a subtle flaw in Kizaru's assault. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity, swinging forcefully towards Kizaru. A formidable gravitational slash, radiating with an obsidian glow, surged forth like a bolt of black lightning aimed at Kizaru. Sensing imminent danger, Kizaru instantaneously transformed into a golden beam, soaring skyward. Yet, Fujitora would not permit such an effortless escape. A glimmer of determination flashed in Fujitora's eyes as he pressed his hands downward with great force. An invisible gravitational force pursued Kizaru in the heights, accelerating with relentless vigor, as if propelled by an indomitable will to achieve its purpose. Alas! With a cry of dismay, Kizaru plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Fujitora, however, remained vigilant, aware that Kizaru's strength extended far beyond this encounter. Though this strike had made contact, the resulting injury was merely akin to a tickle for him. To Fujitora's surprise, Kizaru landed directly upon the warship, then brazenly feigned unconsciousness. Fujitora inclined his head slightly in gratitude towards Kizaru, fully cognizant that Kizaru was intentionally allowing this outcome. In this seemingly adversarial scenario, Kizaru harbored his own considerations and stance. Perhaps he did not wholly endorse the world government's actions, yet he could not overtly defy orders, opting instead for this absurd yet clever ruse. Fujitora recognized the subtlety of the situation, thus his bow was both an expression of gratitude for Kizaru's conduct and a lamentation for Kizaru, a marine admiral, caught in circumstances beyond his control. Subsequently, Fujitora turned, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the terrified yet hopeful crowd behind him. Channeling his abilities, he manipulated the boulders supporting the multitude, propelling them swiftly towards the horizon, soon vanishing from sight. Only Kizaru, still feigning unconsciousness on the warship, and a group of bewildered Navy soldiers remained. The onlookers remained enraptured by the lingering echoes of the breathtaking clash between Fujitora and Kizaru, hearts still racing. At that moment, someone unexpectedly shattered the brief tranquility, softly uttering, "I recall that CP0's wasabi seemed to have fallen into the sea, didn't he?" This remark acted like a stone cast into a still lake, causing ripples to spread through the crowd. They paused in surprise, collectively striving to recollect this detail amidst the chaos that had just unfolded. It indeed seemed plausible. Another individual furrowed his brow, uncertainly responding as he rummaged through his mind for the nebulous fragments of memory. After a brief silence, someone finally grasped the implication, shouting, "Quickly! Follow me down to save him." Having spoken, he resolutely dashed towards the edge of the warship, poised to leap into the sea in search of Wasabi's whereabouts. The others, regaining their senses, hurriedly followed suit. The deck was soon filled with the hurried footsteps of individuals frantically seeking tools to aid in the rescue. Alas, Wasabi had already been dragged to the depths of 10,000 meters by Fujitori's gravitational force, rendering the Navy's rescue efforts a futile endeavor. In a prior moment, CP0 had been hailed as the shield of the Celestial Dragons. During the Wano arc, the words of the five elders were clear: the world's strongest agent, Guernica. When Guernica struck Drake down with a swift finger gun, I initially believed he might stand a chance against Teacher Kaido. However, he was swiftly dispatched by Kaido's single blow. In my view, he pales in comparison to Jin Wang. Hence, in my narrative, CP0 merely measures up to the likes of Moria and Crocodile among the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 86, The Fragmented Navy Before Long. A sensational article titled The Navy? Enyo Navy. Fujitora versus Kizaru in a century showdown. Kizaru returns defeated, swiftly spread across the globe, carried by the agile form of the news-seeking seagulls. This news detonated like a powerful bomb, stirring tumultuous waves in every corner of the world, as diverse groups of people found themselves swept up in the storm born from the Navy's internal turmoil. Upon witnessing Morgan's report, ordinary citizens worldwide were engulfed by a sense of unease. In a tranquil little town, the residents gathered, their faces etched with worry. An elderly man, filled with trepidation, remarked, "The Navy has engaged in battle with the Enyo Navy. How shall we navigate the days to come? Trade across the seas will undoubtedly be affected, and prices are likely to soar once more. They are apprehensive that this conflict might render maritime routes perilous, subsequently jeopardizing the supply of essential goods and the stability of their lives. Residents in coastal regions are particularly gripped by fear, anxious that pirates may seize the opportunity to wreak havoc amidst the naval clash with the Enyo Navy." A young mother clutches her child tightly, her eyes brimming with terror. In such tumultuous times, if the Navy is preoccupied with battling the Enyo Navy, who will safeguard us from the marauders? This uncertainty regarding future security casts a long shadow of fear over the populace. Many harbor a deep aversion to war, yearning instead for a life of tranquility. In the city square, individuals gather for small-scale assemblies, urging both parties to cease hostilities. A scholar-like figure stands upon a platform, passionately proclaiming, "War brings only destruction and death. What we truly need is peace and serenity." The Navy and the Enyo Navy ought to engage in dialogue to amicably resolve their disputes rather than resorting to violence against one another. Upon hearing this news, the pirates seem to embrace a raucous celebration. Aboard a pirate ship, the crew rejoices, and the captain stands at the bow, raising his goblet and bellowing with laughter. The Navy and the Enyo Navy are at each other's throats. "This is our domain. Brothers, go forth and seize what you can." They perceive this as an exceptional opportunity to expand their influence and seize greater treasures and territories while the Navy and the Neo Navy are preoccupied. Upon seeing the reports, the rank-and-file sailors of the Navy were engulfed in confusion. In the dormitories of the naval base, soldiers lay in their beds, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. A young naval soldier sighed softly, pondering whether the justice they had always pursued was indeed the correct path. This sense of bewilderment significantly impacted the morale of the Navy, leading them to question their beliefs and mission. In Mariewa, the enigmatic and imposing office of the Five Elders, which commanded reverence and fear, the elders merely cast a fleeting glance at the newspaper that had circulated worldwide before casually discarding it, as if it were merely inconsequential scrap paper. At that moment, only one thing held paramount importance in their minds: the pursuit of that devil fruit. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a glow on the floor yet failing to dispel the oppressive atmosphere within. Sengoku sat behind his desk, his expression weary and burdened. His gaze lingered on Akiji and Zephyr, who had submitted their resignations, his lips quivering slightly as he struggled to find his voice. Finally, the lips that seemed to bear an immense weight parted slowly, the tone saturated with exhaustion. "Have you truly made your decision?" The Navy now faced an unprecedented crisis, and at such a juncture, they chose to depart. Akiji lowered his head slightly, his eyes resolute. "Admiral Sengoku, my mind is made up. The current state of the Navy leaves me in despair. I require time to seek my own path and contemplate the true meaning of justice." Zephyr, with a complex expression, added, "I have dedicated the greater part of my life to the Navy, yet the institution has transformed into something unrecognizable to me. The suffering inflicted upon innocent civilians compels me to pursue actions I believe to be genuinely righteous, even if it means shedding this uniform." Sengoku sighed in resignation, understanding the resolve of both individuals. Once they made a decision, it would be nearly impossible to alter. "Very well, I approve your resignation requests. However, remember, wherever you may go, do not forget the responsibilities that once accompanied your status as members of the Navy. Aokiji and Zephyr exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They rendered a standard military salute to Sengoku, perhaps for the last time as members of the Navy. As they turned away from the marshal's office, their steps were heavy, yet tinged with a sense of relief. The resignations of Aokiji and Zephyr spread like a rapidly proliferating virus within the Navy, gaining astonishing momentum. As time progressed, the situation grew increasingly dire, akin to an uncontrollable blaze that could not be contained. Sengoku could scarcely recall how many resignation letters he had approved. The papers before him seemed endless. The newly replaced pen in his hand had already run dry of ink, a stark reflection of the Navy's current plight. The former splendor and glory were gradually fading amidst this turmoil. With a gait burdened as if filled with lead, Sengoku slowly exited the office. He gazed at the naval headquarters before him, his heart heavy with bitterness and resignation. During his tenure as marshal, the Navy had inevitably veered towards fragmentation. Moreover, his actions had been executed without prior consultation. Nonetheless, Sengoku was prepared to face the wrath of the Five Elders. He revealed his whereabouts to no one, embarking alone on the journey to the Holy Land, filled with a resolute embrace of death. The Holy Land, Mariewa, a place of power where the Five Elders reside, shrouded in mystery and majesty that dares not be gazed upon directly. After silently listening to Sengoku's report, the Five Elders maintained their inscrutable expressions, rendering their thoughts elusive. Moments later, it was the formidable environmental martial god, Marcus Mazes, who shattered the silence. His voice was deep and solemn, devoid of any intent to hold Sengoku accountable. As he gravely declared, "Sengoku, the matters of the past are of no consequence now. At this moment, I issue to you the highest directive of the world government. A bounty of 200 million berries is set for the whereabouts of the paramecia-type rubber fruit. Those who can provide credible information shall be rewarded with 20 million berries upon verification. The Navy's primary task henceforth shall be to focus on this matter." Upon hearing these words, Sengoku felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, silently cursing. Have these five old men lost their wits? Aokiji and Zephyr have surely defected to the Inyo Navy. Instead of seizing the opportunity to confront them and rectify the situation, they are singularly fixated on searching for some rubber fruit. Is this not a complete inversion of priorities? However, he took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and calmly replied, "Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements promptly." "Good, you shall proceed immediately to implement this directive. The intelligence held by the CP department will be shared with the Navy in due course." "Understood," Sengoku acknowledged, turning to depart. He slowly entered the office of his former superior, the ex-admiral and current supreme commander, Steelbone Kong. Upon his arrival, Steelbone Kong silently offered a steaming cup of tea, attempting to console his once capable subordinate. "Zhonghua, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. The fault in this matter does not rest solely upon you." Zhonghua accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip, only to find the tea particularly bitter today. He managed to force a strained smile in response, saying, "I understand. Yet, how could a formidable navy descend into such a predicament?" With that, he let out a long, profound sigh, laden with nostalgia for the Navy's former glory, sorrow for its current state, and deep concern for its future. Chapter 87. Breaking News. The departure of Aokiji and Zephyr was akin to a tempest, sweeping through the entire naval system. Not only did they resolutely depart, but they also led a significant number of naval elites in their exodus. The shocking news, akin to having sprouted wings, spread across every inch of the world with the swift and powerful flight of the seagulls delivering the message, capturing the attention of various factions and instilling a sense of unease and unrest over the vast ocean. At the naval headquarters, Marine Vondo Kane's gaze slowly fell upon the newspaper, where bold headlines and content awaited him. In an instant, an uncontrollable wave of joy surged within him, prompting him to involuntarily open his mouth and burst into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the stillness of the room. Kane, looking at the newspaper on the table, could not help but laugh uproariously. What a fortuitous opportunity this is. While chuckling, he emphatically slapped the table with his hand. "Oh, how can I possibly express my gratitude to you? It seems that after sitting upon the throne for 800 years, your intellect may be beginning to wane." He tilted his head slightly, teasing the one who wielded supreme power within the world government. "In that case, I shall not be polite." Kane abruptly rose to his feet, his breath quickening, clearly indicating that the excitement within him had reached its zenith. "I shall present you with a meticulously prepared grand gift." His voice was deep and resolute, as if declaring war upon him. The Admiral Akainu, stationed in the New World, was seldom rendered speechless upon reading the report, remaining utterly silent. His countenance, as steadfast as rock, bore a grave expression, while within him, turbulent undercurrents surged incessantly. He pondered quietly. Zifa, Kazan, may the paths you pursue be unequivocally correct. Brian's ideology could indeed precipitate a cataclysmic war that engulfs the entire world. At that juncture, those scoundrels who wreak havoc upon the seas will undoubtedly act with even greater impunity, plunging the world into deeper chaos. Akainu gradually rose, his towering and formidable figure standing resolutely as he gazed into the vast ocean, murmuring to himself, "All I can do is devote every ounce of my strength to ruthlessly eradicate these scourges of the sea, in order to safeguard the tranquility of these waters." With that, he abruptly turned, addressing the messenger waiting outside with a voice as thunderous as a bell. "Convey my orders. Prepare to set sail. I shall intercept all pirates attempting to breach the New World at the G1 base. They shall not be permitted to advance a single step." The messenger immediately straightened, responding loudly, "Yes." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat behind his desk, his visage weary and haggard. He gazed out of the window, his heart filled with helplessness and anxiety. The Crane Admiral silently navigated among the soldiers, striving to soothe their spirits. She understood all too well that maintaining morale was of paramount importance at this moment. "Let us not succumb to panic. The righteousness of the Navy endures. We must steadfastly uphold our posts, safeguarding peace and order in the world." Her voice was steady and resolute, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of despair. The Navy's scientific division, Kizaru, retained his trademark nonchalance, softly murmuring, "Oh dear, this truly is quite troublesome." Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate bore a grave expression. He is acutely aware that the division within the Navy will inevitably wreak havoc on the intricate dynamics of the pirate world, heralding the onset of a formidable tempest that is set to ravage these waters. "This is a tumultuous era as a united family. We must exert every effort to safeguard our loved ones and territory, allowing no one to inflict harm upon our kin." His resounding voice echoed across the ship, and the crew responded in unison, "Yes." Old man, red-haired Shanks stood quietly at the bow of the Red Force, the sea breeze tousling his crimson locks. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, with a glimmer of contemplation dancing in his eyes. Ever since William set sail, it seems that the world has become increasingly elusive. Hasn't it? Haha. He spoke with a smile, yet his laughter carried a hint of reflection on the capriciousness of life. Lucky Lou, fervently tearing at the morsel in his grasp, mumbled, "The captain has truly become a fool. As pirates, all we need is to joyfully relish each day." Upon hearing this, Shanks let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, you speak the truth. In that case, let us indulge in a grand feast." The crew erupted in jubilant cheers. "Oh." Standing to the side, Ben Beckman observed this scene with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. "What can I do with this foolish bunch?" However, beneath this seemingly carefree and joyous atmosphere, Shanks was quietly contemplating the shifting tides of the world. In the New World, on Onigashima, Kaido of the Beast sat upon his ominous and imposing throne. Upon catching sight of the report with his bell-like eyes, he roared with excitement, "Uo-aro-aro-aro. The Navy is currently preoccupied with their own troubles. It is the perfect opportunity for us to expand our influence." He gulped down a large mouthful of liquor, the drink trickling down the corner of his mouth. The matron erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, we must strive earnestly to seize more territory and resources." She then added, "Those pirates who once cowered under the Navy's oppression will surely rise up now. We must be thoroughly prepared to confront these reckless provocateurs." Kaido, upon hearing this, let out a thunderous laugh. "I shall show those ignorant fools just how vast the world truly is." In the eyes of these two emperors, the Navy's disarray undoubtedly presented a pivotal opportunity to alter the landscape of the pirate world. They would seize this chance without hesitation, expanding their dominion, heralding the onset of a new era of pirate rivalry upon these waters. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters in Baltigo, Dragon, Sabo, and their comrades felt a mix of relief and urgency upon reading the reports of the Navy's division. This is a rare opportunity. We must accelerate the propagation of our ideals of freedom, unite more oppressed souls, and overthrow the dominion of the world government. Sabo declared passionately. Dragon, however, responded with a measured analysis. While the Navy's fragmentation is advantageous for us, we must not let our guard down. The world government will undoubtedly deploy various measures to counter this crisis. We must closely monitor the situation's evolution and devise a prudent strategy. We cannot act recklessly. Sabo, upon hearing this, rose to speak, but Crowl gently seized his arm, signaling him to restrain his impulsiveness. Sabo lowered his head in silence, concealing his expression. Yet the tremor in his hands betrayed the turmoil within him. Chapter 88. An unprecedented bounty before the world could fully absorb the shocking news of the Navy's split. They were rendered speechless by Morgan's urgent publication of a bounty. The world government had astonishingly placed an unprecedented bounty of 20 billion berries on a singular target, a devil fruit known as the gum-gum fruit, classified as a paramecia type. This bounty announcement detonated like a bombshell, igniting a fervent upheaval within the pirate realm. Countless youths, lured by the prospect of immense wealth and formidable power, were swept away by fervor, hastily forming their crews. With dreams of overnight riches and maritime supremacy, they surged toward the sea like a tide, eager to uncover the elusive fruit, hoping to alter their destinies and embark upon their own legendary pirate tales. In the New World, at the G1 branch, Kane gazed at the newspaper in his hand. The figures on that bounty felt like a personal affront to him. He was so enraged that his face turned crimson. In an instant, he unleashed his power, causing the newspaper in his hand to rapidly dissolve under the intense heat, transforming into a cloud of ash. His eyes widened in fury as he erupted in a tirade. Have those old fools lost their senses? This is sheer madness. The vice admiral of Akainu cautiously approached, timidly inquiring, Mr. Sakazuki, should we still proceed with our original plan to set sail and combat the pirates? Akainu shot him a fierce glare and, without turning back, stormed towards the warship, bellowing, let those who wish to pursue this matter do so. I have no time for such frivolities. The battle plan remains unchanged. His voice was laden with rage, echoing throughout the port. The internal discord within the Navy intensified dramatically due to this unexpected bounty announcement, flaring like a wildfire. Certain naval commanders expressed profound dissatisfaction with the world government's decision, believing it utterly disregarded the Navy's true mission and responsibilities, amounting to a desecration of their dignity. Nevertheless, despite their grievances, under the oppressive edict of the world government, the Navy was compelled to elevate the search for the rubber fruit to the highest priority, mobilizing vast resources and manpower to embark on what appeared to be a ludicrous yet unavoidable frenzy of search operations. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Sabo felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing the bounty notice, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. He was perplexed as to why Luffy was under such intense scrutiny from the world government. Anxiously, he hurriedly made his way towards Dragon's room, clutching the newspaper. Dragon, observing the hastily approaching Sabo, maintained his calm and composed demeanor. He analyzed carefully. As for Luffy's devil fruit ability, Sabo, do not panic. Luffy's safety is currently assured. After all, he is with his grandfather at the moment. Upon hearing this, Sabo's mind immediately conjured the formidable and imposing figure of Garp, instilling a sense of calm within him. He nodded and said, Chief, I wish to return to the Goa Kingdom. When Luffy and I lived on Mount Gorbo during our childhood, many were aware of Luffy's abilities. Although that place has been reduced to ashes, I still wish to see if there are any remnants that might expose Luffy's secrets. Dragon pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It is wise to return and investigate, but be sure to exercise caution. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, Garp held a newspaper, staring at the bounty notice, his mouth agape and his expression frozen in disbelief. After a long pause, Ace curiously leaned in and asked, What does the newspaper say? Has the Navy split again? Garp remained silent, his gaze fixed on the paper. Ace's companions, witnessing his reaction, began to chuckle. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Garp's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Everyone, start running around Mount Gorbo 1,000 times. Immediately, although Ace and Luffy were reluctant, they complied with Garp's stern gaze and ran off obediently. Once they had departed, Garp quickly retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Bogart's number. Bogart, do you know what is happening? What is the story behind the rubber fruit? On the other end, Bogart sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. I am not entirely certain. This order came directly from the five elders. Garp, upon hearing this, erupted in furious indignation. Those celestial dragons have always been so absurd. Then, as if a realization struck him, Garp cleared his throat twice and said, Ahem, disregard my previous remarks. Ahem, Bogart. Did those imbeciles mention what to do upon finding the user of the rubber fruit? He hastily added, Of course. I am not suggesting that my grandson possesses the power of the rubber fruit. I am merely curious and asking out of simple interest. On the other end of the line, Bogart felt a sense of relief upon seeing that the call was from Carp, prompting him to deliberately use a secure phone to avoid any eavesdropping. He pondered silently within himself, sensing that he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Bogart articulated with deliberate precision, "Those possessing the power of the rubber fruit will be cast into an infinite abyss, imprisoned for eternity." Upon hearing these words, Carp fell into a profound silence, his expression transforming into one of grave seriousness. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly replied, "Thank you, Bogart. Please take care of yourself." With that, he ended the call and gazed into the distance, lost in deep contemplation. The night was as dark as ink, profound and serene, with only the gentle sea breeze caressing the air, carrying a hint of briny essence. Ace sat quietly at the edge of the bed, his eyes fixed on Luffy, who lay sleeping soundly beside him. The innocence of Luffy's slumber, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally tranquil, completely oblivious to the impending storm. Ace's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the newspaper he had seen that evening. The contents of that paper struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering the tranquility deep within his heart. The floodgates of memory slowly opened, and Buggy's words, tinged with mockery yet laden with meaning, echoed in his ears. "Ace, you are too weak. Your strength is wholly inadequate to navigate these seas. Are you truly prepared to lose everything?" Each word landed like a hammer, forcefully striking at his soul, igniting a profound and indescribable pain within. Ace's hands instinctively clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, while an unprecedented determination shone in his gaze. He slightly tilted his head, gazing out at the vast and boundless starry sky, as if pledging allegiance to this mysterious and expansive ocean. His lips quivered gently, yet he spoke to himself with unwavering determination. "Even if it costs me my life, I will never allow such a thing to occur. Luffy, I will protect you at all costs." The sea breeze seemed to sense Ace's inner turmoil, blowing more fiercely, causing the curtains to flutter as if applauding and cheering for Ace's resolve. Chapter 89. Setting Sail and Reunion within the shipyard of Water 7. The sunlight cascaded upon the pristine hull, captivating the attention of William and his companions, their eyes brimming with awe and anticipation. A proud iceberg stood nearby, elaborating in detail. "Behold this vessel, a remarkably exquisite four-masted, double-decked sailing ship. From the keel to the deck, it is crafted from the illustrious Adam tree, rendering it immensely sturdy. Moreover, the ship's amenities have been meticulously designed to meet all your specifications, including a mapping room, training facility, kitchen, aquarium, and more, ensuring that all your needs during the voyage are thoroughly accommodated." He paused for a moment, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Before continuing, "The main cannon at the bow has been designed, per your request, William, in the form of a mermaid cradling it. Reminiscent of the splendid ship of the Roger pirates, the Aro Jackson, truly distinctive." Iceberg gazed at this masterpiece, a culmination of heartfelt effort, and his tone grew solemn. "I have named her the new Aro Jackson, hoping she shall carry your dreams as she sets sail upon these tumultuous seas, braving the winds and waves." Upon hearing this, William nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Indeed, it possesses great recognizability, aligning perfectly with our vision. I am quite fond of it." Iceberg slightly raised his head, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "My mentor, Master Tom, once crafted the Oro Jackson for the Roger pirates. In the art of shipbuilding, I am but a humble disciple compared to my master, yet I sincerely wish for this new vessel to aid you in pursuing your dreams." William nodded in gratitude once more. "Thank you immensely, Mayor Iceberg. This is the payment for the shipbuilding." Nami looked at the enormous box at her feet with reluctance, pushing it towards Iceberg with evident reluctance. Iceberg opened the box, momentarily stunned, for it was brimming with 10,000 berries in large denominations, estimated to amount to at least 100 billion. He quickly waved his hands, urgently declining. "This is simply too much." William bowed slightly, offering a sincere apology. "Mayor Iceberg, consider the excess as a token of our goodwill. After all, my scoundrel of a father caused great suffering to Master Tom, and I have long felt a sense of guilt." Observing Iceberg's continued hesitance, William pressed on. "I implore you, Mayor Iceberg, please accept it. I have heard that Master Tom's dream was to create a sea train connecting the entire ocean. Let me contribute to fulfilling that dream." Iceberg's eyes shimmered with tears, and he nodded earnestly, his voice slightly choked. "I shall not allow my teacher's dream to fade. I shall accept this precious gift, albeit with great embarrassment." Aboard the new Oro Jackson, William deftly hoisted the crew's uniquely emblematic flag high atop the mast, and as the sea breeze swept by, the flag billowed fiercely, resonating with a vibrant sound. He raised his arm and called out, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. Let us continue our adventurous journey. Oh. The crowd responded in unison, their shouts coalescing into a formidable force that reverberated across the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Akiji led a throng of followers, setting forth with great momentum towards the South Sea, though they had yet to ascertain Brian's exact whereabouts. Their keen intuition and analytical prowess suggested a significant likelihood of his presence in the South China Sea. Moreover, they were acutely aware that Ishiu was also searching within these waters, his heart brimming with anticipation to reunite with this potential comrade in arms. Eager to ignite a tide of change in the world. In the South China Sea, Ishiu had just successfully settled those who had endured hardships and narrowly escaped death. His tall, resolute figure stood steadfast by the shore, his gaze penetrating the distant horizon, contemplating Brian's possible direction. At that moment, two figures gradually came into view, becoming clearer against the backdrop of the distant sky. A smile, weathered by time, graced Ishiu's face as he called out, "Gottfried Brian, I have long awaited our meeting." His voice carried far upon the howling sea breeze. Brian scratched his head in mild exasperation, a wry smile forming as he replied, "Mr. Ishiu, I am but an ordinary man, yet I am deeply honored by such profound trust from all of you. I truly do not know how to repay this weighty confidence." He hastily introduced the person beside him. "Mr. Ishiu, this is Khadgar, a wielder of the Superman-type Mumin fruit. It is no exaggeration to say that without Khadgar's assistance, I would likely have met my demise." Upon hearing this, Ishiu's expression shifted to one of solemn respect. Straightening his posture, he bowed deeply to Khadgar, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Khadgar, I am immensely grateful for your noble act. Your actions are akin to safeguarding the flickering flame of hope for our era, which is of utmost importance." Khadgar quickly returned the gesture with humility, stating, "Mr. Ishiu, this is merely my duty. In this vast ocean, who does not yearn for a savior like Brian to rescue the suffering?" Ishiu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as he solemnly inquired, "Brian, have you truly made the resolute decision to embark on this thorn-laden path?" Brian's countenance stiffened, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, "Indeed. The expectations of the people weigh heavily upon my shoulders. I shall not falter in the slightest, and I cannot disappoint them." Fujitora's gaze burned intensely as he pressed further. "Even if the path ahead leads to an irretrievable abyss, even at the cost of your life, you would not regret it?" Brian threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing with fearlessness and resolve. "Can the thoughts of man be easily extinguished? As long as belief persists, there will be a glimmer of hope." Ishiu joined in with a resounding laugh. "Then let me lend you my strength." From afar, Brook spied the enormous and familiar silhouette of Laboon, a flicker of light appearing to dance within his hollow eye sockets. "Laboon, is that you?" "Laboon." Brook's voice trembled with excitement, echoing across the surface of the sea. Upon hearing that familiar call, Laboon's massive body quaked as if it were struck by an earthquake, its tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, splashing into the ocean and creating magnificent, vibrant sprays. It emitted a joyous and piercing cry, infused with boundless elation and fervor, as if recounting the joy of a long-awaited reunion. With great effort, it thrashed its body, each movement conjuring towering waves, seemingly conveying the tumultuous emotions within. Brook hastened towards Laboon, gently alighting upon its head, tenderly caressing Laboon's skin with his dry, bony hand. Tears flowed incessantly from Brook's hollow eye sockets. "Laboon, I'm sorry." "Laboon." His voice was laden with guilt and emotion. Laboon gently nuzzled against Brook, as if tenderly recounting years of longing and solitude. The surrounding sea seemed to be swayed by their reunion, rippling with a gentler cadence, as if celebrating their joyous reconnection. In the distance, Crocus tenderly wiped away tears from his face, his eyes filled with poignant reflections. Growing old makes one sensitive to such moments. Raleigh slowly sipped his drink, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes as he softly replied, "Indeed, the bonds of camaraderie, despite the ravages of time, shall never fade, shall they?" As he spoke, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, his thoughts whisked away by an invisible breeze, transporting him back to those fervent, spirited days. Once, he and his companions pursued dreams together, confronting countless challenges and adversities, every moment etched deeply in his heart, becoming the most treasured jewels of his existence. Now, witnessing the reunion of Brook and Laboon, he felt as though he was gazing upon his younger self and those steadfast comrades, an indescribable wave of emotion surging within him. Chapter 90, Kane's scheme. Alabasta. The populace responded fervently to the calls of Cobra and Koza, brandishing an array of weapons, converging from the city streets and the rural fields. Their expressions were grave, resolute in their determination to defend their homeland, prepared to face peril without a flicker of retreat. Rain Banquet Mr. Five and his partner, Miss Valentine, had just pushed open the heavy door, its hinges creaking ominously, shattering the stillness of the room. They were on the verge of discerning the true visage of the enigmatic president, yet before they could fully behold the man seated upon the throne, an intangible weight descended upon them, as if the very mountain of Tai had suddenly pressed down, enveloping them in an instant. They felt as though they had been struck on the head with a sledgehammer, their legs weakened, consciousness fading as they collapsed onto the ground. Once the dense black smoke dissipated, Buggy turned to Robin and said, "Let us proceed. We have acquired all the poneglyphs. I have learned the whereabouts of the historical text of Alabasta from that fellow. It is time to satisfy your curiosity." Excitement flickered in Robin's eyes, and she eagerly followed Buggy's pace, each step infused with urgency, as if she could hardly wait to unveil the mysteries of history. Within the tombs of the Nefertari royal family's ancient kings, Robin stared blankly at the historical text before her. The archaic script seemed to narrate tales from centuries past. However, upon discovering that it merely recorded the location of one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, a wave of disappointment washed over her. This was not the true historical record she sought, and a hint of despondency clouded her gaze. "Let us depart after you have read it. Our next destination is Skypea, where another poneglyph awaits," Buggy declared. Robin turned to him, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Aren't you at all intrigued by its contents?" At her words, Buggy erupted into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth echoing through the vast chamber, as if to shatter the walls. Merely the lamentations of the defeated. "Such information holds no value for me." Robin pressed on. "What if the text reveals the location of the legendary ancient weapon, the Pluton, capable of obliterating an island with a single bombardment, the power to annihilate the world? Does that not entice you?" Buggy retorted, "If such so-called world-destroying weapons were truly formidable, the world government would not have maintained its dominion for 800 years. Meanwhile, Cobra and Kosha arrived at the Rain Banquet only to find it deserted, left in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Kosha's transponder snail rang. Upon answering, an excited voice exclaimed, "Leader Kosha, Buggy's fleet has now departed from Alabasta." Joy surged among them, eliciting cheers in response to the good news. Although they had steeled themselves for the possibility of losing their lives, who would ever wish for their existence to be cut short? At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane stood silently, his gaze fixed upon the various forms of devil fruits before him, meticulously contemplating how to allocate them most judiciously. There were two Logia types, the Sansan fruit and the Ice fruit, each possessing unique abilities and potential. The Paramecia types included the Bubble fruit, the Copy fruit, the Wax fruit, the Boom fruit, and the Float fruit. Soon, Kane made his decision and communicated with the system, absorbed the Copy fruit, the Wax fruit, the Boom fruit, and the Float fruit. The limitations of the Bomb fruit are disappointingly low, entirely diverging from Kane's expectations. This fruit merely allows the user to cause any part of their body to explode, including the air they exhale, rendering its capabilities overly simplistic and constrained. It is evidently inferior to the Bomb fruit wielded by Gladius, which enables the user to expand and explode inorganic matter from their own body and the surrounding environment, exhibiting far greater destructive power and utility. Kane continued to communicate with the system, exchange for the Zoan-type dog fruit, mythical beast form, Tanuki. With this fruit, he could sustain his fabrications, and given him's intellect, it might even lead her to become utterly disoriented. By the campfire in the South Sea, Brian sat resolutely on the ground, his gaze unwavering as he recounted his plans to Fujitora. "I still intend to assault Mariewa, as in the future, liberating all slaves." His voice resonated with unwavering strength, imbued with determination and courage. Ishu paused momentarily, then urged, "Brian, Mary Joa is not as straightforward as you envision. For you at this moment, it is wisest to remain hidden and cultivate your strength." Brian responded with a bold laugh. "What does it matter if I perish there? The cries of the oppressed citizens under the celestial dragon's tyranny keep me awake at night, Ishiao. My life is inconsequential. I shall demonstrate through my actions that the celestial dragons are indeed human, and when a person is slain, they meet their end." His gaze revealed a fearless courage and unwavering belief that moved the hearts of those who beheld it. With a smile, he declared solemnly, "Then I shall willingly accompany you to the ends of fate." At that moment, a fruit fell from the coconut tree above Brian, descending directly towards his head. The fruit traced an arc through the air, imbued with an air of mystery. Swift as lightning, he rose to catch it, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Is this the mythical Zoan type, Inu no Mi, in its Tanuki form?" The legends that the will residing within a devil fruit seeks its host appear to be true. He handed the devil fruit to Brian, saying, "Brian, this fruit is destined for you. Consume it at once." Brian accepted the devil fruit with a grin, replying, "With this, our chances of success have dramatically increased." No sooner had he spoken than he swallowed the devil fruit whole. The following day, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane lounged lazily in a deck chair. Reminiscent of a contented cat, his eyes half closed, basking in the sunlight, yet his gaze remained fixated on the vast sky above. At that moment, he mused to himself, "Let this splendid spectacle commence." In the instant this thought crossed his mind, the once tranquil sky appeared to ignite, radiating brilliance. On the long dormant screen, blurred images began to materialize, akin to a mysterious scroll unfurling. This extraordinary sight instantly captivated the attention of the entire world. Whether it was the pirates battling the turbulent seas, or the soldiers steadfastly stationed at the naval base, always on standby. Whether it was the ordinary citizens hustling in bustling cities, or the indigenous people living in isolation on enigmatic islands, all ceased their activities, as if enchanted, gazing up at the heavens with expressions filled with curiosity and anticipation. As the images gradually sharpened, a distinctive figure emerged before the crowd. The first thing to catch the eye being the striking red nose of the infamous Buggy D. Clown. With a wide grin revealing his pearly white teeth, his voice thundered, "I believe everyone has missed me dearly, so let us begin." Previously, I mentioned the Revolutionary Army and the One Navy had once seemed on the verge of unification, only to ultimately part ways. I surmise you are all brimming with curiosity regarding the reasons behind this, so allow me to unveil the truth. The Revolutionary Army is an organization founded by Monkey D. Dragon, with a core objective that is both simple and unequivocal, to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Dragons. However, Admiral Brian of One once made a scathing remark about the Revolutionary Army, describing them as hesitant and timid, forever looking back while failing to forge ahead. He even scornfully mocked, "How could one possibly achieve revolutionary success alongside this swarm of insects?" In the year 1500, when the world government unleashed the Demon Purge order to erase O'Hara, Monkey D. Dragon established the precursor to the Revolutionary Army, the Self-Defense Force. Regrettably, despite its prolonged development, the Revolutionary Army has yet to pose a substantial threat to the reign of the Celestial Dragons. At this point, Buggy's face bore a hint of derision, his smile seemingly mocking the cowardice of the Revolutionary Army while silently ridiculing the absurdity of the global situation. To put it more plainly, one might wonder if they are paralyzed by the fear of the Celestial Dragon's formidable reputation. Of course, this is merely conjecture. Who truly knows? Haha. Clearing his throat, Buggy continued, "Consider Admiral Brian of the One Navy. Before he formally established the One Navy, he single-handedly attacked Mariewa. What a battle that was! Not only did he successfully liberate all the slaves imprisoned there, but he also eliminated a significant number of celestial dragons. Yet, what of Monkey D. Dragon? Over the years, he has little to show in terms of tangible achievements. The stark contrast between the two is unmistakable. The superiority is evident. In the Holy Land, Mariewa, deep within the magnificent palace, the void throne loomed high, resembling a stern mountain peak that exuded an oppressive aura. Im sat upon this throne, a symbol of supreme authority, coldly observing Buggy, who was passionately recounting words capable of upheaving the world's understanding. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Im's mouth, forming a disdainful arc, as if viewing an insignificant, bustling ant. Then, with a derisive chuckle escaping his lips, he remarked, "It seems necessary to remind these little insects of the world government's might, lest they foolishly dream of challenging this established order." With that, Im's gaze, sharp as a frigid arrow, slowly swept over the elder stars kneeling below. The weight of his stare seemed to induce an involuntary tremor in their bodies. They bowed their heads, their foreheads pressed firmly against the cold ground, paralyzed by fear, terrified that even the slightest movement might provoke the lofty sovereign. "Do you worthless fools know what you must do?" Im's voice, low and frigid, echoed through the desolate palace, each word striking heavily against the hearts of the 5 elders, deepening their dread. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders were instantly struck with terror, prostrating themselves fervently, their foreheads repeatedly striking the ground, the sound resonating through the palace with a particularly somber urgency. "As you wish. We shall not allow those lowly peasants to taint the air of the sacred land." The supreme commander of the Knights of God, Feglander Greenhouse, sat regally in the opulent hall. As he listened to Buggy recounting Brian's assault on Mary Ahua through the holographic screen, a flash of anger crossed his face. With a disdainful snort, he abruptly rose, drawing his sword, a symbol of power and glory, swiftly from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the light. A mere band of peasants. Should they dare to encroach, I shall obliterate them with a single strike. In the high-hanging holographic screen, Buggy seemed undisturbed by the outside world, continuing his discourse. Of course, the ideological chasm between the Revolutionary Army and the One Navy is as vast as the sky and the earth. The Revolutionary Army adopts a relatively moderate stance towards the nobility, determined to overthrow the malevolent, while reserving the benevolent for preservation, striving for a degree of reform within the existing societal framework. In contrast, the One Navy espouses a more radical and thorough perspective, firmly believing in the inherent equality of all individuals, asserting that the very existence of the nobility is a decayed and inhumane construct that must be eradicated at its roots. As Buggy spoke, he picked up a photograph from the table behind him and skillfully affixed it to the blackboard. The image depicted the 12th king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra. The Nefertari clan, one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 8 centuries ago, chose not to reside in the Holy Land like the others, instead remaining in Alabasta to rule over the expansive desert kingdom. This King Nefertari Cobra has long advocated the principle that the nation is the people. Fully aware that effective governance lies in understanding the populace, consistently placing the interests of his citizens above all in his policies, meticulously crafting every decision to ensure that each citizen benefits. Consequently, he enjoys immense affection from his people and holds a prestigious position within Alabasta. However, during the tenure of one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, who entrenched himself in Alabasta, he recklessly employed dance powder to achieve his own ends. This nefarious act resulted in catastrophic climatic changes, with parched fields and failed harvests plaguing the land. The uninformed populace, under the weight of survival's pressure, mistakenly attributed their plight to the king's incompetence, thus nurturing discontent that ultimately led to the formation of a rebellious army. This resulted in a fierce and devastating war against the king's forces. The conflict plunged Alabastan into an abyss of chaos and suffering, with countless lives lost and the entire nation shrouded in the grim shadow of war. Buggy paused momentarily, casting a shrewd glance over the audience before inquiring with a resonant voice, "What do you believe will be the fate of such a king?" His question rippled through the populace like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring up waves of contemplation across the world. People from bustling taverns in metropolitan areas to humble cottages in remote villages began to ponder Buggy's query earnestly, each harboring their own thoughts and answers. A cacophony of discussions erupted, resonating like a roaring tide, spreading throughout every corner of the globe. Chapter 92. We must seek out the One Navy. They are the ones who truly care for us. Alabastan. As Buggy concluded his narrative regarding Alabastan, the emotions of the crowd were ignited instantly, akin to dry kindling meeting a blazing fire, spiraling into an uncontrollable fervor. Their hearts were brimming with rage and anguish, as the scars of years of war were ignited in that moment, directing their fury towards King Cobra. "Cobra, look at what you have wrought," shouted an enraged citizen, his eyes ablaze with emotion, his voice resonating with fury and accusation. Others echoed his sentiments, their words crashing down upon Cobra like a tempest, each phrase a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing his heart. "Cobra, step down," one citizen boldly proclaimed, this cry serving as a signal that instantly ignited the fervor of the crowd, who joined in unison. "Cobra, step down." Ultimately, these shouts converged into a cohesive and resounding chant, reverberating through the skies of Alabastan like rolling thunder. "Cobra, step down." Cobra stood silently upon the palace steps, bearing the weight of the populace's scorn and vitriol. His countenance bore the marks of guilt and helplessness, and his eyes revealed a profound sorrow and self-reproach. He was acutely aware that all of this stemmed from his own dereliction of duty. As the king, he had failed to safeguard his kingdom and its people, allowing them to endure immense suffering and hardship. At that moment, Princess Vivi stepped forward, her strides resolute as she slowly approached the agitated crowd. She gazed silently at the enraged citizens, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, resembling a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, offering strength and inspiration. "I recognize that our lineage has betrayed your trust," she began. "However, I implore you to believe in me. I assure you that we shall do everything within our power to rectify our wrongs." Princess Vivi's voice was deep and resonant, her words imbued with an enchanting power that gradually quelled the fervor of the crowd. She proceeded to articulate her plans in detail, vowing to resolutely combat the forces of evil. Regardless of the cost, she pledged to eradicate Crocodile and his remaining factions, restoring peace and stability to the nation. She committed to paying greater attention to the welfare of the people, striving to ensure that every citizen of Alabasta could lead a happy and secure life. Slowly, the crowd was moved by Princess Vivi's sincerity. They recognized the sense of responsibility and courage emanating from this young princess, as well as the glimmer of hope for Alabasta's future. Princess Vivi is right. We cannot simply surrender, a young man exclaimed, his face alight with passion and determination, his eyes filled with dreams and confidence for the future. We must unite and build our nation together. His voice resonated like a fervent war drum, inspiring those around him. At the opportune moment, Kusha stepped forward to lend his support to Princess Weiwei. Please place your trust in Princess Weiwei, and also in me. He proclaimed loudly that the Nefertari clan is still noble, and that their previous misfortunes were merely the result of the malevolent pirate Crocodile. We must not allow temporary hardships to undermine our faith in our king and princess. We must unite and weather this storm together. Leader Kosha speaks wisely, and I stand in support of you. Many citizens rallied in response, their voices brimming with trust and allegiance towards Kosha and Princess Vivi. However, amidst the crowd, there remained a faction whose eyes were filled with disappointment and resolve. I refuse to continue living under such inept rulers, a middle-aged man exclaimed. We must seek out the One Navy. They are the ones who truly care for us. Indeed, let us go. Others echoed his sentiments, turning their backs and departing without a glance, their figures gradually fading into the vast desert, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints, as if bidding a final farewell to this land. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Monkey D. Dragon and the senior members of the Revolutionary Army were gathered around a large conference table, their expressions grave as they attentively listened to Buggy's account. Dragon realized that Buggy's perspectives and pronouncements resembled an unexpected tempest, one that could severely tarnish the image and reputation of the Revolutionary Army. It was imperative to take prompt and effective measures in response, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. To safeguard the integrity of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon swiftly made a decision. He resolved to assemble a cadre of seasoned and articulate propagandists to widely disseminate the true ideals and objectives of the Revolutionary Army through various channels, including newspapers, pamphlets, and clandestine gatherings. It was essential to emphasize to the populace that the Revolutionary Army's mission was to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Celestial Dragons, striving for fairness and justice in the world. This was a noble yet arduous undertaking, far from the timid and ineffectual portrayal suggested by Buggy. Nevertheless, within the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, some radical members began to experience inner turmoil upon hearing Buggy's disparaging remarks about their cause. They began to question whether the path they had steadfastly followed was indeed the correct one, their hearts burdened with confusion and uncertainty. Are we truly engaged in the right endeavor? Perhaps Brian is right. We have been stagnating, failing to achieve any substantial results. A member of the radical faction, head bowed, murmured softly, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of bewilderment and helplessness. The other radicals echoed his sentiments, believing that the Revolutionary Army's progress was excessively sluggish, having failed for years to deliver a decisive blow to the Celestial Dragons. They felt a pressing need for more radical and decisive measures to propel the revolution forward, lest their ideals remain forever unfulfilled. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, these radical members resolved to part ways with the Revolutionary Army and join the One Navy. They believed that only the bold and audacious approach of the One Navy could truly realize their ideals and instigate monumental change in the world. In the doldrums, under the leadership of Aokiji and Zephyr, the soldiers aboard the warships felt an overwhelming sense of pride and confidence upon hearing of Brian's solitary act of bravery in liberating slaves, as if they too had participated in that great battle. Brian's heroism solidified their conviction that the cause they championed was just, worthy of their struggle and sacrifice. Aokiji stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, his eyes shimmering with excitement. I firmly believe that as long as we persistently strive, we shall undoubtedly achieve a world of fairness and justice, allowing each individual to lead a life of happiness. His voice was resolute and powerful, as if he were pledging allegiance to the vast ocean, or perhaps rallying both himself and his soldiers. Zephyr stood beside Aokiji, and upon hearing his words, he erupted into hearty laughter. Such enthusiasm is indeed a rarity. His laughter was hearty and boisterous, carried far and wide by the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Chapter 93, the Navy for which he fought all his life, concluded. Within the radiant expanse of the sky, Bucky's distinctive and slightly raspy voice finally shattered the long-held suspense, unveiling the long-anticipated yet possibly unfathomable verdict. The One Navy's sentence for Nefertari Cobra is death. These few succinct words unleashed a tempest in every corner of the world. People across the globe, whether amidst the bustling streets of vibrant towns or the tranquil pathways of remote villages, stood stunned by Bucky's proclamation, quickly followed by a torrent of emotions: anger, doubt, fear surging forth like a flood unleashed. In a peaceful town in the North Sea, where the gentle sea breeze brushed against the houses, bringing with it a hint of the ocean's essence, the scene was one of serenity. "This is outrageous. King Cobra is innocent," cried a stout, middle-aged man, his face flushed with indignation. "Have you lost your mind? Are the innocents who perished in the war guilty?" retorted a young woman, her eyes shimmering with tears of fury, her voice trembling yet resolute. "Indeed, those highborn nobles care not for our lives," chimed in an elderly man, leaning on his cane, his frail body shaking slightly, the deep wrinkles on his face accentuated by his anger, his hoarse voice resonating with conviction. In the bustling Spade archipelago, merchants and adventurers from all corners congregated in the tavern, where the clinking of glasses abruptly ceased, all rendered speechless by Bucky's words. After a moment of silence, an elderly merchant, seasoned from travels through many lands, slowly set down his drink, shook his head, and spoke with a face marked by the passage of time. "The actions of the One Navy may appear radical, yet they are, in truth, reckless. King Cobra has governed for many years, and the stability of Alabasta is inextricably linked to him. To so readily decree a death sentence will leave monarchs across the realm in a state of dread. Will this not plunge the world into chaos?" The tavern patrons erupted into fervent discussion, a young man with red hair, slamming his fist on the table. "Whether noble or king, we only care about who looks after us common folk. If King Cobra does not deserve death, then must we, the insignificant, meet such a fate?" His words resonated with many, igniting a passionate uproar as people voiced their opinions, the atmosphere in the tavern igniting with fervor. Meanwhile, those nobles who typically led lives of privilege and superiority, who had entertained thoughts of collaborating with the One Navy for greater gain, now found themselves as if struck by a thunderbolt, erupting in outrage and vitriol. "It's merely a few lowly peasants who have perished. How dare this Brian demand our lives?" A noble clad in an opulent brocade robe, adorned with a jeweled crown, exhibited a visage quivering with rage, his fleshy countenance trembling vehemently. His well-manicured fingers pointed menacingly towards the heavens, as if he could summon Brian for 1,000 tortures simply by gesturing. "Indeed, this is utterly outrageous," another noble echoed, disdain and arrogance evident in his gaze, perceiving the lives of common folk as insignificant as mere ants. "I shall immediately propose to the world government the annihilation of this so-called One Navy." A portly noble, his belly protruding, brandished his fist in the air, exuding an air of authority as though he were a decision-maker within the world government, easily capable of determining the fate of the One Navy. "Yes, I too shall lend my name to the petition." The surrounding nobles rallied in response, their voices intertwining to form a cacophony brimming with malice and fury, seemingly intent on extinguishing the nascent force of the One Navy in its infancy, in a bid to preserve their precarious yet cherished privileges and interests. Buggy continued, "The reason Brian possesses such audacity is that the promising world he pledged to the people has indeed been established under his leadership." He then mockingly added, "However, this is akin to a dream. It is only a matter of time before one awakens." Buggy produced several photographs to illustrate his point. The first image depicted an endless expanse of desert, golden sand swirling amidst howling winds, showcasing desolation. The second captured an oasis, lush with verdant trees and babbling brooks, teeming with life. The third portrayed an island strewn with jagged rocks, the environment inhospitable, and the fourth revealed a thriving rice field, the grains plump and swaying in the breeze, promising an abundant harvest. Soon, perceptive minds began to connect the dots to Brian's fruit abilities, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be?" Buggy timely addressed their inquiries. Indeed, in the territories governed by the One Navy, the populace is not only exempt from any taxes. Rather, the One Navy actively enhances their ecological environment, rendering once uninhabitable islands more habitable. Many must surely wonder, whence do the military funds sustaining the One Navy originate? Apart from voluntary donations from the populace, a portion comes from seized spoils, yet the majority is a product of Brian's inherent capabilities. However, this comes at a cost. After finishing his speech, Buggy displayed two photographs on the blackboard behind him. In the first photograph, Brian possessed a mane of fiery red hair, his face radiating a warm smile reminiscent of the sun, vibrant and full of life, akin to the dawn of a new day. In stark contrast, the second photograph depicted Brian with hair turned gray and white, his countenance lined with deep wrinkles, resembling a frail patient on the brink of death, akin to a sun on the verge of setting, shrouded in melancholy and weariness. The exorbitant cost of overexerting one's abilities is none other than the toll it takes on one's lifespan. Many within the One Navy had indeed urged him to reconsider. For the One Navy safeguards the populace, crafting a heavenly existence for them, should they not be obliged to pay taxes? The people of the world nodded in unison. An elderly gentleman expressed his agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, if it means living under the governance of the One Navy, I would willingly pay 80, no, 90% of my taxes." Nearby, a young man, filled with rage, hurled his hoe to the ground, declaring, "How can it be that after a year of toil, we still owe a debt to the king? Such injustice cannot persist. I shall take to the seas. I shall join the One Navy, and then we will execute this king." An elderly man beside him quickly covered his mouth, admonishing, "Do not speak such nonsense." Buggy continued. Brian did not answer this question directly, but instead posed another. If the people do not pay us taxes, do we cease to protect them? No one within the One Navy is beyond sacrifice, for I too would lay down my life for our ideals. Many young individuals, captivated by Brian's vision, began to contemplate joining the One Navy, eager to forge that earthly paradise together. In their eyes shimmered a blend of aspiration and determination, as if they had already glimpsed the splendid tapestry of a promising future unfurling before them. Some young individuals began to pack their belongings, bidding farewell to their families. Embarking on a quest to seek out the One Navy, others sought information about recruitment, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any opportunity to join. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, sunlight bathed the solemn structures, yet it could not dispel the gloom within. Sengoku clearly understood that the Navy, for which he had devoted his entire life, was at an end. He sat helplessly in the chair, his gaze vacant, as if he had momentarily lost all his fighting spirit. The once indomitable vigor that commanded countless troops had vanished, leaving only a heart full of sorrow and impotence. He was acutely aware that amidst the tumultuous tides of this era, the Navy found itself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, caught between the conflicts of the world government, the Revolutionary Army, the One Navy, and various other factions, with the future shrouded in uncertainty, leaving them at a loss as to their next course of action. Chapter 94, Zoan Type, Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Form. Nika within the luminous screen suspended in the sky, Buggy's distinctive voice continued to flow ceaselessly. Brian's actions were met with approval by the world government. Buggy narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cunning flashing within them, before continuing. Due to the world government's frenzied imposition of a material blockade against the One Navy, essential supplies have become exceedingly scarce. In pursuit of these resources, Brian has been compelled to expend his own lifespan time and again. At this juncture, Buggy's demeanor shifted, becoming solemn as he articulated each word with precision. However, there exists one object that instills dread within the world government, and that is the very devil fruit they fear most. With deliberate suspense, Buggy surveyed the audience before declaring loudly, "The Zoan Type, Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Form, Nika." Nika's body possesses the characteristics of rubber, enabling him to engage in combat in any manner. Wherever he treads, he brings forth smiles among the people. Nika is a warrior of liberation, renowned for overthrowing the oppression of slave masters, liberating the subjugated, and establishing a vast kingdom, earning him the title of the Sun God, Nika. The previous wielder of the Nika fruit was none other than Joy Boy, the architect of that grand kingdom. This fruit bears a striking resemblance to the Paramecia type, Gum fruit, leading the world government to once suspect that Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of Garp and son of Dragon, was its consumer. Yet, contrary to the expectations of the world government, the true possessor of the Nika fruit's powers is none other than Theo D. Bell, the candidate for Admiral of the One Navy, codenamed Ares. As he spoke, Buggy bent down to pick up a photograph, revealing a man clad in the One Navy's iconic black uniform, standing tall, surrounded by ethereal white flames, drawing attention with his striking presence. His head of white hair and snow-white eyebrows, coupled with the joyful laughter that illuminated his face, seemed to embody boundless strength and carefree spirit. Buggy raised the photograph high, allowing the crowd a clearer view, and introduced, "This is Theodore D. Bell. Hailing from the West Sea, he joined the One Navy at the tender age of 17, and merely 2 years later, at 19, He was exceptionally promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral due to his remarkable talents and illustrious achievements. He is recognized as the most qualified successor to the position of one marshal after Brian. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Buggy's eyes as he smirked mischievously. Without further ado, let us witness the magnificent prowess of the sun god Nika in battle. He stepped forward and activated the snail phone to commence the playback. The scene shifted to a rocky island, where Theodore D. Bell stood resolutely. The ocean breeze howled, billowing his garments while his gaze radiated determination and confidence. He crouched slightly, preparing for combat, the power of the Nika fruit coursing through him, accentuating his muscular physique and exuding an aura of formidable energy. The five elders gradually emerged from various directions on the desolate island, adorned in opulent attire that starkly contrasted with the island's desolation. Jagor Lucia Satan leaned on his cane, the scars on his face more pronounced under the sunlight. Izambalin V. Najera donned spectacles, his eyes glinting with malice. Shepherd X. Peter revealed his chest, golden hair and beard flowing in the wind. Marcus Maze's white hair and beard contrasted sharply with his black suit, and Topman Vacheli, bald with a prominent crimson birthmark on his forehead. Their presence instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere of the desolate island. Buggy affirmed, explaining, Theodore D. Bell's adversaries are the five elders who wield the highest authority in the world. The battle was about to commence. Bell launched the attack with remarkable swiftness, his body springing forth like a coiled spring, arriving instantaneously before Saint Satan, delivering a powerful rubber fist. The speed of this blow was astonishing, accompanied by a fierce whoosh of wind. Unperturbed, Saint Satan raised his staff to defend against the strike. The collision between the staff and the rubber fist produced a thunderous sound, and the tremendous force sent surrounding dust swirling into the air. Observing this, the other five elders sprang into action. Saint Nazashuru transformed into a skeletal horse form, brandishing the original demon slayer, aimed at Theodore D. Bell. Saint Peter morphed into a sandworm form, emerging from the earth in an attempt to strike at Bell's lower body. Saint Maz, taking on the form of a Zumo maiden, soared into the sky, preparing for an aerial assault, and Saint Vacheli also transformed into a warthog form, charging at Theodore D. Bell while emitting a roar of conqueror's haki. In the face of this onslaught, Bell remained composed, his body contorting like rubber, effortlessly evading the slashes from Saint Nazashuru and the underground ambush from Saint Peter. With a powerful stomp, he leaped high into the air, dodging Saint Vacheli's conqueror's haki roar, simultaneously throwing a punch towards the airborne Saint Maz. Caught off guard by Bell's swift reaction, Maz was unable to evade in time, and was struck by Bell's rubber fist, hurtling away like a cannonball and crashing heavily into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. Seizing the moment, Bell unleashed a flurry of kicks midair, creating a downpour of rubber legs aimed at the other five elders. The elders quickly adjusted their tactics, coordinating their assault. Saint Satan continuously released toxic gas, drifting towards Bell. Saint Nazashuru utilized the agility of his skeletal horse form, darting around Bell, seeking opportunities to strike, occasionally unleashing chilling slashes from his blade. Saint Peter's sandworm form exerted a tremendous suction, attempting to draw Bell underground, while Saint Maz rose from the ground once more, soaring into the air to join forces with Saint Vacheli for a pincer attack against Bell. Confronted with the combined onslaught of the five elders, Bell awakened the latent powers of the Nika fruit within him. His body began to emanate a dazzling radiance, and his hair transformed into a hue as pure as freshly fallen snow, surrounded by ethereal white flames, embodying the awakened form of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Bell let out a thunderous shout, seizing the toxic gas released by Saint Satan, and with a forceful grip, he dispersed it entirely. Following this, he surged towards Saint Nasahiro with incredible speed, deftly evading a slicing attack, and seized his arm, hurling him towards Saint Peter. The two collided, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Subsequently, Bell leapt high into the air, his feet landing upon Saint Maz and Saint Vacheli, forcefully driving them into the ground with a resounding crash that shook the very island itself. The five elders found themselves caught off guard by the awakening power of Theodore D. Bell, yet they did not concede defeat. They rose once more, amid the desolate island, where radiant light flickered and waves of energy pulsated incessantly. The assaults from both sides collided, resulting in tremendous explosions that reshaped the very landscape of the isle. Chapter 95. The immortal body of the five elders is exposed. Among the crowd, perceptive individuals swiftly noticed the peculiarities surrounding the five elders, their expressions betraying alarm as one stammered, "I believe I just witnessed something amiss with the five elders." Immediately, another nearby echoed, panic evident in their voice. Indeed. I too perceived it. What on earth is happening? At that moment, within the luminous screen, Buggy deliberately paused for a brief moment before slowly articulating, as if to unravel the enigma that plagued the spectators. Indeed, the five elders are demons, true embodiments of malevolence, having long forsaken the essence of humanity. As he spoke, Buggy manipulated the imagery, replaying the recent scene. Therein, Theodore D. Bell surged forth with the vigor of a cannonball, unleashing a punch imbued with boundless strength and fury, aimed directly at the head of Jagor Lucius Satan. In an instant, a resounding thud reverberated as Satan's head shattered like fragile porcelain, sending blood and flesh flying in a gruesome display. Yet, in a chilling turn of events, before the onlookers could fully comprehend the horror before them, an eerie black flame erupted from Satan's mangled form, dancing as if summoned from the depths of hell itself. Moments later, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Satan's once obliterated head reformed as if by sinister sorcery, intact and retaining its expression of arrogance and malice. Buggy did not cease his actions, continuing to showcase the ferocious battle. In the frame, Satan bore a twisted, triumphant grin, his laughter echoing like the roars of demons from the abyss. Futile, futile. I am immortal and indestructible. You shall perish here, resigned to your fate. These malevolent and brazen words resonated clearly through the screen, filling every observer's heart with despair and helplessness. How could one possibly triumph over such immortal fiends? An elderly man, weary and gaunt, collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, his voice laden with defeat and sorrow. Must we truly be condemned to live under their dominion for all eternity? A young mother clutched her child tightly, tears welling in her eyes, her gaze filled with fear and confusion about the future. Just as despair enveloped the hearts of the onlookers, Theodore D. Bell appeared to hear the deep-seated cries and questions of the people. He threw back his head and laughed heartily, a robust and spirited sound that resonated with fearlessness and resolve, akin to a ray of light piercing through the darkness, dispelling the shadows within their hearts. No, today, the only one who shall perish here is you. His voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing across the desolate island and stirring a ripple of hope within the hearts of every onlooker. How brazen! Upon hearing this, Jagor Lucius Satan Shing's expression of triumph swiftly transformed into one of fury, and he bellowed in a fit of rage. Humph! Let him witness our might. The other five elders responded in kind, adjusting their stances to adopt a more menacing posture, poised to unleash a more ferocious assault on Bell, seemingly intent on extinguishing this final flicker of resistance with their overwhelming power. Yet, Bell remained undaunted. His gaze grew ever more resolute. His body slightly crouched as he braced himself for battle, the force of the Nika fruit surging vigorously within him. Amidst the howling sea winds, Theodore D. Bell's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His skin resembled that scorched by the blazing sun, emanating a faint golden sheen. Muscles tensed and veins protruded, as if harboring boundless strength within. He stomped his feet forcefully against the ground, causing the entire deserted island to tremble, as sand and stones flew into the air. He dashed towards St. Jagor Lucius Satan like a bolt of golden lightning. In the next moment, he twisted his body midair, his legs spinning like a pair of high-speed propellers, whipping up the winds as he aimed a kick at Satan. Saint Satan quickly raised his staff to defend, and with a resounding bang, the tremendous impact forced him back several steps, carving deep grooves into the sand beneath his feet. At that moment, the other five elders seized the opportunity to launch their attacks. Saint Nazashura transformed into a horsebone form, galloping with the speed of the wind, raising a cloud of dust as he charged towards Bell, the initial demon slayer in his hand glimmering with a cold light, tracing fierce arcs in the air. St. Peter emerged from the ground in his sandworm form, his enormous body casting a shadow over the land, his gaping maw unleashing highly corrosive slime, attempting to ensnare Theodore D. Bell within its grasp. St. Maj transformed into the form of Izanami, spiraling and howling through the sky, occasionally diving towards Bell, his sharp claws ripping through the air with a piercing shriek. St. Vacheli in his warthog form charged wildly across the ground, each charge accompanied by a deafening roar, attempting to knock Bell away with his immense force. Faced with this overwhelming predicament, Bell's gaze grew ever more resolute. He took a deep breath, unleashing the awakening power of the Nika fruit to its utmost potential. Surrounding his body was an even denser layer of white flame clouds, within which golden runes flickered faintly, as if an ancient and mysterious force were bestowing its blessings upon him. He bellowed with a voice as thunderous as a tempest, reverberating across the desolate island. Subsequently, Propelled by an unimaginable velocity and strength, he surged toward Nasu Shuru. In the fleeting moment of proximity, he deftly evaded the lethal strike of the original Anatetsu, while simultaneously extending his right hand to precisely grasp the neck of the horse skeleton form. With a powerful throw, he hurled it violently against the sandworm form of Peter Saint. The collision erupted with a deafening roar, producing a cacophony of anguished howls, as clouds of dust engulfed a vast expanse of the sky. Following this, Bell leveraged the momentum to leap high into the air, encountering the Azuna Matin form of Maz Saint amidst the clouds. Fearless of the disadvantage posed by the aerial battleground, he unleashed a series of kicks, each imbued with the strength to cleave mountains as they clashed violently with the claws of Saint Maz. Sparks erupted from their fierce encounter. In the brief exchange, Bell seized the moment and delivered a powerful punch to Maz's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily against the distant rocky outcrop, which crumbled under the impact, stones cascading down like a torrential rain. At that instant, the boar-like form of Saint Vachli charged forward. Upon landing, Bell firmly rooted his feet to the ground, his body slightly crouched, resembling an ancient tree finding its footing. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he grasped its tusks with both hands, leveraging the formidable strength of the Nika fruit to hoist its massive frame aloft. With a forceful twist, he hurled it toward the recovering Saint Satan. With a resounding crash, the two collided once more, producing a deep, reverberating sound. Saint Satan, caught off guard by the sudden impact, stumbled and fell. Seizing the opportunity, Bell strode forward with purposeful strides, towering over Satan, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. "Today marks your demise," roared Theodore D. Bell. Saint Satan lay on the ground, pale-faced, yet his eyes still burned with resentment and malice. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Bell raised his right hand high, gathering a brilliant sphere of white energy in his palm, ancient runes flickering ominously upon its surface. "Die!" he bellowed as the energy sphere descended upon Saint Satan, enveloping him in an instant. In a blinding flash of light, the figure of Jagoro Lucia Satan vanished entirely, leaving behind only a skeletal remains engulfed in black flames. The remaining 5 elders were struck with astonishment, utterly unprepared for Bell's bizarre strength capable of slaying Satan in one fell swoop. Bell surveyed the remaining elders, his gaze devoid of compassion. "Your reign ends today." His voice reverberated across the desolate island, heralding the dawn of a new era. Bell crouched once more, his legs coiled like taut springs, muscles tensed and veins protruding, each fiber of his being brimming with immense power, poised to harness the elasticity of rubber to accelerate his speed, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the 5 elders. Meanwhile, Topman Vacheli moved his hands swiftly, weaving intricate and enigmatic seals in the air, uttering incantations in a deep, raspy voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld. Subsequently, dark runes began to emerge as if from a chasm of hell, slowly ascending from the ground, their eerie glow pulsating with a chilling aura, intertwining and spiraling in the air, gradually outlining the silhouette of a portal that shimmered with an ethereal light. The remaining 5 elders exchanged resolute glances, a flicker of determination passing through their eyes, and without hesitation, they stepped into the portal, their figures vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only the portal that had yet to fully dissipate and the strange energy waves lingering in the air. In the very next moment, as they traversed the portal, Bell descended upon the spot they had just occupied like a cannonball. With a thunderous roar, debris flew in all directions, and the ground was struck, creating a profound crater, with the earth around the edges fracturing radially. He rose to his feet, gazing towards the vanishing direction of the 5 elders, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white from the strain. "Attempt to flee? Not so easily," Bell bellowed, his voice echoing across the deserted island, startling a flock of resting seabirds. His chest heaved violently, drawing in deep breaths. The recent blow had drained a considerable amount of his strength, yet the fury burning within him rendered fatigue a distant memory. He cast a glance around, endeavoring to uncover any traces that the 5 elders might have left behind. The scene gradually faded to black, and the distinctive silhouette of Buggy re-emerged before the screen. He stepped forward, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his face, and began to explain. "The world government indeed possesses the capability of long-distance teleportation. However, this ability is not without its limitations. Yet, I must ask you to allow me to keep certain details under wraps for the time being. Revealing all the secrets at once would be rather dull, wouldn't it?" A glimmer of cunning shone in his gaze, as if he reveled in the curiosity of the crowd. I am certain that everyone is quite intrigued as to what kind of technique Theodore D. Bell employed to vanquish the immortal Satan. Buggy tilted his head slightly, his smile growing ever more enigmatic. Perhaps I shall reveal the answer next time, he chuckled playfully. His laughter echoed in the darkness, evoking a sense of anticipation mingled with helplessness. Everyone, let us indulge in the moments that lie ahead, for the war that will engulf the entire world is upon us. Buggy's voice suddenly took on a grave tone. As his words faded, the scene plunged into complete darkness, leaving only a profound silence and shadows. As if heralding the impending storm, in the sacred land of Mary Geos, sat alone upon the colossal throne. When the images depicting the battles flickered before his eyes, a flash of fury and astonishment surged through the depths of his hooded gaze. His hands instinctively clenched the armrests of the throne, knuckles whitening, shattering the long-maintained aura of enigmatic composure. Theodore D. Bell, Monkey D. Luffy. With that, M's gaze, sharp as a frigid arrow, slowly swept toward the kneeling figures of the Gorosei and Vegapunk. That stare seemed to carry a tangible weight, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. They bowed their heads, their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold ground, not daring to move in the slightest, fearful that even a moment's carelessness might provoke this lofty sovereign. Do you worthless fools know what you must do? M's voice was low and frigid, echoing throughout the silent palace. Upon hearing these words, the individuals trembled in terror, hastily prostrating themselves as if pounding garlic, the sound of their foreheads striking the ground resonating through the palace, heavy and urgent. As you wish. Joy Boy's flame will be erased from history. Meanwhile, in the New World, Kaido sat upon the enormous skeletal throne, drinking heartily while observing the battle on the screen, suddenly throwing his head back in laughter. Uoro. Those old coots from the Five Elders finally have their day. However, the laughter abruptly ceased. As Kaido's expression twisted, and without warning, he burst into tears. Tears streamed from his eyes like a torrential flood. What nonsense is this, Joy Boy? I shall confront this Theodore D. Bell. His voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, yet was laced with a profound sense of resentment and anger, reminiscent of a child who has had his cherished toy snatched away. Beside him, Jean maintained his characteristic composure and steadiness, observing Kaido's emotional turmoil. He furrowed his brow slightly and calmly interjected. In the future revealed by Buggy, the One Navy was established in 1521. If we consider that Theodore D. Bell joined the One Navy in 1521, he would still be a mere 13-year-old boy at this time. His voice, deep and hoarse, resonated like a hammer, striking a fleeting silence amidst the clamor of the Grand Hall. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Kaido's eyes, invigorating his entire being as he leapt up with exhilaration. Splendid. I shall recruit Theodore D. Bell as my subordinate. His face was illuminated by an almost frenzied joy, as if he had already envisioned the day when Theodore D. Bell would become a formidable general under his command, a vision that thrilled him to the core. It was decided. I shall embark for the West Sea at once. With this declaration, he abruptly rose to his feet, his muscles taut and his bones creaking in protest, preparing to unleash his powers in search of Theodore D. Bell. Just then, a colossal figure materialized like a specter, obstructing Kaido's path. It was Big Mom, her immense form resembling a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Kaido, have you forgotten our objective? Her voice resonated with a deep, commanding timbre, echoing in Kaido's ears like the tolling of a great bell, her gaze betraying a hint of dissatisfaction and warning, as if cautioning him against allowing a momentary impulse to jeopardize their grand endeavor. Kaido was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected obstruction, the exhilaration on his face fading instantly, replaced by a flicker of reluctance and resignation. He turned his head to Jack, his gaze imbued with a mixture of expectation and command. Jack, it falls upon you to journey to the West Sea and bring him back to join our beast pirates. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately straightened his posture and responded loudly. Yes, Captain. Chapter 97. No allowance for piracy. Simultaneously, on a desolate island in the South Sea, the sea winds howled, stirring up clouds of dust that permeated the air. After observing the heavens, Ishao slowly rose to his feet and solemnly declared, "We must find Bell before the world government does." Upon hearing Ishao's words, Kadega stepped forward, causing the surrounding air to begin to warp and ripple as a ghostly green portal materialized before them. Observing this, Brian showed no hesitation and strode boldly into the portal. His silhouette gradually faded into the ethereal green glow, leaving behind a resolute phrase that echoed in the air. Of course, as Brian and his companions departed, the deserted island once again succumbed to silence, with only the relentless sea breeze continuing to whisper. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of 10,000 meters, King Neptune of Fishman Island sat upon his throne, alongside his ministers. Gazing intently at the glowing screen, his countenance increasingly grave. Turmoil loomed on the horizon. Fishman Island found itself ensnared among various factions and had to tread cautiously. With a furrowed brow, Neptune expressed his concerns. "Your Majesty, should we extend an olive branch to the One Navy? Perhaps they could become our beacon of hope." One minister cautiously suggested. Neptune pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "For now, we must refrain from hasty actions and observe the unfolding situation. The fate of Fishman Island cannot be entrusted to others. It must rest upon our own shoulders." A palpable tension enveloped Fishman Island as its inhabitants yearned for a semblance of peace amidst the chaos. Yet, all they could do was seek a glimmer of hope within the crevices of turmoil. Concurrently, in the East Sea, Windmill Village, the gentle sea breeze caressed the tranquil hamlet, where villagers remained captivated by the shock waves brought forth by the glowing screen, whispering amongst themselves about the enigmatic and formidable Theodore D. Bell. Carp sat atop a large stone at the village entrance, arms crossed, gazing at the now-vanished screen in the sky, muttering with disdain, "Humph. Those celestial dragons have wielded their power for far too long. It is about time someone teaches them a lesson." His voice carried a tinge of complex emotion, a blend of dissatisfaction towards the malevolence of the celestial dragons and an apprehension regarding the impending turmoil. Across the village, Ace's companions were alongside Luffy. A fervent light flickered in Ace's eyes, ignited by the valor and admiration for the formidable strength before him. "This fellow is truly remarkable," he could not help but exclaim, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a carefree demeanor, his heart brimming with admiration for Theodore D. Bell. He yearned to stand side by side with him in battle, to witness whose flame burned brighter. Ace clenched his fists, as if he were already immersed in that fervent battlefield, experiencing the thrill of combat and the clash of power. He longed to fight alongside such a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, Luffy sat nearby, his mouth momentarily halted in its chewing, holding a piece of unfinished meat, frozen in midair. His eyes remained fixed on the direction from which the light had vanished, his mind replaying the scenes of Theodore D. Bell's remarkable battles. The astonishing displays of power left his gaze filled with admiration and exhilaration. Wow, how incredible! Luffy could no longer contain his excitement and leapt from the ground, bouncing around as if he were a child who had just received a cherished toy. "He is even stronger than I am. I must find him and make him my companion for our adventures." A pure and innocent smile illuminated Luffy's face, brimming with a yearning for the unknown and an anticipation for new friendships. He seemed to envision himself alongside Theodore D. Bell, braving the seas and exploring mysterious islands. Upon hearing their words, Garp's expression darkened instantly. Rising to his feet, he strode towards Ace, Luffy, and the others, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "It seems your foolish thoughts still require correction." His voice was infused with anger and helplessness. At this moment, he acutely sensed that the hearts of the two children had been irresistibly drawn to the freedom and adventure of the sea, drifting further away from his expectations. Ace, observing the situation, unhesitatingly positioned himself in front of Luffy, smiling as he addressed Garp. "Grandfather, it seems your wish for us to join the Navy is destined to be unfulfilled. After all, the Navy has become a relic of the past. It is evident to those with clear vision that the future belongs to the One Navy." Ace's words carried a hint of jest, yet they also reflected a keen understanding of the prevailing circumstances. To him, Theodore D. Bell, representing the One Navy, possessed the power to dismantle the old order and forge a new future. Garp was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Ace. Subsequently, he resembled an enraged bull, raising his fist and bellowing, "In any case, you are forbidden from becoming pirates." The iron fist of love. With that, his fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards Ace and Luffy. Ace and Luffy, having anticipated his move, nimbly dodged Garp's attack. "Grandfather, save your breath. Our minds are made up." Luffy chuckled while grasping Ace's hand, preparing to flee. "You two little rascals, come back here." Garp chased after them, his face contorted in anger, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of affectionate indulgence. Thus, a comical chase between grandfather and grandchildren unfolded once more along the paths of Windmill Village. Meanwhile, in the calm belt, the soldiers aboard the fleet led by Akiji and Zephyr were filled with a profound sense of pride and confidence as they witnessed the astonishing spectacle of Theodore D. Bell single-handedly confronting the five elders. Their eyes sparkled with a fervent light, as if they had personally engaged in that breathtaking, momentous battle destined to be etched in history. Their chests heaved with excitement as they fervently discussed the scenes they had just witnessed, each face radiant with exhilaration and admiration. Moreover, Bel's overwhelming triumph over the 5 elders instilled in them an unwavering belief that the cause for which they fought was not a mere castle in the air, but a reality that could indeed be forged. This splendid victory reinforced their conviction that the pursuits to which they had devoted themselves, striving and sacrificing, were not distant dreams, but tangible futures attainable through diligence. This faith, akin to a blazing fire ignited in the darkness, dispelled the confusion and unease that had long shrouded their hearts, solidifying their resolve to remain steadfast on the chosen path. Aokiji stood tall at the bow of the ship, gazing skyward, involuntarily recalling the gaunt visage of Brian against the backdrop of the heavens. A wry smile of resignation crept across his face as he murmured to himself, "Alas, it seems this one Navy Marshal is indeed a stubborn fellow." His voice was imbued with a hint of nostalgia and regret, as if he admired Brian's unwavering dedication while simultaneously expressing concern for his reckless disregard for his own safety. Zephyr stood beside Aokiji, momentarily taken aback by Aokiji's words, before erupting into hearty laughter. Brian's assertion was indeed correct. No one was beyond sacrifice. Once his laughter subsided, Zephyr's expression grew serious and solemn as he earnestly stated, "I shall explain to him that it is reasonable to impose certain taxes. Only in this way can the One Navy continue its course. Otherwise, should anything happen to Brian, the One Navy would be doomed." Aokiji nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I shall persuade him as well. This is truly chaotic." Reflecting on the age of Theodore D. Bell, Aokiji could not help but rub his forehead, saying, "Zephyr-sensei, it appears we need to journey west." Zephyr nodded in concurrence, remarking, "Yes, after all, that child is likely only 13 this year." Chapter 98. Truly Brian. Meanwhile, on Amazon Lily, Empress Boa Hancock languidly reclined upon her opulent throne, her slender, fair fingers gently toying with her silky black hair. Her stunning visage bore an air of pride and aloofness, as if nothing in the world could capture her interest. However, hidden deep within her seemingly impervious heart lay a trove of painful memories, her past as a slave to the celestial dragons, a lifelong humiliation that shackled her soul like a heavy chain. For years, the Empress had erected a mental fortress on Amazon Lily, enveloping herself in indifference and haughtiness, preventing anyone from glimpsing her inner fragility. It was not until one fateful day that the deeds of One Navy Marshal Gottfried Brian were unveiled across the heavens. Brian single-handedly assaulted Mariehua, vanquishing the celestial dragons and launching a grand campaign to liberate slaves. In that moment, the long-sealed heart of the Empress seemed to be pierced by a blinding light, and the buried, painful memories surged forth like a torrential tide. Simultaneously, an indescribable feeling began to blossom within her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze revealing a trace of confusion and shyness as she whispered, "Could this be love?" Today, when the spectacle chronicling Theodore D. Bell's epic battle against the Gorosei materialized unexpectedly like a fleeting dream, the Empress's attention was instantly captivated, her eyes reflecting a subtle astonishment. She straightened her posture, maintaining her elegant and noble demeanor, and scrutinized the images within the spectacle, marveling at Theodore D. Bell's indomitable presence. Truly, he is Brian's subordinate. Such valor is to be expected. The Empress softly murmured, her voice reminiscent of a golden aureole emerging from the valley, melodious and enchanting, yet tinged with an air of her distinctive pride and reserve. Subsequently, her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the image of Brian, who willingly sacrificed his lifespan for the betterment of the people. A look of anguish gradually appeared on her exquisite visage, her eyes brimming with heartache and reluctance. "Brian, you are so foolish." Her voice trembled slightly, and soon, crystalline tears, like pearls strung from a broken necklace, began to cascade from her beautiful cheeks. Witnessing this, Gloriosa furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with concern and urgency. She forcefully struck her cane against the ground, producing a dull thud that interrupted Hancock's reverie. "Hancock, you are too naive. You cannot place complete trust in what that scoundrel Buggy says." Having weathered countless storms as a member of the original Rocks Pirates, Gloriosa was acutely aware of the world's complexities and the treachery of human hearts. Particularly with enigmatic figures like Buggy, she remained ever vigilant. She understood that while Buggy's words may appear credible and much of what he claimed previously has been substantiated, she harbored a deep suspicion that he was concealing an insidious plot, and they must not be easily swayed by his rhetoric. Moreover, Do not forget that we are pirates. We are also targets of the One Navy. Gloriosa raised her voice, striving to awaken Hancock to the reality of their situation. Hancock, seeing that it was Gloriosa who interrupted her thoughts, flashed a momentary look of displeasure. Slowly, she rose, her tall and graceful figure advancing step by step towards Gloriosa. At 191 centimeters, Hancock towered over Gloriosa, who, even straining to look up, could not discern her expression at that moment. Suddenly, without mercy, Hancock raised her foot and gently kicked Gloriosa out of the palace. Gloriosa's body traced an arc through the air, accompanied by a gasp, disappearing beyond the palace doors. I will be forgiven for whatever I do. Hancock slightly tilted her head back, a confident and captivating smile gracing her face. She then executed her signature pose. Arms crossed over her chest, body leaning back slightly, showcasing her unparalleled elegance. For I am simply too beautiful. Her voice was imbued with pride and caprice, as if the entire world should revolve around her. In that moment, her heart was filled solely with longing and affection for Brian, casting aside all else. Meanwhile, within the solemn and austere office of the Admiral at Navy headquarters, Sengoku gazed at the order recently issued by the world government, his expression darkening further. His eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness and fatigue. He resembled a statue that had suddenly lost its support, his entire being slowly and wearily slumping into the chair. After a prolonged silence, he feebly addressed the upright messenger standing nearby, saying, "Proceed according to this order." Yes. The messenger respectfully saluted before hastily exiting the office to relay the burdensome directive. Before long, fresh bounty notices, still exuding the scent of ink, were swiftly disseminated to every corner of the world through the vast intelligence network of the Navy. These bounties detonated like heavy explosives, creating a significant uproar across the globe. Gottfried Bryan, the Admiral of the One Navy, had been issued a staggering bounty of 10 billion berries by the world government. The glaring figure seemingly narrating the government's apprehension and animosity towards him. The remarkable strength exhibited by Theodore D. Bell during his confrontation with the Five Elders had resulted in a bounty of 5 billion berries. Similarly, Xiao could not escape the notice of the world government. After all, in Morgan's news, Xiao had effortlessly defeated Kizaru, thus earning a bounty of 5 billion berries. Kaga was marked with a bounty of 3 billion berries, while Monkey D. Luffy was assigned a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Moreover, a lengthy list of astonishing charges accompanied their bounties, ranging from the theft of national treasures to inciting rebellion. From the destruction of towns to assaults on the Navy, nearly every conceivable offense found within the world government's code had been indiscriminately attributed to them. Sengoku couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the absurd charges placed upon Brian and his companions. Ultimately unable to suppress a bitter smile that emerged from sheer exasperation. Had these old geezers lived so long that their minds had deteriorated? Sengoku mused inwardly. If the financial warrior Izambaron v. Nejiru had heard Sengoku's thoughts at that moment, he would have been enraged, exclaiming, "Though the others may be false, it is a fact that Brian indeed colluded with pirates. Among those who ambushed me in the South Sea was none other than Kadga. Were it not for Kadga, Rox D., Baki, and Gol D., William would have been defeated by my summons along with the other 5 elders. P.S. To elucidate why Luffy is under a bounty. Oda has previously stated in a special QA that the revelation of the father-son relationship between Dragon and Luffy would pose a severe threat to Luffy's life. However, during the Marineford War, the entire world was aware that Luffy's father was indeed Dragon, a user of the gum-gum fruit. Yet the Gorosei did not intervene. I strive to recreate a realistic world, endeavoring to fill in the gaps left by Oda. Previously, a reader raised a question regarding Fujitora attire. Although he is depicted wearing a kimono in the manga, I wrote him in a suit, as the world government was actively hunting down members of the One Navy at that time. Moreover, allow me to provide some insight. Why do characters in manga rarely change their clothing or hairstyles? It is primarily to avoid confusion among readers. Luffy has been wearing his iconic red vest and blue three-quarter shorts for how many years now? Since the serialization commenced in 1997. He has remained in this attire up until the present day. Chapter 99. Sengoku, Kapu, you mustn't do anything foolish. Luffy, brimming with curiosity, squeezed through the crowd and spotted several wanted posters affixed to the bulletin board. The striking images and staggering sums ignited a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. Luffy's eyes landed on the name Monkey D. Luffy, and for a moment, he was taken aback, but then his eyes widened in exhilaration. Wow, that's me. 1.5 billion berries. How impressive. The villagers around him, upon hearing his exclamation, cast him a mix of concerned and astonished glances. The village chief, furrowing his brow, solemnly advised Luffy, "Luffy, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. The world government has pinned numerous charges on you. You must exercise caution from now on." Yet, Luffy, seemingly unfazed, scratched his head and grinned. "Humph, I'm not afraid." At that moment, Ace strode over, wrapping an arm around Luffy's shoulders, a carefree smile playing on his lips. He gestured with his lips, beckoning Luffy to observe his bounty notice. The first image depicted Ace at the moment his bounty was first issued, Portgas D. Ace, with a reward of 577 million berries. In the photograph, Ace was captured delivering a fiery punch that sent Buggy flying, a moment immortalized by Morgans. The second image showcased the drastic increase in his bounty to 3,490 million berries following the revelation of his lineage, with his name altered to Joel D. Ace. As Luffy gazed at Ace's bounty notice, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within him. He clenched his fists tightly and declared with unwavering determination, "I will not be defeated by you, Ace." Ace, observing Luffy's fervent expression, couldn't help but jest, "Haha, you still have 100 years to go." His laughter was vibrant and hearty, resonating through the air and eliciting chuckles from his companions. Ace turned his gaze towards his comrades, each pair of eyes sparkling with a yearning for the sea and an eagerness for adventure. Adjusting his iconic cowboy hat, Ace's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "It's decided. We shall set sail tonight." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deep, resonant voice slowly made its presence known. "Is that so?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ace responded loudly without turning around. "Of course. The sea is calling me." Yet, as those words escaped, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. His body stiffened slightly, an ominous premonition swelling within him. With that thought, he swiftly turned around. And upon recognizing the visitor's face, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment spilling forth as he exclaimed, "Grandpa?" Garp slightly flexed his fist, which resembled a bag of sand, the knuckles cracking ominously as if to demonstrate his strength to Ace and Luffy. A sardonic smile played upon his lips. "It seems your foolish thoughts require further correction." The iron fist of love. With that, his fist, propelled by a gust of wind, surged towards Ace and Luffy with astonishing speed and power. However, Ace and Luffy were well prepared, having endured Garp's blows numerous times, and thus possessed a certain understanding of his techniques. Exchanging knowing glances, they deftly evaded Garp's attack with the agility of nimble rabbits. "Grandpa, spare yourself the effort. We will not change our minds." Luffy chuckled, grasping Ace's hand as they prepared to flee. "You little brats, come back here." Garp pursued them, his face etched with fury, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of affectionate indulgence. Thus, on the paths of Windmill Village, a playful chase between grandfather and grandchildren unfolded once more. As night fell, Garp gently pushed open the door to the room, gazing at his two sleeping grandchildren whose faces radiated innocent smiles. A tender light flickered in Garp's eyes as he carefully tucked them in, his movements cautious to avoid waking them. He then tiptoed out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Standing in the yard, he gazed up at the starry sky, reflecting on the phone call he had received earlier from his old friend Sengoku. "Garp, I apologize. Some matters are beyond my control." Sengoku's voice had carried a note of helplessness and regret. "Sengoku, I have never held you accountable," Garp replied, his tone deep and steady, understanding that Sengoku too faced his own challenges in this intricate situation. "Garp, please, do not act foolishly." Burgundy, tinged with a hint of apprehension, understood the temperament of Garp all too well, fearing that a moment of impulsiveness might lead to reckless actions. Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly, Sengoku." Garp replied with unwavering conviction. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed an inner depth of calculation and restraint. Casting a glance at Ace and Luffy in the room, Garp clenched his fists and murmured, "Surely, no grandfather could bear to witness the demise of his grandson right before his eyes." His voice carried a hint of determination and resoluteness. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit room of the Navy headquarters, Marin Van Kane sat intently gazing at the system interface, murmuring to himself, "Have the five elders chosen to act separately?" The flying environmental warrior, Marcus Mas Saint, was advancing towards the East Sea, undoubtedly targeting Luffy. The most formidable defensive warrior among the five elders, Topman Vacheli Saint, opted to head towards the West Sea, with his sights set on Bell. Kane pondered silently. It appears the five elders have also become astute, selecting the most robust defense, the formidable Fengshi, to proceed towards the West Sea. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a mocking smile, as if he were deriding the timidity and caution of the 5 Elder Stars. To avoid a repeat of the previous incident with Nasuture, who had perished before he could utilize his teleportation ability, it was essential that he activated his powers from the outset, aligning himself with the One Navy. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to employ his teleportation. In truth, the strength of the 5 Elder Stars was not remarkable. Perhaps they had grown rusty from a prolonged absence from battle. The thought of Nasuture's foolishness in attempting to receive Buggy's disjointed attack with his forehooves elicited a laugh. Moreover, their teleportation abilities were not as malleable as they might have hoped. This time, they opted for physical travel. There must be some constraint that eluded his understanding. And thus the upcoming task was to discern the nature of this limitation. Kane mused inwardly, recognizing that there were 2 battlefields ahead, one involving the One Navy in the West Sea and another featuring Carp, Ace, Luffy, and Marcus Mars in the East Sea. Additionally, there was Sabo, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Division, capable of conjuring crows to facilitate flight. Sabo would undoubtedly arrive before Marcus Mars. However, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to enhance Brian's strength. The points within the system interface began to plummet rapidly. At that moment, Brian's rating equaled William's, both achieving a score of 50. Chapter 100, I Surrender. A few days later, in the West Sea, in a once tranquil little town, a multitude of agents from the world government surged forth like a dark cloud, encircling the town with an impenetrable barrier. At the forefront, Chief CP5, Taran Owen, strode confidently. His visage twisted with malice as he fixed a fierce glare upon the trembling old mayor before him, his eyes betraying unrestrained cruelty and brutality. He abruptly drew the firearm from his waist, unhesitatingly aiming it at the old mayor's head, threatening in a voice that bordered on a roar, "Speak. Where has the criminal Brian gone?" Though the old mayor trembled with fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably, he took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and retorted with indignation, "I know nothing of any Brian. I do not comprehend what you are saying." Despite the tremor in his voice due to fear, the firmness of his tone was undeniable. Upon witnessing this, Taran Owen's expression darkened further. He snorted coldly and delivered a swift kick that toppled the old mayor, then forcefully planted his foot on the mayor's chest, the pressure seemingly intent on crushing him. "Perhaps I need to assist you in recalling," he continued, "who rescued you when the hammer pirates landed in this town 3 days ago. Moreover, I see that each of you has donned new garments. Where did those come from?" The old mayor glared defiantly at Taran Owen, and despite the excruciating pain in his chest, he managed a cold snort and replied, "I do not know." His eyes brimmed with contempt and disdain for the invaders. Taran Owen chuckled ominously. "It seems that you, old man, will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Bring her here." "Yes," responded several agents in unison, their voices mechanical and devoid of emotion, as if they had long since acclimatized to such brutal scenes. "Doesn't this old fellow have a 5-year-old granddaughter? Bring her forth." Taran Owen's voice betrayed no hint of compassion, only cruelty and resolve. "Yes." The agents swiftly turned, and, before long, the old mayor's granddaughter was brought in by several agents. The little girl, pale with fear, was tearful and fought desperately, crying out, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Wah!" Her tender cries pierced the old mayor's heart like 1,000 daggers. Listening to his granddaughter's wails, the old mayor suppressed his sorrow, closing his eyes to avoid the sight. He gritted his teeth and repeated, "I said I don't know." Taran Irvin let out a cold chuckle and aimed the gun in his hand at the old mayor's granddaughter. "Incorrect answer." His voice was frigid and devoid of compassion, his fingers gradually tightening, poised to pull the trigger. At that critical moment, he suddenly became acutely aware of the oppressive weight of his own body, as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering even a single finger immobile. The agents of the world government also comprehended why Taran Owen had ceased his actions, for they too felt the invisible force of gravity constricting their bodies. Terror etched upon their faces as they struggled in vain against the overwhelming pressure. With a deafening roar, a bottomless pit erupted in the once even terrain, and all present agents were grotesquely contorted under the immense gravitational force, a sight too harrowing to behold. Taran Owen spat forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with shattered fragments of his internal organs, his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes reflecting a profound despair and terror. In this dire predicament, an unprecedented instinct for survival surged within him, and he cried out with fervor, "I surrender." Brian slowly approached the edge of the pit, his voice icy and devoid of any emotion as he coldly declared, "Incorrect response." Upon hearing this, a flicker of sheer horror flashed in Taran Owen's eyes. He widened them in alarm and urgently exclaimed, "No, don't kill me. I am of great use. I possess extensive knowledge about the world governments." His voice, sharp and piercing due to fear, quickened in pace as if he yearned to divulge all that he knew in this fleeting moment between life and death, hoping to barter his revelations for a sliver of survival. Yet, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt the weight of gravity intensify once more. An invisible force akin to a colossal hand mercilessly pressed him down towards the ground. Every inch of his skin and each bone bore the unimaginable strain. As if the very essence of his being were on the verge of being utterly crushed, he began to writhe frantically, striving to break free from the suffocating grip of gravity, attempting to escape this realm of certain demise, yet all his efforts were in vain. His body was pressed ever lower, his face firmly against the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, mingling with the earth. Soon, his struggles grew weaker, ultimately ceasing altogether as he lost his breath. The old mayor, forcing himself to rise from the ground, trembled uncontrollably, not only from the recent brutality he had endured, but also from the lingering fear of survival. Yet at this moment, his gaze was resolutely fixed upon the figure above the pit, a vision akin to an angel Brian. With a thud, the old mayor knelt, his hands clasped together, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Lord Brian, if it weren't for you, our small town would have perished." At this point, the old mayor was overcome with emotion. His voice choked as if a lump had lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to articulate further. Observing this, Brian quickly approached the old mayor, gently lifting him up while speaking softly. "Please, rise, my dear elder. I cannot bear to see you kneel. Protecting the people is my duty, and the events of today are a result of my own actions." Meanwhile, the townsfolk began to gather around. A young, strong man, his eyes reddened, stepped forward and grasped Brian's hand tightly. "Lord Brian, had it not been for you, we would have been slain by those pirates long ago." A nearby woman, her voice trembling, added, "Indeed, Lord Brian, we are still wearing the new clothes you provided for us. If it weren't for you, we sob." In that moment, the voices of gratitude surged among the crowd, each person echoing their appreciation. In their eyes, Brian had transcended the status of a distant marine admiral. He was now their most steadfast protector, a beacon of hope that would never be extinguished amidst the darkness. Brian surveyed the scene, gazing at those simple yet sincere faces. A warm current surged within his heart. He gazed upon the crowd, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. "Rest assured, as long as I, Brian, am here, I shall not allow those scoundrels of the world government to trample upon your lives any longer. This vast sea will, one day, be graced by true light, and you all shall be the witnesses of this radiant future." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with trust and aspiration. Let it be reiterated, this narrative features no female protagonist. No female protagonist. No female protagonist. This is a matter of utmost importance. Hence the repetition. Any keen observer of the sea might recall that romantic entanglements in One Piece often end in tragedy. Roger and Rouge, Bartholomew and Ginny, Neptune and Odoheim, Gold, Roger and Scarlet, Senior Pink and Lucian, including the film's depiction of Doflamingo and Stella, as well as the principal characters, Sanji's parents, Gary and Sora, Usopp's parents, Jesus Burgess and Banchina. Each pair concludes in sorrow, and not merely ordinary sorrow. Oda has pinned their fates to an untimely demise, leaving Lucian as the sole survivor in a vegetative state. At present, the only surviving lovers I can recall, aside from Chiefing and Capone Beach, are few and far between. Chapter 101, The Seal of the Pig. Brian raised his hand, interrupting the citizens who wished to continue expressing their gratitude, and solemnly declared, "Everyone, please be still. This place is about to transform into a battlefield. For your safety, I will assist in relocating you to a secure island." His voice resonated with a calm authority, instantly silencing the previously cacophonous crowd. The eyes of the townsfolk reflected a profound trust and reliance upon him. "Everyone, please return to gather your belongings. Time is of the essence, and we must depart swiftly." Upon hearing these words, the villagers felt a pang of reluctance, for this had been their cherished home for many years. Yet, they understood that Brian spoke with earnest conviction. Thus, they turned and hurried back to their respective abodes, their experiences of past tribulations enabling them to swiftly pack their belongings. Before long, the villagers assembled at the town's entrance, their luggage in hand. Khadgar then gestured with both hands, and a shimmering emerald portal gradually materialized before their eyes. The villagers gazed at this enchanting spectacle, their expressions tinged with anxiety and trepidation. However, witnessing the composed demeanor of Brian and Khadgar assuaged their fears. Under the guidance of a smile, the villagers formed an orderly line and began to step through the portal, one by one. Their figures gradually vanished into the ethereal green glow. Meanwhile, Brian stood at the town's entrance, gazing in the direction of the portal. Only when the last villager stepped through did he exhale softly, turning to fix a steely gaze into the distance. Brian could sense the approach of the one who possessed that ominous aura, moving with remarkable speed, Topman Vachli's saint. One of the elders wielding the highest authority within the global government. Brian turned to Khadgar, his expression grave yet resolute. Khadgar, you are responsible for supporting Mr. Yixiao and me. Understood, Khadgar replied succinctly, nodding slightly before vanishing into another dimension, ready to strike at a moment's notice to assist Brian and Yixiao. Brian then faced Yixiao, his demeanor serious as he spoke. Mr. Yixiao, the heavens have revealed that the Elder's teleportation ability requires time to activate. I hope you can disrupt his actions at a crucial moment. I comprehend, Yixiao said, his eyes briefly flashing with determination. Very well. Let us make our one navy renowned here and now. With that, Brian refused to remain idle, waiting foolishly for Vachli to attack. Instead, he chose to take the initiative. With a graceful flick of his wrist, 2 leaves glided from his fingertips, and in an instant, accompanied by a peculiar luminescence, 2 towering figures materialized before him. They were Kaido and Charlotte Linlin from the Dominion of the New World. Kaido's massive form loomed like a small mountain, his iconic kanabo resting upon his shoulder, exuding a wild and domineering aura. Standing beside him, Charlotte Linlin was equally imposing, wielding her signature Napoleon sword, her eyes reflecting a blend of madness and greed. Their formidable presence rendered the surrounding air dense with tension. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a knowing glance, their synergy palpable. Dark red lightning coiled around Kaido's kanabo as his ferocity surged like a rocket. Big Mom, undeterred, infused her sword Napoleon with her conqueror's haki. As their energies reached a crescendo, they unleashed a cataclysmic attack capable of obliterating an entire island. Dominion of the Seas. The sheer force of this strike was overwhelming. The earth beneath them was instantly rent asunder, creating a profound chasm as dust and debris were swept into a maelstrom, obscuring the sky. Yet amidst the swirling chaos, the brilliance of their attack shone ever brighter, akin to a meteor plummeting towards its target, intent on shattering the very space where Topman Vachli's saint resided. High above, Vachli, utilizing the moonwalk to traverse swiftly, keenly sensed the impending assault from Kaido and Big Mom. He let out a cold snort, the sound emanating from his nostrils. Imbued with utter disdain and arrogance, in his eyes, this formidable attack was merely a child's play. Suddenly, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. As the power that had been concealed within him erupted instantaneously, his body began to swell rapidly, contorting as the bones emitted crackling sounds, and his muscles rose like small hills. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bizarre and fearsome beast adorned with 4 sharp tusks, glistening with a cold, icy light, and his form was draped in mysterious spots. Most strikingly, black flames coiled around his body, swirling and roiling like hellish fire. This was the legendary beast, the Fengchi, known for its copper skin and iron bones, possessing unimaginable strength. The Fengchi, enveloped in swirling black flames, charged fearlessly towards the formidable Bahai combined attack. Just as Bahai was on the verge of colliding with the Fengchi, the beast suddenly opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, its ferocious energy clashing head-on with Bahai. In that instant, the world illuminated with brilliant light, and a deafening roar erupted, the immense force radiating outward and lifting the ground beneath into colossal waves of earth and stone, while the surrounding air was compressed, producing a sharp whistling sound. Brian was not surprised that this strike failed to affect the Fengchi. After all, the beast was renowned for its formidable defense, surpassing even the other 5 elders. Take the Egghead Island arc from the original work, for instance. Even the combined efforts of Nika Luffy and Nika Bonnie could not breach its defenses. Kaido and Big Mom were merely imposters relying on their abilities. In the presence of true top-tier power, they appeared somewhat inferior. However, the Fengchi itself could not be deemed a true top-tier powerhouse, relying solely on its thick hide. Yixiao, through his keen observation haki, perceptively sensed that Brian's attack had not succeeded as anticipated. He took a deep breath, his aura surging instantaneously as he unleashed his earth-shattering power. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. With Yixiao's deep and powerful roar, the black line of fire in his hand awakened like a ferocious beast, radiating an eerie and formidable light. He gradually accumulated the immense force of gravity upon the blade, causing it to tremble slightly, as if suppressing an impending eruption of power. In an instant, he swung the sword fiercely, causing the earth and stones beneath to be abruptly lifted, swirling chaotically in the air before being mercilessly crushed and ground to dust. Everything that stood in the path of this force was obliterated in the blink of an eye, reduced to a desolate ruin. In Chapter 102, Mystery Xiao, it is noted that the toughness of Feng Shi's swine's skin is indeed formidable. Feng Shi, with its robust physique akin to bronze and iron, withstood the full force of Yixiao's gravity blade, Mighty Tiger. In that moment, it felt as though Mount Tai was descending, the overwhelming weight crashing down upon Feng Shi, whose massive form was forced straight into the sea. In an instant, the water erupted as if a pot had boiled over, waves soaring into the sky, creating a colossal curtain of water that engulfed its figure in an instant. However, to the astonishment of onlookers, a remarkable scene unfolded shortly thereafter. Feng Shi appeared entirely unperturbed by the encroaching seawater, as if the very laws of the ocean had lost their potency against it. It burst forth from the depths, water cascading down its immense body like a waterfall, while the surrounding black flames appeared even more enigmatic and eerie under the shroud of mist. It emitted a deep roar, infused with its overwhelming haki, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a low hum, as a tangible black storm surged toward Brian and Yixiao. The waves upon the sea, impacted by this haki, became increasingly tempestuous, each crest rising violently before crashing down, sending splashes of water flying like bullets. Kaido and Big Mom surged forward, akin to two black meteors streaking through the sky. Big Mom initiated the assault, grasping the Napoleon sword tightly overhead before swinging it downward with ferocity, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy imbued with potent haki. She bellowed in fury, Elbaf's spear, Kingdom's might. At the very moment Big Mom struck, Kaido gripped his kanabo, the muscles in his body taut and bulging, resembling serpentine dragons writhing beneath his skin. He then channeled his formidable haki, wrapping it around the kanabo, which was enveloped in a flickering aura of purple-black light, with sparks of electricity dancing within. With a might that could cleave mountains, he swung the kanabo with great force, sending a robust pillar of energy hurtling toward Feng Shi like a cannonball. As the formidable energy surged forth, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, presenting an eerie oscillation. Concurrently with the release of this attack, a thunderous roar erupted. Diamond darts. The assaults from Kaido and Big Mom resembled two resplendent meteors, colliding with the roar of Conqueror's haki emitted by Feng Shi, akin to the cataclysmic clash of celestial bodies, unleashing a blinding radiance and a deafening cacophony. In the wake of this brilliance, the surrounding air was tumultuously agitated by the potent energy forming miniature whirlwinds. The Black Tempest, birthed from Feng Shi's roar, was effortlessly torn asunder by the dual onslaught, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind a chaotic swirl of air. Yet, the barrage did not relent. The colossal sword wave of Elbaf's spear, Waigwa, and the columnar energy of diamond darts surged unimpeded toward Feng Shi's massive form. With a resounding boom, the surface of the sea erupted as if struck by an enormous bomb, conjuring towering waves that soared hundreds of meters high, spreading outward in frenzied tumult. Feng Shi's gargantuan figure, akin to a massive vessel, was driven back by the sheer force of Kaido and Big Mom's combined strike, retreating several hundred meters. The ocean was cleaved by its immense bulk, with water surging upwards like boiling liquid, sending countless white froth into the air. However, despite enduring such a ferocious assault, Feng Shi appeared unscathed, akin to a mere mosquito bite, and a triumphant, arrogant grin spread across its swine-like visage. Futile, futile, you cannot breach my defenses. Feng Shi's piercing voice reverberated over the tumultuous ocean. Brian's lips curled into a slight smirk as he turned to his companion, Yixiao, and remarked softly, Mr. Yixiao, indeed. Its porcine hide is remarkably tough. At that moment, a leaf slipped from his fingertips, and in an instant, accompanied by an ethereal glow, a colossal figure materialized before them. The iconic crescent-shaped white beard revealed his identity, Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. In the distant cosmos, massive meteors, drawn by Yixiao's formidable powers, hurtled toward Feng Shi, trailing luminous tails like blazing comets. These meteors varied in size, the smallest akin to a house, while the largest resembled small mountains. As they soared at high velocity, they ignited in fierce friction with the atmosphere, engulfed in flames that radiated intense, blinding light, illuminating the skies above this maritime expanse. I too wish to see if it is as immortal as the heavens, the old man mused. Sensing the impending peril, Fengshi's ironclad form tensed instantly. Its hooves striking the sea's surface with tremendous force in an effort to stabilize itself. However, at the moment of the meteor's impact, it unleashed a cataclysmic force. With a thunderous roar, the entire sea surface appeared to erupt as though detonated by a colossal bomb, generating towering waves that surged outward like boiling water. The creature, Fengshi, was propelled backward by the shockwave. Despite its vigorous attempts to resist, its massive form carved a deep trench across the ocean, sending countless droplets of water into the air. Its exterior, subjected to the immense pressure and friction of the meteor, began to show signs of cracking, with streaks of blood seeping from the fissures, momentarily staining the surrounding waters a faint crimson. Simultaneously, the intense flames generated by the meteor's friction with the atmosphere enveloped Fengshi like a raging inferno, eliciting a pained roar from its depths. Caught at the epicenter of the shockwave, Fengshi felt its internal power in disarray as a tremendous force surged chaotically within, disrupting its once fluid defensive mechanisms and causing its breath to become erratic. Just as Fengshi was being mercilessly battered by the meteor's assault, an unexpected movement occurred. Whitebeard sprang into action, his form flashing with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between himself and Fengshi, raising his sword. The Tsongyun cut, high above. In that instant, the surrounding space seemed to tremble violently, distorted as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. With the air vibrating ominously and emitting explosive crackles, Fengshi sensed the imminent threat, widening its eyes in a desperate attempt to evade. Yet, its stability was compromised by the meteor's relentless onslaught, and the chaotic surroundings further restricted its movements. Whitebeard swung down the Tsongyun cut with tremendous force, unleashing a white wave of slashing energy that appeared capable of cleaving heaven and earth. This strike, infused with the terrifying power of the tremor fruit, tore through the air, leaving visible fissures in its wake. The sea erupted as if detonated, with walls of water rising dramatically on either side. The wave of slashing energy accurately struck Fengshi, resulting in a deafening explosion that reverberated across the entire ocean. In that moment, Fengshi's formidable defenses crumbled as if made of paper, the slashing wave ripping a massive gash in its body, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain, painting the sea in a vivid scarlet. Fengshi let out a piercing scream, its colossal form helplessly plummeting downward, crashing into the ocean's surface and creating a tremendous splash. Gradually, its body sank into the depths, leaving behind a blood-stained expanse of water. P.S. Previously, some readers expressed feeling overwhelmed by the names of the 5 elders. Here, I have employed the creature's name. How does this resonate with your reading experience? Chapter 103. Could it be that he is truly a devil? In the silent depths of the ocean, an eerie black flame ignited without warning. The flame danced and twisted as if imbued with life, slowly coalescing to outline a human form. Moments later, the flames extinguished, revealing the figure of Topman Vacheli, who had returned from the dead on the battlefield. Having learned from the previous fierce combat, Vacheli now approached the situation with a newfound seriousness, discarding any arrogance. With swift movements, he conjured complex and mysterious seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. Immediately, dark runes began to surge forth as if emerging from the fissures of hell, rising slowly from the ground. These runes flickered with a strange luminescence, exuding a disquieting aura. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, a figure known as Ishiao, utilizing his formidable observation haki, keenly sensed Vacheli's every action beneath the waves and promptly unleashed his power. In an instant, an invisible force of gravity seemed to cascade from the heavens, precisely pressuring Vacheli's location. Under this sudden gravitational disruption, Vacheli's previously fluid movements became sluggish and chaotic. The black runes that had been gathering around him lost their original order, beginning to scatter and dissipate. Yet, within moments, Vacheli adapted to the heavy gravity imposed by Ishiao. His once sluggish motions regained their agility as he endeavored to reconstruct the crucial portal. However, just as he focused intently, a faint yet perilous presence quietly approached from above. His heart tightened abruptly, and instinctively he looked up, only to see a figure that had quietly appeared above him. None other than Shanks, the Emperor of the Seas, reigning over the New World. Vacheli Saint was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this was a counterfeit created by Brian. In the blink of an eye, Shanks had closed the distance, raising his rapier high, channeling all his strength to the blade's tip, before he swung it down with ferocity. Divine avoidance. A blinding red sword energy surged forth, carrying the might of Conqueror's haki from the blade, cleaving through the ocean and creating a deep chasm where the water had been instantaneously parted, bubbles and silt swirling chaotically. Watchily Saint, witnessing this, swiftly crossed his arms in front of him, simultaneously invoking armament haki, enveloping his arms in a shroud of deep black light. Clang! The sword energy collided fiercely against his arms, producing a crisp and resounding metallic clash that reverberated through the surrounding waters. While he successfully withstood the blow, the immense force still forced Watchily Saint to stagger back several paces, the sediment beneath his feet being kicked up high. With his brow furrowed, Watchily Saint found himself ensnared in a dilemma, grappling with a challenging choice. He was acutely aware that choosing to transform would indeed provide a significant enhancement in defense. However, once transformed, his hands would morph into those of a swine, rendering him incapable of forming seals to complete the teleportation array, thus preventing him from timely aiding the other 5 elders on the battlefield. Yet, if he refrained from transforming and relied solely on his current state to counter the situation, the persistent harassment from Brian and a smile would be sufficient to distract him from concentrating on the seals necessary for the teleportation technique. In that fleeting moment of hesitation and contemplation, Shanks showed no sign of slowing down. With the momentum of his advance, he executed a nimble spin in midair, his sword slicing through the space with a fierce arc, once again directing his assault towards Saint Watchily. Realizing the imminent danger of the unavoidable strike, Watchily swiftly regained his composure and activated his armament haki. The clash echoed with a crisp, resounding metallic sound that erupted in the depths of the sea, stirring the surrounding silt into a swirling chaos that obscured the vision. Aware that the situation was increasingly unfavorable, Watchily steeled himself and resolved that retreat was the wisest strategy. In an instant, he lowered his body, grounding himself on all fours, and transformed into the fearsome beast known as the boar. His formidable boar-like physique propelled him powerfully as he forcefully kicked against the seabed's silt, sending up a tumult of mud and bubbles. Utilizing this immense reaction force, he surged forth like a cannonball into the distance. Shanks, however, would not allow him to escape so easily. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his rapier once more, channeling all his strength into a single strike aimed at Watchily Saint. Divine escape. The crimson blade aura, imbued with a potent conqueror's haki, soared like a burning rainbow, slicing through the dark waters in relentless pursuit of the fleeing Watchily Saint. In that moment, Watchily Saint seemed oblivious to the lethal assault, consumed solely by his frantic flight. His speed in this wild boar form was astonishing, stirring a tempestuous undercurrent that disrupted the surrounding waters, causing marine life to scatter in panic from the sudden upheaval. In the blink of an eye, the red blade aura caught up with him, crashing forcefully into his back. A deafening explosion reverberated through the depths, the tremendous impact detonating the surrounding water as if a colossal bomb had been unleashed, creating a vast energy vortex. Debris, bubbles, and remnants of marine creatures were swept into chaos, engulfing the entire area in tumult. Yet, Watchily Saint, fortified by his ironclad defenses, endured the blow. Although the strike caused a slight hesitance in his momentum, he showed no intention of halting, continuing his frenzied advance. Before long, his form gradually vanished into the confusion and darkness of the deep sea, leaving Shanks behind, frowning slightly as he gazed in the direction of the retreating figure. The brilliance of his rapier slowly dimmed, signifying the conclusion of this fierce chase and confrontation, with topman Watchily Saint managing to escape for the time being. On the shore, Ishu stood quietly, the sea breeze gently caressing his garments. With his formidable observation haki, he perceived each of Watchily Saint's movements in the depths as if witnessing them firsthand. A sigh of resignation escaped Ishiao's lips, laden with reluctance and bewilderment. Is he truly immortal, like something from the celestial dome? I have never before heard of such a power. Could he indeed be a demon? Beside him, Brian, upon hearing Ishiao's words, fixed his gaze firmly upon the distant sea. Mr. Ishiao, even if he is a demon, he can still be defeated, can't he? There is no absolute invincibility in this world. His escape today is merely a result of those enigmatic methods. As long as we discover a way to counter him, we shall surely vanquish him entirely next time, making him pay for his transgressions. Ishu turned to Brian, nodding slightly in agreement. You are correct, Brian. Let us continue our preparations next time. We shall ensure he cannot return. Having spoken, Ishiao chuckled as he tightened his grip on the Underworld blade, which seemed to sense its master's resolve. Faint glimmers of light swirling along its edge as if in response to Ishiao, ever ready to confront the undying myth and defend the justice that rightfully belonged to them. In this chapter, I have omitted the surname of Topman Vacheli. I invite you to compare with the previous chapter to discern which reading experience is more enjoyable. Chapter 104. In a one-on-one confrontation, I am confident that I shall not be bested. Topman Vacheli fled through the depths of the sea until he was assured that Brian and Ishiao were not in pursuit. Allowing the tension within him to ease slightly as he exhaled deeply, the sense of impending danger that had gripped him began to dissipate, and his form gradually reverted from that of a ferocious beast. Having relinquished his powers, he appeared somewhat fatigued, yet the fierceness in his eyes remained undiminished. He swung his limbs, gradually making his way to the surface of the sea. Before long, his head emerged, gasping for the fresh air above. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recalled the specially crafted phone bug nestled within his cloak, an essential tool for communicating with the other 5 elders. Hastily, he reached into his garment to retrieve it, only to discover that the once vibrant eyes of the phone bug now lay dull and lifeless, its body rigid and cold. Topman Vacheli Saint furrowed his brow, a surge of indignation rising within him. However, his attention was soon drawn to a small town not far away. The town sat serenely by the sea, its houses arranged in a picturesque manner, wisps of smoke curling from chimneys. Occasionally, a few pedestrians meandered leisurely along the streets, creating a scene of tranquility, as if untouched by the outside world. Yet, in that moment of seething anger, Topman Vacheli Saint paid no heed to the peaceful tableau. With a disdainful snort, he mused that after enduring such a chaotic battle, he needed a place to unleash his pent-up fury. Thus, he swam directly towards the town, and upon reaching the shore, he erupted like a wolf among sheep, recklessly venting his emotions. With a thunderous crash, a house was obliterated, bricks and debris scattering in all directions, accompanied by the terrified screams of the inhabitants. Yet, to Topman Vacheli Saint, it resonated like a magnificent symphony, a twisted smile gracing his face. He then stomped his foot upon the ground, the immense shockwave radiating outward from him, causing cracks to fissure the earth. The surrounding structures crumbled like fragile building blocks, sending plumes of dust into the air. The townsfolk, in a state of panic, fled in all directions, their cries and wails echoing through the chaos. The once pristine streets were now stained with blood and littered with bodies, transforming a once warm home into a hellish nightmare, with ruins and flames engulfing the scene. Yet, Topman Vacheli Saint showed no signs of relenting, continuing to wreak havoc upon the land, obliterating the entire town as if only through such destruction could he quell the raging inferno within his heart. Amidst the ruins, Topman Vacheli Saint clutched the recently discovered phone bug, swiftly dialing a number. Mariehua, the mysterious and imposing stronghold of the 5 elders, loomed in his mind. The 5 elders sat at a table, quietly perusing the compiled intelligence, the room enveloped in a stillness that was only occasionally interrupted by the rustling of paper. Suddenly, the phone bug emitted a series of beeps, shattering the silence and causing Shepherd X to lift his gaze towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the caller as Queen Topman Vacheli, a flicker of urgency and concern manifested upon his previously serene countenance. He hastily set aside the intelligence in his hands and strode swiftly to the telephone bug, unhesitatingly connecting the call. Before the other party could even utter a word, he eagerly inquired, "What is the situation? Have you successfully apprehended Brian?" His voice carried a hint of tension, for the operation against Brian was of paramount importance, intricately tied to their numerous plans and strategies. From the other end of the phone, the slightly exasperated voice of Topman Vacheli echoed, "That brat is growing at an astonishing rate, having just consumed the devil fruit. He has already reached a level that rivals the heavens. It is quite troublesome." His words were laden with astonishment and resignation regarding Brian's rapid ascent in power. After a brief pause, seemingly to compose himself, Topman continued, "Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, I am confident I would not be bested by him. However, Brian is currently allied with a smile. Their synergy has caught me off guard, leading to a minor setback." Hearing this, Shepherd X, Peter furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of gravity crossing his expression as he paced the room, contemplating while speaking into the phone. "I never anticipated Brian would possess such capabilities." Meanwhile, the scientific defense warrior, Jaeger Lucia Satan, upon hearing their exchange, wore an expression of exasperation. His tone tinged with reproach as he remarked, "Did we not agree that upon discovering their whereabouts, we would summon each other at once? Together. No matter how formidable Brian and his smile may be, they would struggle to withstand us. Yet, how have we ended up in this predicament?" His gaze held a hint of reproach, for they had previously established a meticulous plan and agreement. Unexpectedly, a complication had arisen, leaving him, who valued order and planning, quite displeased. On the other end of the line, Topman Vachli felt a twinge of injustice, tinged with dissatisfaction and a desire to defend himself. I never anticipated that Brian's strength would surge so rapidly. I believed that with my own abilities, defeating him would be a mere trifle. Who could have foreseen that the powers of that devil fruit would manifest in him beyond imagination? Compounded by the interference of a certain individual? The more Topman Vachli spoke, the more he felt wronged, continuing to mumble, had I known it would come to this, I would have summoned you at the first opportunity. Who could have predicted that lad would become such a formidable challenge? Upon hearing the words of the two earlier, the financial martial god Zambaron V. Najiru's expression darkened further, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction and ire. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and unreservedly chastised that Khadgar is a user of the Dordor fruit, always inseparable from Brian. And you, acting recklessly, have now ensured that even if we were to set out immediately, Brian has likely already utilized Khadgar's powers to escape to another location, thus squandering this golden opportunity. His voice rose several notches in anger, reverberating through the space, and further intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Beside him, Jagor Lucius Satan echoed, indeed. Moreover, the traders Zifa and Kazan have already arrived at the West Sea. Once they unite with Brian and the others, their strength will become even more formidable. The meticulously devised plan has now been thrown into disarray. P.S. Let's take stock of the personalities of the various avatars that have emerged. The chaotic yet benevolent William, along with Luffy, belongs to this faction, where individuals act according to their own volition, rarely considering the norms and demands imposed by others. In contrast, the lawful and benevolent Brian and Bell can no longer be described merely as good. Perhaps the embodiment of justice would be the most fitting term. The neutral evil Buggy and the absolute, who are solely self-serving, care only for benefits that serve their interests, indifferent to those who might perish as a consequence. Characters like Khadga and Edward Williams serve merely as tools, lacking any personal stance. Chapter 105. Can we not subdue Monkey D. Luffy? The financial warrior, Zambaron V. Nejuro listened to the complaints, casting a glance at the transponder snail, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude as he addressed Topman Vachli. Humph. This whole debacle is entirely your doing. You shall explain it to Lord M. With such a significant blunder now, I look forward to your explanation. The threat in his words was unmistakable. After all, Lord M's authority is not to be trifled with. Anyone who incurs his wrath faces unimaginable consequences, and at this moment, Topman Vachli found himself at the center of the storm. Hearing these words on the other end of the transponder snail, Topman felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of Lord M's methods, and the thought of having to confront him with this predicament made cold sweat bead on his forehead. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, merely holding the transponder snail in silence. Shepherd Tin Peter furrowed his brow, breaking the tense silence. He spoke soothingly, Topman, do not be overly anxious. While the situation is dire, there is still room for remedy. If we cannot capture the One Navy, can we not subdue Monkey D. Luffy? Finally, Topman Vachli on the other end of the transponder snail regained his composure. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, Everyone, I share the same sentiment. However, regarding Lord M, I hope you can lend your support. At this moment, he was filled with trepidation, acutely aware that he had made a grave mistake. However, he could only brace himself and hope to rectify the situation swiftly, while also wishing that the others might speak favorably of him before Lord M, thereby alleviating some of the impending consequences. The five elders understood well that Lord M's temperament was not easily appeased, and this blunder was indeed too severe. None dared to guarantee assistance. After a brief pause, Shepherd Tin Python slowly spoke. Topman, regarding Lord M, we can only assess the situation and plan accordingly. Hearing this ambiguous response, Topman Vachli felt a chill in his heart, but dared not voice further concerns. He simply acknowledged the statement and hastily ended the call. He gazed upon the ravaged remnants of the town he had wrought into chaos, silently gritting his teeth, his mind resolute in the necessity of swiftly apprehending Monkey D. Luffy to reverse this unfavorable situation. Otherwise, he would face the exceedingly harsh punishment from Lord M, a consequence far beyond his capacity to endure. In the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Kane stood quietly in a dimly lit room, having just eavesdropped on the conversation of the five elders. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at a profound significance. Go, for I have prepared marvelous little gadgets for you in the East Blue, he whispered softly, his tone laced with an elusive mockery and pride. akin to a puppeteer pulling strings, while the pieces destined for the East Blue remained blissfully unaware of the snares awaiting them. Simultaneously, the silhouette of Zetsu emerged quietly. He resembled a specter, silently shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Zetsu seemed to sense something, lifting his head slightly to reveal a smile strikingly similar to Kane's. "I know what must be done," he declared, slowly extending his hand to retrieve a small den mushy from his pocket, dialing his old friend Morgan's. At the headquarters of the World Economic News, Morgan sat amidst a somewhat chaotic yet bustling office, perched before a desk overflowing with documents and newspapers. His pen danced vigorously across the pages, circling and annotating as he murmured to himself, seemingly engaged in the final selection and refinement of his materials. At that moment, the den mushy on his desk emitted a sudden series of blaring sounds, shattering the tranquility and breaking Morgan's intense concentration. He impatiently lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the call. However, when he discerned that the caller ID displayed Jusher, his irritation vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement and anticipation. Moses, this is Morgan's." His voice was high-pitched, tinged with an unmistakable anticipation. On the other end of the line, the calm and enigmatic voice of Ju resonated. "This is indeed earth-shattering news, my dear companion." Upon hearing this, Morgan's smile instantly blossomed, nearly eclipsing his eyes. "Since your arrival, the waves of monumental news have been ceaselessly crashing upon this vast sea. You truly are my lucky star. Every tidbit you bring forth sends ripples throughout the world. However," Morgan's quickly added, "my appetite has grown considerably. If the news pertains to a minor figure like Crocodile being defeated, there would be no need for you to speak." While the 7 warlords are certainly not insignificant, Morgan's made this remark merely to negotiate, for Ju's fees were indeed quite steep. Ju slowly began to articulate. Word by word, Admiral Brian of the Navy and Admiral Fujitora have sent the 5 elders scurrying for cover in the Kingdom of Relucia in the West Sea. Does that qualify as significant news? Upon hearing this, Morgan's eyes widened and his mouth fell slightly ajar. Then he erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter. He laughed heartily while striking the table, exclaiming, "Momentous news! Momentous news! This is undoubtedly the most sensational revelation of the century. If this is indeed true, the entire pirate world will be thrown into a frenzy." His face flushed crimson with excitement, seemingly unable to contain the exhilaration within. Although the Celestial Dome had unveiled that the 5 elders were vanquished by the One Navy's codename Ares, this was merely the account of Buggy, and many remained skeptical. Morgan's promptly interjected, "Absolutely. The devil fruit I possess has been thoroughly extracted by you. I trust that your intelligence capabilities can ascertain the veracity of my claims. Can I settle the payment in berries this time? Gold would suffice as well." The voice on the other end recognized that Morgan spoke the truth and casually mentioned a figure. "For this intelligence, I shall extend you a friendly price of 500 million berries." "Ha ha ha. Thank you immensely, my friend." The moment news of Brian and Ikeo's triumph over the 5 elders spread worldwide through Morgan's newspaper, the entire pirate realm erupted in fervor. Chapter 106, Morgan's. "I vow to slay you." In the enigmatic and imposing office of the 5 elders located in Holy Mary Geos, a place so formidable that one dared not gaze upon it, the recently defeated Justice Warlord, seething with rage, tore the newspaper to shreds. "Morgan's, I swear to kill you. You wretched scoundrel." He was acutely aware that the publication of this newspaper would render him a laughingstock in the eyes of the world, and the authority of the world government would suffer a significant blow, all instigated by that detestable Morgan's. After a moment of temperance, the legal warrior inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "We cannot allow Morgan's to continue tarnishing the government's image. How will the populace perceive us? Where lies the dignity of the world government? Those pirates and rebellious factions, already restless, will surely become even more audacious. We must act swiftly, for the consequences of inaction are dire." The financial warrior scoffed coldly, remarking, "Is it possible that Morgan's takes precedence over Monkey D. Luffy? Ultimately, this chaos is of your own making. Were it not for your failure in the West Blue, the world government would not be in such a precarious position now." As he spoke, the financial warrior secretly rejoiced that his previous disgrace in the South Blue remained unknown. Channeling all his dissatisfaction towards the legal warrior, attempting to divert attention from his own inadequacies through blame. Upon hearing this, the legal warrior's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Nasu Shuru, did your last endeavor in the South Blue not end in failure as well? What face do you have to criticize me here?" The financial warrior countered decisively, "Indeed, I failed, but unlike you, My disgrace is not common knowledge. The legal warrior glared fiercely at him and snapped, Nasu Shuru. How dare you speak? If you had not been incapacitated by Buggy and William, would you have even stirred Lord Emu? Ultimately, this turmoil is of your own making. The financial warrior, rendered speechless with rage, trembled slightly before drawing his initial blade. Pointing it menacingly at the legal warrior, exclaiming, Vachali, you seek death. Witnessing the escalating tension between them, the agricultural warrior hastily rose, extending his hands in a placating gesture, and interjected, All right, everyone, let us calm down. They are merely commoners. They pose no significant threat. Our immediate priority is to deal with Monkey D. Luffy. His voice was steady and serene, attempting to quell the impending quarrel with his authority and reason, steering everyone back onto the path of resolving the issue at hand. The god of agricultural affairs echoed in agreement, remarking that Morgan's was merely a trivial character, hardly worthy of our energy at this juncture. With the persuasion of the gods of agricultural affairs and scientific defense, the emotions of the god of finance and the god of legal affairs gradually stabilized. Although both harbored lingering discontent towards one another, they understood the paramount importance of internal unity in the current situation. They snorted in disapproval, turning away from each other, lapsing into silence. The atmosphere in the room remained heavy, the echoes of the recent dispute still lingering. The god of agricultural affairs cleared his throat and slowly spoke, attempting to redirect the conversation back to the agenda for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let us temporarily set aside our grievances. Maz will arrive in the kingdom of Goya before dawn tomorrow, and according to plan, he will summon us then. It is imperative that we are fully prepared. This operation must not falter. The god of finance furrowed his brow, still somewhat perturbed by the earlier altercation, yet he recognized the significance of the impending endeavor. He nodded slightly and muttered, We cannot afford any mishaps this time. I hope Maz proves to be reliable. The god of legal affairs inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his simmering anger, and replied, Rest assured, I will give my utmost effort this time. The defeat of the five elders loomed like a nightmare, casting a shadow over the upper echelons of the world government. They scurried about in panic, attempting to devise a strategy. Their former composure and calm long since evaporated. The populace began to murmur, their trust in the world government wavering, as the once solid foundation of their rule was now subtly undermined by this news. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, in the kingdom of Goya, Luffy, Ace, Carp, and Ace's companions, having just finished their lunch, were preparing to head to the clearing outside the village to commence their afternoon training. Carp's previously serene expression suddenly tightened, his keen, hawk-like gaze fixating on a large crow gradually becoming discernible in the distant sky. Carp's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he murmured, It seems we have a visitor gracing us. Upon hearing Carp's words, Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly assumed a stance akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. After a period of diligent training, Ace yearned for a confrontation to test his abilities, confidently proclaiming, This is the perfect opportunity to assess the fruits of my recent training. Ace's companions promptly responded, swiftly grasping the weapons at their sides. Some seized clubs, while others clutched long knives, their eyes resolutely fixed upon the ravens soaring in the distant sky, prepared to confront this uninvited intruder. In stark contrast, Luffy's reaction was entirely different. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the imposing raven, his heart brimming with curiosity and a yearning for the novel. He exclaimed with exuberance, Incredible! It's decided. I shall invite him to embark on an adventure with me. Garp observed Luffy's innocent demeanor and, without hesitation, delivered a hefty punch to Luffy's head. The sudden blow caused Luffy's head to tilt, a large bump forming instantaneously. As he looked at Garp in bewilderment, his eyes brimming with confusion, Garp chastised him loudly. You fool! The unexpected arrival of such a figure at this critical juncture is likely to signify an enemy. As everyone braced themselves, warily watching the large raven that was gradually approaching, Garp's keen gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed intently on the silhouette atop the raven. As the distance closed, a flicker of doubt crossed Garp's eyes, soon followed by recognition. His previously tense posture relaxed slightly, yet his expression remained stern. The raven descended slowly onto the village's clearing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned the figure on the raven's back. It was Sabo. Sabo, clad in a flowing black trench coat that danced in the wind, bore a complex expression in his eyes, revealing a mix of excitement from their long-awaited reunion, pride in the growth of his former comrades, and an indescribable sense of nostalgia. Luffy widened his eyes, gazing at the familiar yet foreign figure before him, his mouth slightly agape, as if he wished to utter something, yet was momentarily struck dumb. After a brief pause, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face, dazzling like the sun. He exuberantly shouted, "Sabo, it's really you." Then, like a gust of wind, he dashed towards Sabo, completely disregarding Garp's earlier reprimand. Ace, too, stared at Sabo in astonishment, his eyes flashing with surprise and disbelief. He relaxed his tightly clenched fist, a look of relief spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Sabo, you are still alive." His voice trembled slightly, despite his efforts to maintain composure. The excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Sabo gazed at Luffy and Ace, who were rushing towards him, and felt his eyes moisten. He opened his arms, ready to embrace the two brothers he had long yearned for. Luffy leaped into Sabo's arms, holding him tightly, exclaiming, "Sabo, you're back. I missed you so much. Where have you been?" Ace approached them, firmly patting Sabo's shoulder, and asked, "What have you been through all these years?" At this point, Ace's voice became choked with emotion. He could not continue, but his eyes conveyed his deep concern and affection for Sabo. Carp stood to the side, observing this poignant reunion, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He sighed softly and allowed a rare gentle smile to grace his face, murmuring, "It's good to have you back, very good indeed." Luffy, still grasping Sabo's hand, was as exuberant as a playful monkey, bouncing around, sometimes pointing to the sea, inquiring if Sabo had encountered more formidable pirates, and at other times animatedly sharing his dreams for the future. In his exuberance, he accidentally struck his own face, but remained unfazed. Ace, meanwhile, chuckled and added details, occasionally teasing Luffy, their laughter resonating in the open space, dispelling the prior tension and gloom. A gentle breeze rustled through, intertwining the sounds of the windmill's rotation with the joyous laughter of the brothers, harmonizing with the warm sunlight that bathed them and the wildflowers swaying in the wind, creating a profoundly moving tableau. It felt as though time had reverted, transporting them back to those innocent days filled with dreams. Having just experienced the joy and excitement of reunion, a sudden spark lit up in Luffy's eyes. He jumped up enthusiastically and declared, "Let us go find Dayton. I can't wait for her to see that Sabo is back." Ace nodded with a smile, his gaze filled with longing and affection for their adoptive mother, Dayton. Indeed, Dayton would be overjoyed to know Sabo is alive. Sabo looked at Luffy and Ace, his heart brimming with warmth and emotion. He nodded slightly and said, "All right, let us go see Dayton together." Carp, watching the three children, felt a rush of nostalgia. "Well, today I shall grant you fools a half-day off. After all, to become a Navy man, one must balance work and rest." However, before he could finish his sentence, Luffy, like a wild stallion, dashed away, shouting excitedly, "This is amazing. Dayton, here we come." The iconic straw hat danced rhythmically atop his head, exuding boundless vitality. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and smiled wryly, before hastily following suit. Along the way, Luffy bounded joyfully like a carefree bird, incessantly hopping and skipping. He pointed out wildflowers and grasses by the roadside, enthusiastically introducing them to Sabo, and peppered him with questions, his chatter flowing endlessly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Sabo patiently answered Luffy's inquiries, occasionally amused by his innocent antics. Trailing behind them, Ace was enveloped in reminiscence of the past and anticipation for the future. He understood that this reunion was a serendipitous twist of fate, a continuation of their fraternal bond. As they walked, familiar sights gradually unfolded before them. The somewhat dilapidated yet warm house emerged, wisps of smoke curling from the chimney, as if narrating the comforting essence of home. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, sprinted to the door, forcefully pushing it open and calling Dayton. "We're back." Inside, Dayton was seated at the table, preparing dinner. At the sound of Luffy's voice, she paused, momentarily stunned, her hands halting mid-motion. Upon seeing Sabo standing at the threshold, a flicker of astonishment and disbelief washed over her, followed by tears streaming down her face. "Is it truly you, Sabo?" Dayton's voice trembled as she rose, slowly approaching him, as if fearing this might be a mere illusion. Sabo gazed at Dayton, his eyes brimming with emotion and remorse. He stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, saying, "Dayton, it's me. I'm back." Ace and Luffy entered as well, their eyes glistening at the sight of Dayton and Sabo weeping in each other's arms. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had paused to honor their reunion. After a while, Dayton released Sabo, wiping her tears, a look of contentment gracing her face. "It's enough that you're back. Just being back is all that matters," she repeated, then turned to Luffy and Ace, saying, "What are you little rascals dawdling for? Come over and sit down. We have much to celebrate today." Meanwhile, in the West Sea, a fleet of warships, once belonging to the world government, stood in neat formation. Now under new command. Flags fluttered in the breeze atop the masts, the prominent One Navy insignia gleaming under the sun. Cater stepped forward, his eyes reflecting excitement and anticipation. He slightly bowed and whispered, "Marshal Brian, Akiji, and the others are about to arrive." Brian and Ishio stood resolutely on the deck of the flagship. Their gazes steadfast and profound, filled with aspirations and determination for the future. Brian, clad in a pristine marshal's uniform, stood tall, his cape billowing in the wind, exuding an air of authority and leadership. Ishio stood quietly beside him, the black line of the Underworld gently tapping in his hand, as if marking the rhythm for this historic moment. Not far off, silhouettes of several warships gradually emerged on the horizon as they approached. The flags on board became distinctly visible, belonging to the fleet commanded by Akiji and Zephyr. As the two fleets drew near and docked alongside each other, Akiji and Zephyr ascended to Brian's flagship. On the deck, as everyone exchanged glances, an invisible force seemed to flow through the air. Brian was the first to speak, his voice resonant and brimming with passion. "Welcome to the One Navy. From this day forth, we shall collectively bear the mission of upholding justice and peace across these seas." Akiji nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Marshal Brian, I eagerly anticipate our days in the One Navy, and I believe we can achieve great things together." His voice was calm and gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Zephyr gazed steadfastly at Brian and proclaimed, "Marshal, though I may no longer be youthful, my fervor still burns within me. I am willing to dedicate all my remaining strength to the One Navy, fighting for our shared beliefs." A smile graced his lips as he softly added, "Let us join hands and usher in true tranquility to these waters." The soldiers aboard the warship stood tall, invigorated by the knowledge that from this moment forth they would become members of the One Navy, striving towards a new objective, heralding a new chapter for these seas with the establishment of the One Navy. It is worth noting that the followers of Akiji and Zephyr are not pivotal characters. Thus I shall merely gloss over them. Even Zephyr's pupils, Ein and Bins, might elicit comments from readers questioning how Ein's formidable devil fruit powers could be overlooked. However, as fanfiction is a derivative creation based on the original work, one must reference Oda's opinions. In the SBS of Volume 109, Oda mentioned his disinclination to regard the script version as part of the main storyline. In his later years, Zephyr not only suffered the loss of an arm but also battled asthma. One might wonder why Ein did not grant Zephyr a few blows. This is because the script version is produced by teams such as Toei Animation and Fuji Television, although Oda participates in character design for certain films. These adaptations should be viewed with a discerning eye. Therefore, in my writing, I have patched the devil fruits concerning time, adhering to Oda's premise that armament hockey can counteract the effects of devil fruit abilities. Thus, Ein could revert Zephyr to his prime, but once Zephyr employed armament hockey, he would negate the powers Ein bestowed upon him. Chapter 108, Codename Tiger. A multitude of roaring bonfires danced joyfully upon the beach, as if whispering of the historic moments about to unfold in this maritime expanse. The senior officials of the One Navy gathered around the bonfire, their silhouettes appearing particularly resolute in the flickering light. Brian sat beside the fire, the flames casting a gentle glow upon his face, softening his features and enhancing his already warm demeanor. A smile lingered beside him, the black market firearm resting at his side, his presence exuding a profound steadiness in the firelight. Akiji sat not far away, his white coat draped casually over him, contrasting starkly with the warm glow of the bonfire. Zephyr sat upright, his posture dignified, hands resting upon his knees, flanked by the similarly poised Ein and Bins. Brian cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence that enveloped the bonfire. "Esteemed colleagues, today we gather here for the inaugural high-level meeting since the establishment of the One Navy. This marks a new beginning, as we embrace the mission bestowed upon us by these waters." Green Bull lifted his head slightly, diverting his gaze from the flickering campfire to Brian, and remarked, "Marshal, we must clarify our objectives in the direction of our actions." Zephyr nodded vigorously in agreement, adding, simultaneously, "We should enhance our training and fortify our capabilities to elevate the overall strength of the One Navy." At this moment, Khadgar, now the Minister of Logistics for the One Navy, could not restrain himself from interjecting. "I believe we should actively forge connections with some friendly factions to jointly combat the malevolent forces. This would not only amplify our strength but also allow more individuals to understand the philosophy and mission of the One Navy." Brian smiled and nodded, acknowledging their insights, but stated, "Before we proceed, I would like to announce something." He turned his gaze slightly, landing on Ein and Bins, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of appreciation and trust. Kane, Binns, I have decided to confer upon you the rank of Rear Admiral. A mix of surprise and anticipation illuminated the faces of Ain and Binns. However, before Brian could continue, Zephyr gently shook his head, his expression grave as he articulated, Marshal, I believe they are too inexperienced. Although they possess commendable talent and potential, they are currently unfit for the responsibilities of a Rear Admiral. They require more time and experience to grow and accumulate wisdom. Zephyr's words resonated powerfully, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of Ain and Binns, extinguishing their surprise and replacing it with a tinge of disappointment and reluctance. Before Brian could respond, Khadgar promptly voiced, I concur with this proposal. Ishiao and Green Bull echoed his sentiments. Brian surveyed the assembly, smiling at Zephyr. He remarked, Mr. Zephyr, with a vote of 4-1, your opposition is rendered moot. His tone carried a hint of mockery, yet there was an undeniable resolution within it. Zephyr sighed helplessly. While he still felt that the two were somewhat inexperienced, witnessing the unwavering support from everyone left him with little to say. Ain and Binns promptly rose to their feet, straightened their backs, and declared in unison, Yes, Marshal. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. We will exert ourselves fully and live up to everyone's trust. Seeing this, Brian waved his hand and said with a smile, Please, sit down. There is no need for such gravity. We are gathered around this campfire to freely discuss the future of our one Navy. Let us relax a bit. Once Ain and Binns resumed their seats, Brian spoke earnestly. The so-called era of great pirates is largely a consequence of the world government's actions. The fees imposed on the member nations by the world government have been rising year after year. In their desperation to pay the exorbitant heavenly gold, those kings resort to increasingly oppressive measures against the impoverished populace, rendering their already difficult lives even more unbearable. This is why countless individuals are drawn into the ranks of pirates. Brian then stood tall, illuminated by the flickering flames, exuding an admirable aura of leadership. Thus, our first step must begin with the celestial dragons. The four of us, myself, Mr. Kazan, Mr. Aish, and Khadgar, shall journey to Mariewa and liberate all the enslaved souls. The mere mention of Mariewa cast a solemn shadow over the group. It was the heart of the world government, heavily guarded. Yet there was no sign of retreat in their eyes. Mr. Zephyr, Ain, and Binns, you shall commence your efforts in the West Blue, targeting all the nefarious factions. The West Blue is the foundation of our one Navy. It is rife with pirates and villains. Only by purging the sea can we establish a firm foothold and expand outward. Mr. Zephyr, with your wealth of experience, and Ain and Binns, with your youthful vigor, I have every confidence that you will accomplish this mission admirably. Zephyr straightened his back and replied with unwavering resolve, Rest assured, Marshal. Though I may be advancing in years, this passion still burns within me. Ain and Binns exchanged a glance and responded in unison, Yes, Marshal. We will give our utmost, and not let you down. Brian proclaimed loudly, Excellent. Operation Tiger commences now. Yes. They all responded in a harmonious and resonant chorus, embodying an indomitable spirit. Khadgar activated his ability, opening a ghostly green portal. And soon the group vanished from the spot. Zephyr patted Ain and Binns on their shoulders. Children, it is time for us to act. Let the villains of the West Blue understand the might of the One Navy. In an instant, the crowd sprang into action, the sea breeze intensifying, causing the flames of the bonfire to flicker wildly, with sparks flying in all directions as if bidding them farewell. Mary Geos, bathed in the moonlight that cascaded over its pristine and opulent structures, seemed shrouded in an invisible gloom, the air thick with a scent of decay and oppression. A ghostly green portal gradually materialized, marking their arrival on the sacred ground of Mary Geos. A slash, imbued with the color of a tyrant, surged forth with the force of a tidal wave, obliterating all obstacles in its path and racing towards Brian and his companions like a bolt of lightning. Where the strike landed, the earth was brutally cleaved, stones scattered, and clouds of dust billowed into the air, as powerful gusts whipped at the edges of their garments. Witnessing this, Ishiao stepped forward without hesitation, brandishing the black road fire line in a defensive posture. With a resounding clang, akin to the tolling of a great bell, the impact reverberated, leaving a ringing in their ears and scattering sparks like brilliant fireworks. The immense force radiated outward like surging waves, devastating the flora and fauna within the sacred site, reducing them to mere rubble. The once refined and elegant edifices were now rendered unrecognizable, a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 109, The Great Brawl. Brian shouted, Proceed as planned. Brian's strategy was straightforward. He, Fujitora, and Aokiji would press deep into the heart of the Holy Land, granting the slaves precious time to escape. Aokiji's gaze sharpened, his expression grave and focused, as he unleashed his formidable powers without reservation. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he bellowed, "Ice Age." In an instant, an overwhelming wave of frigid air erupted from his body, surging forth like a torrent of white, rapidly expanding outward from his center. Wherever this icy breath touched, the ground was swiftly cloaked in a thick layer of solid ice, the crystalline surface spreading relentlessly, gradually encasing the entire sacred ground in a frozen embrace. Remarkably, the precision of Shinji's control was unparalleled. The ice deftly circumvented the areas where the enslaved were trapped, sparing them from even the slightest harm. "It is Shinji's power. The One Navy has come to rescue us." A voice cried out from the crowd, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of the enslaved, like a tiny flame blossoming into a roaring fire. The despair that once lingered in their eyes was swiftly replaced by surprise and excitement, tears shimmering with a yearning for freedom. Khadgar sprang into action as a portal radiating an eerie green light gradually materialized. Standing beside the portal, he called out emphatically, "Everyone, quickly, follow me." His voice resonated with urgency and concern, urging the enslaved to hasten their escape from the confines that had imprisoned them for years. The captives, as if awakening from a long slumber, surged towards the portal. Among them were the elderly, children, and women, their garments tattered and faces haggard, yet at this moment, their strides exuded strength. The children clutched their parents' hands tightly, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and a burgeoning hope for the future. The elderly supported one another, walking with a tentative yet resolute determination, murmuring words of gratitude. The women exerted every ounce of strength to carry their young ones, fearful of losing them amidst the chaos. The 5 elders, those enigmatic figures perched atop the pinnacle of global power, could no longer remain seated. They flickered into view like phantoms above the battlefield. And the supreme commander of the Divine Knights, Fegolando Greenguard, also made his appearance in the distance. The air was thick with an oppressive aura that seemed to freeze the atmosphere itself. In an instant, 3 formidable monstrosities materialized from the void, their forms entwined with mysterious and sinister black flames, as if they were demons clawing their way out of the abyss of hell. The indomitable beast, the copper-skinned iron-boned beast, the sandworm, renowned for its astonishing regenerative abilities, and the bull demon, with the lower body of a spider and the head of an ox. Determined to take initiative, Brian waved his hand gently, causing 4 leaves to cascade from his fingertips. In that fleeting moment, accompanied by an otherworldly glow, 4 sea emperors manifested upon the battlefield. Whitebeard roared skyward, sweeping his naginata, unleashing the overwhelming power of the tremor fruit, which rippled through the air, generating a visible shockwave that surged towards the enemy. Shanks, in a flash, closed the distance with lightning speed, his great sword, Griffin, slicing through the air with a cutting aura aimed at the foe before him. Kaido emanated a violet haki, transforming into a colossal dragon that spiraled skyward, exhaling a torrent of fiery breath that intertwined with dense black smoke, darkening the vast expanse of the sky. Big Mom raised her Napoleon sword high, activating the powers of her soul fruit, unleashing eerie soul waves that tore through the air. The combined onslaught of the 4 emperors surged forth like a tempest of rage, an unstoppable force. Upon witnessing this, the copper-skinned iron-boned beast's eyes glimmered with resolve. Its mountainous form trembled as muscles tightened upon its iron frame, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as it gathered its might. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, the surrounding air vibrated with resonance. It took a heavy, resolute step forward, defiantly blocking the path of the 4 emperors' assault. A colossal explosion erupted, reminiscent of the cataclysmic collapse of the heavens and earth. As the beast's massive body was struck by the combined might of the emperors, it was propelled like a severed kite, soaring far before tracing an elongated arc through the air, demolishing several sturdy stone pillars along its path before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a vast crater from which debris and dust ascended in a tumultuous cloud. Struggling to rise from the ground, the beast bore a gash from which crimson blood dripped, staining the earth beneath it. Yet, within its gaze resided no trace of fear or retreat, only disdain and fury. It forcefully expelled a mouthful of blood, snarling with venomous intent, "You are merely courting death." Simultaneously, Nasu Shuru transformed into his beastly form, brandishing the cursed blade Muramasa, its chilling brilliance flashing ominously. He bellowed fiercely, brandishing his sword as he unleashed a blade of energy that seemed capable of rending the heavens asunder. A stark, white radiance lingered in the air, hurtling toward Brian and his companions with an overwhelming force. Aokiji crossed his arms before him, icy breath emanating as he conjured a wall of ice in defense. The sword energy collided with the ice barrier, sending shards scattering and producing a piercing sound. Meanwhile, Galander Greeno set his sights on Fujitora. With a swift flick of his sword, he unleashed a series of thrusts, each tip striking forth like a flash of lightning. Imbued with a fierce sword intent that carved through the air, targeting the vital points of the Vine Tiger's throat and chest. Unperturbed, the Vine Tiger, relying on its acute perception, deftly parried and deflected the barrage of strikes, effortlessly neutralizing the relentless assault. He slightly curled his lips, seemingly forming an initial assessment of the strength of Green Ancient Sage. Following this, the Dark Road fire line arched skyward, drawing a massive boulder towards him, which hurtled down upon Green Ancient Sage. The latter deftly sidestepped, and the boulder crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. A sharp glint appeared in Akiji's eyes as he swiftly propelled himself towards the battlefield between Fujitora and Green Ancient Sage. An aura of chilling cold radiated from him, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the ground in his wake. He resembled a bolt of ice-blue lightning, arriving in an instant. Upon Akiji's entry into the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With his hands moving swiftly, an icy chill coalesced in the air, instantaneously transforming into countless icicles that surged towards the esteemed Galindo. The expression on Galindo's face shifted dramatically as he rapidly spun his sword, conjuring a defensive barrier. The tip of his blade clashed against the icicles, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds, while shards of ice scattered around him. Seizing the opportunity, Fujitora thrust his black gravitational line into the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of gravitational force intended to hinder Galindo's movements, compelling him to contend with both the incoming icicles and the chaotic gravity beneath his feet. Under the coordinated assault of Aokiji and Fujitora, Galindo gradually found himself beleaguered and struggling. At one moment, Aokiji discerned a flaw in his defenses, launching an ice shard like a piercing arrow that grazed Galindo's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Immediately thereafter, Fujitora manipulated gravity to hurl a massive boulder towards Galindo, who, caught off guard, was struck in the leg, stumbling perilously close to falling. In that fleeting moment, he nearly faced death. However, Galindo, as the supreme commander of the Knights of God, summoned his resolve amidst the dire straits, enduring the pain as a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He seized the moment of vulnerability between Green Pheasant and Fujitora, brandishing his long sword to unleash a sharp wave of sword energy that forced the two back. He then shouted, establishing a tacit understanding with the formidable beast, Fengshi. Upon hearing the call, Fengshi roared fiercely, abandoning Whitebeard to charge towards Green Pheasant and Fujitora. With each step of its ironclad, muscular form, the ground trembled beneath it, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fengshi arrived in an instant, raising its powerful front hooves to stomp down upon Fujitora. Sensing the impending danger, Fujitora deftly used his gravity powers to evade, while Fengshi's hoof crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Meanwhile, during the initial chaos of battle, the ominous Nyogue had stealthily maneuvered behind Brian, its 8 long legs swirling with highly corrosive venom, striking towards Brian's back. As if possessing eyes at the back of his head, Brian spun around sharply, his fists moving rapidly to disperse the approaching venom, each impact igniting sparks. On another front, Kaido's colossal dragon form twisted with agility, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire akin to a volcanic eruption. The searing flames intertwined with thick black smoke, cascading towards the ground where the sandworm lay in ambush. The sandworm, sensing imminent danger, hastily emerged from the earth in an attempt to evade this lethal strike. However, the moment it exposed itself, Big Mom seized the opportunity, swinging her Napoleon sword with ferocity, aiming directly at the sandworm's vital points. The sandworm held in agony, its massive body quivering violently from the pain. Kaido, seizing the advantage, dove from the sky in his dragon form, extending his sharp claws and slicing through the air towards the sandworm. The creature thrashed desperately, attempting to escape Kaido's assault with its hefty, slippery body. Yet Big Mom was relentless, striking again with her sword, coordinating her attacks with Kaido's claws. In a flurry of blows, the sandworm's flesh was torn open, green blood gushing forth and creating deep gouges in the ground. On the other side, Fengshi let out a thunderous roar, digging its hooves into the earth and raising another cloud of dust as it charged fiercely at Whitebeard. Each step reverberated through the ground, as if it intended to crush Whitebeard beneath its immense strength. Unfazed, Whitebeard awaited Fengshi's approach, then swung his naginata with force, activating the powers of the tremor fruit. The air around him seemed to be violently kneaded by invisible hands, creating visible shockwaves that surged toward Fengshi. Though tough-skinned, Fengshi was compelled to halt, slightly reeling from the powerful impact. Whitebeard pressed the advantage, his naginata slicing through the air with the might to cleave mountains, the tremor powers continuously battering Fengshi's form. Fengshi, undeterred, raised its formidable front hooves to counter Whitebeard's onslaught. The clash of pighoof and naginata echoed with a resounding clang, sparks flying in all directions. The two combatants exchanged blows in a fierce struggle, their battle sending surrounding pillars and structures crumbling into ruins under the force of their conflict. Meanwhile, Shanks started forward like lightning, closing in on Nyogue, his great sword imbued with fierce sword energy, cleaving downwards in a devastating arc that threatened to split Nyogue in twain. Nyogue reacted swiftly, its 8 long legs scuttling to the side while its horns charged at Shanks. Seizing the moment of Nyogue's vulnerability, Brian lunged forward, his hockey-enveloped fist striking directly at Nyogue's abdomen, causing it to recoil in pain as its muscles convulsed. Shanks followed up with a swift thrust towards Nyogue's back. Feeling the threat behind, Nyogue turned to defend with its venomous legs. Brian took the opportunity to flank Nyogue, delivering a series of powerful strikes to its leg joints, striving to hinder its movement. Under the relentless assault from both sides, Nyogue began to show signs of fatigue, its attacks becoming erratic, relying solely on instinct to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, deep within the Holy Land, Im was roused by the unexpected commotion, slowly opening her eyes. There was no hint of drowsiness. Instead, they gleamed with a chilling intensity. Rising from her opulent throne, she stood tall and commanding, each movement radiating an innate nobility and arrogance. In her mind, she contemplated the implications of this sudden upheaval and who possessed the audacity to stir such turmoil in Mariewa. As the unseen ruler of this world, it was time for her to unveil her true power, to show those who dared to challenge her authority that defiance would lead to but one fate, annihilation. With measured and deliberate steps, she advanced toward the palace exit. Just as she was about to reach it, a shadow enveloped in dense black smoke materialized behind her, appearing as if conjured from the depths of darkness. His distinctive figure flickered amidst the dense black smoke, the iconic red nose standing out vividly in the dim surroundings. The newcomer was none other than Captain Roxy, Buggy of the New Rocks Pirates. With his left hand raised high, a thick plume of black smoke surged forth from his palm like the frenzied tendrils of a demon, a testament to the dark powers of the dark fruit unleashed to their utmost potential. The smoke seemed almost alive, twisting and spiraling with an insatiable greed to consume everything, swiftly advancing towards Im's back. Meanwhile, his right hand was clenched into a fist, radiating a blinding white light. As the luminescence pulsated, it appeared to slice through the surrounding air, emitting a faint sizzling sound, foretelling that this strike, upon impact, would shatter its target into mere fragments, rendering it non-existent. Im, sensing the impending threat, felt his back muscles tense slightly, but remained calm, not turning in panic. Just as Buggy was about to unleash his attack, Im evaded with the swiftness of a phantom, sidestepping the engulfing black smoke. Simultaneously, a sharp, demon-like tail protruded precisely in the path of Buggy's blinding white light. With a resounding crash reminiscent of primordial chaos, the clash reverberated throughout the palace, causing it to tremble violently. The intertwining of white and golden light unleashed a torrent of energy ripples, surging outward like tumultuous waves. The palace walls, unable to withstand such a force, began to crack, with stone fragments cascading down. Chapter 110. The unfortunate Saint Greenbow in the Holy Land of Mariewa. A fierce melee ensued, with techniques colliding and energies clashing, each corner witnessing a battle for survival. However, at this critical juncture, a thunderous commotion erupted from the direction of the flowers, the powerful energy waves causing the very ground beneath to tremble. The combatants, whether the 4 emperors, the 1 navy, or the ferocious monsters, were involuntarily drawn to the sudden disturbance, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion as they pondered the source of such a terrifying spectacle. The 5 elders and Saint Greenbow quickly grasped the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their respective foes and sprinted towards the direction of the flowers. Upon witnessing this, Brian's gaze sharpened. He understood that he could not allow the 5 elders and Saint Greenbow to escape so effortlessly. Do not let them get away. Upon hearing this, Fujitora gripped his Kane sword tightly, tilting his head slightly upward, with keen awareness of the surrounding aura and the flow of energy. He pinpointed the location of the 5 Elder Stars. Subsequently, he thrust his cane sword forcefully into the ground, unleashing a surge of gravitational waves that radiated from him, extending towards the direction of the 5 Elder Stars. These gravitational waves manifested as invisible shackles, causing the 5 Elder Stars to feel an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies. Their speed markedly diminished. A mix of shock and anger surged within them, yet they found themselves momentarily unable to break free from this binding force. Green Bull, slightly lagging behind, found himself firmly ensnared by the gravity exerted by Fujitora, significantly hampering his speed. Seizing this opportune moment, Aokiji unleashed a chilling blast, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet drastically as icy tendrils surged forth towards Green Bull. The frozen time capsule. Green Bull was suddenly engulfed by an unbearable cold. Before he could react, the frigid air enveloped him instantly. A thick layer of ice formed around him at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, Green Bull was transformed into a frosty statue, frozen mid-run. Unable to move, with only a look of shock and resentment lingering in his eyes. Kaido and Big Mom, having completed their charge, felt their power reach its zenith. In perfect unison, they unleashed a devastating attack capable of obliterating an entire island. The sea dominance. The force of this strike was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly tearing the ground along its path into a deep chasm as dust and debris were swept up, forming a cloud that obscured the sky. The Dominator, embodying boundless destruction, surged forth like an uncontrollable meteor, hurtling toward the frozen figure of the Saint of Green Goose, now encased in ice. In that critical moment, though trapped within the icy confines, the Saint's consciousness remained alert, his eyes wide with terror and despair. He struggled in vain, but his body was imprisoned by the unyielding ice, rendering him immobile, forced to witness the terrifying radiance draw ever closer. In an instant, the Dominator struck its target, the tremendous impact causing the ground beneath the Saint to collapse, forming a bottomless pit, while the surrounding earth and stone were sent flying. The ice statue shattered into countless fragments, and the Saint's fragile body was torn apart by the force, mingling blood and shattered bones with the ice shards and dust, scattering into the air. The once mighty commander of the Divine Knights vanished without even a cry of anguish. The 5 elders, witnessing the demise of the Saint, were momentarily taken aback, yet they soon broke free from Fujitora's gravitational influence and continued their reckless charge toward the flower between. Whitebeard, gripping his Naginata tightly, felt the power of the tremor fruit surge within him, causing the ground to fracture with each step he took, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. Shanks followed closely behind, wielding the great sword Griffin with fluid grace, occasionally unleashing slashes of sword energy to hinder the movements of the 5 elders. Kaido transformed once more into a dragon, utilizing his aerial advantage to swiftly intercept the path of the 5 elders from above. Meanwhile, Big Mom sat astride Prometheus, directing her legion of homies, surging toward the 5 elders like a tidal wave, with soul shock waves erupting from the ranks, forcing the elders to divert their attention. Fujitora maintained constant vigilance over the movements of the 5 elders, making subtle adjustments to the gravity to create minor inconveniences, thereby slowing their pace. Aokiji, while racing forward, conjured frigid air beneath his feet, enabling his allies to glide swiftly across the ice, significantly enhancing their pursuit speed. He also sporadically created ice spikes and walls to obstruct the 5 elders' advance. Amidst this fierce chase, the battlefield gradually drew nearer to the flower between, as buildings and stone pillars collapsed under the tremendous energy unleashed by the combatants, sending clouds of dust into the air and obscuring visibility. Simultaneously, in the most concealed corner of the Holy Land Mariewa, the figure of Zetsu quietly emerged. Dressed in a flowing black cloak, his hood obscured his face, but his eyes sparkled with cunning and excitement. This place housed the rare treasures amassed by the celestial dragons over generations, each piece worth its weight in gold, symbolizing immense power and wealth. Upon entering the treasury, a dazzling light enveloped him, with mountains of gold, silver, and jewels, ancient weapons, mysterious tomes, and rare devil fruits scattered throughout. At the center, a colossal red historical log captured Zetsu's undivided attention. Swiftly, Zetsu produced a specially crafted spatial pocket from his attire. Though it appeared ordinary, it concealed extraordinary capabilities, possessing unimaginable storage space, serving as his invaluable ally in today's plundering endeavor. Like a specter, Zetsu flitted through the treasury, his hands in constant motion, unhesitatingly collecting every precious item within his line of sight. Moments earlier, in the deepest recesses of the Holy Land, the flower between M's gaze was cold and resolute. With a flourish of his hands, a mysterious energy rippled through the air, manifesting countless sharp, spiny projectiles that materialized from thin air. These spikes glimmered with a ghostly light, as if summoned from the abyss of hell, hurtling toward Buggy with lethal intent. Yet Buggy remained unfazed. Utilizing the powers of the dark fruit, his form was enveloped in profound darkness. As the spikes approached the shadowy realm, they were inexplicably drawn off course, their speed diminished, disappearing into the void without a trace. Chapter 111. The Sovereign. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, let out a cold snort, and this time, the spikes that emerged were even larger and more densely packed, sweeping towards Buggy like a tempest of metal. Buggy's gaze sharpened, decisively activating the powers of the chop fruit. His body instantaneously fragmenting into countless pieces that dispersed in all directions. The spikes pierced through the gaps between the fragments, striking the palace walls and the ground, producing a deep, resounding crash. In an instant, debris erupted, and dust filled the air. Buggy's fragments nimbly weaved through the onslaught of spikes, searching for M's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the fragments converged from various directions towards him. As they neared him, they reassembled. Buggy's right fist, entwined with the dark energy of the dark fruit, slammed toward M's abdomen with tremendous force. Sensing the impending danger, M leapt high to evade the blow, simultaneously commanding the spikes to erupt from the ground. Buggy hastily split his body once more to evade the attack. After reconstituting himself, Buggy clenched his fists, gathering the power of the dark fruit upon them. As the surrounding light was drawn inward, forming two swirling black vortices. With a thunderous shout, Buggy unleashed a flurry of punches towards him. The black winds of his strikes howling fiercely, each punch imbued with formidable suction and impact. M dared not meet the assault head-on, darting swiftly to evade Buggy's strikes. Yet the breadth of Buggy's attacks was immense, leaving him with progressively diminishing space to maneuver. Just as one of Buggy's fists was about to connect with him, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Buggy. With his hands clasped together, M emanated a mysterious black halo, within which countless ancient runes flickered and swirled, radiating a heart-stopping, potent energy. As M forcefully thrust his hands outward, a bolt of black light shot forth like lightning, instantly enveloping Buggy. In an instant, Buggy felt darkness engulf him, his body seemingly pulled by an irresistible force, spiraling through an endless void of darkness. In just a fleeting moment, Buggy found himself high above the calm zone, hundreds of thousands of meters away. His body plummeted from the heavens, teetering on the brink of plunging into the ocean. Yet, Buggy's feet moved swiftly in the air, executing the moonwalk, one of the Naval Six techniques. Deep within the enigmatic palace of the sacred land, a brilliant crimson light burst forth. Emanating from an ancient weapon long shrouded in dust, the celestial King Uranus, which harbored the power to annihilate worlds, accompanied by a deep, resonant rumble. This ancient armament slowly activated, gathering colossal energy around it. The energy surged like a tumultuous tide, coalescing into countless beams of crimson light. The five elders, witnessing the activation of the celestial King Uranus, wore expressions of grotesque delight, halting in their tracks to cast scornful glances at Brian and his companions. Their laughter laced with derision and confidence. "You are doomed." Aokiji and Fujitora gazed gravely at the immense energy swiftly converging, forming a visible shockwave that surged forth like a roaring tide, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. They halted in their tracks, resolutely preparing to establish a defense. A chilling aura surged from the palms of Aokiji, swiftly coalescing before him into formidable walls of ice. Meanwhile, Fujitora struck his cane sword forcefully against the ground, emanating a powerful gravitational force that sought to alter the trajectory of the shockwave and mitigate its impact. At that critical moment, an ethereal green portal materialized unexpectedly behind them, and Khadgar leaned forth, exclaiming loudly, "Move." A hint of urgency and determination resonated in his voice. Upon witnessing this, Brian unhesitatingly shouted, "Hurry! I will hold them off." However, Fujitora slightly shook his head and replied in a deep tone, "No, it is certainly my duty to stay behind," though his visage remained composed. The hand gripping the Underworld's fire line betrayed his unwavering resolve. Aokiji, without turning his head, responded, "Allow me to handle the rear." Brian furrowed his brow, determination flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "You too. This is an order." Khadgar, consumed by urgency, understood the perilous nature of their situation, leaving no room for hesitation. Consequently, he hastily pulled Brian into the portal. Meanwhile, the five elders remained motionless, simply standing there with condescending smiles, as if savoring an impending spectacle. The ox demon smugly declared, "Ha ha ha. You cannot escape. Even space can be torn asunder by its assault." Observing the inaction of the five elders, Akiji and Fujitora solemnly retreated towards the portal. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the attack from King Uranus was not aimed at the One Navy members, but rather surged towards the comm belt. The colossal energy beams sliced through the sky, creating a howling wind, and wherever it passed, the clouds were instantaneously rent asunder, resembling a gateway to the abyss. The five elders watched, their smiles frozen, as the One Navy members vanished from sight. Their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion as they beheld Uranus's attack racing into the distance. Far above, in the comm belt, Buggy sensed a profound aura of danger descending from the heavens. He suddenly raised his head, only to behold a deluge of purplish-red energy attacks akin to a meteor shower, slicing through the heavens and hurtling towards him with a force that seemed capable of annihilating all in its path. The beams of energy resembled arrows of judgment from the depths of hell, warping the very air they traversed, producing a sizzling sound. The sheer magnitude of the purplish-red energy onslaught was staggering, and its velocity astonishing. Just as it appeared poised to strike Buggy, a smile crept across his face, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The energy assault plummeted directly towards the ocean below, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions, with a cacophony of sound. The sea appeared as though it had been detonated by countless colossal bombs, instantly creating a gaping abyss. The edges of this chasm saw torrents of seawater cascading down like waterfalls, sending sprays of water soaring dozens of meters high, while the surrounding ocean roiled violently, forming a massive whirlpool that seemed intent on swallowing all existence into its unfathomable depths. Yet, this was merely the commencement of chaos. The formidable shockwave radiated from the abyss, swiftly propagating in all directions, triggering a cataclysmic tsunami. The once turbulent surface of the sea surged with towering waves that rose to heights of 100 meters, resembling blue walls of water mercilessly crashing towards the nearby islands. The coastal shores bore the brunt of the onslaught, as the beaches were instantly engulfed, and coastal structures along with trees were uprooted and swept away by the relentless tide. The ocean surged inland, leaving devastation in its wake, as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world, turning the entire equatorial region upside down in the wake of this unforeseen calamity. Chapter 112. How dare you wretches still draw breath? Im stood within the enigmatic palace, a smirk playing upon her lips, her eyes gleaming with a cruel delight. In her estimation, the moment Uranus unleashed its attack, it would obliterate anything that dared to stand in its way, and Buggy would be no exception. However, her sense of triumph was short-lived. A glimmer of cold fury flickered in her gaze, contemplating the chaotic battle outside. A surge of anger welled within her. How incompetent are these fools? The Holy Land Mariehua, a bastion of absolute authority and dominion, had been besieged in utter disgrace. At that moment, the five elders hurriedly arrived amidst the turmoil. They rushed in a state of panic, and as soon as they stepped into the dilapidated hall, a suffocating pressure enveloped them. Raising their eyes, they were met with the piercing gaze of Lord M, a glance so chilling it seemed to penetrate their very souls, igniting a profound terror within. The five elders, trembling with fear, found their legs weaken, and they collapsed to the ground, their bodies involuntarily quaking as they repeatedly prostrated themselves, their foreheads striking the floor with a dull thud. They dared not raise their heads, or even breathe audibly, fearful that any movement might provoke this being who wielded the highest power in the world. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the echo of the five elders' bows, a manifestation of their inner dread. Im regarded the kneeling figures with a cold, unyielding stare, the weight of his presence stretching time into an agonizing eternity for the elders, their hearts burdened with regret and unease, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. When had that red-nosed clown, Buggy, infiltrated the Holy Land? Finally, Im shattered the suffocating silence, each word laced with a chilling disdain that reverberated through the stillness, causing the five elders to tremble even more violently. Lord M. Buggy has deep ties with the One Navy. He must have infiltrated from the very beginning, stammered the Justice God, his voice quivering with a hint of guilt and fear. He could not bring himself to meet Im's eyes, his head bowed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the ground. Im's voice suddenly escalated, infused with fury and contempt. his icy gaze sweeping over the five elders as if seeking to unveil their very essence. You, as the upper echelons of the world government, should have maintained control. Yet you have allowed such a farce to unfold, utterly incompetent. Upon hearing this, the elders dared not utter a sound, lowering themselves even further, persistently bowing and muttering, "Forgive us. Lord, forgive us." The ground trembled beneath their repeated gestures, yet Im's wrath showed no signs of abating. "Forgive you? Surely you are not unaware of how many celestial dragons have perished due to your ineptitude today, and you stood idly by as Greenbull fell. How do you wretches still have the audacity to draw breath?" As Im spoke, he began to pace slowly, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of the five elders, quickening their pulses to the brink of panic. "Were it not for the remnants of your past utility, I would ensure your collective demise today. Theodore D. Bell. Monkey D. Luffy." Im's voice resonated once more, cold and unequivocal, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, striking heavily upon the hearts of the five elders. The finance warlord gritted his teeth, lifted his gaze, and forced a semblance of a sycophantic smile. His voice trembling slightly as he responded, "Lord Im, please rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts, even at the cost of our lives, to bring back the heads of Theodore D. Bell and Monkey D. Luffy, to atone for this transgression and uphold the sanctity of the Holy Land." The other five elders nodded in eager agreement. Im narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a cold stare at the elders, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. "Let that brat from the Figureland family take the position of Supreme Commander of the Knights of God. And do not let me down again, otherwise, you know the consequences." The menacing undertone in his words was unmistakable, causing the five elders, who had just begun to relax, to tense up once more. They bowed fervently, repeatedly affirming, before they timidly rose and retreated outside the chamber. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane listened intently to the exchange between Im and the five elders, his brow furrowing slightly as he turned his gaze towards Buggy, who was seated in a chair, toying with a devil fruit. "What do you think of Im's strength?" Kane inquired. Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression grew exceedingly grave, and he slowly set down the devil fruit. "It's quite peculiar. She possesses spatial abilities, capable of teleporting individuals to great distances at will, and can unleash cataclysmic attacks using ancient weapons, with an expansive range and formidable power. It would be nearly impossible to withstand the strike previously unleashed by the Celestial King without the aid of the system." Listening to Buggy's account, Kane rested his chin on his hand, sinking into contemplation before speaking slowly. "It appears that Teacher Kai was correct. Only Haki transcends all. If Joy Boy's Conqueror's Haki can render the five elders back to their human forms and bring him to her knees, then the subsequent focus must be on enhancing the Conqueror's Haki." Kane handed Buggy the 4 copies of the historical poneglyphs, winking as he said, "Securing the One Piece will grant you the world. Go seek it." Buggy, however, carelessly tucked them into his coat, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and nonchalantly remarked, "The so-called truth holds no value for us. We are well aware of the whereabouts of the ancient weapons, and Laugh Tale bears no allure. That place is merely mythologized by those who obsessively chase their so-called dreams. In truth, it is just an island hiding some old tales." As he spoke, Buggy suddenly seemed to recall an amusing thought, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He straightened up, his eyes sparkling as he declared, "However, for others it is quite different. Those pirates are all racking their brains to find Laugh Tale, believing that reaching it will make them the Pirate King and grant them the greatest treasure in the world. If this card is played well." TSK, Kane nodded in agreement, replying, "Even if one were to plunder the Celestial Dragon's treasury, it would merely suffice for a system upgrade. I'm on the brink of being utterly broke." Upon hearing Kane's words, Buggy rose, stretched lazily, waved goodbye to Kane, and strode toward the portal glowing with an eerie green light. Just before stepping through the portal, he left behind a single phrase, "Leave it to me." P.S. The 4 red signposts are explicitly stated in the original text, Zo, Wano, Fishman Island, and each has one. Chapter 113. Windmill Village is not a place they can trample at will. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the world, Morgans walked briskly, hands clasped behind his back, humming a cheerful tune, his face radiating an uncontrollable pride. As he strolled, he murmured to himself, "Absolutely, in the realm of news, I am number 1. Morgans tilted his head slightly, a self-satisfied smile plastered across his face. Reflecting on the vastness of his sources, he couldn't help but grin wider, his voice unconsciously rising as he continued to murmur, "Even Mariewa has my spies, ha ha ha." This grand scoop is yet another masterpiece of Morgan's. The entire world will tremble because of my hand, and the expressions on those fools' faces will surely be delightful. Aha. Standing before his desk, Morgan's fixated on the photographs capturing the shocking scenes. His fingers tapped lightly on the surface as he fell into contemplation. In those images, Brian and his companions clashed fiercely with the Knights of God and the Gorosei and Mariehua, where the once unassailable authority of the world government lay in ruins. The photographs depicted the joy and excitement on the faces of the liberated slaves, tears mingling with cheers, while the dramatic and shocking figure of Fleet Admiral Figureland Garland collapsing added further gravity to the series. Let me think, what title should this grand scoop bear? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, an excited smile blossoming on his face. He clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "I've got it. Let us call it One Navy. One Navy. One Navy." This title is succinct yet powerful. The repetition of One Navy strikes like a hammer upon the reader's heart, rendering the event's protagonist utterly unignorable. Moreover, such a title is imbued with an aura of mystery and allure, compelling individuals to ponder what the One Navy has accomplished that warrants such notable attention. Haha. This is bound to become yet another classic headline in the annals of news history. Simultaneously, the agriculture warlord, having just concluded a conversation with the environmental warlord, gently set down the communication device, his expression grave as he turned his gaze toward the other members of the five elders. Mads anticipates arriving at the kingdom of Goa in approximately 2 hours. Everyone, prepare yourselves. They all understood clearly that this operation was of paramount importance, allowing for not the slightest error. This time, they must capture that rubber scoundrel at all costs. A glimmer of determination flickered in the eyes of the legal martial deity. Time flew by, and the environmental martial deity gently descended upon the shores of the kingdom of Goya. He absorbed the lessons from the legal and financial martial deities, his hands dancing swiftly as he formed intricate and enigmatic seals, murmuring incantations. Subsequently, a cascade of black runes surged forth as if emerging from the very chasms of hell, gradually rising from the earth. These runes shimmered with an eerie luminescence, exuding a disquieting aura, as the five elders slowly stepped out from the teleportation array. On the coastline of the Goya kingdom, the five elders stood in a formidable line, radiating a chilling presence. The environmental martial deity stood before them. Procuring a weathered map from his bosom, he unfurled the map, revealing it to his companions while raising his voice. According to the intelligence, the village where Monkey D. Luffy resides is called Windmill Village. We shall proceed northward. Upon hearing the environmental deity's words, the financial martial deity slowly lifted his hand, his withered fingers grasping the hilt of a blade at his waist. He gradually drew forth a long sword, emanating a sinister aura, the first generation of the Ghost Cutter. The blade glimmered with a faint crimson hue, as if whispering the tales of countless slaughters it had witnessed. Gripping the first-generation Ghost Cutter tightly, the financial deity slightly tilted his head towards the direction of Windmill Village, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light as he growled in a deep voice. "Then let us commence." In Windmill Village, the slumbering carp awoke suddenly, akin to a lion roused from its slumber. He sprang from his bed, his initially dazed expression sharpening into one of acute awareness, as he sensed a faint yet palpable danger lurking in the air. "Enemies are approaching. You must flee. I will buy you the time to escape." Carp's voice resonated powerfully throughout the room, sounding like the tolling of a battle bell. He swiftly leapt from his bed and strode to the window, vigilantly observing the commotion outside. His broad silhouette resembled a steadfast fortress, poised to endure the impending tempest alone. "Quick!" At this, Ace's eyes flickered with a hint of defiance and determination. He abruptly stood and proclaimed, "No, I shall not evade anyone any longer." Sabo promptly grasped the water pipe leaning against the wall. In his firm grip, it transformed into an indomitable weapon. "This is my homeland. I will not allow it to be ravaged." Looking out at the familiar village landscape, Sabo silently vowed to protect this cherished place, filled with memories and warmth, from any harm. Meanwhile, Luffy adjusted his iconic straw hat, his gaze revealing fearlessness and resolve. "I am destined to become the Pirate King. If I lack the courage to even throw a punch at my enemies, how can I ever claim the title of Pirate King?" Carp turned to face the three spirited young men before him, feeling a mix of pride and concern in his heart. He understood that this battle would be exceedingly arduous, yet the resolve reflected in their eyes made it clear that any attempts to dissuade them would be futile. Thus, he gave a slight nod, a determined smile gracing his face as he declared, "Very well. Let us show these ruffians that Windmill Village is not a place they can trample upon at will." Ace gazed at his companions, his eyes revealing a sense of resolution and responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "The enemy is formidable. You all should go ahead. I will hold them off." At that moment, Ace harbored no hesitation, having long since cast aside any thoughts of life or death, solely intent on forging a path to safety for his comrades through his own strength. "Ace, we will stand with you," shouted Dias, the vice-captain of the Spade Pirates. His fist clenched tightly as he leaned slightly forward, ready to charge into battle alongside Ace. "This is the captain's command." Ace raised his voice, his gaze growing even more resolute as he locked eyes with Dias. He was acutely aware that the adversary this time was formidable, and he could not allow his comrades to fall into peril. "Ace, we await your return." The other crew members echoed his sentiment, their voices tinged with concern yet overwhelmingly filled with trust and support for Ace. Each individual gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. They were prepared to heed Ace's command to temporarily retreat, yet stood ready to return for aid at any moment, for they were a united front, refusing to abandon any companion. Ace gazed upon these comrades, bound by life and death, and a faint smile of confidence graced his lips as he declared, "I shall not perish until I have ascended to the throne of Pirate King." Chapter 114. The Five Elders Assemble. Upon learning of the impending danger, the villagers, despite their hearts brimming with anxiety and reluctance, swiftly departed from the village under the organized guidance of the Spade Pirates. Children clutched their cherished toys tightly, tears glistening in their eyes as they glanced back at their beloved homes. Women supported one another, their hands laden with essential supplies. Men assisted in carrying heavy burdens or helped the Spade Pirates maintain order. Along the way, a profound silence enveloped them, each silently invoking prayers for the heroes guarding the village entrance, hoping for their safety and the preservation of the tranquility of Windmill Village. Just as the five elders arrived, their figures ghostly and elusive, they beheld the formidable lineup of Garp, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy standing resolutely at the village's threshold. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the morning sun, appear remarkably resolute, akin to an indomitable bulwark, as they vow to safeguard the land that holds countless cherished memories behind them. The sea breeze howls, stirring up the dust from the ground. The war god, breaking the stalemate, unleashes his power, transforming into a bird-headed figure with wings and claws, possessing a serpentine body. Capable of spewing flames to launch his attacks, Izumi Mikoto. The bird head emits a piercing cry, its wings unfurling dramatically as it soars into the sky, spiraling once before diving towards the village entrance, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at Carp and his companions. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Upon witnessing this, Ace, without hesitation, thrusts his hands forward, a roaring inferno erupting from his palms, resembling a colossal wall of fire that confronts the surging flames exhaled by Izumi Mikoto. Mirror fire. In an instant, the two flames collide fiercely in midair, producing a deafening roar, the searing heat causing the surrounding air to ripple, as if the very fabric of space were being scorched and distorted. Ace grits his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he dares not relent, exerting all his strength to maintain the integrity of the firewall. Under his command, the flames behave as if they possess life, constantly swirling and twisting, countering and consuming Izumi Mikoto's fire in an endeavor to completely suppress the onslaught. Seeing the fiery assault thwarted, Makaguchi snorts disdainfully, brandishing the cursed blade Muramasa, darting like lightning toward Ace's flank. The eerie longsword glimmers ominously under the sunlight, its dark red glow intensifying, as if yearning for the nourishment of blood. The lawful war god transforms into a boar, pawing the ground with a thunderous roar, charging alongside Makaguchi towards Ace, seeking to breach his fiery defenses and strike at his vital points. Carp, observing the scene, bellows with fervor, his entire body enveloped in a cloak of haki, surging towards the two monstrous foes. With each punch he throws, tremendous force reverberates through the air, colliding head-on with the two members of the Five Elders, causing sparks to fly in the heart of the battlefield. Carp moves with agility, evading the boar's relentless charges with ease. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashes a mighty right punch, enveloped in haki. Galaxy impact. The strike landed squarely on Fingshi's side, producing a sharp crack as he howled in pain, his massive form rolling upon the ground. In the face of the demon blade Muramasa swung by Makubo, Carp crossed his left arm, his haki hardened like iron. With a resounding clang, the blade struck his arm, sending forth a few sparks. Yet it failed to inflict any injury. Seizing the moment, Carp raised his left leg high and delivered a powerful kick to Makubo's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Meanwhile, Ace found himself locked in a stalemate with the enemy rushing at him, while the agricultural war god swiftly activated his ability, transforming his body into a colossal sandworm that slithered across the beach with astonishing speed. The sand surged like a tidal wave in its wake, aiming directly at Sabo. Sabo's eyes narrowed sharply. Wielding a water pipe, he leaped agilely into the air, the pipe slicing through the atmosphere in a fierce arc, striking the sandworm's head with great force. However, even upon impact, the sandworm's head merely swayed slightly before swiftly returning to its original form, the severed part regrowing in the blink of an eye. Undeterred, Sabo pivoted, using the water pipe for support as he performed acrobatic flips in midair, his feet relentlessly targeting various points on the sandworm's body, seeking its vulnerabilities. The ox demon joined the fray, its 8 long legs scuttling rapidly across the ground, leaving behind trails of viscous venom that seemed to possess a life of their own as they slithered toward Luffy. Luffy grinned widely, his hands stretched out suddenly, transforming his body into a rubbery form, effortlessly evading the sticky threats. With a mighty shout, he propelled himself off the ground, extending his arms backward, utilizing the recoil of his rubbery body to launch forward like a cannonball, aiming directly at the ox demon's chest. Rubber rocket punch. Seeing this, the ox demon's horns glimmered with light as it charged forward, colliding with Luffy's fists in a thunderous clash, both combatants staggering back a few steps, neither yielding ground. At that moment, chaos enveloped the battlefield. Flames, sand, venom, gusts of wind from fists, and glimmers of blades intermingled amidst the cacophony of shouts, roars, and the sounds of impact. The 5 elders had initially believed that their formidable strength and unexpected assault would swiftly subdue their opponents. However, they were taken aback by the tenacity and seamless cooperation of Carp and his companions, who not only withstood the onslaught but also seized the opportunity to counterattack. After sending Makubo and Finchi flying, Carp swiftly turned, dashing like a bolt of black lightning toward the fierce struggle between Ace and Yikin Shinten. At that moment, Ace, bolstered by his unwavering will and masterful fire control, had temporarily withstood Yikin Shinten's fiery assault. Yet, the prolonged high-intensity battle had drained his stamina, leaving him somewhat pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Carp bellowed, "Ace, Grandpa is here to help you." Fist of impact. Having spoken, he leaped high, his fist enveloped in a potent aura of haki, striking down towards the formidable Ichin-Manton, as if the very heavens themselves could be pierced by his might. Sensing the impending danger, Ichin-Manton swiftly turned its avian head and flapped its wings vigorously in an attempt to evade this fierce assault. Yet, Carp would not allow such an escape. Twisting in midair, he brought his fist, thick with the dense haki, crashing heavily upon the serpent's body. With a resounding thud, Ichin-Manton was sent hurtling away, colliding with several large trees at the village entrance before steadying itself, emitting a pained shriek. Carp's gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, surveying the battlefield. Do not relent. The fight is far from over. Meanwhile, Sabo, who had been entangled in a protracted struggle with the sandworm, contemplated inwardly. This sandworm possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability. Relentless assaults would be disadvantageous. I must devise a strategy. Just then, Luffy's voice rang out. "Sabo, I'm coming." It turned out that after exchanging blows with the bull demon, Luffy had utilized the remarkable mobility granted by his rubber fruit powers to sprint swiftly towards this direction. Upon arrival, Luffy's hands elongated instantaneously, resembling 2 agile serpents, wrapping around the sandworm's rear before he abruptly contracted, tightly ensnaring the creature's tail. "Hey, Sabo, let's go," Luffy exclaimed. Understanding the cue, Sabo, wielding a water pipe, leaped high into the air. With the sandworm momentarily restrained by Luffy, he concentrated all his strength into the pipe's end and forcefully thrust it towards a slightly reddened area on the sandworm's midsection, a spot he had long observed and suspected might be its vulnerable point. With a sharp thrust, the pipe penetrated deeply into the sandworm's interior, causing it to thrash violently, emitting a piercing scream as torrents of blood erupted from the wound. Enraged by the setbacks faced by its companions, the bull demon, in a fit of fury, lashed out with its 8 elongated legs, rapidly advancing towards Luffy and Sabo while spewing thick, toxic venom in an attempt to engulf them. Luffy and Sabo hastily leaped aside to evade the onslaught, yet they found the demon's attacks increasingly frenzied, leaving them struggling to withstand the barrage. In a critical moment, Carp once again summoned his strength, kicking a massive rock into the air with great force, bellowing, "Behold my technique." The rock, propelled with immense power, arced gracefully through the air before crashing directly onto the bull demon, pinning it to the ground. Amidst the chaos of battle, Carp, through his formidable prowess, effortlessly faced two adversaries while simultaneously discerning the battlefield dynamics, alleviating pressure on Luffy and the others. However, Carp was acutely aware of Ace and the others' youth and inexperience. Their defeat was merely a matter of time, and he had already steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Marinvondo Kane stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the system interface, which vividly displayed the fierce battle unfolding in Windmill Village. A subtle glimmer of cunning sparkled in Kane's eyes, his lips curling into a meaningful arc as he whispered, "I hope you relish the gift I have prepared for you." As he witnessed the sandworm fall heavily to the ground, Carp's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the enormous sandworm, still struggling for survival. In that fleeting moment of proximity, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki erupted from his entire being, coiling around his right arm as if it were a tangible force. His arm was instantly enveloped in a dark purple aura, emanating a chilling pressure that instilled fear. With a mighty roar, Carp seized one end of the sandworm with both hands, his muscles tensed as he hoisted the colossal creature aloft, akin to lifting a titanic weight. Into the depths of the sea, he bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength to hurl the sandworm towards the surface of the ocean. The massive body of the sandworm soared through the air, tracing an astonishing arc accompanied by a howling wind, before crashing down upon the sea. With a thunderous roar, the ocean erupted in towering waves, the immense impact resembling the detonation of an underwater bomb. The sea was gouged into an unfathomable abyss, with surrounding waters churning violently, forming a colossal whirlpool that spiraled rapidly to the ocean's depths, even shattering the seabed's rocks under the sheer force of its power. At that moment, something even more extraordinary transpired. The sandworm, once thought to possess an immortal essence, upon contact with the seawater, appeared to have its very soul siphoned away. Its body stiffened rapidly, and the black flames that had been ceaselessly surging to mend its form came to an abrupt halt. The five elders, witnessing this turn of events, displayed expressions of sheer terror and disbelief. They realized that the very immortality upon which their existence relied had been inexplicably stripped away by an unknown, mysterious force. Before they could fully comprehend the shock, the sandworm's body succumbed to lifelessness, sinking slowly to the ocean floor, leaving only a lingering froth of blood upon the surface, a testament to its former existence. After the demise of the sandworm, the battlefield fell into a brief silence, soon shattered by the furious roars of the five elders. They were acutely aware that if they did not eliminate Luffy, Lorden would undoubtedly not spare them. In that moment, disregarding all consequences, they unleashed their abilities to the fullest extent, with their sights firmly set on Luffy. Makagumi, wielding the cursed blade Muramasa, approached Luffy with an ethereal swiftness, akin to a specter. Although Luffy sensed the imminent danger, the arduous battle with the Nyogue had already drained a significant portion of his stamina, causing his reflexes to lag. With a swift motion, Makagumi raised the cursed blade high, its edge glinting with a menacing light under the sun, and struck down with ferocity. A sickening sound echoed as the razor-sharp blade pierced Luffy's chest, blood erupting forth instantaneously, staining his garments crimson. Luffy's eyes widened in shock as his body began to crumple, consciousness swiftly descending into darkness. Almost simultaneously, Ijin Jantian descended from the skies with a thunderous roar, its wings beating violently, summoning a tempest that obscured the sun, while sand and stone were swept up in its wake. Its claws, sharp as daggers, glimmered ominously as they targeted Ace, who was poised to aid Luffy. At that moment, Ace was already at the brink of exhaustion, having engaged in a prolonged struggle against Ijin Jantian, his strength utterly depleted, his steps unsteady and wavering. Faced with this lightning-fast onslaught, evasion was no longer an option. In an instant, Ijin Jantian's claws pierced Ace's chest, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, saturating the ground before him. Ace's body convulsed violently, a muffled groan escaping his throat, before he was sent hurtling away by the overwhelming force. He carved a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ace, gravely injured and unconscious, lay motionless on the earth. Carp, witnessing this scene, was consumed with rage, his roar echoing through the heavens. "Sabo, take Ace and Luffy and flee. Do not look back." The fury within Carp erupted like a volcano as he recklessly charged towards the Gorosei, attempting to buy time for Sabo and the others to escape with his own strength. Sabo, frantic and desperate, understood that this was not the moment to linger in battle. Gritting his teeth, suppressing his sorrow, he swiftly rushed to Ace and Luffy's side, lifting them one by one onto his back and sprinting towards the distance. In Sabo's mind, There was but one thought. They must survive. The Gorosei, however, would not relent easily, intent on pursuit, yet they found themselves ensnared by Carp. He stood like a towering mountain before them, refusing to yield an inch despite their relentless attacks. To pass, they would have to tread over my corpse. Kapu roared, his wounds multiplying, blood staining his garments. Yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. With every defense, he exerted himself to the utmost. Sabo, burdened with 2 companions, sprinted wildly, the thundering of his heartbeat echoing in his ears, while the admonitions of Kapu reverberated in his mind. Chapter 116, the final chapter of the naval hero. The 5 elders were now red-eyed, fully aware that if they did not eliminate Luffy, Lord Im would not spare them. Their current target was Kapu, the greatest impediment. In the skies, Ijin Shintian circled, its wings beating fiercely, stirring up a tempest that obscured the sun. Amidst the swirling sand and stones, it repeatedly dove towards Kapu, its sharp claws heralding death with a piercing howl, each attack carving deep gashes into the ground. Finchi, with its forehooves clawing at the earth, raised clouds of dust, relentlessly assaulting Kapu with its iron-like head and robust body. The monstrous Kyuubi, with its 8 long legs, scuttled across the terrain, leaving behind trails of viscous venom. It seized the moment Kapu evaded an attack, unleashing a fountain of poison in his direction. Magu roamed around Kapu, waiting for the right moment to strike with its chilling blade, the gleaming edge seemingly yearning for more blood. Kapu stood alone amidst this tempest of assaults, his entire body enveloped in a frenzied aura of armed haki, shimmering with a dark luster. Each punch he delivered bore the force of a cataclysm, clashing with the claws of Ijin Shintian, producing a symphony of clashing metal. He braced himself against the brutal charge of Fengshi, the very ground trembling beneath him. He countered the slashing strikes of Magu, sparks flying in all directions. In the face of Kyuubi's venomous onslaught, he nimbly dodged left and right. Despite his clothes being splattered with venom, corroding them into tatters, and his skin suffering burns, he remained unwavering, refusing to retreat even an inch. In this fierce confrontation, fueled by indomitable will and profound love for his grandchildren, Kapu endured deadly strikes, struggling to hold on. His physical strength was rapidly waning, each breath tinged with the metallic scent of blood. The wounds on his body multiplied, crimson staining his garments, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. Driven by a singular conviction, to secure sufficient time for Ace and the others to escape. However, the onslaught from the 5 elders was relentless, and Carp's injuries continued to accumulate, his attire soaked in blood. Yet still, his determination remained unwavering, pouring every ounce of his strength into each defense. As the battle raged on, Carp gradually felt himself faltering, but just as he was on the brink of collapse, an astonishing power erupted from within him. Surrounding him, his conqueror's haki surged forth like a tumultuous tide, coalescing in the air into a visible, dark purple aura that forcefully quelled the attacks of the 5 elders. His feet seemed to be deeply rooted in the earth, while his hands gripped like iron pincers, firmly halting the advance of the 5 elders. Ijin Zhantian was struck by this overwhelming force, swaying unsteadily in the air, and had to flap his wings vigorously to regain his balance. Fengshi's charge was thwarted, his hooves slipping on the ground, emitting a painful whinny. The blade of Mabu clashed against the arm protected by Carp's haki, only to be repelled, leaving his palm tingling from the impact. The venom of the bull demon, upon contact with the conqueror's haki, seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, splattering onto the ground and creating a scene of devastation. After Ijin Zhantian stabilized himself in the air, he noticed Sabo was on the verge of vanishing from sight. He abandoned Carp, and with a powerful flap of his wings, dove swiftly towards Sabo. Carp, already battered and nearly exhausted, his wounds bleeding profusely, staining large areas of his clothing red, felt a surge of determination upon witnessing Ijin Zhantian's action. His gaze sharpened instantly, reminiscent of a hawk, unleashing the last vestiges of his strength. With a sudden burst of energy, Carp propelled himself into the air like a cannonball, exuding an unstoppable momentum. At that moment, the haki within him surged violently, converging unreservedly upon his right fist, which was enveloped in a profound black radiance. This was Carp's most powerful strike, unleashed in the final moments of his life. With a furious roar, Carp swung this fist, imbued with boundless power, towards Ijin Zhantian. The collision of his knuckles, the fist wind howled, fiercely rubbing against the air, producing a crackling sound, as if the very atmosphere were about to be torn asunder by this punch. Sensing the imminent danger, Ijin Zhantian attempted to evade, yet Carp's speed was too swift. There was no time to react. With a thunderous boom, Carp's iron fist struck heavily upon Ijin Zhantian's head. The tremendous force sent emergence flying, tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon landing, emergence emitted a mournful wail, struggling a few times before reverting to human form, remaining motionless thereafter. Carp, utilizing the momentum, executed a flip in midair and landed steadily on the ground, though in that instant, his legs trembled slightly, nearly unable to support his weight. He braced himself, standing tall with unwavering resolve, casting his gaze towards the direction in which Sabo had fled, silently praying, "You must escape." Upon witnessing Sabo vanish from sight, Magu's fury erupted as he exclaimed, "Then perish here." He raised the cursed blade Muramasa high and plunged it down fiercely, the sword piercing directly through Carp's chest. Carp's body slowly slumped to the ground, resembling a collapsing mountain. At that moment, a vivid montage of his life began to flash before his eyes. He beheld the spirited vigor of his youth as he first embarked upon his naval journey, brimming with fervor and a sense of justice, determined to safeguard the vast ocean. He recalled the time spent alongside warring states, Zephyr, and Sengoku, standing shoulder to shoulder against formidable adversaries, supporting one another without faltering. He reminisced about the countless life-and-death encounters shared with Roger, where a profound camaraderie blossomed, transcending their differing ideologies, rooted in mutual respect for each other's strength and convictions. He observed Luffy and Ace growing day by day, reliving those mischievous yet tender moments. He envisioned the scene after Sabo's arrival, where the trio frolicked together, laughter echoing across the land. He pictured the intimate gatherings at Dayton's home, where the three children sat in a circle, sharing their aspirations and dreaming of the future. Vowing to carve out their own realm together, the innocence of their smiles remains etched in Garp's heart to this day. A series of vivid images flashed before him, each one a cherished recollection from the tapestry of his life. His gaze slowly swept over the faces of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo that emerged in his mind. His eyes filled with deep affection and reluctance. His lips trembled gently as he murmured, "Ace, Luffy, Sabo, my children." After a brief pause, Garp seemed to expend his last ounce of strength, his eyes suddenly becoming resolutely steadfast. He shouted within his heart, "You must survive. No matter what, you must live well." At that moment, the sea breeze seemed to mourn for this hero, howling more mournfully as it swept through every corner of Windmill Village, as if recounting his valor. Chapter 117. Today should be my day to prosper. Although Sabo did not turn around, he seemed to sense the heart-stirring scene behind him, tears uncontrollably streaming down his cheeks. Sabo understood that Garp had paved a path for their escape with his life, a kindness he would cherish for a lifetime. He must ensure the survival of his two brothers, fulfilling the uncompleted guardianship of Carp. With a final, desperate strike, Carp succeeded in gravely wounding the airborne Etsumanton, rendering him unconscious and depriving the five elders of their aerial vantage point, thus granting Sabo precious time to escape. At this moment, the five elders were incensed by Sabo's disappearance. The formidable bull demon, with his 8 long legs, restlessly shifted upon the ground, his massive frame trembling slightly. Eyes gleaming with ferocity as he bellowed, "We cannot allow him to escape. Let us search separately and ensure we unearth him." Mako clenched the cursed sword Muramasa tightly, the blade quivering slightly under his grip as he gritted his teeth in agreement. Indeed, that wretched boy must not evade us. With that, Mako's form flickered before he dashed toward the direction in which Sabo had last vanished, leaving deep impressions in the ground and stirring clouds of dust in his wake. The bull demon, meanwhile, opted for the wooded terrain behind him, his long legs moving with swift grace, akin to a specter navigating through the dense forest. Each stride covering vast distances and stirring the air with a gust. As he advanced, he unleashed his perceptive abilities, endeavoring to capture even the faintest trace of Sabo, all the while murmuring to himself, "No matter where you hide, I shall find you." The Windmill Village once again descended into silence, leaving behind the gravely wounded, unconscious Izumi Makoto. At that moment, a ghostly green portal gradually unfurled, and a figure emerged, shrouded in dense black smoke. The smoke seemed almost sentient, swirling and writhing, exuding an unsettling aura. His distinctive silhouette flickered amidst the dense black smoke, while that iconic red nose stood out conspicuously in the dim surroundings. The figure approaching was none other than Captain Rocksteady, Buggy of the New Rocks Pirates. Buggy raised his left hand high, his palm aglow with thick black smoke that surged forth like the tentacles of a demon, a manifestation of the dark fruit's formidable power pushed to its zenith. A glint of cunning and greed shone in Buggy's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the lifeless form of Izanami on the ground, as if appraising a rare and priceless treasure. Moments later, The Zoan-type bird fruit, mythical beast form, Izanami was within his grasp. Buggy crouched down, scrutinizing the corpse of Izanami, convinced that it concealed the secret of the 5 elders' immortality. Without a hint of effort, he hoisted the body onto his shoulder and turned to step through a portal. With a flicker of ethereal light, his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind the slowly closing portal and the lingering stench of blood in Windmill Village. Sabo sprinted desperately, his clothes soaked with sweat, tears mingling with blood as they traced mottled paths down his cheeks. His arms had grown numb, and each breath was a sharp agony. At last, the retreating vessel came into view, with Dayton and Makino anxiously awaiting on the shore. Upon seeing Sabo emerge alone, carrying both Luffy and Ace, while Carp was nowhere to be found, an ominous dread gripped their hearts. Dayton's face drained of color, her lips quivering, as tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Makino covered her mouth with her hand to stifle her cries, yet the relentless tears escaped through her fingers, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Gasping for breath, Sabo's chest heaved violently. He paid no heed to rest and summoned his last vestiges of strength to utter urgently, "We must set sail at once. This place is no longer safe. They will surely find us here." His voice was hoarse and urgent, imbued with an undeniable authority. Quick! The members of the Black Star Pirates sprang into immediate action, swiftly rushing to Sabo's side to carefully take over Ace and Luffy, their movements both gentle and rapid. The ship's doctor, Doss, wore a look of deep concern, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he hurriedly retrieved bandages from the medical kit to administer urgent treatment to the two. His hands trembled slightly, his gaze intense and grave, as he meticulously tended to the wound. The vessel slowly departed from the shore, the sea breeze filling the sails with a resounding whoosh. Sabo stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes ablaze with the flames of anger and hatred as he gazed upon the receding Windmill Village. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, silently vowing, "5 elders, await your reckoning. I shall ensure that you pay this blood debt in full." At that moment, the towering and ominous silhouette of Magu appeared at the edge of the shore, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, emanating an intense aura of menace that caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step he took. Magu gazed at the departing sailboat and scoffed, "This time, let us see where you can escape." Suddenly, he surged forward, muscles taut, leaping into the air like a streak of black lightning, aiming for the surface of the sea. As a being endowed with extraordinary abilities, Magu had always regarded the ocean with disdain, for the powers granted by Lord M had never allowed the waters to impede his path. However, at this moment, as his feet grazed the surface of the sea, the frigid, biting waters surged up as if they had found their prey, enveloping him completely. Magu's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across his face. He struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the clutches of the sea, yet all his efforts proved futile. His body sank rapidly as the merciless sea inundated his mouth and nose, rendering him breathless, while his strength gradually ebbed away in the frigid waters. As he descended, the surface of the sea slowly returned to tranquility, leaving behind ripples that seemed to narrate the harrowing scene just witnessed. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Marlin Van Dil, Kane beheld the moment when Magu fell into the ocean through the system interface, his face initially a canvas of shock and bewilderment. After a brief moment, Kane rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if to confirm that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, the reality lay before him, undeniable and incontrovertible. He could no longer contain the exuberance within him and burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Mako, I had thought you would realize the issue when the sandworm perished." As Kane laughed, he mockingly addressed the Mako, now submerged beneath the waves. "Who would have imagined? Ha ha ha, truly unexpected. Could it be that living too long has dulled your wits? Ha ha ha, today is destined to be my day of fortune." Chapter 118. The kingdom of Goya vanishes from the map upon the sea's surface. A ghostly green portal gradually unfurled, and soon after, the towering figure of a giant, resembling a small mountain, emerged at the portal's edge. He is none other than Edward Williams, the captain of the New Rocks pirate crew. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into the sea, creating a tremendous splash as the water swiftly engulfed his imposing figure. Moments later, Williams resurfaced, firmly grasping the figure of Makubone and the cursed blade Muramasa in his hands. At that moment, Makubone had reverted to his human form. His pallid complexion, closed eyes, and bloodless lips revealed that he had lost consciousness due to drowning, his body limp as he dangled in Williams' grip. With his legs slightly bent, Williams exerted a powerful thrust, leaping into the eerie green portal. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky, its brilliant rays illuminating the earth and laying bare the events of the previous night. After a frantic search, Fengshi and Nyogue reunited. Upon realizing that Makibone and Ichin Shinten had mysteriously vanished from their location, astonishment and confusion flickered across their faces. Fengshi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, while Nyogue halted, alert and striving to catch even the faintest hint of a clue. However, the surroundings were enveloped in an unnerving silence, devoid of any sign of life. Tension and unease hung heavy in the air as Fengshi and Nyogue exchanged glances, each reflecting deep concern. Could it be that they had been summoned back to Mariehua by Lordum? In truth, Nyogue was well aware that such thoughts were mere self-reassurance. He had long sensed that the entire Goya kingdom was shrouded in an invisible, mysterious power, akin to a vast net silently ensnaring the land. Within this bizarre domain, their once prized immortality felt utterly futile, as if sealed by an even greater unknown force. Moreover, their usual ability to teleport at will was rendered completely ineffective. Each attempt to summon the power within to open a spatial passage for instantaneous relocation felt like a stone cast into the ocean, receiving no response whatsoever. If Kane could hear Nyogue's musings at that moment, he would undoubtedly step forward to clarify Nyogue's doubts. It was merely a small gift prepared for you. A one-time item infused with 6 abilities designed for confinement and sealing. One could only wonder if you appreciated this surprise. Upon hearing Nyogue's words, a glimmer of contemplation crossed Fengshi's eyes as he endeavored to conceive other possible explanations. Could it be Rox D. Buggy, who has always conspired with the One Navy? Fengshi instinctively voiced this thought, but as soon as the words left his lips, he realized the baselessness of his speculation. In his understanding, should Uranus, the Celestial King, launch an attack, the cataclysmic force would reduce anything in its path to mere dust, and Buggy would be no exception. How could it possibly be him? Nyogue took a deep breath, as if to bolster his own spirit, reassuring himself. Such a seal could not possibly endure for long. Perhaps it is already weakened at this very moment. He swiftly gestured with both hands, weaving intricate and enigmatic seals, while murmuring incantations under his breath. The ox demon was astonished to discover that the mysterious power that had long been sealing him and his companions had, at that moment, truly dissipated. Subsequently, dark runes appeared to surge forth as if emerging from the very chasms of hell, slowly rising from the earth. These runes flickered with an eerie luminescence, exuding a disquieting aura. Without a moment's hesitation, the two stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, amidst the newly restored blossoms, Im sat silently in her elevated position. After listening to the report from the sealed beast and the ox demon, a rare expression of disbelief crossed her features. The two dared not raise their heads to meet Im's gaze. Instead, they kept their eyes lowered, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. In their view, after the chaos wrought by the One Navy in the holy land of Mariehua, it was already a stroke of fortune that Lord Im had spared them from immediate punishment. They had initially believed that their endeavor against Monkey D. Luffy would serve to atone for their past transgressions and restore their standing in the eyes of Lord Im. However, who could have anticipated the utter debacle of this expedition to the East Blue? The 5 elders mobilized in full force, convinced that the task would be effortlessly accomplished. Yet ultimately, only 2 of them returned. Compounding their predicament, despite being pierced through the chest by a strike from Magu, the fate of Monkey D. Luffy remained uncertain. No one could ascertain whether he would indeed survive. After a prolonged silence, Im finally stirred. She rose slowly, devoid of words, and began to walk quietly deeper into the sacred grounds, her footsteps echoing in the vast hall, reminiscent of the ominous ticking of Fate's countdown. Joy, boy, she murmured, the syllables reverberating softly in the stillness. At the innermost sanctum of the Holy Land, a blindingly brilliant crimson light suddenly flared, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. This radiance originated from the ancient weapon, Uranus, long concealed and shrouded in the mist of history. Accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to the wrath of the earth itself, Uranus gradually awakened. The energies flickered with a purplish-red glow, intertwining and coiling like enraged serpents in a furious dance, ultimately manifesting as numerous thick and dazzling beams of crimson light that illuminated the depths of the Holy Land and revealed Im's countenance hidden within shadows, her gaze unwavering. The colossal energy beams surged forth with an unmatched ferocity, cleaving through the heavens. As they traversed the air, it was instantaneously ionized, producing crackling sounds, while the clouds, fragile as parchment, were effortlessly torn asunder, scattering into countless fragments. The beams shot forth like meteors from the cosmos, heading directly towards the kingdom of Goa at such velocity that there was no time for reaction. One could only watch in stunned silence as they trailed a long tail, vanishing beyond the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of earth-shattering roars, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended in the direction of the kingdom of Goya, swirling and expanding, instantly obscuring vast expanses of the sky. As the dust gradually settled, the once thriving kingdom of Goya vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bottomless pit. At the edge of the pit, the sea, as if finding an outlet for its fury, cascaded down like a thundering waterfall into the abyss below, crashing against the bottom with a deafening roar, sending water sprays soaring dozens of meters high, dispersing into a misty white cloud above. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The immense shockwave radiated from the pit's center, swiftly spreading in all directions, triggering a terrifying tsunami. The previously tumultuous sea now surged with towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters, animated by a force of destruction, resembling walls of blue that mercilessly crushed the surrounding islands with overwhelming might. Everything in its path appeared diminutive and fragile before this onslaught. Islands were submerged in an instant. Vessels were effortlessly overturned, and countless lives were extinguished amidst the raging torrents, leaving behind a scene of devastation and endless sorrow. The entire East Sea was engulfed in chaos and despair. Chapter 119, One Navy, One Navy, One Navy. In the holy land of Mariahua, warm sunlight bathed the figures of Fong Shi and Nyo Gue, illuminating the lingering fear upon their faces. Both men bore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom that Lord Im had chosen not to hold them accountable for their egregious failures in this operation. Had I been privy to their inner thoughts, he would have surely scoffed in silence. Two fools, do they not comprehend the current situation? In a single day, the world government has suffered the loss of 4 top-tier combatants. Such a grievous loss, even for an entity as deeply rooted as the world government, is not easily borne. Moreover, at this critical juncture of Joy Boy's emergence, every ounce of power is invaluable. How could I possibly inflict further harm upon myself? Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kane leaned slightly forward, his hands crossed beneath his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the system interface displaying Im's figure. Upon witnessing I'm so effortlessly spare Fong Shi and Nyo Gue, merely raising and then gently lowering his hand, a slow smile crept upon Kane's lips. M.O.M. Your intentions are not difficult to discern at all. In truth, all of this was part of Kane's grand design. He deliberately allowed Fong Shi and Nyo Gue to escape, intending to observe whether they would face the merciless wrath of Im after their grave dereliction of duty. The outcome is now evident. Im's actions have unmistakably signaled that even formidable forces like Nyo Gue and Fong Shi are not easily relinquished. This implies that the world is now firmly within my grasp. Kane abruptly rose, his fist clenched tightly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Im's concession marks the beginning of a shift in the balance of global power, heralding the dawn of a new era that he is poised to create one navy. One navy. One navy. These striking words occupied half a page of today's newspaper front. Accompanying the text was an image capturing the fierce clash between the One Navy and the Knights of God alongside the 5 elders in Mariahua. The tumult of battle, the crumbling edifices, and the expressions of terror and fervor on people's faces were captured by the photographer from an almost perfect angle, adding an inexhaustible visual impact to the report. Meanwhile, these newspapers were being delivered across the globe by Morgan's well-trained seagulls. In an instant, the entire world erupted in response to this publication. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's gaze swept over the headline One Navy. One Navy. One Navy. His eyes momentarily reflecting surprise before a wave of hearty laughter surged forth. Gururara, these little brats have truly accomplished something remarkable. His laughter resonated throughout the vessel, drawing the attention of the crew, who eagerly gathered around to vie for a glimpse of the newspaper. Among the crowd, the imposing and somewhat robust figure of Marshal D. Teach, captain of the 2nd Division, was also present. He feigned a simple-minded demeanor, engaging fervently with others in spirited discussions about the minutiae of the newspaper, occasionally emitting a few chuckles of agreement and offering seemingly naive insights. His guileless expression concealed any hint of duplicity. Yet beneath that seemingly tranquil exterior, a tempest brewed within him. Could the world government truly be so inept as to allow the One Navy to swell to such proportions? Teach pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. His hands clenched tightly behind his back, nails nearly embedding into his palms, as the flames of resentment and fury ignited within him. How infuriating it was to have this formidable obstacle, the One Navy, obstructing his ambitions. As he contemplated this, his breath quickened, and a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. No, surely there must be a way. I shall not concede. Let me think. Let me think. This is vexing. Teach's mind raced, tirelessly scouring for various potential plans and strategies. Meanwhile, the former ruler of Hive Island, Wang Ji, lay in a pool of his own blood, unaware of his fate. Kaido and Big Mom stood side by side at the pinnacle of the island, resembling two dread deities, surveying the territory they had conquered. Kaido casually rested his massive kanabo on his shoulder, the weapon still stained with the remnants of battle, its menacing appearance accentuated by the sunlight. Big Mom gripped her colossal Napoleon sword, its blade also crimson with blood, emanating an aura of terror. While they reveled in the echoes of their victory, a subordinate cautiously approached, cradling a newspaper with trembling hands. Humph, it seems the One Navy indeed possesses some merit, Kaido grunted through his nostrils. However, the more chaotic the world becomes, the greater the opportunities for us. At that moment, Kaido was acutely aware that with their conquest of Hive Island, their influence had expanded further into the surrounding waters. In this vast sea, few dared to confront them head-on with both courage and strength. Kaido, we have already seized the majority of the New World. What remains are Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Big Mom's thick lips parted, her words dripping with undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Kaido threw back his head and erupted into raucous laughter. Uo. Linlin, the first step to supremacy begins with claiming Whitebeard's head. In his heart, Kaido regarded Whitebeard as formidable, yet with Big Mom at his side, what was there to fear? Ma. Kaido, let us show Whitebeard the might of our forces. The matron joined in a hearty laughter, resonating harmoniously with Kaido's mirth, their jovial echoes lingering in the air above Hive Island. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, Shanks and his companions were reveling in a grand feast. The bonfire crackled fiercely, roasting meat sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma, as everyone gathered together, their laughter and chatter filling the atmosphere. The clinking of glasses producing a melodious sound. In the midst of this revelry, Ben Beckman approached Shanks, gripping a newspaper with a serious expression. The surrounding companions sensed the shift in mood, their laughter gradually subsided, and all eyes turned towards them. Shanks lifted his gaze slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he accepted the newspaper from Ben Beckman. Upon reading the striking headline and the shocking photograph, he initially furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face. However, that signature smile soon returned, illuminating his features once more. It appears that this world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Shanks remarked softly, a note of admiration lacing his voice. He gently caressed his chin, pondering the deeper implications behind the incident. The uproar in Mary Geos was indeed remarkable. However, this commotion has undoubtedly disrupted the equilibrium of the sea. An unprecedented struggle for supremacy is on the horizon. Shanks refrained from elaborating further, instead casting a slow gaze toward the heavens. He was acutely aware that this vast ocean was on the brink of a tempest, and they would inevitably be swept into its tumult. Chapter 120. An unprecedented struggle for supremacy is about to begin. Ben Beckman furrowed his brow and continued. For red historical markers, each belonging to Kaido and Big Mom. As for the other two, it is said that one is in the possession of the Burning Man. All that is known is that he sails a pitch-black ship, rumored to devour enemy vessels with a colossal whirlpool should they venture too close. Upon hearing this, the companions around him displayed expressions of surprise and vigilance. Luffy, while tearing a sizable chunk of meat from the bone in his hand and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, I feel like I've heard that name before. Is this guy a pirate? His cheeks were puffed, and as he spoke, bits of debris were spat out. Ben Beckman shook his head and expressed his opinion. I believe this fellow must be affiliated with the world government. As long as they possess a key fragment of the historical text, the pirates will never locate the One Piece. Shanks listened quietly to his companion's discourse, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Suddenly, he downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion and slammed the cup onto the table with a resounding crash, capturing the attention of all present. Let us pay this fellow a visit. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat alone in silence, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, resembling two pools of stagnant water. He stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly consumed by an overwhelming weariness and confusion. His expression obscured in shadow, indistinct. The moment Akainu entered the conference room, his gaze was drawn to Sengoku's hair, which was as white as snow. In an instant, Akainu's eyes widened in astonishment. Only half a month prior, Sengoku had sported a head of lustrous black hair, yet now, this shock of white had appeared without warning. As if touched by frost, he furrowed his brow slightly, a tinge of worry surging within him. The once indomitable admiral, who had guided the navy through countless storms, now seemed to be crumbled by the relentless passage of time and pressure. What could this signify for the navy? Sakazuki, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. The voice of Sengoku shattered the silence. It was hoarse and dry, imbued with profound weariness and the weight of years. A pang of bitterness stirred within Akainu. He pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately he could not restrain himself from inquiring, Admiral Sengoku, how are you? Upon hearing Akainu's question, a bittersweet smile emerged on Sengoku's face, laden with helplessness and sorrow. How am I? What difference does it make? We both understand the current situation. Sigh. Before Akainu could respond, Sengoku continued, his gaze reflecting a deep sense of powerlessness. Sakazuki, I have grown old. My energy has waned significantly. This heavy burden has become increasingly difficult for me to bear. I am retiring. I have just submitted my resignation. His words carried a hint of relief, intertwined with a profound reluctance towards the naval life he had devoted himself to for a lifetime. Poor Salino harbored no aspirations for the position of marshal. He remained as carefree as ever. The navy. I leave it all to you now, Sakazuki. Sengoku's gaze suddenly transformed, becoming resolutely steadfast as he locked eyes with Akainu. He was acutely aware that the navy required a formidable leader, and without a doubt, Akainu was the most suitable candidate in his eyes. Although he understood that Akainu's temperament was somewhat extreme in this chaotic era, perhaps it was only his unwavering dedication to justice and his resolute methods that could steer the navy out of its predicament, reinstating the authority of the world government and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of these seas. Upon hearing these words, Akainu displayed a complex expression, a mixture of respect and reluctance towards Sengoku, along with a sense of trepidation and determination regarding the daunting responsibilities that lay ahead. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, only to realize that his throat felt as though it was constricted by an unseen force, rendering him momentarily voiceless. After a brief pause, he lowered his head slightly, his voice resonating with a subdued yet powerful intensity as he proclaimed, Marshal, rest assured. The glory of the navy shall undoubtedly continue in my hands. His fist was clenched tightly, as if swearing an oath to Sengoku and to the entire navy, vowing to uphold the dignity of the navy in his own manner. Sengoku gazed at Akainu, nodding with a sense of relief, a glimmer of barely perceptible tears sparkling in his eyes. He understood that from this moment forth, the navy would turn a new page, and he would gradually withdraw from this stage, entrusting the future to the younger generation. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock lay languidly upon her throne, her gaze softening upon seeing the newspaper's coverage of the One Navy, especially the image featuring Brian. She whispered, Brian, I find it difficult to breathe. Could this be love? At this, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes brimming with longing. Those around Hancock observed her peculiar demeanor, quietly speculating whether their queen had fallen victim to the legendary affliction of lovesickness. Lost in reverie about Brian, Hancock occasionally emitted soft laughter. Simultaneously, in Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo reclined in a seat adorned with velvet and jewels, a signature sly and playful smile gracing his face. Fufufu, the One Navy truly is my benefactor, he mused, glancing at his elegant secretary Monet, his eyes filled with delight. Open that bottle of red wine from 1482. Today, we, the Don Quixote family, shall celebrate in style. Yes, master. Monet replied with a slight bow before making her way toward the wine cellar. Doflamingo was in high spirits, reveling in his unexpected windfall. He monopolized the arms trade and the slave market in the Dark World. The emergence of the One Navy had plunged various global factions into panic and unease, prompting them to prepare for battle and aggressively procure arms to safeguard their interests and vie for future influence. This was, without a doubt, a boon for Doflamingo, as orders flooded in like snowflakes, rapidly filling his coffers. Meanwhile, in a tavern on the Grand Line, the owner produced the day's freshly arrived newspaper, reading aloud the news about the One Navy, which ignited a lively uproar among the patrons. Wow, these One Navy folks are incredible, daring to confront the world government. Look, the slaves have been liberated. This is fantastic news. Will our lives improve from now on? The crowd exchanged hopeful remarks, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Across the globe, similar scenes unfolded as the populace brimmed with hope, yearning for this emerging force to usher in a better life and dismantle the long-standing oppressive rule of the world government. Chapter 121. The Rising Wind. 10 minutes after the ruthless annihilation of the Goya Kingdom by the world government. The atmosphere in the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo was as heavy as the silence before a tempest, stifling to the point of suffocation. Monkey D. Dragon had just concluded a phone call with Sabo, during which the weighty news he received felt like a boulder pressing upon his heart. At this moment, he gazed solemnly at the 2 life cards in his hand, one belonging to his father, that once resolute figure, whose flame on the card was now slowly extinguishing, reduced to ash. The other belonged to his son, Luffy, whose flame flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. Dragon's expression was grave, cold beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Standing beside him, the intelligence chief of the Revolutionary Army, Terry Gildeo, usually composed, was now overtaken by anxiety. He abruptly inhaled the last remnants of a cigarette, the glowing ember flickering with its final crimson light in the darkness, before he forcefully extinguished it in the ashtray. He solemnly declared, "It has been confirmed. The kingdom of Goya has vanished at this very moment. What remains is a vast expanse of ocean." Each word struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. "Leader, please issue your command." His voice carried a note of urgency and determination. Keela stood beside him, her fists clenched tightly, and stepped forward to say, "Indeed, Chief. If we do not take action soon, everyone will flock to the One Navy." In her view, the current situation demanded immediate attention. The Revolutionary Army must take decisive steps to rally the hearts of the people and forge ahead. The resonant voice of Yushiano, the deputy commander of the Western Revolutionary Army, now bore a hint of somberness. "Yes, we cannot lag behind the One Navy any longer. They have stirred quite a commotion in the West Sea. And unifying the West Sea is merely a matter of time." He paused for a moment, a trace of helplessness flickering across his face. Although we had not directly clashed, the majority of the Western Army's members had mostly aligned themselves with them. The rise of the One Navy had inflicted a profound shock upon the Revolutionary Army. They must act swiftly. Dolag listened intently to the words of those around him, his heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware that the world had succumbed to an unprecedented chaos and darkness, and the destruction of the kingdom of Goya ignited a long-suppressed fury within his heart. He slowly raised his head, his gaze revealing an unprecedented determination and resolve. Throughout this protracted revolutionary journey, he had persevered in silence, but at this moment, he had finally made up his mind to launch a vehement assault against the world government. It was time to overthrow the ancient dominion. The voice of Drago resonated deeply and powerfully, reverberating through the entire room like a thunderous bell. The day following the destruction of the Goya Kingdom, at the headquarters of the World Economic News. In the president's office, Morgan stood quietly before his desk, his eyes fixated on several photographs provided to him. One photograph depicted the skies above Mariewa enveloped in a mysterious and terrifying radiance. The energy waves suspected to emanate from the activation of the Celestial King surging forth like an overwhelming tide, visibly dissipating with reckless abandon. Another photograph captured the harrowing scene of the Goya Kingdom mercilessly submerged beneath the sea. The opulent structures, bustling streets, and throngs of people were all engulfed by the relentless waters, replaced only by a vast expanse of ocean. His heart was in turmoil. As a journalist, he had always adhered to the ethical commitment of uncovering the truth, yet now the truth laid before him was too burdensome, too perilous. His previous reports had already crossed the line, but with the network of connections he had cultivated over many years in the shadowy underworld, along with the secrets he possessed, there was not an absence of room for negotiation. However, should he release these reports, he feared he would be the next to vanish. Ultimately, Morgans gritted his teeth, slowly concealing the photograph deep within his drawer, deciding to shroud the truth. Meanwhile, on an island in the West Sea, where the seasons were eternally spring, barrels of fine wine were meticulously stacked into a mountain, and on a colossal bonfire hung chunks of meat, sizzling and dripping fat onto the glowing coals, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the entire camp. Those who had once been shackled and consumed by suffering now wore expressions mingled with confusion and hope. When Brian announced their freedom, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Some wept, their lips trembling as they choked on words of longing for their homeland, yearning to return to that distant soil, perhaps to find relatives who had long since changed beyond recognition. In the warmth of familiarity, others stood in a daze, their eyes hollow and despairing. Their homes had been destroyed long ago by pirates or the brutal acts of the world government. Families scattered, news ceased. Now, adrift on this vast ocean, they did not know where to turn. Yet, after a fleeting moment of confusion, the majority of the former slaves began to fix their gaze with renewed resolve. Lord Brian, I wish to join the One Navy. Take me with you. For a world where all are equal, I am willing to give everything. It was unclear who among the crowd, silent yet simmering with unspoken currents, first uttered these words. Initially trembling, the voice bore a hint of anxiety and excitement. Yet ignited like a spark on a parched prairie, instantly kindling the long-suppressed flames within the hearts of the multitude. In an instant, cries rose and fell like crashing waves. As they surged toward Brian, their eyes glimmering with determination and fervor, a rebellion against their tragic past and an unwavering belief in the future. Brian turned, his gaze sweeping slowly over these ragged yet indomitable souls. He beheld the harrowing scars etched upon their bodies, cruel remnants of years spent in servitude. He witnessed the despair and helplessness that once resided in their eyes, now illuminated by the radiant glow of newfound hope. He was acutely aware that each of these individuals bore the weight of a suffocating past. Yet now, they resolutely chose to transform that pain into strength, battling for a brighter future, so that their descendants would no longer endure the same suffering. The One Navy welcomes your joining, Brian proclaimed loudly. A wave of exhilarated cheers erupted from the crowd, a manifestation of their anticipation for a new life and their yearning for future battles. Brian continued, of course, not everyone is suited for military service. Your loved ones back home are eagerly awaiting your reunion with them. His voice softened, and his gaze brimmed with understanding and compassion. Brian realized that although these individuals had attained freedom, what they yearned for most deeply was perhaps the long-lost affection and warmth of familial bonds. Chapter 122, For Freedom. He did not wish to compel anyone to make a decision, but rather hoped that each individual could determine the direction of their future based on their own hearts. Upon hearing Brian's words, some revealed a flicker of hesitation in their eyes, yearning for their loved ones back home, longing to return to that familiar land. Conversely, others grew more resolute in their convictions, boldly proclaiming, Lord Brian, we have no home left, or rather, the One Navy is our home. We are willing to follow you. Fighting to the end for a world where all are equal, Brian observed the meat roasting over the campfire, sizzling as the flames licked at it. On the verge of charring, and urgently called out, Everyone, please listen to me. The meat is about to burn. He swiftly made his way to the bonfire, nimbly retrieving a skewer of succulent, golden-brown roasted meat. Turning around with a smile, he extended it towards a frail little girl who cowered at the edge of the crowd. Her eyes brimmed with trepidation and longing. Brian gently tousled her unkempt, yellowed hair, his gaze suffused with tenderness and compassion, as if to assure her that from this moment forth, she would no longer endure the torments of hunger and fear. Everyone, let us revel in joy, for freedom. Brian called out again, his voice resonating like a fervent trumpet, igniting a fervor in the hearts of the crowd. For freedom. The chorus of voices rose and fell, as people surged towards the bonfire, eagerly grasping the aromatic roasted meat. The enticing aroma seemed to carry the essence of freedom, allowing them to momentarily forget the suffering they had endured, savoring the solace that the feast provided, as if to compensate for the days spent in hunger and darkness. Some boldly raised their overflowing goblets of fine wine, tilting their heads back to drink deeply, the liquid cascading down their chins, soaking their tattered garments. Yet they paid no heed. In this moment, they were immersed in the euphoria of liberation, laughter, and the clinking of glasses intertwining to compose a jubilant anthem of freedom. The melody wafting through the night sky and reaching the distant sea. Amidst the vibrant crowd, Vine Tiger sat on the ground, exuding an aura of tranquility, a gentle smile adorning his face as he lightly tapped the ground with his blackened staff, keeping time with the rhythm of the music as he joined in the revelry. Meanwhile, Green Pheasant languidly leaned against a palm tree, his demeanor radiating a sense of leisure and contentment. With a freshly poured goblet of wine in hand, he occasionally took a sip, his gaze sweeping over the jubilant crowd, observing those once tormented by hardship now liberated, joyfully unleashing their inner delight. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upwards, Brian meandered through the throng, patiently engaging in conversation with each newly joined member. He listened intently to each of their stories, tales steeped in blood, tears, and hardship, filling his heart with both empathy and a resolute sense of duty. When an elderly man, hair as white as snow and face etched with wrinkles, grasped his hand with profound gratitude, Brian halted in his tracks. Tears brimmed in the old man's eyes, shimmering like gems in the flickering firelight, as he trembled and spoke, My Lord Brian, I never imagined I would see freedom in my lifetime. You are our beacon of hope. Brian's gaze was filled with compassion and remorse as he gently patted the frail shoulders of the elder. His voice quivered slightly as he replied, "You have suffered, dear sir. I can only lament that I was born too late, allowing you all to endure such unwarranted anguish." Before he could finish his sentence, tears cascaded down Brian's cheeks, a deluge of emotion surging forth from the depths of his soul. Mourning the injustices endured by the people of this land. Feeling the sincerity and sorrow in Brian's words, the old man tightened his grip slightly, as if to transfer his strength to Brian. He spoke softly, "My lord Brian, please do not say such things. Look, you have come to us. You have brought hope and freedom to our midst. This is the hand of fate. The sufferings of the past are behind us. You have given us a new beginning. For us old souls to witness the dawn of freedom in our lifetime is a great fortune. You are still young, with boundless possibilities ahead. Your journey is long, and you must carry our hopes forward." A glimmer of light shone in the old man's eyes, a reflection of trust and expectation toward Brian, who, in his eyes, was the hero capable of altering the course of the world. He continued, "We will support you from behind, watching you lead everyone toward a world of equality." Listening to the elder's words, Brian was filled with deep emotion. He grasped the elder's hand firmly and nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, my dear elder, I will not betray your expectations." At that moment, Brian understood that he bore not only his own aspirations but also the hopes of the oppressed for a brighter future. By the campfire, several young individuals were inspired by the fervent atmosphere. Their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they began to dance the traditional dances of their homeland. The surrounding crowd was captivated by the vibrant performance, pausing their activities to watch intently, smiles illuminating their faces as they clapped and cheered in delight. Some could not contain their excitement and joined in, forming a circle, swaying joyfully to the rhythm. The flames danced merrily, reflecting the happiness and hope etched on their faces. And in that moment, the entire world seemed to bask in the warmth of this beautiful ambience. "For freedom!" A voice rang out amidst the exuberance, powerful and passionate, slicing through the cacophony of the crowd. The people responded in unison, their shouts rising like the surging waves of the sea, one wave cresting higher than the last. Even the distant ocean seemed to resonate with this formidable energy, crashing against the shore with renewed vigor, providing a stirring backdrop to the celebration. Tenghu softly murmured, "Ah, the taste of freedom, how long it has been." Hearing this, Akiji turned to Tenghu, raised his cup in a distant salute, and replied, "Indeed. I will ensure this flame continues to burn." With that, they exchanged knowing smiles and melded back into the joyous sea of revelry. Meanwhile, aboard the New World Jackson, Nami languidly reclined on a comfortable lounge chair, her silky orange hair cascading freely, glimmering in the sunlight like ripe oranges in autumn, exuding a sweet aroma. She wore a simple yet stylish blue dress, the hem fluttering gently in the sea breeze. At that moment, she cradled the adorable tomcat in her arms, her delicate fingers gently stroking his soft fur, a gentle and enchanting smile gracing her lips. Chapter 123, The Warring States, Sakazuki. This position of marshal is indeed a challenging seat to occupy. This scene, for Sanji standing nearby, was undoubtedly a captivating spectacle of great allure. He appeared as if frozen in place, his body slightly leaning forward, eyes wide open, fixated intently on Nami and Tom, his expression a mixture of envy and jealousy. Nami's embrace. "Tom, you truly are fortunate," Sanji murmured involuntarily, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow and resignation. His hands were tightly clenched, trembling slightly, as if he were desperately restraining the impulse to rush forward and take Tom's place. Just as Sanji was lost in his own fantasies, Zoro, having just completed his morning training, stepped onto the deck, intending to enjoy a drink, and happened to witness Sanji's embarrassing demeanor. Following Sanji's gaze, Zoro instantly grasped the situation. With his arms crossed over his chest and a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he offered a somewhat mocking smile. "Hey, perverted cook. Your saliva is about to spill out." Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Sanji whirled around, glaring furiously at him. "What did you say, mosshead?" Zoro raised an eyebrow, a glint of provocation dancing in his eyes. "What? Are you embarrassed because I struck a nerve? You really are quite pathetic. Say that again if you dare." In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet flying in a dizzying flurry of motion. Their figures darted across the deck, sending chairs and tables tumbling in the wake of their fierce skirmish. Nami, with a look of exasperation, observed the intense clash between Zoro and Sanji, both unwilling to yield. Her delicate visage was etched with confusion over their antics. With a soft sigh, she cradled Tom's in her arms and remarked helplessly, "I truly cannot comprehend you boys. Despite being such good friends, you always resort to this playful bickering." Raja stood quietly to the side, watching the tumultuous scene unfold. and instinctively raised a hand to cover her mouth. Nami, Sanji, and Zoro's haughty demeanor resembles characters from a novel, she mused. Upon hearing Reiju's words, Nami tilted her head slightly, a hint of puzzlement crossing her face as she inquired, "Who do you mean?" Reiju blinked and replied, "The protagonists of the tale The Eye of the Village Brawl, Neru and his close friend Sasu." Nami pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Now that you mention it, it does seem so. Is this how the bonds between boys manifest?" Her tone was laden with bewilderment, as if she were contemplating the intriguing phenomenon of male camaraderie. At that moment, William, who was leisurely sipping a beverage nearby, heard their conversation and suddenly spat it out with a laugh. He hurriedly picked up a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, swiftly shifting the topic. "Nami, have you finished drawing the nautical charts?" Unaware of William's unease, Nami earnestly replied, "Yes. I have completed them." William nodded slightly, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "In that case, let us change our course. Frankie, ascend." He shouted towards the bow, his voice echoing in the air. "Oh." Frankie's vibrant voice resonated from the front, as the Thousand Sunny began its gradual ascent into the sky. Nami's dream was to chart the entire world, a dream that, for William, merely required a methodical voyage. Within a single day, under Dr. Vegapunk's guidance, the scattered revolutionary forces surged across the globe like a relentless tide, toppling more than a dozen kingdoms that had not aligned with the alliance. The long-suppressed anger of the populace erupted like a lit powder keg as they joined the wave of rebellion sparked by the revolutionaries. The former nobles were either hanged by the revolutionaries or driven out, leaving behind a land riddled with scars. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the newly appointed Admiral Akainu's expression darkened further with each directive relayed from the five elders through the receiver. He abruptly hung up the phone and took a deep breath before addressing the waiting messenger beside him. "Now, convene an emergency meeting immediately. We have urgent military operations to discuss." The messenger, taken aback, quickly straightened his posture, rendered a crisp military salute, and responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Before long, the conference room at the naval headquarters buzzed with activity as officers clad in crisp uniforms hurriedly gathered, filling the room to its capacity. At the forefront of the room stood 4 chairs symbolizing the pinnacle of naval might, reserved for the 4 esteemed admirals. Seated there were the languid yet composed Kizaru, the former police chief of the Tontada Kingdom, now rapidly promoted to admiral by the world government, Green Bull, and the newly confirmed vice-admirals, Yamato and Tashiji. Yamato exhibited a tall stature, her expression a blend of severity and resolve, while Green Bull maintained an upright posture, his gaze reflecting determination and decisiveness. Once all were assembled, Akainu slowly rose, his towering figure resembling a majestic mountain, exuding an invisible sense of authority. The room fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. Akainu's voice, deep and gravelly yet resonant, pierced through the stillness. "Recently, the revolutionary army led by Dragon has caused significant disturbances across various regions. Their existence poses a grave threat to the very foundation of the world government's rule. The directive from the world government is unequivocal. We must suppress them resolutely, allowing no room for their reckless actions to continue." He paused slightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. "To this end, we shall initiate the Demon Extermination Order, erasing from the map those nations ensnared by the revolutionary forces, thereby preventing any future calamities." As these words echoed through the chamber, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, the very air seeming to congeal. After a moment, the figure seated at the back, known as the Warring States, shook his head gently. He gazed at the ashen-faced Akainu, inwardly lamenting, "Sakazuki, the position of marshal is indeed a burdensome seat to occupy." At that moment, a somewhat weathered Dove faction naval officer could no longer suppress his internal turmoil and indignation. He abruptly rose to his feet, his body trembling slightly, and fixed his unwavering gaze upon Akainu, demanding in a loud voice, "Marshal, while I can comprehend the need to strike against the revolutionary army from the perspective of upholding the authority of the world government, I must ask, why must we also include the innocent populace in this campaign? They are but defenseless civilians. What crime have they committed?" His voice trembled slightly, embodying both compassion for innocent lives and a profound questioning of the unreasonable command. "Indeed," another officer concurred. Chapter 124, The Navy Requires Soldiers of Unwavering Resolve. The world government is nothing but a bully who preys on the weak. When the Navy created such a ruckus in the West Sea, openly challenging the authority of the world government, did they ever resort to such harsh measures? Yet now, They relentlessly pursue the Revolutionary Army, merely out of fear instilled by the Navy, opting to crush those who are vulnerable. His words were steeped in sarcasm and discontent, his face slightly flushed with agitation. The newly appointed general, Green Bull, was incensed by these remarks. He abruptly rose to his feet, slamming both hands heavily on the table. His eyes wide with fury as he bellowed. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? As members of the Navy, you should be acutely aware of what defying the world government entails. This is a grave provocation to the entire world order and must not be tolerated. In order to uphold the peace and stability for the majority, the sacrifice of the few is sometimes unavoidable. Furthermore, the citizens of non-affiliated nations possess no rights in this chaotic era. This is the stark reality you must confront." His voice reverberated throughout the conference room, attempting to persuade the assembly to accept his so-called reality. Upon hearing the words of Green Bull, Peach Rabbit's face betrayed a flicker of anger and disdain. She retorted defiantly, "I have always harbored a deep aversion to your distorted sense of justice. From the very beginning, I have fundamentally disagreed with your ruthless approach to achieving your objectives." T-Dolphin also rose to support Peach Rabbit. Moreover, were their remarks not accurate? The Navy's offensive in the West Sea has been nothing short of overwhelming. It is merely a matter of time before they unify the West Sea. They have mercilessly executed numerous kings of nations aligned with the world government, brazenly challenging its limits. Yet the world government has adopted a relatively lenient stance toward them. Is this comparison not glaringly evident? The words of the two were incisive as they fearlessly locked eyes with Green Bull, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly charged with tension. Just as the admirals were on the verge of a heated argument, Akainu abruptly raised his right fist and slammed it down onto the conference table with a thunderous crash, sending papers flying into the air. Flames of fury ignited in Akainu's eyes as he bellowed, "Enough! Silence! I am the fleet admiral, and the decisions here are mine to make." His voice resonated like the roar of a lion, imbued with authority and intimidation, causing the entire conference room to tremble. "And you all?" Akainu's gaze swept coldly over every individual present. "The Navy does not require soldiers of wavering resolve. If you wish to remain in the Navy, then I expect not to hear such doubts and dissenting remarks again." As soon as Akainu's words echoed in the room, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment, the naval officer who had first voiced his concerns inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and with unwavering determination met Akainu's gaze, declaring, "Admiral Sakazuki, I cannot concur with this decision. I have decided to resign." His voice, though soft, resonated with determination, cutting through the silence of the conference room with remarkable clarity. "Indeed, I shall resign as well." Another officer promptly rose, his gaze betraying a hint of resoluteness. Their actions resembled a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples through the hearts of the naval officers. Whispers began to circulate, revealing expressions of hesitation and inner turmoil as they contemplated their own stances and choices. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense as two naval officers resolutely tendered their resignations. Akainu's gaze was piercing, coldly sweeping across the assembly, his stare akin to tangible ice, sending a shiver through all present. Kizaru maintained his nonchalant demeanor, reclining against the back of his chair with arms crossed over his chest, seemingly indifferent to the discord unfolding before him. Nami clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed with anger. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. Aware that impulsiveness would not resolve the issues at hand, yet she could not reconcile herself with the distorted sense of justice and felt disheartened by Akainu's rigid stance. Meanwhile, Green Bull stood impassively, his resolute gaze fixed upon Akainu, unwavering in his beliefs. To him, upholding the authority of the world government and the so-called peace of the majority was an inviolable mission, one for which he would willingly pay any price. Akainu, suppressing the fury boiling within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption, was visibly beginning to smoke. The acrid scent of sulfur wafting through the air, a harbinger of the imminent activation of his magma fruit abilities. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, slowly unclenching his fists, and returned to the marshal's chair, a symbol of power and responsibility, casting a steely gaze over those assembled. All who wish to resign must immediately process their departure from the Navy. Our ranks cannot afford the slightest impurity that might waver our resolve. We must be as unyielding and pure as steel. Akainu's voice was low and gravelly, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth preceding his continued declaration. This is a direct quote from the Five Elders, which I now relate to you. According to the latest intel from CP, the logistical pressures on the One Navy are staggering. Brian has been toiling day and night to maintain the operations of this fleet, his hair already streaked with gray. The 5 elders have decided to confine the One Navy firmly within the West Blue, rendering them like fish in a barrel. Within 3 years, through economic blockade and cargo embargo, they will suffocate. The chief staff officer, Kane, sat quietly to the side, her countenance serene, her gaze deep as the ocean. Upon hearing Akainu's words, she cast a silent glance at the ceiling, inwardly questioning, have the 5 elders truly succumbed to senility? While it may be true that Brian is sacrificing his life to sustain the One Navy, they now possess the Dordor fruit, with its extraordinary mobility. How could they be so easily contained? Hiwei shook her head slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and sarcasm. Even if we were to concede that the merman fruit possesses its own limitations, the Navy currently boasts 3 formidable admirals, each a veritable monster among monsters. Even if the Navy headquarters were to be relocated directly to the mouth of the West Sea, fortified with utmost vigilance, who could truly guarantee that they could be completely contained? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. His mind brimmed with uncertainty, and she couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the world government harbors a more profound, long-term scheme? No. Perhaps the conflict following the Battle of Mariewa has introduced unforeseen complications that remain unknown to us. Chapter 125. Bring the ship closer. Akainu remained oblivious to his thoughts as he began to strategize. Akiji, Kazuru, you two will lead the charge this time. I expect nothing less than your utmost effort. Simultaneously, the Knights of God and the CP organization will fully support your actions. We must coordinate our forces to ensure the complete annihilation of Dragon-S Revolutionary Army, leaving not a single one behind. We cannot afford to allow them any opportunity to recover and continue to threaten the dominion of the world government. With that, Akainu abruptly rose, gesturing with his hand, disperse. At his command, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of footsteps as the Navy officers departed, each consumed by their own thoughts, some resolute, others bewildered, and a few anxious, as they hurried to their respective posts. Upon learning of the Navy's impending purge, Dragon stood at the heart of the Revolutionary Army's camp, initiating a pre-battle mobilization. Revolutionaries. Dragon-S voice resonated deeply, echoing throughout the camp like a thunderous bell, shattering the surrounding silence. His voice seemed imbued with a magical quality, instantly capturing everyone's attention, compelling every soldier to cease their actions and direct their gaze upon him. We fight for freedom. We fight for justice. This is the unwavering belief we have held dear, the eternal flame that burns within our hearts. Today, the world government has once again revealed its fangs, attempting to crush us with brute force. They believe that with their overwhelming military might, they can compel our submission and extinguish the light of justice. But they are mistaken. From the moment we embarked on this revolutionary path, we have prepared ourselves to confront every challenge ahead. We are acutely aware that the struggle against the world government is inevitable, and it promises to be a grueling, protracted battle. A glimmer of determination and resolve shone in Dragon-S eyes as he took a deep breath and continued, on this path, we will encounter countless hardships, and there will be bloodshed and sacrifice. However, we shall not falter, nor will we retreat. For behind us stands a multitude yearning for freedom and justice. Their eyes are upon us. Their hopes rest upon our shoulders. The words of Dolag flowed like a warm current through the hearts of the warriors, dispelling the deep-seated fears and uncertainties within them, replaced instead by a fervent fighting spirit and fearless courage. Oh! The warriors cried out in unison, their voices deafening, soaring into the heavens as if to tear apart the clouds above. Just as the impending clash between the Revolutionary Army and the world government was about to ignite, the fleet led by Zephyr surged through the tumultuous seas. Their mission was none other than to confront the notorious beast pirates captain, Jack the Drought. Zephyr, clad in a black naval uniform, stood resolute, the edges of his attire billowing fiercely in the wind, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixated on Jack's fleet in the distance. The other vessels of the One Navy formed an orderly fan shape, closely following the flagship as they advanced steadily. The soldiers aboard the warships exhibited formidable postures, dressed uniformly in black One Navy uniforms, their gazes unwaveringly fixed ahead, their weapons gleaming ominously in the sunlight. As the distance between the two sides diminished, the pirates erupted into raucous shouts on deck, brandishing their weapons with an air of arrogance, dismissing the One Navy entirely. Besides Zephyr, Vince cast a resentful glance at Jack's fleet and remarked, "This fellow truly knows how to run. We have pursued him for 5 days. Zephyr-sensei, please give the order. Fire." Zephyr's furious roar echoed throughout the entire fleet. In an instant, the flagship and surrounding warships unleashed a thunderous barrage, flames leaping skyward as shells screamed towards the pirate vessel. The cannonballs struck the sea, creating towering columns of water, crashing upon the pirate ship. Splintering wood and sending debris flying, as the pirates screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Beside Jack, a trembling subordinate cautiously approached, his voice quavering, "Lord Jack. Should we accelerate to shake them off? After all, our task is to locate Theodore D. Bell, and if we waste time here, Lord Kaido might." Before the subordinate could finish, Jack glared fiercely at him, bellowing, "Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer." With that furious roar, Jack transformed instantly, becoming a colossal mammoth, its fur standing on end like steel needles, with long tusks gleaming with a chilling light. Observing this, Zephy's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he leaped from the bow of the ship, charging towards Jack. His body traced a dark arc through the air, the Hylu stone mechanical arm on his right gleaming under the moonlight. Jack swung his stout arm like a mighty trunk, the rush of wind accompanying his attempt to send Zephyr flying. However, Zephyr, agile in form, effortlessly sidestepped the attack midair, harnessing the force of his descent. He charged his right arm and delivered a powerful punch directly to Jack's head. This strike, infused with Zephyr's years of combat experience and formidable strength, collided with Jack's head, producing a dull thud. Jack felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his massive frame beginning to sway precariously. Before he could gather his wits, Zephyr landed, swiftly generating momentum with his legs, advancing upon Jack once more. His left fist followed closely, targeting Jack's most vulnerable abdomen. The unexpected blow caught Jack off guard, blood uncontrollably surging from his mouth. Zephyr showed no mercy, leaping high into the air, channeling all his strength into his right arm, and shouted, "Fall before me." This punch descended with the weight of a mountain, an unstoppable force aimed straight at Jack's head. Jack had no time to evade, forced to endure the impact. With a resounding crash, Jack's colossal body collapsed onto the deck, raising a cloud of dust. His form convulsed a few times on the ground before falling still, reverting to his human shape, eyes tightly shut, clearly rendered unconscious by Zephyr's heavy blow. Witnessing Zephyr's swift defeat of Jack in just 3 punches, the morale of the beast pirates crumbled, their once cohesive battle formation disintegrating as they scattered in a frantic bid to escape the battlefield and preserve their lives. Zephyr recalled Brian's words, "Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself." His gaze grew increasingly stern as he issued another command, "Submerge all the refuse of the sea." Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. They swiftly sprang into action, capturing the pirates who attempted to flee and mercilessly consigning them to the tumultuous depths of the ocean, ensuring that these scourges of the seas receive their just punishment. Chapter 126. The Stansom Proposal. The Navy is set to publicly execute Jack, the drought of the beast pirates, at the Navy's headquarters in Stansom. This news detonated like a bombshell across the world, sending shockwaves through every corner as the eyes of various factions turned towards this monumental event. The Navy's audacious raid on Mariewa, from which they emerged unscathed and even managed to eliminate the esteemed commander of the Knights of God, Figureland Greenbolt, had already demonstrated their formidable strength, establishing them as a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with the world government. Simultaneously, the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom must not be underestimated. Together, they command a significant portion of the New World and firmly stand atop the hierarchy of all pirates, backed by numerous formidable subordinates and an immense fleet that deters any rival from provoking them lightly. In this tense atmosphere, other factions in the world secretly speculate whether Kaido and Big Mom will indeed descend into a thrilling confrontation with the Navy over Jack. They eagerly anticipate the potential outbreak of this great conflict, hoping to seize an opportunity for growth amidst the chaos of the two formidable powers. Yet they also harbor fears of the flames of war encroaching upon their own lives. Consequently, they unanimously resolve to closely monitor the evolving situation, prepared to adapt as circumstances dictate. The former kingdom of Luluvia has now transformed into the naval headquarters of one, Stansom, which stands solemn and dignified under the warm embrace of sunlight. The tall edifices are arranged in an organized yet varied manner, while the bustling pedestrians on the streets move with purpose and order, reflecting the city's gradual resurgence of vitality and life. This revitalization owes much to the meticulous governance and planning of the One Navy. Within the conference room of the One Navy headquarters, the atmosphere is both grave and fervent. A massive conference table is surrounded by high-ranking officers and civilian officials of the One Navy. Brian occupies the head of the table, slightly straightening his posture as he clears his throat. His voice instantly captures the attention of all present, silencing the previously murmured conversations. I have carefully considered all the suggestions you have provided. To ensure the continued stability and efficiency of the One Navy, it is essential to impose a reasonable tax. This matter pertains not only to our daily expenditures and military development, but also to our capacity to sustain protection and welfare for the people of this maritime region. Therefore, I have convened you all here today to deliberate on what the most suitable tax rate should be. Brian raises his gaze, sweeping it across each individual present. After a brief pause, he continues, we must resolutely abolish those unreasonable and onerous levies that burden the populace. For farmers and workers who sustain their livelihoods through diligent labor, I propose a tax rate of 15-1. Regarding commercial activities, considering their profit-driven nature and their stimulative effects on the economy, I suggest a business tax rate of 10-1. A humble smile graces Brian's face. Of course, I must admit that my expertise in economics is not particularly profound. This is merely a preliminary idea based on the current circumstances. I invite everyone to voice their thoughts freely so that we may collaboratively explore a tax scheme that is both reasonable and advantageous for our development. A brief silence envelopes the conference room as each person reflects earnestly on Brian's proposal, contemplating their own thoughts and suggestions. After a moment, an elderly civil official slowly raises his head, adjusting his glasses, and speaks. Lord Brian, I believe your intentions are commendable. However, given the actual circumstances, the income of farmers and workers is relatively low. If we impose a tax rate of 15-1, it may impose considerable strain on their livelihoods. I propose that we might consider appropriately reducing this ratio, perhaps to 20-1, while simultaneously enhancing the oversight and public disclosure regarding the usage of tax revenues, enabling citizens to have a clear understanding of how their contributions are utilized. This may potentially bolster their enthusiasm for tax compliance. As soon as the official's words resonated in the room, another leader promptly articulated his perspective regarding commercial taxation. I believe that a ratio of 10 to may first be somewhat insufficient. After all, the profit margins in commercial activities are considerable, and we have invested significant resources to maintain commercial order. It may be prudent to consider an adjustment to 8-1, which would not only augment fiscal revenue but also avoid imposing excessive constraints on business development. As the discussion progressed, the atmosphere within the conference room grew increasingly vibrant, with participants expressing their opinions and proposing a myriad of viewpoints and suggestions. Brian attentively listened to each contribution, occasionally nodding in agreement or jotting down pertinent information. Following a fervent and in-depth discourse, the tax legislation for the One Navy was meticulously crafted through the collective wisdom of the attendees. With a demeanor of focus and solemnity, Brian lifted the document embodying the fruits of their deliberations and began to read it aloud, word by word. His voice was steady and powerful, each clause resonating clearly in the ears of every individual present. Once Brian had read the final provision, he gently set the document aside, lifted his gaze, and with unwavering determination surveyed the room, proclaiming, "Thus, I propose we name this tax legislation the Stansum Draft. This is not merely due to our headquarters being located in Stansum, but also in the hope that it may serve as a seed of optimism, taking root in this land and flourishing. We shall trial it for a period, testing its feasibility and efficacy in practice. Should we identify any shortcomings or areas for improvement during this trial, we must promptly make adjustments to ensure it aligns with our developmental objectives and the welfare of the populace." No sooner had Brian concluded his remarks than a commanding officer rose, standing tall with a grave expression, declaring, "My Lord Brian, I wholeheartedly endorse your proposal. I am confident it will infuse new vigor into the development of our Navy." Having saluted Brian with a formal military gesture, he took his seat. Subsequently, other officials echoed their support, affirming, "Indeed, I believe that under Lord Brian's leadership, we shall usher in a new era of development for the One Navy through this tax legislation." The conference room soon resonated with a chorus of agreement. Brian nodded slightly and continued, "Now, let us commence with the second item on today's agenda. The impending clash between the world government and the Revolutionary Army is imminent. What are your thoughts?" The atmosphere in the room instantly turned somber. Faces grew serious, some furrowing their brows in contemplation, while others exchanged glances, seemingly probing each other's thoughts. An elder advisor was the first to break the silence, stroking his beard as he spoke slowly. "My Lord Brian, this is a conflict with far-reaching implications. From a strategic standpoint, regardless of the victor, the ramifications of this clash will significantly alter the global landscape. Should the world government emerge triumphant, their rule may become increasingly oppressive, with a harsher crackdown on dissenting forces. In such a scenario, our One Navy could be perceived as an even greater threat. given that we too challenge their authority. Another officer added. We remain uncertain about the Revolutionary Army's stance towards our One Navy, whether they will regard us as allies in the fight against the remnants of the world government, or as a force to be either integrated or confronted. The head of the intelligence department swiftly rose, adjusting his collar with a serious and focused demeanor, stating, according to our latest intelligence, this naval operation is led by two formidable admirals. One is the seasoned and renowned Admiral Kazuru, whose Pika no Mi abilities grant him astonishing speed and formidable offensive power in battle. Another individual is the recently appointed General Green Bull. Although we have yet to fully grasp detailed first-hand information regarding his abilities and combat style, the fragments of intelligence previously gathered, along with his rapid rise within the Navy, indicate that he is far from an ordinary figure. It is said that he possesses an exceptionally rare devil fruit ability, enabling him to merge wondrously with the natural environment, thereby exhibiting extraordinary power and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, in order to ensure the anticipated effectiveness of their assault on the Revolutionary Army, the world government has deployed its most clandestine and elite forces, the CP Agency and the Knights of God. The CP Agency serves as the intelligence and covert operations division of the world government, with members skilled in infiltration, assassination, and intelligence gathering. The Knights of God, on the other hand, represent a premier armed force directly controlled by the world government, with each member having undergone rigorous training and selection from the celestial dragons, possessing top-tier combat proficiency and formidable strength. After the supervisor finished speaking, he slightly bowed and returned to his seat, awaiting further instructions from Brian and the ensuing discussions among the others. Brian, seated at the head of the conference room, leaned slightly forward, gently stroking his chin, his gaze reflecting a hint of contemplation as he inquired, "Are there any individuals within the Navy that we can recruit?" Akiji, who had been sitting in the corner, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his face a mask of fury, an expression of the pent-up rage he could not suppress upon learning of his mentor, Vice Admiral Garp's tragic demise at the hands of the world government. Upon hearing Brian's question, he slowly rose, the chair scraping against the floor with a sharp sound that pierced the silence of the conference room. Following the news of Vice Admiral Garp's assassination by the world government, a wave of mass resignations erupted within the Navy. Akiji's voice, though low, was laced with an unquenchable anger, expressing the disillusionment felt by the soldiers who had devoted their blood and youth to the Navy, only to be met with such unjust treatment. He paused slightly, taking a deep breath before continuing. Mr. Waring states Miss Crane, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig are all potential allies. They possess their own interpretations and convictions regarding justice and may not entirely agree with certain actions of the world government deep within their hearts. A frown creased Akiji's brow as he added, however, Green Bull is an unwavering loyalist to the celestial dragons, making any attempts to sway him futile. At this point, a trace of disdain flickered across Akiji's face. His past words and actions, coupled with his sycophantic attitude towards the celestial dragons, revealed that he had been thoroughly ensnared by their power and ideology, reduced to a faithful enforcer of the world government. Convincing him to alter his stance was nearly an impossible endeavor. As for Borsalino, he often displayed a nonchalant and indifferent demeanor, yet in critical moments, his true intentions remained elusive. Fujitora, who had been quietly seated to the side, resting his hands on the Black Road line, lifted his gaze slightly toward the assembly upon hearing Akiji's assessment of Borsalino. He spoke, "Borsalino may actually be on our side. He held back during our last mission. From his performance in that encounter, it appeared he had no desire for a complete rupture with us, which might be a signal worthy of our attention." Brian listened intently to Akiji and Fujitora, occasionally nodding in agreement as he remarked, "He also refrained from attacking me in Khadgar. Perhaps he can be persuaded to join us." Reflecting on his previous clash with Borsalino, Brian felt increasingly confident in his judgment. We need to find an opportune moment to reach out and communicate with the Navy, to ascertain their genuine thoughts and see if we can persuade them to join our ranks. Brian gradually stood, his gaze sweeping across each individual in the conference room. Regarding the conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is an immutable truth. The world government has long perpetrated cruel oppression and exploitation against the people of these seas, making it our common adversary and the foe of all who yearn for freedom and justice. Currently, the Revolutionary Army is facing relentless assaults from the world government, and we, the One Navy, cannot remain idle. We must help alleviate some of their burden. It is time to advance into the Grand Line. Brian's head shot up decisively. Yes, The assembly echoed in unison, their voices harmonious and resounding. One commander, his brow furrowed and a look of concern etched on his face, slowly spoke. "We are about to publicly execute Jack. As of now, Kaido and Big Mom have formed an alliance, and we remain uncertain whether they will take any action regarding Jack's execution." His voice was deep and hoarse, drawing the attention of the crowd. Some nodded in agreement, while others fell into contemplation. As Jack, a formidable aide under Kaido, it was evident that the beast pirates would not relent easily. Moreover, the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom was not to be underestimated, boasting numerous officers and a pirate crew numbering in the thousands. At this moment, as they ventured into the Grand Line, one might wonder. Brian narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly absorbing his analysis. Fujitora slowly rose to his feet, lifting his head slightly to face Brian, and spoke with unwavering conviction. "I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the execution." Following Fujitora's declaration, Akiji also stood, affirming, "I vow to defend the dignity of the One Navy to the death." Zephyr nodded slightly, placing his hands on the table as he gradually stood. "Are we not here to establish a righteous order upon these seas? If we cannot ensure the smooth execution of this event, how can we expect the world to believe in us? How can we instill hope in those who are oppressed?" Brian rose steadily, lifting his chin slightly, a confident and somewhat imposing smile gracing his lips. "If these scoundrels dare to come, then let us add their names to the execution list." Brian's voice rose sharply. "Yes." The crowd echoed in unison, their voices harmonious and resounding. Brian firmly grasped the tray wrapped in black cloth that lay on the table, stepping purposefully toward Zephyr. Upon reaching him, Brian halted, his gaze imbued with a mixture of anticipation and respect as he looked upon this weathered yet resolute elder, and spoke. "Zoan type, ancient species, ancient giant salamander form." The crowd's eyes turned toward the tray shrouded in black cloth, their expressions filled with curiosity and astonishment. Brian raised his gaze, locking eyes with Zephyr, and continued, "Mr. Zephyr, this was just uncovered in a kingdom's treasury. It seems as if it was destined to be discovered, meant to belong to you." Hearing Brian's words, Zephyr momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise and delight illuminating his eyes. He gazed at the tray, his hands involuntarily trembling, filled with profound emotions. He was acutely aware of the value and significance of the devil fruit, particularly one as rare as the ancient variety. It represented not merely a symbol of power, but also endowed its possessor with the capacity to safeguard the vulnerable and combat malevolence upon the tumultuous seas. Zephyr slightly inclined his body, his tone sincere and grave as he expressed, "Thank you, Admiral." Brian waved his hand dismissively, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes reflecting admiration and recognition for Zephyr as he responded, "This is what you rightfully deserve. Mr. Zephyr, you have devoted so much to the cause of justice on these seas. This devil fruit, in your hands, will realize its utmost potential, serving as a small token of gratitude for your unwavering dedication." The surrounding soldiers observed this scene, their faces illuminated with smiles of relief. Fully aware of the arduous journey Zephyr had traversed, from a brilliant teaching career at Navy headquarters to enduring numerous tribulations while remaining steadfast in his commitment to fighting evil. Now, with this rare devil fruit in Zephyr's possession, it was deemed a most fitting arrangement by all present. Chapter 128. Kaido and Big Mom Strike. On Onigashima, the formidable Kaido sat upon his imposing throne. Upon catching sight of the report declaring that Jack was to be publicly executed, fury ignited within him, and he abruptly rose from his seat, his massive form stirring a tempestuous wind. His kanabo struck the ground with a resounding crash, fracturing the solid earth beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks, sending shards of stone flying. "What? Those damned One Marines dare to lay hands on my men." Kaido's roar reverberated like thunder throughout Onigashima, causing the nearby subordinates to cover their ears in terror. "Jack is one of my most capable subordinates. They are openly provoking me, courting death." As Kaido bellowed, he paced back and forth before his throne, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. His inner rage blazed fiercely, yearning for a bloody confrontation to quench it. Simultaneously, in the deserted Orntado land, Big Mom sat at her opulent dining table, indulging in a mountain of delicacies. Upon hearing the news of Jack's impending execution, the colossal fork in her hand clattered to the ground, shattering several nearby plates. Her plump lips quivered slightly. Her previously joyful gaze, enraptured by the feast, transformed into one of malevolence. "Humph, the One Marines have some audacity to lay hands on our allies." Big Mom's voice was deep and hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that left the surrounding chefs and servants trembling in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. She abruptly rose to her feet, her ample flesh quivering violently with the movement, her colossal form resembling a small mountain on the brink of collapse. Kaido, that scoundrel, would certainly not relent. I shall not allow them such audacity, for it is a blatant disregard for our presence. Big Mom clenched her fists, the joints cracking ominously, as her mind began to devise a painful lesson for the One Navy, ensuring they understood the repercussions of offending her. After a brief moment of calm at Onigashima, Kaido immediately summoned his cadre. At the forefront were the notable figures, Ash, Queen, and the recently joined Wind Disaster, along with a host of loyal subordinates who swiftly gathered together. Kaido sat upon his throne, surveying them from his elevated position, his eyes still ablaze with fury. Listen well. Since the One Navy dares to act in such a manner, we shall raise their headquarters, retrieve Jack, and allow them to witness our might. The cadre responded in unison, with Queen bellowing, the boss is right. Let us march forth and show those One Navy fools the strength of the beast pirates. Those who dare to touch us are simply courting death. Ash stood silently beside him, though his gaze betrayed a chilling intent to kill. He nodded slightly, indicating his support for Kaido's decision. Meanwhile, in the Tado land seas, Big Mom summoned her children to her side. Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, and others swiftly arrived, arranging themselves neatly before her. Big Mom scanned them and proclaimed loudly, Jack has been captured by the One Navy and is to be executed. This is a humiliation to our alliance. We must act alongside Kaido to show the One Navy what they have wrought, making them regret their actions. Katakuri furrowed his brow slightly, fully aware of the peril this operation entailed. However, witnessing Big Mom's furious demeanor, he spoke up, Mother. Since the One Navy dares to execute Jack publicly, they must be prepared. We cannot act recklessly and should deliberate carefully. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom felt a flicker of displeasure but recognized the truth in his caution, for the One Navy was not to be trifled with. Then let us discuss our course of action. Big Mom waved her hand impatiently, signaling her children to hasten their strategizing. Thus, the forces of Kaido and Big Mom began to communicate frequently, with both sides' think tanks and cadres exchanging intelligence and formulating plans through various means. They are acutely aware of the formidable strength of the One Navy and dare not show the slightest negligence. However, the matter concerning Jack cannot be ignored. An exhilarating battle is on the verge of commencing in the Grand Line, and the outcome of this clash will irrevocably alter the balance of power in this world. At the headquarters of the One Navy in Stansum, upon learning of the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom aimed at disrupting the execution, Brian swiftly convened an emergency meeting, gathering key commanders such as Admiral Akiji, Fujitora, and Zephyr. Akiji was the first to speak. Marshal, both Kaido and Big Mom possess astonishing defensive capabilities, and their devil fruit powers are not to be underestimated. We must proceed with caution. Fujitora nodded slightly and added, Indeed, however, we also have our advantages. The only true threats to the execution are Kaido and Big Mom. Their ragtag followers are hardly formidable. Zephyr chimed in, I have just acquired this devil fruit. Although I have yet to master it fully, I will adapt swiftly and unleash its power in battle. Listening to the discourse, Brian nodded, then stood and approached the map in the conference room. Pointing to a specific strait, he declared, Intelligence indicates that Kaido and Big Mom's fleet is likely to pass through here. We can set an ambush, utilizing the narrow terrain of the strait to restrict their movements and launch a surprise attack. After all, if we engage in battle at Stansum, the preservation of Stansum itself would be in jeopardy. The commanders, including Akiji, Fujitora, and Zephyr, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they began to discuss the operational plan in detail, assigning individual tasks. Days later, the allied fleet of Kaido and Big Mom appeared near the designated strait. A keen-eyed lookout gripped his telescope tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He spotted 4 figures standing on the distant floating ice, their overwhelming presence palpable even from afar. He could not help but exclaim, It's Marshal Brian and the admirals of the One Navy. This shout instantly shattered the previous clamor of the fleet, prompting pirates to rush onto the deck. Gazing in the direction indicated by the lookout, as murmurs and gasps filled the air, Kaido stood at the bow of the ship, his towering figure swaying majestically in the ocean breeze, his long black hair dancing wildly. He gazed at Brian and the others, his copper bell-like eyes widening in fury as he bellowed, One Navy, today marks your demise. Prepare to face our wrath. His roar reverberated like thunder, shaking the air around them, as if to rend the tranquility of the sea asunder. Big Mom's corpulent form trembled slightly with the motion of the ship. Hearing Kaido's furious declaration, A cruel smile crept across her lips, her laughter echoing through the air with a chilling undertone. Once we rescue Jack, we shall raise the One Navy headquarters to the ground. Chapter 129. This vast ocean shall not permit you scoundrels to run rampant. Brian stood tall upon the drifting ice, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze, creating a resonant sound. His gaze, unwavering and steely, was fixed upon the menacing fleet before him, devoid of any fear. Beside him, Aokiji had his hands tucked in the pockets of his coat, his expression indifferent, as if the imminent crisis were merely a commonplace storm. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the sea wind to caress his cheek. Fujitora, in quiet contemplation, leaned on his black blade, his extraordinary perception absorbing every movement of the enemy. His face betraying no emotion, though the grip on his weapon tightened subtly. At the rear stood Zephyr, who had recently acquired the powers of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the great king salamander. He emanated a mysterious and potent aura, as if declaring to his adversaries that today marked the end of their nefarious deeds. Humph, such brazen arrogance. Brian let out a soft, derisive snort, the sound, though muted, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze imbued with confidence and authority. Kaido, Big Mom, have you considered the possibility of never returning upon your incursion today? This vast ocean cannot tolerate the likes of you to run rampant. Upon hearing Brian's words, Kaido erupted in a fit of rage, laughing mockingly. Ha! Just the few of you? I am eager to see what you are truly capable of. With that, he lifted the spiked club high above his head, which glimmered ominously in the sunlight, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. The pirates behind him sprang into action, wheeling out massive cannons, their barrels aimed directly at Brian and his companions. Fire! At Queen's command, the thunderous roar of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the sea as cannonballs, shrouded in smoke and flames, hurtled towards the ice floes. Ice Age. Aokiji's expression turned steely, his hands thrust outward with force, unleashing an overwhelming chill that surged from within him, rapidly enveloping the entire sea. Under the influence of this frigid power, the tumultuous waves were swiftly encased in a thick layer of ice, transforming the scene into a silvery expanse. Ships were ensnared within the ice, immobile, as some pirates screamed in terror, striving to break free from the ice's grip, while others shivered uncontrollably from the sudden cold, rendered incapable of resistance. Yet, amidst this frozen battlefield, only Big Mom, Kaido, Jin, and Katakuri, bolstered by their formidable strength, managed to break free from Aokiji's powers. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Black and red lightning coiled around Kaido's spiked club, his aura soaring like a rocket. Big Mom was equally relentless, her Napoleon buzzing as the black and red lightning danced as if it were tangible, resonating with her immense power. Aokiji exhaled a breath of icy air. Ah, the big one is coming. A hint of gravity surfaced on his typically indifferent face, fully aware of the impending devastation. Without reservation, Aokiji unleashed his powers, erecting an astonishingly thick wall of ice before him, crystalline yet as unyielding as granite, exuding a chilling aura. With a gentle wave of his hand, Brian released a leaf from his fingertips, and in an instant, accompanied by a shimmering light, a man with a green crest appeared before them. It was Bartholomew, the barrier fruit user. Bartholomew's gaze was resolute as he unfalteringly activated his ability, erecting a barrier of remarkable thickness behind Aokiji's ice wall. As their energies reached a crescendo, they synchronously unleashed a terrifying attack capable of obliterating an entire island. Conquer the seas. With a single roar, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. The very air of the battlefield was drained by this overwhelming force, plunging it into an eerie silence. Immediately thereafter, a cataclysmic wave of energy radiated outward from Kaido and Big Mom, causing the ice to shatter and the sea to reverse its flow, as everything trembled beneath the weight of this formidable power. The might of this strike was truly immense, as the ice surface along its path was instantaneously torn apart, creating a profound chasm, while shattered ice crystals were swept up, forming a dust cloud that obscured the sky. Within that haze, the resplendent light of the tyrannical sea shone even brighter, akin to a falling meteor, hurtling directly towards Brian and his companions. Charlotte Katakuri furrowed his brow, for through his foresight granted by his observation haki, he discerned that this attack had, in fact, failed to achieve its intended effect. He pondered quietly, realizing that this one navy indeed possessed remarkable tactics, capable of withstanding such a formidable assault. However, he was acutely aware that this battle had only just commenced, and neither side would readily concede. Katakuri gripped his trident firmly, standing elegantly atop a floating ice slab, his keen gaze fixed upon the battlefield, perpetually prepared to confront the impending changes. His machi fruit abilities were silently gathering strength, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. The aura emanating from him rendered the surrounding atmosphere palpably tense. The might of the sea crashed against Akiji's solid ice like a surging tsunami, producing a deafening roar. Countless fissures appeared in the ice under the immense impact, yet Akiji remained unflinching, continuously infusing the ice wall with his freezing powers to maintain its fortitude. Bartolomeo's barrier also endured tremendous pressure, rippling with waves across its transparent surface. Through the combined efforts of Akiji and Bartolomeo, the force of the ocean's onslaught gradually diminished. Ultimately, that destructive force was successfully thwarted beyond the impenetrable ice and barriers, dissipating into nothingness. Kaido watched helplessly as the overwhelming power of the Conqueror's haki, unleashed in conjunction with Big Mom, was intercepted by the solid ice and barriers. The ferocious aura surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Big Mom, equally enraged, had her plump cheeks quivering violently with fury, her eyes wide open, fixating intently on Brian and his companions, as if she intended to devour them whole. Kaido turned to gaze at Big Mom, his expression seemingly conveying an unwillingness to relent. The two exchanged a glance, their thoughts resonating once more. Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, his immense form instantly shrouding a portion of the sky. The dragon scales shimmered with a chilling brilliance beneath the overcast. As he spiraled and roared, summoning fierce winds that shattered the ice above the sea, sending shards flying, emitting a deafening dragon's roar. He charged downward towards Brian and the others, his claws extended, as if to rend everything before him into fragments. Big Mom mounted Zeus. The cloud formed of gathered lightning propelling her forth with the swiftness of a bolt. She raised Napoleon, the sword enveloped in a dark crimson aura of Conqueror's haki, unleashing thick bolts of lightning that struck down mercilessly, shattering the ice surface and causing the seawater to rise in billowing mists. Jin expanded his wings, engulfed in roaring black flames, resembling a falling black meteor as he hurtled towards Fujitora. In the instant of proximity, his legs transformed into sharp talons, enveloped in black flames. Lunging fiercely at Fujitora's head, Fujitora remained unfazed, firmly planting the black line of gravity into the ground, causing a powerful gravitational field to emanate outward from his center. Jin felt his body grow heavy, his offensive momentum stalling, as his talons grazed Fujitora's scalp, leaving deep gashes upon the icy surface. Charlotte Katakuri, agile and poised, swiftly closed the distance between both parties, wielding his trident with a relentless flurry. Machi projectiles erupted from the tips of his trident like bullets, raining down upon Akiji. Akiji, with a cold gaze, formed an ice shield before him in an instant. The Machi projectiles collided with the ice shield, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Although the shield was peppered with numerous dents, it flawlessly thwarted Katakuri's onslaught. P.S. Here, Maro extends his blessings to all esteemed readers. May the new year bring you auspicious days and splendid moments year after year. Chapter 130, the final chapter of Charlotte Katakuri. Akiji moved like a specter across the icy expanse, exuding an aura of chilling cold. Despite Katakuri's formidable observation haki allowing him to anticipate some attacks, Akiji's freezing fruit abilities were overwhelmingly powerful and unpredictable. Akiji lightly stomped his foot, causing ice spikes to rapidly extend from the ground outward around Katakuri. Caught off guard, Katakuri could not evade in time, sustaining a wound on his calf from the ice spikes, crimson blood seeping forth and staining the pristine ice beneath. He furrowed his brow, the trident in his hand swirling with increasing ferocity as glutinous rice dumplings shot forth like cannonballs towards Green Pheasant, attempting to repel his assault. However, Green Pheasant remained unfazed, thrusting his hands forward, instantly freezing the incoming dumplings with an icy blast, causing them to plummet to the ground and shatter into fragments. Without delay, he bellowed, "Ice Block 2 Spear." In that fleeting moment, two spear-shaped icicles materialized above Katakuri's head, hurtling down with a piercing shriek. Observing this, Katakuri hastily raised his glutinous rice arms to form a defensive barrier overhead. The ice spikes collided with a resounding crack, momentarily holding off the assault. Yet fissures began to appear across the surface. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Fujitora, Brian, and Zephyr formed a triangular formation, encircling Big Mom and Kaido. Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, soaring through the air with a thunderous roar, occasionally unleashing torrents of scorching dragon breath in an effort to disperse the trio. With a subtle wave of his hand, Brian allowed 2 leaves to fall from his fingertips, and in an instant, accompanied by an otherworldly glow, 2 towering figures materialized before them, current Fleet Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru. As Akainu appeared, a potent aura of magma surged around him. Bubbling and roiling as if on the verge of eruption, his gaze was frigid as he fixated on Kaido and Big Mom. The ice beneath him rapidly melting due to the intense heat, forming steaming puddles. Kizaru, in contrast, maintained his languid demeanor, hands tucked in his pockets, body slightly leaning forward. A faint smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes gleamed with sharpness, a flash of golden light flickering within. Fujitora attentively sensed the battlefield dynamics, gently swinging his black gravity line towards Big Mom. Perched atop Zeus, Big Mom felt the weight of gravitational pressure, snorting disdainfully as she swung her Napoleon sword with fervor, unleashing a sword aura imbued with the Conqueror's haki. The collision with the gravity wave produced a thunderous explosion, the shockwave shattering the surrounding ice. Zephyr transformed into a colossal giant salamander, seizing the moment to charge upward, his gaping maw wide open, exuding a foul wind as he lunged at Kaido. Kaido reacted swiftly, extending his dragon claws to viciously grasp at Zephyr's head. However, Zephyr adeptly maneuvered in midair, evading the attack with his robust limbs, while his tail struck against Kaido's draconic form with a dull thud. Akainu clenched his fists tightly, magma spilling forth from between his fingers, enveloping his arms in an instant. He roared, "Great fire," and thrust his arms forward, unleashing a torrential flow of magma towards Kaido. The intense heat warping the surrounding air and causing the ice to dissolve at an observable rate. Kizaru flickered, transforming into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing behind Kaido. Still wearing that languorous expression, quipping in a sardonic tone, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" He lifted his foot and gently kicked at Kaido's dragon tail. Though it appeared casual, it concealed a hidden intention. A golden shockwave surged along Kaido's tail, causing a sudden numbness. Kaido swiftly turned his head, his golden slit pupils filled with fury, observing her comrades embroiled in such a fierce battle. Big Mom felt a surge of anger. She commanded Zeus to move swiftly, wielding Napoleon with fervor, unleashing waves of Conqueror's haki-infused sword energy that sliced through the air towards Fujitora, Brain, and others, attempting to carve a path through the chaos. Fujitora sensed the impending danger and repeatedly swung his black string of fire, using gravitational waves to counter the onslaught of sword energy. Yet, he still found himself overwhelmed, his clothing torn by the fierce strikes. Meanwhile, on Green Pheasant's side, Katakuri was gradually losing his footing under the relentless assault. Seizing the moment when Katakuri's stamina faltered, Green Pheasant created a slick surface of ice beneath his feet. Katakuri stumbled, his body swaying, and Green Pheasant seized the opportunity to flash in front of him, placing his palm on Katakuri's chest. A wave of frigid cold instantly penetrated Katakuri's body. Green Pheasant exhaled a breath of icy air, calmly proclaiming, "Ice ball." In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed, visibly gathering around Katakuri. Within moments, he was encased in a colossal ice sphere. The ice was crystalline and translucent, resembling a grand jewel, imprisoning Katakuri within. Through the ice, one could faintly discern his face, twisted in anger. In the sky, Ash was taken aback by this sight. With a sudden flap of his wings, a blaze of black flames erupted around him, transforming into a streak of black fire, hurtling downward directly towards Green Pheasant. Green Pheasant raised his gaze towards the rushing ash, his expression still indifferent. Unhurriedly, he lifted both hands, swiftly forming an ice shield in front of him. The ice shield was solid and smooth, glinting with a cold light under the sun, complementing the massive ice sphere behind him, resembling an impregnable fortress of ice and snow. Ash descended in an instant. Before he arrived, a wave of heat, accompanied by black flames, surged towards him. He glared fiercely, a roar escaping his lips as his legs transformed into sharp talons, enveloped in blazing black flames. And he lunged ferociously toward the ice shield. The moment the black flames made contact with the ice, a sizzling sound erupted, causing the icy surface to rapidly melt, only to be swiftly solidified by the continuous influx of cold emanating from Akiji. For a brief moment, fire and ice found themselves in a stalemate, coalescing into a swirling mist of white and dark hues. Akiji stood resolute, his form as upright as a pine tree upon the icy expanse, demonstrating absolute dominance in his confrontation with Jin. Each surge of cold seemed to carry the weight of an icy judgment, thwarting Jin's fiery onslaught time and again. With swift movements of his hands, Akiji bellowed, "Ice block, two-pronged spear." In an instant, two sharp, Spear-like icicles hurtled toward him. Although Jin exerted every ounce of his strength to defend, flapping his wings rapidly as the black flames formed a barrier to intercept the icicles, Akiji's assault was too swift. The spear-like icicles pierced through the black flame barrier one after another, leaving Jin unable to evade in time, resulting in deep cuts on his body. Blood seeping forth to stain his dark attire. Jin's steps faltered, and seizing the opportunity, Akiji summoned a robust ice pillar that erupted beneath Jin's feet, ensnaring him completely and rendering him immobile. Frustration filled Jin's eyes, yet he found himself powerless to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Katakuri, encased within a massive ice sphere, kept his eyes tightly shut, diligently harnessing the powers of his mochi fruit. His body resembled a lively glutinous rice cake, gradually eroding and softening the ice that confined him. As time progressed, the cracks on the surface of the ice sphere became increasingly dense, the sound of shattering resonating continuously, while a pink radiance seeped through the fissures, symbolizing the power amassed by Katakuri. At last, with a resounding roar, Katakuri burst forth from the ice. He landed gracefully upon the icy surface, exuding a formidable aura of combativeness. Fixing his gaze upon the distant blue pheasant, he brandished his trident, unleashing a barrage of glutinous rice dumplings that shot forth like projectiles from the weapon's prongs, cascading towards the blue pheasant with overwhelming force. Each dumpling contained immense power, creating shallow craters upon impact with the ice. The blue pheasant, sensing the impending assault, deftly shifted to the side, and in an instant, a crystalline ice wall surged forth before him, as solid as stone. The rice dumplings collided with the ice wall, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Though the wall sustained minor indentations, it successfully thwarted the onslaught. The blue pheasant's expression remained stern as he peered through the ice barrier at Katakuri. Contemplating inwardly, "It seems I have underestimated you." Observing the failure of his initial strike, Katakuri deftly pivoted, darting towards the blue pheasant with an ethereal swiftness. He soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc, his trident held aloft as he harnessed the force of his descent to thrust fiercely towards the crown of Akiji. Unfazed, Akiji deftly evaded the impending strike, vanishing in an instant to materialize behind Katakuri. With both hands thrust forward, an intense chill surged towards Katakuri's back. However, Katakuri was prepared. His observation haki alerted him to the imminent threat. His body instantaneously softened, contorting like pliable clay, enabling him to dodge the icy blast while extending his glutinous arm from below to grasp at Akiji's ankle. Akiji nimbly leaped, his toes briefly touching the ice spike, creating distance once more. Katakuri's gaze hardened, his heart resolute with a singular thought. For the sake of his family, he must vanquish the foe before him. It was time to unleash that technique. Slice. Cut. Machi. He murmured lowly, and in an instant, his arm transformed. The originally firm muscles seemed to morph into a soft yet remarkably resilient rice cake. Soon after, it began to swell rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a robust, spiked weapon reminiscent of a wolf's fang. A layer of profound black haki entwined around it, bestowing this already formidable weapon with an added edge of ferocity and weight. Katakuri gripped the specially crafted rice cake mace with both hands, exerting force that sent it spinning at high velocity, resembling a meteor hammer imbued with destructive power, whipping up a howling wind as it hurtled towards Akiji. The speed of the rotation was so great that the surrounding air was agitated, producing a sharp, piercing shriek. While shards of ice from the frozen surface were lifted into the air, the entire assault transforming into a swirling dance of pink and black light, aggressively advancing towards Akiji. Upon witnessing this scene, Akiji contemplated, "The power and speed are formidable. Could this be the ultimate technique? Then let this move be the harbinger of your demise." Frozen time capsule. Akiji's expression turned stern as he thrust both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that surged from his palms like a crashing white wave. Screaming towards Katakuri. Where the cold shockwave passed, the temperature plummeted sharply, causing the air to instantaneously crystallize into frost, and the ice beneath them thickened at a visible rate, as if striving to freeze the entire space in that moment, plunging everything into an eternal chill. In the blink of an eye, the two devastating techniques, cutting rice cake and frozen time capsule, collided resoundingly upon the ice field. In that instant, it seemed as though the heavens and earth stood still, followed by a deafening roar, and the entire ice expanse trembled violently, fissures spreading like spider webs in all directions. The pink power of the rice cake clashed with the white force of freezing, compressing against each other. For a moment, brilliance erupted, blurring the lines between the rice cake's resilience resisting the freezing encroachment and the cold attempting to encase the rice cake's might. Katakuri gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the power of cutting rice cake, urging it forward despite the slight deceleration caused by the cold air. Yet it still bore an unstoppable momentum. Akiji, too, wore a grave expression, continuously amplifying the output of frozen time capsule. The ice beneath his feet had already begun to cave in due to the excessive exertion of power, but his gaze betrayed no hint of retreat. Just as the two sides reached a stalemate, Katakuri's foresight, a manifestation of his observation haki, had already foretold the outcome of this battle, defeat. Deep down, Katakuri was aware of his impending loss, yet as a pillar of the Charlotte family, his innate pride would never allow him to fall easily. He steadfastly endured his weary frame, gripping the trident tightly, his eyes fixed intently on Akiji, revealing a resolute defiance and lingering resentment. Akiji's expression was stern. He inhaled deeply, channeling an icy aura that surged continuously into his right arm. In an instant, the air surrounding his arm seemed to freeze, forming a visible layer of white mist, exuding frigid energy. The ice beneath him cracked ominously, as this intense cold radiated outward, etching intricate frost patterns across the surface. With a low exclamation from Akiji, "Ice bird!" Blazing fury, a magnificent bird of ice, forged from pure cold, erupted from his right arm with a fierce howl. This ice bird was strikingly lifelike, each feather shimmering with a chilling brilliance, seemingly sculpted from the hardest of ice crystals. It spread its sharp beak and wings, propelled by an overwhelming force, hurtling towards Katakuri. Wherever the ice bird flew, the surrounding air was instantaneously frozen, shattering into countless icy shards that cascaded downwards. The ice surface thickened with a solid layer, the previously fractured pieces reuniting into a smooth, mirror-like expanse, reflecting the bird's frosty radiance. Seeing this, Katakuri gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to position the trident before him, attempting to fortify his defense with haki. However, the might of the ice bird was far too formidable for his exhausted form to withstand. In the blink of an eye, the ice bird collided with Katakuri's defense. A resounding crack echoed as the trident was consumed by the cold emanating from the bird, a thick layer of ice forming upon its surface, which soon splintered under the tremendous impact, shattering into two pieces. Katakuri's eyes widened in shock, yet before he could react, the ice bird mercilessly pierced through his chest. In that fleeting moment, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, spreading throughout his body, rendering him numb as if all his strength had been utterly siphoned away. His body gradually fell backward, his vacant eyes gazing at the sky, as blood gushed from the wound in his chest, only to be swiftly frozen by the frigid air brought by the ice bird, transforming into vibrant ice blossoms that bloomed upon his chest. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he yearned to articulate something, yet ultimately, all that escaped his lips was a faint sigh, imbued with boundless regret and reluctance. Chapter 131. The scale of victory tips in favor of the One Navy. Each arduous breath Katakuri took was accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet even so, the light in his eyes had not entirely dimmed. It was a testament to the pride and resilience of the Charlotte family. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to lift his gaze towards the direction of Big Mom. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, the cacophony of battle cries and the clashing of skills deafening. Yet, his eyes appeared to pierce through the tumult, landing squarely upon Big Mom. His lips trembled slightly as he summoned every ounce of strength to speak hoarsely, "Mother, I have done my utmost." His words were laden with profound regret. He had once been the cornerstone of the family, defending his loved ones countless times with formidable power and exceptional intellect. Yet now, he lay defeated on this merciless battlefield. "Do not grieve for me." Katakuri understood well the nature of Big Mom. Despite her fierce exterior, she harbored a deep and abiding love for her children. He feared that his death would disrupt Big Mom's composure and, at this critical juncture where victory remained uncertain, bring catastrophic ruin upon the entire family. The One Navy is formidable. One must exercise utmost caution. In a moment of breath, he did not forget to remind others, his gaze filled with concern for his kin. Through the fierce battle with Akiji, he had deeply grasped the daunting strength and tenacity of the One Navy. As he prepared to depart, he could only hope that Big Mom would remain vigilant, ensuring the family's safe retreat, even if it meant clinging to a thread of hope. "The family is entrusted to you." This was his final admonition, and the steadfast conviction of his life. Under Big Mom's leadership, the Charlotte family had risen, weathering storms, yet now faced such dire straits. He wished for his mother to continue bearing the family banner, even if the path ahead was fraught with thorns. As the last syllable fell from his lips, Katakuri's eyes gradually lost their focus, his body slowly toppling backward, crashing heavily onto the ice, sending shards flying. His words seemed to linger in the air above the frozen expanse, imbued with boundless sorrow and regret, adding a poignant hue to this brutal conflict. Big Mom would unleash a thunderous roar, a sound filled with her fury and grief over Katakuri's demise. Her conqueror's haki would instinctively radiate, igniting the very atmosphere around her. As a powerful pressure emanated outward, allowing all present on the battlefield to sense her overwhelming wrath. "You wretched fools, how dare you harm my Katakuri? I shall make you pay in blood for this transgression." Her eyes glinted with an insatiable desire for vengeance, as though she sought to obliterate everything before her. Brian responded with unwavering conviction, "As long as your kind exists in this world, the people will lie awake through the night." Tormented by the fear of losing their loved ones, shrouded in dread. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. "To ensure that the powerless and vulnerable populace could live without fear and anxiety, I shall eradicate all of you scoundrels who perpetrate misdeeds upon the vast ocean." Zifa's arm, enveloped in a profound aura of armed haki, was as unyielding as steel, firmly withstanding the tremendous and forceful strike from Big Mom. His gaze was piercing, and he boldly retorted, "You infamous pirates, cease your grandiloquence at once. Unleash whatever tactics you possess." At that moment, Fujitora seized the opportunity, swiftly swinging his sword and striking heavily upon Big Mom. Sparks erupted, and he proclaimed loudly, "In this new era, there is no sanctuary for scoundrels like you. Your time has long since passed. It is time for you to exit the stage." In a corner of the battlefield, trapped in ice, Jin, having witnessed Katakuri's defeat, began to fervently channel the power within him. As one of the prominent figures of the beast's pirates, Jin was no ordinary foe. He inhaled deeply, and the flames surrounding him surged with renewed intensity, almost as though they possessed a life of their own, winding up his form in a desperate attempt to melt the ice that bound him. The surface of the ice began to shimmer with wisps of vapor, a clear indication of the ice rapidly vaporizing under the intense heat. The clash of ice and fire created a cacophony of sizzling sounds, and shallow cracks began to spiderweb across the icy barrier, gradually expanding. Jin felt a surge of joy, realizing his efforts were bearing fruit. He pressed on, amplifying the flames even further, raising their temperature to an even searing degree. Meanwhile, the battle outside the ice sphere between Kaido, Big Mom, and the One Marines raged on with fervor, the sounds of combat echoing relentlessly. Yet Jin remained oblivious, his entire focus honed on breaking free from his icy prison. As the flames continued to scorch, the cracks within the ice multiplied and deepened, until, with a thunderous explosion, the ice shattered dramatically. Shards of ice flew like hidden weapons, and Jin emerged from the debris, his form agile as he landed firmly upon the ice surface. Though slightly disheveled, with tousled hair and tattered clothing, flecks of ice clinging to him, his gaze was resolutely fixed on the distant figure of Akiji. Drawing a deep breath, Jin resolutely decided to unleash his ultimate technique, the Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. With both hands firmly gripping his blade, the patterns on the hilt turned pale under his grip. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his internal power into the blade. In an instant, the weapon began to hum, emanating an eerie red glow, while the surrounding air ignited with this potent force. The temperature soaring, even causing the ice beneath him to show signs of melting. Then, with a fierce swing of his sword, he shouted, "Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor." A colossal fire dragon surged forth from the blade, its size unparalleled by any previous manifestation. It writhed and clawed, engulfed in searing flames, with each scale seemingly forged from pure fire, shimmering with an entrancing radiance under the sun's embrace. The heat it emitted rolled forward, melting the icy surface into pools of boiling water, which swiftly evaporated into a misty vapor. Emotionless, the Blue Jay cast a cold glance at Jin, then summoned the seemingly boundless chill residing within. Frozen time capsule. The air around them turned frigid, and the already thick ice began to thicken at an observable rate. Ice patterns spread across the surface like frigid tendrils, reaching towards Jin's position. In an instant, the immense fire dragon collided with the icy power unleashed by the Blue Jay. The entire ice field was enveloped in a blinding light, where red and white intertwined, indistinguishable as fire and ice. Following this, a deafening roar erupted, a sound so powerful it threatened to shatter eardrums. As the ice layer fractured, sending shards flying like hidden weapons, Jin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, leaning forward, channeling his strength into the fire dragon, veins bulging, his gaze exuding unwavering determination. In this critical moment of life and death, memories surged like a tide, and unbidden. The day he first met Kaido flashed vividly in his mind. A figure, as imposing as a mountain, appeared before him, shielding him from the tempest outside. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet," that figure inquired, his voice deep yet imbued with a touch of grandeur. "Abel," he weakly responded. "From now on, let us call me Jean." The man who would later be known to the world as Kaido, the Beast, gazed at him with unwavering determination, his eyes radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. As if heralding the dawn of a new beginning. "I will protect you, Jean. I shall not entrust you to anyone." Kaido's words were like the warm sun in winter, instantly thawing the chill within Jin's heart. "From this day forth, you shall be my right hand." At that moment, Jean understood that his fate was now inextricably linked to the man before him. The vows of the past echoed in his ears, now, as Kaido faced adversity. How could Jean, his most trusted ally, falter? This conviction blazed within him like an unquenchable fire, growing ever more fervent. He unleashed the entirety of his power without reservation. Roaring, "I will not be defeated. Not before Kaido becomes the Pirate King. I shall not fall." Each word seemed to carry his very essence, breaking free from his throat and resonating across the icy expanse. "Aokiji, I will bring you down here." This cry was imbued with his rage, determination, and loyalty to Kaido, shaking the surrounding ice shards to the ground, as if even heaven and earth felt the weight of his resolution. At that moment, the colossal fire dragon, infused with an unending flow of power, shone ever brighter, its flames burning more fiercely. The once diminished form, affected by Aokiji's chilling power, swelled once again, claws bared. Lunging toward Aokiji, intent on shattering the icy barrier and utterly consuming the foe before him. With a low growl, Aokiji declared, "Ice block, bird of prey." From his right arm surged a bird of pure cold, howling forth. It spread its sharp beak and wings, carrying with it a formidable force, racing towards Jean. The ice spurred mercilessly pierced through Jin's chest. In that instant, Jean felt an overwhelming chill spreading from his heart throughout his body, rendering him numb, as if all strength had been completely siphoned away. As the last flicker of flame was extinguished by the encroaching frost, Jin's body lost its support, slowly collapsing backwards. In the final moments of his life, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Kaido's majestic figure and heard the words, "I've got your back." Yet, all of this faded into the wind as his body grew increasingly cold. Aokiji looked upon the fallen Jean without a trace of hesitation, charging straight towards the main battlefield. For Kaido and Big Mom were locked in a fierce struggle against the Navy, and the situation on the battlefield remained tense. Aokiji understood that this battle, which pitted justice against evil, hegemony against order, was far from reaching its conclusion, and he must continue to fight for the beliefs that resided within his heart. Kaido witnessed Jin's towering form crash to the ground, his eyes widening instantaneously. The primal fury that had been simmering within him now ignited into boundless rage and madness. He tilted his head back and unleashed a roar that pierced the heavens. "Ao, Kizaru, you despicable fiend. Prepare to meet your end." The howling wind surged, carrying his colossal form like a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Kizaru. Along his path, the icy surface was rent asunder by the fierce gusts stirred by his dragon-like claws, while the sea roiled and churned under the weight of his might, casting white sprays of foam high into the air. Akainu, witnessing Kaido's frenzied actions, let out a cold snort, his body radiating molten magma that surged ever more violently, as if poised to consume everything in its vicinity at any moment. He exchanged a glance with Kizaru, instantly reaching an unspoken understanding. In a flash, they moved to encircle Kaido. Meanwhile, Kizaru maintained his nonchalant demeanor, hands tucked casually in his pockets, yet his gaze was sharp, glimmering like cold stars. He transformed into a golden beam of light, swiftly appearing in Kaido's path with a slight smirk, laced with a hint of mockery. "Kaido, do be careful with that temper of yours." As he spoke, he gently kicked Kaido's dragon head, seemingly casual, yet a golden shockwave emanated along Kaido's horns. Infuriated by this sudden assault, Kaido violently shook his head, his golden vertical pupils filled with fury, as he opened his massive maw to unleash a torrent of scorching dragon fire towards the yellow ape. In a flash, the yellow ape evaded the deadly flames with ease, leaving behind a shimmering golden afterimage in the air. At that moment, Aokiji also sensed Kaido's frenzied actions. His expression turned grim as the temperature around him plummeted, enveloping the area in a thick white mist. The ice rapidly thickened and spread, attempting to restrain Kaido with its frigid might. Undeterred by Aokiji's icy obstruction, Kaido twisted his massive body, breaking through the layers of mist, charging directly at Aokiji. Just as he was about to reach him, Akainu arrived, fists clenched, thrusting forward with tremendous force. A surging flow of magma erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, the intense heat distorting the air around them, causing the ice to melt swiftly into steaming puddles. The collision of magma and dragon fire produced a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding ice into lethal shards. Seizing the opportunity, Aokiji acted swiftly, launching countless icicles from all directions towards Kaido, their glimmering frost under the sunlight resembling a deadly rain of arrows. Kaido swung his claws fiercely to defend himself, but the barrage of icicles was relentless, inflicting numerous wounds upon his scaled body. Black blood seeping from the cuts and freezing upon contact with the ice. Meanwhile, the yellow ape darted around, transforming into light to find the perfect moment to unleash shockwaves, disrupting Kaido's movements and leaving him overwhelmed. Though Kaido was immensely powerful, the combined onslaught of the three began to wear him down. Yet the fury in his eyes remained undiminished as he fought with every ounce of strength. The atmosphere of this fierce and unparalleled brawl reached a tense climax, teetering on the brink of life and death. Chapter 132, The Descent of the Three Realms, The Call of the Abyss. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Kaido decisively transformed into his hybrid form. In an instant, a peculiar radiance enveloped him, and as it faded, he stood tall and robust, embodying the agility of man and the formidable power of a dragon. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of dragon scales that shimmered with a chilling luster, as if he were clad in an impenetrable suit of armor. His hands had transformed into a pair of razor-sharp dragon claws, their tips glimmering with a chilling light. His feet had likewise morphed into claw-like appendages, each step leaving deep imprints on the hard ice. At this moment, Kaido's blood-red eyes burned with an intense fury, fixating on Aokiji in the distance, much like a ferocious beast locking onto its prey. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar, and a surge of conqueror's haki erupted from him, coiling around his kanabo like tangible black lightning. He then bellowed, Ursus shock. Following this, Kaido became the axis of a whirlwind, akin to a high-speed war machine, wildly swinging his kanabo in all directions around his adversaries. As the weapon whirled, it stirred a fierce wind, the air slicing through like a blade, producing a sharp, whistling sound, creating an inescapable space akin to a prison of despair, entirely sealed off with no escape route. Kizaru instantly transformed into a beam of golden light, attempting to utilize his speed to flee the perilous area. However, the all-encompassing range of attack left him with no avenue for evasion. His body was struck by the kanabo, and with a crack, he disintegrated into shattered leaves, drifting helplessly through the air. Akainu, enveloped in rolling magma, sought to withstand Kaido's onslaught with his high temperatures, yet even he struggled against the impenetrable barrage. The moment he was hit, a similar crack echoed, and he too crumbled into fragmented leaves, floating weakly in the air. Seeing this grim situation, Akiji's expression turned grave. He dared not show any sign of slackness and uttered in a low voice, Ice hand. Instantly, a crystalline, ice-blue glow enveloped his hands, and soon after, they began to elementalize, transforming into a pair of ice gauntlets exuding an eerie chill. Moreover, Aokiji infused his years of honed haki into them, amplifying their power. And when combined with the essence of the Iron Fist inherited from Garp, the three elements fused into an indomitable force. With calm composure, Aokiji raised his arms, deftly and powerfully defending against Kaido's onslaught with the specially crafted ice gauntlets. Each clash between the kanabo and the ice gauntlets echoed with thunderous roars, shards of ice and sparks flying about, resembling a dazzling yet deadly fireworks display. Brian had been closely monitoring the progression of the battle, and upon witnessing Akainu and Kizaru being shattered by Kaido, he hesitated not for a moment, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He once again unleashed the abilities of the animal type, mythical Zoan, Tanuki fruit. 2 leaves slipped from his fingertips, and in an instant, accompanied by a peculiar radiance, Akainu and Kizaru reappeared on the battlefield. However, this came at a cost. Brian's fiery red hair had begun to wither slightly, a consequence of overexerting his powers, as he was trading his very life force for this pivotal strength to turn the tide of battle. Without hesitation, Akainu and Kizaru rejoined the fray, joining forces with Aokiji to besiege Kaido, determined to seize the momentum and deny him a moment's respite. In a flash, Kizaru transformed into a golden beam of light. Soaring into the sky, with arms outstretched, he murmured, Yasakani no Magatama. In that moment, countless golden orbs of light cascaded from above like a torrential downpour, each orb harboring immense energy, trailing golden flames as they hurtled towards Kaido. Wherever the orbs struck, the air sizzled and crackled, and the ice was blasted into enormous craters, sending shards flying. Akainu was equally unyielding, his body surrounded by churning magma, reminiscent of an imminent volcanic eruption. With an unstoppable momentum, his searing magma arm lunged towards Kaido. Hellhound. As the magma arm advanced, the ice beneath it was completely melted, and the air warped and distorted from the intense heat, as if seeking to engulf Kaido in an endless inferno. Despite Kaido's desperate attempts to fend off the assault with his Kanabo, the onslaught from Kizaru and Akainu was overwhelming. Kizaru's golden orbs fell like rain, striking from various angles. He was grazed in multiple places, causing dragon scales to flake off and blood to seep out. Before he could regain his composure, Akainu's molten arm was already upon him. Unable to evade, Kaido took the hit squarely to his chest, the sheer force causing him to spit blood and stumble back several steps, carving a deep trench in the ice with each movement, accompanied by the shattering of ice fragments. Immediately following, Kizaru lightly tapped the ice surface, stabilizing his agile form with grace. His gaze was icy and resolute as his hands moved with swift grace, condensing photons into his palms. In an instant, a dazzling sword of light, the Amatsuyumi, began to take form, radiating a golden brilliance. Huang Yuan gripped the hilt tightly, the sword's luminescence intensifying as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Qingji, both charging toward Kaido. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He understood that he stood at a critical juncture of life and death, and retreat was not an option. With a sudden burst of power, Kaido's legs propelled him as he stomped down onto the ice with the force of a hammer. A resounding crack echoed as the ice shattered, and he harnessed the recoil to launch himself into the air like a bolt of black lightning, descending 3 realms, inducing the abyss. Meanwhile, Akainu, witnessing Kaido's attempt to break free and counterattack, was unwilling to grant him even a moment's respite. Great eruption. Akainu's right arm tensed, muscles bulging as the molten magma enveloped it, swiftly transforming into a colossal fist forged from pure lava, with magma continuously surging and dripping from it. He then sank into a stable stance, his legs anchoring him like iron stakes embedded in the ice. Channeling all his might through his waist, then shoulders and arms, he thrust forward with tremendous force. The punch unleashed simulated the cataclysmic impact of a volcanic eruption, enveloped in boundless heat and fury, hurtling directly toward Kaido. If this force were to land squarely, not even an ordinary iceberg, nor one 100 times larger than the giants, would withstand its wrath, being obliterated into mere dust and subsequently evaporated without a trace. In midair, Kaido's steely gaze remained fixed upon the surging attack below, yet within his heart, a resolution had already formed. He stood firm, allowing the relentless barrage of attacks from Akainu to rain down upon him. The searing magma swiftly enveloped his form, scorching his scales, yet Kaido appeared utterly unfazed, his attention entirely fixated on Aokiji below. At that moment, he gripped his kanabo with both hands, the Conqueror's haki surging around him like a tempestuous black thunder, entwining itself around the weapon. He then twisted his waist in midair, channeling his full might. And with the haki enveloping the kanabo, he swung it downwards with the velocity of a falling meteor, aimed squarely at Aokiji. Aokiji, eyes wide and pupils constricting in alarm, became the epicenter of a frantic flicker of icy blue light. The frigid aura materialized like a dense mist, radiating outward. Soon after, thick blocks of ice, adorned with sharp crystalline protrusions, erupted from beneath the frozen surface, coalescing into an impenetrable wall in a matter of moments, desperately attempting to withstand Kaido's ferocious onslaught. However, the strike imbued with Kaido's unwavering resolve and formidable strength was far beyond what Aokiji's hastily erected ice wall could withstand. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered upon the kanabo's impact, crumbling like fragile glass, sharp shards of ice flying in all directions. The ice beneath Aokiji's feet fractured as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake, the fissures gaping wide like the maw of a ravenous beast, rapidly spreading outward. He was struck down upon the icy surface like a kite severed from its string, his back crashing against the ground with tremendous force. Uncontrollably, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from his lips, splattering onto the ice and creating a blinding bloom of red. The shockwave generated by this impact manifested as a palpable wave of death, radiating outward in concentric circles. Wherever it traveled, the ice shattered as if made of mere paper, fissures spreading intricately like a spider's web, while seawater gushed forth from the cracks. At that moment, Kizaru was not far away. He flickered, attempting to evade the approaching shockwave with his ghostly speed. However, the velocity and power of the wave exceeded his expectations. At the instant of impact, a sharp crack resonated, and his body shattered like fragile glass, scattering into a multitude of broken fragments that drifted helplessly through the air. Observing this, Brian prepared to unleash his abilities once more. He was acutely aware that the battlefield was a realm of constant flux, where even the slightest additional support could enhance their chances of victory and mitigate the perils they faced. However, Fujitora, endowed with extraordinary observation haki, perceptively discerned Brian's intentions. In an instant, he appeared beside Brian like a wraith, raising his hand, calloused yet imbued with remarkable strength, and gently pressing down on Brian's arm, which was poised for action, urging, "Admiral, there is no need. I can assist Kazan in restraining Kaido." Simultaneously, Zephyr, the battle-scarred yet indomitable veteran, also took note of the unfolding situation. He firmly echoed, "Indeed, you go assist Kazan. Big MOM is more than enough for me alone." Fujitora sensed Zephyr's determination and slightly nodded, subsequently releasing his grip on Brian. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, racing towards the battleground where Kaido was clashing with Aokiji. Upon hearing Zephyr's bold declaration, Big Mom's already frenzied eyes, ignited by the chaos of battle, flared with volcanic fury. Her colossal frame trembled violently, causing the ice beneath her to shatter under the strain, fissures spider webbing across its surface. Grasping her iconic Napoleon sword, enveloped in a dense, almost tangible layer of Conqueror's haki, she resolved to hold Fujitora back, buying precious time for Kaido. At that moment, a peculiar radiance enveloped Zephyr, signaling the activation of his great King Salamander fruit powers. As the light swirled around him, new wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate, muscle tissue regenerating. And beneath his tattered garments, flawless skin began to emerge, as if a mysterious and potent vitality surged within him. Observing this, Big MOM thrust her Napoleon sword forward with ferocity, a glint of cold light flashing as the haki crackled like black lightning, dancing with fury. The blade sliced towards Zephyr. Infused with her entire might and wrath, the gust of sword energy howled past, cleaving the ice beneath it, while seawater gushed forth from the rifts, only to be instantly refrozen into shards that scattered in all directions. With resolute determination in his gaze, Zephyr faced the onslaught of Big Mom's fierce strike. Laden with boundless rage and Conqueror's haki, showing no sign of retreat. Just as the chilling light was about to make contact with his body, Zephyr took a deep breath. His muscles tensing, and a profound, night sky black sheen erupted upon his skin, the unmistakable sign of fully activated armament haki. He crossed his arms resolutely in front of him, adopting a stance as unyielding as rock, ready to confront the onslaught of Big MOM head-on. With a thunderous crash, the air around him reverberated. Zephyr felt an overwhelming force surging through his arms, despite exerting every ounce of his strength to withstand it. Big Mom's power was simply too formidable. The razor-sharp sword energy mercilessly severed his arm. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the icy surface before him, creating a stark contrast against the frigid landscape. Yet, Zephyr did not falter. He did not so much as utter a sound. He clenched his jaw tightly, and around the wound of his severed arm, the muscle tissue began to writhe uncontrollably. The cells seemed to be infused with extraordinary vitality, dividing and growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, new bones, blood vessels, and muscles formed in succession, and a fully intact arm regrew, the haki swirling with an imposing presence, as if it had never sustained any injury. Meanwhile, Big MOM stared wide-eyed, her face a mask of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Zepha's King Salamander fruit ability, combined with haki, could exhibit such tenacious vitality and combat prowess. She raised her Napoleon sword high once more, vowing to utterly vanquish Zepha, yet he remained undaunted, locking eyes with her as he gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for a new round of life-and-death confrontation. Chapter 133, The Hellhound. At that moment on the battlefield, the sea breeze howled, sweeping up shards of ice, while the rising vapor intertwined, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Kaido was already battered and bruised, his dragon scales shattered, blood gushing from multiple wounds, pooling around him in dark crimson patches. Yet his towering figure remained steadfast, his blood-red eyes burning with indomitable fury, fixed intently on the equally wounded Aokiji not far away. Opposite Kaido, Aokiji knelt on one knee, his right hand braced against the ice, gasping for air, his face etched with exhaustion and pain. Sweat mingled with blood dripped from his forehead onto the icy surface, creating tiny splatters of crimson. The one naval coat draped upon him was tattered beyond recognition, its fabric marred by a myriad of ghastly wounds etched across his chest, arms, and legs. Some of these injuries pierced so deeply that bone was visible, while pink muscle tissue protruded grotesquely, oozing blood that quickly congealed into dark crimson scabs upon the frigid expanse of ice. Akiji's left arm hung limply at his side. A gash slashing diagonally from his shoulder rendered him nearly incapable of moving it freely. Each attempt to stir caused a searing pain to radiate through his body like a jolt of electricity. Within Kaido surged a resolute determination he would not succumb alone, unwilling to fall without taking a worthy adversary with him. In that moment, Akiji stood as the prime candidate for that role. He endured the excruciating pain that coursed through his body as if his very bones were on the verge of disintegration, summoning every last ounce of strength that remained within him. With a powerful push against the icy surface, he surged forward like a dying yet ferocious beast. Charging towards the azure pheasant, Kaido raised his spiked club high, his muscular arms tensed, veins bulging as if he intended to channel all his remaining power into this singular act. The conqueror's haki enveloped the club like dark lightning, its threads faint yet still exuding a chilling aura of dominance. He pinpointed the location of Green Pheasant, disregarding the excruciating pain threatening to tear his body apart. With a sudden surge of strength, he lunged towards Green Pheasant, his wolf-toothed club slicing through the air with a howling wind. Descending with a force that seemed capable of shattering both Green Pheasant and the icy expanse beneath them, the Dawe Death Thunder 8 trigrams, under the weight of his injuries. Green Pheasant's complexion turned as pale as parchment, with sweat and blood matting his hair against his cheeks. He endeavored to shift his footing in an attempt to evade. Yet his legs felt as though they were anchored to the ice, languid and powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Kaido approached like the harbinger of death, the ice spear clutched tightly in his grasp being his sole line of defense. Though the azure glow had dimmed to near extinction, he gritted his teeth, resolved to withstand this lethal blow. In this critical moment, Fujitora appeared like a celestial savior descending from the heavens. With his extraordinary observation haki, he astutely perceived Kaido's murderous intent in the peril facing Akiji. In a swift motion, he flickered like a specter to stand before Akiji, brandishing his black blade in a defensive posture. Then, taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed instantaneously, a profound black sheen enveloping his skin as he unleashed the full might of his armament haki. Kaido's spiked club descended with the force of a raging tempest, colliding with Fujitora's staff in a thunderous clash. The ice beneath them could not withstand such ferocity, fracturing outward in colossal fissures from the point of impact, the seawater surging forth through the cracks. Fujitora felt an immense force surge through his arm, numbing his grip, causing his body to sway slightly. However, his feet remained steadfast, like ancient pines rooted deep within the frozen surface, resolutely halting Kaido's nearly catastrophic assault. The deadly strike from Kaido was met with Fujitora's ultimate sacrifice, forcing Kaido to stagger back from the overwhelming recoil. His steps faltered, each one leaving deep scars upon the ice, while blood gushed from his myriad wounds, splattering onto the surface and swiftly congealing into dark crimson stains. He widened his bloodshot eyes, fixated intensely on the vine tiger before him, his gaze brimming with resentment and fury. At that moment, the ever-watchful Akainu would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Lava surged and roiled around him, each undulation of molten rock radiating an extreme and searing heat. The air, subjected to its blistering embrace, warped and contorted, emitting a faint hissing sound. With a powerful push from his legs, the icy surface was instantly transformed into a pool of molten lava by the intense heat. Utilizing this formidable reaction force, he shot forth like a blazing meteor, hurtling towards Kaido. Before Kaido could regain his composure from the collision with Fujitora, Akainu had already closed in. He raised his right arm high, instantly transforming it into a robust appendage composed entirely of pure magma, from which the molten rock flowed vigorously, occasionally splattering fiery sparks. With a thunderous roar, Akainu bellowed, "Hellhound!" Immediately thereafter, with the force of a tempest, he thrust this searing magma arm forward, aiming directly for Kaido's chest. Kaido sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, yet his heavily injured body betrayed him, moving as sluggishly as if ensnared in quicksand. He could only watch in horror as Akainu's magma-imbued arm, radiating with cataclysmic heat and force, pierced his chest like a searing sword. In an instant, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. A gaping wound was seared into Kaido's torso, where black blood mingled with red magma, gushing forth and splattering onto the icy surface, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds as the ice rapidly melted into small pits. Remarkably, Kaido's body, previously on the verge of collapse, straightened in defiance after this devastating blow, emanating an even more potent, soul-chilling aura of authority. Ignoring the grievous injury to his chest, Kaido forcefully swung his left arm, his already razor-sharp dragon claws glinting with a chilling light, propelled by his unwillingness to succumb to death and his hatred for his foe. Striking with lightning speed towards Akainu's throat. Caught off guard, Akainu's vital point was precisely struck by Kaido's claws, producing a crisp snap as his body shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into fluttering fragments in the air. Kaido's ruthless counterattack, akin to a mutual destruction, resulted in Akainu's instant demise, yet he himself was at the brink of collapse. Teetering as if about to fall at any moment, though the fierce glint in his eyes still flickered with lingering defiance and unyielding spirit. Fujitora, with his extraordinary observation haki, could distinctly sense that Kaido was but a candle in the wind, yet he felt no relaxation in his heart. Fully aware that even a wounded beast could unleash unimaginable lethality. Chapter 134, Kaido. Fujitora tightened his grip on his staff sword, adjusting his breath to cultivate a steady and prolonged rhythm, as the dark sheen of his armament haki surged forth, enveloping his form like a tangible shroud, signifying his resolute determination. With a light stomp on the icy surface, Fujitora glided towards Kaido like a specter, though his speed appeared unhurried. He reached Kaido in the blink of an eye. He raised the staff sword high, tracing a chilling arc through the air, and then, with immense force, struck down towards Kaido's neck. This blow encapsulated Fujitora's years of profound training and unwavering commitment to justice. The howling wind of the blade seemed capable of cleaving the very air surrounding them. Sensing the imminent peril, Kaido attempted to evade, but his severely injured body betrayed him, leaving him helplessly wide-eyed, watching as the glimmering blade bore down upon him. With a dull thud, Fujitora's staff sword struck true, slicing into Kaido's neck with unerring precision. The keen edge effortlessly breached the already fragile scales, embedding itself deeply within. With a powerful yank, Fujitora drew forth a torrent of blood, and a deep wound instantly marred Kaido's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In that fleeting moment, as life waned, Kaido's consciousness spiraled into the whirlpool of bygone days. A rapid succession of life-s scenes flashing before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He reminisced about his youthful innocence, standing by the modest dock of his hometown, filled with curiosity and yearning for the vast world beyond, gazing at the boundless sea. In those days, his eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, embodying the fearless spirit of a young bull, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous and sanguinary life that awaited him. As the scene shifted, he embarked on the ship of the Rock's pirates, engaging in a series of perilous and thrilling battles upon the waves. In their quest for treasure, they clashed violently with rival pirate crews, and amidst the gleam of swords and the clash of steel, Kaido first experienced the exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins, as well as the stark brutality of death, the anguished cries of his comrades, the furious roars of their foes, and the splattering of blood became indelibly etched in his memory, serving as the initial trials on his path to becoming a formidable force. He began to realize that in this ruthless ocean of survival of the fittest, only absolute power could secure his footing and safeguard those precious treasures. He assembled his own pirate crew, attracting numerous formidable subordinates to follow him. The nations that surrendered at his feet, alongside the breathtaking confrontations with his enemies, became glorious chapters in his life. Subsequently, he formed an alliance with Big Mom. The collaboration of these two emperors of the sea was anticipated to stir monumental upheavals across the ocean, breaking all constraints and establishing their names as the eternal sovereigns of these waters. However, the current predicament was unforeseen, as he found himself besieged by the admirals of the One Navy, nearing the brink of annihilation. Past glories, regrets, love, hatred, and all emotions surged like a tide in that fleeting moment, only to recede swiftly. A complex emotion flickered in Kaido's gaze, unwillingness, nostalgia, and remorse, but ultimately, it transformed into a defiant resolve. He was acutely aware that the curtain was about to fall on his life. Yet his name would indelibly etch a vivid stroke upon the canvas of this vast ocean. Even at the cost of his own demise, he would become a legendary figure, forever recounted by those who came after him. As the final breath dissipated from his body, Kaido gently closed his eyes, the kaleidoscope of his life coming to an abrupt halt, leaving behind his massive, yet now frigid form, quietly resting upon the ice field that bore witness to both his resplendent triumphs and his tragic downfall. Big Mom stood transfixed, watching as Kaido's colossal body crashed to the ground, the flame of life extinguished in an instant. It was as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. Her fierce eyes widened. Fixated on the direction of Kaido's fall, her expression frozen in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before her. After several seconds of profound silence, Big Mom abruptly raised her head and released a thunderous roar, a cacophony filled with boundless fury, sorrow, and resentment. The sound reverberated through the air, causing fragments of ice to tumble down around her, as if the very atmosphere were torn asunder by this tumultuous wave. "Kaido!" she screamed, her voice cracking with emotion. "How could you fall like this? Our empire, our promise." Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, cascading down her wrinkled cheeks and splattering upon the shattered ice beneath her feet, creating tiny yet sorrowful droplets. In the midst of this tumultuous blend of grief and rage, Big Mom unleashed her conqueror's haki with an overwhelming force, surging around her like a tempestuous black lightning. Ignoring her own numerous wounds, she gripped her Napoleon's sword tightly, its aura intensifying like a voracious black dragon poised to devour. Big Mom's eyes widened in fury as she fixed her gaze upon Fujitora and Aokiji in the distance, her murderous intent palpable, akin to tangible blades capable of inflicting countless wounds. She stomped forcefully on the ice, propelling herself towards the marine admirals of one, each step shattering the surface beneath her, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds, while seawater gushed forth from the fissures. Fujitora sensed the impending onslaught of Big Mom's lethal aura, his expression grave. Utilizing his extraordinary observation haki, he accurately discerned her movements. With his staff sword poised horizontally, he inhaled deeply, swiftly enveloping himself in armament haki, bracing for Big Mom's frenzied retaliation. Aokiji's demeanor was equally stern, enduring his own injuries. The icy blue luminescence flickered in his palm as shards of ice erupted from beneath the surface, erecting a defensive barrier before them in an attempt to withstand Big Mom's fierce assault. Zephyr stood like an unyielding bulwark, resolutely blocking Big Mom's path of vengeance. Upon witnessing this, Big Mom's fury escalated. Her eyes widened, and she raised her Napoleon sword high, infused with the potent conqueror's haki, the oppressive pressure manifesting as a chilling black storm, sweeping toward Zephyr. "Out of my way, old man," she bellowed, her voice resonating like thunder, causing the surrounding air to vibrate, each word imbued with a desire to consume Zephyr whole. Zephyr scoffed, undaunted by Big Mom's glare, his muscles taut and a profound black sheen reminiscent of the night sky enveloping his skin, signaling the full activation of his armament haki. "You shall not pass unless you tread over my corpse." Zephyr responded in a deep and resolute tone, each syllable resonating powerfully across the icy expanse, underscoring his unwavering determination to protect his comrades behind him. Chapter 135, The Nun. In an instant, Big Mom decisively made up her mind. Without hesitation, she swiftly maneuvered past Zephyr with astonishing speed, charging towards Kazan with reckless abandon. Witnessing Big Mom's relentless advance, Zephyr's heart tightened. He was acutely aware of Kazan's dire state, utterly incapable of withstanding Big Mom's frenzied retribution. Without a moment's hesitation, Zephyr propelled himself forcefully against the ice, shards scattering in all directions, as each swing of his densely haki-imbued fists carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, generating a fierce wind that raged towards Big Mom's vital points in an attempt to halt her wild charge. Yet, Big Mom appeared oblivious to Zephyr's onslaught, allowing his fists, capable of shattering stone and metal, to rain down heavily upon her sturdy arms, broad back, and powerful legs. The sound of each impact resounded like a hammer striking the ice, reverberating through the surrounding air. Her already tattered garments were further torn asunder, fragments fluttering in the wind, revealing skin marred by vivid bruises and lacerations, some wounds deep enough to expose bone, with blood gushing forth to pool into dark crimson puddles on the ice. However, she seemed impervious to pain. After a brief pause, she surged forward once more, resembling a rampaging bull, her eyes gleaming with an intensified malice that felt almost tangible, as if it could ignite the very air around her. Kazan, barely clinging to consciousness, leaned against a protruding ice formation, each breath accompanied by searing pain, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Realizing Big Mom was closing in like a harbinger of death, his heart raced, and he attempted to move his legs to evade her. Yet, his injured limbs felt as though shackled by an immense weight, rendering them utterly unresponsive. Fujitora appeared to sense Kazan's plight, his deep voice resonating in Kazan's ear. "Kazan, you have done remarkably well. Leave the rest to me." In the blink of an eye, Big Mom advanced with ferocity, raising her iconic Napoleon sword high above her head. The blade emanated an aura of conqueror's haki, resembling a black dragon that writhed and roared with a fierce intensity. With every ounce of strength, she brought the sword crashing down towards Aokiji, channeling all her wrath, defiance, and determination into this singular strike. Its might was sufficient to cleave through a towering mountain. The wind from the blade howled past like a razor slicing through the air, producing a piercing shriek. Wherever it passed, the ice was brutally rent asunder, creating an unfathomable chasm, with the sea surging forth from the fissures. Almost simultaneously, Fujitora seemed to respond instinctively. In an instant, he appeared before Big Mom, his cane sword held horizontally in a defensive posture. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing instantaneously as a profound black sheen enveloped his weapon, activating his armament haki to its fullest extent. The clash between his cane sword and Big Mom's Napoleon sword resulted in a thunderous explosion, causing the ice beneath them to shatter violently, radiating outward in a web of deep, intersecting cracks, with seawater gushing forth from the ruptures. Fujitora felt an overwhelming force surge up his arm, numbing his grip and causing his muscles to ache. Yet with unwavering resolve and deep-rooted skill, he managed to intercept Big Mom's frenzied blow at the critical moment. Just then, Zephyr, who had just arrived, flashed a glint of cold light in his eyes and without hesitation, raised his right fist high. This punch encapsulated the entirety of his strength. His muscles taut, veins bulging, as the black hue of armament haki coiled around his arm like thick ink. He strode forward with great determination, his feet cracking the ice beneath him, and with a fierce roar, Zephyr's fist, accompanied by a howling gale, struck violently against Big Mom's abdomen. With a resounding thud, her massive form soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily against a distant iceberg. Shards of ice cascading down as if the mountain itself had been dented. Blood gushed from Big Mom's mouth, staining the ice wall before her as she struggled to rise. Suddenly, a beautiful nun with flowing golden hair appeared before her, her beloved adoptive mother, the kind and benevolent Sister Carmel. In that moment, she seemed to see her younger self, nestled beside the nun, listening to warm tales and experiencing a long-lost tranquility. Yet, in an instant, the harshness of reality pulled her back. She widened her eyes as she beheld Brian and his companions approaching her. "Sister," Big murmured softly, her voice imbued with endless affection and reluctance. A flicker of confusion crossing her gaze, but soon, the familiar madness and dominance reclaimed her spirit. "Come on, you bastards," she roared skyward, her voice reverberating, causing ice shards to tumble. "Can you defeat me? I am Big Mom." With the last remnants of her strength, she raised her iconic Napoleon sword high. And in that moment, the sword brimmed with overwhelming conqueror's haki. Elbaf's spear, Wegek. With a thunderous cry, a colossal wave of sword energy erupted from the tip of her blade. A vast expanse of power enveloping the icy plains before her. Its speed rivaled that of lightning, tearing the air apart with sharp, piercing howls. While the ice was gouged into unfathomable chasms, the sea surging forth from the fissures. Seeing this, Brian's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "You will not succeed." His fiery red hair appeared even more withered, and a single leaf slipped from his fingertips. In an instant, accompanied by a peculiar radiance, a man adorned with a green crest materialized before him. It was Bartholomew, the wielder of the barrier fruit. Without hesitation, Bartholomew unleashed his ability, summoning an astonishingly thick arc-shaped barrier that seemed to sprout from the very air, standing resolutely before them. This barrier resembled an impenetrable fortress wall, emanating a strange luster, flawlessly thwarting Big Mom's frenzied counterattack as she approached her demise. The massive sword energy collided against it, creating merely a few ripples, effectively dissipating Big Mom's final retaliation into nothingness. Big Mom's bloodshot eyes widened, fixated on the sword energy firmly held at bay by the barrier, her facial muscles twitching violently in a tempest of rage and despair. After a moment, as the reality of her situation dawned upon her, her chest heaved, breaths coming in labored gasps, each inhalation seeming to draw upon the last vestiges of her vitality. Chapter 136. Remember me as Big Mom. Her gaze slowly swept across her adversaries, the madness in her eyes gradually giving way to a complex depth. Her body began to sway uncontrollably, her legs weakened, and she slowly began to fall backward. In her final moments before hitting the ground, she summoned the last remnants of her strength, driving her Napoleon sword fiercely into the icy surface, using it as support to stave off complete collapse, leaving behind her final defiance upon this frozen expanse. The ambitions and conflicts upon the sea shall never cease. My name will become the beacon for those who follow. and they will carry forth my will to continue disturbing these waters. Remember me as Big Mom. Brian solemnly responded. I shall bring an end to this so-called era of great pirates. I will sweep all of you infamous pirates into the annals of history. Fujitora echoed. In this new world of equality, there is no place for you pirates. In that instant, the heavens darkened, the once clear sky now shrouded in ominous clouds. Subsequently, enormous meteorites streaked across the sky, ablaze with ferocious flames, plummeting like rain toward Big Mom. Each meteorite was the size of a house, its surface searing hot, trailing long fiery tails as they descended upon her with overwhelming force. Big Mom's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed the merciless descent of the meteorites. Too late to evade them. The thunderous impacts reverberated incessantly, each collision causing the icy surface to tremble violently, sending shards of ice and flames soaring into the air. Under the relentless onslaught of these meteorites, Big Mom's colossal form could no longer withstand the barrage, and she was forcibly driven into the depths of the sea. The waters were instantly stained crimson with her blood, creating an eerie tableau of red. She struggled in the sea, yearning to rise to the surface. Yet her severely wounded body grew increasingly feeble, and her consciousness began to fade. Eventually, she slowly sank to the ocean floor, leaving behind a crimson sea that bore witness to her demise. Thus, this heart-stopping battle reached its conclusion at the confluence of the icy plains and the ocean. Hours after the fight had ceased, newsbirds soared across the globe, scattering the latest edition of newspapers upon the earth. The streets buzzed with excitement as people clamored to purchase and eagerly perused the headlines. Gasping in astonishment at the shocking revelation, the Big Mom pirates had allied with the Beast pirates, only to be utterly annihilated by the One Navy. Kaido's colossal form lay still upon the ice, his eyes wide open, scales shattered, and the blackened blood at his wounds congealed. A testament to his unyielding spirit even in death. The flagship of Big Mom, the Queen Mama Chanter, lay in ruins, its mast broken, debris floating on the surface of the sea. Not long after the newspapers were distributed, reactions surged from all corners of the world. On Sabaody Archipelago, pirates gathered in bars, cursing as they read the articles, while others sought to unite and find new opportunities to resist. At the One Navy headquarters, cheers erupted as soldiers raised their weapons in celebration of this monumental victory. Meanwhile, the High Command convened an urgent meeting to strategize their next moves, focusing on how to capitalize on their triumph and eradicate the pirate menace completely. Simultaneously, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, soldiers congregated, passing around the newspapers that detailed the astonishing victory, their eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. Can you believe it? The One Navy has defeated the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates in unison. Their power is truly terrifying, exclaimed a young sailor, his eyes wide with disbelief as he traced the intense battle imagery on the paper with his finger. They managed to cause havoc at Mariewa and escape unscathed. The alliance of Kaido and Big Mom doesn't seem so formidable now, a more seasoned officer interjected, drawing the attention of those around them, causing the crowd to swell in numbers. In another corner, the atmosphere in the admiral's office was equally tense. A vice admiral rested his chin on his hand, fixated on the newspaper, murmuring anxiously, with such momentum, could the One Navy be on the verge of becoming the dominant force of this new era, potentially replacing the world government? Should we reconsider our stance? After a moment of contemplation, a gray-haired vice admiral replied, the depths of the world government are profound. Aligning ourselves now would be too perilous. We ought to observe a while longer. No sooner had he spoken than a young and impassioned rear admiral could contain himself no longer, his voice rising in fervor. If we truly wish to secure our futures, we must offer timely assistance. The One Navy is surging ahead. If we join now, we shall undoubtedly carve out our place in the future. Another seasoned Major General scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at the other Major General as he retorted, where was your fervor to join the One Navy during its inception? Now that they have carved out a name for themselves, you suddenly find your enthusiasm. The other Major General's face flushed with a mix of pale and red, and in a fit of anger and embarrassment, he shot back, I am merely assessing the situation and acting accordingly. The room was abuzz with heated exchanges, voices rising as tempers flared, and the atmosphere seemed to grow warmer with the intensity of the debate. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was thrust open with a resounding bang. Instinctively, everyone turned toward the sound, and there stood the newly appointed admiral, Chahuan. With narrowed eyes and a cigarette dangling from his lips, the swirling smoke enveloped him like a mysterious veil, obscuring his expression and enhancing his enigmatic presence. Chahuan slowly surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals, and inquired, "Who just suggested joining the One Navy?" At his words, an immediate silence fell over the room, as everyone exchanged glances. Although previously Marshal Akainu had made a bold statement in this very room, declaring he would not impede anyone wishing to leave the Navy, circumstances had changed. After all, Akainu had already extended one opportunity. And with the imminent clash between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, to propose resignation now would be tantamount to desertion in the face of battle. After a brief moment of stillness, a young Major General took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. His complexion was slightly pale, yet his gaze emanated a defiant and composed spirit. "It is I, Lord Kaki." His voice trembled slightly yet resonated clearly within the room, shattering the suffocating silence. The gaze of T-Pig instantly fixated upon him, his narrowed eyes seemingly widening just a fraction, piercing through the swirling smoke as he fixated on the young Major General, sending a chill down one's spine. The other individuals in the room directed their attention towards this brave, yet somewhat reckless youth, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, concern, and anticipation for the outcome of this confrontation. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if a tempest were on the verge of breaking. Chapter 137. I have been friends with Ishu for many years, just as the gathering expected a thunderous outburst to ensue. T-Pig unexpectedly curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, extinguishing his cigarette, but before slowly speaking, to speak frankly. I have been friends with that fellow Ishu for many years. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present displayed a blend of surprise and confusion, quickly followed by a few nodding thoughtfully. T-Pig, appearing casual and carefree, possessed an underlying integrity that resonated with Fujitori's sense of justice, making their profound friendship not entirely implausible. Furthermore, T-Pig was widely trusted by the populace, and his reputation, built over time, was evident, adding credibility to his words. T-Pig continued at a measured pace. I have already spoken with Ishiao over the phone. The One Navy has always been eager to recruit those with discernment. As long as one genuinely wishes to contribute to the peace of the seas, they are willing to accept them. Therefore, I have made my decision. I shall join the One Navy. However, T-Pig's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening once more. Once this step is taken, there is no turning back. Hence, I advise you all to contemplate carefully what it is you truly desire, lest you regret it later. As his words settled, the conference room fell into a deeper silence, each individual lost in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Moments later, the young Major General who had first expressed his desire to join the One Navy straightened his back, determination evident in his eyes. He stepped forward, rendering a formal military salute to T-Pig, declaring resolutely, "Your Excellency, I have made up my mind." No sooner had he finished speaking than several other spirited young officers, filled with dreams of the future, rose to express their intentions in turn. Yet, the majority still exhibited hesitation. Finally, a seasoned vice admiral rose slowly, clearing his throat before speaking. "Your Excellency, we have served in the Navy for many years. This place holds countless memories in our hard work. Moreover, given the current uncertainty, to depart recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences." He paused, leaving the latter part of his thought unspoken, yet its implication was evident. Upon hearing these words, many nodded in agreement. Chadu slightly inclined his head, his expression inscrutable, and he scanned the assembly before solemnly stating, "I comprehend your apprehensions, and I do not wish to impose. Those who wish to accompany me may now proceed to submit their resignation. For those choosing to remain, I hope you will continue to serve the Navy diligently and not be distracted by today's events." With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward the door, followed closely by several young officers whose footsteps echoed in the vast hallway, gradually fading from earshot. In the marshal's office, when Chatu presented himself with the young officers, Akainu immediately discerned their intentions, his gaze sharpening like two blades piercing through them. "Chatu, as a vice admiral, has joined in the ruckus?" Chatu lowered his head slightly, maintaining a respectful tone. "Marshal, this is our decision. The strength and ideals displayed by the One Navy have revealed to us alternative possibilities. In pursuit of the true justice within our hearts, we wish to explore this path." "Humph, the pursuit of justice?" Akainu scoffed in fury, his laughter cold enough to send chills down one's spine. "In my view, this is nothing but a cowardly evasion. At a time when the Navy is in dire need of personnel and a monumental battle with the Revolutionary Army looms, you choose to abandon your post at such a critical juncture, and yet you dare speak of justice?" The young officers standing behind Chadu felt a tinge of trepidation towards Akainu's authority, yet their resolve remained unshaken. One stepped forward, summoning his courage to salute and declare, "Marshal, we are not fleeing. We merely seek a place where our abilities can be fully realized. The justice of the world government is decayed, while the justice of the One Navy represents true righteousness." Akainu regarded him coldly, preparing to retort when Chadu sighed softly, lifting his gaze to meet Akainu's. "Marshal, ask yourself, is the world government truly just? Why do you turn a blind eye to the greatest evil, the celestial dragons?" Silence enveloped the room as Akainu pondered, finally dismissing them with a weary wave. "Leave, then. If your minds are made up, I cannot retain you. But remember, upon crossing this threshold, you will no longer be members of the Navy. Should you dare oppose us, do not expect leniency." Chatu and his companions bowed silently and departed. Akainu stood alone before the window of the marshal's office, gazing out at the vast, boundless sea, his brow furrowed, and his heart tumultuous as the waters beyond. How could he be unaware that those lofty and domineering celestial dragons are indeed the very abyss of numerous evils in this world? They trample upon the dignity of the common people under the preposterous title of descendants of the divine, manipulating the course of the world and treating the suffering of countless individuals as mere entertainment. Yet, how facile it is to speak of resisting the world government. This is far from a mere display of bravado or the chanting of slogans to achieve success. The world government has endured for centuries, its roots intricately entangled, reaching into every corner of the globe with a complex web of influence. From underground trading organizations that control the economic lifeblood to intelligence agencies with far-reaching eyes. From elite forces fiercely loyal to the world government to clandestine CP organizations poised to obliterate dissenters, each element is tightly interwoven, erecting an impregnable barrier. Akainu is acutely aware that he is not the kind of heroic figure capable of transforming the world and leading a revolution. He lacks the far-sighted vision to discern the crux of global issues and deftly resolve them, as well as the charismatic leadership that rallies the masses at a mere call. What he possesses is merely a profound familiarity and mastery of the existing rules. Within this antiquated framework, he can only exert himself to the utmost, akin to a diligent cobbler, striving in his own manner to mend the fissures that have emerged due to the malevolent acts of the celestial dragons and the decay of the world government. Even if it is just to temporarily stave off the inevitable collapse of this crumbling edifice. He recalled the brave soldiers who perished in their battles against the pirates, and the innocent civilians whose lives were shattered by the tyranny of the celestial dragons. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, the knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Each time he faced the unreasonable demands of the celestial dragons, each time he witnessed the sordid actions taken by the world government to safeguard its own interests, his heart brimmed with rage and helplessness. Yet, what could he do? A reckless rebellion would only plunge the Navy into turmoil, further deepening the chaos in these already tumultuous seas, and in the end, it would be the innocent populace who would suffer. The sea breeze howled as it swept through the window, tousling his hair, as if it were teasing the conflicting and tormented heart within him. Akainu slowly relaxed his fists, letting out a long sigh, his gaze reflecting both reluctance and resignation. Chapter 138. Is it difficult to be Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki? The familiar figure of Sengoku appeared at the doorway, peering in first, his eyes scanning the somewhat oppressive atmosphere of the room. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of jest as he spoke. "Sakazuki, is it difficult to be Fleet Admiral?" Akainu lifted his gaze towards Sengoku, a fleeting glimmer of exhaustion and helplessness passing through his eyes, responding with a scoff. "Humph, you old man, it's easy for you to stand there and speak. Weren't you also tormented when you held this position?" Though his words bore the weight of his usual firmness, a deeper resonance with the hardships of the past could be discerned. Sengoku laughed heartily, striding into the room, and casually seated himself beside Akainu's desk. He spoke languidly. Indeed, once the mantle of Fleet Admiral is shouldered, one realizes just how heavy it truly is. It's a constant balancing act of maintaining the Navy's dignity while appeasing various factions. One must outwit the pirates while also contending with those above. He paused slightly, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze, yet unspoken was the undeniable reference to the celestial dragons. Akainu furrowed his brow, heavily sinking back into his chair, which creaked ominously as if echoing his inner turmoil. The celestial dragons were nothing short of outrageous. Yet, we find ourselves powerless. A mere misstep against their wishes results in threats of budget cuts and oppression of the Navy. Akainu slammed his fist onto the table, causing the documents to rustle violently, exclaiming, "And within our ranks, the hearts are no longer united." Sengoku shook his head slightly, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a solemn expression. "Times have changed. The aspirations of today's youth differ vastly from our own. They yearn for broader horizons and pursue new justice, and we cannot hinder them. His voice was deep and steady, imbued with the wisdom accumulated over years in high office. As he sought to soothe Akaino's rising agitation, Akaino took a deep breath, leaning back against the chair, rubbing his temples as if to dispel the fatigue that had accumulated over recent days. Let us hope so. All I can do now is strive to keep the Navy from disintegrating. His voice carried a hint of weariness, yet it was imbued with an unwavering tenacity. In this modest office, two figures who once steered the Navy sat side by side, gazing out at the vast ocean, both acutely aware that the road ahead remained arduous and long. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, Shanks gathered with his crew around a crackling bonfire, sharing fine wine and tales, their laughter resonating in the sea breeze. Suddenly, a newsbird fluttered down, deftly delivering the latest newspaper into Shanks' hands. He unfolded the newspaper, and the headline's shocking news instantly froze the smile on his face. Kaido and Big Mom have been defeated in the battle against the One Navy. Shanks widened his eyes, and the mirth that once filled them was now replaced by shock and gravity. After a moment, he slowly rose to his feet as the sea breeze howled past, lifting his signature red hair, strands dancing wildly like the tumultuous emotions within him. This day has ultimately arrived, Shanks whispered softly, his voice carried away by the wind. His crew sensed the captain's unusual demeanor, setting down their goblets and watching him in silence. Shanks took a deep breath, gazing out at the tumultuous sea, his thoughts drifting back to countless encounters and skirmishes with Kaido and Big Mom. Although they were rivals, their existence maintained a delicate balance within this chaotic world of pirates. Now, with the fall of these two titans, he understood that a far greater storm was about to erupt in these waters. Boys, prepare yourselves, the days ahead may not be tranquil, Shanks declared, turning to his crew with resolute eyes. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat at the bow, relishing a rare moment of peace, the sunlight casting a golden glow upon his broad back. Marco hurried over, newspaper in hand, his face betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Old man, take a look at this. Marco presented the newspaper before the venerable Whitebeard, his voice quivering ever so slightly. As Whitebeard accepted the paper, his gaze traversed the headlines, and a flicker of astonishment momentarily graced his weathered visage, swiftly replaced by a profound sense of sorrow. Kaido and Big Mom. As he perused the article, Whitebeard found his thoughts unmoored, drifting back to the days under the command of Captain Rocks. Before him, the imposing figure of the Golden Lion emerged first, his vibrant golden mane seemingly still shimmering in the sunlight, a testament to his audacity and might. Soon after, the colossal presence of Big Mom manifested, her boisterous laughter echoing as if she were right beside him, each of her entrances radiating an aura that could intimidate all in her vicinity. And then there was Kaido, who, at that time, had yet to ascend to the fearsome stature of an emperor, his youthful visage brimming with an insatiable thirst for power. Trailing closely behind Big Mom and occasionally shouting, "Sister." Captain John S.'s enigmatic smile also flashed vividly in his mind. Wang Ji's rugged and unrestrained appearance remained etched in his memory even to this day, the valiant figure of Silver Axe wielding his massive battle axe and long bread. One of the founders and the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates, whose extraordinary culinary skills still linger fondly in his reminiscence, Fireflower. The former Empress of Amazon Lily, whose relentless pursuit of love resonated through the annals of time, vividly preserved in Whitebeard's memory, in the visage of Stussy, whose clever and cunning nature had, on occasion, ensnared him in her intricate web of schemes. Though the Rock's pirates eventually fragmented, the shared experiences of those days remained indelibly etched in Whitebeard's heart. Now, with the departures of Kaido and Big Mom, he was once again confronted with the relentless passage of time and the vicissitudes of life. As if he were revisiting the somber scenes of comrades bidding farewell one by one, Whitebeard slowly lifted his gaze towards the horizon, a hint of solitude now residing within his weathered eyes. In his heart, he silently mused, "Time is unforgiving, indeed. It seems I have truly aged. And witnessing the departure of once cherished companions stirs within me a profound sense of melancholy." He was acutely aware that his aging frame might never again allow him to navigate the tumultuous seas with his family in the way he once had. Among his numerous sons, the recent conduct of the 2nd Division Captain, Marshal D. Teach, had plunged him into profound contemplation. Teach possessed a distinctive ambition and vigor, a latent power that lay in wait, eager to emerge. Chapter 139, Let Teach Lead Us Forward. Whitebeard recalled several instances when faced with formidable foes. The glimmer in Teach's eyes was not one of fear, but rather an exhilarating eagerness to engage. Furthermore, Whitebeard could discern that beneath Teach's seemingly simple and honest exterior lay a restless spirit, Gradually, Whitebeard lifted his gaze, looking out towards the vast and boundless ocean, silently resolving to make a difficult decision. He understood that this decision might provoke considerable controversy and could even introduce unforeseen variables for the Whitebeard pirates. Nonetheless, he found himself devoid of alternatives. "Marco, gather everyone. I have something to convey." Whitebeard's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. Marco paused momentarily, sensing something in his father's tone, but he dutifully complied. Before long, the members of the Whitebeard pirates assembled on the deck, exchanging glances, each acutely aware of the heavy atmosphere enveloping them. Among the crowd stood Blackbeard Teach, his cherubic smile still intact. Yet his eyes flickered with a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Whitebeard gazed at his sons for a long while before finally speaking. "My sons, the world is in turmoil. The departure of Kaido and Big Mom is merely the beginning. Our Whitebeard pirates will soon face numerous challenges." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly until it settled on Blackbeard Teach. "If there comes a day when I am no longer here, let Teach lead you onward." At these words, astonishment, confusion, and disbelief etched themselves onto every face. Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened, his smile freezing in place as he instinctively took a step back, vehemently shaking his head. "Father, this cannot be. What merit do I possess to shoulder such a responsibility? Each of my brothers is stronger and more deserving than I. I simply cannot bear this burden." His voice quivered slightly, appearing anxious, yet concealed a subtle, almost imperceptible delight. Whitebeard disregarded his attempts to deflect, maintaining a steadfast gaze as he continued, "Teach, do not shy away. I have witnessed your exceptional ambition. If one day I am no longer here, the Whitebeard pirates will require someone capable of forging a new path amidst the tempest, and I believe you are that individual." A fleeting glimmer of uncontainable joy sparkled in Blackbeard Teach's eyes, a thrill born from the acknowledgement of his ambition. However, he quickly masked his emotions, feigning exaggerated humility as he responded, "Father, you flatter me. Marco is far more deserving than I. I truly cannot bear such praise." At that moment, Sachi seemed to recall something and raised his voice. "Brothers, you may not know this, but Teach once clashed with red-haired Shanks and even left him a scar. Just this alone speaks volumes of his strength." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd, astonished gazes directed towards Blackbeard. It was well known that red-haired Shanks held a formidable reputation across these seas, and those who could inflict harm upon him were few and far between. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, a smirk of pride momentarily crossed Blackbeard Teach's face, only to be quickly suppressed as he feigned modesty, saying, "That is all in the past. During my encounter with red-haired, I gained little advantage. Had it not been for fortune, I might not have lived to tell the tale." "Teach," Marco interjected. "Father's decision was made after careful consideration, and as his sons, we must show respect." "Indeed, Teach, just accept it. Besides, Father is still in good health. He isn't handing over the captaincy just yet." Those crew members who had initially harbored reservations about Blackbeard's ascension began to soften their stances, influenced by Sachi's recounting of his battle with red-haired and the support from Marco and other captains. Blackbeard Teach felt a surge of secret delight in his heart. Yet his facade of trepidation remained. He knelt suddenly, his knees hitting the ground with a thud, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His voice choked with emotion. "My brothers place such trust in me, and Father shows me such favor. I vow to prioritize the safety of my brothers above all else. Any scoundrel who dares to threaten the Whitebeard pirates shall face my wrath." He spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his forehead touching the ground, producing a muffled sound that moved a few tender-hearted crew members to tears. Whitebeard stood quietly nearby, observing the scene with a gaze full of satisfaction. He was aware that this was a perilous gamble. Yet the pressing circumstances left him no choice but to hope that Teach's ambition would transform into the impetus for safeguarding the pirate crew. "Rise, Teach. For the road ahead remains long." One by one, the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Blackbeard Teach rose, silently clenching his fists, contemplating. "Once I seize control of the Whitebeard pirates, I shall possess the capital to take my rightful place at the table. I shall not let one piece slip from my grasp." The downfall of the Titans Kaido and Big Mom was akin to dropping two heavy bombs into a tranquil sea, unleashing towering waves that instantly dismantled the existing power structure. The throne of the Four Emperors, which symbolizes supremacy over the seas, now had two vacancies, igniting the fervor of various pirate factions who were willing to go to any lengths to seize the opportunity. In an instant, the waters of the New World erupted into chaos, engulfed in flames of conflict and clouds of smoke. After assuming partial control of Whitebeard's affairs, Blackbeard's ambition swelled even further, with his primary objective being the two pieces of historical text held by Kaido and Big Mom. The supernovas, upon hearing the news, could no longer contain their restless spirits. The Gold Hook Pirates, the Fong Blade Pirates, and the Iron Bone Pirates, these ambitious and formidable emerging forces, already poised at the fringes of the New World, now detected a chance for ascendance and surged forward like famished wolves. Captain Gold Hook of the Gold Hook Pirates, with a bounty of 460 million berries, stood at the bow of his ship, gazing at the tumultuous sea ahead, a wild grin spreading across his face. Humph. It's high time for new blood to occupy the throne of the four emperors. Those old geezers Kaido and Big Mom have monopolized it long enough. His golden hook glimmered with a cold, hard light under the sun, as if it were warming up for the impending battle. The crew behind him was equally fervent, their eyes brimming with aspirations for the future and an insatiable thirst for combat. Upon receiving the news, the red-haired Shanks intensified patrols over his territory, ensuring that the red-haired pirate's domain remained unscathed. Meanwhile, he clandestinely observed the movements of other factions, striving to mediate and prevent the chaotic melee from spiraling out of control, which would plunge the entire pirate world into an abyss of despair. Soon, the alliance led by Blackbeard Teach, consisting of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Golden Hook Pirates, the Blade Fong Pirates, and the Iron Bone Pirates, converged unexpectedly in the land of Wano, where a great battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 140, Supernovas vs. Blackbeard stood proudly at the bow of his ship, his eyes glinting with a chilling blend of ruthlessness and mockery as he fixed his gaze upon the enemy vessel ahead. His hands bore a pair of specially crafted claws that shimmered with a menacing light, reflecting a cold gleam that sent shivers down the spine. Captain Hook of the Golden Hook Pirates, with his grotesquely designed golden hook glistening fiercely in the sunlight, wore a maniacal grin on his face. He bellowed at Blackbeard, his voice echoing with fervor, "Whitebeard Pirates, today marks your doom. I, Captain Hook, shall claim this position of the four emperors." As he spoke, he surged forth like a flash of golden lightning, darting towards Blackbeard's vessel. Behind him, a throng of crew members raised their voices in a cacophony, surging forward like a tumultuous tide. In an instant, the air crackled with the clash of blades and the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Blackbeard, witnessing this, curled his lips into a sardonic smile, his legs slightly bent, poised like a crouching leopard ready to pounce. As the Golden Hook, propelled by an overwhelming gale, approached with ferocity, he unleashed his strength, leaping into the air. His right claw, imbued with immense power, swung downwards with a fierce intent, the tips slicing through the air, producing a sharp, hissing sound. The Golden Hook, sensing the impending strike, raised its arm to parry. A resounding clang echoed through the air as metal met metal, a jarring impact that reverberated painfully in the ears. The Golden Hook felt an overwhelming force surge along his arm, shattering his grip, blood erupting forth as he stumbled back uncontrollably, leaving deep impressions in the deck beneath his feet. Seizing the moment when the Golden Hook faltered, Blackbeard advanced like a specter, his left claw tracing a sinister arc aimed directly at the Golden Hook's throat. The Golden Hook's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but he was a fraction too slow. Blackbeard's talons sliced deeply into his neck, blood gushing forth. The crew of the Golden Hook pirate crew, witnessing their captain fall to the formidable Blackbeard, displayed expressions of panic, yet they were ensnared in the chaos of battle, with no retreat possible, forcing them to press on with grim determination. In stark contrast, the Whitebeard pirates exuded confidence under Blackbeard's command, forming a tight-knit formation and launching a methodical counterattack. Vista wielded his twin blades like a dragon emerging from the sea, their gleam illuminating the chaos. Wherever he struck, the minions of the Golden Hook pirate crew fell, shrieking in agony. Meanwhile, Jaws, muscles taut and body diamond hard, charged forward against the enemy's cannon fire, the projectiles ricocheting off him as if striking solid rock. He picked up fragments of cannonballs and hurled them like deadly projectiles at the opposing ship, claiming the lives of several pirates in an instant. On another front, the bounty of 596 million berries marked the arrival of Shardfang, who seized the opportunity to join the fray. Agile and swift as a leopard, Shardfang wielded two razor-sharp, curved blades, weaving through the chaos with ease, leaving a trail of blood and cries of despair in his wake. His gaze fixated on Blackbeard, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce clash with the Jolly Roger pirates, he unleashed his full prowess, sprinting towards Blackbeard's unguarded back, attempting a lethal ambush. However, it was as if Blackbeard possessed eyes in the back of his head. Alert to the slightest disturbance, he remained unfazed. With a deft touch of his toes upon the deck, his body spun like a top, his claws tracing intricate patterns in the air, creating an impenetrable veil of shadows accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing winds. In an instant, Renya found his attack thwarted, as Blackbeard's formidable claws intercepted every strike. Not only that, but Blackbeard continued his rotation, his right claw sweeping out with ferocious momentum from an unexpected angle. Caught off guard, Renya was struck squarely in the chest, sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the mast of his own ship. The mast, unable to withstand the impact, splintered with a resounding crack, its shattered remnants raining down upon several nearby pirates, leaving them bloodied and bruised. The captain of the Ironbone pirates, with a bounty of 376 million berries, sensed the perilous turn of events and sought to turn the tide. He possessed an innate physique as resilient as steel, and with a thunderous roar, his muscular arms bulged, veins protruding, as he astonishingly caught several cannonballs fired by the Whitebeard pirates with his bare hands. Subsequently, he swung his arms in a wide arc, using the momentum to hurl the cannonballs back, which flew towards the Whitebeard pirate's ship with a whistling gale. Blackbeard would not allow him to succeed. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he propelled himself off the deck, his body shooting forth like an arrow towards the incoming cannonballs. As he neared them, he extended his claws, skillfully grasping a cannonball midair, and with immense strength, altered its trajectory, sending it hurtling towards the Ironbone pirates. Immediately after, Blackbeard executed a somersault in the air, diving towards Ironbone like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Realizing the ferocity of Blackbeard's advance, Ironbone, with no room for complacency, positioned himself firmly with legs apart, adopting a defensive stance with crossed arms shielding his chest. In an instant, Blackbeard closed the distance, his claws tearing through the air with a resounding crack, launching a relentless assault on Ironbone. Each clash echoed a deep metallic resonance, sparks flying amidst their fierce engagement. Yet, Blackbeard's onslaught did not relent. His strikes grew increasingly rapid and ferocious, and Ironbone began to falter, strain evident on his face. Suddenly, Blackbeard seized upon an opening. His right claw slipped beneath Ironbone's arms, viciously gripping his abdomen, the sharp claws piercing flesh, blood gushing forth. Ironbone let out a pained scream, his body arching backward. Seizing the moment, Blackbeard raised his left leg high and delivered a powerful kick to Ironbone's chest, sending him soaring through the air in a graceful arc before crashing into the sea with a resounding splash, instantly staining the waters crimson. The morale of the three pirate crews crumbled under Blackbeard's furious assault. The crew members, gripped by terror, discarded their weapons and fled in all directions. However, Blackbeard would not let them escape easily. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded a full pursuit. The ships of the Whitebeard pirates surged towards the enemy like ravenous wolves, the sounds of gunfire and cries of battle intertwining, turning this sea into a hellish battleground. Soon, the flags of the Golden Hook pirates, the Bladefang pirates, and the Ironbone pirates fell one by one, their remnants either surrendering or meeting their demise beneath the waves. While the name of Blackbeard Teach resounded like thunder following this great conflict, before long, Blackbeard set foot on the land of the world government, which, once bustling with life and fragrant with culinary delights, now resembled a desolate ghost town. The streets were shrouded in an eerie silence. Empty houses stood scattered, their doors and windows creaking under the howling sea breeze, whispering tales of past revelry and present desolation. Humph, these cowards, not a single one remains, he scoffed. No matter. I shall search for them gradually. Chapter 141. The Clown Buggy. I vow we shall not coexist. At this moment, Blackbeard's face was adorned with a hearty smile as he exuberantly called out to his fellow crew members, "Brothers, although the land of Wano is now desolate, the remnants of the big MOM pirates surely did not manage to carry away all their treasures. We might still uncover some curious and intriguing trinkets to bring back to our dear captain, so he can share in the joy." Upon hearing this, the crew's eyes sparkled with excitement as they echoed his sentiment in unison. Blackbeard navigated the intricate maze of Wano alone, keenly searching for any potential clues. Eventually, he arrived at the castle that once belonged to Big Mom. The interior was eerie and frigid. Blackbeard moved swiftly, entering the most concealed basement, which housed the remarkable treasures that Big Mom had amassed over the years, now in disarray, clearly having been hastily rummaged through. At the end of the basement, Blackbeard noticed a wall that presented subtle differences from the surrounding bricks. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch, shattering the bricks and revealing a narrow hidden chamber. A surge of joy filled his heart as he hastened forward, only to be met with the sight of an empty stone platform adorned with a striking jester motif. Its exaggerated grin seemingly mocking his fruitless endeavor. With a fierce determination, Blackbeard slammed his fist onto the stone surface, producing a resounding crash as the platform shattered. Debris flying in all directions. "Jester Buggy, you wretched scoundrel! I vow to bring you down," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the desolate basement. Meanwhile, the isolated Wano country, not being a member of the world government, remained oblivious to the news that Kaido and his beast pirates had been utterly vanquished by the One Navy. However, Aizu, the commander of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had set sail with his crew, braving the waves, to deliver tidings of joy. Days later, Aizu's fleet drew closer to the waters of Wano. The lookout, spotting the familiar contours of land, excitedly reported to Aizu, "Captain, ahead lies Wano country." Standing at the bow, Aizu gazed upon the closed yet hope-filled land, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood profoundly that this news would be monumental for the people of Wano, dispelling the shadows that had loomed over them. As soon as they set foot on land, Wano's samurai approached for inquiries. Upon revealing his identity, astonishment washed over the warriors, who then welcomed them into the city. The news spread like a gentle spring breeze throughout Wano, drawing crowds filled with curiosity and anticipation. Standing atop a platform in the square, Aizu addressed the bustling throng below, declaring loudly, "People of Wano, I bring you exhilarating news. Kaido and his beast pirates have been thoroughly defeated by the One Navy. You shall no longer live in fear." At first, silence enveloped the square, but it was soon shattered by thunderous cheers as people embraced and wept, releasing years of pent-up fear and suffering. Hearing the news, Hiyori hurried to meet Aizu. After exchanging pleasantries, Hiyori expressed her gratitude. "Brother Aizu, your timely news is a blessing." Aizu nodded with a smile. "Princess Hiyori, Wano's future is bright, and the Whitebeard pirates will offer assistance within our means." Hiyori, her expression grave, replied, "I hope, Brother Aizu, that you will join us in the fight against Orochi." As a loyal retainer of the Kazuki family, Aizu felt a sense of duty in this time of crisis. After a brief pause, he looked up, determination gleaming in his eyes, and said, "Princess Hiyori, Aizu, vow to stand with you all in the battle against Orochi, to eradicate this menace from Wano." Kazuki Hiyori's face radiated joy as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Odin. With your assistance, our success is assured." At that moment, Momonosuke, Kinemon, and Kanjuro found themselves adrift at sea, their fates uncertain. Consequently, the people of Wano chose Kazuki Hiyori as the shogun of Wano. Although she was relatively unknown, the pure bloodline of the Kazuki clan flowed through her veins. To the Akazaya 9. Hiyori possessed the capability and wisdom to lead Wano out of its tribulations and toward revitalization. Without delay, the Akazaya 9, leveraging their formidable reputation and established connections cultivated over many years in Wano, traversed the land, persuading various factions. Wherever they went, they passionately articulated the profound significance of endorsing Kazuki Hiyori. "Noble lords, Wano is at a critical juncture of survival. Though Her Highness is a woman, her intellect and courage rival that of any man. She is well versed in the classics, deeply understands the plight of the common folk, and will undoubtedly guide our nation back to peace and prosperity. Let us unite and advance together." Initially, many lords harbored reservations. Yet upon witnessing the fervent flames of passion in the eyes of the nine and hearing their sincere words, they were ultimately moved, nodding in agreement to this decision. As news spread, the warriors of Wano were filled with fervor, their spirits ignited, and they fervently petitioned to join the expeditionary forces, brandishing their blades and shouting, "For the bright future of Wano, we shall eradicate Kaido." Their collective cry soared, as if to pierce the heavens and shatter the long-standing gloom that enveloped Wano. The common folk spontaneously organized themselves to provide logistical support for the warriors. Women busily prepared provisions while children assisted in relaying messages. The entire nation of Wano stood united, sharing a common enmity. Soon, the sea winds howled, heralding the prelude to this fateful confrontation. On the open field, Kazuki Hiyori led the Akazaya 9 in a fan-shaped formation, locking onto Kaido and his minions with unwavering resolve. Ashuradoji, bearing his muscular torso, exuded raw power, his hair dancing wildly in the wind, complementing the long blade in his grasp. With every breath, his chest heaved dramatically, as if harnessing boundless strength. Toki-san stood tall, clad in a sleek black outfit. The hilt of his long sword wrapped tightly in intricate bandages. He gently rested his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, his fingertips quivering slightly. Tilting his head ever so slightly, he peered through the strands of hair that fell across his forehead, fixating intently on the distance ahead. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, austere arc, embodying both disdain for his adversary and an unwavering resolve for victory. Dressed in a resplendent pink kimono adorned with intricate chrysanthemum patterns, Jo exuded elegance as the fabric swayed gracefully in the breeze. Yet, the long blade gripped tightly in his hand gleamed ominously, a stark contrast to his gentle facade. Chapter 142. The war in Wano country. Kurizumi Orochi emanated a sinister aura as he roared, instantly transforming into the beastly form of the eight-headed serpent. His colossal body coiled menacingly, with 8 heads raised high, their serpent eyes glinting with a chilling, cruel light. The forked tongues flicked in and out, sensing the perilous atmosphere around them. Each head towered several times larger than a typical human, their gaping maws revealing dagger-like fangs, dripping with viscous venom that corroded the ground beneath, creating deep pits. The Anawabanshu, a cadre of serpent guards, formed a tight circle around Kurizumi Orochi, led by their captain, Fukuro Kuju. Though slender in stature, his gaze was sharp and sinister, wielding a long, narrow blade that shimmered coldly in the light. Kazuki Hayori's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving violently as her usually gentle eyes now bore into Kurizumi Orochi with fierce determination. Gritting her silver teeth, she parted her crimson lips and spat out each word with venomous fury. Kurizumi Orochi, you despicable, shameless wretch. For your selfish desires, you have colluded with foreign invaders, plunging countless citizens of Wano into chaos, suffering, and despair. Today marks your end, and I shall ensure you pay in blood for your sins. Upon hearing Kazuki Hayori's seething denunciation, Kurizumi Orochi froze momentarily, disbelief etched across his features. The once gentle servant he had known as Kamurasaki now stood before him as a sworn enemy. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, a grotesquely triumphant smile creeping across his face. Ha ha, he cackled, a sound most unpleasant to the ears. Oh, Kamurasaki, do you truly believe your petty tricks can deceive me? Your current performance is nothing short of nauseating. He laughed unabashedly, surveying Kazuki Oden with a scornful gaze, as if relishing a mere plaything for his amusement. Suddenly, he whirled around to face the allied forces, raising his voice to ensure that every ear caught his words. Behold, this is your so-called leader. She once masqueraded as Kamurasaki, flattering me for years. Who knows what treachery lies within her heart? Perhaps one day, she will betray you just as she did me. And you, Kayashiro. I took you in with goodwill, yet you repay my kindness with betrayal. You are nothing but a treacherous scoundrel. Kazuki Oden's eyes gleamed with malice as he endeavored to sow seeds of suspicion within the ranks of the alliance, aiming to undermine their morale. An immediate stir erupted among the coalition, expressions of shock flitting across faces as hushed whispers spread like wildfire. However, Kazuki Oden remained unfazed. She stood tall, her gaze unwavering as she met Kazuki Oden's with unyielding resolve, devoid of fear or retreat. With a firm yet melodious voice, she declared, Kazuki Oden, do not attempt to distort the truth or confound right and wrong. My brother Kinemon and I serve you solely to bide our time, seeking vengeance for our homeland and the Kazuki clan. Her words resonated powerfully, and the warriors of the alliance, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure. Their eyes now brimming with renewed trust and admiration for Kazuki Oden. They tightened their grips on their weapons, rallying with fervor, for Wano, for the Kazuki clan. Let us slay. The battle cry echoed through the air, their morale not only unscathed by Kazuki Oden's jeers but soaring even higher. Witnessing this, Kazuki Oden's expression darkened ominously. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, the Kazuki clan is but a relic of the past. This Wano is now my dominion. You remnants dare to dream of insurrection. It is nothing but folly. But since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you today, showing you the fate that awaits those who oppose me. The battle was on the verge of eruption as Sujijiro struck first. His form was like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear before the ranks of the Orochi's guards. With a swift motion, his long blade unsheathed, a chilling gleam flickered, and before several guards could react, their heads had already fallen. Blood splattered across his face and body, igniting a fervent madness in his gaze as he plunged deep into the enemy's ranks, leaving no one capable of halting his advance. Kiku no Jo, witnessing this, gracefully leaped into the fray, his long blade dancing like blooming flowers. His movements were elegant and fluid, yet concealed lethal strikes within. Confronted with the attacks of Wind Shadow and Wind Blade, he remained unperturbed, lightly tapping his toes to gain leverage, soaring into the air. As he spun in midair, his blade created a circular barrier of light, deflecting their assaults entirely. In a seamless motion, he pivoted and surged toward Wind Shadow, his speed rendering him nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, Ray Eyes lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment when Raijin was distracted. He hurled several shurikens into the air, each emanating an eerie blue glow, aimed directly at Raijin's face. Upon impact, Raijin collapsed, convulsing for a moment before falling silent. Azura Boy let out a furious roar, charging towards the charcoal serpent. His long blade was now enveloped in a thick layer of haki, dark as ink, enhancing its deadly edge. As he swiftly closed the distance, he targeted one particularly arrogant serpent head that was incessantly spewing venom. With a powerful strike, he severed the head, blood gushing forth as it rolled onto the ground, eliciting a haunting scream from the charcoal serpent. The remaining serpent heads thrashed wildly, their gaping maws aimed at Azura Boy. Undaunted, he spun, his blade tracing a perfect arc through the air. With masterful technique and exquisite control of haki, he repelled each serpent head that lunged at him. Simultaneously, Sujijiro seized the moment, darting through the battlefield like a wraith. His gaze was steely, fixated on the slightest movement of the charcoal serpent. His long blade poised and charged with a profound layer of haki. As Azura Boy successfully drew the majority of the serpent's attention, Sujijiro silently maneuvered behind the charcoal serpent. He lightly touched the ground with his feet, leveraging the force to leap into the air. His long blade shimmering with a chilling gleam as it struck with the swiftness of a lightning bolt towards the remaining heads of the charcoal serpent. Tanjir's swordsmanship was swift, precise, and merciless. Each strike landed accurately at the junction of the serpent's head and neck, effortlessly tearing through its defenses. In an instant, the severed heads tumbled to the ground, accompanied by a torrent of spurting blood, producing a dull thud as they fell. As the 8 heads of the charcoal serpent were severed, its remaining followers were plunged into a state of utter terror, their ranks thrown into disarray. Observing this chaos, the coalition soldiers felt their spirits soar. They roared and brandished their weapons, surging towards the enemy like a relentless tide, completely overwhelming the remnants of the charcoal serpent. This battle, amid the cacophony of battle cries and splattering blood, culminated in a decisive victory. Following this confrontation, the Land of Harmony was irrevocably liberated from the shackles of Dark Dominion. The shadows of the beast pirates and the remnants of Kaido have been completely eradicated. Although Yamado, Kaido's daughter, has vanished after the battle, the people are immersed in the euphoria of victory and the anticipation of a bright future, quickly setting aside concerns about her whereabouts. A new chapter for Wano country is about to unfold. Chapter 143, World Government versus Revolutionary Army. As the situation in Wano gradually clarifies, tensions escalate elsewhere in the world, where an exhilarating battle is on the verge of erupting. Kizaru retains his trademark nonchalance, clad in a yellow-striped suit, sauntering forward with an easy gait, his justice coat billowing in the wind. Green Bull, tall and robust, displays a bare upper body adorned with green kanji tattoos, while a sheathed katana hangs at his waist, its blade long and broad, glinting ominously in the sunlight. As the strongest agent of CP0, Guernica dons a tailored white suit that accentuates his formidable physique, his face obscured by a specially crafted mask, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes capable of discerning every flaw in his adversaries. Dakihote Jenny, her face swathed in thick bandages, reveals only a pair of cold, sharp eyes, making her features elusive. In her grip rests a uniquely designed sniper rifle, its surface intricately engraved, exuding a metallic aura, reputed to possess the terrifying power to fell giants with a single shot. On the side of the Revolutionary Army, upon hearing of the approaching forces of the world government, Dracula leads his 4 formidable commanders with unwavering resolve, preparing for battle. Positioned at the forefront, Dracula's iconic black coat billows ominously, his tattoos embodying an air of mystery and authority. He clenches his fists, silently harnessing his power, the very atmosphere around him charged with a tumultuous energy. As a user of the wind fruit, his strength simmers like an impending tempest. Behind him, the 4 commanders stand resolute. Leading the charge is Bello Betty, commander of the Eastern Army, hailing from the East Blue with a bounty of 457 million berries. As a user of the fruit, she possesses the ability to inspire those around her through her shouts, igniting a formidable fighting spirit within them. Lindbergh, commander of the Southern Army, a member of the Mink tribe with a bounty of 316 million berries, is a scientific prodigy adept at inventing various extraordinary weapons and gadgets. Sporting a pair of goggles, he wields a specialized firearm that fires powerful bullets capable of penetrating enemy defenses in an instant. Morley, commander of the Western Army. A giant with a bounty of 293 million berries and a user of the push-push fruit, possesses immense strength beyond ordinary comprehension. With his fruit ability, he can effortlessly repel any object he touches, creating powerful shockwaves that provide a significant advantage in clearing obstacles or assaulting foes on the battlefield. Crows, commander of the Northern Army, boasts a bounty of 4 billion berries and wields the capabilities of the coal fruit. He possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate coal at will, transforming it into various forms, either into sharp blades to strike his adversaries or generating thick smoke to obscure their vision. Without any dialogue exchanged, the battle commenced. Kizara acted first. In the blink of an eye, he appeared high in the sky. Instantly, countless golden orbs of light coalesced in his palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Each imbued with immense energy, this was his formidable technique, the 8-Sun Jewel. With a swift motion of his arm, the orbs cascaded like a tempest upon the Revolutionary Army's ranks, scorching the air with a sizzling sound, creating deep craters in the ground as debris flew in all directions. Dracula immediately shouted, "All units, prepare for defense." Simultaneously, he crossed his hands in front of him, summoning a powerful vortex of air that swirled around him, forming an invisible shield to withstand the relentless onslaught. Seizing the opportune moment amidst Kizara's assault, Dracula thrust his hands forward, conjuring a formidable tornado that spiraled forth, engulfing sand and earth as it surged toward Kizara. Kizara attempted to evade, but the tornado pursued him relentlessly, and soon he vanished from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Green Bull extended his arms, unleashing the powers of the forest fruit. In an instant, an abundance of plants erupted from his palms, growing wildly until he transformed into a colossal tree ant, his body woven from sturdy trunks, with lush branches stretching out to obscure the sky. The branches swung with immense force, crashing down upon the Revolutionary Army's camp, each impact causing the ground to tremble violently and raising clouds of dust. Yet that was not the end. Green Bull suddenly grasped the unsheathed katana at his waist. With a swift motion of his arm, a chilling flash of blade light severed a row of plants in front of him, transforming them into sharp wooden spikes that, with another swing of his sword, shot forth like arrows towards the Revolutionary Army. This maneuver masterfully combined his fruit powers with swordsmanship, leaving the members of the Revolutionary Army momentarily bewildered. Jernica lightly tapped his feet, employing shave, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, only to reappear amidst the ranks of the revolutionary soldiers. His hands moved like phantoms, swiftly executing the gale foot technique. Waves of vacuum slashes erupted from his feet. Blue blades resembling crescent moons whistled towards the enemy, effortlessly slicing through the defenses of the revolutionary soldiers, blood splattering in their wake. Some soldiers attempted to close the distance and attack Guernica, yet he remained unperturbed, evading the strikes with a flicker of his form. He then unleashed the iron block technique, his muscles tensing instantaneously, becoming as unyielding as steel. When a soldier's weapon struck him, it merely produced a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving Guernica unscathed. In retaliation, he countered with a punch, employing the finger gun technique, his fingers shooting forth like bullets, piercing directly through the soldier's body. At this moment, Don Quixote Janiel lay quietly in the shadows of the battlefield, her cold gaze fixed on her target through the scope, her finger lightly resting on the trigger, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. As the battle intensified, Dorag demonstrated the formidable strength befitting his position as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The surrounding air grew increasingly tempestuous, howling towards Green Bull. Although Green Bull utilized the powers of the forest fruit to create resilient plant barriers for defense, Dorag's wind power infiltrated every nook and cranny. The seemingly sturdy vegetation was uprooted and shattered by the ferocity of the gale. Green Bull, overwhelmed by the relentless wind, found himself retreating repeatedly. The smile on his face long vanished, replaced by a grave expression. The returning Kizaru engaged in a fierce clash with Crow and Lindbergh, wielding the Amatsumi Kaboshi sword with impressive vigor. Golden sword energies crisscrossed with the smoky blades controlled by Crow and the powerful bullets fired from Lindbergh's homemade firearms, producing a deafening cacophony. However, the discerning observer could see that while Kizaru's strikes appeared fierce, he was deliberately holding back. Time and again, he had the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to his opponents, yet he intentionally slowed his pace or diverted his sword strikes, clearly showing signs of restraint. Chapter 144, Kizaru. Change opponents. The Crow and Lindbergh sensed the unusual atmosphere, exchanging a glance filled with uncertainty. However, seizing this rare opportunity, They coordinated their efforts with increasing synergy, launching a relentless offensive against the yellow ape. Meanwhile, Bello Betty fully harnessed the advantages of her encouragement fruit abilities, moving among the warriors and vociferously uttering uplifting words that ignited the revolutionary soldiers around her, significantly amplifying their strength. Jernica, the most formidable agent of CP0, remained unperturbed, deftly weaving through the throngs of combatants, skillfully employing the Navy's 6 styles. As attacks rained down like a tempest, he would occasionally use shade to instantaneously reposition himself, while at other times, he would withstand damage with iron body. Yet, Bello Betty's encouragement never waned, and the soldiers, undeterred, surged forward in relentless waves against Jernica. Don Quixote Jinyanging had scarcely the chance to fire his weapon before being confronted by Mori, who, utilizing his gigantic stature and the push-push fruit's formidable power, brought his steel fork crashing down like a landslide upon Don Quixote Jinyanging. She skillfully evaded Mori's onslaught, transforming her sniper rifle into a melee weapon, wielding it like a club to deflect the fork. The clash of metal sent sparks flying. However, as Mori's assault intensified, Don Quixote Jinyanging found it increasingly difficult to hold her ground. Seizing a moment of opportunity, she leapt back several paces and swiftly drew a unique handgun from her waist. Raising it, she fired at Mori, the bullets whistling through the air, imbued with her domineering aura. Mori, quick to react, employed his push-push fruit ability to hurl a massive boulder toward the incoming bullets, resulting in a thunderous impact as the bullets struck the stone, sending shards flying. Undeterred, Don Quixote Jinyanging continued to pull the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon Mori, who countered with boulders and trees, leading to a deadlock as both combatants refused to yield. Meanwhile, the clash between Dragon and Green Bull escalated to a fever pitch, with Dragon's win-win fruit abilities exerting a significant suppression over Green Bull's forest fruit powers. The plants swayed perilously in the tempest, and Green Bull himself struggled against the gales, displaying visible exhaustion. The yellow ape continued to engage with the crow and Lindbergh, his apparent concession deepening their suspicions, yet simultaneously affording them additional openings for attack. The battle between Bello Betty's revolutionary soldiers and Jernica raged on, both sides suffering casualties amidst the tense standoff. The confrontation between Mori and Don Quixote Jinyanging remained at an impasse as they fiercely clashed with their respective abilities and weapons. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, the scales of victory remained precariously balanced, with every minute variable capable of shifting the tide of the conflict. Soon, Dragon seized the moment, manifesting a razor-sharp wind blade imbued with devastating power, which sliced towards Green Bull's thigh with blinding speed. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, Green Bull's thigh was brutally lacerated, blood gushing forth as he knelt upon one knee, his face a tableau of agony and astonishment. Yet, even in such dire straits, the fierce resolve within Green Bull did not wane. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the yellow ape and bellowed, "Yellow ape, let us switch opponents." At this moment, Green Bull was acutely aware that if Kizaru continued his performance, he would be in grave danger. Hearing Green Bull's call, Kizaru paused midair, the light of his Amatsukami's sword flickering subtly. He cast a glance towards Dolag and Green Bull, a fleeting hesitation flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly resumed his carefree demeanor, feigning a fierce battle with Corvus and Lindbergh, for he had no desire to be ensnared in the deadly vortex between Dolag and Green Bull. Dolag would not easily let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. A far more formidable tornado materialized from thin air, its ferocious winds rushing towards Green Bull, tearing through the earth and stones as if intent on completely consuming him. Observing this, Green Bull gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his thigh and forcefully struck the ground with both hands, utilizing the reaction force to propel himself backwards several meters. Simultaneously, he fervently activated the powers of the forest fruit, a torrent of vegetation surging forth from his palms. These plants swiftly intertwined, forming what appeared to be a robust barrier before him, poised to withstand Dolag's fierce assault. Meanwhile, Bello Betty continued to rally on the battlefield, her voice resonating through the air, invigorating the revolutionary soldiers. Her words stirred a fervor within the surrounding warriors, a relentless surge of strength coursing through them. Inspired by her fervor, their offensive grew increasingly fierce, surrounding Guernica tightly at its core. Although Guernica skillfully maneuvered amidst the fray, evading and countering, he gradually bore more wounds. His white suit stained crimson, an alarming sight. The clash between Mori and Don Quixote Jean was equally intense. Jean moved with agility, alternating between her sniper rifle and pistol, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon Mori, while her sniper rifle occasionally discharged powerful single shots, seeking an opening in Mori's defenses. Yet, Mori deftly repelled each incoming attack. Neither side yielding, the ferocity of their battle instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. At this moment, the scales of victory remained precariously balanced, with the life and death struggle between Dolag and Green Bull becoming the focal point of the conflict. Unexpectedly, in the face of despair, Green Bull unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. Recklessly channeling the forest fruit, the ground erupted violently, a myriad of robust vines bursting forth, adorned with sharp barbs, ensnaring towards Dolag. Simultaneously, the surrounding flora grew at an astonishing rate, rapidly forming a dense thicket that enveloped both him and Dolag, completely obscuring their actions from the outside world. Upon witnessing this, Dolag's expression hardened, yet he remained undaunted. He swiftly pivoted, and a torrent of air surged around him, forming a high-velocity shield of wind. Any vine that dared to approach was instantly severed by the razor-like gusts, scattering remnants of branches and leaves into the air. Subsequently, several tornadoes erupted from thin air, carrying sand and soil, slicing through the jungle like blades, attempting to breach the Green Bull's botanical defenses. Yet, the Green Bull showed no sign of retreat. In an instant, the trees within the jungle seemed to receive a command, their trunks twisting and deforming into enormous wooden fists that struck back at the tornadoes. Each collision resounded with earth-shattering roars, shockwaves radiating outward, uprooting the surrounding earth and stones. The two combatants exchanged blows with fervor, creating an impasse that was difficult to resolve. Outside, the battlefield remained fierce, with the yellow ape feigning combat with the crow, while Lindbergh fought valiantly, all the while discreetly monitoring the evolving situation. Astonished by the Green Bull's explosive power. Chapter 145, Bartholomew Kuma. At the heart of the battlefield, the clash between Dorag and the Green Bull had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Dorag's relentless assault penetrated every defense, crashing against the Green Bull's plant fortifications like a torrential storm. Despite the Green Bull's tenacious resistance, he was still gravely wounded by Dorag's fierce onslaught. His body marked with intersecting gashes, blood staining his garments crimson, and the tattoos on his skin becoming increasingly grotesque amidst the bloodstains. Perceiving the dire situation, the Green Bull unleashed a hoarse roar. Yellow Ape. With his keen observation and perception, Don Quixote Jr. sensed the Green Bull's predicament. Yellow Ape, go assist the Green Bull. The tone was uncompromising, cold, and authoritative, as if she were the supreme commander of this battle. Upon hearing her command, the Yellow Ape swiftly disengaged from his combat with the Crow and Lindbergh, swiftly positioning himself beside the Green Bull to confront Dorag. Once settled, he activated his abilities, elegantly waving his hands, summoning a massive sword forged of light, the famed Amatsuka Yumi. Dorag, with a steely gaze, regarded the Yellow Ape, his hands forming into claw-like shapes, preparing to unleash his signature technique, the Dragon Claw Fist. The two individuals locked eyes for a brief moment, and in an instant, they sprang into action. With a swift motion, Kazara closed the distance between himself and Drag, raising his sword, the Amatsukami, high above his head, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. He brought it down with tremendous force, targeting Drag's vital points. Unperturbed, Drag's gaze remained steely as he met Kazari's strike with his hands. The collision of Drag's formidable, hockey-infused fists against the Amatsukami produced a piercing metallic screech, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, Crow and Lindbergh faced an even more ferocious Green Bull. With blood-red eyes, Green Bull unleashed the powers of the Mori Mori no Mi, causing the ground to crack open as numerous vines erupted from the earth, armed with sharp thorns, slithering towards Crow and Lindbergh like venomous serpents. Upon witnessing this, Crow hastily manipulated coal, transforming it into a black barrier in an attempt to fend off the vine's assault. Lindbergh quickly drew a specially crafted firearm from his waist, aiming at the advancing vines and firing bullets that whizzed through the air, taking down several of them. However, Green Bull's relentless onslaught proved increasingly overwhelming for them. Before long, Lindbergh found himself unable to evade, and several wooden spikes brutally pierced his body, instantly staining his clothes with blood. He let out a pain scream, his body convulsing violently. More terrifying was the fact that these wooden spikes seemed to possess a life of their own, fervently siphoning the nutrients from within him. As the nourishment drained from Lindbergh, Green Bull's injuries began to heal at an observable rate. His previously pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color, the wounds on his body ceased to bleed profusely, and began to mend. Lindbergh's form quickly became emaciated, his face turned ashen, and ultimately, his voice weakened, his eyes lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, Crow was engulfed by desperation, recklessly commanding the coal to morph into sharp blades, launching an assault towards Green Bull. Rather than retreating, Green Bull advanced boldly towards Crow, causing even more plants to erupt from the ground, surging upwards towards him. Perceiving the dire situation unfolding with Green Bull, Kizaru, while parrying Drag's attacks, remarked with a smirk, "Drag, it seems your revolutionary army is destined to become history today." Drag scoffed in response, "Kizaru, do not become overly complacent. The battle is far from over." Upon uttering those words, a colossal tornado materialized before him, hurtling toward Kizaru with a deafening roar. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Bello Betty was leading the Revolutionary Army's warriors in a fierce confrontation against Guernica. She ceaselessly rallied her comrades, infusing them with vigor as pink luminescence flickered around them, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Despite Guernica's formidable strength, he began to feel overwhelmed in the face of such a multitude of foes. Moments later, a revolutionary soldier seized an opportunity, exerting every ounce of strength to drive his blade deep into Guernica's back. Guernica's body stiffened abruptly before he could react. The surrounding revolutionary soldiers surged forth, unleashing a barrage of weaponry upon him. Guernica attempted to resist, but his movements grew increasingly sluggish under the weight of his injuries, ultimately leading to his gradual collapse, silencing him forever. Utilizing his exceptional observation haki, Dracul Mihawk instantly discerned that Bello Betty had gained the upper hand. He shouted, "Go assist Mori. That Green Bull is beyond your capabilities." His voice echoed across the battlefield, resonating clearly in the ears of every revolutionary soldier. Responding to the command, the soldiers hastily surged towards the battlefield where Mori confronted Don Quixote Jinub. Previously, the standoff between Mori and Don Quixote Jinub was at an impasse. But with the arrival of the revolutionary warriors, the tide of battle began to shift. They encircled Mori, forming a formidable barrier. Some raised shields to deflect bullets, while others brandished weapons, striving to disrupt the firing rhythm of Don Quixote Jinub. Upon witnessing this, a warmth surged within Mori. He bellowed with renewed vigor, once more wielding his trident and charging towards Don Quixote Jinub. Faced with the relentless onslaught of numerous revolutionary soldiers, she gradually found herself overwhelmed, constantly shifting her position. She sought an escape route, yet enemies surrounded her, leaving her with no options. A bullet grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of blood, followed swiftly by a long knife striking from behind. She sidestepped to evade, only to be pierced in the thigh by another soldier's spear. With her injuries, her movements grew increasingly sluggish. In yet another wave of attack, a revolutionary soldier struck her fiercely in the chest, causing her to widen her eyes in shock as blood erupted from her mouth. Ultimately, she collapsed to the ground, silence for eternity. Meanwhile, on the side of Green Bull, Crow manipulated smoke for various defenses, but his strength was waning. Seizing a moment of negligence, Green Bull suddenly extended his vines, ensnaring Crow's feet. Despite his desperate struggles, the bonds tightened around him. Green Bull then commanded a massive wooden spike, driving it brutally into Crow's abdomen. The wooden spike seemed almost alive, voraciously siphoning the nutrients from within him. Crow's body began to wither, his complexion grew pale, and eventually, his voice faded into a whisper, his eyes losing their luster as he collapsed to the ground, silent at last. Just as the chaos of battle intensified, a familiar figure descended from the heavens, Bartholomew the Bear. Upon landing, he immediately harnessed the power of the meatball fruit, generating a formidable gravitational force from his palm, as if the very air around him was under his command. Chapter 146, Green Bull. The imposing and steadfast figure of Bartholomew Kuma stood out conspicuously on the battlefield, his attention fully captured by Green Bull. In no time, a powerful shockwave erupted from his palm, radiating in a circular pattern. Wherever it reached, the air was instantaneously compressed, producing a resounding hum, while the ground was lifted, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust, forcing the surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers to seek refuge. Green Bull's acute observation through his Kinbunchika haki alerted him to the imminent danger approaching from behind. He swiftly turned his head, only to witness a formidable shockwave hurtling towards him. A sense of urgency gripped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped his entire body in Busashoka haki, the dark energy clinging to his form like armor. Simultaneously, he fervently activated the powers of the forest fruit, conjuring a dense thicket of vegetation before him in an instant. These plants grew at an astonishing rate, intertwining to form a robust barrier, with thick and resilient trunks and vines entwined so tightly that not a breath of air could pass through. Kuma's shockwave collided heavily with the plant-constructed barrier that Green Bull had erected, and in that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the surroundings. The vegetation, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the shockwave, was instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments, swirling through the air like snowflakes. Green Bull felt an unparalleled force surging towards him. Despite his utmost efforts to fend off the impact with haki and the plant barrier, he found it impossible to entirely withstand the onslaught. His body involuntarily glided several meters backward, leaving 2 deep furrows on the ground. Green Bull's feet were firmly planted on the earth, striving to regain his balance, while the muscles in his legs tensed, power surging within him. At last, after sliding a considerable distance, he successfully steadied himself. Green Bull panted lightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, though predominantly it was caution that prevailed. He lowered his gaze upon himself and discovered only a few minor abrasions on his body, with his clothing merely torn in a few places by the gusts created by the shockwave. A subtle smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated silently that although the bear's strike was formidable, it was far from sufficient to easily vanquish him. Immediately thereafter, Bello Betty, brimming with fervor, shouted to bolster morale and charged alongside Mori towards the Green Bull. Utilizing the powers of the push-push fruit, Mori propelled a massive boulder toward the Green Bull, which soared through the air with a deafening roar. The Green Bull sidestepped to evade it, yet Bello Betty seized the opportunity, striking him fiercely on the back with her flag, imbued with haki. The Green Bull staggered from the blow, yet retorted with a mocking grin, "Are you merely tickling me, my dear?" His words dripped with scorn, igniting an even fiercer rage in Bello Betty's eyes. Brandishing her flag, she charged once more at the Green Bull, her strength amplified as she declared, "Then let me show you something far more powerful." The trio of Bear, Mori, and Bello Betty exhibited a seamless synergy in their assault, continuously altering their tactics to keep the Green Bull on the defensive. Bear occasionally utilized his rubber ball fruit abilities to rebound attacks aimed at him back towards the Green Bull, while also engaging in close combat to disrupt the Green Bull's movements. Mori, leveraging his tremendous strength and fruit abilities, maintained relentless pressure on the Green Bull. Meanwhile, Bello Betty fully harnessed the advantages of her Inspire fruit, augmenting the strength of her allies while actively participating in the fray. Despite the Green Bull's formidable prowess, he found himself unable to subdue the trio in that moment. He felt a surge of silent fury within, unleashing the full potential of his forest fruit ability. Robust tree trunks erupted from the earth, attempting to ensnare the trio within their grasp. Observing this, Bear exerted immense force through his palms, shattering the trunks with the power of his rubber fruit, transforming them into a flurry of wooden splinters. Meanwhile, Bello Betty continuously shouted words of encouragement, fueling Mori with an unending source of strength, compelling him to thrust his trident towards Green Bull, who was forced to dodge left and right. Infuriated and humiliated, Green Bull suddenly pivoted, instantly appearing behind Bear, drawing his weapon, a knife, and thrusting it fiercely toward Bear's back. Yet Bear seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. With a powerful push, he teleported several meters away and retaliated with a swift palm strike, sending a formidable gust of air, infused with the might of his rubber fruit, hurtling towards Green Bull. Green Bull narrowly evaded, but just as he prepared to counterattack, Mori's onslaught came rushing in once more, leaving him no choice but to evade again. In that critical moment, 3 bubble-like shapes resembling bear paws suddenly manifested on the battlefield as Sabo, Ace, and Luffy arrived, summoned by Bear's rubber fruit ability. Upon landing, they immediately joined the fray against Green Bull. Momentarily distracted by the unexpected trio, Green Bull dismissed them as mere ants. Believing that no number of them could alter the course of battle, they would inevitably be defeated one by one. Undeterred by the fierce barrage of attacks, Green Bull utilized his forest fruit powers to conjure a dense thicket of vegetation, encasing himself in layers of protection. Although the group's assaults caused destruction, they struggled to land a decisive blow on his vital points. Fueled by adrenaline, Mori disregarded his own safety and charged forward, channeling the full force of his push-push fruit into a powerful push against the plant barrier before Green Bull. "Break for me!" He let out a thunderous roar, and with a resounding crash, a portion of the foliage was forcefully pushed aside, revealing a glimpse of the verdant bull. Upon noticing this, a fierce glint flickered in the bull's eyes. Seizing the opportunity as Mori advanced alone, it swiftly extended a robust vine from the thicket, the tip of which resembled a sharp lance, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged toward Mori's chest with blinding speed. Mori, caught unawares, was brutally pierced by the vine, his eyes widening in disbelief, a look of utter astonishment etched upon his face. "Mori!" Bello Betty cried out in despair, her eyes instantly turning red with anguish. desperately waving her banner in an attempt to rescue him. She was thwarted as the green bull casually gestured, conjuring a wall of vegetation that obstructed her path. These wooden spikes appeared to possess a life of their own, voraciously siphoning the nutrients from Mori's body. In an instant, his once mighty frame, akin to a small mountain, shriveled into a mere shadow of its former self, his complexion turning ashen, until he finally collapsed to the ground, devoid of any further movement. Green Bull, witnessing Mori's fall, ignited a fierce blaze of fury within several onlookers, who simultaneously roared in anger, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. The Green Bull, reveling in its triumph, declared, "Futile. You ragtag assembly of misfits. Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can challenge me? Today marks your final resting place." As he spoke, he deftly manipulated the surrounding flora, enhancing its density to thwart the increasingly frenzied assaults from Sabo and his allies. The battlefield descended into a state of utter chaos, with the cacophony of battle cries intertwining with the explosive manifestations of fruit powers. The balance of victory and defeat remaining precariously in flux. Both sides fought valiantly for their respective beliefs and aspirations. And the ultimate outcome of this grand conflict would undoubtedly reshape the very fabric of the world. Chapter 147. Kizaru, what are you doing? Dracul Mihawk was acutely aware that achieving a swift resolution in his confrontation with Kizaru was impossible. While it was only a matter of time before Green Bull emerged victorious in his skirmish, he decisively withdrew, abandoning his struggle with Kizaru, and like a flash of lightning, propelled himself towards the location of the Green Bull. Kizaru, taken aback by Dragon's sudden departure, momentarily hesitated, but soon a knowing smile graced his lips. He did not pursue immediately, instead trailing leisurely behind. Dragon arrived in an instant, joining the assault on the Green Bull, unleashing a formidable whirlwind that tore apart the vegetative barriers surrounding him. At this moment, the Green Bull found himself besieged by Sabo, Ace, Luffy, Kuma, Bello Betties, and now Dragon, the pressure bearing down upon him like an insurmountable mountain. His breath became rapid, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He was unwilling to succumb to defeat, fiercely urging the powers of the forest fruit to fend off the attacks from several adversaries. At that moment, Kizaru also arrived on the battlefield, yet contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not lend his full support to Green Bull. Instead, he flickered about, occasionally releasing harmless laser beams and casually slashing with the Amatsukami sword, seemingly targeting the revolutionary army, while in truth, each action subtly disrupted Green Bull's rhythm of attack. Seeing this, Green Bull was consumed by rage, yet he could not divert his focus to chastise Kizaru. Bartolomeo Kuma seized the opportunity, channeling immense strength into his palms. Activating the powers of the pawpaw fruit, a dazzling light erupted from his hands, followed by a powerful and destructive shockwave, accompanied by a howling wind, surging rapidly towards Green Bull. At that moment, Kizaru appeared before Green Bull in a flash, leading him to believe that Kizaru would intercept the impending blow. However, to his astonishment, just as the shockwave was about to reach him, Kizaru unhurriedly transformed into light, evading the strike effortlessly. This maneuver allowed the formidable shockwave to collide violently with Green Bull, who had no time to mount any defense. He was struck as if by a heavy hammer, staggering backward uncontrollably. Before Green Bull could regain his footing, the astute Dracul Mihawk seized the rare opportunity, closing in on Green Bull in an instant. A blade of wind sliced through the air, aimed viciously at Green Bull's chest. With a muffled thud, a deep gash was cleaved into Green Bull's chest, exposing bone and causing blood to surge forth like a fountain. "Kizaru, what are you doing?" Green Bull bellowed in a fit of fury, his eyes wide with rage, as if they could ignite flames, glaring at Kizaru with a gaze that wished to consume him whole. "Oh dear, how careless of me." Kizaru's nonchalant voice floated through the air, devoid of any hint of remorse. The revolutionary army quickly sensed the discord between Kizaru and Green Bull, seizing the moment without granting Green Bull a moment's respite. Meanwhile, Kizaru flickered once more, transforming into a dazzling beam of light, vanishing from his previous location. In the next instant, he reappeared several dozen meters away in the sky, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked down upon the battlefield. Under the relentless barrage from his opponents, Green Bull gradually lost the ability to resist, his wounds multiplying, blood staining the ground beneath him as his body swayed precariously. "Mihawk!" Green Bull roared. "Even if it costs me my life today, I will not allow you revolutionary scum to prevail." With that declaration, he infused strength into the surrounding flora, causing the severed vines to regrow at an astonishing rate, becoming even thicker and more resilient. Mihawk regarded Green Bull coldly, his gaze unyielding, devoid of fear. "Green Bull, You are now at your wit's end. Why persist in this futile struggle? Dragon's voice resonated with a deep and resolute tone, proclaiming that the decaying rule of the world government had reached its inevitable end, and that your downfall was preordained. Despite Green Bull's utmost efforts, he found himself increasingly beleaguered in the face of Dragon and his companions' relentless assault. The wounds adorning his body not only hampered his movements, but also steadily drained his vitality. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over Green Bull, and his vision began to blur. He understood that he was on the verge of collapse, yet at that moment, his gaze fell upon Kizaru, and a surge of intense unwillingness welled up within him. Kizaru, with all his remaining strength, shouted for Green Bull. Just when everyone believed that Green Bull was about to meet his demise on the spot, Kizaru suddenly flashed into action, appearing beside Green Bull and grasping him firmly as he teetered on the brink of despair. In an instant, he activated the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, and a dazzling light enveloped them, causing the two to vanish from the battlefield. Without the slightest hesitation, Doflamingo recognized the immense threat posed by Green Bull and resolved that he could not be allowed to escape so easily. He immediately unleashed his abilities, forming a colossal whirlwind beneath his feet, soaring into the air and racing towards the direction in which Kizaru and the Green Bull had vanished. Utilizing his formidable observation haki, Dracula attempted to capture their fleeting traces, yet Kizaru's speed was astonishing, akin to a mirage that flickered just beyond the periphery of his perception. Despite Dracula's relentless activation of his powers and his increasing velocity, he remained unable to close the gap between himself and Kizaru and the Green Bull. Gradually, that radiant light faded into the horizon, leaving Dracula to watch helplessly as they escaped, his heart brimming with frustration and rage. Upon returning to the battlefield, the revolutionary soldiers were busily engaged in clearing the area and tending to the wounded. Seeing Dracula's return, they gathered around him, their expressions filled with concern and inquiry. Taking a deep breath, Dracula temporarily suppressed his discontent and addressed the crowd. Kizaru has fled with the Green Bull. However, we have dealt them a significant blow. Although we did not utterly annihilate the enemy in this battle, we have made it clear to the world government that the Revolutionary Army is not to be trifled with. Bella Betty, observing the surrounding warriors with evident sorrow in her eyes, remarked, "Let us first ensure that the injured are properly cared for and receive the best treatment." Dracula nodded in agreement. He surveyed the area, taking in the sight of the wounded soldiers and the fallen comrades, a sharp pain piercing his heart. The brutality of this battle underscored the arduous journey ahead for the revolution, with even greater challenges looming in the future. We have all endured great hardship. While we have suffered losses in this battle, we have also gained much. We must learn from this experience and grow stronger. Dracula's voice was resolute and powerful, resonating across the battlefield. Subsequently, the Revolutionary Army began to methodically restore order, ensuring a dignified burial for their fallen comrades and transporting the wounded to safety for treatment. Meanwhile, at the rear of the world government, Kizaru appeared, accompanied by the gravely injured Green Bull. Chapter 148, Kizaru, you bastard. As soon as the Green Bull landed, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his wounds still oozing blood. With great effort, he weakly exclaimed, "Kizaru, you bastard. Why didn't you go all out?" Kizaru, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and that signature nonchalant grin on his face, replied, "I assure you, I've given it my all. After all, I am getting older. It's only natural for my strength to wane." Upon hearing this, the Green Bull propped himself up, directing a furious gaze at Kizaru. He noted that Kizaru's attire was pristine and unblemished, a stark contrast to his own disheveled state. This overwhelming disparity ignited a surge of anger within the Green Bull, prompting him to lash out. "Do you take me for a fool? From the very beginning of the battle, you have been half-hearted. Every time it was your turn to engage, you stood by idly, and those lackluster attacks were nothing but a farce." The Green Bull grew increasingly agitated, struggling to rise and confront the yellow monkey. The latter maintained his nonchalant smile, remarking, "Green Bull, do not cast baseless accusations. The battlefield is ever-changing, and I have done my utmost. Furthermore, had I not intervened to save your life, you would have perished." "Done your utmost?" Green Bull retorted with a bitter laugh. "If it weren't for your deliberate interference, I would not find myself in such dire straits." His agitation intensified as he continued, "Look at your pristine condition. Your clothes remain unblemished, while I nearly lost my life." At that moment, a figure clad in a black suit approached, none other than Spandam, the highest-ranking officer of CP5. Upon witnessing Green Bull's disheveled state, Spandam's expression darkened. "Green Bull, how did you end up like this?" With a slight smirk, Yellow Monkey replied in a sardonic tone, The strength of the Revolutionary Army is beyond imagination. Each of them resembles a monster, truly terrifying. His tone was laced with mockery, as if recounting an amusing tale entirely unrelated to himself. Upon hearing this, Green Bull retorted with indignation, "Kizaru, you speak nonsense. On the battlefield, whenever I found myself in peril and in need of assistance, he would deliberately delay, and his attacks were feeble, far from his true capabilities. Furthermore, that scoundrel brazenly collaborates with the Revolutionary Army." As Green Bull spoke, he began to cough, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Kizaru replied with a sardonic tone, "Green Bull, the battlefield is fraught with complexities. I am not as incompetent as you suggest." Spandam's gaze traversed between Green Bull and Kizaru, and he understood that Green Bull spoke the truth. However, he was acutely aware that Kizaru was not someone to be easily offended. He merely needed to report the facts to the five elders. It appeared that the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army was greater than we had anticipated, and this matter must be promptly communicated to the five elders. After delivering his thoughts, he cast a lingering glance at Kizaru and Green Bull, filled with unspoken meaning, before swiftly departing. In Mariewa, the enigmatic and imposing office of the five elders, where power loomed. The remaining two elders, the scientific defense warlord and the legal warlord, sat at the conference table, intently focused on the peculiar-looking phone bug before them. The voice of Spandam emanated from the phone bug, and with each detail of his report, the expressions of the two grew increasingly grim. Once the report concluded, a long silence ensued. Before the scientific defense warlord spoke slowly, "I understand. You may return." These succinct words sent a shiver down Spandam's spine on the other end of the line. After hanging up, the legal warlord narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within. What in the world are those two up to? It is a profound disgrace to the world government. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white with the strain, and the joints cracking audibly. At that moment, a profound suspicion surged within the scientific defense martial deity regarding the anomalous behavior of Kizaru. Could it be linked to Bartholomew Kuma? It is worth noting that CP0 had previously captured footage of Kizaru and Kuma sharing pizza, which suggests there may indeed be an intricate connection between the two. The legal martial deity then spoke. "It's surprising that that rubber lad has managed to survive. Should we consult Lordum?" The scientific defense martial deity nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us defer to Lordum for guidance." Within the chambers of flowers, after listening to their reports, remained silent for a long while before slowly rising. She uttered not a word, merely walking quietly deeper into the sanctum, her footsteps echoing in the vast hall like the ticking of Destiny's clock. "Joy, boy." Softly enunciated these names, her voice faintly reverberating in the stillness of the space. In a secret alcove of the sanctum, an extraordinarily brilliant, almost blinding purplish-red radiance suddenly erupted, enveloping an aura of chilling destruction. Uranus, the celestial king, began to activate, pulsating with energy that shimmered in a deep purple hue, ultimately coalescing into countless robust and dazzling beams of the same color. These beams illuminated the hidden depths of the sanctum, revealing M's visage shrouded in shadows. Her eyes calm and devoid of emotion, akin to a still pond. The immense energy beams tore through the sky with an unparalleled momentum, wherever they passed. The air was instantaneously ionized, crackling ominously, and the clouds were effortlessly shredded like fragile paper, scattering into countless fragments. The beams shot forth like meteors from the heavens, hurtling directly towards the Revolutionary Army's stronghold, vanishing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. Dragon's expression turned gravely serious. "Everyone, something is approaching." Kuma remained silent, slightly raising his hands, causing the air around him to ripple subtly. Suddenly, strange beams of light appeared in the sky, racing towards their island at an alarming speed. Dragon reacted immediately, powerful winds gathering before him. "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for defense." With a thunderous shout, Dorag conjured a massive barrier of wind that enveloped everyone within its embrace. Simultaneously, Bartholomew Kuma unleashed the full potential of his pawpaw fruit, establishing an ethereal layer of defense surrounding the wind barrier. This formidable layer could reflect enemy attacks, representing one of Kuma's most potent defensive techniques. The rays of light collided heavily against the wind barrier and the pawpaw defense, producing a cacophony of deafening sound. The wind barrier trembled violently under the immense force, teetering on the brink of collapse, while Dorag gritted his teeth, continuously infusing it with wind energy to maintain its stability. Kuma, with unwavering focus, controlled the pawpaw defense, rebounding some of the light's strength outward. As time passed, cracks began to appear in the barrier. "Get away!" Dorag shouted, attempting to alert his comrades. But the speed of the energy beams was so rapid that many revolutionary soldiers had no time to react. In an instant, the island was filled with the sound of anguished cries. Uranus's assault fell like a torrential downpour, and the casualties among the revolutionary forces continued to mount. Bella Betty, witnessing the devastation before her, felt tears welling in her eyes. She raised her flag high and cried out, "We cannot falter. For freedom, for our comrades, we must fight." Inspired by her words, the revolutionary soldiers summoned their final reserves of strength, recklessly charging toward the beams of light, forming a bloody rampart with their bodies. Finally, after a blinding flash of light, the rays vanished entirely, leaving the island in utter disarray. Dorag slowly lowered his hands, surveying the devastation, his heart heavy with guilt. "It is my failure to protect everyone," he murmured, his voice laced with anguish. Kuma, in silence, approached the wounded comrades, utilizing the powers of the pawpaw fruit to mend their injuries, fully aware that some wounds were beyond salvation. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford, Kane observed the earlier events through the system interface, softly muttering to himself, as expected, the so-called ancient weapons possessing world-destroying powers are merely exaggerations, distorted through the ages. If these ancient weapons indeed held the terrifying capability to annihilate the world, how could Joy Boy, who wielded the Sea King, the Underworld King, and the Sky Kings, have been defeated in that pivotal battle that shaped history? Simultaneously, deep within Mariehua, cloaked in a black robe, concealed himself in the shadows. The scientific defense deity, Saint Satan, knelt respectfully before him. "My lord we have made new breakthroughs regarding the energy supply for Uranus." Remained silent, quietly gazing at him as if awaiting a more detailed explanation. Saint swallowed hard and continued. Vegapunk proposed the concept of the mother flame in order to create an inexhaustible energy source to benefit the development of the world. Our preliminary simulation tests indicate that the energy it emits aligns remarkably well with the demands of Uranus, both in intensity and durability. After a brief silence, finally spoke. "Should any mishap occur, you must be aware of the consequences." A shiver ran down Saint's spine, and he quickly lowered his head, saying, "Yes, Lord I shall personally oversee the entire research process to ensure that the Mother Flame can supply the Celestial King without any negligence." Waved his hand slightly, signaling Saint to withdraw. In the Grand Line, Punk Hazard, at the research facility of Vegapunk, a subtle wave of spatial distortion arose, followed by an ethereal green portal that materialized, through which Brian and Katka emerged in succession. With Brian's arrival, the members of the Navy's scientific division sensed something amiss and hurriedly approached, armed and tense, surrounding Brian. "Gottfried Brian." "Katka," one soldier called out, his voice trembling, clearly intimidated by the unexpected visit of Brian and Katka. A slight smile graced Brian's lips as a powerful aura of conqueror's haki erupted from within him like a surging tide, manifesting as a tangible storm that swept across Punk Hazard. The soldiers of the Navy's scientific division, under the weight of this formidable presence, felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats, leaving them no room to resist. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. At that moment, Vegapunk was engrossed in his work among various instruments and blueprints, utterly oblivious to the commotion outside. Suddenly, the sound of firm and powerful footsteps shattered the tranquility. Vegapunk looked up to see a tall, imposing figure enter, none other than Admiral Brian of the One Navy, clad in a sharply tailored naval uniform, exuding an air of determination and wisdom. Brian wore a warm smile as he addressed Vegapunk. "Dr. Vegapunk, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Brian of the One Navy, and this is my companion, Katka." Vegapunk responded politely, "Greetings. I wonder what brings you both here unexpectedly." The smile vanished from Brian's face, replaced by solemnity and sincerity. "Doctor, I have come with an important request concerning the future of our world. I hope you will consider joining the One Navy, using your intellect and talent to bring genuine peace and prosperity to the world." Vegapunk replied, "Your proposal is rather sudden. It presents a significant dilemma for me." Vegapunk spoke slowly, fully aware that once a decision was made, it would irrevocably alter the course of his scientific career and future. Brian nodded slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Vegapunk's eyes. "I understand, Doctor. This is not a choice to be made lightly, but please trust that we, the One Navy, are driven by pure ideals and unwavering resolve to make the world a better place. Your participation would be pivotal in achieving this goal." Vegapunk bowed his head, Memories of his past research flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern, the painful recollections of inventions exploited by world governments, leading to detrimental consequences. He yearned for a place where his scientific achievements could genuinely benefit humanity. However, he had heard that the One Navy, like the Revolutionary Army, was rather impoverished. I must candidly admit that my research endeavors have always been tremendously costly. Merely the initial procurement of materials and the establishment of experimental apparatus require an unfathomable amount of resources, and throughout the subsequent research process, failures are commonplace. Each failure signifies a substantial financial loss. Brian furrowed his brow slightly, attentively listening to Vegapunk's words. He was acutely aware that scientific research necessitates significant investment. Yet the current financial situation of the One Navy was indeed grim. Vegapunk turned a page of his blueprint and continued, "You see, this is a project concerning energy that I wish to pursue next. Once initiated, the funding required will be astronomical." Brian fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, "Doctor, I comprehend your point. The One Navy's current financial reserves are indeed insufficient to meet your vast research demands." Chapter 150. Just as I wish. Vegapunk pressed on. Scientific research is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. It necessitates continuous financial input and stable resource supply. Without adequate funding, many studies remain confined to theoretical phases and cannot be realized in practice. "Doctor," Brian interjected, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, "although we are currently impoverished, it does not mean we are without recourse. We can devise ways to raise funds together, such as seeking collaboration from business chambers and affluent individuals who support our ideals. They might be willing to invest in our research projects for the sake of justice and the advancement of the world. Furthermore, we could organize special expeditions to search for those legendary treasures." Listening to Brian's words, Vegapunk nodded slightly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Your ideas possess a degree of feasibility. However, these initiatives require time and effort to prepare, and they also entail certain risks. I recognize this is not easy, Doctor." Brian approached Vegapunk, extending his hand and stating, "All members of the One Navy will devote themselves wholeheartedly to your research endeavors. We are willing to venture into the most perilous places in search of resources." Vegapunk gazed into Brian's resolute eyes, feeling a warm surge of gratitude within him. At that moment, he sensed Brian's sincerity and determination. "Marshal, if that is the case, let us strive together." Vegapunk extended his hand and firmly grasped Brian's. "I will ensure that my scientific achievements bring about genuine change for the One Navy and for this world." Just then, a flicker of vigilance crossed Brian's gaze as he stepped forward to shield Vegapunk, for his observation Haki informed him that the 5 elders were approaching. In the next moment, the deities of scientific defense and legal warfare materialized like phantoms, their formidable silhouettes looming large in the dim light, casting elongated, distorted shadows. Behind them stood a mysterious figure, shrouded in an oversized hooded black robe. The deity of scientific defense spoke first, his voice deep and frigid. "Vegapunk, where do you intend to go?" Vegapunk peered out from behind Brian, declaring, "I have resolved to join the One Navy. You have no authority to interfere." A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of the scientific defense deity's lips. "Resolved? Do you truly believe your decision carries weight? Punk Hazard has always been under our surveillance. We are acutely aware of your every move." Vegapunk felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated that the place he once worked would be monitored so meticulously, and that details of his research might already be in their possession. The legal warfare deity chimed in, "You should recognize the consequences of opposing the world government. Do not engage in futile resistance. It serves you no benefit." Suddenly, Brian erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth was exuberant and bold, starkly contrasting the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. As his laughter subsided, he fixed his gaze upon the 2 elders, enunciating with conviction, "The consequence of opposing the world government is, of course, to benefit the world." Cardiga swiftly opened a portal, calling out to Vegapunk, "Hurry, Dr. Vegapunk, leave this to Brian." Vegapunk cast a worried glance at Brian before unhesitatingly rushing through the portal. The elders made no attempt to obstruct them, coldly observing the movements of Cardiga and Vegapunk until they completely vanished from sight. A triumphant smile spread across the scientific defense deity's face. "Surprised, are you? We did not intervene. Our true objective is you. Let me be frank, the world government's foundation is far more complex than you could ever conceive." No sooner had he spoken than the figure cloaked in black erupted with a blinding black light. "Do not presume that possessing the Door fruit grants you immunity." The scientific defense deity continued, his tone laced with mockery. At this moment, this place is akin to an island forgotten by time and space, completely severed from the outside world. He paused slightly, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Want to escape? Huh. There is but one way, to eliminate the empowered. Yet, alas, you may be disappointed, for we are immortal. With that, he threw back his head and laughed, the sound reverberating through the isolated space, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Brian exhibited not a trace of fear, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as I wished. The once tranquil air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, rippling with energy. Suddenly, a dark fissure materialized, from which two figures erupted, none other than William and Buggy. They surged forth like cannonballs, enveloped in an imposing momentum, hurtling directly towards the unsuspecting five elders. What? The god of scientific defense and the god of judicial defense. Witnessing this, momentarily displayed expressions of terror and disbelief, involuntarily exclaiming. William's figure was both agile and imbued with a chilling aura, closing in on the god of judicial defense in the blink of an eye. Gripping Ace tightly, his blade crackled with strands of black lightning, which danced and entwined freely along the sword's length. This was a stunning manifestation of the Conqueror's haki, intricately coiled around his weapon, with each bolt of black lightning encapsulating William's formidable will and unparalleled strength. God's avoidance. Before the god of judicial defense could react, a surge of excruciating pain overwhelmed his consciousness like a relentless tide, causing his body to tremble violently. In the next instant, blood erupted from his neck like a fountain, tracing dazzling arcs through the air. Simultaneously, Buggy's form shattered into countless fragments, as if cleaved by invisible blades, those pieces swirling through the air, hurtling towards the god of scientific defense and the cloaked figure behind him. Upon sensing the imminent danger, the god of scientific defense's countenance shifted dramatically. He intended to deploy his abilities for defense. However, the speed of Buggy's assault was alarmingly swift, leaving him no time to respond. The fragmented pieces of his body struck the god of scientific defense like concealed weapons, eliciting a horrific cry. His form began to disintegrate, mirroring the fragmentation of Buggy. His arms, legs, and torso dislocated from their original positions, blood gushing from the ruptured areas, creating an exceedingly horrific scene. Behind him, the man in the black cloak was not spared either. The fragmented pieces of Buggy's body surged toward him like a relentless tide, and in the blink of an eye, his form was also torn into countless shards. The black cloak fluttered in the air, while the body concealed beneath it had now transformed into a gruesome array of flesh and bone scattered across the ground. In an instant, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, the ground littered with fragments and gore, a sight too ghastly to behold. Chapter 151, The King of the World? Simultaneously, deep within the sacred land of Mariehua, in the floral chamber of Im's palace, Im's body jolted violently, her previously tranquil gaze now filled with terror. Cold sweat rapidly beaded on her forehead. How could this be possible? She could not fathom that three individuals could meet their demise in such a brief span of time. Their strength and capabilities were as clear to him as day, yet they were effortlessly vanquished, undoubtedly a tremendous blow to her. She swiftly turned and ventured deeper into the hidden chamber. Just as she intended to activate Uranus once more, her movements halted, for the energy of Uranus was now nearly depleted. Im harbored a strong premonition that the will of Joy Boy still lingered in this world, unextinguished. While she grappled with her thoughts, far away in Mariford, Kane smirked and murmured, "From this moment forth, the world shall be shaped by my hand." He exchanged the seal of evil formation and arranged it amidst the blossoms, elevating the code-named William's puppet to the pinnacle of Conqueror's haki in this realm. He transported the puppets designated as William and Buggy to the floral expanse. At this juncture, Im sensed an unusual presence, akin to a sharp needle pricking her sensitive nerves. She summoned her observation haki with all her might, extending her intangible awareness in all directions, attempting to capture any hint of suspicion. Yet, no matter how meticulously she searched, everything around her remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any anomalies. Im contemplated, could it truly be an illusion? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed as she resolutely affirmed within herself, no. Although that presence was nearly imperceptible, my sixth sense cannot be wrong. There is an enemy. In the next moment, William suddenly appeared behind him, infusing his Conqueror's haki unreservedly into the sword Ace he held. This strike encompassed all his strength and will. As the blade cut through the air, it tore apart the very fabric of space, emitting a deafening shriek. Im's eyes narrowed sharply, a fleeting hint of panic flickering within. Instinctively, She loosened the knot of her cloak. In that instant, a powerful and ancient conqueror's haki surged forth from the knot, emanating from the will and power of Joy Boy. In the war that altered the course of history 8 centuries ago, Im ultimately triumphed over the Fish Princess, the wielder of the ancient weapon Poseidon. The knot upon her cloak now serves as a testament to her victory. This ancient and formidable power emanated from her, akin to a blooming black lotus, wildly radiating in all directions. At the moment when William's strike collided with Joy Boy's conqueror's haki, time seemed to freeze. The world was engulfed in a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Countless ripples of energy surged outward from the point of impact, annihilating everything in their path. Buildings crumbled to dust in an instant, and even distant mountains began to collapse under the weight of this terrifying force, boulders cascading like raindrops. The ground was mercilessly kneaded by an unseen giant hand. Deep and unfathomable fissures rapidly spreading, as if the very world were on the brink of being torn asunder. In that moment, Im's body trembled violently under the shockwave. Her complexion turned pale, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Faced with the peril of life and death, a last flicker of survival instinct surged within her, urging her to transform. Im endeavored to summon the power of her devil fruit, which in the past would yield to her will at merely a thought, granting her unimaginable strength and form. Yet now, despite her desperate attempts, her body felt like a silent abyss, devoid of sound. As the power of the devil fruit seemed to have evaporated into thin air, Im's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. In a frantic search, she gazed at her hands, as if that would unveil the vanished strength. How could this be possible? She murmured, her voice laden with despair and helplessness, struggling to comprehend why her devil fruit abilities had been stripped away at this critical juncture. At that moment, William approached her step by step, his gaze radiating triumph and disdain. Im, your reign has come to an end. Glared fiercely at William, demanding, did you do this? What means did you employ? In response, she was met only with William's strike, imbued with conqueror's haki. Prepare yourself. Despite the inexplicable loss of her devil fruit abilities, Im refused to concede and began to channel her haki. In an instant, a powerful and surging force erupted from the depths of her being. Her exterior rapidly became enveloped in a layer of haki as hard as steel, manifesting a profound black hue. A slight smile curled at the corners of Im's mouth, revealing a glimmer of pride, her long-standing arrogance as the ruler of the world. Now, allow me to show you the splendor of the world's king's haki. Im, utilizing her observation haki, foresaw William's trajectory of attack. In a moment's notice, she evaded the lethal strike with a speed that bordered on the extraordinary. William's blade grazed her body, slicing through the air and leaving a long gash upon her garment, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Without hesitation, Im launched her counterattack. Dashing towards William with astonishing swiftness, her movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye. As she approached, she raised her right hand high, the arm enveloped in an increasingly potent layer of armament haki. With a mighty swing, she brought her hand down upon William's head, the force of her strike imbued with all her fury and resentment. The air crackled with a sizzling sound, as if trembling in anticipation of this formidable blow. In response, William swiftly positioned his sword above his head, infusing it with his own armament haki. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact as Im's attack struck the blade with tremendous force, causing William's arm to tingle slightly. A devil-may-care smile crept across his face. What is this? The king of the world cannot even wield the conqueror's haki? He taunted, deliberately elongating his tone, laced with mockery. Surely not. Surely not. As he spoke, he shook his head, his mocking demeanor suggesting that Im was nothing more than a paper tiger, all show and no substance. Im's expression instantly darkened, as if her prideful dignity was pricked by William's words like a sharp needle. You seek your own demise. Im gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with fervor, her body trembling slightly, whether from rage or the buildup of power was uncertain. It appears you have been thoroughly intimidated by Joy Boy, to the extent that you cannot even summon your conqueror's haki, can you? William's voice dripped with scorn and derision. Let me demonstrate what true conqueror's haki is. Suddenly, William's aura surged, an invisible yet tremendously powerful pressure emanating from him, expanding wildly in all directions. The air seemed to be compressed by an unseen hand, producing a resonant hum, while the ground around began to fracture with fine cracks. Then, in an unexpected turn of events, William relinquished his sword, ace, and instead swung his fist. Im's pupils dilated in shock. She had never anticipated that a swordsman like William would forsake his blade to attack with his fists. In her understanding, swordsmen possessed an absolute reliance on their swordsmanship. And this unconventional method of assault left her momentarily flustered. Your era has come to an end. Ultimate move. Serious fist. William bellowed, his right hand striking out with a devastating force, a fist imbued with destructive power and enveloped in black lightning, hurtling toward him. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Im's body was propelled backward by the force of the strike, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying on the earth, bruised and bloodied, Im felt the crimson liquid seeping from her wounds, staining the ground. Joy Boy is merely a defeated pawn. I'm Im, the king of the world. How could I possibly lose to a nameless wretch like you? With her furious roar, her aura surged once more. An invisible yet formidable pressure radiating from her, expanding outward. A flicker of surprise crossed William's eyes as a question arose within him. Had regained her conviction due to his earlier verbal onslaught? The jibes aimed at unsettling her had seemingly backfired. Even if you have restored your belief, it changes nothing. Today, you are destined to fail. With that, William propelled himself off the ground, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, charging toward Im with a straight punch aimed at her face. Ordinary punch. Im raised her arm swiftly, using her forearm, enveloped in the aura of armed color, to block William's attack. In the same motion, she delivered a powerful kick aimed at William's abdomen. William, quick to react, slightly turned his body, skillfully evading her strike, while his other hand swiftly formed a fist and targeted Im's side. Im promptly pivoted to dodge William's punch, and once she regained her stance, she launched another assault, her fist hurtling toward William's face. William, undeterred, concentrated his aura into his own fist and charged forward. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a resounding thud. The tremendous force radiating from the point of impact like ripples, causing the surrounding air to buzz and the ground to tremble violently. With cracks spreading out like a spider's web, Im gritted her teeth, a frenzied light flickering in her eyes, and followed up with another rapid punch. William, unwavering in his resolve, reciprocated without hesitation, his gaze steady. Are we to exchange blows? He called out to Im, not waiting for her reply before bellowing. Continuous, ordinary punches. In an instant, his fists transformed into two dark phantoms, hurtling towards Im with astonishing speed and power. Im's eyes sparkled with madness. Do you think I fear you? She too swung her arms, retaliating with equal ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of impact filled the air. As the battle between Im and William escalated into a fervent climax, Im's previously cold countenance flushed crimson with adrenaline, her eyes gleaming with a wild excitement. She was completely absorbed in the fierce clash with William, each collision of fists and feet producing an exhilarating thrill, as if she were immersed in an unparalleled feast of combat. As Im reveled in the exhilarating battle, a shadowy figure stealthily approached. Buggy, seizing the moment when Im was wholly engrossed in the fight and utterly defenseless, flashed a cunning and decisive glint in his eyes before launching his attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, the throwing knives in Buggy's hand surged towards Im with the swiftness of lightning. These blades, meticulously angled and imbued with formidable force, silently sliced through the atmosphere, aimed directly at Im's unguarded back. Engaged in a fierce struggle with William, Im remained blissfully unaware of the imminent peril approaching from behind. The first knife struck true, embedding itself in Im's back, followed in quick succession by the second and third. Im's body jolted violently, a muffled groan escaping her throat as her eyes widened in disbelief. Shaking unsteadily, Im gradually sank to her knees. William crouched beside her, observing the fading light in her eyes, softly uttering, "Surely you understand the principle of victors and vanquished? You have lost." A triumphant smile adorned Buggy's face as he leisurely approached him. Upon reaching her side, he unhesitatingly placed his foot heavily upon her back, erupting into laughter. Im, did you ever anticipate a day like this? Summoning her last vestige of strength, Im raised her head, her gaze filled with animosity directed at Buggy. She attempted to articulate something, but only a torrent of blood spilled from her lips. Ultimately, her body lurched forward, collapsing heavily onto the ground, lifeless. After exchanging a glance with Buggy, William retrieved Ace from the side, and they vanished from sight. With great enthusiasm, Buggy produced a live-streaming phone bug from his pocket. The bug's eyes flickered with an uncanny light, its antennae quivering with excitement, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. "Hey, listen up, everyone in the world." Buggy shouted into the phone bug, his trademark arrogant grin firmly in place. "World government, do you see this? Your master is dead. Your reign has come to an end. From this day forth, the world shall no longer be your stage to manipulate at will. The era of this lord has begun. This era is named after Roxty. Buggy, he shouted while forcefully kicking Im's lifeless body. As I hastily concluded this chapter, a sense of emptiness engulfed me. In truth, I contemplated abandoning this narrative upon completing the first volume, as the response had been dishearteningly poor. Nevertheless, reflecting on the unwavering support from numerous readers, I resolved to articulate the essential story outline. The outcomes of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, the Four Emperors, and Luffy will be revealed tomorrow as a sort of epilogue. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my benefactors and to all the esteemed readers for their engagement and feedback. I cherish you all. Chapter 153, Epilogue 2 years later. The world underwent a monumental transformation. Vegapunk, hailed as the world's foremost scientist, allied with the One Navy, ushering in an unprecedented wave of technological innovation. Immersed in his research, Vegapunk harnessed his avant-garde intellect to devise a super technology capable of shaking the very foundations of the Red Continent. With Vegapunk's technological prowess, the One Navy meticulously orchestrated an operation poised to reshape the global landscape. They assembled the most elite troops, equipped with advanced weaponry, and set forth towards the Red Earth continent. Powerful energy beams were unleashed from the vessels of the One Navy, striking with precision at the continent's critical nodes. Under the impact of this formidable force, the Red Earth continent began to tremble violently. Massive boulders fractured and plunged into the sea, creating towering waves. As the relentless assault continued, the Red Earth continent gradually succumbed, shattering the barrier that once separated the four seas. The tumultuous waters of the four seas converged, forming a vast ocean. Thus, the world truly achieved the unity of the four seas. To further promote global exchange and development, with the assistance of Vegapunk, the One Navy established a maritime rail system connecting various islands. Enormous sea train tracks spanned the ocean, linking the islands. The sea trains sped along the tracks at incredible velocities, significantly reducing the distances between the islands. People could now traverse effortlessly between islands, fostering increased trade and cultural exchange. Under the governance of the One Navy, the populace finally liberated themselves from long-standing oppression and suffering, embracing a life of happiness and stability. Once war-torn lands now resonated with laughter and joy. Children played merrily in the fields while adults toiled diligently, and ships bustling in the ports heralded a thriving commerce. However, amidst this seemingly settled situation, the Revolutionary Army harbored differing ideologies and aspirations. Thus, a war that would determine the future direction of the world erupted between the One Navy and the Revolutionary Army. As Morgans had predicted, the Revolutionary Army faced an inevitable defeat in this conflict. Following a series of negotiations and deliberations, the Navy ultimately chose to join the One Navy, thus transforming it into a truly unified and formidable maritime force. Meanwhile, on a dock in the East Sea, Luffy stood by the shore, gazing at the boundless ocean. His eyes filled with yearning and determination. It's time to set sail. Soon, his companions arrived, each face radiating excitement and anticipation. Concurrently, on the vast ocean, the William pirate cruise ship braved the winds and waves, heading towards the point where the four seas converged. On board, Sanji's eyes sparkled with hope and exhilaration. For many years, he had nurtured the dream of discovering the legendary All Blue, and now, with the unification of the seas, that dream seemed within reach. At last, the ship arrived at the mysterious waters, and as Sanji stood at the bow, gazing at the ocean teeming with fish from all four seas, his eyes brimmed with tears. All Blue, I have finally found you. Sanji cried out in exhilaration, his voice laced with unmistakable joy. In this enchanting sea, he eagerly began to gather various fish, his mind teeming with countless delectable dishes. The members of the William Pirates shared in Sanji's delight, hosting a modest celebration aboard their ship. Laughter and cheer reverberating across the waters. Empowered by Whitebeard's backing, Blackbeard, with unbridled ambition, commenced recruiting formidable allies, swiftly assembling a pirate crew of considerable strength. In the New World, the Blackbeard pirates rapidly ascended, emerging as a force that could not be overlooked. Thus, a new order began to take shape in the New World, characterized by Whitebeard, alongside Blackbeard, red-haired Shanks, and Buggy. Each held dominion over their own maritime territories, engaging in rivalry while maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Meanwhile, Buggy and Shanks found themselves on a picturesque island, hosting a grand feast. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying the subtle aromas of wine and food. Before them lay an array of exquisite delicacies and fine spirits, surrounded by a throng of jubilant pirates. Shanks, this is a replica of the historical poneglyph, Buggy declared, taking a hearty swig of his drink, slightly inebriated. I have no intention of being outpaced. They exchanged amused glances, raised their glasses, and downed their drinks in unison. As the global situation gradually stabilized, the One Navy turned its attention to the pirate forces that had long ravaged the seas. Particularly, the four emperors of the New World posed a significant threat to the new order being established by the One Navy. In response, the One Navy meticulously orchestrated a large-scale offensive against the four emperors, mobilizing their most formidable forces to advance into their territories. The first to clash with the One Navy was the Whitebeard pirates. Despite his advanced age, Whitebeard retained formidable strength and gravitas. He led his crew into a thrilling naval battle against the One Navy. On the battlefield, Whitebeard displayed the terrifying power of his Trimmer fruit, with each attack capable of summoning tsunamis and earthquakes. Yet, amidst the fierce combat, Whitebeard sustained grave injuries, yet remained steadfast on the front lines. Ultimately, he perished in a valiant effort to protect his crew, causing a profound shock throughout the pirate world. Blackbeard, arriving on the scene, found himself gradually ensnared by the relentless assault of the One Navy. Though he sought to carve a path through his adversaries, he ultimately succumbed to overwhelming numbers, falling to the might of the One Navy's Akiji on the battlefield. Upon sensing the movements of the One Navy, red-haired Shanks recognized that a great conflict was inevitable. He took the initiative to lead his pirate crew into the fray. After a fierce struggle, Shanks stood alone against the onslaught of the One Navy to safeguard his crew. Ultimately, due to his severe injuries, he was captured and faced imminent public execution. Similarly, the Buggy the Clown and Rocks pirates suffered devastating losses, leading to Buggy's mysterious disappearance, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. As the four emperors fell one after another, the One Navy seized the opportunity to launch a comprehensive purge against other pirate factions. In the face of the formidable One Navy, pirates fell one after another. After considerable effort, the One Navy successfully eradicated 90% of the pirate forces at sea, achieving their goal of maintaining world peace. P.S. Some readers have inquired about what my new book will be about. I have summarized based on the successful bestsellers. As for modern tales, I lack the motivation. I've pinned 40,000 words for a new book only to find myself confined once more. Akin to my previous work in the Hong Kong genre, if my next book leans towards fan fiction, it might revolve around Naruto, perhaps featuring multiple female leads. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, my beloved supporters,